At this moment, the young man was with his group participating in the novice trial on the Demon Star. The content of the trial sounded very simple. One just needed to survive on the Demon Star for exactly 5 minutes to automatically complete the class change. However, facing those beast-faced men, even surviving for 1 minute seemed difficult. The story began 50 years ago. A giant celestial body called the Demon Star suddenly appeared, approaching Earth. What was noteworthy was that since the Demon Star appeared, the flora and fauna on Earth suddenly mutated into monsters. They were called spirit beasts, and they began to cause destruction all over the world. However, in that very moment of despair, survivors unexpectedly discovered countless circles. Those circles, possessing miraculous teleportation abilities, appeared on Earth. The first people who bravely entered the Demon Star had already grown strong. Discovered this planet seemed to be a surreal virtual world. Here, humanity could transform into many different classes. After changing classes, each person possessed their own stats. Both equipment and skills could be continuously upgraded. At the same time, they achieved unprecedented powerful attributes. And so, a new concept was born called adventurers, referring to those who flocked to the Demon Star in search of power. As for now, Jiang Kai was facing the first novice trial for a newly changed adventurer. At this moment, he was the only survivor left. Before him was an abyss. Jiang Kai had no way to retreat. He was facing the beast-faced man who was approaching step by step. Jiang Kai's mind was completely blank. He truly did not want to succumb to fate. Could it be that losing all his money to come to the Demon Star, he would end up just standing by and waiting to die? No, he was unwilling. Instead of sitting here waiting for the beast-faced man to come and take his life, Jiang Kai decided to risk his life to seize the only chance to survive. And he made an extremely risky decision. That was to jump straight down the cliff. As he fell, he saw the beast-faced man rush to the edge of the cliff, staring at him. But that man was helpless and could not follow. Suddenly, a panel appeared right before his eyes, accompanied by a new notification. Because your behavior is very similar to a gambler, congratulations. You have activated a 1 in a million chance to receive a hidden class. You have successfully changed class. Congratulations, you have become a wise man. The glorious hidden class is called the Gambler. After some unknown amount of time, Jiang Kai woke up by the edge of a forest. He coughed a few times, struggling to sit up. But just at this moment, Jiang Kai felt something was wrong. Despite falling from such a high cliff, he was completely unharmed. Moreover, all the previous wounds caused by the beast-faced man's weapon had also disappeared. For Jiang Kai, the system interface appeared again. The notification on it explained that, because he had successfully changed classes, his basic attributes were fully refreshed, like a full health resurrection, which was why he no longer had any injuries. In front of the interface, a beautiful girl with long white hair like a waterfall suddenly appeared. Jiang Kai recognized her as the artificial intelligence AI accompanying the Demon Star. The other party did not deny it, and then began to introduce the talent of the gambler class he had just awakened. That talent was called Double. It allowed every reward or punishment the system gave him to trigger a double effect, with a 1% chance to trigger a super double effect. When triggered, the reward or punishment would increase tenfold. Because Jiang Kai had activated the double talent and simultaneously received this same talent, he possessed 2 talents within his class. That meant he would receive the second talent of the gambler. Jiang Kai was extremely astonished. Normal class changers only had 1 talent, yet he could unlock 2. It was truly a gift from heaven. The second talent Jiang Kai received was called Super Critical Strike. Its effect was to turn his critical strike damage into 200 times, with the initial critical strike rate set at 0.1%. After that, Jiang Kai's information window appeared. At level 1, he had 4 points of strength, 8 points of physique, 12 points of agility, 12 points of spirit, and 0 points of defense. Jiang Kai was astonished once again. Normal people after class change had total attributes around 20 points, yet his was already 36 points. That AI girl explained that it was because the double talent had doubled the attribute points rewarded after class change. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. If that was the case in the future, every time he leveled up on the Demon Star, he would far surpass others. Normal people got 10 points per level, he would get 20 points. That meant Jiang Kai leveling up once was equivalent to others leveling up twice. Moreover, he also had Super Critical Strike. Normal people's critical strikes only dealt double damage, but his was 200 times. Although the current critical strike rate was only 1%, if it could be increased later, his damage would be extremely terrifying. Overall, Jiang Kai was very satisfied with the class he had just received. It was truly a big win for risking his life to escape from the beast-faced man. By the way, Jiang Kai remembered the matter of the monster throwing its weapon at him earlier. That weapon had fallen down the cliff with him, and was now stuck in the riverbed beside him. Previously, he had only thought of quickly changing class on the Demon Star to earn money for his elder brother's kidney transplant surgery. Because on the Demon Star, no matter how weak one's class was, earning money was still a bit easier than on Earth. But unexpectedly, he had accidentally become a powerful hidden class like the Gambler. So then, Jiang Kai could quickly earn enough money to treat his elder brother's illness, allowing the whole family to live in happiness. Thinking this, he immediately pulled out the beast-faced man's spear that was stuck in the river. At the same time, Jiang Kai received a new notification that after successfully completing his class change, his mission was to reach the Holy Radiant City safely within 7 days. Completing the class change was merely the beginning. Next, passing the novice trial was the biggest goal. Within 7 days, Jiang Kai had to reach Holy Radiant City, the endpoint of the training area. But the path ahead was fraught with difficulties. First, he had to cross an area full of monsters. If he was defeated, he would fail and be teleported back to Earth. Dying on Ghost Star did not mean real death. His body would be unharmed and he could log back in. But logging back in came at a huge cost. Only the rich could afford it. Jiang Kai had spent almost his entire fortune to get here, so he had to succeed on his first try. Because of this, he was extremely nervous. Clutching his weapon tightly and advancing step by step, suddenly he heard a scream. The owner of that scream sounded very familiar. If he was not mistaken, Jiang Kai took a few more steps forward. Indeed, he was not wrong. The person screaming frantically was his best friend of many years, named Yuanzhu. At this moment, he was surrounded by 6-step vipers. Yuanzhu was most afraid of snakes, so his panicked expression was understandable. Jiang Kai did not rush forward because the 6-step viper had very potent venom. Just one bite was enough to make it hard for either a person or a beast to survive, let alone 3 of them. After careful consideration, Jiang Kai chose the moment to charge forward and shouted loudly, "Yuanzhu, don't be afraid, I am here." Only then did Yuanzhu turn his head around. He was extremely surprised to meet his best friend in this very place. "Jiang Kai, why are you here?" That was the only sentence Yuanzhu could utter at that moment. He even told Jiang Kai not to worry about him and to run away because it was too dangerous here. As Yuanzhu, with tears and snot streaming down his face, looked towards Jiang Kai, one of the 6-step vipers ambushed him from behind. Fortunately, Jiang Kai reacted extremely quickly. He immediately hurled the spear in his hand towards it. The spearhead struck straight into the snake's head, pinning it tightly to the tree hollow behind. One could say this was a perfect instant kill. Yuanzhu's eyes went wide with shock. Even in his dreams, he could not believe that his friend could so easily eliminate a 6-step viper. Actually, Jiang Kai had planned it all in advance. He used Yuanzhu to attract the snake's attention, then circled around to attack. This method was extremely effective, and he had taken down one. But now the remaining 2 had set their sights on him. Ignoring that, Jiang Kai still charged straight forward to retrieve his weapon. Yuanzhu was so scared his heart felt like it would leap out. He thought this time they were surely done for, because those snakes move very nimbly. However, Jiang Kai's agility was not inferior either. Under Yuanzhu's anxious gaze, he dodged the attack from the 2 remaining venomous snakes. After the class change, Jiang Kai's stats doubled. His agility at level 1 was already comparable to level 2. Therefore, the level 1 6-step vipers could not match his speed, creating the impressive display just now. Since that was the case, defeating them was only a matter of time. Thinking this, Jiang Kai told Yuanzhu, "Keep attracting their attention." Yuanzhu immediately obeyed. At this moment, Jiang Kai had successfully retrieved his weapon. 2 of them began to coordinate extremely well with each other. Not long after, all 3 6-step vipers were killed. Yuanzhu still found it hard to believe. He had only done the job of distracting them, while Jiang Kai easily eliminated them. After resolving the danger, Jiang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. He belonged to an agility-focused class with low strength, yet he still managed to take down a level 1 monster instantly. It seemed the iron spear he picked up from that beast-faced man was a good piece of equipment that boosted strength in the novice area. The tutorial says newbies only get killed by monsters. How can they kill them? How did you do it, Jiang Kai? Yuanzhu suddenly approached from behind and hugged him tightly. Since they were best friends, Jiang Kai did not want to hide it, so he told him about how he luckily changed class to Gambler, which caused his stats to surpass his level. He told Yuanzhu not to tell anyone. Upon hearing the 2 words Gambler, Yuanzhu was stunned for a few seconds. Afterwards, he quickly regained his usual playful demeanor and boasted, "Oh, I don't know what that class is, but my class is not useless either, you know." His class was Martial Initiate, a strength-oriented profession. At level 1, Yuanzhu had 8 points in Constitution, 8 points in Strength, 5 points in Agility, and 5 points in Spirit. Jiang Kai suddenly understood why Yuanzhu could hold out against 3 snakes for so long. Martial Initiate was one of the top 5 classes in their Holy Radiance nation. How many classes existed on Ghost Star? No one knew for sure. But all explorers, upon entering this planet, the first thing they experienced was the class change. What class they changed into usually depended on the class change materials they bought before logging in. Wealthy people often spent tens of millions to buy powerful materials. Bringing those to Ghost Star, they could directly change into top-tier classes, like the Martial Initiate Yuanzhu had, or like the Hateful Abomination Soldier. Conversely, poor people could only afford cheap materials, which gave weak and random results. There was a high chance they would only get useless classes like a drunkard or a beggar. After learning Yuanzhu had become a Martial Initiate, Jiang Kai felt both happy and worried. But one Martial Initiate material costs as much as 50 million. You didn't borrow from loan sharks, did you? Yuanzhu replied, not at all, it's a long story. I'll tell you later. Knowing his friend was not in debt, Jiang Kai felt relieved and told Yuanju to collect the carcasses of the 3 snakes, as he heard they could be sold for money. On Ghost Star, many things could be exchanged for money. Jiang Kai originally wanted to use this method to earn money to repay his family. Items obtained like monster carcasses, or equipment after falling would turn into cards. The explorers would collect them and take them to sell. Moreover, looking back at the fight just now, his gambling ability was even stronger than his martial arts, so Jiang Kai saw that his own money-making potential was also quite good. Just as they finished collecting the snake corpse, a third person suddenly appeared. Yuanju thought a monster was attacking again and reflexly hid behind Jiang Kai. It turned out to be just a girl who looked weak and harmless. She stammered a greeting, seeming very nervous. She introduced herself as Nuan, said it was difficult to pass the trial alone, and asked to join the team. Even though she had a harmless and pretty appearance, Jiang Kai was not a womanizer. He thought he could barely protect himself, so he intended to refuse for fear of an extra burden. Nuan tried to persuade him by revealing her profession was a doctor, unable to attack but able to heal teammates. She could also extract snake venom to increase the attack power of weapons. Her eyes were already tearful as she begged not to be abandoned. Yuanju's eyes lit up upon hearing this, filled with admiration. Jiang Kai considered it. A doctor was an advanced profession and very necessary for the novice trial. For example, earlier when he fell down the cliff, if he hadn't recovered in time, he would probably have died stiff right there. In the end, Jiang Kai agreed to let Nuan join. He briefly introduced Wei Ying himself and Yuanju. She was moved and kept thanking him. Yuanju whispered into Jiang Kai's ear, "Buddy, you changed your mind because you're lustful, right?" Jiang Kai knew he was just teasing him but still wanted to beat him up. At the same time, at the number 18 Demon Star login base in Jiang Kai's central city, King Yao Nation Earth, inside the data research room, Professor Li was enthusiastically determining the locations of the explorers through their wristwatches. He heard that most watches on the market could measure planetary data and had many other rich functions. Higher-end watches had even more features. A training instructor named Su Lan, Nuan's sister, entered to ask about the situation. Professor Li checked and said, "According to the positioning from the training watches, many rookies have been eliminated. Your sister has formed a team with 2 other people." Su Lan became extremely anxious upon hearing this, just as she feared her sister, due to her timid nature, had found people to cling to, even though she had previously warned her not to team up with newcomers, because in the novice trial, the more people gathered, the greater the chance of attracting monsters. Only about 3 minutes later, Professor Li confirmed Lan's fears were completely correct, because next to Nuan, Jiang Kai, Yuanju, 2 more beast-faced men had just appeared. Su Lan was so tense her whole body trembled. A single beast-faced man was already enough to slaughter newcomers. Let alone 2, she didn't believe her sister had any chance of survival. Death on the Demon Star was only equivalent to a character losing a life in a game, causing no physical harm to the real person on Earth. But the real death experience would cause immense psychological trauma. Many rookies had gone mad after returning. Nuan was so timid, Su Lan feared she wouldn't withstand this shock, so she prepared to take her sister for psychological counseling. But just as she turned to leave, Professor Li announced her sister was still alive on the Demon Star. Even more astonishingly, the 2 beast-faced men had been killed by their team. This news stunned the entire research room, not just Su Lan. Going back 3 minutes earlier, when the 2 monsters first attacked their team, initially their reaction was to run for their lives. Jiang Kai was no exception, but he quickly realized running was not the solution. Yuanju's speed was not as good as his and would quickly be caught up by the monsters, so Jiang Kai decided to stop. He let Yuanju and Nuan run ahead while he stayed behind to block the monster's path. Actually, this was a huge gamble. Jiang Kai wasn't sure he could defeat 2 beast-faced men, but if he didn't try, all 3 of them would die. Thinking this, he gripped the long spear firmly, bravely charging straight at the enemy. Jiang Kai's thrust was extremely precise. However, the strength and health pool of this type of monster was not small. Jiang Kai could not finish it off with a single strike. On the contrary, he was grabbed by it and thrown hard against a rock slab, before he could catch his breath. He already had to face the next attack from 2 ferocious beast-faced monsters. At this moment, Jiang Kai's body was in extreme pain, unable to move, and he could only watch them charge at him. He thought to himself, could his newbie trial really end here? Nearby, Yuanju and Nuan witnessed the scene firsthand. Though timid, Nuan still wanted to turn back and save him. As for Yuanju, even though he was much stronger than her, his entire body was trembling violently. At the same time, in the Jiangkaizhong residential area on Earth, Yuanju's mother was entertaining a mysterious guest, the very person who had given him the materials to change class to a martial artist. While pouring tea, she said, "I don't know why you value my son so much. He is tall but very cowardly. If he encounters a monster on the Demon Star, he definitely won't dare to fight." The man accepted the teacup and calmly replied, "That's right. When facing danger, your son is even more afraid than ordinary people. But I've noticed that sometimes even when scared, if he sees someone who needs help, he will definitely charge forward regardless of death." The facts prove that what the man said was completely correct. Because Yuanju, when he personally saw his teammate cornered, finally overcame his fear and charged towards Wei Ying. His large body blocked Jiang Kai's front, still trembling but giving off an strangely secure feeling. He said, "Jiang Kai, did you protect me from behind because I am cowardly? We are brothers and brothers must walk together. If we must die, I will die with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuanzhu gathered all his strength and punched straight at the Wei Ying in front. All his fear and panic seemed to be channeled into that single punch, and it produced an effect that even Jiang Kai had not expected. He actually knocked down the beast-faced person with a single blow. Although the damage was low, this was the strong control power of the martial artist class. Immediately after, Jiang Kai felt a stream of warm water flow through his body, extremely comfortable. He realized Nuan was healing him. Seeing her return, Jiang Kai worriedly said, Nuan, why did you come back? You are not a combat class, it's too dangerous." Ignoring his words, Nuan did not retreat. She was a doctor. She could not abandon a patient, even though she was afraid inside. He recalled the past, when her father died due to a lack of medical support while fighting against a beast tide. The lack of medical support made his fight difficult and he passed away. She did not want anyone else to suffer the same fate. Now Jiang Kai was a teammate who needed support. How could she abandon him and run away alone? With Nuan's full support, Jiang Kai's wounds recovered rapidly. He smiled helplessly, when both of his teammates were people who didn't know the meaning of death. However, at present, the three of them acting together was still not enough. Their damage was still insufficient to finish off the beast-faced person. Yuanzhu tried to hold on. Jiang Kai tried to think of a way out of the predicament, and he thought of one. He remembered Nuan's words when she convinced him to let her join the team. Besides healing, she could use venom to increase the attack power of his weapon. Jiang Kai immediately asked Nuan, "You said you can secret snake venom, right?" "Yes," Nuan replied nervously. "Then can you heal Yuanzhu and coat my weapon with snake venom at the same time?" Jiang Kai asked as he took out an emerald snake and handed it to Nuan. Actually, Nuan had never done two things at once, but for her teammates, she tried her best. This was their only way. If it succeeded, victory would be theirs. Now, Jiang Kai could not withstand the attacks from the beast-faced person, but Yuanzhu's martial artist class was suitable for that job, and he was doing it well. His attacks lacked damage, but with Nuan's poison support, looking at it from this angle, the three of them formed a standard combat combination in a game. They covered three positions: tank, healer, and main damage dealer. Not long after, the process of coating with venom was complete. Jiang Kai held the poisoned weapon, his fighting spirit blazing as he charged towards Wei Ying. He thought, so what if a newbie's strength is weak? He would break all preconceptions and lead his teammates through the trial. "Yuanzhu, suppress one of the beast-faced people for me," Jiang Kai yelled. Yuanzhu received the order, gathered his strength, and threw a punch just like before. The punch stunned the beast-faced person for a few seconds, perfectly executed. And while it was still dazed and disoriented, Jiang Kai rushed forward and stabbed fiercely with his venom-coated weapon. Just like that. Through perfect coordination, they had truly succeeded. With the support of Yuanzhu and Nuan, Jiang Kai took down one beast-faced monster. The remaining one stood nearby, staring and roaring in rage. Under the monster's gaze, the three stood firm, determined to finish off the last one. A thought occurred. Team coordination was really effective. Now having one more wouldn't be a problem. The thought had barely finished when the monster and the three of them, Jiang Kai included, clashed. It marked the beginning of another brutal battle. Yuanzhu tried to control the monster. Jiang Kai attacked, while Nuan provided healing. Fight was fierce, and they unanimously believed they could achieve a perfect victory. On this side, Professor Lai and Su Lan were astonished. She stared at the screen and said the watch data showed they had killed two human-faced beasts. One beast was enough to wipe out an entire team, so how did the three of them manage it? Professor Li broke out in a cold sweat, analyzing that Nuan indeed lacked killing power. Her team's combat damage was also very weak. So the one who killed the monsters must be Jiang Kai, but strangely his occupation could not be traced. In the observation room, the large screen displayed Jiang Kai's information. Male, 18 years old, from the slums, occupation gambler, unknown. Su Lan was shocked upon hearing this. Cannot trace his occupation, how is that possible? She kept wondering who this newcomer was, who could kill two human-faced beasts yet have an untraceable occupation. Scene change. After slaying the two monsters, the system sent a notification to Jiang Kai. Player Jiang Kai obtained. Killed level 2 human-faced beast X2. The three lay on the ground resting in joy. Nuan said they had succeeded. Yuanzhu laughed heartily, saying he never expected brother Jiang Kai to be so calm. It was really cool. Nuan sat up, her eyes full of confidence. "We are now strong enough to face the human-faced beasts. We will definitely reach the training endpoint safely." Yuanzhu agreed, saying they could head straight to the challenge's finish line now. As the two were discussing excitedly, Jiang Kai slowly sat up and said there was no rush. There was still plenty of time until the Holy Wine City event. We don't need to hurry. His words stunned Yuanzhu and Nuan, who turned to look at him in confusion. Jiang Kai firmly stated his thoughts. Clearing the challenge would earn points. If they made it into the top 3 on the leaderboard, the military would reward them with equipment. The image of shiny, powerful equipment flashed in his mind. Jiang Kai added that the military gave very good equipment to newcomers on Gambler Planet. He opened the system and looked at the monsters they had collected. Now they had the strength to kill monsters, and killing monsters earned points. More points would put them on the leaderboard. He turned to Yuanzhu and Nuan, a smile on his lips as he said his decisive words. Then why not go hunt monsters for points to claim the military's reward? Yuanzhu and Nuan were both shocked, never expecting Jiang Kai to have such an idea. A few hours later, as night fell, the three had still not reached the destination and were searching for monsters in the forest. Yuanzhu grew impatient and asked doubtfully if this method really earned points. I am not afraid, but you made me attract so many green snake vipers. Standing amidst the snake swarm with their red eyes and tongues ready to tear him apart, Yuanzhu's eyes welled up with tears, his voice trembling. What if I die? Jiang Kai, looking down from a tree branch, replied, Be brave, Yuanzhu. You are a combat practitioner. You can fight and defend. On a nearby branch, Nuan was focused on preparing her healing ability. Jiang Kai continued, Besides, Nuan can heal us anytime. The snake swarm suddenly charged from behind, and Jiang Kai's voice rang out. You want to die? He leaped down, unleashing his power to take them down, and finished his sentence. It won't be that easy. 3 snakes were immediately slain. The system displayed, eliminated 3 level 1 green snake vipers, experienced 10/100. Standing amidst the snakes, his hand gripped his weapon tightly. The rule of Gambler Planet was that only the killer received the experience. Therefore, everyone had decided to let him absorb all the experience first. The snake swarm opened their mouths wide, sharp fangs and long tongues lunging towards him. Jiang Kai threw himself into the battle, unleashing all his strength to take them down one by one. His thoughts continued. He had to level up first, increase his strength, and ensure the team's safety. A day later, Jiang Kai and his teammates finally eliminated all the green snake vipers. He slumped to the ground in exhaustion. The system notified, Explorer Jiang Kai has reached 100 experience, level up to level 2. Double effect activated, receive double attribute points. Occupation, Gambler, level 2. Jiang Kai looked at his attribute panel and said, Great, after killing green snake vipers all day, I finally reached level 2. Yuanzhu and Nuan were both delighted to see him level up. Nuan admired and congratulated him. Yuanzhu curiously asked what his attributes were like. Jiang Kai replied cheerfully, I gained 20 attribute points, giving me a total of 56 at level 2. It's decent. Both of them were stunned upon hearing this, their eyes wide as if they had been hit by their boss. Yuanzhu had to ask again how much. Yuanzhu opened his mouth wide and pulled up his own attribute panel. Combat Practitioner level 1. He exclaimed, Heavens, leveling up only gave me 10 attribute points. My total is only 26 points. Nuan also opened her panel. Doctor level 1. She spoke up. A total of 56 points at level 2 is equivalent to level 4. That's terrifying. My attributes are only 12 points. Hearing their questions, Jiang Kai explained, It's just the occupation trait. My occupation doubles level up rewards, and the penalties are doubled too. Everyone, remember to keep it secret. Nuan stepped closer, clapping her hands and said, I don't understand, but it looks really powerful. Yuanzhu also chimed in, Why is it cooler than my combat practitioner occupation? As the three were talking, the AI brain appeared. She said to Jiang Kai, Player, on reaching level 2, you receive 1 occupation skill, but due to your double talent, you will receive 2. Jiang Kai was surprised to hear this. Even the level up skills are doubled. Then I have 2 occupation skills. Yuanzhu and Nuan were even more surprised. Yuanzhu shouted, Your skills are doubled too? That's so overpowered. The AI brain continued. The first occupation skill is Ghost Hand Arcane Card. The skill had the image of an arm holding a card raised up. The note below read, Ghost Hand Arcane Card. When throwing items has a 20% piercing effect. Throwing cards has a 200% piercing effect, but increases mental energy consumption by 100%. The skill can be upgraded. The second occupation skill was Ghost Eye Focus. The skill had the image of a red eye with 2 pupils. Ghost Eye Focus, vision and tracking increase by 50%. Mental energy consumption increases by 100%, can be upgraded. Jiang Kai looked at the screen and said, 2 long-range skills. Even though I don't know how to use them yet, it seems Gambler is the occupation for me. Jiang Kai continued, Alright, now that I am stronger, let's go sweep experience from higher level monsters. Nuan closed her eyes and smiled, nodding. Yuanzhu put his hands on his hips, grumbling, This kid is showing off again. Scene change. 2 days later in the observation room, Su Lanlan stood before the large screen. Professor Li approached from behind and said, Instructor Su, another 2 days have passed. I never expected your little sister was still alive. Lanlan looked at him sharply and replied, Is that so? She chuckled and continued, "The rookie team survived. It seems that Jiang Kai has some skill." As the two were speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly entered. So it was Officer Lin. He pointed and shouted loudly that the comrade in charge and the newbie should pay attention. The trial was about to become dangerous, and they needed to be on alert immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned back to look at him with worried expressions. Officer Lin continued, saying that this time, Water Country L had been discovered sending people across the border to invade the newbie area on an unusually large scale. After speaking, he saw a man walk in, and he saluted in the Wei Ying style. The man called out to everyone. The one who just entered was the highest commander of the central area, Jiang Kai Zhang Wei Ying. He paused and then said they must quickly prepare to respond. Su Lan Lan nervously asked back, "A large-scale foreign invasion, is that true, Wei Ying?" Wei Ying just sighed and replied, "If it were false, I would not be here." Su Lan Lan's face turned white. She thought this was bad. The invaders from Country L were the group that specialized in killing newbies to prevent special professions from developing. Scene changed to the trial area. The person by the fence shouted words of encouragement. The newbie responded. Then a caption bubble appeared because high-level people could not enter to help. But the professional invaders from Country L were different. They relied on their profession's characteristics to enter the newbie areas of other countries without facing resistance. They used cruel methods to hunt people, giving them a terrifying death experience. Memory brought up the newbie Chen Hai being caught, a knife held to his throat. He cried and begged, but it was hopeless. Only his miserable screams remained. Their goal was to make new soldiers afraid of logging into the Ghost Crystal. After being sent back, Chen Hai was not in his right mind, always clutching his head in fear. Su Lan Lan clenched her fist, slammed it on the table, and shouted loudly, "Hateful." She gritted her teeth, her face full of ferocity as she continued. Nuan Nuan's ability is weak. Once she meets those beasts. Wei Ying sighed and told her to prepare psychological counseling for the newcomers, because the large invasion had already happened. He said, "For this trial, we must prepare for the worst. No one survives." The three people Jiang Kai were currently walking together in the forest. Suddenly Jiang Kai turned his head, his eyes full of alertness as he spoke over there. Yuan Zhu saw his reaction and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Kai's eyes were cold as he looked in that direction, holding an iron rod ready to throw to check. Something is there. Yuan Zhu and Nuan Nuan felt nothing. Yuan Zhu said, "What are you doing? We just passed through there." Nuan Nuan also said there was clearly nothing. Jiang Kai was using the ghost eye, his eyes glowing. He continued, "No, further away." He put force into throwing the iron rod into the distance. Something is there. The iron rod had great penetrating power, flying fast through several layers of forest. Suddenly an echo came from afar, and Jiang Kai realized something. He quickly ran towards that spot, saying he hit it. Yuan Zhu and Nuan Nuan stood watching, not understanding what happened. Yuan Zhu was puzzled. Clearly nothing was seen. What could he have hit? Was Jiang Kai haunted or something? On the other side of the forest, the moonlight shone down. The iron rod Jai threw had pierced and killed a wild boar monster. When the group arrived there, they saw the scene before them. System notification appeared. Explorer Jiang Kai killed a level 2 wild beast. Current experience 199 out of 200. Yuan Zhu saw the notification and could only sigh. Jiang Kai, do you have eagle eyes? Nuan Nuan raised her hand to her mouth in shock. He even killed a level 2 wild boar. Jiang Kai went to the side of the beast, grabbed the iron rod and pulled it out, saying it was nothing surprising, just a new skill. Another system notification appeared asking if he wanted to collect the wild boar carcass and materials to make weapons. Jiang Kai quickly pressed yes. He opened the system to look at the collected card, thinking that the ghost hand throwing card skill had increased the damage potential for projectiles. The first two cards consisted of the ghost hand throwing card and the ghost eye focus, similar to a dual telescope and slow effect, helping with accurate long-range attacks. He continued thinking about the new card. Jiang Kai looked at the two people and said he was a bit short of experience to reach level 3. Nuan Nuan nodded. Yuan Zhu sighed, still being at level 1. Scene changed to a stream under the night sky. The water flowed swiftly, and someone's voice said 2 was not lucky. Jiang Kai's group was unaware of the lurking danger as they crossed the stream. The whisper sounded again. Unexpectedly, they encountered snacks as soon as they arrived. In the water, something emerged making a sound. A group of people appeared. The commander was named Jiang Ji. He said there were toys again. Jiang Kai turned around alertly, stood in front of Nuan Nuan, and loudly asked who they were. Jiang Ji slowly drew the saber from his back and said, "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people." He and his comrades looked at the three people with a savage smile, their voices full of madness, as they said they just wanted to open their chests, hang them to drain blood, or use them as monster bait. After speaking, they laughed loudly, slowly approaching to surround the three. Another figure slowly emerged from the water, holding a hat and saying the target this time was only one. Jiang Kai glanced at him with a look of shock mixed with curiosity. The one who appeared wore a mask with a pointed crest. His eyes glowed. He was Raven Beak, the captain of the cross-border team. He stepped onto the bank and said he wanted to ensure the newbies of St. Radiance could not pass the trial. Nuan was terrified, recognizing the group and telling Jiang Kai that they were the cross-border killers specializing in killing newcomers. Jiang Kai and Yuanzhu turned back to look at her in shock. Yuanzhu loudly asked what. Nuan opened her watch, and images of the cross-border team appeared. She checked their levels, all were level 3 and above, with the highest being level 5. Thinking about this group of high-level people, her mind went blank. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp. He thought, too many people, and there was actually a level 5 explorer. With his total attributes, he could contend with level 4, but level 5 unless. His train of thought was cut off by Ravenbeak's voice. He asked if the brothers had started. Jiang Kai's thoughts continued, damn it, I have no choice but to do this. Jiang Kai turned and ran, shouting to Yuanzhu and Nuan as he fled. The two of you stay together, we will split up for now. Yuanzhu and Nuan heard this and replied while running. Understood. Ravenbeak and his companions saw this and curled their lips into a smirk. He mocked. Is this a case of sharing blessings and shouldering calamities alone? Are all of you from St. Radiance like this? His eyes turned red, and he ordered his subordinates. Two of you charge and kill the one fleeing alone. The remaining two will let our team slowly torture the others. The two subordinates said in unison, understood. Both Jiangji and Red Eye had reached level 3. After speaking, those two immediately chased after Jiang Kai. The chase began. Red Eye and Jiangji followed Jiang Kai from one forest to another. While chasing, Red Eye laughed gleefully. That kid runs pretty fast. Jiangji replied, but he will be caught soon enough. Suddenly, Jiang Kai vanished from the sight of these two. In an instant, Jiang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Jiangji widened his eyes in shock. The two had to stop, cautiously observing their surroundings. Jiangji and Red Eye stood back to back, each watching a different direction. Jiangji spoke up, kid, want to play blind man's bluff with us? Red Eye chimed in, exciting, when we find you, the first thing we will do is break your legs. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's steel rod shot out from somewhere at extreme speed. Red Eye drew his sword, his voice excited. This brat wants to resist. An attack from a rookie, I do not even need to pay attention. As his words finished, a beam of light shot forward. Before Red Eye could do anything, he was sent flying far away. Jiangji watched his comrade fly over 100 meters away, still not understanding what happened. He asked, how did you fly off? What happened? But when he looked back, he'd only stare in shock. His pupils constricted as he saw Red Eye slumped beneath a tree, arms dangling limp, pierced through the body by the steel rod. Dead already. How is that possible? Jiang Kai walked out from the forest, smiling lightly. One strike, one kill. Is this what you call a fake strike? Jiang Kai's eyes were full of fighting spirit, his hand holding 3 feathers obtained from killing the wild boar. He said, not as strong as I thought. Jiangji opened his watch to check, stammering. Are you a newcomer from St. Radiance? How did you kill that level 3 guy? He looked at Jiang Kai's information on the screen, accompanied by a warning. Critical hit rate unknown. Fatal critical hit rate unknown. Jiangji pointed a trembling finger at him. What? I am level 3. My stats are only 45. This rookie has a full 60 points. How is that possible? Jiang Kai replied. Why is it impossible? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack on Jiangji, catching him off guard. Too fast. Jiangji knelt down defeated by Jiang Kai, his mouth groaning a few unintelligible words. Seeing both were taken down, Jiang Kai stood still and thought, success. My total stats are equivalent to level 4, so of course I can defeat level 3. Running earlier was to split their power, making it easier to strike. Now I am just a little short of leveling up to 3. According to my previous knowledge from Earth, just by killing explorers I can... Before he finished his thought, the AI brain appeared. You have eliminated an explorer. You may take the watch of the killed. Before the body disappears, do you confirm to take experience points? 2 level 3 explorers, each equivalent to 100 points. How much you take, the other will lose double. Jiang Kai excitedly. Indeed, I can steal experience points, and the experience from killing explorers is even more than killing monsters. Then I will only take 100 points from each. The AI brain confirmed, then disappeared. The system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. Jiang Kai excitedly looked at the information panel. Finally level 3. The panel displayed Explorer Jiang Kai, Profession Gambler, rank level 3. He went to the spots where Red Eye and Jiangji were, taking the watches from their hands. He muttered, now the total stats are 76 points, while a level 5 only has about 60. Jiang Kai held the steel rod, his eyes full of determination. Now I am strong enough to go back and save Yuanzhu and Nuan. The situation for Yuanzhu and Nuan was not optimistic. Yuanzhu was already injured, blood continuously flowing from his arm. Nuan's clothes were torn to shreds. Hansat, one of the pursuers, saw the two in a sorry state and spoke. A martial artist and a medic. I never thought we would run into 2 top-tier sacred class professions. Lan Ying, standing beside him, smiled and added, very tasty professions indeed. Another person held a short sword, watching Nuan treat Yuanzhu's wounds while smirking. You guys take your time grinding them down. Nuan treated the wound while tears welled up in her eyes. Yuanzhu Jiangkai is being chased by 2 assassins. Can he really not come back? Yuanzhu gritted his teeth to endure the pain, replying, definitely. Usually he chases girls, but in a real fight, a pair of eyes in the forest was observing the group chasing Yuanzhu. Yuanzhu looked at the group of invaders surrounding them, thinking, if a friend or a loved one is in danger, no matter how hopeless it is. Ravenbeak cut off his train of thought. We have played these games enough. This time, let us skin them alive. Hansat replied, all right. Yuanzhu continued his thought. Jiangkai, he will definitely show up. Suddenly, Jiangkai shot out from the forest like a gust of wind, emitting blue rays from his body. He threw something at the group of invaders. 2 of the group approached to deal with Yuanzhu and Nuan. When something flew in and pierced through their heads, they had no time to react. Nuan looked at the scene before her. She seemed to recognize what had just pierced through the heads of those 2. This short spear, Yuanzhu broke into a smile. I knew he would come back. Ravenbeak was slightly startled. He spoke. Who? Where? Was it you who snuck away earlier? If you have the guts, come out and face me. Amidst the vast forest, Ravenbeak turned around to search, but saw no movement or anyone's figure. He just stood motionless. Ravenbeak trembled in fear, his pupils constricting, thinking, I see nothing, I have no idea where he is. Could it be that Holy Radiance has a new profession for fresh newbies? If not, then he instinctively turned and fled. Run, just run. Yuanzhu and Nuan were stunned seeing Ravenbeak's fleeing action. Nuan blurted out, look, that team leader is running away. Within the dark night, a figure emerged. It was Jiangkai. He held a steel rod in his hand. You dare touch my brothers and think you can run? His eyes were full of anger. Leave your life here, fall for me. With these words, Jiangkai hurled the steel rod at Ravenbeak. The steel rod pierced straight through him, creating an explosion. Ravenbeak only had time to let out a single cry before collapsing to the ground. The ground was thick with smoke, the corpses of the intruder group lying scattered about. Jiangkai stumbled out of the forest, asking Nuan about the bandits. Nuan looking at him with tearful eyes. She intended to run and hug Jiangkai, her voice trembling as she said Yuanzhu was severely wounded. I could not save him. Yuanzhu knelt motionless, his body covered in wounds, blood flowing in streams. He opened his eyes and looked at Jiangkai. Jiangkai, I knew you would come back, but this time I might not see you all again. After saying this, he fell uttering 3 words, I am going ahead. Nuan sat beside Yuanzhu. He weakly pointed a finger towards Jiangkai. Taking risks with you 2 was the best memory live on for me in the future. His eyes slowly closed, straining to speak his final words, please strive to pass the trials. Hearing this, Nuan burst into tears and called out, Brother Yuanzhu. Jiangkai stepped forward, gripped his hand tightly as he looked down at him, calling out Yuanzhu's name. Suddenly, he tossed one of the intruders onto Yuanzhu. What nonsense are you muttering about? Nuan was startled and stopped crying. Being crushed, Yuanzhu cried out in pain as he jumped up. Who dares? He looked blankly at the still living man. Jiangkai explained that he had wounded those 6. They should kill them to gain experience and level up. Their health would fully recover. Nuan nodded. That was right. Killing explorers on a demon planet also gave experience. Yuanzhu asked in surprise, so was I tricked? Jiangkai spoke evasively. He smiled, then changed the subject. Earlier they tortured me. Now it is our turn to torture them. Landing the last hit with the left hand works too. Yuanzhu and Nuan laughed sinisterly in unison. Let them know the cycle of heavenly retribution. One of the men on the ground struggled to crawl away. Yuanzhu laughed with delight. Jiangkai, this is not really proper. The 3 of them looked at the man on the ground with sly eyes. Jiangkai laughed heartily. In Shenghui it is called returning the favor. A fine tradition. Yuanzhu replied, all right. I will uphold it with utmost seriousness. That man sat up straight and screamed, you demons, do not step over here. Scene changed. The alarm room of the Thief Administrator Bureau of Country L rang incessantly. Someone was shouting in the room, so terrifying, so horrifying. A group of people woke up, their minds unstable as they screamed. Lan Ying held her head in fear. Shenghui has a new person who slaughtered us all. He struck ruthlessly, sweat pouring from his forehead. He screamed that the experience points were stolen. His level was lowered. In the observation room, Huang Jiangkai looked at the screen in disbelief. What is going on? Could it be that Shenghui has a new class that can counter the thieves? At the same time, in the nation of Shenghui, Professor Li looked at the tablet, speaking urgently, this is bad. The data from Nuan's watch shows they have encountered the thieves. Su Lanlan asked worriedly, is my sister alright? Wei Ying said calmly, no new person has ever escaped. Prepare yourself for their deaths. Professor Li explained, that is not what I meant. He looked at the large screen. Nuan encountered the thieves but did not die. Instead, she even leveled up. Su Lanlan and Wei Ying were astonished. What? Wei Ying frowned. How is that possible? Clashing with them and not dying, but leveling up? Professor Li confirmed, if Nuan gained 1 level, I would believe it was from killing monsters. But she gained 2 levels. There is only one possibility. Wei Ying and Su Lanlan said in unison. They killed the group of thieves. The water glass in the commander's hand fell to the ground, the water spilling out. Lanlan called out, Commander. Wei Ying stood up and said loudly, quickly show me the data logs for Nuan's team. Professor Lee replied there. He quickly opened the data on the tablet for the commander to see. The information for the group of 3 appeared: Jiang Kai, level unknown, class unknown; Nuan, level 3 doctor; Yuanju, level 3 martial artist. Wei Ying was delighted. They really did reach level 3. If they did not kill the thieves, they could not have gained 2 levels in such a short time. Su Lan was skeptical. Nuan cannot fight. A martial artist has low damage. Could it be that all the thieves were defeated by Jiang Kai? That is truly exaggerated. Wei Ying laughed loudly. It must be Jiang Kai, but why is his class not determined? Professor Lee speculated. Every explorer carries a watch that updates info, but Jiang Kai uses a first-generation watch. Professor Lee projected an image. The first-generation watch on the demon planet. The server has been out of maintenance for over a decade. Connection is difficult, so his information cannot be viewed. Su Lan found it hard to believe. What era is this? And yet there is someone using an early generation watch. Wei Ying assessed him. Very good, this is interesting. Su Lan demanded, bring me all the files on Jiang Kai. I will investigate that boy. He replied there. Back with Jiang Kai's group, Yuanju looked at the info panel excitedly. Incredible, I really did level up and revive with full health. Nuan opened her info panel, so happy she slightly tightened her grip. I never thought I did too. Yuanzu examined his new skill, joyful as a child. I have the terrain shift stamp skill. Now I can knock enemies flying. The skill is activated. Nuan touched the notification screen. The doctor's heart skill was unlocked. Healing ability became stronger. Jiang Kai saw them happy. He raised his hand to touch his chin and thought, the skills of warriors and doctors are very practical. Yuanju stepped forward, his voice not joking. I am 1 level higher than you. Now I can beat someone who crossed realms like you. Jiang Kai opened his info panel. You think level 3 can beat me? I am now level 4. Look at the attributes. Yuanju saw the info panel, his eyes bulging, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, huh? Yuanju held his head, his face full of disbelief. He screamed that this brat had reached level 4 at some point, clearly only level 2 just now. Nuan also looked at Jiang Kai with sparkling, admiring eyes. She added that his total attribute points were 96, comparable to an 8-star explorer. Jiang Kai calmly looked at them and replied that he had killed a crosser while escaping, which made him level 3. Then Wei Ying arrived and killed 5 more, so he leveled up to 4. Yuanju's face twisted with unwillingness after hearing that, calling him even more monstrous than himself. Nuan stepped forward and asked Jiang Kai what the next step was. He looked at her and answered, next. He paused for a moment before making a decision. Earlier, he heard that team leader say they were the second crosser team. So then next, we go kill team 1. Both Yuanju and Nuan were shocked, shouting out aha in unison. Half a day later, in the novice forest, a group of people walked through the forest, and someone laughed loudly, saying it was truly a joke. In the forest, a group of savage crossers were talking. One clinging to a tree branch spoke up, saying Team 2 was wiped out by some newcomers, something no one could have dreamed of. The one below, with spiky hair and sharp teeth, continued, that's right, just let them retire. His name was Yifang, a level 5 member of the first crosser team. A tall man with a tattoo on his arm and a scar on his cheek spoke up to warn everyone. He said not to be careless. If the higher-ups had mentioned this, they needed to be on guard. He was Taiba, the captain of the first crosser team, level 5. One scoffed contemptuously, guard against what? The highest in the novice zone is only level 5. The whole team is level 5. Meet a god, kill a god. Meet a Buddha, kill a Buddha. Another chimed in. Over here, Jiang Kai's group of 3 hid in the shadows, observing that bunch. Yuanju squatted on the ground, watching them leave, and asked Jiang Kai in a worried tone if he was sure about fighting 9 level 5 crossers. Nuan also fearfully advised that they should just leave. Jiang Kai hid behind a tree, still watching the group. He softly reassured them, don't be afraid. With Mart stats, even if I can't defeat them, protecting you all and Wei Ying's retreat won't be a problem. Besides, if we don't kill them, they will strike against our country's newcomers. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Kai charged out, both hands gripping the iron pipe tightly. He said as he ran, rather than passive defense, it's better to strike first. Yuanju and Nuan saw him dash off before they could react. The 2 of them quickly shouted, hey, you. Taiba turned his head to look behind him, his eyes full of vigilance. Seeing someone charging at them, he clenched his hand into a fist to remind his companions, careful, someone's coming. Group turned to look. Yifang opened his watch to check Jiang Kai's information, smirked proudly and said, I see. A level 4 newcomer. He Ying beside him cautiously spoke up. Surviving here at level 4 is impressive. Could be the one who killed Team 2. Taiba heard that and let out a sinister smile. Not bad. This is a big discovery. He waved his hand to give orders. Everyone stay in formation, pursue carefully, capturing him is merit. The group chorused in response. Yes. Jiang Kai ran ahead, luring them. He turned his face to look back, frowned and thought, not good. These crossers even know to keep formation. The original plan was for him to lure the enemy, waiting for Yuanju to find a chance to use Earth Stomp to blast them all away. Then he would seize the opportunity to finish them off. But the crosser formation was too spread out. If Yuanju couldn't blast them all in one go, Jiang Kai ran and thought they were still chasing behind him. If a few were left out, there was a high chance they would escape. But regardless, they still had a countermeasure. Jiang Kai suddenly stopped, continuing to think, only if he wanted to completely annihilate the crosser group. He used his foot to brake, spun around, planted one hand on the ground, and channeled all his strength into the iron pipe he held up. He charged straight at the chasing group, blue lightning enveloping his entire body. As he charged, he made a bold decision. Perhaps he needed to use all his capital. Yi Fang and Hai Ying, leading the charge, saw Jiang Kai turn and rush back. Both froze, unable to believe their eyes. They wondered why this guy was turning back. Seeing Jiang Kai, iron pipe in hand, charging close to just a few steps away, Fang charged forward with his knife, laughing wildly. "Where are you running, little brat, scared shitless and can't run anymore?" He swung his knife, landing a cut on Jiang Kai's arm, his face full of arrogance, telling him to wake the fuck up. His arm was slashed, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, only letting out a cuff. In his mind, Jiang Kai thought, no, not close enough yet. He turned around again and bolt ran, shouting loudly as he ran, still running. Seeing that the crosser group seemed to have gathered in one spot, Jiang Kai thought they've regrouped. Hai Ying, knife in hand, spoke up, "Skin him." Jiang Kai charged again at Hai Ying's group, still thinking, still not close enough. Jiang Kai rushed forward, cleverly dodging each attack from that group one by one. Tai Ba saw the scene before him and spoke up, "What are you doing?" But it was too late. Before his eyes, Jiang Kai was right there, charging straight at Tai Ba with his iron pipe. He started to sweat profusely. "We are level 5. How can a little level 4 brat dodge all those attacks?" Hai Ying only then opened his watch to check again, then shouted, "Captain, something's wrong." He looked at the constant alerts on the screen and continued. The time was too short earlier to check his stats. But just now, using the advanced scanner, he discovered that, although the total stats were unclear, he had found his agility. Jiang Kai had already charged in, his body enveloped in a blue glow, his eyes shining as well. Hai Ying's voice rang out again, almost within 30 points. Tai Ba heard this, astonished beyond belief, stammering, "What, 30 points of agility?" Yi Fang heard this too, turning back in fury, shouting, "You must have seen it wrong. My agility hasn't even reached 20. If he is so much higher than me, how could I have blocked him?" Tai Ba was stunned. He raised his hands to defend, watching Jiang Kai pass by everyone. He thought, no, the scanner rarely makes mistakes. If that brat really has such high agility, could he have been pretending to be chased by us? Tai Ba only then realized he had been tricked and shouted loudly, "No, we've fallen for it, scatter now." His subordinates heard this and stood frozen in place. One of them spoke up, "What?" Jiang Kai stood amidst the crosser group, his eyes glowing. He let out a cold snort and said, "A bunch of idiots finally figured it out, but now your formation has all crumbled into a single mass." Before he finished his sentence, a golden lightning bolt appeared above the group's heads. Jiang Kai continued, "It's too late." It was Yuan Zhu, descending from above into the gathered crowd, a golden light power enveloping his body. Yuan Zhu unleashed his move, Earth Stomp. A huge explosion occurred instantly, sending the crosser group flying far away, only letting out a brief "ah." Jiang Kai saw the situation, smirked slightly. "Well done, Yuan Zhu." Next, Jiang Kai's body emitted blue lightning again, his hands gripping the short segments like those he used to destroy the second crosser team. Jiang Kai pressed his advantage after Yuan Zhu's attack, running and saying, "Leave it to me." As he finished, the first crosser team lay sprawled on the ground. Jiang Kai stopped, the light on his body fading away. He let out a heavy breath, all cleaned up in one go. Yuan Zhu saw this, walked over and screamed, "9 level 5s all killed. Jiang Kai, you are too monstrous." The system sent a notification to Jiang Kai. Adventurer Kai killed 5 level 5 poachers, plundering 2,000 experience. Adventurer Jiang Kai topped the novice zone experience rankings, leveling up to the max level, level 5. He looked at his own status panel with a faint smile, finally reaching level 5. In his heart he thought, killing one adventurer increased a level, but stealing experience gave double. Nuan looked at Jiang Kai with admiring eyes, exclaiming, "Jiang Kai, you reached level 5. Yuan Zhu also chimed in, "My gosh, you are top of the leaderboard." Jiang Kai turned around, calmly replying, "It is nothing, just experience from killing adventurers." He looked at the 4 survivors lying weakly on the ground, saying, "I left 4 of them with a sliver of health left. You 2 finish them off and steal the experience." Nuan heard this and immediately agreed. Yuan Zhu also asked, "Jiang Kai, what will you do next?" Jiang Kai looked towards Wei Ying, replying, "Earlier, to boost combat power, I killed monsters to gain points. Now that I have enough, I will lead you to kill monsters. Wait until you have enough points, then we go to the end point." Nuan and Yuan Zhu were excited upon hearing this. Nuan smiled with squinting eyes, Sounds great. Yuanzhu rubbed his muscular arm. Finally, it is our turn to kill monsters. After eliminating the group of trespassers, the three continued their monster hunting journey in the forest. Jiang Kai walked ahead and reminded them, close to destination, we can sweep a lot of points. But the closer we get to the end point, the scarier the monsters become. There might even be a beginner zone boss. We must be careful. Jiang Kai took the lead, Yuanzhu brought up the rear, both on high alert. Nuan walked behind Jiang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, all three were frightened by the scene before them. A human-faced beast lay on the ground, its body not intact, its eyes rolled back and bulging out, extremely gruesome. Nuan stammered in fear. It is a human-faced beast corpse? Yuanzhu looked closely. There are many bite marks on their bodies. Were they killed by something biting them? Jiang Kai calmly activated his ghost eye to observe. Talent-focused ghost eye. In an instant, strange symbols appeared in his eyes. He looked at the human-faced beast corpse while speaking. Earlier, from a distance, I saw a golden light here. It seems a golden monster killed these two beasts. Nuan heard this and immediately asked, a golden creature? The three did not know that something was already stalking them from behind. Suddenly, a surge of golden power appeared. Yuanzhu still had not realized that thing was behind him and kept rambling. What creature could kill two human-faced monsters? It is not targeting us, is it? Suddenly, the sphere released lightning bolts that attacked Nuan and Jiang Kai. Unable to dodge in time, Nuan only cried out in pain. What is that thing? Yuanzhu tried to raise his hand to block, opening one eye and shouting loudly, golden color, a golden creature. It really is targeting us. After attacking the two, it lunged towards Jiang Kai. At this moment, he stood still, not reacting yet. He merely widened his eyes to observe. Yuanzhu held his injured arm, yelling in pain, Jiang Kai, be careful, that thing has high damage. Be careful not to get bitten to death. Jiang Kai threw away the iron pipe in his hand, catching that golden light stream. Seeing this, Nuan was worried while Yuanzhu was shocked. Both stared at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai himself was frozen for a few seconds because he had caught whatever it was with his bare hands. It turned out to be a chubby mouse that he held tightly in his hand. Yuanzhu was dumbfounded. What? It was that fast, and yet Jiang Kai... Nuan covered her mouth with her hand, caught it barehanded. Jiang Kai looked at the mouse in his hand. Huh? You guys thought it was fast? Is it not just a fat mouse? Upon hearing this, the mouse became furious and squeaked. You bastard. Who are you calling slow and fat? Getting caught was just a careless mistake. Jiang Kai watched it cursing at him and smiled gently. This mouse is still unconvinced. So As he spoke, he released his grip and dropped the mouse. Let you go and see. Suddenly, its eyes emitted a golden power and it opened its mouth wide. How dare you look down on me? It once again charged at Jiang Kai, carrying golden lightning arcs. Seeing this, Yuanzhu clutched his head and yelled, Jiang Kai, you brat, why did you let it go? That thing is what bit those two human-faced monsters to death. Jiang Kai once again caught the mouse with his bare hands. Then he released it again, saying calmly, it is fine, it is too slow for me. Jiang Kai kept repeating the action, catching the mouse and then releasing it, treating it like a game. Yuanzhu saw this, his face stiffening. Huh? Is Jiang Kai that fast? Nuan covered her mouth, looking amazed, so cool. After a few minutes, the mouse finally waved a white flag in surrender, obediently lying still in Jiang Kai's hand. Jiang Kai looked at the mouse lying obediently in his hand and spoke up. This mouse has been tamed by me. It is not running anymore. Yuanzhu saw the obedient mouse, his mouth agape. Jiang Kai, you caught a pet with your hand. Speed. The three turned back to look at the corpses of the two human-faced monsters. Jiang Kai said, I do not know if this mouse can be tamed as a battle pet, but claiming the corpses of the two human-faced monsters is also very profitable. Jiang Kai placed the mouse on his shoulder, looking at Nuan and Yuanzhu. You two are close to level 4. Each of you claim a corpse, then find monsters to sweep. Try to reach level 5 before the trial ends. Nuan looked at the fat mouse on Jiang Kai's shoulder, her eyes sparkling as she nodded. The little mouse is so cute. Yuanzhu looked dejected. I feel that compared to Jiang Kai, a martial artist like me is nothing. Scene change. At this moment, deep in the forest, a man walked with firms. He wore a blue robe, his face covered, only a bit of hair showing. As if seeing something ahead, he laughed loudly with joy. I am here, finally here. Finally, after so long, I have reached the end point of the beginner zone. Before him now was a massive city. This was the Holy Prophecy City. He walked up the stairs step by step towards the higher ground. City gates opened, and a group of people holding spears slowly walked out. 3 people descended the steps and came before the robed man. The leader stepped forward to greet him. Newcomer, congratulations on passing the trial. We are the guides. Welcome to becoming an explorer of Ghost Star. This person was Xia Tao. Xia Tao placed a hand on his shoulder, consoling him. Unfortunately, someone before you took the first place spot, but rankings are not important. Passing the trial is already not bad. As soon as the words left his mouth, he shoved Xiaotao's hand away and snorted coldly. Chief officer, it is true that I am not the first person to arrive here. He raised his hand and opened the collection of cards he had gathered, his voice full of self-satisfaction. But what makes you think I am not number one? The three were extremely shocked to see he had so many cards. Jia Wei, the person standing behind Xiaotao, spoke up. What? The leaderboard is based on points. Having that many monster identification cards can be exchanged for a lot of points. Xiaotao continued. For someone like you to kill that many monsters? At this moment, he slowly pulled his hood down, laughing loudly with a contemptuous tone. Ridiculous. He was a man with spiky yellowish hair, and he declared loudly, I am the second young master of the Huang family, a future high-level member of the Xuanwu Guild. Before coming to Ghost Star, I underwent special training. The second young master of the Huang family, Huang Wei. Xiaotao was even more shocked upon hearing this. He seemed to confirm again. What? The Huang family that owns the Xuanwu Guild? Jia Wei also chimed in. Xuanwu is one of the top 10 guilds. It is strange for a large family. Xiaotao turned to congratulate him, then congratulations to you. Based on points, you are not only the number one of this trial, but might even make it in the top 10 of the Holy Radiance ranking. Jiang Kai stretched his arms wide, tilting his head back to the sky with a loud laugh. Taking a brief moment to relax here, getting first place in the trial was only the beginning. Just give me a little more time, and Ghost Star will surely become my era. Scene transition. Deep within the beginner trial area, Jiang Kai's group was still hunting monsters in the forest. After walking a long stretch without seeing any monsters, Jiang Kai wondered. Strange, logically the deeper you go, the more monsters there should be, so why haven't we encountered any? Jiang Kai glanced behind him and laughed. It couldn't be that they all ran away because of that mouse, could it? No way. Nuan walking behind was focused entirely on the fat mouse sleeping on the brim of his hat. The little mouse was so cute. Suddenly a loud noise sounded, and the whole group turned their heads to look at Wei Ying. Something had begun to make them fearful. A clawed hand with sharp nails suddenly appeared on the ground. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed, this is a shadowless wolf. A pack of ferocious wolves was advancing towards the three people. At this moment, a massive wolf emerged last, each of its steps radiating a surge of green power. The large wolf with gray-white fur and a scar over one eye was none other than the beginner area boss of Sacred Radiance Kingdom, the Shadowless Wolf King. The three of them, Jiang Kai, Nuan, and Yuanzhu, stood back to back, their faces pale. Jiang Kai recognized the wolf and shouted, damn it, this is the Shadowless Wolf King boss. So there were no monsters because we rushed into its territory. The wolf pack had now surrounded the three, and they all said in unison, we're trapped. Yuanzhu looked at Jiang Kai, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Kai, I heard the Wolf King is the strongest creature in the beginner area. No one has ever killed it. Meeting it only means death. What do we do now? Jiang Kai gripped the iron pipe in his hand tightly, thinking, the wolf pack is too numerous. I could run alone, but Yuanzhu and Nuan can't. There's no choice but to risk everything. Having thought it through, he spoke loudly to the two who were standing rooted to the spot. Yuanzhu, Nuan, we can't escape. Only by killing the Wolf King can we break the encirclement. Let's coordinate and kill the Wolf King. Hearing Jiang Kai speak, the two agreed, alright. Jiang Kai charged forward. On the other side, Yuanzhu channeled his power and struck the ground with immense force, shouting, watch me. Yuanzhu's strike caused a huge explosion, with electricity from the punch shooting straight into the sky. The ground shook and the wolf pack was blasted away. Seeing this, Jiang Kai praised, nice control Yuanzhu. Jiang Kai continued to give orders to Nuan. Nuan, quickly add poison to my weapon. She nodded, okay. It was Jiang Kai's turn. He chanted and unleashed two skills in succession while shouting, now watch me, ghost eye targeting, ghost hand throwing cards. Jiang Kai released a massive surge of light power. One of Jiang Kai's attacks shot straight at the Wolf King, causing the wolf to let out a howl. It gritted its teeth and snarled, its gaze full of rage as it looked at Jiang Kai's group. All three stood with their mouths agape in shock. Jiang Kai exclaimed, what, it can't penetrate the Wolf King's defense. At that moment, the Wolf King bared its sharp fangs and charged straight at the three. Seeing this, the other wolves also opened their mouths, full of sharp teeth, and charged forward. The three were under a relentless assault from the wolf pack. Nuan was injured and stammered, this is bad. The Wolf King commanded the wolves in a full-scale attack. Yuanzhu used his powerful arms to try and tear a wolf away, defending while speaking Jiang Kai. Attacking the Wolf King isn't working. Is there any other way? Jiang Kai wasn't faring any better. He was struggling with the wolf pack, thinking while fighting. No good, the Wolf King's defense is too strong. And the wolves are too many, can't kill them all. Suddenly, the fat mouse on Jiang Kai's hat was awakened by the commotion. It immediately yelled, get out. Seeing the wolf pack charging towards it, its face scrunched up in annoyance. It quickly identified the culprits, which were the wolves. Jiang Kai was still doing his best to fight off the wolf pack. At that moment, the little mouse grew angry, its whole body bursting into flames, its 2 rows of teeth clenched tight. This was an irritating nap interruption. Immediately, the little mouse shot out with a golden light power, attacking and taking down the wolf pack. It opened its mouth wide, its eyes burning red as it charged over to bite and tear at the Wolf King. The Wolf King was bitten and torn in pain, only able to let out roars. Jiang Kai was astonished. That mouse could actually bite through the Wolf King's skin. Realizing this, he immediately used ghost eye targeting. He clearly saw the wound on the Wolf King's body and thought, this mouse has bitten a wound open. Good. Its defense was too high earlier, so the attack failed. Now the Wolf King's skin is torn. Just need to focus the attack on that wound. Jiang Kai's train of thought was interrupted. He held a wolf's mouth shut, while his other hand immediately cast a skill. He channeled all his power into the iron pipe and threw it at the Wolf King. At the same time, he continued thinking, its defense will be useless now. The iron pipe hit the Wolf King, causing it to roar in agony. The little mouse on it was also sent tumbling to the ground with a thud. Seeing it was effective, Jiang Kai cast another skill, throwing 3 short daggers while thinking, it really is working. Just keep using ghost eye targeting to attack continuously, and we will definitely win. Under Jiang Kai's relentless attacks, the Wolf King was severely injured, its fur stained red with blood and patches. Jiang Kai delivered the final blow, causing the Wolf King to explode, triggering a critical damage multiplier of 200 times. The explosion was so massive that Nuan and Yuanju had to squint. Nuan raised her hand to shield her eyes and exclaimed, what, Jiang Kai did it in one hit. Yuanju also chimed in, he already killed the shadowless Wolf King. Jiang Kai stood frozen in place. System notification appeared congratulating explorer Jiang Kai for defeating the beginner area boss, Shadowless Wolf King. Jiang Kai couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, what, I was planning for a long fight, and it ended up triggering X200 critical. Makes sense, I hadn't triggered one in all that sweeping, so it's normal for one to pop now. Seeing the Wolf King fall, the wolf pack immediately became like headless snakes, slowly retreating backwards. The wolf pack turned and fled in all directions. Nuan noticed and spoke up, Jiang Kai, look, the wolf pack seems to be trying to run away. Jiang Kai asked the two of them, Yuanju, Nuan, can you still fight? Both answered in unison, yes. Jiang Kai nodded, then that's good. After speaking, he seemed drained of energy as he charged forward again. Now without the Wolf King's command, this pack of wolves were just fish on the chopping board. Yuanju also gritted his teeth and said, remember how they dealt with us earlier? All 3 of us agreed not to let them off, kill them. The 3 of them charged at the wolf pack together, coordinating seamlessly with each other. Jiang Kai and Yuanju attacked, while Nuan stayed behind to support them with healing. When the wolves were lying scattered on the ground, they laughed loudly in celebration. So it was finished. Looking at the wolves on the ground, Yuanju said happily, I never thought we could take down the beginner area boss. Nuan also cheered happily. We are really too amazing. Jiang Kai turned to look at the 2 and spoke, I left behind many shadowless wolves with low health earlier. You 2 go quickly and rack up more points. Nuan nodded upon hearing this. Yuanju also asked, so what happens next? Jiang Kai replied, we have a lot of points in our hands right now. Next, of course, is to head to the final destination. A few hours later, when dawn broke, the 3 finally reached the destination, a place bustling with many people coming and going noisily. Yuanju observed and said, is this our Sacred Radiance Kingdom's territory on the Spirit Star? Nuan also shouted excitedly. It's so magnificent. Jiang Kai heard them and chimed in, of course. Sacred Radiance City is the largest hub for the people of the Sacred Radiance Kingdom on the Spirit Star. Suddenly the mouse jumped down from Jiang Kai's hood and ran off. Nuan noticed it and reminded Jiang Kai that the mouse was running away. Seeing this, Jiang Kai calmly said, it's fine, that's its freedom. If fate allows, we might meet again. Final reception station for newcomers. This place was extremely lively with many people coming and going. Xiatao was now leading the way for Jiang Kai's group of 3. He said happily, congratulations on passing the trial. I am Xiatao, the guide for newcomers. Now all the newcomers who passed the gate are here. Jiang Kai looked at him and said, officer, can I see the rankings of those who passed the trial? Xiatao replied, of course. From afar, Wang Wei had already spotted them. He flashed a sinister smile. What a coincidence. He walked towards Jiang Kai, pointed at the watch on his wrist, looking smug. Who would have thought some errand boys working for me would also join the trial? How about I let you see the leaderboard? Jiang Kai saw him, his face darkened with displeasure. He thought, I didn't expect Wang Wei to be here this early. Wang Wei opened the leaderboard, said triumphantly, I am in first place, and you guys also grabbed the top spot perfectly. But it's counting from the bottom up. Another group of people also jeered at Jiang Kai. The one leading was Liang Wen, his voice full of sarcasm. Look at these trash their results like this. And they dare to ask, followed by Hai Tao, who laughed along, not even a fraction of a useless person. Jiang Kai's gaze was icy as he looked at Huang Wei, thinking to himself, his sister came to the Spirit Star to make money for him, went to work at Huang Wei's house, and this bastard had harassed his sister many times. Furthermore, Huang Wei often used his brother's illness to humiliate him. He remembered the times he was beaten by Huang Wei and his gang. He could only lie on the ground enduring the gritting his teeth. After every beating, Huang Wei would triumphantly laugh and mock. Your brother is a sick dog and you are a coward. Yuanzhu was dissatisfied. He was about to rush forward and curse him. Huang Wei, I advise you to clean up your mouth. Jiang Kai saw this and held him back, persuading him, it's nothing, Yuanzhu. Seeing everyone starting to quiet down, Jiang Kai stepped forward and said, I am sorry to inform you all, but the leaderboard will soon be rearranged, because the top 3 spots have been taken by us. Huang Wei's group heard this and laughed loudly as if hearing a joke. Huang Wei pointed to his own head and said, Are you insane? 3 people taking the top 3 spots, relying on your mouth? He laughed and said again, Officer, I think these people are sick. Another person in his group also spoke up. That's right, they need mental treatment. 3 idiots. Jiang Kai turned and said, Yuanzhu, Nuan, we don't need to pretend anymore. Nuan nodded upon hearing that. Yuanzhu reached out and touched his watch and said, I've been waiting for you to say that, so let's flip the cards. When Yuanzhu's watch opened, thousands of monster cards appeared. Huang Wei's group was stunned, their mouths agape. Huang Wei refused to accept it, gritting his teeth tightly. What the hell? His eyes nearly popped out looking at the pile of cards. How could there be so many monster corpses? Not only the human-faced beasts, but also so many shadowless wolves. Impossible. The group flipped through the cards. Someone suddenly spoke. I even see a shadowless wolf king. Huang Wei couldn't believe it. He said angrily, what kind of joke is this? You and your group are all trash. How could you kill so many monsters? Even a shadowless wolf king. How can this be possible? Jiang Kai didn't bother looking at him. He just smirked and said, true or false, the leaderboard has already told you. Everyone opened the leaderboard. Whispers and murmurs arose endlessly. Look, the leaderboard has really changed. If so, their points are real. Huang Wei gritted his teeth. He opened his own watch to check. How could this be? Furthermore, they really did take the top 3 spots. Jiang Kai calmly put his hands in his pockets. He laughed and said, do you think that's all? He stepped forward a few steps. Officer, may I ask if eliminating infiltrators counts? Jiang Kai then threw out a pile of watches and continued, will that add extra points? Jia Tao saw the pile of watches before him. He was extremely surprised and said, these are the watches of infiltrators from other nations. Huang Wei's group heard this and were also shocked. What infiltrators? Huang Wei laughed wildly, mocking, you've exposed yourselves. How could rookies eliminate infiltrators? You're a bunch of frauds. He spread his arms, spoke loudly for everyone to hear. Besides, there were no infiltrators in this trial. Everyone. Has anyone here encountered an infiltrator? A group of people heard this and raised their hands in agreement. No, we didn't meet anyone at all. He pointed at Jiang Kai's group and continued, Officer, look at how many witnesses there are. Besides them, no one met any infiltrators. They must be frauds. I suggest we cancel their results and investigate them seriously. Xia Tao was at a loss for how to handle this. He only managed to stammer. Well, the surrounding crowd began to pressure him. Deal with it. Deal with it seriously. Punish these liars quickly. A person suddenly stepped out from the crowd and said, everyone rest assured, the sudden appearance of infiltrators is real. We just haven't had time to inform everyone yet. Huang Wei stood frozen upon hearing this. The person who stepped out was Luo Jun. He was the deputy commander of the Jiang Kai Central City Military District. He wore a white suit and glasses as he stepped out, followed by 2 others. He spoke slowly. I was very surprised when I first heard the news, but the higher-ups personally requested that I commend the 3 of Jiang Kai, proving this is completely true. Huang Wei's group broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. Hai Tao and another person said in unison, what, that's Luo Jun, the deputy commander of Jiang Kai Central City. Such important figures are all here, proving they really are the ones who eliminated those infiltrators. Huang Wei could only stammer a few words. Is it really so? Luo Jun walked up to Jiang Kai and spoke, Jiang Kai, the military wants to encourage you for resolving the infiltrator crisis, so they have decided to upgrade your equipment rewards. People standing outside could only say in unison, huh? Luo Jun looked at Jiang Kai. He smiled lightly and continued. Originally, the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place were B rank. They will become A rank, and the reward for your 1st place, Jiang Kai, goes from A rank to S rank. The 3 of them, Jiang Kai, Yuanzhu, and Nuan, were overjoyed upon hearing this. Yuanzhu laughed loudly and said, really? Nuan also smiled brightly. That's great. Jiang Kai spoke to thank him. Thank you. People standing outside were utterly shocked. One man grabbed his head with both hands as he stepped forward. He shouted, what? The reward changed from A rank to S rank. Hai Tao also froze upon hearing this. Getting equipment like that right from the start. In Jiang Kai's mind at this moment, he was imagining the ghost crystal class of Jiang Kai. He stood on on the podium teaching. In front of him, the equipment on the ghost crystal was ranked from S rank to F rank, F being the lowest quality and S being the top grade. Generally speaking, B rank and C rank quality equipment was already quite good. A and S ranks being rarer was what all explorers dreamed of. Huang Wei, standing outside, heard this, his hands clenched into fists, trembling violently. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging, thinking to himself, even if Jiang Kai got an S rank reward it wouldn't matter, but this dares to push me down from the top to 4th place. Huang Wei raged, his face bright red as he shouted, unfair, the results this time must be problematic. What is the Jiang Kai to surpass me? Jiang Kai looked at him with cold eyes. He opened his mouth and said each word to him. Huang Wei, the military has confirmed it, and you still don't believe it. Furthermore, I warn you not to bother my family. The man in armor shouted to stop him, but it was too late. Huang Wei, as if he had heard nothing, drew his sword and challenged. So what, did I say something wrong? Your whole family is nothing but low-class rabble. He stood before Jiang Kai and continued to insult him. Your brother is a sick dog, your sister is a servant, and you are just a beaten mess. Do you dare to step on my head today? Jiang Kai's face darkened and he remained silent. Huang Wei raised his sword and charged at him, shouting, your servant's sister is still working for my family. You dare to provoke me? Do you believe I'll take her out? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Kai swung his sword and slashed him across the body. A large gash tore open on Huang Wei's chest, blood splattered everywhere, and he had no time to react. Liang Wen and Hai Tao were horrified and exclaimed, what the hell? Nuan and Yuanzhu also spoke up, seeing that Jiang Kai had already targeted Huang Wei. Luo Jun stood outside, merely smiling with a complex look in his eyes. He thought to himself, so he made his move. Seeing Jiang Kai gravely wound Huang Wei, Liang Wen was utterly shocked. Huang Wei knelt down trembling, and an outsider said, Huang Wei belongs to one of the top 10 guilds. Does Jiang Kai dare to lay a hand? Huang Wei was drenched in sweat, covering the wound on his chest, and gritted his teeth, saying, Jiang Kai, you dare to attack me? Do you know what you will face? Jiang Kai turned around holding an iron pipe and replied coldly, you spread rumors to harm my family. I don't need to know who you are. Huang Wei looked at him at that moment and felt an involuntary fear. Jiang Kai took steps toward him, walking as he spoke. Family is the most important thing. As long as anyone dares to touch them. The crowd of onlookers watched his actions, silent and not daring to speak. He stood before Huang Wei, raised the iron pipe, and enunciated each word, no matter who it is, I will definitely strike. Huang Wei trembled, raised his hand to shield himself and begged, wait. Jiang Kai showed no mercy and thrust the iron pipe straight at him. I will also kill that person. Pierced through the body by the iron pipe, Huang Wei screamed in agony. When Jiang Kai withdrew the iron pipe, Huang Wei had stopped breathing. The system announced, Explorer Jiang Kai has killed level 1 Huang Wei. Can plunder 6 experience points. Choose to plunder? Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought, only 6 points. Is a big family that poor? Seeing him kill Huang Wei, Liang Wen and the others were terrified. One person yelled, he dares to kill the young master of the Huang family. The Xuamu Guild is a massive power. Another chimed in, this guy is too bold. Luo Yun kept his hands in his pockets, watching him from behind and silently evaluated, not bad, the kid is reckless but upright, worthy of the superior wanting to meet him. Seeing the chaos, Luo Jun coughed lightly a few times and says now Huang Wei made the first move to challenge, and Jiang Kai retaliated in self-defense. This matter should end here. He waved his hand to signal Jiang Kai's group to follow. The 3 of you come with me. I'll take you to claim your rewards. Jiang Kai replied, yes, thank you, officer. Yuanzhu looked at him with sparkling eyes. You were awesome just now. Nuan said, you're too nosy. Inside a tent, several people were standing. Inside the tent, 3 mystery gift boxes lay before Jiang Kai, Nuan and Yuanzhu. Luo Jun crossed his arms and said, been waiting long. These are military gear rewards for everyone. Open them quickly. Jiang Kai replied, thank you. Nuan opened her box, and a dazzling light radiated forth. Radiant gem flew before her. She said happily, life gem, the dream gear for junior healers. Luo Jun nodded, life gem, mental power increased by 15, healing and potion-making effects boosted further. Very good. Yuanzhu tried on the shimmering armor on his body and cheerfully raised his hand to show off. Look, mine is armor, how cool. Luo Jun clapped with a smile. Defense increased by 16, damage reduced by 16%, high-quality all-round offensive and defensive gear. Nuan stood behind curiously and urged Jiang Kai, hurry up and open it. He nodded, okay. Jiang Kai opened the gift box and a blinding light hit his eyes. Before him was a set of 9 short swords inside the box. The system displayed, gear unidentified needs identification. Luo Jun picked it up and mused. It actually needs identification to be seen? Yuanzhu said excitedly. Needing identification means it is definitely good. Luo Jun took out an identification card, handed it over, and said, good quality gear often needs identification cards. I have a few, I can help you. Soon as the identification card was used, the information on Jiang Kai's reward immediately appeared. 9 Calamities Life Seeker S-ranked weapon, 9 energy points, 9 penetration points, 9 agility points. Each use increases critical hit rate and damage by 10% up to 90%. When critical is activated, all effects reset. Luo Jun said, so it is a critical weapon. Newcomers have low attack power. Even with a critical, damage is not high. This S rank seems inferior to R rank. Yuan Zhu asked blankly, Officer, is this a bit of a scam? Can Jiang Kai's gear be exchanged? Luo Jun put his hands in his pockets and said, it is troublesome, but I can try to file an application. Jiang Kai immediately refused. No need to exchange, I want this one. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Kai picked up one of the short swords and examined it, thinking to himself, how could this gear possibly scam me? It is clearly the best suited for me. My critical damage is not double, but 200 times that of an ordinary person. As long as a critical lands, even the Shadowless Wolf King cannot stop it, but the critical hit rate is very low against strong enemies. I might die without landing a single blow, and then it would be useless. With 9 Calamities Life Seeker, each attack increases the rate by 10%. By the 9th slash it reaches 90%, almost guaranteeing a critical. He tossed the short sword high into the air, a proud expression on his face, thinking to himself, this is the perfect divine weapon for those who like to gamble. Luo Jun saw he was determined and nodded gently. Good, if you like it, no need to exchange. After passing the trial, you can return to Earth if you wish. Luo Jun approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying slowly, I just want to remind you, someone might come looking for you soon. I sincerely advise you to be careful when you return home. Hearing this, Jiang Kai, Yuanzhu, and Nuan stood dumbfounded, watching his retreating figure. Scene shift to the Holy Radiance Kingdom, the central city slums. Jiang Kai happily cycled home, thinking as he rode, I didn't expect to complete the novice trial so excellently. I wonder how my brother will react. Next, I'll get them out of the royal family as soon as possible. He stopped and looked at the old, worn-out building. After years of decay, trash is piled up and stinking. From now on, we won't have to live in the slums anymore. Big brother will be taken care of and elder sister won't be harassed. He held his phone, his eyes looking into the distance as if towards the family's bright future. Jiang Kai still thought, everything will become good. Jiang Kai put away his bike, went upstairs, opened the door, and called out loudly, Big brother, elder sister. He smiled warmly, stepped inside, and continued to call out, I'm back. Everyone, look how my novice trial went. No one answered. He opened his eyes and saw a man sitting on a chair. In his living room, a group of strangers appeared, all wearing fierce expressions. The man sitting on the chair caught his attention. He was Huang Da, who spoke up. Finally, there's a guard from this house. I heard that brat was quite impressive in the newbie challenge today, huh? He stammered, you are Huang Da, Huang Wei's brother. What do you plan to do? In his head, the thought rang out, trouble, how did the Huang family's people get here so fast? Before he could finish thinking, a hand from behind pushed him, sending him falling face first forward. 2 men held his arms tightly, forcing Jiang Kai to kneel, shouting loudly, kneel down. Jiang Kai tried to resist but was completely restrained. Huang Da stood up, holding a baseball bat in one hand and putting the other in his pocket, saying, Jiang Kai, do you know that my brother you killed on the demon planet is now undergoing psychological treatment? Only the Huang family bullies others. No one has ever dared to touch the Huang family. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, glaring directly at him. Huang Da's eyes were bloodshot, laughing maniacally. You made Huang Wei lose a month, so you have to pay with your life, you dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the baseball bat and swung it straight down at Jiang Kai's head. Jiang Kai's eyes widened, he gritted his teeth, but could not resist because the 2 men held him tight. Suddenly, his door was kicked open by someone. The door flew in, smashing straight into the 2 men restraining him, causing them to let go in pain. Both the men in front and Huang Da were instantly taken down, sprawling on the floor. Huang Da yelled loudly, who dares to do this? A tall man appeared beside him, followed by Su Lanlan. He spoke up, Jiang Kai, I told you to be careful when you were at home. He puffed on his cigarette, continuing, why didn't you take this matter seriously? Su Lanlan stepped in, holding up a piece of paper, her voice stern, don't move, the military is on a mission. The group of Huang Da was shocked to see the guards. One man exclaimed, a high-ranking guard commander from the central Jiang Kai military district. Huang Da was terrified. Why would such a big shot come here? The guard held the cigarette in his mouth, his expression fierce. We are here for Jiang Kai. Today, you have provoked the wrong person. Hearing this, Huang Da's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. Why would you come for him? What status does he have? Jiang Kai leaned against the wall to stand up, also wondering in his head, a big shot like a high-ranking commander is here for me? Facing the pressure from the military, Huang Da finally had to bow his head and apologize. The 2 large guards stood behind him, supervising him. The 3 people, Jiang Kai, the guard, and Su Lanlan, stood in the hallway. Jiang Kai expressed his thanks. Thank you for coming to save me, but I don't know why. The guard interrupted him. Don't be tense. We came to find you for a purpose. In this newbie challenge, you Yuanzhu and Nuan performed excellently. Do you know that after you left the front line, Yuanju and Nuan have been invited to join the military? We came here to invite you as well. The guard paused for a moment, took the cigarette from his mouth, blew out a puff of white smoke, and then continued. You are also a new class, aren't you? During the 3 words new class, Jiang Kai was stunned, not understanding how the guard knew about him. Su Lan Lan turned around to look at him, saying, Jiang Kai, do you know what the appearance of a new class means? Currently exploring demon planets has many classes. Every 20 levels, an explorer changes class once, altering attributes and skills. Some become stronger, some become weaker. Many classes become nearly useless in the later stages of class change, so the military is always searching for stronger new classes. She walked towards Jiang Kai, speaking slowly, and you possess a very powerful new class. So Jiang Kai, are you willing to join the military with the identity of a new class? After Su Lan Lan finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. The guard broke the silence. Don't worry, we're not forcing you. Sorry. Before coming here, we investigated your family and your brother's condition. Su Lan Lan continued. As long as you agree to join the military will protect your family and cover all the medical expenses for your brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai pursed his lips tightly and did not respond. The guard and Su Lan Lan left him standing in the hallway and left. Before leaving, the guard said, aren't you going to the demon planet for the money for your brother's surgery? If you agree, report to the military tomorrow. Su Lan Lan also instructed, just find me then. He watched the backs of the 2 people gradually disappear. Jiang Kai seemed to have made a decision. He spoke up, sorry, I refuse to join the military. Both of them were astonished. Su Lan Lan turned around and asked, why? Jiang Kai continued, I know joining the military is good, but it's only for classes with a future, like Yuanju's martial path or Nuan's doctor. He placed his hand on his chest, his eyes full of determination. But I am different. I am a new class. Like the Oracle of the past, when it was first discovered, it was also valued by the military. At that time, the military gave all-out support, and the Oracle was once at its peak. But then the military realized the Oracle became more useless as it developed. In the end, the Oracles were abandoned, their fate no different from beggars. He thought of his small family and continued, this time I was caught off guard, allowing the Huang family to act. We have to move out of the area the family controls. Thank you, but the 3 of us have leaned on each other for over 10 years now. Jiang Kai clenched his hands, showing his determination. We are more used to holding our own destiny than depending on others. Hearing this, Su Lan Lan said angrily, humanity is in a time of crisis. Your new class could change all of humanity. Humanity needs you badly. How can you think that way? Jiang Kai turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. Sorry, I'm not that noble. I just want to protect my family and live safely. Su Lan Lan wanted to say more, but the guard placed his hand on her shoulder, cutting her off. Enough, I understand the kid's thoughts. The guard lit a new cigarette, held it between his fingers, and said to Jiang Kai, a habit of over 10 years cannot be changed in a day or 2. But hey, your brother doesn't have much time left. The cigarette was 2/3 gone. He tapped the ash off and continued. Moreover, in this apocalypse, fighting alone is not very effective. He squinted and smiled. How about we make a bet? For the next month, the military will protect you from the Huang family. If you earn enough money for your brother's surgery and prove your strength, I will let you decline enlistment. But if not, the military will pay the hospital fees for your brother, but you will be forced to enlist. How about it? Su Lan Lan was stunned by the guard's foresight upon hearing this. The guard and Su Lan Lan once again stood before Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai smiled as if willing to follow his words. He replied, all right, I agree. Night had fallen. Jiang Kai was alone at home. He began to think again. Now he had to face pressure from the military. He needed to quickly return to the demon planet to earn money for his brother. He left a note for his eldest brother and younger brother, then left. The content read, Big brother, second brother, are you all still working overtime? I passed the test and will head back to the demon planet first. He left the house, walking through streets filled with homeless people and addicts. In his mind, the thought emerged, adding the threat from the Huang family. The 3 brothers could no longer live in this place. They had to move to a safer area. This time returning to Martin was a tough mission, but next time he would definitely come back with enough money. Jiang Kai returned to Weiying Holy Radiance City, also known as Demon Star Holy Radiance City. Returning to this place, it was still bustling with people coming and going. Jiang Kai had changed into a new set of equipment. Looking at the outfit on his body, he thought the adventure on Martin officially began after passing the novice trial. He looked up at the wooden sign above that read the words guild, then thought that newcomers wanting to make money on Martin must join a guild. The monsters on the Demon Star were too strong. Fighting alone was almost certain death. Therefore, all new explorers had to join a guild to form combat teams. A guild was a large team. Joining a guild helped newcomers follow veteran members to fight monsters and increase their survival rate. See if any guild would take him. He excitedly opened the door and walked in, saying, hello, I want to join a guild. The purple-haired girl named Z Swan sitting at the reception desk replied, sorry, are you Jiang Kai? Currently, you cannot join a guild. Jiang Kai asked back, why? She pointed at the photo of him marked with an X and explained, "Because you have offended the royal family, you are blacklisted by most guilds." After hearing this, Jiang Kai was frozen solid for a few seconds. This meant from now on he could only challenge the Demon Star alone. Scene change at the safe zone outside Holy Radiance City, the selection area. Jiang Kai came here alone. Many eyes were watching him from around. Jiang Kai walked while rubbing his head. What? Offended the royal family? No guild dares to accept me. Great Mountain Path, is it over before it even started? Suddenly, someone wearing a coat with a large patch on the shoulder stepped forward and called out, "Sir, are you worried about which area to hunt monsters?" Jiang Kai nodded and said. Jiang Kai turned around and saw a girl. She was explorer Hu Yan, profession fortune teller, level 29. She winked with a mischievous smile and said, "I am a fortune teller. I can calculate the best place for you. 100 demon star coins per reading." Jiang Kai looked at her speechless. He turned around to leave, waving his hand. "Sorry, I am an atheist." Hu Yan quickly reached out and called, "Wait." She waved her hands frantically, speaking urgently, "Sir, don't go, we can negotiate the price. 80-30, or I will give you a free reading. Consider it a startup discount." Hearing the word free, Jiang Kai did a 180-degree turn, his attitude cheerful as he smiled in front of her. "Free? Then I will trouble you. I am very superstitious right now." Hu Yan saw him change so quickly and could only stare wide-eyed, thinking in her heart, he turns back for free. This guy is really stingy. She opened her skill pouch, gritted her teeth, and took out the Bagua plate, thinking forget it, consider it practice to improve her skill proficiency. She held up the Bagua plate, and it immediately began to glow. She muttered some sort of incantation under her breath. After a moment, lines of glowing characters appeared before Hu Yan's eyes. She looked at them and said, "Sir, you are currently in danger. If you do not want to invite trouble, I advise you to leave." Before Hu Yan at this moment was Kingu, the king of Mountain Valley. Jiang Kai heard what she said. He raised his hand to his chin and thought, it was dangerous. The royal family was targeting him, but the safe zone had a rule against killing, so they did not dare make a move. He thought about the blazing wasteland plains with its bizarre creatures. The scenery was like a furnace, volcanoes erupting, lava flowing. This was a place for newbies level 1 to 10, but the royal family could send people to kill him. No, he switched to Peaceful Mountain Path. The place had green hills and clear waters, with mountains and rivers. But that place was for explorers level 15 and above. If he went there, he would surely die. Jiang Kai snapped out of his thoughts, looking towards the Valley King. This was an abyss area from level 10 and above. With his current strength, he could barely enter. Valley King. The royal family probably would not expect this place. He thought it over and made a decision. If he could not join a guild, he would fight alone to show them. The Valley Kingdom was the #1 target. Having thought it through, he immediately ran off, only turning his head to say to Hu Yan, "Thank you for your guidance." Hu Yan did not understand what was happening. She only knew to raise her hand in farewell. A moment later, her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Wait a minute, why was he going to the Valley Kingdom alone? She had said he needed a team. What kind of place was that? Was a newcomer not just asking for death? Having said that, she packed her things into her bag and prepared to leave. Forget it. This matter had nothing to do with her, as long as she did not get a 5-star rating retracted. Scene changed to the Valley Kingdom. Jiang Kai had already arrived. Before him were green hills and clear waters, a babbling brook. Jiang Kai looked at the surrounding scenery, thinking to himself this was the Valley Kingdom. He wondered what the monsters here were like. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him. He turned his head, his eyes full of vigilance. There was movement. From where the roar came, a beast with sharp fangs was opening its mouth, emitting powerful sounds. A giant mutated chimpanzee with long, protruding fangs was attacking a group of people. This group of people seemed to have been flung away by it. A boy with neatly tied blonde hair was still standing, loudly encouraging everyone to hold on. The system displayed the giant chimpanzee's information along with a warning. Monster, giant strong black ape, level 11, strength 172, constitution 68, agility 142, spirit 13, defense 3. Someone spoke up. The level 11 black ape. We are level 10. If we hold on a bit more, we can take its life. Attack even harder, come on. Everyone's spirits were lifted, they got into battle positions and answered in unison. Jiang Kai had arrived at the place where the roar came from. He hid behind a large tree to observe the situation. Jiang Kai looked at them, talking to himself. So this was an explorer team, so intense. The monsters here seemed very strong. He wondered what kind he would encounter. Suddenly, Jiang Kai realized something. His eyes widened. Jiang Kai turned his head. Behind him, 3 pairs of eyes from the monster beasts were all staring intently at him. Jiang Kai immediately jumped back to defend. Was it really here already? Speak of the devil and he appears. He opened the watch on his hand to check. Watch warned of serious danger from the 3 giant apes in front. Giant strong black ape, level 12 danger rating. Giant strong black ape, level 13 danger rating. Giant strong black ape, level 14 danger rating. Over on this side, the team from earlier had finished off the level 11 giant strong ape. A system notification notification appeared. The Heavenly Sword team had slain the level 11 giant strong black ape. They cheered in joy, finally victorious. We are too awesome. Someone gave a thumbs up to the blonde-haired boy. His name was Yu Hang, he said happily. Captain, we are level 10 and fought a level 11 black ape with no losses. Can this achievement be bragged about a bit more? The blonde-haired boy smiled smugly. His name was Jun Yie. Of course, look who the captain is. Before he could finish his sentence, they were attracted by a loud noise. They turned back and saw a shocking scene before them. 3 black apes were chasing after Jiang Kai. He was running for his life while dodging their attacks. In his mind, he thought, it seemed he had stumbled into their territory. Yu Hang saw the group of monsters rushing towards them. He said loudly, Captain, there is someone over there fighting 3 black apes. Jing Zheng continued, each one is higher level than the one we just fought. Everyone spoke worriedly, we have to go help. Jun Yi heard this and said in fear, you idiots, that guy definitely attracted 3 apes at once. We cannot even kill one of them now? Going over there is certain death. We better run quickly. Having said that, Jun Yi turned his back and left. Jun Yi turned his back to leave. Then suddenly a huge explosion occurred, causing him to freeze in his tracks. 1 black ape was sent flying. A system notification appeared. Killed a level 12 black ape. It was Jiang Kai. He used the judgment pursuit to kill the black ape. Having killed one, Jiang Kai thought happily. Good, pursuit increases critical rate with each use. The 5th strike will be super critical. Jun Yi's group saw the scene. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Jun Yi opened his eyes wide and said, we struggled with all our might just to kill one level 11. Jing Zhang added from behind, yet that kid alone. Jun Yi continued, in just a few seconds, he killed a level 12 one. The remaining 2 saw their comrade killed. They chased him even more ferociously. Jiang Kai ran while looking back, holding a pursuit in his hand. He thought to himself, then let us take another one down. He threw the pursuit in his hand, carrying immense power and hitting 1 black ape. The black ape before him exploded. The system notification sounded again, killed a level 13 black ape. Jiang Kai was delighted, his eyes brimming with confidence to kill the last one. He thought happily, this time just 1 pursuit. The increased critical rate had already triggered a super critical. Jun Yi's group saw him slaughter another one, their expressions even more incredulous. Jun Yi's mouth fell open wider as he stammered. What, he killed another one? Last black ape still did not give up. It continued to chase him madly. Jiang Kai ran for his life while thinking. Alright, now there was only one left. Jun Yi saw this and broke out in a cold sweat. He said, this is the strongest level 14 black ape. I do not believe he can kill it. Jiang Kai glanced behind him, calculating in his mind. Now he only had 3 pursuit throws left, but his stamina and physical strength were nearly exhausted. He could barely run anymore. He concentrated all his remaining strength into 3 pursuits, thinking to himself, he could only bet, before it caught him he had to try and increase the critical rate. Having thought this, he used his power to split the 3 pursuits into many pieces. Jiang Kai turned back, using his last bit of strength to throw the 3 pursuits. They carried blazing red streaks, striking towards the last black ape. Let us see who dies first between me and it. The black ape also charged towards him. The black ape charged forward, was blown apart by the 3 pursuits, only managing to scream a few times. Jiang Kai saw the black ape explode. He cheered happily. Nice, 1 blow used all my weapons. It really did trigger a critical strike. The black ape fell right where Tuan Gaiat's group was standing, once again leaving them dumbstruck. The system again announced the kill of a level 14 black ape. The faces of Tuan Gaiat's group turned from white to green, and they all said in unison, he actually killed all 3 of them. It took the dozen of them a long time to kill these 3. What kind of person is he? Jiang Kai approached the black ape, letting out a sigh of relief, surprised that this monster was not as hard to fight as he thought. He collected the 3 cards from the 3 black apes, thinking, now that he had 3 cards containing their bodies in hand, it seemed going alone was not too difficult. After thinking it through, he immediately ran off and Tuan Gaiat chased after him but could not catch up. Tuan Gaiat stood rooted to the spot, stirring up a fuss. It's over, the great god is gone. I should have made friends when I met him. He cried out in despair, saying, who told you guys to stop me from helping the great god earlier? How regretful. Wu Hang and Kantrung saw his state and were speechless, only thinking, isn't he the team leader? Scene changed to Chotan Plain. The crowd was gathering below. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Am I seeing things? Are there 3 martial artists? 1 soldier and 1 doctor. Another person said, isn't this the famous Falcon Squad from the Royal Swanwu Guild? Seeing one member of the squad strangling a girl with a chain, the murmurs grew louder. Why have they come to the newbie zone of Chotan Plain? They are really strong. Vaithai in the squad, she is the doctor. Martial artist tightened his grip on the girl's neck and lifted her up. She ordered with a cold snort, we have circled the plain once, and could not find that Jiang Kai. The levels of the Falcon squad began to reveal themselves. Level 20 doctor, level 20 martial artist, level 20 soldier. Truong Hai, who was strangling the girl, asked, I heard you are the one who saw him most recently. Tell us where he is. The person being strangled was none other than Hu Yan. She coughed hoarsely a few times, asking with difficulty, what do you people want from him? Another woman named Hong Yan spoke up. Isn't that known to everyone? Van Thai, standing nearby, sneered with a twisted smile. That Jiang Kai offended the royal family. We were sent to take revenge. Hu Yan, being strangled, used both hands to struggle, looking at the group with contempt. She replied, "Is that so?" Jiang Kai went to the king's valley. Go look for him there. Zhuang Hai heard this and immediately let go, causing Hu Yan to thud to the ground. He looked at her, his voice threatening. "Fine, but if you dare lie to me, when I come back you are dead." The passersby who were watching the drama chatted. One girl commented, "The Falcon Squad is the top level 20 explorer team of the royal family." Another person said, "Going up against a strong squad like this, Jiang Kai is surely dead." Hu Yan sat on the ground holding a yin-yang 5 elements item in her hand. She coughed a few times and replied, "Really strong? For someone without morals, even a fortune teller cannot predict the outcome." Her eyes turned dark. "I secretly did a divination just now, did a little calculation. When they go find Jiang Kai this time, the result is very likely to be..." Hu Yan paused for a moment, looking at the scary 8-trigram formation, shaped like a skull. She only said one word, death. One day later, King's Valley. After a day of hunting monsters, Jiang Kai opened the information panel, saying happily, "I have killed 16 black apes and finally reached level 6. The panel showed, Explorer Jiang Kai, Class Gambler, Level 6, Strength 24, Defense, Physique 28, Critical Rate 0.1%, Edge 42, Critical Damage 20,000%, Spirit 42, Experience 85 over 3,200. Jiang Kai was standing on the corpse of a black ape, looking at the card and thinking, "I heard this black ape corpse sells for a high price, but carrying it is also quite troublesome. But I still have to drag it along, that way the medicine for caca will be much better." As he was thinking, someone's voice sounded from behind. "Hey kid, do you want to join our hunting party?" Hearing this, Jiang Kai turned around. In front of him was a hunting squad. The leader was wearing a full-body round cloak, named Hung Dat. One of them spoke up, "Our 3 teams are hunting an elite black ape. If we win, we get its elite bounty." Hung Dat raised his hand in invitation. "Do you want to join?" Jiang Kai replied, "A hunting squad, but I don't have a team, I only go alone." Hung Dat looked at him with a friendly gaze. "No problem, it just so happens we really need one person." They brought him to the top of a high mountain peak. Looking down from above, 4 black apes were sleeping soundly. One person said, "See, those are the elite giant power black apes. Level 15. Over there is the elite bounty." Another person continued, "These 4 are very strong, we only have 3 teams, we need you to lure them out. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. Hung Dat spoke up, "You just need to lure one away. 3 teams will handle the other 3, and when you return, you will get a share of the bounty." Jiang Kai heard the word bounty, thinking carefully. "An elite bounty, I heard it has many good things. It could earn more than the monster corpses. I need to find a way to get it." His eyes turned cold. Facing a powerful elite monster, one must fight in a group, yet they are making me lure one away. Clearly, they don't want me to come back. They want to swallow the bounty of all 4 teams. But since he was already on board, refusing might mean he wouldn't be able to leave. Jiang Kai forced a smile and said, "Fine, I agree." Hearing this, the group excitedly shouted, "Good, let's do it, everyone pay attention." They slid down the cliff wall, responding in unison as they moved. Jiang Kai led the group. Seeing the great commotion, the 4 black apes woke up, saw the attackers, and roared to warn each other. Hung Dat stood far away and shouted loudly to Jiang Kai, "Little brother, act now." Jiang Kai immediately acted. "Okay, no problem." He unleashed the Wei Ying attack towards the black ape to draw its attention. As soon as the attack landed, the monster roared and charged after Jiang Kai. Hung Dat laughed triumphantly. "Not bad, that kid actually did it," he shouted. "Then we will have one less group to share the bounty with." The black apes charged towards the sound of his shout. "Now it's settled. 1 group per monster. Everything is in my hands." His cronies charged forward simultaneously to fight the black apes. The apes roared, their attacks causing loud, piercing explosions. Jiang Kai gasped as he ran. "This calculation is way too outrageous." Behind him, the black ape relentlessly chased, raising its claws to grab him. The stats of this elite were several times greater than normal. If he were an ordinary explorer, he would surely die. Jiang Kai suddenly stopped short, turning to face the black ape head-on. Like lightning, he unleashed the Wei Ying technique towards it. "I am no ordinary explorer." The black ape, hit by the attack, roared in pain as streaks of power slashed into its body, blood spraying out. Jiang Kai leaped back, the wounded black ape stood still, unmoving. The next second, a flash of light shot up from where the black ape stood, and it immediately exploded. Jiang Kai leaped up, landing on the body of the fallen black ape. The system displayed, "Killed elite giant power black ape 15x1. Jiang Kai smiled brightly, thinking to himself, "Perfect. Who would have thought just one critical super move could take down this elite black ape?" He frowned as he looked at Wei Ying ahead, whose face was still triumphant. Well then, that Du Yang guy, it's my turn to use them now. In the distance, the group was still fighting hard, some pulling teammates back for healing, others surrounding the black ape. They all shouted, urging each other to hold on a little longer. Once the fight was over, there would be Du Yang to split among themselves. Hung Dat saw the difficult battle, gritted his teeth and sneered coldly. He did not know Jiang Kai had already been standing behind him for some time. He struck a blow against him. Caught off guard, Hung Dat could only let out a yell before collapsing. Jiang Kai quietly entered the cave alone just like that. He went deep inside, following the direction where vines grew, and immediately saw a shiny Du Yang lying on the rock. Jiang Kai was overjoyed, truly unexpected to enter so easily. Moreover, it really was a Bao Du Yang. It looked quite worth the effort. Jiang Kai reached out to take the Du Yang while thinking, perfect. Having this made luring an elite level 15 black ape not a waste. Suddenly a faint sound echoed in the cave. Something had just jumped onto Jiang Kai's shoulder. It was a black ape on top of him, eyes wide, mouth grinning messily with drool falling, looking extremely terrifying. Jiang Kai sensed its presence, his body stiffened, breaking out in cold sweat. The black ape jumped down, raised its fist and struck hard at the spot where Jiang Kai was standing. He quickly dodged in time. He was stunned. What? Inside the cave, Wei Ying actually had another elite level 20 black ape. Didn't they scout before the fight? The black ape bared its teeth in a sinister grin again. Monster, strength type elite black ape, level 20. Extremely dangerous. After calming down, Jiang Kai gradually assessed the situation. It was standing blocking the cave entrance. Then he shot up in front of the black ape, waving his hand to strike. So there was nothing left but to fight. The black ape was hit by Jiang Kai on the eye and chest, but remained completely unharmed. Jiang Kai frowned, surprised that this black ape was unscathed, even when aiming for the eye. The black ape's eyes glowed red, bulging wide. Strength type elite black ape of the earth element. Defense 23 points. The current attack could not penetrate. Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly worried. The penetration of Life Chaser is only 9, but its defense is 23. Could this one be like the Garden Wolf, requiring defense break to deal damage? The black ape suddenly leaped into the air, raising its hand high. Jiang Kai could not react in time. Instantly, it threw a large rock forcefully down from above. A booming sound rang out. The ground immediately cracked into many long fissures. Jiang Kai was directly hit. He coughed violently, covered in injuries. He opened his eyes with difficulty, his face now soaked in blood. So painful, the gap was too huge. Was he going to die? The black ape took advantage of Jiang Kai's immobility to pick him up. If he died in Geizing, he would be penalized and had to wait a month to log in again. It brought Jiang Kai before its face. Jiang Kai smiled weakly. If it came to this, wouldn't he lose the private agreement to win with Commander Wei Ying? Jiang Kai had no strength left, breathing heavily. Would he then implicate his brother and sister being forced into the military? He closed his eyes, speaking helplessly. But at this moment he was in extreme difficulty. Then his thoughts went dark. A voice sounded in Jiang Kai's empty mind, wake up. Memories surfaced, the image of someone rushing frantically. That voice continued, wake up. Jiang Kai saw himself as a child, also covered in injuries, being carried by someone. Was eldest brother. He was holding him in his arms, running and crying amidst smoke and gunfire. You must not sleep, you have to try to stay awake. Eldest brother was panting from exhaustion, but he definitely would. Jiang Kai looked at him, his body was also covered in wounds. Around him, the sky was a deadly red, monsters roared incessantly. The scene was desolate and terrifying. Eldest brother shouted through tears, I will definitely get you all out of this battlefield. This was 10 years ago, the beast god battlefield. His mind went dark again. This time Jiang Kai woke up, still held in the black ape's grip. He suddenly came to. What? How could he have fallen asleep? The black ape opened its large mouth, bringing Jiang Kai towards it. He was still immobile in its hand. Eldest brother on the beast god battlefield managed to save him, and his little sister back then. Jiang Kai opened his palm with difficulty. A red gleam appeared on his hand. Therefore, how could he? He opened his eyes wide, his body brimming with power. A red haze pervaded everywhere. Jiang Kai roared, how could I fall here? The black ape directly swallowed him into its stomach before he could act. It grinned cheerfully, having just had a full meal. But immediately, a beam of light pierced through from inside its eye. Its expression changed. Before it could react, blood splattered everywhere. Where its head once was, now only blood gushed out. The black ape fell to the ground, no longer moving. Jiang Kai pushed himself up, standing. Killed a strength type elite level 20 earth attribute black ape. He was secretly delighted. Success. Although the outside of the black ape had very high defense, inside its mouth there was no defense at all. He slowly lifted his hand from the ground. As long as he attacked inside the mouth, he could penetrate the defense layer, just like when he killed the Wolf King. Jiang Kai stood up with difficulty, his body full of injuries. Then, as if remembering something, the elite Du Yang. Jiang Kai turned his head to look at the shiny Du Yang still neatly placed on the rock, finally in his hands. Half an hour later, the group outside had finished off all the black apes. They cheered, we won. Someone shouted loudly. If it wasn't for that kid leading one away, we would have been wiped out. Others chimed in. Then surely he's dead, right? Hearing this, Hungdat laughed. Alright, if he's dead, we have an extra share. They gathered at the cave entrance, excitedly entering. Let's go, the Du Yang must be waiting for us inside. This is a big score. Hungdat suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with shock. The cave was now empty, pitch black, with only the sound of wind howling. The Du Yang had already been taken. Hungdat couldn't believe it, he yelled in dissatisfaction. What is this? Where is the Du Yang? How can the elite Du Yang be gone? Someone quickly raised hand and said, Boss, I remember now. Earlier during the fight, I saw that kid sneak into the cave. Hungdat was shocked. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? One who spoke was a support member, his voice hesitant. I thought it was an illusion at the time, because I didn't think he could survive. The remaining group was also stunned. What? The others started to get restless. Captain, wasn't our battle all for nothing then? We spent so many days, even without the Du Yang, you still have to pay us. You still owe me a few months of salary. Hung roared in anger, the veins on his forehead bulging, furious that he'd been outwitted by that brat in the end. He screamed uncontrollably. Somewhere in King Valley, Jiang Kai's voice rang out. This was the only way to shake off those people. He stood in the forest and opened the electronic screen. The chest with 3 sharp claws appeared. He had to see what was inside this treasure chest. As soon as he opened the chest, Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. The chest flashed a dazzling light. Inside were countless gems and pearls, and in the middle of the chest lay a robe. A robe. Jiang Kai's eyes sparkled. He was overjoyed, never expecting so many mineral stones and even equipment. Jiang Kai picked up the robe. The value of mineral stones and equipment on this ghost star was 10,000 times greater than those monsters. He was rich. While equipping it, he suddenly noticed something mixed among the pile of gems. It was a glove with a metal ring on the back of the hand, and in the center was the image of a flame sword. There was even more equipment. Jiang Kai picked it up to examine it, then put it on his hand. This glove was brand new. He was curious about what kind of equipment this glove was. Whether it was attack or support type, he had to wear it to find out. A stream of light enveloped him after putting it on. His body suddenly felt lighter and much stronger. Could this be equipment that increases strength and agility? Jiang Kai looked at the clearing ahead. Wanting to test its moves, he clenched his fist, and 3 claws sprang out from the glove. He swung his hand, and the claws shot forward swiftly like the wind. Suddenly, the claws burst into flames, burning brightly, and continued to slash forward. Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Fire appeared on the flying daggers. Could this be a common flame support accessory for weapons? He recalled the effects of different types of fire on monsters on Ghost Star. There were many kinds of flames, causing various types of damage in battle. The image of a monster being attacked appeared. Common flames dealt very low damage, only used for cooking. The monster in his mind sneered, Common fire, are you tickling me? Jiang Kai raised his hand, his face scrunched up in displeasure. Was this thing only good for roasting meat from now on? Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through his thoughts. What was that sound? Then came the thud of a black ape's hand smashing into the ground. A series of booming sounds approached. The system warned, Earth Element Elite Giant Strength Black Ape X4, Level 18, extremely dangerous. Jiang Kai froze. 4 Earth Attribute Elite Black Apes. He quickly jumped back, cursing under his breath. Wasn't this the perfect chance to test this glove? He launched the claws forward, just dealing with one nearly killed him. Now there were 4. The claws flew fast, this time burning even more fiercely than the first. Jiang Kai aimed at the mouth of one that was open. He could only focus on attacking that weak point like last time. Before the 3 claws could reach its mouth, the black ape bit them off, unable to break through its defense. No damage dealt. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. This was bad. 4 black apes immediately charged towards him like lightning. Jiang Kai turned and ran for his life. Did these things even know to close their mouths to block attacks? They roared in anger and charged after him. Moreover, even if they opened their mouths, the life-chasing claws in his hand weren't enough to kill all 4. Jiang Kai was worried. Was he going to die here today? Just then, the fire from the claws earlier flared up, burning a patch of the black ape. The other black apes were similarly affected. Each flame deducted 10 health. Jiang Kai was a bit surprised. He glanced at them. Why wasn't the fire going out? The fire spread rapidly over the bodies of the black apes, igniting their fur. The lead black ape's eyes suddenly widened. The fire had now erupted violently. The next second, the fire engulfed it. The system showed a deduction of 2,000 health. Screams echoed within the sea of flames. The black ape stared wide-eyed, unable to escape the sea of fire, only able to roar in pain. The fire grew larger. The black ape completely collapsed. The system continuously reported deductions of 2,000 health. The ones behind were stunned and dared not advance. Jiang Kai ran while looking back. He was just as stunned. What was this huge fire? Embers from the massive fire flew with the wind towards the other black apes. The remaining 3 quickly caught fire and were submerged in the sea of flames. The 4 large fires met, creating a terrifying scene. Jiang Kai stopped running and knelt on one knee to observe what had suddenly happened to those black apes. The fire gradually died down, revealing the images of the fallen black apes. Jiang Kai was in shock. They were all dead. The system displayed a line of text. Defeated Earth Element, Elite Giant Strength Black Ape X4. Jiang Kai stood frozen, right? The flame had dealt 10 damage earlier. How did it suddenly become 2,000? Selected the corpses of Earth Element Elite Giant Strength Black X4. He wondered, 2,000 was 200 times 10, wasn't it? Jiang Kai looked down at the shiny glove, held up both hands, both puzzled and delighted. Could this glove release common flames that received his critical damage X200? And this fire could spread and ignite the others. He recalled the scene of the black ape catching fire, knowing the power of common fire was very small. But if the monster was not fire resistant, the damage would silently penetrate the defense. Jiang Kai raised his hand. He felt as if he was suspended in a sea of fire. Burning 2,000 health every second would turn into a fire array. This equipment was truly a divine damage tool exclusive to him. He curled his lips into a smile, the smile clearly showing confidence. Now he no longer had to worry about penetrating defenses. Then he could. The image of the forest in a sea of fire appeared. Then, throughout the night, the giant strength black apes of King Valley. Each explosion and scream witnessed the darkest moments of their monkey lives. One by one, the black apes were destroyed. They had never seen anyone roast them into charcoal with just common flames. Under the bright moonlight, the black apes fled in panic from the sea of fire. Jiang Kai continued steadily, but none of them saw anything with a health bar above its head. Rows of black apes fell motionless to the ground. The evil barbecue master would not spare a single one. Jiang Kai walked through the sea of fire, his arms spread wide, flames continuously gushing out. He laughed loudly. All around were treasures, not a single thing missed. On the second day in King Valley, the ground was still smoking, the charred grass and trees leaving only bare mountain ranges behind. Jiang Kai's wounds had fully healed, and he felt extremely comfortable. He cheerfully looked at the screen. Killing over a dozen dark apes in one night had finally let him level up. Explorer Jiang Kai, Gambler Class. Level 7, Strength 28, Defense View, Constitution 32, Critical Rate 0.1%, Agility 48, Critage 2000%, Spirit Experience 85, 6400. Jiang Kai admired the glove on his hand, shaped like a flaming fate seeker. Its fire damage was now invincible within level 20, its area damage as vast as Wei Ying's. On the screen now appeared a series of images of dark apes and beds. He also had 10 elite treasures, plus a pile of corpses, definitely worth a lot of money. He suddenly fell into thought, his face full of contemplation. Jiang Kai stood alone amidst the vast grassland. Playing alone in Ghost Star was a bit lonely. He truly missed the days of fighting alongside Yuanzhu and Nuan. He worried about how they were doing, but thinking back, they had the army backing them. They were probably better off than him. Somewhere else in King Valley, Yuanzhu cried out in grievance. Why was there nothing here? Who had killed all the dark apes? He hung his head and wept. After days in King Valley, he hadn't seen a single dark ape. Nuan sighed, remembering how good it was when Jiang Kai led them to fight monsters. A voice sounded behind them, telling Yuanzhu and Nuan to stop speaking such sad words. It was Li Biao, a cavalryman, level 38. He sternly explained that the reason they had encountered monsters earlier was because they were in the newbie trial zone, but now they were in a high-level monster zone. Li Biao frowned. If Jiang Kai had brought them here, it would have been a disaster. He was taking the time to guide them, not to listen to complaints. He shouted for them to move on, to continue searching for dark apes. Yuanzhu and Nuan stood still, clenching their fists and placing them over their chests, so they reluctantly followed Li Biao, but inside they still secretly missed Jiang Kai. 3 days later, the group led by Shanghai stood before the corpses of a few black monkeys. He spoke. It was strange. After days in King Valley, they had only found a few ordinary black monkeys. He thrust his sword into the ground. Jiang Kai smiled triumphantly. These ordinary dark apes were a piece of cake for them. Wen Ru gave a thumbs up, Wei Ying laughed loudly, and Huang Wei's young master said sending them to kill Jiang Kai was like using a meat cleaver to kill a chicken. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. One person killing one monkey. That was all there was to it. Shanghai was startled, frowning as he looked behind. Yi, while chewing bubblegum, coldly said that a few days ago he saw a great master kill 3 dark apes in one go. Jing Zheng agreed. The scene back then was truly terrifying. Shanghai sneered. One person killing 3 was nothing. Did they think that was some kind of terrifying level? Jun Yi sat on a cliff edge, clicking his tongue, eyes still closed in enjoyment, not bothering with them. Shanghai raised his hand and the screen displayed an image of Jiang Kai. He asked, had they ever seen this person before? Jun Ye glanced over and immediately recognized him. That was the great master who killed 3 dark apes. Jing Zheng saw Jiang Kai and his eyes lit up, praising him as super handsome. Liang Qiang loudly questioned if they were blind. He told them to look closely. That guy was just a level 5 newbie. Shanghai grinned maliciously, telling them not to talk nonsense out of jealousy. Jun Yi threw the core of the fruit he had been eating onto the ground. He turned and walked away, saying if they didn't believe him, they could go find that great master. They had just seen him leave King Valley. He still had to greet that big big shot. Hearing this, Chiang Hai broke into a savage smile. He asked again, did they mean Jiang Kai was nearby? He lifted the sword he had stabbed into the ground. All 5 of them moved forward, their eyes bloodshot. Liang Qiang spoke up. Let's go, they had been wandering for days. It was time to give Huang Wei's young master an explanation. Jiang Hai still wore that savage smile. Finally, they could kill that brat. Jing Zheng was exasperated. It seemed they wanted to settle accounts with the Great Master. Ruokui was also dejected. The Great Master's aura was like that of a transcendent expert. The aggressiveness of these people was usually the cannon fodder in comics. Jun Yi agreed. At that time, at the exit of King Valley, many people had gathered. One person complained discontentedly, this trip hadn't even yielded a single dark ape. A man with a scar on his mouth said heard there was a big fire that burned everything. They had to wait for a new batch to enter. The bald man behind him agreed. That was true. At least they didn't have to worry about being wiped out by someone. That moment, the perpetrator of the mass extermination walked by. It was Jiang Kai. He walked while cheerfully looking at his screen. It had taken 3 days to wipe out all the dark apes. He had reached level 10 and earned another 19 elite treasures. He planned to return to St. Yu City to sell them for money. The screen showed Explorer Jiang Kai, Gambler class, level 10, Strength 4-0, Constitution 44, Critical rate 0.1%, Agility 66, Critical damage 2000%, 66, Experience 332, Turing 800. Voice shouted his name, Jiang Kai. Stop right there. Jiang Kai was a bit surprised, turning his eyes back to see who it was. It was Chiang Hai's group. They had caught up. Chiang Hai pointed a finger at Jiang Kai's face, arrogantly saying he had been hiding for days, making them search very hard. Surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Wasn't that the Falcon Squad of the Royal Xuanwu Guild? What did this kid do to provoke an elite team? Jiang Kai frowned. Royal A, which Xuanwu Guild was that? He asked. Did the Royal send you to find me? Chiang Hai slowly drew his sword, his face still sinister. He told him to stop pretending to forget. Had he forgotten who he offended in the newbie trial? How dare a lowly person cause trouble for young Master Huang Wei? The other 3 also drew their weapons, ready to fight. They said they came here to take his life. Seeing this, Jiang Kai did not back down. He also prepared to fight. Jiang Kai lowered his head to focus his power. He said in the newbie trial Huang Wei struck first. He only defended. Are you sure you want to make a move? Jiang Hai charged forward, loudly saying he didn't care who was right or wrong. Ong Yan also charged forward, asking with a vicious face if he knew how much young Master Huang Wei would give them for killing him. Jiang Kai raised his fire claw, casually replying, is that so? If you are so driven by profit that you can't tell right from wrong, then he threw the Fate Seeker toward them. The burning Fate Seeker flew swiftly. Jiang Kai growled, then I won't hold back. The Fate Seeker flew past. Chiang Hai's group dodged it cleanly. Each of them only caught a bit of fire. The system showed a deduction of 10 health points. Chiang Hai still laughed arrogantly, how ridiculous, not a scratch. This tiny spark was your skill. Hong Yen laughed loudly, wondering how the young master could have been killed by a waste like him. The crowd began to mock Jiang Kai, so it was just an ordinary flame. A move with such damage was embarrassing. They had thought he was strong. Wasn't this just giving someone a light for their cigarette? Jiang Kai was still confident, a slight smirk on his lips. He said, ridiculous, is it? The damage of his flame was a bit small, but what if he could make it inflict even greater damage? Jiang Hai looked down. His armor had caught fire. He was shocked. Next second, the flame erupted violently, engulfing his entire body. He screamed in agony. The other 3 were stunned seeing this, breaking into a cold sweat, their faces filled with panic and fear. They loudly called out to Chiang Hai, Captain. Chiang Hai screamed in despair like a dark ape, his health points continuously being deducted by 2,000. He panicked, not understanding why an ordinary flame's damage was so high. His companions standing outside also began to catch fire. They were both bewildered and terrified. In an instant, they too were swallowed by the sea of fire, all of them screaming in despair and pain. They cried out in agony, wanting to escape but unable to. They all felt the same way. The fire blazed increasingly fiercely. It burned fiercely, quickly swallowing their figures, dyeing a corner of the sky red. The system announced that Explorer Jiang Kai had eliminated the Falcon Squad and received the experience of the entire team. Manhwa and everyone around stared in shock. What had just happened? Huang Hai collapsed in the fire. Jiang Kai walked over to the dying flames. Fine, since you were so eager to throw away your lives. He smiled, looking at the one who had been arrogant now lying at his feet. Then I have no choice but to accept this gift. The crowd immediately erupted in chaos. What the hell? Did that kid just eliminate the entire Falcon Squad? That's an elite level 20 group. If I hadn't seen ordinary fire burn a whole team with my own eyes, I would have thought it was staged. They were so shocked they couldn't stop swearing. Who the hell is this kid? Jiang Kai calmly pulled out his thrown life chaser, beginning to loot the experience. A guy checked Wei Ying Jiang Kai's info via the electronic watch. Why can't the watch evaluate him? Level 12 attributes out of range, evaluation failed. The others buzzed impossible. That man opened his eyes wide, sweat beading on his forehead. I know. He stammered, isn't he a fire magic god using an item to hide from probes? The others agreed too, that's right, it must be. He is the fire god. Jiang Kai remained calm. This felt great, up 2 levels again. Explorer Jiang Kai, occupation gambler, level 12, strength 48, physique 52, agility 78, spirit 78, defense their critical rate zone 1%, critical damage 2000%, experience 716 of 2800. He looked up, puzzled, asking a brain, why couldn't they see his attributes? A-Brain looked at him, his voice gentle. Because the dual gambler talent has too many stacking effects. Your attributes are far different from those of the same level, so their watches cannot evaluate him. Jiang glanced coldly behind him, is that so? He directly turned and left, ignoring the astonished crowd. It's good they couldn't find out. It saves him from outside attention. At the Ghost Star Holy Radiant City, the trading area, Jiang walked in. Hello, I want to sell some items. A trader named Tanya was slumped over the table, greeting in a sleepy voice. Jiang sighed inwardly. He was the only customer all day. Today's performance was too low. Still, he smiled brightly. I have quite a lot of items. Please check the price for me. Thanya looked up, her expression bored. Someone like you, at most, I guess you could sell. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open, full of astonishment. In front of her appeared a series of images of the dark apes that Jiang had taken down. See, I have over a dozen cards of the brute dark apes. Thanya was so shocked she jumped to her feet. Jiang grinned, raising his hand, and there's more. Jiang waved his hand, and countless soul images appeared. I also have 19 elite souls here. Jiang stuck his head out between the pictures. Sorry, can you still see me? I want to ask, how much is this whole pile worth? Anya was stunned, staring without blinking. Which hunting corporation does this guy come from? Others sell items one by one, but he sells a whole pile like this. She shook her head, trying to regain her composure. Anya slammed her hand on the table, her expression suddenly enthusiastic. Please don't worry, I am the top seller here. Let me calculate for you today. She thought to herself, so he's a big spender. Even if it kills me, I have to make this deal. Jiang replied with a smile, then I'll trouble you. A series of numbers appeared on the calculator, 180,000. Thanya flipped through the papers, amazed. Sir, the corpse cards are 10,000 yuan currency, the elite souls and the items inside are 170,000 yuan currency. She paused, clearing her throat. In total, sir, you sold for 180,000 Ghost Star coins. Jiang eyes lit up, he couldn't believe it. As much as 180,000 Ghost Star coins? Jiang calculated in his head. 10,000 Ghost Star coins equals Sacred Domain currency. Ghost Star coins are the currency of the Ghost Star. One coin is worth 10 Sacred Domain currency coins. So this time it's worth 800,000, enough for his brother's medical expenses. He walked on the road, hands in his pockets, eyes closed in enjoyment. The goal in Wei Ying was completed. No need to enlist anymore. This time he can return to Earth and arrange for his brother to be hospitalized. Suddenly a voice called out after him. Wait, I am Huyan, the fortune teller from the other day. Jiang turned his head and saw Huyan rushing over, panting. Last time I advised you to go to the King's Valley, right? You must have harvested a lot, and even killed some unruly people. Jiang recognized her immediately, replying with a smile. Going to the King's Valley helped me a lot, thank you. Huyan raised a finger. So, can you fulfill a small request of mine? Without any hesitation, Jiang agreed immediately. Alright, you've helped me so much, just say it. Huyan hesitated, that is. Her face was red, sweat beading on her forehead, pointing at herself with a smile. It's me, Huyan, wanting to join your team. Please let me fight alongside you from today on. Jiang immediately turned around, his face displeased, and refused flatly. Huyan was stunned, rejected so quickly. Why are you leaving already? Are you that blunt? Huyan's eyes were sad, she sighed indeed, still the same. A waste abandoned by the army, who would want to accept him. Huyan's voice was dejected. Forget it, I know you like free things, right? Do you want the equipment on me? I'll give it to you, it's my last time entering the Ghost Star anyway. Jiang stopped. He turned around and looked at Huyan, confused. Last time? Are you poor too? Are you going offline forever? Why don't you want to make money on the Ghost Star anymore? Huyan avoided his gaze, her voice sad but her lips still forcing a smile. I want to a lot, but I can't. What team would accept a useless person who only knows fortune-telling in battle? She paused, sighing. Back when the military considered the Feng Shui master a strong profession, I managed to get support to level up to 20, and then switch to a fortune teller. Huyan explained gently, the Feng Shui master talent only gives a better sense of time. After the job change, it only added the useless fortune-telling skill. She recalled the scene of her and other fortune-tellers being escorted out by soldiers. The army abandoned us when they found fortune-tellers have no combat skills. Because they were too weak, no one was willing to form a team, so their levels have been nearly stagnant since then. Huyan remembered the scene of sitting alone in the fortune-telling shop. No one took her to hunt monsters. Every day she struggled to get by on the Ghost Star. If she returned to Earth to be a porter or a trash picker, she paused. The image of her carrying a sack appeared, her voice heavy. Then at least she would be idle, eating without working. Jiang Kai felt a pang of sympathy hearing that. It's that hard. My brother became like that because of overwork too. You're a weak girl, how can you bear it? Hu Yan just smiled softly. If I can't, what else can I do? Hu Yan forced a smile. On Earth, I have younger brothers and sisters. I'm the pillar of the family. Even if I can't bear it, I have to. Hidden behind the smile was an indescribable sadness. That smile suddenly reminded Jiang Kai of his big brother. It's okay, big brother can take it. Her situation startled him, holding him back a little because it was too similar to his own. Jiang Kai remembered when he was young his big brother was like this too. Originally, his big brother wanted to develop on the ghost star to one day defeat the beast god. He said softly, but after raising him and his sister, he was afraid no one would take care of them, so he gave up the chance to go to the ghost star, leading to his body's decline. Hu Yan's voice cut through his thoughts. She turned around. Alright, do you want my items? If you do, wait for me to get them, before I return to the real world permanently. Bye-bye. Jiang Kai called after her. Wait, let's do it next time. Hu Yan was a bit surprised. Jiang Kai turned around, looking at her seriously before leaving. I am Jiang Kai, I have to go offline now. But it won't be long. Next time I log in, you can find me, and we'll be a team. Hu Yan blushed, choked with emotion. She was so happy her legs trembled, her voice stammering. Really? Jiang Kai turned away, raising his hand in a wave. Really, if I lied to you, then I would be penniless for life. Hu Yan wiped her tears, choked up. A miser like you only cares about money, so saying that means it must be true. She ran over and hugged Jiang Kai tightly from behind, shouting, Thank you, you are such a good person. Jiang Kai, caught off guard by the hug, almost choked on his saliva. Doing this, how am I supposed to survive? Hu Yan ignored his pushing and still wanted to keep hugging. Yes, you will. In the slums on Earth, Jiang Kai and Wei Ying had just arrived and called out loudly, Big bro, little sister, from now on you two don't have to work anymore. I've made money. Three sat around the round table. Jiang Kai crossed his arms confidently, leaving his big brother slightly stunned. Sister Z rested her chin on her hand, pointing at him suspiciously. Where did second brother get the money? Is it legal? Jiang Kai glanced at the girl. What is this kid saying? I earned it on Demon Star. I'll arrange big bro's surgery tomorrow, and you should go back to school too. The big brother felt a bit pained. Little Jiang Kai, you've had a hard time recently. Jiang Kai scratched his head sheepishly. It was nothing, big bro. Compared to all your hard work taking care of us, this is nothing. Jiang Kai looked at the photo of the three of them being happy, his voice low. Big bro, rest assured. You've always worked hard before, but now I have the ability. I will definitely give everyone a good life. The three cheerfully raised their glasses, saying in unison, To our loving and supportive family, cheers. Jiang Kai was drinking when he heard the phone ring. He glanced at it. An unknown number was calling. Answering the call, Wei Ying's voice came through from the smoky battlefield. Jiang Kai, you won the bet. Are you free now? His voice was low. Later, I'll send someone to pick you up to see the goods. Make sure you come. Jiang Kai recognized it immediately. Is this Commander Wei Ying? A short while later, he arrived at the Beast God battlefield, outside the safe zone of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. The place was filled with crumbling skyscrapers. A voice rang out. It's right here. Jiang Kai was led by two soldiers. He looked around. After all these years, has the city I once lived in come to this? Suddenly, the leading soldier stopped, and Jiang Kai looked up ahead. In front of him was a man with white hair, his coat fluttering in the wind. Commander Wei Ying. May I ask why you called me here? A fierce roar shook the ground. Jiang Kai's mouth fell open in shock. The burned-out buildings in front of him collapsed one after another. In the middle of the sea of fire, a giant monster appeared with three figures on its back. Moved swiftly like flying through the air, fighting the black ape. Jiang Kai was stunned. Are those the superhumans on the Beast God battlefield? He was amazed by the sight. Level 20 is a turning point for those who explore the Demon Star, divided into 6 stages. From level 1 to 80, even if one is strong after a class change, their power can only be used on the Demon Star. As soon as he finished speaking, the three people ahead began to act. But superhumans are different. When entering the stage from level 81 to 120, a qualitative change is needed. The three charged straight at the roaring monster, weapons in hand. Black Ape did not let them attack first. It raised its head, opened its mouth, and a beam of light appeared, ready to unleash a skill. Jiang Kai's voice remained steady. That is the power that can originally only be used on the Demon Star. The one in front quickly raised his shield, completely blocking the attack. They were extremely tense when facing the giant monster, yet could still bring the power used on Earth. The three flew into the air, mustering all their strength. They did not yield and once again charged into battle. This surreal power was not only a turning point in military history but also a challenge for humanity in fighting against the Beast God. Jiang Kai's voice became excited. That is the most effective method. At the same time, the attack of the three pierced through the monster's flesh. Jiang Kai jumped up in joy. It's destroyed. It's so strong. Wei Ying stood by the side, still calmly smoking. Strong? You don't know this is just an ordinary Beast God. But to take it down, Wei Ying's face darkened. We have already lost 2 transcendents. Jiang Kai was surprised. He opened his eyes wide. Wei Ying continued in a low voice. Jiang Kai, humanity is now in a very bad situation. Do not stay in the safe zone for too long and forget the danger. You won this gamble, and I will not force you into the military. Thunder and lightning rose in the sky and clouds gathered, turning dark gray. Wei Ying closed his eyes, exhaled a few puffs of smoke. As for the royal side, I will step in to remind those people not to touch you. He saw the surprised look on Jiang Kai's face and smiled faintly. You must be wondering why I value you so much, right? Wei Ying paused for a moment, his voice full of confidence. Because I am someone who always trusts my intuition. Rain began to fall, a few drops lightly hitting Jiang Kai's face. He listened attentively to every word. Wei Ying slowly continued. My intuition tells me that you can become a powerhouse. And in the future, you will be so strong that the entire Holy Radiance will need your help. The rain was now heavier, the pattering sound of raindrops echoing throughout the space. The three from earlier stood in the rain beside the downed corpse of the black ape. The sound of rain mingled with his deep voice. But I know that in this world, you only want to protect your family. Joining the military means going to the battlefield, and the battlefield is indeed very dangerous. Wei Ying brought the cigarette to his lips and took a drag. But every man has a duty to his country. This world needs people to stand up and fight against those monsters, right? Wei Ying tossed away the still-burning stub, his voice flat. There will come a day when I also die on the battlefield, but as a citizen of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. He suddenly turned to look at Jiang Kai, his gaze firm. If I can die for the country, for you all, I would be willing and glad. A bolt of lightning struck down behind Jiang Kai. He remained stunned, standing there. Wei Ying said, Jiang Kai, I am not forcing you to choose, but if Holy Radiance is ever in danger in the future, I hope by then you will have become strong enough. Wei Ying said more broadly, please fight for Holy Radiance. A few days later, after resting on Earth, Jiang Kai returned to the demon planet at Holy Radiance City. Jiang Kai was still thinking about what Wei Ying had said. I didn't expect the commander to think so highly of me. Could it be that I am the person Holy Radiance needs in the future? He raised his hand and pressed his watch. Forget it, let me take care of myself first. The black apes in the King's Valley must have gone through a round of evolution by now, right? Screen displayed the image of the Phantom Witch, an elite-level monster with extremely high damage characteristics, capable of instantly killing explorers. Its attacks also have a shield break effect, useful against phantom-type entities. Another line of text appeared. The witch's scream breaks shields and prevents explorers within 10 meters from moving, causing extreme fear. Only attacks within a 10-meter range can inflict damage on the witch. Jiang Kai muttered the information to himself, staring intently at the witch. A truly powerful monster. Within 10 meters, one would have their shield broken and be killed, while outside 10 meters, no damage could be dealt. And he turned off the phone, closed his eyes tightly to steel his resolve. Jiang Kai walked with his hands in his pockets, a determined stride, thinking this monster was more troublesome than Hao Yuan, and he needed a teammate. In the distance, Hu Yan was dozing while standing in the middle of the road, holding a sign that read, "Do not disturb me," muttering for the team leader in her sleep. Passers-by all thought she was crazy. Jiang Kai appeared behind her, a helpless look on his face. Hu Yan, have you been standing here waiting for me ever since I logged off? Hu Yan immediately woke up. She turned around, eyes brimming with tears, speaking nonstop. Team leader Jiang Kai, I knew you would come back. Jiang Kai smiled. I remember. Hu Yan squinted slyly and whispered, Team leader, you want to go hunt a monster, right? I know someone who cooperates really well. Do you need him? Jiang Kai was overjoyed to hear that. A good monster hunter? Great, but hopefully not a useless one. A chubby guy stood before them, scratching his head as he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Ruan Yu. I'm a drinker. Both sides of his belt were still full of liquor bottles. Jiang Kai immediately ran far away, enunciating every word as he ran. I do not need him. Hu Yan gave an awkward smile. Is the team leader always this blunt? Ruan Yu was bewildered. Hu Yan shouted loudly to call Jiang Kai, who was already walking away. Team leader, take Ruan Yu with you. He's used to hardship and he's very obedient. Ruan Yu lowered his head in confusion, poking his two fingers together. Hu Yan ran after him. He can also cook, give messages, and even said that as long as you bring him along. Jiang Kai's face remained dark. Is he willing to join without taking any spoils? Hearing that, Jiang Kai's eyes went wide with surprise. He hurried over to Ruan Yu and extended his hand. Jiang Kai grasped Ruan Yu's hand, eyes shining brightly. Hello, comrade Ruan Yu. I am team leader Jiang Kai. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a talent. From now on, you are a member of my team. He laughed heartily, one hand slapping his hip, the other punching the sky. Today, your team leader will lead you to find the Nether Spirit Witch. From now on, we are a family. Let's go. Ruan Yu looked at Hu Yan awkwardly. Is the team leader a bit? Jiang Kai shouted, we are family. Hu Yan said helplessly, that's right, it's just because he's free. Dusk soon fell, the bright moonlight shining down on the rows of trees and the mountains. Deep within the dense forest, a dilapidated wooden house shrouded in mist stood. That was the lair of the Nether Spirit Witch, a light monster. From inside the wooden house came a eerie moaning sound, and a hand full of sharp claws was performing a spell. That was the Nether Spirit Witch elite monster, level 20, in tattered white clothes, emitting a horrifying screech. From the top of the cliff, a figure appeared to observe the witch. Jiang Kai said quietly, this monster is several times stronger than Hao Yuan. The moment we're exposed, we'll get instantly killed. We have to talk very softly. As he observed, he whispered, only attacks within 10 meters can take it down. We have to approach gently. Hu Yan was a bit scared. Understood. A slurred voice rang out. Team leader. Jiang Kai whispered, Hu Yan, keep your voice down. Hu Yan pointed at herself blankly, not understanding why she was being told off. The voice rang out again with a groan. Team leader. Jiang Kai didn't turn his head. Hu Yan, be quiet. She quickly waved her hands. I didn't say anything. The groaning continued. Jiang Kai lost patience and turned around. If it's not you, then who is it? Ruan Yu was sprawled on a tree branch, surrounded by empty bottles, holding one bottle up and shouting, Team leader, look what I found. He was completely drunk. He shouted excitedly, cheers. I toast the team leader. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan gritted their teeth. The witch heard the sound and spun around sharply. She quickly flew high into the air and found the hiding spot of the three. Jiang Kai was startled by her terrifying speed. The witch let out a loud roar, a beam of light appearing in her mouth, her eyes burning red, fangs sharp and gleaming. Jiang Kai shouted in fear, Ruan Yu, what are you doing? Hu Yan, you said his joining would be a benefit. Hu Yan's face turned pale. I was just talking off the top of my head. Jiang Kai was shocked. This is a big one. The witch let out a deafening roar, tearing through the air, terrifying force seeming ready to blow the three away. An invisible force struck them directly. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan sensed something was wrong. Ruan Yu was still sleeping soundly, drooling. Jiang Kai's face darkened. The system displayed a warning. Abnormal status, petrified. The witch had now transformed, becoming more terrifying than before. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan were frozen before her. Scary, this monster is way too strong. I'm completely stiff. Team leader, we can't win. Maybe, let's just wait to die. She raised her hand to grab them, her mouth wide open. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Ruan Yu shot towards the witch, his face flushed, his tongue lolling out. How is there a beauty like this? Might I ask if you are looking for me? He launched himself from the tree branch quickly. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan's eyes went wide in shock. Ruan Yu hugged the witch tightly. The tremendous force of his impact sent her flying backward. He laughed heartily. Pinning a witch to the ground like this must be fate letting me meet a beautiful lady. Let me show you some love. Ruan Yu reached out to stroke the witch's face, praising her. This skin, how can it be so real? The witch's eyes darkened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Hu Yan moved her hand. I can move. The system says the petrify status has been dispelled. Jiang Kai stood up abruptly. What kind of situation is this? Is the witch being controlled by Ruan Yu? Jiang Kai quickly calmed down, clenched his fists, and the hunting knife appeared in his hand. The witch's petrify skill needs cooldown time. We have to take this chance to attack before she uses a second move. He threw his dagger forward, finishing it quickly and neatly. The hunting knife flew precisely, quickly striking the witch, flames blazing. Ruan Yu was still sitting on top of her. He pouted his lips in front of the witch. Lady, let me teach you how to French kiss. Not even the witch understood this bizarre situation. Kiss was about to land. She was held tight and could do nothing. From now on, you are my wife. But the fire from Jiang Kai's hunting knife flared up violently, engulfing her completely. After a moment, the fire died out, leaving only a wisp of black smoke. Ruan Yu emerged from the flames, a confused look on his face. Where did my wife go? Jiang Kai clenched his fist and smiled brightly. Done. A notification appeared. Eliminated Nether Spirit Witch X1. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. The team leader instantly killed an elite witch. Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground, full of helplessness and sorrow. His eyes were red, his voice nasal. You brutes, you blew up my wife. Ruan Yu looked up, his face a mess of tears and snot. She was the only love of my life. Losing her, I can never love anyone again. Ruan Yu raised his face to the sky, wailing and calling for his deceased wife. Jiang Kai whispered to Hu Yan, asking if Ruan Yu often got drunk and went crazy. Hu Yan forced a smile. Yeah, he is a drunkard, and he gets dazed when drunk. After speaking, she ran back to the wooden hut, excitedly telling the team leader to let me get the treasures and elite succubus bodycards for young Master Yang. Jiang Kai nodded slightly, thinking to himself, that's right, Ruan Yu had clearly been hit by the succubus's charm attack earlier. Jiang Kai recalled Ruan Yu's drunk and disoriented demeanor, but how was he not affected at all? Moreover, he was even able to counterattack the succubus. The image of Ruan Yu embracing the female demon, sending her flying backwards, still lingered in Jiang Kai's mind. Jiang Kai watched Ruan Yu crying and chugging wine. The thing alcoholics hate most is losing control when drunk, but could this fatal flaw have inadvertently neutralized the succubus's charm attack? Jiang Kai suddenly curled his lips. Well then, at the same time, Hu Yan had retrieved the Yang treasure and just turned back to look up at Jiang Kai. She saw him give a sly smile, his eyes narrowing perversely. Wasn't Ruan Yu a natural divine weapon to counter the succubus's charm attack? Hu Yan was frightened, rooted to the spot. Why did he suddenly smile so eerily? Just as everyone thought it was over at another succubus's shack, a female demon was snarling in anger, looking exactly like the one from before. Hearing the sound of running, she sensed someone and spun around. Before she could react, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan rushed over. The decision is yours, keep going, Ruan Yu. Go! Ahead was Ruan Yu, tongue out, laughing deliriously. Another new beauty. The female demon screamed, unleashing a charm jab. But that move was useless against Ruan Yu. His eyes showed hearts. My beauty, why are you drooling when you see me? Are you craving my body? Once again, Ruan Yu charged forward to embrace the female demon. She was both shocked and choked. What a coincidence, I want you too. Jiang Kai was behind in a ready stance. Nice, this skill got broken again. Then we can get close and attack. Ruan Yu put the female demon down, humming a song. Come on baby, meeting you I know love again. Let's light the flame of love tonight. Jiang Kai unleashed a volley of homing fireballs at the female demon. The female demon, confused by Ruan Yu's actions, was unguarded and easily hit. The fire blazed fiercely, the female demon cried out in pain. The display board showed, Explorer Jiang Kai has killed an elite wraith succubus, X1. Ruan Yu, not hit by the homing fireballs, was blasted into the air by the flames, wakening with his eyes half open. Ruan Yu realized the situation. While suspended in the air, he yelled, You damn barbaric bastards. You blew up my wife again. I curse you, you beasts. He landed on his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. Jiang Kai looked at him confidently. Beautiful. While Ruan Yu is still dazed, hurry and find another female demon. Hu Yan agreed. So cold. The next 3 hours, Ruan Yu was blasted into the air by fire again. While flying, he shouted, Don't blow up my new wife number 11. A moment later, he sat dejectedly crying at the door. My 23rd wife was blown up by these two bastards again. Jiang Kai and Hu Yan were inside the house, eyes shining brightly as they looked at the Yang treasure. Ruan Yu sat crying profusely again, reaching out a hand to stop Jiang Kai. Don't spare my 35th wife. Another Yang treasure was taken from the succubus's wooden hut, heavy and substantial. Jiang Kai laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Excellent. Thanks to Ruan Yu, we caught 35 elite female Yang treasures in a flash, directly annihilating the King's Valley succubi. Hu Yan covered her face. I wouldn't even dare dream of this efficiency. Jiang Kai glanced at the display board and said happily, moreover, after killing 35 elite succubi, I leveled up twice, reaching level 14. Jiang Kai turned to Ruan Yu and winked. The price paid was just one heartbroken Ruan Yu. Hu Yan, you were right that Ruan Yu is useful. Hu Yan smiled. That's right, consider it helping him train his endurance after a breakup. Ruan Yu at this point had cried, his eyes swollen. Training endurance, huh? You two are truly despicable. Hu Yan gave Ruan Yu a thumbs up in front of him. You're the best. In response, he only snapped. You're an animal. Jiang Kai watched them muck fight even more. He picked up 2 shiny cards. He had collected 2 skill cards from the little hut and could learn 1 more skill. The first card had an image of dark clouds and rain. The first skill was Rain Dance, used by those with strong mental power to create a large-scale downpour. Jiang Kai thought about the scene of summoning rain to create a lake to drown and wash away monsters. High-level experts could create rivers from thin air, creating miracles in battle. He handed the card to Hu Yan. You're level 29, your mental power is higher than mine. This skill is for you to learn. She was surprised. A real skill card. Hu Yan's eyes were misty, her voice trembling. Thank you, team leader. Finally, I have a skill besides divination. I'm no longer useless in battle. She knelt down and kowtowed. Team leader, from now on you are forever my boss. Jiang Kai felt helpless. Don't do that, you deserve it. Hu Yan kowtowed until she had a huge bump on her head before stopping. She held the card and admired it, overjoyed. I am useless no more. Jiang Kai picked up the other card. This skill is a 1-use skill point for the hidden profession. He looked at the card and information appeared. This skill point, when used, can activate an additional skill for the hidden profession, but it disappears after 1 use. After reading, he thought to himself, I see. Activate it. The card in his hand immediately lit up. Jiang Kai looked at the glowing card in his hand. Even though it was only a one-time use, since it was a hidden profession skill, he had to try it. Eyebrain appeared, light enveloping her. Congratulations, the hidden gambler has activated an additional skill, Casino Pickpocket. The image on the card was a skeletal hand manipulating 2 dice with magic. When Pickpocket is activated, every explorer nearby who notices the gambler will have 1,000th of their total attributes stolen. After 30 minutes, the stolen skills and attributes are removed. Jiang Kai frowned in frustration. Is that all the effect is? Eyebrain nodded slightly. That's correct. Jiang Kai grabbed his head in anger. Such a precious skill only steals 1,000th of someone's attributes. He knelt down in despair, his face gloomy. I only have a little over 200 attributes. What good is 1,000th? Ruan Yu at this time had sobered up, sitting up and asking, what happened to me? Did I fall asleep? He was confused, bringing a hand to his chest. Why do I feel heart-atch? Hu Yan came beside him and whispered, deep love in the mortal world. Have you already forgotten losing 35 wives last night? Ruan Yu suddenly remembered. He recalled sticking out his tongue. He flew to embrace others with a satisfied expression. Ruan Yu immediately vomited green bile. I remember now. Last night after vomiting, he cried again. I'm sorry, team leader. I'm a drunkard who can't control myself. If you're not satisfied, I can leave the team. Jiang Kai didn't say a word and handed the coat to Ruan Yu. He smiled gently, saying that Ruan Yu was the hero of last night, and this equipment belonged to him. Ruan Yu looked up. Jiang Kai continued that without him, he would have died at the hands of the female demon multiple times, and he was the pillar of the trip. Ruan Yu was touched, his face reddened, and he declined, saying it was enough just to be brought into the team. Jiang Kai waved his hand and told him to take it. He had promised not to let his teammates down, and the equipment also had a share for Hu Yan. Hu Yan heard this and turned back, at which point her figure appeared. In Hu Yan's eyes, Jiang Kai was a prince charming with roses and money, and he told her to come get the equipment too. Both Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's eyes lit up, unable to believe it. The two of them, as about to kneel, shouted loudly that they would follow Jiang Kai to the end, leaving him both shocked and helpless. Afterwards, the three packed up and returned to the Ghost Crystal trading point. An elegant voice sounded to welcome the big spender. This time, the receptionist girl was extremely enthusiastic, reporting the total revenue from selling monsters, which had reached 840,000 Ghost Crystal coins. Jiang Kai was delighted. That was equivalent to 8.4 million Saint Wine coins, enough for the living expenses for him and his brother later. Entering the changing room, he thought that besides the money from selling the loot, he also had 2 suitable pieces of equipment. He changed into new equipment, shadowy pants, and a shadowy round jacket, which allowed him to turn invisible while moving. The second item was a ghost armor, which could turn ethereal to dodge a fatal blow at a critical moment. The A-grade ghost armor increased agility, strength, physique, and spirit, and could turn ethereal to dodge 1 physical blow every 10 minutes. Jiang Kai admired the gloves. Their flames could stack on wounds, truly a divine artifact. He walked out confidently, pulling aside the curtain, feeling much stronger than before. The status panel appeared showing level 14, strength 76, agility 132. He clenched his fist full of confidence. Ruan Yu ran over, carrying a wooden log, holding up a life seeker high, saying he had improved the weapon for the team leader. Ruan Yu ran while panting heavily, unable to speak. He didn't hesitate and threw the life seeker straight to Jiang Kai to check the effect. Jiang Kai raised his hand to block in front of his face, frantically asking Ruan Yu what he was doing. Was he still angry about the incident of burning 35 wives? The spearhead sped towards Jiang Kai's face, just a few centimeters away. Ruan Yu yelled loudly, threw the log high into the air, and gave the order to return. Life Seeker immediately sped back towards Ruan Yu, splitting the log above his head in 2. Ruan Yu raised his hand high and neatly caught the speeding Life Seeker. Presented the Life Seeker with both hands, explaining that he had added a magnet stone so Jiang Kai could retrieve it easily. Now he just needed to use the magnet to pull the Life Seeker back. Jiang Kai was excited, because he wouldn't have to worry about losing his weapon. Ruan Yu added that when the Life Seeker flew back, it also dealt damage to objects in its path. Jiang Kai patted his shoulder and praised Ruan Yu as a genius for modifying equipment. He raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. Ruan Yu shyly rubbed his hands together. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down right behind Jiang Kai out of a clear sky. The sunny weather suddenly turned into a downpour, the sky becoming gray and vastly different from before. Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in confusion, while Ruan Yu was also bewildered. Hu Yan skipped through the rain, cheerfully showing off that she had just learned a basic rain summoning spell. Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief, so it was Hu Yan. Jiang Kai reassured Hu Yan, affirming that her skill was useful, because many people were taking shelter from the rain thanks to her. He raised his hand to catch the rain, saying that if the rain was heavier, it would hinder the movement of enemies. Jiang Kai looked at the people taking shelter, seriously stating that then the enemies would become living targets for him to take down. Hu Yan felt more confident hearing that. She laughed loudly, promising to diligently practice the rain prayer spell. Jiang Kai looked into the distance, smiling reassuringly. The whole team had become much stronger. 3 people walked by cursing because the rain wet the equipment they brought to the ice island. Upon hearing the 2 words royal family, Jiang Kai suddenly came to his senses. He called them back to ask about the royal family. Ruan Yu took out an umbrella and handed it to Yan. Jing Yu looked at him like he was an alien, saying that the royal family's Chuanwu society would bring 200,000 people to hunt the boss on the ice island. Hao Yu added that besides the royal family, many other adventurers would participate in driving away the monsters. He said this was a responsibility related to the rise and fall of the world. Jiang Kai was very astonished after hearing this. Having said that, they hurriedly left. Jiang Kai pondered whether Huang Wei would participate in the boss hunt. He lowered his head in deep thought. Divine beasts were wreaking havoc on Earth. Each country had to find resources from the ghost crystals. He thought about the 5 types of resources occupied by the boss. Only by defeating the national boss could they be collected. His voice grew more serious. Ghost crystal monsters were categorized from common to elite. The tiers included War General, Commander, King-level boss, and Guardian of the King. A scene of tens of thousands of people fighting appeared. A king-level boss required several 100,000 people to join forces. The royal family led the Xuanwu Guild to contribute to the nation. Huang Wei's back figure emerged. Jiang Kai's face darkened with suspicion, wondering if Huang Wei had truly reformed. He remembered the words of the person before. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Someone had to step up and fight. Jiang Kai clenched his fist tightly, asking himself if he should go to the ice island and contribute to the country. At the Ghost Crystal Ice Island, under a brilliant starry sky, with a thick blizzard blanketing the mountains, the 3 trudged along. The 3 hugged each other tightly, shivering violently. Jiang Kai's face was pale and his nose was running. He hadn't expected this place to be so cold. A loud, blood-curdling scream rang out. Jiang Kai looked up and saw 3 figures on the cliff. What idiots! Didn't they know not to walk on the lake before a battle? Jiang Kai was confused, so Dun Dun said, "We are new here, may I ask why we cannot walk?" The leader was Wang Qiang. He folded his arms, tilted his chin, and shouted loudly. "Underneath the glacier island is the lair of monsters," he said in a harsh tone. "As you all walk on the lake like that, beneath Jiang Kai's feet, the ice surface had already begun to crack bit by bit." Wang Qiang continued, "I wonder if it has disturbed the merman below." As soon as he finished speaking, a merman leaped up, holding a trident. Jiang Kai's group was shaken and fell over. It was a 2-legged merman monster, level 22. It looked at Jiang Kai and smiled eerily. Jiang Kai grabbed Ruan Yu by the collar to help him up. Hu Yan followed up. A merman? On the cliff, standing beside Wang Qiang was Yu Li. He sneered. "What a bunch of idiots." Wang Qiang shouted down. "A level 22 merman requires a full party of level 20 people to handle." Continued, mermen are very skilled at close-range attacks. Once they get close, especially a level 22 merman, it will only lead to a deadly end. The merman thrust its trident fiercely towards Wei Ying of Jiang Kai. Wang Qiang was still talking. "It will surely only result in death." Jiang Kai suddenly stood in front of everyone. Hu Yan ran over to stop him. "Captain," just as the merman thrust its trident forward, Jiang Kai shouted, "Ghost Jiang Kai armor, illusory transformation." The merman was stunned. The illusory transformation ended. Jiang Kai leaped in front of it, grinning. "I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just a piece of trash fish." He kicked it straight in the face with tremendous force, combined with firing a flame chaser. "Get lost!" The merman burst into violent flames, letting out painful, miserable shrieks. The 3 people standing on the cliff widened their eyes in shock. Yu Li was horrified. He not only dodged but also counterattacked in close combat against the merman. The captain named Wang Qiang was equally shocked. It takes a full level 20 party to handle a level 22 merman. Wang Qiang wiped his sweat, but he's only a little over level 10. He looked at Jiang Kai still standing firm and shouted loudly, "Did he destroy it?" Jiang Kai looked at the charred merman and laughed. "After getting my blood pumping, I really don't feel cold anymore." He raised his hand to call the fire. "Come back, flame chaser." Jiang Kai thought to himself, "My current strength is 76 points. If I activate the storm strike," the flame chasers that had embedded into the merman earlier immediately stirred. The damage was at least 15,200 points, not counting the additional damage on the flame chasers. Flame chasers from all sides converged towards Jiang Kai. "But based on the lowest storm strike damage I calculated," he silently calculated, "my current damage against anything around level 20, whether monster or adventurer, cannot withstand a single blow." He retrieved the flame chasers into his spatial pouch, feeling proud. Hu Yan ran over, holding up a card. "Captain Jiang Kai, I helped you pick up this merman's identity card." Jiang Kai turned his head to look. "Thanks. Let's hurry to the shore." Jiang Kai looked up at the cliff. "Right. 3 big brothers. I want to ask if you know where Huang Wei is." The 3 of them were still in shock, and were startled when he called out. Yu Li rubbed his hands flatteringly. "Great One, what are you saying? How dare we be called big brothers? We are your little brothers, the lowliest of little brothers." Wang Qiang followed up. "What a coincidence, we know where Huang Wei is." Bo Sheng added, "Then these 3 little brothers ask permission to guide you, sir." "Somewhere on the glacier island." Jiang Kai walked alone. He thought, I don't want Hu Yan and Ruan Yu involved in the business with Huang Wei. Those three big brothers said Huang Wei was here, so why can't I find him after searching for so long? Suddenly, someone walked over and loudly called his name, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai turned around, his voice cheerful, Huang Wei? Huang Wei had a cold face, his hand resting on the sword at his waist. Jiang Kai stepped forward. Huang Wei, I know you will fight the boss for the country, so I am very impressed. I think we can put aside our feud. I am willing to contribute on this island. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past Jiang Kai's face, startling him slightly. Huang Wei drew his sword and slashed straight towards Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai barely managed to jump aside to dodge. Jiang Kai dodged and yelled, Huang Wei, what are you doing? I just want to resolve the misunderstanding. Huang Wei missed his slash and scowled. Resolve what? He raised his head and gave a sinister smile. You killed me first, making me undergo treatment for so long. Now you want to resolve things? Huang Wei raised his sword. Do you know how many ways I have thought of to get revenge after you killed me? The military forbade me from touching you. How could I? He looked at Jiang Kai and shouted. So I voluntarily joined the king rank boss raid, just to earn merits and request the military to stop protecting you. Jiang Kai was deeply shocked. You attacked a king rank boss just to do this? Huang Wei replied, that's right. As he spoke, he charged at Jiang Kai. I didn't expect you to come to me willingly. Forget the great battle. I must kill you first. He swung his sword at Jiang Kai, intending to take the merits of the boss raid and submit them to the military. Jiang Kai crouched down to dodge the blow. He pushed himself back. So it was me overthinking. I didn't expect you were still such a petty villain. Jiang Kai raised his hand, fire enveloping it. You want to kill me? I advise you all to come at me together. Wasn't your Falcon team destroyed by me? Huang Shao, standing behind Huang Wei, laughed loudly. How impressive, you destroyed the Falcon team only because the military backed you. Huang Yu followed. Now young Master D is over 10 levels higher, and has S-grade equipment. Would he need our help to kill you? Huang Shan pressed his watch in agreement. That's right, you rookie punk. Just as the electronic screen opened, Huang Shan was startled. Wait, before his eyes was Jiang Kai's information panel. How could this guy have reached level 14 as fast as the young master? On the other side, Huang Wei was already engulfed by flames, screaming in pain. Huang Wei looked around, seeing his body burning, and yelled, what is this? Why is there fire here? He shouted and struggled. Save me. Hurry and save me. That group of people rushed over in a panic. The fire on the young master is just ordinary fire. Why is it causing such high damage? Jiang Kai stood far away coldly. Your young master is already dead. If you don't want to end up like him, don't stop me. Huang Wei stubbornly raised his nearly charred hand. No, I don't want to die. He barely crawled out of the fire, his armor blackened. The equipment saved a portion of his health, but he shouted loudly, quick, all of you kill him for me. Huang Wei still boasted strongly, torture him to death for me. The four subordinates raised their weapons and walked towards Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai was cold, his hands clenched into fists. You still want to offer up your heads? He leaped forward, using all his strength to launch the flame chasers. Perfect timing. I'll use you all to test my life-seeking magnet. The flame chasers grazed past them, surprising them, but they still managed to dodge. A cunning glint shone in their eyes. Huang Yu sneered coldly, throwing that many darts yet hitting none. What kind of accuracy was that? The four of them were levels 31, 20, 29, and 32 respectively. Huang Shan added mockingly, wasn't it because they saw us all at level 30 that they got scared and shook their hands? With that, he charged toward Jiang Kai, telling him to go up first. Jiang Kai raised his burning hand, curling his lips slightly, saying he had never heard of such a thing. The moment he finished speaking, a life chaser flew from behind him, stabbing straight into the other's back. Fierce flames erupted from the life chaser, rapidly spreading outward. Jiang Kai coldly watched as Huang Shan was engulfed by the flames, screaming in despair. The group was extremely shocked, unable to understand how the dart could fly back. They stared at the unmoving Jiang Kai, unable to believe that a kid at level something had taken down their level 32 captain. Turning to see Huang Shan burn to death on the ground, they screamed in fear and died on the spot. Jiang Kai shot out from behind them in a flash, but it wasn't over yet. He raised his hand and commanded a recall. The life chaser flew back to his hand, but the one standing in the way had been hit. The flames burst forth again. That man's face turned green with fear as he helplessly watched the fire spread over his body. In the end, he could not avoid being burned to death. Huang Shao stood watching, his voice stammering as he asked what kind of skill caused such terrifying damage. Huang Yu was also utterly confused, wondering if this kid was a top player pretending to be weak to ambush the strong. Huang Wei struggled to stand, shouting loudly, you idiots, can't you see he is good at long-range attacks? He roared, both of you go up together, just get close to him. Following the order, the remaining two answered in unison and charged forward. Huang Wei grinned arrogantly, believing that Jiang Kai was definitely an assassin, only good at range combat, with high damage but weak in close quarters. explorers. Before he could finish his words, the two men in front of him were already engulfed in flames. They screamed in pain as Huang Wei watched helplessly, his face full of shock and disbelief. Jiang Kai slowly walked toward him, coldly saying, "A piece of trash with a bunch of trash." His eyes full of contempt and anger, he asked, "Was there any difference?" Huang Wei retreated on his hands, unable to believe it. Clearly there was a gap in level and power. "How could you do it?" Jiang Kai did not answer. He manifested a sword and said, "The grudges were meant to be settled, but you are truly disappointing." He held the sword and strode quickly toward Huang Wei, coldly stating, "Huang Wei, in the end you are still a cold-blooded person who wants to kill me, right?" Huang Wei panicked. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Kai raised his sword high, saying, "You want to kill me, so I must return the favor. I heard last time I killed you so badly you had a psychological shadow, so this time." Saying this, he showed a ferocious smile. "Let the darkness be a little bigger." The look in Huang Wei's eyes was now full of fear and helplessness. The sword came down, and his screams echoed through the forest. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai was still standing in the forest, hands in his pockets, looking at the electronic screen, thinking that killing veteran explorers still gave the most experience. He didn't expect that killing 4 level 30s and that piece of trash Huang Wei would level him all the way up to 17. Suddenly, the screen displayed a red warning. Because he had killed more than 10 explorers from the same faction, he had to receive the bloodthirsty killer punishment. Jiang Kai was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The screen displayed another instruction line. "In this state, all players nearby would know your location. When a bloodthirsty killer is killed, the experience gained is tripled. Use 10 drops of repentant tears to remove the state." Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, asking himself, bloodthirsty killer. Wasn't this a strict punishment title that everyone on Ghost Planet fought over? He recalled that on Ghost Planet, someone receiving this punishment became a walking experience bag that everyone could sense and hunt. The system announced that upon returning to normal, the double talent was activated. The reward or punishment received would have a doubled effect, with the same chance of triggering a super 10 times multiplier. Jiang Kai scratched his head in a bind. Could his double talent increase the punishment up to 10 times? This seemed more like bad luck than good. Then he suddenly understood and shouted. If he died once, he would lose 30 times the experience, or even be stripped clean and drop back to level 1. Jiang Kai ran forward quickly, speaking anxiously, "This is bad. From now on I must never go to crowded places. I have to find a way to get repentant tears to remove this state." At the Huang family's garrison area on the ice island, located in the forest they had just been in, there were many tents and guards stationed. An angry man's voice rang out in the tent, terrifying the soldiers. He shouted, "What, Huang Wei was killed by someone else? How did you guards protect him?" It was Huang Wei's father, Huang Tong, the general commander of the ice island operation. He raged. He had just promised the 3 Huang family members would fight together for the country, and now the boy was dead. Wouldn't this make him a liar? Beside him was Huang Wei's older brother, Huang Da, the deputy commander of the operation. He clasped his hands and slowly asked his father, "What should we do next?" Huang Tong punched the table hard, cracking its surface. He angrily said, "Just proceed with the operation. Go directly and take down the king-ranked boss. Once we get the boss, we will use military merits to pressure the army into no longer protecting that Jiang Kai." He growled, "And when that time comes, we will make Jiang Kai pay the most miserable price." The remaining people laughed darkly, the atmosphere shrouded in malice. Half an hour later in another part of the island, Jiang Kai met up with his teammates. Hu Yan asked in confusion, why did he have this new title on him? Ruan Yu exclaimed, "Is it the bloodthirsty killer?" Jiang Kai hissed softly, telling them to keep their voices down or they would be found out. He grabbed Hu Yan's hand and pulled her along as he ran, saying there was no time to explain. In short, they had completely become enemies of the Huang family and had to leave this place quickly. Hu Yan was a little surprised by his urgency. 3 of them ran while talking, when suddenly a loud sound rang out, a long horn sound. Jiang Kai halted, asking what that sound was. The echo still reverberated across the snowy hills. Ruan Yu asked in panic, was this the battle horn? Why was it sounding now? Jiang Kai speculated, could the Huang family have declared war first? Hu Yan's face was bloodless. She called for Jiang Kai to look over the other side. Jiang Kai looked in the direction Hu Yan pointed. Her voice trembled as she told him to look at the ice lake. It had cracked open, and chunks of ice were rising up. Hu Yan screamed. The ice lake was actually breaking. The ice chunks surged violently as if something wanted to crawl out. Soon after, a foot with sharp claws rested on the ice surface. Following that were countless such feet, hundreds of mermen rising from the bottom of the ice lake. All 3 of them were in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Another loud sound rang out, this time from a terrifying power beneath the lake bed. Standing towering amid the mermen was a giant merman, 100 times bigger than the rest, like an iceberg. That giant monster was the king-ranked boss, the Frostwind Merman Lord, level unknown, health value fully intact at 100%. Hu Yan stammered, asking if that was the boss. Jiang Kai frowned heavily. The pressure was immense. Ruan Yu trembled, saying he was scared. Shout rang out. It was from Huang Tong. "O soldiers, the Frost Spirit Merman boss of King rank has appeared. Prepare for battle." He wore shining armor, rode a fierce beast. His voice echoed through the mountains. "If you win this battle, you will receive generous rewards helping Holy Radiance seize resources and protect the Wei Ying family from the mythical beast." Huang Tong raised his sword to the sky, declaring solemnly, "For the present and the future, we must do everything to win, even facing death." The soldiers heard his words, immediately gripped their weapons tightly. "O warriors, once the arrow leaves the bowstring, it cannot turn back." Huang Tong shouted even louder. The king rank battle had officially begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers surged onto the ice lake, shouting, "Charge, kill." Ruan Yu hid behind a block of ice and said to Jiang Kai, "Captain Jiang Kai, why haven't we gone yet?" Hu Yan also agreed this was a battle of 200,000 people against a king-rank boss. Jiang Kai stood up abruptly, waving his hand and saying, "No, not yet." Jiang Kai said as long as the battle started, the Huang family wouldn't have time to pay attention to him. Just stay and watch the king-rank boss battle. The group of soldiers rushed quickly with their weapons towards the merman. Wen and Hao Tian led the way, shouting as they ran, "Kill it." A loud bang echoed, the ice surface shattered, and countless people fell down. A huge fish-like monster surfaced, with bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth. It was a common rank two-legged merman monster, level 25. Hao Tian was stunned, his face pale, but he still calmed everyone. "Don't be afraid, it's just a rotten fish, we outnumber it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly pulled by an extremely strong force. The two-legged grabbed him, brought him up to its huge gaping mouth full of teeth. Hao Tian screamed and struggled, calling for help. The two-legged directly put him into its mouth and bit down. Blood splattered. Hao Tian screamed in pain, begging for rescue. Hao Tian's voice went silent, replaced by the haunting sound of chewing. The others stepped back in fear. The fishman ate people. It was too terrifying. Hu Yan covered his mouth in shock. It turned out an ordinary fishman was this strong to an adventurer. Guan Yu continued. She also felt the number of fishmen was very large. Jiang Kai had a serious expression, saying in a low voice that he heard as long as the boss wasn't dead, the fishman army would keep appearing endlessly. He was still watching the battle, so the key wasn't 200,000 adventurers against the fishman army. Jiang Kai stopped observing, saw someone just zoom across the ice, and continued, "But the superhumans." Against the boss, two people crossed the soldiers. They streaked like arrows. Seeing their arrival, the soldiers also cheered and ran along. The leader was Tuan Jie using fire power. He warned, "Watch out, the 8-man team has infiltrated the boss zone." The others also tried their best, running while mustering their strength. Bak Nguyen also led his people flying towards the merman, all trying to adjust their condition to the best. Some held weapons, some channeled power, each aimed at the merman, trying to deal maximum damage to the boss. Hu Yan remarked on the superhuman strength. Ruan Yu's jaw dropped, guessing they were about to defeat the boss. Only Jiang Kai lowered his head, his voice worried, saying, "No, the situation isn't good at all." Then Jiang Kai looked up, his eyes wide open, his demonic eye focused intently. He looked at the merman. It still stood firm, its eyes full of killing intent. He continued, "Their skills are strong, but through my demonic eye, the boss's defense layer hasn't even been broken." The merman still bared its teeth in a sly grin. It seemed the boss's defense layer was unbroken. System displayed a red text, unable to penetrate the defense layer. Tuan Jai couldn't believe his eyes. What, even the boss's defense layer? Then something shot into the sky. The merman raised its hand and slammed a powerful blow down on the superhuman's location. The ground shook violently. Icy water knocked the standing people away. Some were flung far, some were directly hit, and their health bar disappeared. They all fell heavily from the air onto the ground. The merman looked at them, smiled with satisfaction, then let out an eerie roar. Soldiers in Jiang Kai's group all exclaimed, "Did the boss kill 8 superhumans with just one move?" Jiang Kai gritted his teeth looking at the merman. One casual move killed 8 people. Was this the strength of a king-rank boss? One person suddenly grabbed a spear and charged forward. Jiang Kai was surprised by this action. 8 people just died. How could one more person dare to charge? Hu Yan shouted loudly, "Don't go." He confronted the merman directly. The merman showed no mercy, shooting its trident at him. The onlookers yelled, "He's done for, another one dead." He stopped abruptly, scraped the spear tip hard across the ice, then swung it forward. Spear tip met the trident tip, creating a tremendous force. The merman was somewhat surprised that its attack was blocked. The soldiers in Jiang Kai's group said in unison in shock, "This guy actually blocked the boss's attack?" He gripped the spear tightly, coldly saying to the boss, "My teammates' deaths just now were intentional." He raised his head, his gaze resolute, gritting his teeth and saying, "You think we'd just let you slaughter us all?" This was the superhuman Jiang Fang Spearman class, title of the #1 powerhouse of Zhuangwu Guild on Earth. The merman retracted its trident. Jiang Fang slowly proudly stepped forward. "Today I represent the fallen brothers." A notification panel appeared above Jiang Fang. The talent blessing of the dead activated. For every fallen teammate, power increases by 25%. Without hesitation, Jiang Fang quickly leaped over the merman, slipped behind it, and gritted out, "Seize the person." The merman could not react to Jiang Fang's speed as he charged forward and thrust straight. A flash of lightning erupted, and the boss's protective shield was shattered. The wounds on the merman's body began to bleed, and it glanced over with an irritated look. Jiang Kai was both surprised and excited. This person was truly strong. Could he actually break through the boss's defense? Ngok Long, a soldier down below, was immensely grateful. This great figure might finally have a hope of killing the boss. Huang Thong watched from a distance and laughed triumphantly. "Do you think my Xuanwu society is weak?" All those transcendent deaths were part of a calculated plan to empower Jiang Fang. At this moment, Jiang Fang was brimming with vitality, his entire body erupting with immense power. Huang Thong said, Jiang Fang was already strong. Adding the blessing of the dead, his strength increased by 200%. Jiang Fang charged forward again, his eyes blazing. Now he alone could match an army of 20 transcendents. Jiang Fang moved too quickly, the merman could not keep up. Every step he took left deep cuts on its body. Huang Thong watched. If there were no surprises in the battle situation, this fight could be considered a victory. Jiang Kai and his two companions were intently watching Jiang Fang, not noticing a dark shadow approaching from behind. Bian shouted loudly, "Keep it up, Vu, you will definitely win." While they were not paying attention, an elite merman monster of level 32 had appeared behind them. Huang Da held a tablet, saw the red warning signs, and yelled, "We are in trouble, Dad. I have detected a large number of merfolk approaching from behind the icy island." Huang Thong was horrified. "Sea merman? Do you mean a grand army of mermen from under the sea has been summoned here?" Huang Da quickly replied, "That is right, there are hundreds of them, all elites at level 30 or above." Huang Thong was momentarily at a loss. On the other side, Jiang Fang was still fighting fiercely with the boss. Huang Thong's voice turned serious. "The battlefield is divided into 5 zones according to the 5 merman levels, which are ordinary, elite, war general, commander, and boss." He continued, his voice worried. "Each zone has deployed a large force to resist the merman, creating a balance." Huang Thong paused, his voice trembling. "If the rear is broken through, the battlefield will descend into chaos, and Jiang Fang will not be able to kill the boss." He immediately thought of the scene of tens of thousands of people wailing. On the contrary, our 200,000 people would die here. The veins on Huang Thong's forehead bulged and he shouted, "Jiang Fang needs at least 30 minutes to kill the boss. How long until the mermen arrive?" Huang Da quickly manipulated the device. "Let me see, at most." The tablet displayed countless red warnings, a massive number of mermen approaching. He was terrified. At most about 10 minutes more. On the other side, Jiang Kai's Lifeseeker was flying with a whoosh through the air. It aimed straight for a merman's body. Jiang Kai swooped past, landing nimbly, raising one hand to ignite the Lifeseeker with blazing flames. The explorer Jiang Kai has eliminated X1 elite merman. Hu Yan was scared and hid behind a large rock. "Captain Jiang, why are there suddenly so many mermen? Let us get out of here quickly." Jiang Kai turned his head, squinting his eyes. "Now we must leave." He stood on the cliff, arms crossed, looking down at the icy lake. The battlefield was in a delicate balance. If no one stopped the merman, the battle could be lost. Jiang Kai frowned, pondered something, then said coldly, "The Hong family is my enemy. Seeing them fail would make me very happy." The Hong family's situation was still extremely difficult. It was over. What was to be done in this situation? Jiang Kai continued, "But the future of Teen Diu and the 200,000 people summoned to fight are all innocent." He closed his eyes tightly, unable to make a decision for himself for the moment. Wei Ying's words echoed in his mind again. Everyone must take responsibility for the rise and fall of this world, and someone had to step up and fight the monsters. Jiang Kai pondered for a moment, then lifted his head high and made up his mind. He called his two teammates Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, telling them not to leave just yet. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Jiang Kai walked and talked, saying he still needed them to gather all the nearby mermaids to his location. Jiang Kai raised his life-seeking blade forward, his gaze sharp and cold, announcing that he would handle all these sea mermaids alone. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were surprised, both thinking Jiang Kai was being too reckless. Within a mere 10 minutes, the ordinary people had nearly wiped out the royal soldiers. Ling Hang knelt on the ground, holding his bleeding arm, trembling as he said the team leader should stop fighting. The rear had been caught up by the mermaids. If surrounded it was over, it was best to flee. The others upon hearing this stood still, every one of them covered in wounds. The soldiers began to stir, saying if they died they could not go online for a month, their homes would be seized, they had to go or everyone would die. A man in armor with a robe behind him stepped forward with his sword, telling everyone not to run. All turned to look at team leader A. He said loudly, had everyone not noticed. 10 minutes had passed since the sea mermaids were discovered, yet they still had not appeared. Directed his gaze toward Wei Ying and the mountains, but currently no one had appeared. appeared, the others also looked. The ground was completely empty. One person spoke up wondering why no figures were seen. Someone speculated that a superhuman had acted at the rear, but the royals had no troops stationed there. Their team leader frowned, saying that meant a powerful figure had stepped in to block the mermaids, likely a very strong elite exploration team. Over there, Jiang Kai was being fiercely pursued by the elite mermaids. They roared in anger. They charged rapidly toward him, opening their large mouths. But Jiang Kai still did not turn his head. He only pursed his lips slightly, a confident smile appearing on his face. Jiang Kai landed on the ice surface with effortless grace. Quickly, he dropped to one knee, spun around, facing the mermaids directly, the red light in his hand flickering. He charged forward, his power exploding, tearing apart the two sea mermaids before him. When Jiang Kai landed, those sea mermaids were already completely incinerated. Jiang Kai turned around, thinking he had killed over 20 but only got one each time. This method was truly too slow. The system announced that explorer Jiang Kai had killed elite sea mermaids X2. At that moment, Hu Yan frantically shouted, calling Jiang Kai team leader to save her. She had already lured the sea mermaids here. Ruan Yu also screamed while running, calling Jiang Kai team leader this side too. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, channeling power into his arms, praising and telling them to hide quickly. He would handle the rest. Hu Yan worriedly asked if he knew how many elites there were. Could he kill them all? Ruan Yu also yelled, saying he just killed 2 and was already tired. Jiang Kai swept past the surging sea mermaids, coldly admitting that earlier solo fights took a bit of effort. He swiftly glided past them, sparks beginning to ignite. Jiang Kai said in a deep voice, "But you two did not know that compared to solo fighting." His eyes blazed with killing intent. He preferred group battles. As soon as he finished, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending dust and debris billowing. The notification board lit up brightly. Explorer Jiang Kai had slain elite sea mermaids X257. Yan and Ruan Yu excitedly hugged each other, astonished at their team leader's strength, only a dozen levels above and already so terrifying. At that time, Huang Tong's team was nearing the location. Suddenly seeing a pillar of fire erupt, everyone was stunned, asking why the rear was producing an explosion. Huang Yu frantically pointed at the positioning, reporting to his father that the sea mermaids at the rear had vanished. Could the military his father had invited already arrived? Huang Tong frowned. Impossible. He had just contacted the military. How could they have arrived so quickly? Huang Tong squinted toward the direction of the explosion. Then he decided to ignore it. If the military had arrived, inform everyone on the battlefield so Jiang Fang could focus on dealing with the boss more easily. Everyone replied in unison. Half an hour later, Jiang Fang channeled all his strength into stabbing the boss. Power condensed into a massive pressure wave, forcing the opponent to brace against it. The system announced the boss's health value was at 65%. The formation behind cheered. The boss's health was only 1/3 left. They could win now. Suddenly, the pressure surged abnormally. The mermaid swelled with energy and slammed heavily to the ground, catching Jiang Fang off guard. Huang Yu shouted loudly to be careful. When the boss lost 1/3 of its health, would enter the second berserk phase. Huang Yu's voice rang out. In the berserk phase, the boss's attack speed was so fast it was nearly unavoidable. Therefore, Jiang Fang could only brace to take the hits, and the important thing was that they could not defeat the boss. Jiang Fang gritted his teeth as he took wave after wave of attacks, each hit causing him to spit blood. Everyone worried he could not hold on any longer. The system sounded. Explorer Jiang Fang's health points remaining were 5%. The entire battlefield was shocked. Was the great warrior about to die? Jiang Fang gritted his teeth, growled softly, calling the enemy a beast. Did it think a little damage like that could kill him? His whole body erupted with inner energy, transcendent talent, war robe and armor fusion. Jiang Fang shouted loudly, "Here I am." The mermaid's attacks rained down on his armor one after another. The system continuously announced damage immunity. At the same time, the mermaid side continuously heard notifications of taking reflected damage. Jiang Kai's eyes blazed, praising Jiang Kai's armor was strong, not only immune to damage but also reflecting it. Was this truly a transcendent talent? The entire royal team was also excited. There was hope to kill the boss. Everyone keep trying. Huang Tong proudly said Jiang Fang was the ace. His transcendent talent reflected 50% of damage for 90 seconds, and the boss was in its berserk phase, attacking extremely fast. The notification sound rang. The boss's remaining health was 35%. Huang Tong smiled triumphantly, saying the faster the boss attacked, the more its health would drop. He laughed smugly. The newly spawned boss had already lost 30% of its health. As long as they held the formation, the boss would belong to the royal family. Suddenly, the merman unleashed a force field. Because he was busy blocking attacks, Jiang Fang could not defend in time. The force field pierced through his battle armor, striking him directly in the chest. The force was so strong that Jiang Fang was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He crashed into the ground, a large hole torn through his chest, his breath shallow and weak. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that the great deity had lost. The merman had used its ultimate skill and tentacles to counterattack. Huang Tong collapsed in despair, blaming himself for his carelessness. Wang De quickly steadied him, no one daring to believe that armor-breaking skill had gone undetected. The Xuanwu Guild fell into chaos. This battle relied on Jiang Fang. If he fell, everything would be over. Jiang Kai's mood also sank. The shadow of despair loomed large. Xuanwu's members screamed for help. Their trump card was down, and they could not fight back. In another corner, the sound of clashing blades rang out rapidly. Li Biao, while bracing himself to resist, blamed himself for bringing Yuan Zhu and Nuan into danger. He was pushed back continuously, regretting that he only wanted to prove himself stronger than Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai did not lead them to their deaths, but he had done just that. Before he could finish his thought, he was forced to his knees by a sea merman. Nuan screamed in terror, calling out to Captain Li Biao. She wailed miserably for help, but her spiritual power was exhausted, unable to heal. They could not defeat the boss, and the merman soldiers kept coming endlessly. If no one acted, everyone would die. The sea merman's blade pierced through Li Biao's shield, and everyone begged in despair. Li Biao stared blankly at the scene before him. The sea merman's crimson mouth had already opened wide. Li Biao was in despair. Was there no one to save them? Suddenly, a flash of light streaked by like lightning. Sharp flames tore through the sky. They shot up like a meteor. Li Biao's eyes widened in shock as he saw the sea merman explode in midair. Debris fell, kicking up clouds of dust and earth. Li Biao was dazed. This was... A low voice whispered from behind, "Summon." The three of them startled, looking up. It was... Everyone cheered. It was Jiang Kai. Sped past, leaving his words in the wind. "Yuan Zhu, Nuan, long time no see. I am going to fight the boss. You two take care of yourselves." Yuan Zhu trembled, unable to believe his ears when he heard Jiang Kai wanted to fight the boss. Watching Jiang Kai's figure, he clearly sensed his position. Nuan nodded vigorously. She felt the same way. The battlefield was chaotic with the sounds of swords and screams. Suddenly, the 200,000 troops of Xuanwu all halted at once. The crowd buzzed, sensing someone approaching in their minds. It was the effect of bloodthirsty assassin. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu shouted loudly, "Jiang Kai, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your own condition? With that title, you will be targeted by 200,000 people." Before the words were finished, tens of thousands of eyes were already fixed on Jiang Kai. The crowd grew excited, thinking they were about to die, but instead found the bloodthirsty assassin. Killing him would earn a lot of experience. Before the merman could kill them, they would kill him first. Countless figures rushed to pursue and kill Jiang Kai. But as they closed in, Jiang Kai suddenly halted, his eyes widening. A loud explosion rumbled across the sky. In the distance, Yuan Zhu's face turned pale, thinking Jiang Kai was dead. Nuan sobbed, calling his name. A gust of wind swept by. Jiang Kai smirked. "You cannot even withstand one of my moves." He dashed off without stopping. Behind him, the group was sent flying, on the verge of death. How could a rookie just over level 10 deal such high damage? Nuan and Yuan Zhu, seeing Jiang Kai safe, cheered excitedly. Li Biao staggered, unable to stand steadily, staring at the scene before him. He was stunned. Jiang Kai was surrounded by many level 20 players, but remained unharmed. Nearby, Huang De jumped up in shock, noticing Jiang Kai running toward the boss. Huang Tong found it hard to believe. How could he still kill the boss? What needed focus was minimizing losses. Huang De tried to listen, but his heart burned with a foreboding feeling. He vaguely felt that Jiang Kai could kill the boss, while Jiang Kai had already charged deep into the battlefield. He muttered to himself, not expecting to participate in a war. Helping the Huang family fight a boss was something he had never done. Wei Ying's words from years ago echoed, "If Saint Glory is in danger, fight for it." He smiled wryly, but who would agree to let him command the guard squad? The country was in crisis, needing territory and resources, while he only coincidentally had a bit of defensive ability. His pace still quickened, turning into a bolt of lightning. He said softly, "AI Brain, activate the one-time use skill." AI Brain appeared when the casino poaching skill was activated. All nearby adventurers will have 0.1% of their total stats stolen and added to him. After 30 minutes, the stolen skills and stats will disappear permanently. Jiang Kai pondered. Initially, he thought the skill Wei Ying used once could only steal 0.1% of attributes from followers, and wondered what use it was. He didn't expect it to be useful now. He reminded himself that he was in a bloodthirsty killing state, drawing everyone's attention on the battlefield. Murmurs spread about the appearance of a mad killer. The system rang out the command to start stealing 0.1% of the total attribute points of followers. Jiang Kai thought, even if each person only lost 1,000th of their attributes, it was very small. But when he looked down at the pointing crowd, he realized he had been discovered. He pursed his lips. There were over 200,000 people here. A flash of flame tore through the sky, and he calculated that even if only 0.1% was taken from each person, the total would be immense. The system announced, Explorer Jiang Kai, Gambler Profession, Level 20, Strength 30,000, Physique 1,000, Agility 60,000, Spirit 1,000, Defense Free Critical Rate 0.1%, Critical Damage 20,000%. Huang De stared at the location, shouting loudly, "Damn it, Dad, Jiang Kai is running toward the boss. He can actually steal that boss." Huang Tong asked gloomily, "Why?" He pointed at the screen. Dad, look, my watch estimates Jiang Kai's attributes have suddenly become terrifying, even surpassing Jiang Fang. Huang Tong was shocked. What? Jiang Kai's position was in the warrior-grade fishman area. A jagged row of teeth emerged from the ground. The system flashed. Monster, shark-tooth fishman warrior grade, level 51. It chased Jiang Kai, its mouth wide open as if wanting to tear him to pieces. Huang Da was stunned. Jiang Kai didn't even dodge when facing a warrior grade. Huang Tong raised his voice. Even if we don't know if his attributes are real, a fishman bite makes even level 60 explorers cautious. The monster opened its mouth wide, ready to bite. Huang Tong said coldly, it seems he can only stop here. But Jiang Kai clenched his fist. He roared, don't block the way. Then he punched the shark-tooth fishman directly in the chest. Everyone was stunned. What? He's using his bare hands? With just 5 punches, he killed a warrior-grade fishman? Are these attributes real? The shark-tooth fishman fell heavily, shocking its kind. New system location, Jiang Kai's position in the commander-grade fishman area. A commander-grade fishman monster level 74 had already seen Jiang Kai. It swept aside members of the Xuanwu Guild, opening its mouth to release a sonic wave at Wei Ying behind Jiang Kai. Suddenly he felt his ears ring and his head ache as if it was about to explode. Seeing this, Huang Da sneered. He doesn't know his limits. When a commander-grade fishman roars, you need a special skill to be immune. What user attributes? Huang Tong curled his lip. That brat just wants to steal the boss. A commander-grade fishman leaped down, its massive hand ready to strike Jiang Kai. Huang Tong said coldly, a true madman speaking nonsense. From the distance, Nuan and Yuan Ju cried out in alarm. Jiang Kai. Over here, Ruan Yu was still drunk after a large tankard of beer. Seeing Jiang Kai about to be bullied, his stomach churned like fire. Smoke of rage flared from his nostrils as he roared and charged over. Ruan Yu was never weaker than anyone in this life. Ruan Yu roared and threw a punch. Think again. I am not inferior to the team leader. Don't just seduce my team leader. 2 immense forces collided, sending both Ruan Yu and the commander-grade fishman flying in opposite directions. He bounced back, roaring. Can a man of high character like me attract you? Let me give you an interspecies kiss. Ruan Yu hugged the commander-grade fishman. No one will blow up my wife this time. He puckered his lips, face bright red, and smacked a kiss onto the monster's toothed mouth. It stunned the commander-grade fishman, its fingers twitching wildly. Immediately, the commander-grade fishman went berserk, swinging its arm to smash Ruan Yu straight into the ground. He got up, laughing foolishly. Quite fiery, but I like this personality of yours. The system notified that Ruan Yu activated a drunken dream state, reducing damage but causing him to lose clarity. Huang Tong and Huang Da were shocked. Is this one of AAG's generals? Does everyone deserve to be here? He could ignore the commander-grade fishman's roar and withstand the attack. He even made the fishman leader hate him that much. Jiang Kai was stunned to see Ruan Yu appear. Why did Ruan Yu follow? Didn't I tell you not to come along? Just then, a clear voice shouted in his ear, Team leader, do you think we'd embarrass you? Hu Yan also charged over, both hands raised high to gather energy. Watch me, peerless strange rain technique. She pushed Jiang Kai back. Team leader, hurry and leave. Ruan Yu can't hold on long. The gap between him and the commander is too big. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu still refused to stop chasing the commander-grade fishman. Fishman wife, here I come again. Jiang Kai widened his eyes. You too. His heart was both moved and helpless. Fine, there's really no dealing with them. On the mountaintop, Hu Yan turned and struck out. The Xuanwu Guild members stopped and looked up. That woman is using the strange rain technique again. What kind of trick is this? Will the fishmen die from rain? Jiang Kai confidently instructed. Then I'll leave this place to you too. Hu Yan sneered. These people don't even understand basic physics. Someone pointed to the sky, panicking. No, everyone, look up there. Another person screamed. Falling from the sky is not rain, it is a massive hailstorm. Accompanied by the shout, countless sharp hailstones tore through the wind and fell. Screams of chaos spread across the battlefield. What kind of joke is this? It's not a strange rain technique. It's an ice storm technique. Why isn't it distinguishing friend from foe? Help! Hu Yan laughed heartily, praising herself. Using the freezing weather on the ice island, the rain prayer turned into huge ice chunks. I had no attack skills before, but now I can defeat 200,000 people at once. How wonderful! She shouted to Jiang Kai. Team leader, you said the rain prayer technique could hinder enemies and turn them into live targets. Now the ice storm stuns all the fishmen, and they can't roar to attack, so you can kill the boss more easily. Jiang Kai paused abruptly. His eyes swept across, and all the fishmen on the battlefield were frozen motionless. Hu Yan continued, Team leader, remember we are a team. You don't have to fight alone. Jiang Kai seemed to understand something. The situation before him was clear. The Black Tortoise Society took advantage to strike down the merman commander. Finally killing a merman commander, Ruan Yu on the other side wailed miserably, You've killed my wife again. Jiang Kai laughed. Right, why was I alone? Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, I underestimated the two of you. Fire began to blaze from his fingertips. Jiang Kai murmured, There you are, you brats. The fire shot out, turning the icy mountain slope into a sea of flames. Jiang Kai shouted loudly, I will deal with them first. Huang Tong and Huang Da were terrified. What? What? Jiang Kai had killed all the commander-level mermen. The Black Tortoise Society was also bewildered. It took more than a dozen of our teams to hold on until now. Li Biao's team was agitated. This strength was what kind of monster? Amazing. Jiang Kai still charged swiftly like the wind. He thought to himself, my enhanced attributes had now become terrifyingly strong. If he added another critical strike, even a Heavenly King could not stop him. He slowed his pace. The cold air around him radiated outward. I have finally come before you. From a distance, you looked very formidable, but close up I can see. The system announced. The Wei Ying merman currently had 35% health remaining. Father and son Huangtong were panicked. Impossible. That brat had really arrived before the boss. The crowd buzzed with noise. Could he really intend to? Hu Yan shouted loudly, Advance, Lieutenant. Jiang Kai replied, Okay. He gathered his strength and shot forward. The merman opened its eyes and woke up. Li Biao yelled in worry, oh no, the boss has launched a burst attack again. Both speed and damage have increased. Jiang Kai definitely could not endure it in that moment. The merman attacked furiously. But Jiang Kai's steps were extremely agile. He nimbly dodged each sharp strike. Jiang Kai thought to himself, the boss's speed is fast. It is clearly slower than the previous royal trump card attack. Why choose this desperate way to resist? He leaped up onto the merman's weapon. The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled up. He stared straight into its eyes. The Black Tortoise Society looked as if they had seen a ghost. Did I not see that correctly just now? Li Biao was stunned. Not a single hit landed. This brat truly dodged every attack from the boss. Hu Yan's side cheered excitedly. No wonder he is the team leader. As for Huangtong, he was dumbfounded. He is faster than the boss. Jiang Kai charged along the blade of the weapon, sharp spikes growing from his hands. Suddenly, the target flashed. Merman used its tail behind its back to stab at him. Jiang Kai somersaulted and shouted loudly, too slow. He turned around, using double the speed to dive down. Get lost. Jiang Kai struck hard at its tail, creating a huge explosion in the air. Jiang Kai landed. The system rang out. Current health remaining is 25%. The Black Tortoise Society's jaws dropped, from 35% down to 25%. That bloodthirsty killer had actually reduced the boss's health by 10% with a single blow. Huang Tong and Huang Da were petrified. Even if it were Jiang Fang, he would have to fight for 10 minutes. Even Li Biao's face turned pale. What kind of damage was this? A loud crash echoed. The merman propped its weapon on the ground and stood up. Jiang Kai glared fiercely, staring straight at the merman. One man, one monster, confronting each other. Huang Tong's team was terrified. What, the Jiang Fang did not even dare to face the boss. Li Biao was worried. This brat. Yan and Jiang Fang admired, so he didn't need to use full strength to fight the boss. On this side, Jiang Kai sneered at the merman. So you finally know how to use two legs. The merman took a deep breath. It roared, releasing wave after wave of sound, shaking the entire icy mountain region. Jiang Kai sidestepped, snorted coldly. I won't fall for the old trick again. Thrust its weapon at him again. The merman's weapon slammed into the ground, sending earth and rock flying up. The Black Tortoise Society struggled to stand firm. Everyone panicked. The attack is too strong. The bloodthirsty killer is definitely dead. Jiang Kai laughed. Dead. You people. The merman was startled and turned around. The weapon in its hand had been broken at some point. Jiang Kai roared, aiming at the wrong target. The merman panted heavily. Jiang Kai walked out from the dust cloud, sneered coldly. Looking at your appearance, you don't know how to fight without a weapon, do you? The entire battlefield erupted in chaos. What, he actually destroyed the boss's weapon? What kind of monster is he? Has this ever happened on Ghost Star before? From Jiang Kai's hands, long crimson blades extended out. He lost patience. Fine, it's a real waste of time fighting you. So I will finish you off quickly. A flash of fire flickered, shooting straight toward the merman with great force. The sparks suddenly turned into terrifying damage bombs, burning as if to tear the merman apart. He staggered to one side, letting out a furious roar. The system announced that his current health was only 15%. Jiang Kai did not let up, flames sweeping into the merman's remaining leg. Another huge explosion rang out. Screams mingled with the system's voice echoing across the battlefield. His current was only 5%. Embers swirled in the air around Jiang Kai like wild ghosts. He said in a low voice, You look as if you want to say I am disrespectful. Why do you still wear that contemptuous expression? A fierce light flared in his eyes. I have long been disgusted with the arrogant face of the Merman King. Hundreds, thousands of flames tore through the wind, aimed at each of the merman's legs. Huang Thong and Huang Da were left speechless, unable to utter a word. The merman stood still, and Li Biao's team also held their breath watching. The merman turned over, wisps of smoke rising with a burnt smell. Yan said smugly, It's down. A sky-shaking explosion rang out as the merman collapsed onto the cold snow. Jiang Kai still stood with an imposing aura, watching closely. The merman's body was miserable, its limbs severed, lying trembling on the ground. It breathed its last, a shrill system announcement sounding. Its current health was only 0.1%. Huang Thong was shocked. The silent battlefield suddenly erupted in chatter. Did he really take down the boss without taking any damage? At that moment, footsteps approached. A pressuring voice rang out, Lu Jun. You said Huang Thong requested the army to retreat, but now you've arrived and there's no need to act. It was Commander Jiang Kai Trung, Vice Commander Wei Ying Hai Shen, and Vice Commander Wei Ying Lu Jun. Lu Jun was silent. That's right, I also didn't expect the turning point of the battle. It relied on that young man Wei Ying thought highly of. He looked at Jiang Kai standing in the sea of fire, gently reminding the hail has stopped. The boss should also be dealt with. Hong Thong came to his senses and shouted, no, the boss has only a sliver of health. Jiang Kai cannot be allowed to finish it off. He ordered, all members of Xuanwu hear this. Use all means to eliminate that bloodthirsty assassin. Hong Thong gritted his teeth. Whoever kills him will be rewarded 50 million holy reserve coins. If he steals the boss, then after the battle, don't expect a single coin of payment. Before the words even finished, the whole guild erupted. If there's no payment, how will my family survive next month? My child still needs medical treatment. One person spoke up, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy the bloodthirsty assassin, or we're all finished. Everyone heard this and agreed. Tens of thousands of people surged forward, that's right, destroy the bloodthirsty assassin. Sound of footsteps rumbled, shaking the ground. Tens of thousands, more numerous than the merman army, charged forward wildly, kill him. Looking down from the mountain peak, Jiang Kai saw countless people turning back like black ants, stirring up clouds of white dust. He raised an eyebrow. The royal family couldn't even bring down the boss. Seeing I could do it, they used payments to threaten me. Truly despicable. He looked at Jiang Fang, who was still conscious. Jiang Kai helped him up, asking softly, hey, the royal family's trump card, big brother, you're not dead yet, are you? Jiang Fang was confused. Bloodthirsty assassin, do you trust me? You've already drained the boss, why not finish it off? Jiang Kai was indifferent. I'm good at draining monsters' health. But who said I had to contest the boss with you all? If I stole the boss, the royal family would suffer. But if I am threatened by the payment, 200,000 families would suffer. Jiang Kai helped Jiang Fang towards the dying merman. He decided, so you are the royal family's representative, right? He pushed Jiang Fang forward. Then please you deliver the killing blow. Jiang Fang was stunned. What are you saying? Jiang Kai from the mountain peak urged gently, hurry up. If you don't act, they'll cut me down. Consider it for my own good. Jiang Fang took heavy steps towards the merman. All right, I understand. He shouted loudly, then thank you. At the same time, he gathered all his strength and struck the merman with a powerful palm. It did not open its eyes, letting out a pained groan. The system window popped open, its current health dropped to 0%. The merman's roar tore through the sky, shaking the entire ice mountain. The sound effect rang out. Xuanwu's superhuman Jiang Fang has eliminated the boss, the king-class merman lord. The crowd was bewildered. It wasn't the bloodthirsty assassin, but Lord Jiang Fang who killed the boss. The merman's body shattered, turning to ash carried away by the wind. The merman army panicked and jumped into the water to flee. The Xuanwu Guild members shouted, the merman army is retreating. Everyone rejoiced and talked. I didn't expect our lord was the one to kill the boss. Why would the bloodthirsty assassin give up the boss? That means we get our payment. Hong Thong finally came to his senses. What happened? We won. The boss was killed by Jiang Fang. Huangda suddenly realized, could it be that the kid Jiang Kai willingly gave it up? The image of Jiang Kai standing heroically on the mountain peak flashed in everyone's minds. The entire battlefield erupted. So the bloodthirsty assassin is that good? Giving up the boss, righteous for the people. Now who dares touch our benefactor? I'll get angry. Nuan at Yuanzhu admired him. Jiang Kai's action was so cool, both noble and handsome. Li Biao admired him. Hearing it said is not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Today, he officially submitted to Jiang Kai from the bottom of his heart. He was the greatest hero in this battle. Hu Yan smiled brightly, praising the bloodthirsty assassin for being both good and generous. Now did she know how formidable their captain was? Suddenly, the Xuanwu Guild changed its attitude. They remembered being threatened by the royal family earlier. It was truly disgusting, making us go sacrifice ourselves and ultimately failing, yet wanting us to pay the price. Curses rang out, calling for him to come down. Death to the capitalist. Did having money make him that great? Many people shouted and demanded to leave the Xuanwu Guild. Wang Da's face changed as he looked at his father, saying things were not good this time. 200,000 people leaving the guild along with negative comments would damage their family's prestige. Huang Tong gritted his teeth in anger, saying he would remember the name Jiang Kai today. He turned around and instructed, let us leave first. Next time we will definitely take a truly brutal revenge. Huang Da replied with a yes. After the victory, Jiang Fang came to say goodbye. He said he owed Jiang Kai a favor and was curious about his stats. Jiang Kai shook his hand amicably, introduced himself, and said this stat was due to a one-time skill. Jiang Fang was surprised, not expecting there to be such a powerful skill. Jiang Kai was straightforward. Actually, it was not that strong. Once used, it was gone. Jiang Fang asked again, then who are you? The two kept talking, not noticing the ice surface was slowly cracking. Jiang Kai continued to explain. He only used the punishment mechanism of the bloodthirsty assassin. After that, suddenly, tentacles tightly bound him, pulling him away with force. Jiang Fang shouted Jiang Kai's name. He was locked tight, unable to move, only able to open his eyes wide as his body was dragged into the cold darkness. Only Jiang Fang's desperate shouts calling Jiang Kai's name remained. Hu Yan immediately ran over, asking where their captain Jiang Kai had gone. Jiang Fang fell to his knees, blaming himself for being careless. He asked if Jiang Kai was their captain, and Hu Yan nodded. Jiang Fang trembled in self-blame, apologized, and delivered bad news. In this situation, it was very likely Jiang Kai had triggered the boss's death vengeance. Hu Yan's face fell, repeating the words death vengeance. He explained softly, that was a skill some bosses had after death. When a boss died, it would take a terrifying revenge on the explorer. He trembled slightly. The explorer would suffer extremely dreadful punishment. Being tortured to death was just the first step of revenge. The scariest part was that after that person died on the ghost star, when they returned to Earth, they would not be able to withstand the torment of the memories. Jiang Fang closed his eyes. The red binding eye flashed in his mind. That moment did not need to be spoken. Everyone understood it was a cruel end. Hu Yan shuddered, looked down into the abyss, and asked if Captain Jiang Kai had turned into that. She sobbed, shouting the name of Captain Jiang Kai in despair from the mountaintop and down into the depths. Jiang Kai let out a groan in extreme pain. He felt his whole body was about to be crushed. He slowly opened his eyes, wondering where he was. Unexpectedly, he was suspended upside down in the air. Below was the gaping mouth of a merman waiting for him to fall. He was also staring at him. The tentacles writhed, piercing through his body even into his arms. He was in pain, feeling something hooking into his body. It hurt so much. The system warned that his one-time skill and stats were about to disappear. Time remaining was 20 seconds. Prepare for transfer. The countdown echoed. 20, 18. He suddenly understood he was being tortured by the monster. It was because of his current stats that he had not been killed yet. The countdown continued. 17, 16, 15. He realized if the stats disappeared, he would surely die. The merman's phantom transmitted a gloomy cry, "Kill you." Till the system frame suddenly lit up. The residual hatred phantom of the boss. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Corruption. The count kept steady. 14, 13. At that moment, a clean blade of light cut through all the tentacles clinging to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai's body fell. The count continued steadily. 12, 11, 10, 9. Jiang Kai was astonished. Because the corruption had broken, had his body fully recovered to its original state? The counting voice rose. 7, 6. The merman shouted loudly, "Die, I want you to die." The countdown was about to end. 5, 4, 3. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. His body was too weak to escape. The only option was to go all out. He had to use the stats he had obtained, trying to summon the Spear of Fortitude and the Spear of Unity. He strained, gathering his last breath to release the final streams of firepower. Jiang Kai shouted loudly, "Take this risk." Sparks gathered into a swirling blaze of firelight surging forth. The fireball swelled and then exploded, the shockwave sweeping everything clean. Just in time as the countdown reached 2, 1. Merman's phantom gradually dissipated into smoke. Jiang Kai panted heavily, wondering if he had dealt with it. Suddenly, the AI brain appeared, congratulating him on escaping the death vengeance. He was allowed to explore a secret treasure area no one had ever reached. The electronic panel lit up. "Welcome to the merman's underground kingdom." Jiang Kai blinked. The scenery changed to him standing before a palace gate. The murky water covered everything like a cold veil. A voice sounded. This was the secret treasure room of the Frost Merman Lord. Jiang Kai frowned. This was the boss's dwelling. The AI brain reminded him, a 10-minute countdown until the hall is destroyed. Collect as many treasures as possible and escape. He panicked. A countdown again. What would happen if he did not escape? The AI voice rang. If you do not escape, you will die and all collected treasures will disappear. Only by successfully escaping can you keep them. After speaking, the AI brain shut off. He was stunned, wondering when everything had started to become a deception. Jiang Kai took a deep breath, ready for battle. He told himself, forget it. He would just collect as much treasure as possible and find a way to escape. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Now there was no choice but to risk everything. Jiang Kai gently pushed the door in front of him, a beam of light piercing through the crack, shining directly on his face. The door swung open, revealing a massive treasure trove of elixirs, gemstones, and treasures piled up like a mountain. The system notified him that he had discovered the X3 Human Brew secret, which could increase his total attributes by 60 points upon consumption. Jiang Kai desperately gulped it down in one go. There was no time to think, just drink first. A digital panel appeared asking if he wanted to allocate attribute points. Jiang Kai immediately agreed and put all of them into agility. Right after, he discovered another treasure vault. The digital panel flashed, reporting that he had discovered a top-tier boss treasure vault. His eyes lit up. How wonderful, so many treasures. At a glance, they were at least A rank, and there were about 7 minutes left. If he ran really fast, he might be able to pick them all up. Friendly reminder, treasure vaults in the underground kingdom only last for 90 seconds. Please collect them as soon as possible. He shouted in anger. Treasure vaults even have their own individual timers. The countdown timer immediately sounded. 90, 89, 88, 87. Jiang Kai rushed to collect them like the wind, faster, faster. As a result, after 90 seconds, he was exhausted, lying sprawled on a pile of gold and silver, unable to catch his breath. The system notified him of the discovery of Tears of Repentance. Using 10 tears could remove the bloodthirsty killer status. Before the system could finish its sentence, Jiang Kai sprang up. Tears of repentance? It was not a wasted circ. Use them all for me. He joyfully danced around the room. Not only had he found countless treasures all at once, he had also removed the bloodthirsty killer status. This was just too great. Suddenly, his gaze swept over something. His eyes stopped on an object lying deep inside a box on the wall. He looked up curiously. What was this? The system interface lit up. Congratulations, you have discovered a special job change recipe. Using it, you can complete the job change at level 20 in a special way. An adventurer must change jobs upon reaching level 20 to continue leveling up. He was surprised. Could this thing really help him complete the special job change at level 20? Meanwhile, on the mountain, it was already the second day since the battle ended. Beside Jiang Kai's memorial photo, choked sobs echoed in the wind. The captain had been gone for so long, could what Jiang Feng said be true? Hu Yan and Ruan Yu kept sobbing, saying he must have not escaped the fate of self-destruction. Truly, heaven was jealous of talent. The captain died so tragically. Suddenly, the two of them saw a hand reach up from the edge of the cliff. Ruan Yu was still sniffing back tears at this moment. Hu Yan, meanwhile, had already grabbed a stone and sternly warned Ruan Yu to be careful. It seemed like some fishman bastard wanting to die was climbing up here. Seeing this, Ruan Yu also rushed up and joined Hu Yan in hurling stones down. We will not allow any fishman bastard to ruin the captain's funeral. That is right, I will guard the captain's grave here. Stone hit someone's head and a yell echoed from below the abyss. Jiang Kai shouted loudly, "You crazy bastards, I worked so hard to climb out of that shop." Hearing the familiar voice, Ruan Yu and Hu Yan froze for a few seconds. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? But they continued shouting and throwing stones, cursing the damned monster below, saying they were doing this for the captain. The cheerful laughter of the three people echoed across the entire mountain. Jiang Kai chased after the two, both laughing and moved. It had been so long since he last saw them, though it had only been a day. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu also ran for their lives, their laughter blending into the cold wind, warming the whole sky. From afar, it looked like a group of friends playing around, but in reality, Jiang Kai was chasing them with a dark face. He asked the two traitors if they wanted to kill their captain, how hard he had climbed up, and they dared to hit him. Just a few minutes later, pitiful cries echoed again on the icy mountain, saying they did not mean it. At base 18 of Zhangjiang Kai City, the entrance to Ghost Star, a voice asked if Jiang Kai's location had been found while he was offline. Hao Chen hesitated, saying not yet, but they had found the reason for Jiang Kai's attributes increasing. It was because he had used a one-time skill that could not be used a second time. Wei Ying nodded, saying that made sense. If a level 20 kid could easily reach tens of thousands in attributes, then they as superhumans might as well stop training. Luo Jun cut in, but usually people who encountered a revenge-seeking boss were already dead and offline long ago. Could Jiang Kai still be being tortured? Hao Chen frowned. Could he be tortured for so long? He thought that brat was surely finished. Wei Ying waved his hand, saying no, do not use common thinking to speculate about Jiang Kai. He lowered his voice. You are all missing one possibility. Jiang Kai not only survived the boss's revenge, but he might have also found the boss's secret treasure. Hao Chen immediately denied it, saying it was definitely impossible. In the 50 years since Ghost Star appeared, only a handful of people had survived a revenge attack and obtained a secret treasure, but they were all top-tier superhumans. Luo Jun also agreed. Jiang Kai had only logged into Ghost Star for about a month. He did not think he had a chance to survive. Only Wei Ying thought differently. He leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, "Is that so?" But his intuition told him he could. Just then, the door burst open and Lan Lan rushed in breathlessly to report to Wei Ying that the person was listing goods on the trading platform. The three of them turned around, not yet understanding what was happening. Luo Jun and Hao Chen sternly asked who it was. Did opening a private sales space need to be reported? Lan Lan shouted loudly, "It is Jiang Kai. Not only is he not dead, but he also opened a private sales space on Ghost Star. The total value of the goods he sold was over 400 million Holy Brew coins." Luo Jun and Hao Chen's faces changed. A few minutes later, the group rushed over to check out Jiang Kai's stall. Luo Jun and Hao Chen were stunned. They saw records showing he had just sold 18 kilograms of green jade ore in a few seconds, worth up to 18 million Holy Brilliance coins. The two were dumbfounded. Additionally, a special grade black-white iron crystal had also just been sold for 3 kilograms, and he had sold it for 63 million units. There were also reinforced iron stones, dark iron crystals, black dark iron crystals, and black-purple enhancement stones. Huang Li kicked again. The total value of this batch had already exceeded 100 million. Luo Jun and Black God froze. Could this guy really have sold for 400 million? There was only one reason he could sell so many good things at once. Wei Ying laughed triumphantly. He had said Jiang Kai could find the secret treasure boss. That guy had never let him down. Lan Lan was still catching her breath, but Commander Wei Ying, the royal family suddenly came looking for you. It seemed they had something to say. Wei Ying frowned. The royal family? A few hours later, at the Ghost Crystal Item Exchange in St. Radiant City, Jiang Kai sighed because there were too many items. He had to open a separate stall to finish selling them. He grimaced because he was deducted quite a bit this time, feeling he had taken a loss. Hu Yen patted his shoulder and comforted him that he was not at a loss, because only someone with war spoils so large had to sell them this way. Ruan Yu laughed along, asking if this was a happy trouble. Jiang Kai suddenly remembered that was right, he had left many good things for the two of them earlier. Now let us split the boss's war spoils together. The words made both Hu Yan's and Ruan Yu's eyes light up. The captain was being serious. Jiang Kai took out a treasure and told Hu Yan this was the mystical ice jade stone for her. The system annotation stated that the mystical ice jade stone was a B-grade equipment, allowing the casting of the ice skill, reducing the opponent's agility. If continuously affected by the ice, it could cause freezing damage. Jiang Kai happily said this jade had the effect of ice. Combined with the rain summoning technique, she could create a blizzard. Another treasure was tossed out. Jiang Kai said, Ruan Yu, this shield is for you. Bone freezing tower shield, an A-grade equipment, defense 38, strength increase 9, physique increase 16, agility 4. Using the ice tower shield to strike an opponent could put them in a frozen state for 1 to 2 seconds. But if the opponent's level was too far apart, the freezing chance would decrease. Jiang Kai boasted this was a shield that could control well. Then he also pulled out a scroll book and distributed it to the two, saying besides the equipment, there were also some permanent scrolls to upgrade skills. There were 2 ways to raise the level of a class skill. One was the corresponding special skill book. This type of book could usually only be obtained from monster treasure chests or special quests. The other was a universal upgrade item from the Merman Lord's treasure chest. This type of item could improve any skill level, the Eternal Page. Jiang Kai emphasized that the Eternal Page was as an essential treasure, valuable but unavailable on the market. On the exchange, once listed, it would sell out immediately. The price could reach up to 500,000 Saint coins. The power of the skill determined the number of Eternal Pages needed for the upgrade. High-level skills directly related to combat required more pages. Jiang Kai generously handed the portion of Eternal Pages to Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, telling them to take it first. Finally, Jiang Kai waved his hand with a bright smile, telling his close friends to just enjoy themselves freely. At this moment in the eyes of Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, Jiang Kai sparkled like a god. The two suddenly rushed over, trembling with emotion, calling out Captain Jiang Kai. Hu Yan gasped and said he was truly their great benefactor. They would pray every day to bestow blessings upon him. Ruan Yu awkwardly chimed in that it was true. Even if he died, his soul would go to heaven. Jiang Kai shouted in embarrassment, "You two let go." It was too awkward in the middle of the street. A sneer rang out. Jiang Kai, even you know shame. Huang De swaggered over, saying a bunch of lowlifes had no manners on the street. No wonder you were common bastards. Jiang Kai looked up and said, Huang De. Even Hu Yan was surprised. Who was this person? Huang De raised his chin and said arrogantly, Jiang Kai, I'm warning you not to be too cocky. Don't think that just because the army is protecting Wei Ying, you can repeatedly defy the Huang family. I came here to tell you something. He looked down at Jiang Kai with contempt and continued, Next, I will kill you miserably in the guild challenge. I'll show the army that you're a worthless piece of trash not worth being protected by Wei Ying. After speaking, he brushed past the three, leaving behind the cold sound of his footsteps. Once the army abandons you, just prepare to die by my hand. Jiang Kai frowned as he watched him go, wondering what the guild challenge was. What was this Huang De talking about regarding Wei Ying? Hu Yan explained in a low voice, Captain Jiang Kai, don't you know? The guild challenge is a competition organized by the army to filter out powerful guild forces. The guild challenge uses level 21 as the minimum entry standard, divided into levels from 20 to 100, a total of 4 tiers. Each guild sends at least one team of 5 to compete, and teams of the same tier are paired to determine the top 3. Because the army rewards the top 3 positions in each tier generously, many strong guilds participate every time, with experts gathering like clouds. Jiang Kai asked in confusion, but I'm not participating in the challenge, so why did Huang Da? He waved his hand and said, forget it, we made a huge profit this time, so I need to go offline for a while to meet my family. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu agreed in unison. The sacred domain kingdom, Earth, a voice full of affection rang out. Jiang Kai, why did you buy so many tonics? This must have cost a fortune. Jiang Kai soothed him cheerfully, saying, Big brother, didn't you just have surgery? I was afraid you wouldn't keep up with your nutrition plan. The elder brother hesitated, but the things you bought are also too much. Look at the pile of goods being delivered. Your face is turning red. Jiang Kai bit his lip and asked, too much? The elder brother grinned foolishly and replied, as much as a mountain of grain. He sighed and said, Jiang Kai, you already put me in the most expensive hospital. How can you keep spending money like this? I'll be discharged soon and work to help ease your financial burden. Jiang Kai stood close, hesitated, then said, "No need, big brother. I remember your dream was to become a supernatural being, fighting against beast gods for humanity. So after you're discharged, then you should become an explorer." These words made the elder brother freeze. He lowered his head sadly and asked, how could he become an explorer with a body like this? Besides, going to the demon star is too expensive. You can go alone, that's fine. Jiang Kai lightly tapped on the system. The screen opened, showing the amount 490 and 623 and 147.16. Jiang Kai smiled smugly and said, "Big brother, I told you not to worry about Wei Ying's money issues anymore. From now on, you don't have to work anymore." The elder brother was stunned and asked, "Jiang Kai, where did you get so much money? That's hundreds of millions." Jiang Kai gestured with his hand and said, "This is all the money legitimately earned on the demon star. I worked hard for you and me over the years. Now that I have the ability, you can live the life you want. Memories of Wei Ying, I still remember that even with your mortal body, you could still save us from the beast god battlefield. What if from now on, you become a supernatural being?" He looked directly into his brother's eyes and said firmly, "I believe we can definitely save even more people." The elder brother was silent. After a long while, he softly said, "Could a person like me become a supernatural being based solely on this current body?" Jiang Kai twisted off the stem of an apple. He handed half of it to his brother and said, "Big brother, you can definitely do it." Leaving the hospital, Jiang Kai let out a relaxed sigh. Finally, his eldest brother could reclaim his dream. He had to celebrate by picking up his little sister from school and then visiting Wei Ying. A sharp screech of tires sounded. Jiang Kai startled and turned around, seeing Luo Jun shout loudly, "Jiang Kai, come over here quickly. Come with us." He walked to the car door, peered in, and asked, "Big brother Luo Jun, are you here looking for me? I'm not free right now. I still have to go pick up my little sister from school." Luo Jun and Haishen said in a deep voice, "Jiang Kai, I came to you about your sister, your adopted sister. She was in a car accident." The scene before him was utterly chaotic, covered in thick smoke and dust. Jiang Kai shouted in panic, "Sister Z." He rushed across the road, calling his sister's name continuously as he ran. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, and Jiang Kai froze. Sister Z was standing by the roadside waving happily, "Brother, I am here." He hugged her tightly, moved, asking what happened. His sister reassured him that the shuttle bus had trouble, and Jiang Kai repeated in shock, "Trouble." Sister Z pointed to the person behind, saying this man saved her, and he said he knew her brother. Jiang Fang raised his hand in greeting Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai was stunned. "You are Jiang Fang, the transcendent of the imperial family. Why are you here?" Luo Jun stepped forward with a heavy expression, saying his sister's accident was no coincidence. Wei Shen continued, saying it was sent by someone from the imperial family. Both of them looked at him with serious eyes. "Jiang Kai, you have embarrassed the imperial family many times. They used the merit of Yongdong Island to pressure the military into no longer protecting you." Tu recounted that Commander Wei Ying was pressured into compromise, but still left him one chance. During the negotiation, he proposed the guild competition. If the imperial family won, proving your new profession was weak, the military would agree to their demands. He hoped Jiang Kai would submit, otherwise he would have no reason to protect him anymore. Both sides reluctantly compromised. This was the limit of what they could do for him. Today's matter was the imperial family forcing him to participate in the competition. If not, his family would face the consequences. Every word drained the blood from Jiang Kai. Luo Jun gritted his teeth in apology. The imperial family's influence was too great. The military could only turn a blind eye if they didn't act directly. Haishen said coldly, "You have two paths. Agree to the bet conditions or enlist for protection." Sister Z asked wide-eyed, "Will the military really protect us?" Luo Jun nodded, "Your new profession still has value. Joining the military will have ways to ensure your family's safety." Jiang Kai muttered, "Join the military?" A flash of his sister Z and his big brother being murdered and him being trampled while screaming miserably crossed his mind. A merciless voice rang out, mocking him as useless even if he joined the military. Jiang Kai clenched his fists. No. He thought, if he relied on the military, once abandoned, his family would face even harsher oppression from the imperial family. After long consideration, he saw the imperial family's wealth and power was incomparable, but he had double talent. All rewards were doubled, with a 1% chance to trigger a super tenfold increase, and attribute points nearly double that of his peers. When fighting opponents of the same level, his attribute points and critical damage gave him the upper hand. Against higher-level enemies, with proper tactics, he could still counterattack. Because it was a new profession, the imperial family was completely unaware of his true strength. Those were all unique advantages. Instead of passively seeking protection, he decided to take a gamble. Jiang Kai snapped awake, thinking of a way to use the military as a witness. Publicize the bet so all Saints' prophets would know. If he won, the imperial family would be protected and public pressure would be created. Luo Jun thought he had succeeded in persuading him, so he patted his shoulder, saying he would help him prepare for enlistment. Suddenly Jiang Kai softly called out, "Brother Luo Jun." Looked up, the competition team needs 5 people. My team only has 3. Could I borrow Yuan Zhu and Nuan Nuan? Luojun was stunned, asking what he was talking about. Jiang Kai firmly stated his decision to participate in the competition. Luojun panicked and advised him not to be impulsive, but Jiang Kai only smiled, saying he was very clear-headed and thanked him. Everyone has their own path. He opened his palm. The path I choose is to hold my own destiny. And he clenched his fist, a determination to defeat the imperial family in the guild competition burning in his eyes. Luojun still tried to dissuade him, thinking he was too agitated. Suddenly, applause sounded, and a voice praised his fighting spirit, supporting him and starting to like him. Luojun turned around in astonishment. Haishen embarrassed. Haishen stepped forward leisurely, introduced himself, and vowed to help him borrow the people. Jiang Fang also pointed to himself excitedly, saying he admired his courage, still owed him a favor, and would protect his family. Sister Z beside him also shouted excitedly in support of her brother. Luojun held his head in despair, blaming everyone. Aren't you all no longer young? Why follow him in causing trouble? Haishen and Jiang Fang looked at each other and answered together, because that was their nature. And what about him? Luojun sighed in acceptance, since he couldn't stop them anyway, and Commander Wei Ying also asked for help. He promised to take care of his family's safety. Jiang Kai should focus on preparing for the challenge. Jiang Kai asked excitedly if that was true. He cupped his hands in thanks to Luojun, Jiang Fang, Haishen, and Commander Wei Ying. Jiang Kai affirmed he would do his utmost to help if anyone needed it. After a while, Sister Z softly asked if he was sure about going to see the house tonight. Jiang Kai held her hand. Since the imperial family had shown their hand, she and his big brother couldn't stay in the poorly secured slum anymore. His footsteps stopped in front of a luxurious mansion, and Ziyu said in confusion, "Brother, we must have gotten the wrong place, right? This villa is worth hundreds of millions. How could we possibly afford it?" Jiang Kai swiped his card leisurely. How could I have gotten it wrong? The door slowly opened, and he gently reminded, "From now on, this place is ours, Wei Ying." This was their new home, the building appearing before their eyes, exquisite and tranquil. Z's eyes widened. Is this really our new home? The little girl ran around, cheering endlessly. Brother, this swimming pool is so beautiful. Ziyu's voice echoed from a corner of the house. The living room is really spacious, almost bigger than our old house. Is this a restaurant, or how many dishes could possibly fit on a table this long? Brother, look, big brother is weak and sick. He can train here from now on. As she was speaking, the little girl suddenly fell silent. Trembling, she pointed. Brother, this is... The little girl sang out excitedly. Is it my room? Jiang Kai smiled gently. Of course it is, Ziyu. Do you like the new home? The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, her voice choked. I love it so much. Brother, am I dreaming? Is this beautiful place really our new home? Jiang Kai lovingly rubbed her head. Ziyu, it's real. This is our new home. But this is only the beginning. From now on, with me here, you and big brother don't have to worry about anything. The life of the three of us will definitely get better. The little girl obediently broke into a bright smile. Yes. The next day, Nuan, do you think we performed so poorly that the army abandoned us? Yuanju cried. Captain Libiao said that the new captain would take care of us temporarily, and told us to wait here. But why so suddenly? Nuan also sobbed. I think so too. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Yuanju, Nuan, I'm here to pick you two up. Why do you look so down? Yuanju and Nuan said in unison. Jiang Kai, are you our new captain? Jiang Kai appeared imposing. That's right, it's me. Yuanju emotionally patted his shoulder. Jiang Kai, what's going on? Nuan also asked, yeah, are you ready to join the army? Jiang Kai shook his head. No, I'm not joining the army. I just borrowed you two from the army to cooperate in a guild challenge for 1 month. He briefly summarized. The imperial family pressured the army using the military achievements of Ice Island. They always wanted to move against me, even threatening Ziyu's safety. Commander Wei Ying made a bet with them through the challenge. If I win, they'll stop bothering us. Finally, Jiang Kai looked straight ahead, his eyes blazing. We must win this time, to completely shut those imperial bastards up. Yuanju, Nuan, are you willing to help me? Both shouted in unison. Of course. Those bastards of the royal family dare to lay a hand on Ziyu. I watched Ziyu grow up. How can I stand for this? They are truly despicable. Then Yuanju hesitated, his face contorting. Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to cooperate with us? Jiang Kai was surprised by the question. What? Yuanju broke out in a cold sweat. The army has a sophisticated internal rating system. After new members join, they go through an initial ranking, divided from weak to strong based on battle achievements. From E rank to SSS rank. Then, within 2 months, the army re-evaluates its internal personnel. If someone is E rank for 6 consecutive months, they are abandoned. On the first leaderboard, Nuan is C rank, and I, because I'm too afraid of the stage, am only the lowest. first, E rank. Yuanzhu and Nuan whimpered. Jiang Kai, I'm afraid of holding you back. Me too. Jiang Kai was resolute. It's fine. We'll be teammates for a month. After the challenge ends, you two will return. At the re-evaluation, I will definitely score at least an A. Both were still worried. Jiang Kai, are you sure? We just came out of the novice zone. Captains usually need to be level 15 or above. Are you at level 15 yet? The voice rang out. What does level 15 even count for? Hu Yang gracefully said. Captain Jiang Kai has long been level 20. He is thinking about how to change classes. Ruan Yu nodded. That's right. Jiang Kai turned around. Right. I haven't introduced you two yet. These are our new teammates. He pointed at Hu Yan. This is Hu Yan, class life mentor. She waved her hand lazily. Hello you two. I'm Hu Yan. I've heard Captain Jiang Kai talk about you two a lot. He moved his hand to the person next to him. This is Ruan Yu, class death spirit. He politely placed his hand on his chest. Hello to you too. I'm Ruan Yu. Nuan and Yuanzhu greeted warmly. Hello, you two. The four of them looked at each other, shaking hands and greeting with joy. Suddenly, Yuanzhu and Nuan were startled. Wait a minute. We're only level 9, Jiang Kai. You're already level 20. Jiang Kai replied calmly. This is nothing. Next, my goal is to help you two reach level 20 before the challenge starts. Dealing with those royal dogs will be much easier. Yuanzhu pointed at himself. Level 20? Us? Am I hearing things? Nuan looked at him with admiration. If Jiang Kai can lead us to do that, he truly is a leveling god. Huyen happily draped her arm over the girl's shoulder and winked. I'm not sure about others, but I believe Captain Jiang Kai will definitely make it. Nuan was enthusiastic, so if we're forming a team now, should we think of a name for it? Jiang Kai nodded. Makes sense. Does anyone have any ideas? Ruan Yu suggested. How about calling it the Fire God Squad? It implies that the 5 of us will unleash our firepower fully and display all our talents. Everyone agreed in unison. Jiang Kai encouraged, let's recharge today and tomorrow. Our Fire God Squad will head straight into the monster territory the day after tomorrow. Under the green canopy, the morale stat of all 5 people skyrocketed simultaneously. The whole group shouted resoundingly, Roger. After a long day ended, everyone waved goodbye. Jiang Kai, see you another day. We're heading off now. Jiang Kai watched their retreating backs, a firm belief rising in his heart that they would definitely succeed. The next day, the Fire God Squad entered the novice training ground, deep within the training zone. Jiang Kai patted Yuanzhu on the shoulder. In a few hours, we'll arrive at Holy Radiance City. Once we land the demon spirit again, we'll have to quickly embrace the real experience. Nervous? His expression darkened. I'm not really nervous right now. It's just that I think I might never be able to activate the warrior's heart talent again. Jiang Kai was puzzled. Why? You've performed well these past few days. In battle, you always protected me and Nuan. Yuanzhu clenched his hands tightly. Even if I try my best to fight and protect everyone, deep down, there is still a fear. I'm only temporarily suppressing it because I'm worried everyone will get hurt. He opened his palm. But to truly activate the warrior's heart, I have to be fearless from the bottom of my heart, to think of myself as an invincible warrior. Then his hand clenched again, but I can't do it. Jiang Kai pondered based on what he knew. Yuanzhu's warrior's heart talent provided additional all-attribute bonuses upon class changing or leveling up. Player Yuanzhu, class martial disciple, level 1, strength dark, physique dark. Besides that, it also had knockback, armor piercing, shock, and armor blade effects. It was truly a top-tier talent. He reasoned, but the supplementary effects change according to courage and confidence. Yuanzhu's current spirit is low, so it only triggers a repelling effect when he is trampled to the ground. The most important goal of the next leveling training is to help Yuanzhu awaken his courage and activate his class talent. He said to himself, before that, I must also seize the opportunity to increase my own strength. I already gave a total of 55 Eternal Scrolls to Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, and the remaining 50 will be used to upgrade the Ghost Hand aerial cards and the Ghost Eye special residence. He called the AI brain and ordered it to upgrade 2 skills, Ghostly Card Flinger and Ghostly Focused Eye. It immediately acknowledged the command. The AI brain sounded a notification that Ghostly Card Flinger level 2 had risen to the maximum level. When throwing items, the armor penetration effect reached 30%. When using cards, excluding item cards, the penetration rate increased by 250%, but physical and mental stamina consumption increased by 110%. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. It was truly great. After the upgrade, the armor penetration effect when throwing items increased by 10% compared to before. When using cards, the armor penetration ability increased by 50%, and although consumption also increased by 10%, it was still within an acceptable range. The AI brain added that a gambler long obsessed with gambling, through time and tempering, had their hands become nimble. Congratulations, you have unlocked the supplementary state of Ghostly Card Flinger Gambler's Time. Jiang Kai frowned. Gambler's Time. The electronic board described that when entering this state, hand speed increased by an additional 100% for 10 seconds. It could not benefit from external delay effects. Physical and mental stamina consumption increased by 220%, and the cooldown was 60 minutes. This time, Jiang Kai laughed heartily. A 100% increase in hand speed was no different from doubling the attack speed. The AI brain reported next that Ghostly Focused Eye Level 2 had risen to the maximum level. Visual range and eye tracking ability increased by 60%, but mental stamina consumption increased by 120%. Jiang Kai read carefully again. Ghostly Focused Eye had also been upgraded, visual range and tracking ability had clearly improved. Mental stamina consumption had also increased. He asked softly, AI brain, does Ghostly Focused Eye also unlock a supplementary state? It replied that in gambling, a gambler needs nimble hands and the ability to confuse opponents so they cannot read the cards from their eyes. The electronic board flickered. The state cheating influences the opponent's judgment through eye contact, depending on the difference in mental strength. If the opponent's mental strength was much higher, the effect would be nearly zero, but it could not be a negative value. Duration was 10 seconds. Mental stamina consumption increased by 240%. Cooldown 60 minutes. It explained in detail that no matter how high the opponent's mental strength was, you could still affect them, only the degree of influence became smaller, even negligible, but there was no risk of reverse effect. Jiang Kai was satisfied. Even if the effect of this ability diminished in overlevel combat, it was still very good. He was truly eager to test these two new abilities. 2 days later, the Fire God squad had arrived at the majestic river, its water churning and flowing amidst the vast green forest. Entire team announced, "We have arrived. This place is the boundary between King Valley and Taping Mountain Path, and also the territory of the armored hell dragon." 5 of them stood on a steep mountain peak, looking down at a world condensed within their sight. Yuan Zhu wondered, territory Jiang Kai, is there a lot of armored hell dragons here? I remember armored hell dragons are monsters above level 25, right? Hu Yan continued, not just a few, but a whole lot. Armored hell dragons are pack animals. The number in this territory is no less than 100. She squinted at Yuan Zhu. And also, if I remember correctly, I heard that this place also has an armored hell dragon of the war general rank above level 50. He shouted, war general rank. Yuan Zhu worried. War general rank monsters are quite rare. Usually among 20 monsters there are 1-2 elite rank ones, and among 100 there is a chance to spawn a war general rank monster. Our team is almost all below level 20. Do we have to directly deal with a war general rank monster? Nuan also became timid upon hearing this. Jiang Kai, back on Yangdong Island, you could single-handedly defeat the Merman Lord. I trust your ability. But this time you are leading us. Under the command of the war general rank armored hell dragon, there are at least level 25 normal hell dragons and level 35 elite hell dragons. Isn't this a bit dangerous? After all, the gap between us and you is too large. Jiang Kai calmly explained, besides gaining experience, the important thing is to train team coordination. Killing without difficulty will not bring any upgrade to the team. Only danger can provoke potential, and real combat makes one improve quickly. He said seriously, class transfer materials often appear in the territories of special war general rank monsters. Anyway, the white-purple colored treasure of the war general rank armored hell dragon has a chance to drop the level 20 class transfer material for a doctor, clear not water, or the level 20 class transfer material for a death ghost, dream rot nucleus. The black-colored treasure of the armored hell dragon can have the level 20 class transfer material for a martial warrior, agile war general. Everyone shouted in unison, level 20 class transfer materials. Hu Yan said cunningly, Captain Jiang Kai, seeing your confident look, do you have some powerful trick? He mysteriously turned around, keeping it a secret for now. Not powerful? That could also be said. Fire God squad was extremely excited, raising their voices. So what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly. The whole team quickly advanced deeper into the forest. Jiang Kai reminded softly, these things look like traces of armored hell dragon activity. Everyone be careful. All replied, okay. Ruan Zhu leaned over to Ruan Yu and asked quietly, Ruan Yu, I heard you aren't even afraid of the elite specter witch, but with that witch's appearance, how did you overcome the fear in your heart? He rolled his eyes, overcome fear? No, my heart didn't hold any fear at the time. Yuan Zhu was wide-eyed, not afraid. Brother Ruan, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Ruan Yu tossed over 2 small bottles. It just so happens I know that the wine brewed by us death ghosts has an effect. This is a tier 2 wine after I underwent a class skill upgrade from the Eternal page. The effect is very good, it might be useful for you. He generously reminded, but you are a martial warrior, the assistant of the squad. It's best you don't drink it during a fight. Yuan Zhu nodded vigorously, got it. I'll remember, thanks brother Ruan. Suddenly Jiang Kai sensed an anomaly. He shouted loudly, there is something under the rock ahead. Everyone scatter, startling them all into jumping up. A loud roar rang out, shaking the leaves violently. From under the rock, a black shadow shot out, opening its mouth wide as if to tear people apart. The system announced monster, normal rank armored hell dragon level 25. Jiang Kai took a deep breath lightly. At that that moment he was startled and looked up. The Hell Dragon was rushing fiercely towards him. The whole team shouted loudly, "Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai, be careful." Jiang Kai stood his ground, releasing sharp claws from his hands. He thought to himself, wait, because I was too cowardly and didn't dare face it directly, I never activated the profession talent. Isn't this the perfect chance to practice? He glanced at Yuan Zhu. This is just a normal armored Hell Dragon. Yuan Zhu is a level 9 martial warrior. Although he can't defeat it, he shouldn't be killed. As for me, when necessary, I can also turn ethereal to dodge the Hell Dragon's attack. He made up his mind and stood still, letting the Hell Dragon bite towards him. Alright, let's take a risk. I must make the main consciousness realize that he is actually not weak. Everyone shouted in panic, "Captain Jiang Kai, strike now." Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai is in danger. Suddenly, a figure tore through the wind and charged up. Yuan Zhu slammed his hands down hard. "Jiang Kai, I'm coming to save you." A earth-shattering punch, hammer lightning stomp. The Hell Dragon was knocked to the ground, and the whole team was stunned. Jiang Kai said proudly, "Well done, Yuan Zhu." He stared at the Hell Dragon he had already beaten to a pulp. Suddenly it sprang up, and Yuan Zhu shouted tremblingly, "What? It's already awake! Save me!" A flame lashed fiercely at the Hell Dragon, causing it to roar in pain. Jiang Kai gently rubbed his hands. "Yuan Zhu, I already pierced through its weakest belly part, but haven't hit a vital spot. Take the chance to finish it off!" The Hell Dragon growled, staring straight into Yuan Zhu's eyes. He trembled violently, but his hand still subconsciously drew his sword. Yuan Zhu shut his eyes tightly, mustering all his strength as he thrust downward. His teammates' urging voices pulled him back to reality. "Yuan Zhu, it's over. Open your eyes." The kill notification for the level 25x1 armored scale worm rang out. Yuan Zhu stared at its corpse in shock. It was really dead. He cursed in frustration. That thing had suddenly squeezed through a gap and nearly scared him to death. He smugly patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder, scolding him for spacing out earlier and nearly getting bitten. Jiang Kai had to play along, saying his mind suddenly went blank, then reminded Yuan Zhu of his promise to protect him. Yuan Zhu froze, grimacing as he told Jiang Kai that he knew he was a coward yet still forced him into this. Nuan and the others came forward from behind, praising Yuan Zhu for being much braver this time, compared to when he was in Captain Li Biao's fierce tiger squad. Hu Yan praised Yuan Zhu's earth-shattering stomp as being far too powerful, making him blush and say it was only the third best move under heaven. Ruan Yu also did not hold back her praise, saying a martial disciple truly was different. Jiang Kai urged the group to continue, telling Yuan Zhu to quickly store the monster's corpse. He responded enthusiastically. The whole group advanced deeper into the jagged rocky area with sheer cliffs standing close together. Everywhere around them, the figures of monsters could be seen. The system rang out continuously, warning of an elite-grade armored scale worm, level 35. The God of Fire squad looked down from the mountain peak, discovering 3 elite-grade armored scale worms in the distant stone forest. Jiang Kai warned that they might be protecting a general-grade armored scale worm. The terrain was full of obstructions, and there could be more of its kind lying in ambush. They needed to be careful. He thought to himself that it was only thanks to the one-time skill and equipment from Eternity Island that he could deal with so many elite monsters. This time he had to be extremely cautious. Jiang Kai ordered Hu Yan to use Rain Dance to disrupt their body odor. She nodded confidently, saying her skill had been upgraded and maintaining it for 10 minutes was no problem. Jiang Kai began to lay out the plan. Yan would prepare Rain Dance, Nuan would prepare Poison, Ruan Yu would be responsible for protecting the two of them. He turned and instructed Yuan Zhu to charge into the stone forest when it rained. Just use Earth-Shattering Stomp to control them, and leave the rest to him. Yuan Zhu enthusiastically accepted the order. A bolt of lightning tore across the gloomy sky. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing heavy raindrops that slammed onto the leaves. A host of worms lifted their heads, confused and disoriented. Jiang Kai shouted loudly, telling Yuan Zhu to take this chance and charge forward. Within the dense curtain of rain, hundreds of pairs of glowing eyes opened in unison. They let out a single roar and then charged together towards the two of them. Jiang Kai yelled. As expected, there were more armored scale worms hiding, telling Yuan Zhu to cover him. Yuan Zhu turned around, shouting a single disgust-filled roar of aversion. He struck down heavily, the shockwave sending the swarm of worms flying far away. Jiang Kai beside him also cleared a wave, silently calculating the time. Within 10 minutes, his attack speed increased by 100%. He would see how effective it was in real combat. Flames blazed up from his body as he prepared to unleash Earth-Shattering Stomp. Streaks of fire were released, shooting straight into the middle of the worm pack. Jiang Kai waved his hand, turning those streaks of fire into small bombs that exploded violently, wiping out the worms on the spot. The sky gradually cleared again. The system rang out with a series of notifications, having defeated an elite armored scale worm level 37x1. Yan and Ruan Yu were extremely excited, praising the seamless coordination between Jiang Kai and Yuan Zhu. Nuan could not hide her admiration, acknowledging that their cooperation was too powerful, especially since this type of worm had thick armor and was only weak in the abdomen. Under normal conditions, it was very difficult to defeat. Even Captain Lee attacking could not kill one in a single move. Yuanzhu pulled his sword out of the worm's corpse, the system announcing he had defeated an elite armored scale worm level 35, X1. He shouted excitedly because he had leveled up to martial disciple level 10, turning to show off to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai casually turned around, saying he knew Yuanzhu could do it. The notification for collecting elite armored scale worms sounded successively for X664 and X665. Next came the collection of elite armored scale worm X66. The whole group happily ran over to the two, endlessly praising their absolutely wonderful coordination. In less than an hour since departure, Yuanzhu had gone from level 9 to level 10. Nuan looked visibly envious, not expecting the leveling speed to be so fast. She also wanted to be that powerful. Jiang Kai smiled, saying the elite was probably inside some rock or crevice, and invited Nuan to search together. High-pitched shriek pierced the clouds, signaling that the target had been found. After a short battle, the God of Fire squad leisurely advanced deeper into the stone forest, confident that the general-grade armored scale worm was there. Yuanzhu worriedly asked Jiang Kai if he needed to rest, as his energy drain earlier must have been significant. Jiang Kai shook his head in refusal, acknowledging the heavy consumption, but saying it was not to the point of being immobilized. He was worried that the entrance to this stone forest might not be the only path, and the commotion they had just made was quite loud. Jiang Kai reminded the group not to drag things out, or else that general might summon more worms from other entrances to protect it. Hunting a general-grade wild beast required immediate action. There could be no delay. 10 minutes later, someone voiced their confusion over the unusual silence, asking Jiang Kai if this place really had a general-grade armored scale worm. Jiang Kai activated his demon eye to observe, finding it strange that there were no suspicious traces on the stone surface. He speculated that perhaps it was not due to tension, but rather something wrong with the very spot they were standing on. Could he have guessed wrong? Ruan Yu noticed Yuanzhu kept rubbing himself, his skin breaking out in goosebumps from a strange feeling. Huyan teased Yuanzhu, saying he was too nervous. No one noticed that on the mountain peak they had just passed, small stones were rolling down. Jiang Kai suddenly came to a realization, recognizing that it wasn't that they were tense, but that something was wrong with the position they were standing on. He shouted loudly, calling for Yuanzhu, Huyan, and Ruan Yu to stop immediately. Right after, the ground split open, and a massive tail whipped straight at the spot where the group had just stood. Everyone panicked and scattered in all directions, running for their lives. The system announced the monster, a rank war general scaled lizard, level 58. The group panted heavily, having narrowly escaped death. This creature's color was barely different from the rock. Its camouflage was too skillful. Jiang Kai immediately rushed to the front, weapon in hand, shouting, Nuan, report the data. She replied yes. Then she swiftly read the information from the system. A level 58 rank war general scaled lizard, also known as a white scaled lizard, about 36 years old, weighing between 2 and 2.4 tons. Yuanzhu paled scaled, the first mutated species we have encountered. Hundreds of sparks shot out with the wind, hitting the scaled lizard. Jiang Kai only used an X1 blast strike, causing it to roar in pain. Huyan and Yuanzhu widened their eyes in surprise. Amazing. Finally a hit. One blast strike should have dealt considerable damage, let alone two. Jiang Kai focused his mind. The mutated species of war beast had richer loot, a higher chance of top-grade items in the treasure chest, but their strength was also greater than normal. Seeing the scaled lizard glare through the smoke, Jiang Kai mused, the skin on its back possesses over 35 defense points. The skin is also severely scaled with heat and corrosion resistance, very hard to penetrate. Its chest area also has a scaled defensive membrane, 20 defense points, also with similar resistance traits. Everyone was bewildered upon hearing this. Was this defense not activated? Nuan continued reading aloud. Based on the data, the rank-scaled war general lizard has a spirit power of 100 to 150, agility from 150 to 170, beads of sweat fell, strength from 3 to 80 to 420, physique from 440 to 480. She managed to read it all. Beast, evaluation, extremely dangerous. Before she finished speaking, the scaled lizard charged ferociously. Jiang Kai's expression changed. The system continuously warned, beast evaluation dangerous. The group shouted in unison, Jiang Kai, Captain, be careful. The scaled lizard slammed its foot down on Jiang Kai's spot. The ground shook and dust flew everywhere. Jiang Kai swiftly dodged to the side, telling himself he was fine. Indeed, this one had full-body heat resistance, with armor, so fire pursuit dealt no damage. He could only retreat from it. He landed safely thanks to timely foresight. Its strength was about 400. If it scratched him once, he would be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, thanks to the secret skill in the Mermaid Lord's treasure haul, his agility was now 60 points higher than its. He concluded, as long as he was careful, he could attract its attention without being killed. If he took the chance to stimulate Yuanju to activate the defense-piercing talent, then, looking at the massive scaled lizard, he planned ahead. If he failed, he would continue to lure this armored beast and escape. But if he succeeded, he could make Yuanju fully activate his class talent. Jiang Kai suddenly shouted, "Yuanju, save me!" Yuanju fell from the sky, shouting, "Jiang Kai, I am here." Hammer ground stomp. He stomped hard on the ground, but the scaled lizard was unharmed. He turned to look at the two of them with sharp, cold eyes. Yuanju turned pale. "Not good. Jiang Kai seems useless." Jiang Kai reacted in time, shouting, "Yuanju, run." The scaled lizard opened its mouth and snapped relentlessly at Yuanju. He screamed so terrifying. A strong blast of fire hit the scaled lizard, making it stop. Jiang Kai took the chance to rush over and grab Yuanju. This armored beast would definitely target the two of them. He had to lure it away. Suddenly, a figure rushed past quickly. Jiang Kai squinted. Who was that just now? Nuan and Hu Yan shouted, "Captain, Ruan Yu drank alcohol. The saliva of the scaled lizard can corrode equipment and damage skin." Jiang Kai's expression fell. It was Ruan Yu. If he really kissed the scaled lizard, his whole body would be torn to pieces. Unexpectedly, Ruan Yu leaned sideways and collided heavily with the scaled lizard. The force was so strong that both were knocked far away. Ruan Yu staggered back a few more meters. He smiled foolishly, asking if it was a scaled lizard. Jiang Kai was stunned. Why was Ruan Yu not treating it as a beautiful woman this time? Wasn't he drunk already? Hu Yan shouted from afar, "No idea. But today he drank a newly soaked level 2 wine. This new type of wine can eliminate the abnormal aesthetic perception state after getting drunk." Ruan Yu gave a dazed smile, saying he was a male scaled lizard, always looking for a suitable female scaled lizard. He blushed and pointed at the scaled lizard. Today heaven lived up to the expectations of those with a will. He finally found you among countless scaled lizards. The scaled lizard stiffened, its eyes wide open. Seeing Ruan Yu run towards it, he said, "My love, let us seize beautiful time together." Nuan felt embarrassed. Brother Ruan, does he think he is a scaled lizard? The fireballs rushed forward at astonishing speed. He hit the scaled lizard directly, making it roar violently. He ran over, calling out, "Oh my love." Ruan Yu appeared from somewhere near the scaled lizard, shouting, "Baby, no one can separate us. Do not be shy, tonight will be a passionate night. The more you struggle, the more excited I become." Jiang Kai looked at him, gritting his teeth in speechlessness. Ruan Yu was too hard to control when drunk. If this continued, even if there was a chance to kill the scaled lizard, he would be exhausted in stamina and spirit. Ruan Yu was still narcissistically talking to the scaled lizard. "Let me warm your broken heart with this strong chest." Jiang Kai anxiously turned his head to find support, saying Ruan Yu had lost all reason. He could not control him and fight at the same time. He urged Yuanju to hurry up. Only his defense-piercing talent could get them out of this situation. "We need you." Yuanju looked at the scene before him, so shocked his mouth fell open. So this was what it meant to be fearless. He secretly admired in his heart, Brother Nguyen truly is like a god. Yuanju remembered what Ruan Yu once said, overcoming fear. "No, at that time I had no fear in my heart." He was very amazed back then. "No fear, how did you do it? Can you teach me?" Finishing the recollection, Yuanju quickly took out a glass of beer. He picked it up, then decisively put it to his mouth and downed it in one gulp. "Alright, I am coming. Drink up, Brother Nguyen. Thank you for personally demonstrating. I have learned." Very soon after, Yuanju became drunk. He wore the most intoxicated expression, a smile on his lips. System displayed, "You have attained the state of chaotic perception. In this state, your understanding of Wei Ying, identity, power, and situation will appear." Immediately after, the screen issued a warning, "Severe chaos." On the side of the Azure Dragon, it was still fighting with all its might. The Azure Dragon was originally walking along, but Ruan Yu kept running over. Seeing this, the three people Nuan, Hu Yan, and Jiang Kai were startled. "Ruan Yu, Brother Yin." Suddenly Yuanju threw the beer glass in his hand, shattering it into pieces. He firmly gripped his sword and charged forward. "I, Yuanju, am the strongest war god under heaven." He swung his sword in one straight line and slashed the Azure Dragon horizontally. That scene startled him a little. Yuanju drinking Ruan Yu's alcohol could actually break armor in one strike? It seemed that after drinking, Yuanju's rationality had fallen into chaos. This caused his confidence to reach an unprecedented peak, and this blind confidence actually activated his profession talent, causing his attacks to carry an armor-breaking effect. Just like the initial Wolf King and the giant elite Black Ape, armor breaking would not directly damage the body, but could harm the armor. The more he fought, the more spirited he became. "I, Yuanju, am the #1 war god under heaven. Who dares?" Before he could finish his sentence, the Azure Dragon's tail swung over. It struck Yuanju hard with its tail. He failed to react in time and was quite heavily impacted. Just as Yuanju fell to the ground, the Azure Dragon swung its tail again. Jiang Kai once again fired a fireball to stop it. He took advantage of its distraction to move him away. Jiang Kai softly spoke, Yuanju, thank you. Next then. Saying this, he suddenly leaped high into air. Jiang Kai excitedly launched several fireballs. Let me help you take revenge. Continuously caused the Azure Dragon's health bar to drop sharply, continuously deducting 2000 HP. He saw this and excitedly suggested, excellent. After this, Azure Dragon's armor broke. It truly cannot resist the storm critical strike. Yuanju, leave this final move to you. Yuanju was also unsteadily getting up with his sword. He loudly roared, I am Yuanju, the #1 war god under heaven, who dares to act recklessly. Yuanju firmly gripped his sword and charged forward, swinging continuously. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate skill with all his might. That scene made Nuan a little worried. Jiang Kai, is Yuanju alright? Jiang Kai quickly reassured her. No need to worry, Yuanju is just drunk. Moreover, the Azure Dragon's armor has been broken. Heavily injured by me, it is very safe. After a while, Yuanju's sword was now stained with blood. The Azure Dragon finally fell, unable to endure any longer. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations on killing the level 58 mutated War General grade Azure Dragon. Received a portion of the War General grade Azure Dragon corpse. Received the War General grade Azure Dragon treasure. Adventurer Yuanju, profession warrior, level 15. His expression became even more smug because of this. Yuanju kept laughing loudly. I told you, I Yuanju am the #1 war god under heaven. But he only got to be cool for that long before he rolled over and fainted on the spot. He smiled helplessly. It seems Yuanju is dead drunk. He softly replied, that is right. Nuan frowned and thought, Jiang Kai Huyan, I just feel like I am forgetting something, but I cannot figure it out no matter how I think. Jiang Kai heard this and propped his chin and thought, now that you mention it, I seem to have that feeling too. She also widened her eyes in realization, it seems I do too. The space fell silent again because of the three of them. Suddenly all three turned pale, shouting loudly, oh no, Ruan Yu. At the same time he was wailing, still holding the portrait of the Azure Dragon. No, my one and only beloved wife in this world. Ruan Yu gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. You guys! He rushed to Jiang Kai's group and questioned, I treat you like family, yet you killed my wife. But after taking just a few steps, Ruan Yu had to stop. What is that smell so unpleasant? In the end he collapsed to the ground from drunkenness. Too much. The two people Huyan and Jiang Kai immediately turned to her with judging eyes. Nuan Yu. She explained awkwardly, why are you looking at me like that? Brother Ruan thinks he is the Azure Dragon, he might attack us. Earlier I conveniently used some potion I brewed before to make him sleep for a bit. But the other two looked at Nuan with loving eyes. No, what we mean is well done. She happily suggested, Nuan, give me some of that potion that can make Brother Ruan drunk. The effect is incredible. Jiang Kai also quickly requested, I want some too. She immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay, no problem. When night fell, the group had lit a fire and set up camp in this place. The two drunkards were still lying there in a deep sleep. The two of them fell asleep embracing each other, with only one blanket to share. Huyan also lay down to rest after a long tiring day. Nuan took out a water bottle and asked, Jiang Kai, want some water? He turned his head in a daze. Jiang Kai reached out to take the water bottle, thanked her, and asked why she hadn't slept yet. She replied that today's experience was too thrilling, and she still couldn't believe it. Fortunately, Yuanju managed to break the armor of that mutated battle commander grade armored scale dragon in time. He held the water bottle and said excitedly, I never expected Ruan Yu's prep level 2 to accidentally activate Yuanju's class talent. Then Nuan asked shyly, Jiang Kai, will Yuanju activate more class talents in the next few days? Hearing this, Jiang Kai only chuckled quietly. He sincerely said that this kid was never weak, just lacked confidence. Today's confidence came from the Chaos Perception wine, which made him bravely explode and activate the armor-breaking effect. Over here, Ruan Yu was still talking in his sleep, wifey kiss. He also muttered from beside his bed, how dare you, I Yuanju, am the #1 war god in the world. Jiang Kai concluded that he probably needed more training. In short, he hoped the kid would build true confidence soon. She immediately replied happily, I believe he will definitely do it. The next morning, a horrified scream rang out. What? Yuanju was brimming with spirit. He only learned from everyone's stories that he had been so brave yesterday. He was now dejected from being teased. After the Chaos Perception, when he was fighting the armored scaled dragon and got flirted with by that scaled horseman, it was truly... Huyan curled his lips and laughed boisterously, so brave. That sentence made him want to cry. Stop talking. A shiny treasure chest was placed down. 5 people stood around it, and one said, everyone's here, let's start opening it. Huyan placed a hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder and suggested, your luck isn't good today. Let Nuan open it. She has a rosy complexion, so she's luckier. Hearing this, she immediately widened her eyes and surprised me. He replied with a smile, right, Huyan is a master of fortune telling. Nuan, you open it. She also encouraged, just open it boldly. Meeting that scaled horseman scale dragon already means we made a profit. She slowly accepted. Alright then. Nuan stepped forward and quickly opened the chest. The moment they looked inside, the whole group's jaws dropped. Instantly a system screen appeared before her. Nuan stared blankly at the item in her hand. Phosphor Stone Essence, used for weapon enchantment to enhance scaling and increase defense, weighing 10.4 kg, valued at 500,000 holy brilliance coins. Yuanzhu received a 17 kg Earth Core, a construction energy source, valued at 100,000 holy brilliance coins. Yan's item was a 48G Blood Essence Crystal, used for crafting and upgrading weapons, valued at 300,000 Holy Brilliance coins. As for Jiang Kai, 3 Heavenly Gift Bone Fragments were talent upgrade catalysts valued at 210,000 Holy Brilliance coins. Only now did she notice the anomaly. Before them was a glowing red crystal, a 0.6 gram mutated Blood Essence Crystal, a material for crafting attribute secret medicines, priced at 6 million Holy Brilliance coins. He gasped in excitement. 1 gram costs a full 1 million coins, and it's just one material. Nuan replied enthusiastically. That's right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai's face paled. Wait, so the Mermaid Clan's secret medicine I drank back then was worth several 100 million coins? Another item appeared, a secret medicine that increased base attributes, extremely rare. The entire Holy Brilliance produced less than 20 bottles a year, each bottle adding 10 attribute points, priced at 150 million coins. Yuanzhu's eyes lit up. As expected of a mutated war general, he felt like crying. I've already consumed an entire villa at Silent Heart Lake. She continued to take out the pure water. Ho Yan recognized it. A level 20 doctor class change material, requires 5 ml per use, and this has a full 50 ml. Ruan Yu calculated, 5 ml sells for 1 million, so this bottle is worth 3 million Holy Brilliance coins. Yuan Zhu praised endlessly. There's a doctor class change material here. Nuan is so lucky. Even for a mutated war general treasure, the drop rate for 3 such rare materials is truly surprising. Her eyes sparkled as she calculated. Normal war general treasure profits are around 8 million, so this haul here is worth over 10 million. He just smiled wryly. Ho Yan, you seem way too greedy. Hu Yan sneered playfully. Are you sure? Then do you want to see Captain Jiang Kai's expression? Sure enough, Jiang Kai was drooling with joy. The elite cave from before plus this mutated general, the loot must have already exceeded 15 million coins. Seeing his expression, the other two were left speechless. After that day, the medium fire god squad occupied a thorn dragon lair every day, sometimes getting up to 2 war general levels in a day. Number of battles increased. Yuanzhu's armor-breaking attack combined with Jiang Kai's fatal critical strike. Killing the armored thorn dragon also became increasingly smooth. The only downside was the alcohol consumption. After downing some liquor, he would boast, of course, I Yuanzhu am the #1 war general under heaven. 10 days later, the squad cleared the war general lair they encountered. The system displayed Adventurer Yuanzhu, level 20, Adventurer Ruan Yu, level, Nuan level 12. Yuanzhu and Ruan Yu reached level 20. Nuan went from level 9 to level 12. After a long period of hard work, they decided to stop and make camp. The 5 of them divided the work, each handling their own task. Hu Yan asked, Captain, where to next? We've cleared this area, it'll probably be a while before another war general appears. She simultaneously heard a notification sound from her wristband. Instantly, Nuan dropped the food in her hand. The noise drew attention. She and Jiang Kai asked, Nuan, what's wrong? Your complexion is terrible. She reported nervously. I just received news from Blazing Flame Ridge. A small guild encountered a mutated fallen corpse king during their training and got caught off guard. The entire team was wiped out. The other 4 were all stunned, their mouths agape upon hearing this. The fallen corpse king, an underworld system monster, appeared and disappeared unpredictably, extremely terrifying. Normal commander level was above level 60, higher than the mutated armored thorn dragon war general. The power of a mutated fallen corpse king was unimaginable. Nuan slowly recounted. That mutated fallen corpse king was injured and fled to heal. For that guild to be able to wound it, they truly were very strong. Hu Yan was shocked to realize that if they could defeat the mutated severed fallen corpse king, they would be rich. But now the whole team was wiped out. The cost was too great. Yuanzhu narrowed his eyes and sighed. It was truly a pity. Ruan Yu said seriously that they had done their best anyway. Chen Jiang Kai asked Nuan if this news had just been sent, and if many people knew about it. Nuan replied that the news had just arrived so it hadn't spread widely, but a few major guilds and orthodox people probably already knew. Saying this, Nuan paused. Jiang Kai, could it be that you want to? Jiang Kai admitted, Holy Radiance does not prohibit snatching boss-level monsters, only king-level ones. Right now, many people probably want to deal with the severely wounded severed fallen corpse king. He decisively suggested, how about we give it a try too? She agreed immediately, since their practice with the armored rhinoceros was going fairly well. Even if they couldn't snatch the boss there, it would still count as a new challenge. Ruan Yu chimed in. Without Captain Jiang Kai, they wouldn't have dared to defeat the steel-scaled armored rhinoceros. She also said enthusiastically that she was going, and Jiang Kai, you are coming too. He narcissistically pondered for a moment but still wanted to go. How could the Fire God squad be without the world's #1 battle general, Yuanzhu? Seeing everyone was in agreement, he finally said with satisfaction, "Good." Jiang Kai spread his arms. "The next target of the Fire God Squad is the mutated Severed Fallen Corpse King. Let's move out." They continued like this until the next day. Due to the harsh weather, Ruan Yu was so tired her tongue was hanging out. It was too hot. Suddenly Yuan Zhu stopped, having noticed that this tree looked particularly special. Nuan looked at the information panel. This was a 20-year-old heavenly fire tree. If it lived for more than 30 years, it could become a spirit, and when it died it would drop a fire tree heart that enhances fire effects. Hearing this, he turned his head and stared intently at the tree trunk. He seemed to have discovered something else unusual. Yuanju pointed towards Wei Ying. "Look over there, the Azure Dragon Guild team is approaching." The closer they got to the destination, the more small teams they encountered. A group of people was also gradually approaching them. Ruanyu also spotted another team on the other side. He panted and said that indeed, everyone who received the news had come. They had to speed up. She frowned. Even though they had come quickly from the main city, they were no match for the teams training nearby. Yang Kai mused, Hu Yan is right. Now they had no idea how many teams were heading towards the Severed Fallen Corpse King, and the teams nearby were probably waiting for reinforcements too. He turned his head and saw Nuan refusing to move. Her steps were unsteady, her mind was dizzy, her stamina was not as good as the others, but she was determined not to hold them back in this fierce competition for the boss. Nuan's vision blurred. A foot suddenly appeared before her eyes. Jiang Kai handed her a water bottle, telling her to take a sip and rest. He thought to himself, Yuanju was the main force, Ruan Yu was low level so she would level up quickly. Hu Yan was already level 29, yet Nuan was only level 12 and still pushing herself. She frowned, her eyes hazy for a long while. Nuan forced a smile and shook her head, saying she wasn't tired. Jiang Kai silently marveled that the lowest level healer had persisted until now. She wasn't as fragile as she seemed. He chuckled lightly, you may not be tired, but I am very tired. Everyone rest with me for a bit. The others chimed in. There were many high-level teams in this area. It was better to rest and conserve strength before fighting. Hearing this, she couldn't help but hesitate, but the 5 of them decided to stop and rest for a while. Jiang Kai discussed. The Flame Gorge where the Severed Fallen Corpse King was had a perimeter of 5-6 kilometers. The monsters were mindless, and Wei Ying territories usually appeared based on certain patterns. Now many teams were searching. They would have a hard time gaining the upper hand. Hu Yan directly asked Captain Jiang Kai if he had any ideas. He said bluntly, he was thinking that they should stop, rest, and then look for the boss. Compared to other small teams, did they have any special advantage? Ruan Yu stroked her chin and thought. Jiang Kai made a very good point. Among the searching teams were all experts. What basis did the Fire God Squad have to be the first team? Yuanju and Hu Yan turned to look at each other and then nodded in understanding. Nuan clenched her hands nervously and asked hesitantly. She couldn't think of anything at the moment. Could they only rely on luck? Her words sparked an idea in Jiang Kai. Luck. He cheerfully suggested that Hu Yan try fortune-telling to see if they could find the Severed Fallen Corpse King. She was stunned upon hearing this. How could one predict something like that? Jiang Kai shouted as he ran over. Was exactly their advantage with her here. Hu Yan was shocked, her eyes wide open. Jiang Kai, do you really want me to do a divination? Or do you want me to pray for rain? Jiang Kai said excitedly, Hu Yan, have you forgotten? Before becoming a fortune teller, you were a Feng Shui master. The Headless Corpse King is hiding to recover, so where would this hell-type monster choose? She seemed to suddenly understand it would be a place with the heaviest yin energy. He seriously affirmed it might not be the heaviest. It is injured. Finding an ideal place is hard. Let us check the area near the flame ridge for heavy yin energy. Then we will filter it out. Hu Yan finally fully accepted the information, so that was it. She turned around and winked. Feng Shui techniques are my main profession. You all rest. I will calculate the hiding place of the Headless Corpse King. Jiang Kai happily encouraged, all right. Time passed by like that. He stood silently, waiting for the result. Suddenly Jiang Kai's shoulder was lightly tapped. Yuan Zhu approached and scratched his head. Did I scare you? What are you thinking about so seriously that you did not even notice me coming close? Jiang Kai smiled in reply, nothing, just thinking about Nuan, opening the level 20 job change materials. Even though I know the recipe, I still do not know where to find them. He heard that and lightly patted his shoulder. So you already know the recipe. What materials are they? Are they rare? Jiang Kai's expression dimmed. Not rare, but I simply cannot imagine what they are. He recounted, I found the level 20 job change recipe in the secret dungeon under Eternal East Island, where the mermaid boss was. After deciphering the script, I learned the content was a stream from an unknown source, fire blazing from the void, a gentle and still wind, sinking and floating mud, ever-changing metal, Hearing this, Yuanju broke into a sweat. Hold on, a stream from an unknown source, fire blazing from the void. Jiang Kai, are you sure this is a recipe and not a riddle? Jiang Kai shrugged. There is only one copy of the recipe, it is not wrong, but it is truly hard to understand. I once thought the stream might be rain, but what about the other things? He suddenly opened his mouth from an unknown source. That sounds reasonable. So fire blazing from the void, could it be at the Flame Ridge? Jiang Kai asked back. Flame Ridge? Yuanju recalled, right? The Flame Ridge is said to have no flames but is extremely hot like a natural furnace. Do you not find it miraculous? Jiang Kai rested his in thought. That makes sense. Suddenly a voice rang out. Is this not the lucky dog from Eternal East Island? The smug little man Jiang Kai? A group of people, including a level 40 knight and a level 40 gladiator, approached. Fei Tuang proudly stood with his hands on his hips. What a narrow path for enemies. Yuanju was puzzled. What does he mean by a narrow path for enemies? Jiang Kai, do you have a grudge with these difficult people? Jiang Kai glanced at them with displeasure. I have not met them, but judging by their aggressive attitude, they must be people from the royal family. Yuanju immediately showed disgust upon hearing this. People from the royal family. Then I must teach them a lesson. He calmly stopped him. Not so fast. These people have high levels. Our target is the mutated headless corpse king. We should not fight now. After speaking, he stepped forward and said, I am Jiang Kai. Is there something? That man immediately stepped closer. You killed members of my Falcon Team 5, and also sneak attacked and killed young Master Huang while we were hunting the Lord Mermaid. Fei Tuang laughed wildly. Jiang Kai, are you that daring? Do you like seeking death yourself? Yuanju heard this and sneered. Jiang Kai did not sneak attack. Even Huang V brought 4 helpers and still got wiped out by Jiang Kai. The words just ended. He Lian seemed to be hit in a sore spot. He swung his whip and charged, shouting, the leader is talking. Are you a dog daring to make trouble? Jiang Kai reacted instantly. He used his bare hands to knock that thing away. This action only made Helian angrier. Jiang Kai frowned, not daring to speak bluntly. Just knowing to call them constant nuisance flies truly troublesome. Fei Tuang drew the sword from his shoulder. Dare call the Huan Vu Society flies. I originally planned to let you two die easily. He and his companions looked at the two as if wanting to devour them alive. Now I will make you wish you were dead. Jiang Kai clenched his hand, took out his claw. Today they have decided to act. It seems this fight is unavoidable. She and Ruan Yu received the news and ran over. Fei Tuang, what are you doing? Going to make a move right here. Jiang Kai was stunned. Had they forgotten Nuan? That man stared wide-eyed. Is Nuan not in the military? Why is she on the same side as Jiang Kai? She stepped forward to explain, I am a member of the Fire God team. Jiang Kai is the leader. If you make a move against him, I will not stand by. He nodded in agreement. Tran reminded, leader, this woman works under Wei Ying. Finding the headless corpse king is the priority. We should not cause more trouble. Fei Tuang heard this, pursed his lips in thought. He decided to sheath his sword. Lucky for you today. I did not expect Jiang Kai to like leeching off women. He glared at Fei Tuang, showing displeasure. That man sneered before leaving. You like using throwing knives, right? That is right. A wretch like you only deserves such a cunning weapon. But remember, next time we meet, I will destroy your throwing knives and also. Fei Tuang laughed smugly. Cut off your hands. His words darkened Jiang Kai's face. They laughed loudly as they walked away, seeing his angry reaction. It is understandable they did not know how Falcon Team 5 lost to someone like this. Yuanju was furious and wanted to rush in. This is too much. But Jiang Kai rationally stopped him. Now is not the time to act. Let them go. He quickly calmed down and asked Nuan about that Fei Tuang. Do you know anything about Wei Ying? He did not hesitate to speak. I know a little. He used to live in the military district. I heard he changed from martial artist to gladiator over half a year ago. His actual combat ability very likely means he was once a hare. That information made him and Ruan Yu gape and hare. Nuan continued. The martial artist class is valued by the military with 4 ranks before becoming transcendent. It originally had a long-standing reputation: martial artist, gladiator, inheritor, ancient martial artist. Levels 1 to 20 are called martial artist. Levels 21 to 40 are gladiator. Levels 41 to 60 are inheritor. And levels 61 to 80 are called ancient martial artist. Jiang Kai sighed, not expecting Fei Tuang's strength to already be comparable to an inheritor. She nodded in warning. He has good relations with the royal family, and his agility speed is very high. You must be careful. The face of that man kept appearing in his mind, and he had a strong premonition that he would meet him again in the Guild Challenge tournament. Suddenly, Hu Yan ran over and waved to the team, announcing that Jiang Kai had finished his calculations, and that there were 3 positions that met the conditions. He opened the map and explained. The first position was the Dusk Graveyard northeast of Flame Ridge. ridge, quite close to the territory of the Severed Corpse King. The second position was Shady Mountain Lake, located due south of Blazing Ridge, which was of a yin nature and closest to the main city area. Last position was an unnamed depression due west of Blazing Ridge, requiring crossing a small hill to reach it. After hearing this, Jiang Kai rested his chin on his hand and fell into thought. Yuanzhu raised an eyebrow and suggested trying the Dusk Graveyard, since the injured Severed Corpse King would likely hurry back to the Wei Ying nest. But he immediately rejected that idea, saying that they should go to the valley. The other person's father was stunned upon hearing this, his face full of shock. Jiang Kai persuaded. Although the Dusk Graveyard is close to that territory, many other teams would think the same way, and by the time we get there, it will surely have been thoroughly searched. As for Shady Mountain Lake, its yin energy is weaker than the graveyards, and it isn't as quiet as the valley, plus being near the main city means it will definitely be crowded. The valley has a mountain range blocking it, although it makes it hard for the injured Severed Corpse King to hide. That very reason will cause most explorers to overlook it. Therefore, to sum it up, we might as well take a gamble and head to the valley first. They took 2 hours to travel. At the nameless valley, he asked, "Is this the place?" She walked while trembling and muttering, "Forget checking feng shui for this godforsaken place. I can already feel the yin energy emanating." Ruan Yu hesitated, "But this place is vast. If it is injured and hiding, it would be truly hard to find, and we also have to deal with it before others discover it." He kept walking, calmly explaining that the Severed Corpse King would fear being discovered, so it would choose the most secluded spot, like a cave or a tomb. Nuan pulled out several bottles of medicine and handed them to the group, saying this was medicine brewed for when engaging in combat. It reduces the harm from the toxins of hell-type monsters and lasts for half a day. Jiang Kai snapped back to his senses and suggested everyone take Nuan's medicine, then check the surroundings together for caves or abandoned tombs. The group nodded in agreement. The sky quickly turned dark. Jiang Kai's group continued walking in the forest, Yuanzhu complaining and demanding a rest for a bit, but he reminded him not to fall behind. Nuan added, "That is right. What if the Severed Corpse King suddenly burst out? Come over here quickly." Hearing this, his face changed color, suddenly burst out. Wasn't it injured and already hiding? Yan teased without holding back, said it was a hypothetical. Maybe it is healing and got hungry, smelled human scent. Immediately, the image of a demon appearing behind him gave Yuanzhu goosebumps. He gritted his teeth in frustration and ran straight ahead. "I am coming right now." Yuanzhu kept running, "Wait for me." Jiang Kai helplessly told Yan not to tease the cowardly one. She did not mind much, saying clearly that Yuanzhu was very skilled, but because he was timid, he needed training. While running, Yuanzhu tripped over a big rock again. He tumbled to the ground. Seeing this, the whole group hurried over, asking Yuanzhu if he was okay. Not knowing what he saw, Yuanzhu's face suddenly turned pale. He backed away in fear, pointing his hand. "Wait, everyone look, what is that?" Before them was an abandoned tomb that had lost half of its structure. Hu Yan's mouth fell open in surprise. That is a carefully concealed abandoned tomb. Passing by here, it would be hard to notice. Ruan Yu frowned hesitantly. "But this tomb is tiny. Can a commander-level Severed Corpse King fit in there?" Suddenly, a drop of water fell from the tombstone. Before them, the tomb grew more and more eerie. He was startled and shouted, "Not good, it is right here." Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, Nuan, retreat quickly. The whole group followed the order and immediately ran hastily, replying in unison, "Got it." Jiang Kai quickly leaped high into the air. He suggested to Yuanzhu, "I will pin it down from the front. You stay in the shadows and prepare to attack." Yuanzhu was ready, replying, "Understood." The ground underneath the tombstone became increasingly sinister. Jiang Kai seriously ordered, "If you cannot hold out, then run. I will use life-seeking to restrain it at any moment." He immediately replied, "Got it." A hand slowly emerged from the ground. Even though Yuanzhu had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked. The oppressive force was truly terrifying. A monster slowly crawled up from underground. A mutated commander-level monster, Severed Corpse King, level 65. The Corpse King slowly used both hands to lift itself out of the earth. It opened its mouth wide and let out a long, roaring howl. Everyone in the group was wide-eyed and stunned. "It is dark." The Corpse King's gaze locked onto him. Yuanzhu immediately turned pale. "Don't you come over here?" In his heart, he wanted to cry. This damn thing looks so scary. It suddenly used a sonic wave to send Yuanzhu flying, causing him to curse, "Damn it." The Corpse King continuously emitted shrill sounds. Chill ran down his spine. "Not good, I am about to lose it." Yuanzhu, as usual, drank a mug of beer. After drinking, he threw the mug away without hesitation. Yuanzhu gripped his sword tightly with both hands, determined, no matter if you are a demon or a ghost. He risked his life to charge forward and fight. "I, Yuanzhu, am the strongest war god under heaven." Overcoming his fear, Yuanzhu slashed fiercely at the Corpse King. Just as he thought he would slice off its head, his sword got stuck fast. Silence fell over the space, and Yuanzhu stood frozen like a statue. As if enraged, the Corpse King let out a violent roar and glared at him. Hiding behind a tree, Ruan Yu thought in fear, "It's over, Yuanzhu's sword is stuck." Jiang Kai rushed over swiftly, shouting that the situation was bad and Yuanzhu should run. The Corpse King's roar shook the heavens, trembling the entire space. Losing his balance, Yuanzhu immediately tumbled backward. He raised both arms, ready to strike a powerful blow down on him. But before that could happen, he shot forward. "What's the hurry?" hurry. You still have me as your opponent. Jiang Kai unleashed consecutive attacks. The horrifying force created a massive explosion, blasting everything away. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan pulled Yuanju back, telling him to hide quickly. When they reached safety, she called out, Nuan, it's me, Wei Ying. But a big catch. This severed corpse king was already heavily injured, and now with Captain Jiang Kai stepping in, it will surely turn to dust. He heard this and refuted, but I saw Yuanju's sword just now couldn't cut it, so it must not be simple. Noticing her face darken behind him, Hu Yan asked worriedly, Nuan, what's wrong? She looked over and was immediately startled, her expression panicked. Hu Yan's eyes widened, stuttering, what is this? Can this severed corpse king not be killed? On the other side, the battle between the corpse king and him was not over. Boss skill undead recovery. When the severed corpse king suffers a lethal injury, the soul power within it will restore, reducing damage and increasing recovery speed. Not only that, even the largest wound on its chest showed signs of healing. It struck a blow, cracking the ground, and Jiang Kai was sent flying far away. He thought in shock, this severed corpse king, in an armor-broken and heavily injured state after being hit by me repeatedly, still hasn't fallen. It truly is terrifyingly strong. At the same time, she called out loudly, Jiang Kai, pierce the heart of this mutated severed corpse king, or no matter how damaged its body is, it will still recover. Jiang Kai seemed to understand. So that's it, no wonder it couldn't be killed. It turns out you have to pierce its heart to finish it. A Nuan shout drew the corpse king's attention. It turned and growled, preparing to lunge at her. The corpse king got closer and closer to Nuan. It growled piercingly with each step. He looked at the scene before him and shouted in panic, Nuan. For some reason, the corpse king suddenly halted. A massive surge of energy emanated from its hand. Jiang Kai, who was rushing forward, was also startled. What is happening? Suddenly, a hand shrouded in green energy rose up. He couldn't react in time before it grabbed him firmly. With immense strength, the long arm held Jiang Kai tightly without letting go. He trembled slightly, gritting his teeth in fury. His bones seemed to have broken. This bastard knows how to deceive the enemy by feigning east and attacking west. Completely unable to escape, Jiang Kai was now firmly in the corpse king's grip. The corpse king opened its sharp jaw wide, licking its teeth, ready to eat Jiang Kai. Hu Yan looked at the scene and screamed in terror, Captain Jiang Kai. At the same time, Yuanju angrily prepared to charge out. He gripped his sword tightly, a fierce glint in his eyes as he yelled, you bold monster, dare to harm this war god's teammate? Yuanju retreated. It had exhaled a stream of purple mist to block him. Nuan hid behind a tree, coughed, and said, that's dark purple poison mist. Be careful, Yuanju. She recalled her knowledge from Wei Ying's poison attack. This is a skill of the severed corpse king. The darker the mist's color, the stronger the poison. The mist of the commander level is dark green, and within a minute it can corrode the flesh of a scout. As for the mist of the king boss level, it is black. An ordinary scout will die instantly upon contact. This mutated severed corpse king is injured but can still use dark purple mist. Its toxicity is terrifying. The medicine I prepared for everyone is just a drop in the bucket. Nuan stood frozen, helplessly watching the scene. No wonder, even in a heavily injured state, it could still annihilate an entire strong team. She watched Yuanju fight the corpse king, worriedly thinking the gap in strength was too vast. He couldn't hold out long. Before she finished thinking, a voice suddenly rang out, dare to touch Captain Jiang Kai. I am the first to disagree. She turned in surprise. Wait, this voice is... It was Ruan Yu's voice. He raised his shield ready for battle. I am Ruan Yu, and I will never be weaker than others in this life. Nuan called out worriedly, Brother Ruan, but he didn't even turn his head. At this moment, Hu Yan behind her suddenly grasped her hand. Nuan. Don't be impatient, stay here. This purple poison mist is very dangerous. You are the doctor, our last hope. Nuan still stammered worriedly, okay, but before she could finish, she smiled smugly. Then you must be sure to protect yourself well next. Having said that, Hu Yan turned around, leaving Nuan bewildered. Protect myself well? Hu Yan, wait, what do you want to do? Nuan called out, but only received her warning. Don't come closer, it's too dangerous. The poison's range is too wide. I have to get closer to summon wind and rain to wash it away. Nuan, as if lost, stood motionless, watching her teammates advance. Everyone was fighting desperately. She trembled, her limbs stiff. Nuan bit her lip tightly, choked with emotion as if about to cry. But why was this happening? She asked herself why she was a doctor but could do nothing. Since childhood, her older sister had shielded her from all dangers. She was used to relying on others, growing up within the protective embrace of her sister. But one day, demon crystals suddenly descended everywhere, and beast gods began to appear. Only those who passed the trials from the demon crystals and became extraordinary could be strong enough to fight the beast gods invading their homeland. After her father sacrificed himself due to a lack of medical resources, she seemed to mature overnight. She decided to join the military to become a pillar for her teammates. In her early days entering the demon crystal alone, she met Yuanju and Jiang Kai. The three of them coordinated in battle extremely well. Under Jiang Kai's guidance, she and Yuanju were selected by the military for their outstanding performance. She thought she had touched her dream. But upon joining joining the military, she realized the huge gap between herself and others. Despite her efforts, she only ranked C. She comforted Yuanju, but in reality, she was more disappointed. Had she truly become an outstanding doctor? Nuan asked herself as she recalled the past. Was she qualified enough to protect everyone? Outside the battlefield, the voices of Yuanju and Ruanyu rang out. They called themselves war gods looking down on the enemy. Those words only made her more insecure for hiding behind her teammates. Nuan slumped down, helpless. She even began to doubt her choice of being a doctor. Wei Ying near the Corpse King was still howling, spewing poisonous mist. He and Ruanyu were giving it their all to hold on. Jiang Kai was reaching his limit, his face growing pale from difficulty breathing. He called out to Yuanju and Ruanyu. Hearing his voice, she seemed to jolt awake. Nuan walked tremblingly towards the others. That was Jiang Kai's voice. Upon arriving, she saw her teammates being mercilessly attacked by the Corpse King. Looking at the fierce battle, Nuan was startled and ran over. She called out to Yuanju and Brother Ruan. She knelt down, observing the situation. They had been in the bone poison for less than a minute and were already severely corroded. Calm down, Nuan saves people. Saving people is the most urgent task. She used healing spells while trying to calm herself. Yuanju and Ruanyu gradually regained their strength. Their wounds were also slowly healing. The bone poison then suddenly began to dissipate. It started to rain. Nuan looked at the sky, unable to hide her joy. It was Huyan. Under Huyan's windstorm, the bone poison faded away. The Corpse King stood still in the rain, not understanding what was happening. She hid behind a tree, using all her strength to keep the rain stable. It still held him tightly in its hand, letting out a fierce roar. Jiang Kai was barely holding on. His body was in pain and his breath was almost gone. Indeed, he did not know his limits. His face grew pale. On Yongdong Island, without the support of a field skill, he could not harm the merman boss. Jiang Kai thought back to what he had experienced. This time, the Stray Corpse King of Commander level was beyond the plan. He led everyone here, but he could not protect everyone. He blamed himself. Huyan was also exhausted. She coughed once and then fainted. She ran over worriedly, calling out to Huyan. Jiang Kai still blamed himself, thinking he was completely wrong. The Imperial family, could I really make them pay for what they did? His face darkened, as if he intended to give up. But at this moment, Yuanju and Ruanyu had already charged forward. Yuanju shouted loudly, calling himself the strongest war god in the world, daring no one to be arrogant. The Corpse King was caught off guard by the two sudden attack. It reflexively raised its hand to block Ruanyu's blow. Thanks to that, Jiang Kai managed to escape. He gritted his teeth, encouraging himself. He could not admit defeat like this. Big brother and sister were still waiting for him to live those good days. Seeing his teammates sacrificing themselves for him, he was moved. Everyone was still fighting for the Fire God squad, fighting until the very last moment. Jiang Kai fell to the ground, coughing incessantly, struggling to get up. He gritted his teeth, his hands propping him up tremblingly. His whole body was in pain. He could not stand. She ran worriedly to Jiang Kai. She asked what to do about Yuanju, Huyan, and Brother Ruan. Jiang Kai told her to calm down. Huyan was down. The rain would not last. He said his whole body felt like his bones were broken. They had to finish this quickly. He asked if there was any way to recover fast. Jiang Kai looked at Nuan with a weak, pleading gaze. Hearing this, she could not help but tear up. She called out Jiang Kai's name. But not wanting to let her teammates down, Nuan grasped his hand tightly. She said she understood. Just as their guard was down, the Corpse King stuck out its tongue and snatched Yuanju and Ruanyu. It intended to shove them straight into its mouth without chewing. Before it could swallow, Jiang Kai punched it square in the face. He cursed the damn dog. He told it to let his friends go, jumping high to gain momentum for an attack. Jiang Kai kicked it straight in the mouth. A precise kick forced it to spit out its prey. Seeing the two lying on the ground from the attack, she was worried. She called out to Yuanju and Brother Ruan. Jiang Kai wiped the corner of his eye, a slight smirk on his lips. He told Nuan to leave them to her. The Corpse King lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch at the spot where he was standing. She took out a bottle of orange potion and said, Jiang Kai, my healing ability is not enough to recover you instantly. This is a basic immortal bird tear I obtained during training with the military. Drinking it will allow an explorer under level 20, regardless of their injuries, to temporarily heal completely for 1 minute. But the side effect is that after 1 minute, no matter the situation, the drinker will immediately fall into a deep coma. Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to drink it? Jiang Kai did not hesitate at all, immediately taking the potion bottle. He furrowed his brow slightly, but the corner of his lips curled into a confident smile. 1 minute was enough. Jiang Kai launched his Wei Ying force towards it, forcing the Corpse King to raise its hand to block. Then he leaped away, turning back to taunt. Come on then, you fool, try to catch me if you can. It roared in fury and immediately gave chase after Jiang Kai. He sent Wei Ying whistling ahead, gritting his teeth to buy more time. Good, the wind and rain had almost stopped. Jiang Kai lured the Corpse King deep into the forest, maintaining a stable distance. At this moment, he stopped and patiently waited for it to arrive. Suddenly, something seemed to move beneath the ground, causing the earth to crack and ripple. 5 of the Corpse King's fists shot up, striking directly at the spot where Jiang Kai had been, dissolving into nothing. He dodged the attack, the corner of his mouth lifting into a half-smile, his hand gripping his weapon tightly. Fooled once. And you think I would fall for the same trick again? In its rage, it roared loudly, blowing out a thick cloud of poisonous smoke. Piercing through the poisonous smoke, 3 arrows shot straight towards the Corpse King. Its mouth fell open and its eyes widened as it saw the 3 arrows hurtling toward it. Regaining its composure, the Corpse King quickly leaped up while simultaneously executing a technique. A massive explosion erupted, shaking everything around them. Amidst the thick smoke, it turned left and right, desperately searching. From a great distance, the arrow blazed with a dazzling light. The arrow shot forward, but the Corpse King managed to twist its body and dodge to the side. It howled in provocation, wanting to track Jiang Kai's trail. The Corpse King discovered a pit right in front of it, but he suddenly appeared from behind it. Hey! Jiang Kai gathered his strength and launched 3 arrows with overwhelming momentum. I'm right here, you're too slow on the uptake. The Corpse King roared in fury, unleashing an attack toward his Wei Ying. The 3 arrows shot straight into its arm at terrifying speed. This time the arrows embedded themselves directly, causing the Corpse King to scream out. Jiang Kai's body was seized tightly by its enormous hand. Corpse King leaned in close, its tongue lashing out ferociously. Nuan on the other side trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she screamed in horror. Jiang Kai. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs ready to devour him. But suddenly the Corpse King's eye contracted. Jiang Kai channeled all his strength into his hands and spoke with difficulty. You rotten corpse. Don't tell me you actually thought you could catch me a second time. Something pierced straight through the center of its heart. I was only pretending to be caught to lure you in. A golden light of energy flickered on Jiang Kai's hand. The Corpse King released him in pain, roaring in fury. Jiang Kai's body fell, his eyes still fixed on it. Looks like this time it's on point too. A stream of blue liquid slowly flowed from the Corpse King's heart. The 1-minute drug effect was indeed fleeting. Its massive form crashed heavily to the ground. Nuan panicked when she saw Jiang Kai falling, immediately rushing over. Jiang Kai. His vision grew blurry, the only image remaining being her silhouette running toward him. Nuan, the rest is up to you. She quickly used magic to heal him. Jiang Kai. Nuan recalled the moment 3 arrows flew through him, and the 3 arrows embedded in that other tree. She had initially thought Jiang Kai missed, but it turned out to be a trap set for that final strike, just now. His pain, Jiang Kai struggled and waved his hand. Return. A golden light blazed from deep within the Corpse King's heart. Was all of this part of his plan? Suddenly she heard its howling again. Nuan stood up in fright, slowly stepping forward. It's still alive. She bit her lip, recalling Jiang Kai's expression just before losing consciousness. Nuan, I'm counting on you. Her eyes brightened, her hand tightening on the dagger's hilt. She slowly crept closer to the Corpse King. Nuan, hang in there. Your teammate needs you right now. Her whole body was drenched in sweat, but Nuan firmly raised the dagger. Its eyes suddenly flickered with a bright, intense light. The Corpse King's howl echoed, its claws shooting out Vunvut towards her. Nuan closed her eyes, gripping the dagger tightly as she stepped back. Immediately after, droplets of blood fell in a fine spray onto the ground. Though her arm was in pain, a smile still curled on her lips. You thought you could still escape? Corpse King let out a groan, as if waiting for Nuan to continue. The trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth gave her an air of coldness. How dare you harm my friend? Nuan lunged toward Wei Ying, ready to embrace death. Her blade pierced straight through his heart. Amid the deep forest, the roar of the Corpse Kinged everywhere. The scene shifted to the next day under a large tree. The group Yuanju sat on the ground, smiling at each other. Nuan frowned while bandaging Jiang Kai. Do not exert yourself, get plenty of rest. With the medicine you will recover in 3 days. He just smiled faintly, not answering. She noticed Jiang Kai staring at her. What is it? Is there something on my face? He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the mountain. No, I just see that you are maturing very quickly, becoming more and more like an excellent explorer. She asked doubtfully. Me? Jiang Kai nodded. Of course. Nuan lowered her head slightly, turning away. But when everyone dealt with Lord Duanluo, I was just a doctor. I had to rely on you to charge ahead. I feel I reduced the team's combat power. Jiang Kai looked up at the sky and then laughed. I think Nuan is underestimating herself too much. I remember how exhausted you were, barely able to catch your breath, but you never complained. I was busy helping Yuanju and Ruan Yu level up, yet you still endured stubbornly, striving to keep up with the team. Then there was the scene where you bravely stepped forward to protect Wei Ying, facing the provocations of the falcon hunting team. You knew you were no match, but still courageously stepped out, your strong figure holding a knife and fighting the Corpse King. After I was severely injured, it was you who finished it off, helping me level up and treating everyone. Yang Kai turned to look at her gently. Nuan Nuan, you are a doctor, you have almost no combat ability. But I know you have never once thought of backing down. You have done so much, and we all saw it. On this path you have done very well. Nuan Nuan, we like you very much and we really need you. Hearing these words, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Yuan Zhu and the others appeared out of nowhere. That is right, Nuan Nuan. If it was not for your treatment, how could we be so lively? Jiang Kai made a pained face. When did you guys get here? Ruan Yu, with his hand bandaged, smiled and said, what else is there to say? Thanks to Nuan Nuan, we all can charge forward without any worries. Hu Yen rushed over. Exactly, Nuan Nuan, without you, I would have croaked a long time ago. Hearing everyone's encouragement, her tears fell. Despite the tears, Nuan Nuan felt happiness. Actually, I really like you all too, and I really need you. After sharing their feelings, 2 hours passed. Jiang Kai stood still, his expression serious. Are you ready? Everyone's face lit up with excitement, and the 4 of them pressed their devices together. Ready? A gate began to appear at the central location. Jiang Kai walked to the front, slightly raising his hand. Good, then I will start now. As the gate cracked open, a flash of light shone. I heard there are treasures inside the gate, easy to get top-grade equipment. This one is also a mutated level. It is really worth looking forward to. A pile of glittering treasures appeared, surprising everyone. Nuan Nuan looked at the item Jiang Kai was holding. Blade of Crimson Flame, level 80 execution weapon. There are only 2 of them in total. This is the 3rd. The estimated price is 350,000 ghost crystal coins. Yuan Zhu's jaw dropped. 350,000 ghost crystal coins. That is 3.5 million. Hu Yan shrugged. It is a level 80 top-grade weapon. Too bad no one in the team can use it. His eyes lit up. That is right. Lucky we can still trade it for money. Jiang Kai picked up a suit of armor. Nuan Nuan, what is this? She opened the system panel to check and was surprised. This is very strange. It seems there are no records. Ruan Yu exclaimed, no records? That means this item has never appeared before? Nuan Nuan smiled and took out an identification card. Lucky I have this. In the military, I encountered equipment the watch could not identify, so I bought a few spare cards. As soon as it was placed nearby, the suit of armor shone brilliantly. The system displayed the information, spectral exoskeleton. Requires level 60, enhances strength, defense, and agility. Special effects, death pardon, reduces usage requirement by 40 levels. Spectral state immunizes against mental attacks for 3 seconds. Death torment inflicts a mental attack once. Yuan Zhu's mouth hung open in shock. What? This armor enhances attributes to the max. Its mental strength is a full 71 points. Jiang Kai was excited. That is not all. The special effects are really surprising. Death Pardon shows it is suitable for an explorer level 60. Even low levels like us at level 20 can use it. He explained, spectral state is the core essence. The immunity time is short, but if we encounter a siren sound attack, we will have a chance to counterattack. Jiang Kai gripped the armor tightly. The 3rd effect, Death Torment. Although it only works when the opponent is critically wounded, it is a good trick to terrify an enemy when needed. 25 minutes later, she pointed at the pile of items. Time is up. The loot is all high-level weapons and armor. They are not very suitable, so we will have to sell them for materials. Among the items just retrieved, there was a ring that was glowing. He curiously bent down. What is this glowing thing? Yuanju picked it up, and the 3 people behind him had shining eyes. It is accessory equipment. Yuanju spoke excitedly. The ring looks very high level. Nuan, try using the watch. She quickly replied yes. Jiang Kai stepped forward, holding the card and peering at it. This is... As soon as he picked it up, the system sounded, congratulations, you have received the unique weapon. God card, Death. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at AI Brain. Death? She nodded. That is right. AI Brain began to explain, the Death card, Wei Ying's unique weapon. No level requirement. The set consists of 9 cards. After leveling up to the superhuman stage, the cards can be brought into the real world. Jiang Kai was stunned. Unique. Does that mean the entire Ghost Realm only has 1 set? And no level limit, so is it tailor-made for me? He pondered. The skill Ghost Hand Throwing card for normal items increases accuracy by 40%, piercing effect by 30. Using this card, accuracy increases by 120%, piercing by 250. Jiang Kai realized, when using the Death card, accuracy and piercing are several times that of normal weapons. He stared at the card, but what is a weird person? A superhuman is a master of level 80 or above. A weird person seems to be a corresponding title. Well, I will look up materials later. AI Brain displayed a notification panel. The Death card increases basic attributes by 20%, piercing power by 50 points, permanently increases critical hit rate by 15%, and increases critical damage by 150%. Jiang Kai was amazed. Percentage increases, the higher my attributes, the more powerful it becomes. A look of keen interest shone on his face. Now I am even more looking forward to its special effects. She ignored him and continued, now, allow me to introduce to you the special effects of the Death death card. AI brain began to list them. Special effect 1. The time has not come. Requires active use. Once used, the death card can automatically attack a target up to 50 times. If used at the wrong time, it would consume a great deal of mental energy. The target takes 50% more damage and cannot die. Jiang Kai's mouth hung open because after 50 consecutive hits, the target was still alive. He suddenly understood. The effect of the death card was that if it said you couldn't die, then you couldn't die. She ignored his question and continued introducing the second effect. When activated, the card would spin around the arrow, dealing continuous damage and increasing piercing force. Using the godly rage consumed stamina and mental energy. Jiang Kai's face twisted because if he couldn't escape, the damage would skyrocket. It was truly a death card. Brain proceeded to present the final effect. The divine weapon recognized its master. The card was indestructible, and it could be controlled by thought. After reading it, he finally smiled. This effect was great, being unbreakable and controlled by thought. Now, even against a cunning opponent like the royal family, it would be hard for them to guess his trump card. Jiang Kai excitedly raised the card to the sky to celebrate. Though he didn't have the materials for the level 20 gambler class change, he had found a weapon for Wei Ying the gambler. Suddenly realizing something, he looked at the card in confusion. What exactly was the god card? Why was his death card one of them? And there were 8 other cards. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him. Jiang Kai warily turned around, activating his specialized ghost eye. He swept his gaze straight across the forest. Jiang Kai saw a very strong group of people approaching. If they discovered that he and his team had killed the mutant monster and taken the treasure, the spoils would surely be robbed. He quickly informed everyone. Someone was coming. They had to leave immediately. The whole group answered in unison. Okay. The scene shifted to the building that was Wei Ying's in Jiang Kai Central. He stood before the window frame, his gaze distant. From behind came the sound of a knock on the door. Wei Ying, with a stern expression, turned around. Lan Lan entered, her face worried. Commander, another nation has discovered the link teleportation array. He listened, remained silent, his eyes pensive as he looked into the distance. Another nation had discovered it, huh? Wei Ying furrowed his brows slightly, his mouth moving but then falling silent. He fell deep into thought. Because the exploration level of the ghost crystal was low, the territories of the nations did not intersect. Only individual professions could enter the novice zone of another nation. The scene shifted back to when Wei Ying met him 1 year ago. Remembered the moment Wei Ying was stunned. Wei Ying remembered very clearly that when the nations were attacked, they successively discovered the teleportation arrays of the Bliss Paradise. The space gates of the Bliss Paradise were found. Not just one but many gates appeared at different locations. They all linked to the public area named Bliss Paradise, a very eerie land. In the gray sky, a teleportation gate floated. The area of the Bliss Paradise was very vast and changed location every half year. There were also gates deep in the forest. Inside the Bliss Paradise were many mysterious, unidentified areas called Lost Ruins, containing rare treasures and powerful class change materials. When the teleportation gate opened, a series of lightning strikes appeared stretching far. What bothered Wei Ying was the third thing. Only adventurers below level 60 could enter, and upon entering, A-Brain would convey the competition's information. From above, A-Brain projected a notification. Welcome to the Beginner Bliss Paradise competition. Each team must have 5 members under level 60. When the number of nations entering this place reaches 80, the competition will officially begin. She grinned, her eyes shining with smugness. Everyone would compete together. The top 3 teams would receive 3, 2, and 1 secret key respectively to enter the Lost Ruins and find treasures. Each person could only participate once. Returning to the present, she hurriedly said that so far, 49 nations had discovered the teleportation array. When it reached 80, the competition would start, but they still hadn't found one. He brought a cigarette to his lips, listening to Lan Lan continue. Only by winning a rank could they explore the Lost Ruins, and the treasures there could change a nation's destiny. Seeing Wei Ying not react, she called out, "Commander, are you listening?" He took a drag of his cigarette before turning around. Wei Ying slowly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and he brushed past Lan Lan. Leaving an order, summon the representatives of the guilds nationwide, open a meeting. She nodded, yes. Scene shifted to a small corner of the town 3 days later. He walked out of the building, hands in his pants pockets. Yuanju and the others, seeing Jiang Kai, immediately came over to ask, "Have you sold all the items?" He nodded, taking out 3 blue potions from his person that he had just sold through a private trade space. He also bought the missing class change materials for everyone, already concocted them. Just drink, and it would be done. Hu Yan's eyes lit up at the sight. All the spoils were rare supplies, yet sold so quickly. He smiled, it seemed there were more and more rich tycoons. Nuan calmly said that a few days ago, the military had held a global guild representative conference. Afterwards, various procurement departments frantically bought rare resources. It was probably related. Jiang Kai's attention was caught by 2 people behind him again. They stopped to discuss. This year's guild competition was about to start, and many powerful new guilds were participating. Heard that the Suanwu guild was paying special attention and claimed the first place belonged to them. Yuanzhu, hearing this, raised his hand aggressively. Suanwu is truly arrogant. Jiang Kai, rest assured, I will definitely vent your anger. Ruan Yu beside him cheered. That's right. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement and then said, okay, but first, let's go to the guild district. He widened his eyes and replied, that's true, after all, to participate, you need to find a guild first. She said, Jiang Kai, have you found a guild? Before, you said you had offended the royal family and no one would accept you. I thought you'd have a hard time. She chimed in, that's right, team leader, what guild did you find? Hearing this, he only smirked mysteriously. A secret. The scene shifted to the bustling guild district with people coming and going. Jiang Kai led them to the place and then stopped. We've arrived. Yuanzhu asked with a wry face. Jiang Kai, is this the guild you found? He pointed at the desolate, remote gate with no guild name and no one around. Nuan's eyes widened as if seeing something surprising. He saw Jiang Kai slowly walking towards the entrance, her eyes full of doubt. Wait, you don't mean to establish your own guild, do you? He said nothing, quietly swiping the card. Just as Jiang Kai replied, a line of text appeared on the board. Divine Guild No. 319 Sector C correct. As the door creaked open, everyone stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. Their eyes were wide as if they might pop out. Before them stood a majestic building made of marble. It was truly too beautiful. He stood before everyone, spreading his arms. Welcome everyone to the guild. A view of a sparkling lake, dotted with small mountains, appeared. The Divine Guild. Yuanzhu snapped out of it, walked over and nudged Jiang Kai's shoulder. Hey Jiang Kai, when did you establish the guild? Quietly hiding such a trick. Huyen looked up to the sky and sighed. That is right, Captain, not hiding anything from you. I did not dare to think a miser like you would buy such a beautiful place. Being called a miser, he only wanted to hide in a corner. Ruan Yu spoke up. That is right, how much did this place cost? It must be at least 100 million sacred sovereign coins, right? Jiang Kai was speechless. His miserly image in front of these people seemed impossible to shake. He pressed a button on his wrist. The system screen appeared. Jiang Kai cleared his throat to regain his handsome demeanor. Actually, I had this plan for a long time. Today, buying the job changed materials for everyone. I also registered the guild. Recalling the moment he first set foot in it, everyone had rejected him. Back when I first arrived at Ghost Star, every guild refused me because they feared the royal family. Turning back to the present, Jiang Kai smiled slyly. Relying on heaven or fate is not as good as relying on oneself, so I established a guild myself. The system screen announced, Divine Guild Headquarters is identifying. Identification successful, cross-referencing information, he said, even though the guild has just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical system voice rang out. The Divine Guild is officially established. Everyone cheered in unison. At least we have a home on Kuaitin, this is great. The scene shifted to the next morning. Yuanzhu rushed in hurriedly. I successfully changed my job. His cheeks were flushed red. He opened the system panel happily. Jiang Kai, I have changed my job to a fighter. Explorer Yuanzhu, class fighter, level 21. He clenched his fists, a look of excitement shining in his eyes. Now I have a second talent, and the attributes are very strong. Jiang Kai asked, what talent is it? Yuanzhu laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. The talent is all-around fighter, increasing attributes by over 10% compared to other second-tier job change classes. Every time I level up, I also receive 7 attribute points. Hearing this, he was happy for him. That is great. Hu Yan, standing by the side, was also envious. The martial artist path develops by increasing attributes. It is truly too strong. No wonder it is the strongest class in Sacred Sovereign. So jealous. Yuanzhu put his hands on his hips, turned around and raised 2 fingers. That is not all, he explained. When fighting, I can freely distribute all my attributes, sometimes achieving high agility state, sometimes high attack state. After the battle, it reverts to the original. Additionally, when learning combat skills, this talent has a chance to help me comprehend new techniques. Jiang Kai's face broke into a smile mixed with surprise. She nearby could not hide her curiosity. Freely distribute physical attributes. If used well, this ability can crush all opponents of the same level. The feature to comprehend new techniques is almost a free skill. He stepped forward and patted Yuanzhu on the shoulder. Yuanzhu, there is a high chance you will become the most versatile martial artist. He felt shy. Jiang Kai, I told you, I will take care of you from now on. Hu Yan cried out, eyes full of admiration. I feel so tired. As they were talking, the door suddenly creaked open. Ruan Yu walked in with a funeral-like expression, looking dazed. The 3 of them turned around at the same time. Brother Ruan, why are you so sad? Did the job change fail? Jiang Kai asked. Ruan Yu, what is wrong with you? As he spoke, his tears fell. The job change succeeded, but I became a drunken master. The talent skill is drunken revelry. Explorer Ruan Yu, class drunken master, level 21. Strength and agility increased by 2 points, but constitution decreased from 3 to 2. Seeing him sad, Jiang Kai explained about classes above level 20. Each level grants 20 attribute points. Special classes like martial artists and soldiers get extra points, which is very rare. Your class getting 3 extra attribute points is also quite rare. Ruan Yu's expression improved. Really? She showed a big question mark above her head. I also think it is quite rare. But Ruan Yu, I am curious about your drunken revelry. What kind of revelry is it? He lowered his head, thinking for a moment. The drunken revelry state will activate the subconscious, putting me in a state between drunk and sober. Anyway, I think it might be quite. The hesitant words made the other 3 curious. Quite what? He scratched his head sheepishly, smiling brightly like a flower. Quite carefree. After hearing this, the faces of the 3 twisted at a loss for words. Half an hour passed. The door still showed no movement. Yuan Chu's eyes were glued to the door. It has been half an hour. Why is Nuan not out yet? Did she run into a problem? Hu Yan closed his eyes and crossed his arms. Wait a bit more. Job changing is inherently difficult, but I believe Nuan can do it. As he finished speaking, the door gently opened, and her legs slowly stepped out. As soon as Nuan stepped out, her whole body trembled slightly. Without thinking, he quickly said, Nuan, did the job change not go well? It is okay, try again next time. She nodded. That is right, my first job change was not smooth either. Ruan Yu consoled Nuan, do not be discouraged. We will accompany you. Despite the tense situation, Jiang Kai remained calm. Everyone do not be anxious. I think Nuan has something she wants to say. She hesitated, her lips barely moving. Nuan was on the verge of happy tears when the system suddenly announced, Explorer Nuan, class Physician, level 21. Unexpectedly, after changing her job to Physician, she received a top-grade talent, Toxin Analysis. The probability is less than 1 in 1,000. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned, then overjoyed. What? Wei Ying explained with a delighted face. With this talent, she can accelerate the effect of medicine by 10%, increase the effect of poisons by 50%, and also increase the ability to sense toxins in substances by 30%. He was elated, eyes shining. Amazing. Nuan, so you plan to go down the poison path? He shook her head, smiling lightly. Not necessarily. But medicine has 3 parts poison. When concocting, I can use this talent to remove toxins, ultimately improving the medicine's effectiveness. All 3 Yuanzhu were wide-eyed and mouth agape. So that is how it is. He turned to Wei Ying with a serious expression. Very good. Everyone's job change results this time are excellent. But among our opponents, there are many strong teams whose levels are deliberately controlled by large guilds. They are specifically used to compete for rankings in the team competition. So now we cannot let our guard down either. A brilliant light flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. In the coming days, before the Guild Challenge tournament begins, everyone keep working hard to level up. Everyone nodded in unison, not a single word of dissent. 7 days passed, and in the system forest, a notification sounded that 180 elite forest wolf carcasses had been collected. 2 battlefield-level forest wolf carcasses had been collected. His eyes lit up, his hands clenched with determination. After 7 days of fighting, he felt he had made clear progress. The screen displayed, Explorer Yuanzhu, Warrior, level 25. Explorer Nuan, Healer, level 24. Both received level-up notifications. Explorer Hu Yan, Fortune Teller, level 31. She smiled excitedly. My rain summoning skill is becoming more proficient. Explorer Ruan Yu Death Knight, level 25. Jiang Kai walked over and saw them laughing and chatting happily. He touched his watch, and the screen immediately displayed the group draw results for the guild competition. A line of text appeared before everyone's eyes. Lord God Guild Fire God Team. In the level 21 to 40 bracket, there were 32 teams participating. 1 match per day. The first opponent was the Swift Kill team of the Xuanwu Guild. The team leader was Huang Da. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, report to the arena in the West District of St. Glory City. Note, the sole victory condition is the complete elimination of all members of the opposing team. Nuan's eyes went wide with surprise. Huang Da, what a coincidence. The first opponent is Xuanwu, and it's Jiang Kai's enemy. Hu Yan frowned, leaning towards Wei Ying. The previous competition stopped just in time, and now they're using kill standards. I think the royal family is pulling strings from behind the scenes, intentionally taking revenge. Yuanzhu got angry and wanted to rush off to fight. I'll go ask the military if the royal family is playing tricks. Ruan Yu quickly grabbed his hand. Zhu, calm down. Jiang Kai remained calm and reassured them. No need. Whether it's fate or intentional, it's fine. I also want to have a match with Huang Da. She and Hu Yan simultaneously looked at Jiang Kai with worried eyes. Captain Jiang Kai. That man's face with its triumphant smile appeared again. Huang Da, very well. The debt the royal family owes me. I'll take this chance to collect it all with interest. The scene shifted to the next morning at the arena. The stands erupted with cheers of encouragement. Wu Wei held the microphone, his voice echoing throughout the venue. The level 21 to 40 match will begin in 15 minutes. The competing teams are Swift Kill of Xuanwu and Fire God of Lord God. If you are here, please step onto the arena platform. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the screen and chanted, "Swift Kill takes the field, peerless in strength." Amidst the cheering, Huang Da's team stepped onto the arena. This time, Swift Kill will surely make history. Xuan Wu is undefeated. Bai Yan spoke in a mocking tone. "You girls are lucky to have arrived in time for the guild competition. Since you're here, I'll show you around. Even if you did well on the rookie rankings, don't be too arrogant. Learn how to conduct combat." She snorted coldly. "What's so interesting about the qualifiers? The finals are the real thrill." He smiled lightly. "Hong Xuan, don't be arrogant. Even though you topped the rookie trial, among this group there is someone who broke St. Glory's 30-year record." Hearing that, her eyes lit up with shock. "You mean Jiang Kai?" Huang Da laughed arrogantly. "Where is Jiang Kai?" "Not here yet." "Don't tell me he's scared of me, too afraid to come." Shanghai laughed in agreement. "That's only natural. After all, who doesn't know your reputation? That Jiang Kai dared to touch your little brother. Does he still dare to touch you?" He raised his head and laughed loudly. "Jiang Kai, aren't you unconvinced? Don't be a coward." The group of people behind joined in. "That's right. What fire god team? More like the coward team." A sudden call from behind made him turn his head. "Hey, big shot." The figures of Jiang Kai's group appeared at the entrance. As soon as he stepped out, Yuan Shu spoke. "What are you yelling about?" Hu Yan put her hands on her hips, a contemptuous look in her eyes. "Who is a coward? We'll only know after we fight." He lifted his chin. "That is right." A large screen in the control room showed the image of Jiang Kai's group. He leisurely crossed his legs, his hands working on the computer. "The test run is done. During the match, we can evaluate the performance of Nuan and Yuan Zhu at any time." Luo Jun, sitting nearby, spoke up. "Good, but this Professor Li might have to trouble you for one more person." He asked doubtfully, "Wasn't it just evaluating Yuan Zhu and Nuan?" And Lan turned around and smiled. "Commander Wei Ying wants to see the evaluation results for another person as well." Hearing this, Professor Li's eyes lit up. "Oh, so that is the case. Adding one more person is no problem." "Who is it?" He said nothing, his eyes fixed on the screen. He whispered, "The team leader of the Fire God Squad." The scene shifted to the arena. Huang Da frowned and stared intently at him. He clenched his teeth, calling out each word of the name, Jiang Kai. In the control room, they looked at the information screen of his group. It was hard to believe. Explorer Yuan Zhu, Warrior level 25. Explorer Nuan, Physician level 24. Professor Li was speechless, beads of sweat forming. In such a short time, those two not only reached level 20 and changed classes, but also surpassed several levels. She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Su Lan stood up abruptly, holding her computer and turning around. More than 20 days ago, when they left the military, they were clearly not even level 10. Why does everyone who follows Jiang Kai improve so quickly? Luo Jun smiled meaningfully, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. "Actually, it is not that strange. Jiang Kai has always been a very interesting person." The scene switched to the arena. Wu Wei raised his hand and shouted loudly to the crowd, "Contestants on the floor, please pay attention." As he finished, two magic formations appeared simultaneously. After the match begins, the two teams must not leave the floor. Admitting defeat, surrendering, or eliminating the entire opposing team is the only standard for victory. Is that clear? His group answered in unison, their expressions stern, clear. He could not hide her excitement. Then the match officially begins. Huang De eagerly commanded his group, "Listen up, everyone. Kill them for me." With that, they all received their orders and charged forward. Jiang Kai widened his stance, ready to give orders. "Yuan Zhu and I will take the lead. Ruan Yu, you protect Hu Yan and Nuan." A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Nuan, you observe the battle situation. When needed, provide timely healing." Under Jiang Kai's orders, everyone acted in unison. "Understood." Xiong smiled, a look of arrogance in his eyes. "I can hardly wait to tear you all apart." Yuan Zhu hesitated for a moment, then stepped back. Jiang Kai reassured him, "Yuan Zhu, do not be afraid. Listen to my commands." Jiang Kai's faction on the stands shouted in unison, "Yuan Zhu, don't be a coward. Your ability is no weaker than anyone else. If you don't make progress this time, even the captain can't keep you here." Lei Biao sat in the middle, his eyes narrowing in thought. Yuan Zhu's greatest weakness was his cowardice. He wondered if he could overcome it this time. Suddenly, he froze as if he had discovered something. What is Yuan Zhu doing? Everyone saw Yuan Zhu pick up the wine bottle and open the cap. He directly poured the wine into his mouth and drank it all. Yuan Zhu's face was slightly flushed with drunkenness. He let out a burp. Immediately after, the wine bottle was smashed under everyone's gaze. Someone exclaimed, "Is he drinking? Is he an alcoholic? You must be joking me." Yuan Zhu held his sword, lowered his head and struck an invincible pose. "I, Yuan Zhu, am the number war god under heaven. You bunch of trash keep picking fights with Jiang Kai." He was speechless, his eyes full of helplessness. "Drunk already? Just like that?" Huang De's group were all stunned with their mouths wide open at this sight. He attacked with fast speed, thrusting his sword straight for a strike. Hurry up and fight a quick decisive battle. Zhang Hai widened his eyes in shock at Yuan Zhu's surging power. Wasn't this kid supposed to be a coward with a military rank of only E? What is going on now? Wenwu shook his head. This is clearly a paper-tearing madman. He was full of vigor, his eyes brightening as he charged into battle. Come on, I'm the vanguard here. Who dares to compete with me? Jiang Kai sighed quietly behind, observing that it was hard to stop Yuan Zhu. Luckily, Ruan Yu was still. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure slid past him. Nuan and Hu Yan cried out in shock. Brother Ruan Yu. In a state of deep drunkenness, he grabbed the wine bottle and rushed forward. I, Ruan Yu, have never been weaker than anyone in this life. Fighting against the Fire God Squad, I am the first to refuse to accept it. Seeing Ruan Yu charge at him, he immediately straightened his face. Damn it, another madman. Deal with him first. A flash of light shone in his eyes accompanied by a roar. Ruan Yu's eyes showed a heart shape. So wonderfully beautiful. Little treasure, I'm coming to love you. Head Shovel was covered in a cold sweat and roared. What the hell kind of spice is this? Instantly, a huge explosion shook the space. He leaned in to kiss. Head Shovel panicked and resisted. He threw a kick, sending Ruan Yu flying. Get the hell away from me. He landed fully on the ground in front of Jiang Kai. Ruan Yu used his hands to slowly stand up from the ground. His eyes still gleamed with desire. He charged forward. I like pretty people who fight. 3 people from Huang De's team standing nearby broke out in a cold sweat. Is everyone in the Fire God Squad a lunatic or what? Hong Shuang furrowed her brows, still unable to believe it. Big brother, those people from the Fire God Squad, they are too freakish. Both Hu Yan and Nuan went pale with fear. This time the audience would think the Fire God Squad was a gathering place for perverts. But only when drunk could Yuan Zhu and Brother Ruan activate their abilities to protect Wei Ying. The system requires a check on the Ghost Eye expert residents. Right now Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu are not sober. I must focus all my power. Yuan Zhu jumped up and attacked downwards, a fierce ground arrow stomp. Just as the sword slashed down, an explosive sound echoed everywhere. Xiang Hai dodged just in time, letting out a sigh. That was close, luckily I was quick. He regained his composure, continuing to charge forward. Die, you madman. Jiang Kai immediately threw a flying dagger aimed straight at the target. Yuan Zhu, be careful. Xiang Hai jumped up and formed a protective shield by himself. He raised the shield in front of him, blocking the flying dagger. Then came a silent exchange of glances as he just blocked his attack. Xiang Hai smirked secretly. This shield was specially prepared for you. As long as you don't break through the defense, even a storm barrage can't kill me. Wenwu took the opportunity to charge towards her and Hu Yan, a healer and a fortune teller, 2 people with no combat ability. Let me deal with them first. She stood up straight and stepped forward. Nuan, hide behind me. Invincible silver ice art. A star-shaped block of ice appeared. A sudden hailstorm came down. A voice shouted, look quickly, hail. The hailstones whizzed straight towards him. He cursed, didn't expect this fortune teller to be able to create hail. Hu Yan sneered, I have been training with Captain Jiang Kai's mysterious ice jade stone. The hail both disrupts attacks and reduces the enemy's sharpness. The system reports the effect is excellent. The primordial spirit sword rushed forward and sliced horizontally through the ice hail. His attacks rained down relentlessly towards Hu Yan. She staggered backwards thanks to timely support. Hu Yan. The primordial spirit sneered. Didn't expect to be caught off guard by a fortune teller. When you go out, don't say you were my teammate. Wenwu charged straight ahead, furious and shouting, less nonsense. That fortune teller is mine. I must personally cut down this troublesome woman. Yuan Zhu suddenly shot up, striking down from above. Where do you think you are going? Your opponent is the #1 war god under heaven. His sword swing shook the entire ground. A fierce ground arrow stomp. Both barely dodged the attack. One cursed. Damn it, this madman is annoying as a fly. Jiang Hai behind them lowered his stance. Perfect timing, let's chop that Yuan guy into pieces together. The other snorted coldly and nodded in agreement. Facing them, Yuan Zhu was still charging against the tide. On Ruan Yu's side, he was still puckering his lips, wildly expressing his love. Wife, let me leave the taste of love on your soft cherry lips. Head Shovel was furious enough to spit blood, his eyes wide open as he roared. Do you want to die? Who is your wife? Haven't you looked and seen who I am? After speaking, he cast his eyes on the huge shield that Ruan Yu was gripping tightly in front of him. Head Shovel silently held a sharp knife, gritting his teeth as he calculated. This pervert's shield has high defense. I need to attack the position the shield can't cover. After saying that, he rushed toward Ruan Yu, but he had already darted away, cheerfully shouting, honey, don't be shy. His first thrust missed, and he went mad, hurling his spear at Ruan Yu while roaring, you blind dog, die. Fortunately, someone threw out 3 sharp daggers to block it, accompanied by a worried shout, Ruan Yu, watch out. The spear thrower was startled and turned around, only to see it was Jiang Kai. In the distance, Jiang Kai's hand still carried the residual power from the throw, and he gritted his teeth and ordered, come back. At this moment, the spear thrower suddenly yelled to inform Huang Da, Captain, he has already used 8 throwing daggers. Hearing this, he smiled in satisfaction, slowly condensing purple power in his hand. Very good. Huang Da sneered, quickly condensing a strange purple stone, the superviolet crystal. He raised the crystal high, and around the stone emitted a flickering, terrifying light. Over here, Hu Yan looked at the compass in his hand in astonishment and muttered, "What is this? Why is my compass not obeying me?" Nuan behind him also said in panic, "My dagger is about to be pulled away." In the distance, Yuanzhu also watched in horror as the sword in his hand was being pulled by a force. On the other side, Jiang Kai trembled as he looked at his controlled hand, worriedly realizing he could not resist the chasing life recall. In the distance, Huangda still held the superviolet crystal high, calmly walking step by step closer to the team. He stopped a short distance away from him, smiled contemptuously, and asked Jiang Kai, "Don't tell me you thought we came unprepared." Huangda looked at the crystal again and explained in a flat voice, "This crystal was cut from the core of a high-grade superviolet stone, specifically designed to control your throwing daggers." Having said that, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he asked with a sinister smile, "Now you only have one throwing dagger left. Do you think you still have a chance to win?" Jiang Kai remained silent, only gently chuckled, showing no worry. He pulled out another throwing dagger, assumed an attacking stance, then shook his head and announced, "Huang Da, I'm afraid you are celebrating too early." Huang Da was surprised by this, confusedly wondering, why isn't this throwing dagger affected by the superviolet crystal? But he quickly dismissed it, coldly laughed, and raised his hand to manifest a shield. Huang Da gripped the shield tightly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Kai as he asserted, "No matter what, this guy is as good as dead." A maddening glint flashed in his eyes behind the shield, and he declared through gritted teeth, "Jiang Kai, see this shield. Today I'll show you what despair means." At the same time, Luo Jun in the observation room was also stunned, watching the screen. Jiang Kai is about to lose. That shield is the Titanic Giant Shield. Even downgraded, its defense of 72 points is still terrifying. He lightly licked his lips, his face dark as he whispered to himself, "On the Ghost Star, higher-grade weapons require greater Wei Ying, but downgrading allows low-level explorers to use them. Despite the weapon damage and stat penalty, the damage still far exceeds normal weapons." Huo Lian, standing nearby, frowned and sighed, "I didn't expect the Martial Tower to downgrade weapons for superhumans." Lu Jun widened his eyes and continued, "Not only that superviolet crystal and the shield earlier are also top-grade equipment downgraded to deal with Jiang Kai. They put a lot of effort into this." Lan Lan was worried, her eyes wide and dazed as she wondered, so was Nuan destined to be killed? On the other side of the battle, Huang Da sneered and shouted, "Assassination Squad, hear my order." The 4 members of the squad all smiled excitedly upon hearing the shout. He ordered through gritted teeth, "Prepare to eliminate all members of the Fire God Squad." Pausing for a moment, Huang Da let out a slow laugh and added, "Ah, right, kill them slowly. I want them to taste the consequences of messing with the wrong people." The group charged forward to attack, Xianghai leading the charge and roaring with delight. While the martial disciple's weapon is affected by the magnetic force, attack these 3 first. Seeing this, Nuan and Hien both panicked and cried out, "This is bad." Over here, the spear thrower excitedly swung his fist to attack Ruan Yu. "Damn pervert, go die." Lai Biao observed, shook his head in dismay, and sighed, "The gap in Wei Ying level and equipment is too great. There's no hope." The golden-haired girl sighed and continued, "Even if Yuanzhu tries to suppress his shyness, he probably won't have a chance to shine." Jia Tao crossed his arms and asked in disbelief, "Is Jiang Kai really about to lose this time?" Hong Shuang turned her face away in disdain. "What, so Jiang Kai isn't that strong after all?" Over here, Huang Da laughed smugly and declared, "The assassination squad is all wearing H-Teener armor. Their contact equipment is unaffected by the magnetic force. No matter how you struggle, you're just flailing." With the shout, Nuan's sword flew away, causing her to tumble to the ground. Hu Yan also watched in panic as the compass in his hand was pulled away. Huang Da raised the crystal high, absorbing all weapons toward him, and swore through gritted teeth, "Jiang Kai, I want you dead. I want you to pay back 100-fold for what you did to the Huang family." He opened his mouth and laughed like a madman, declaring, "I want you to recognize your lowly fate. I want you to kneel and beg for mercy." Hearing the arrogant declaration, Jiang Kai only focused his power into the throwing dagger Jiang Kai. His eyes were filled with coldness, and he solemnly swore, "I absolutely will not accept fate." Jiang Kai still stood straight, his hand gripping the throwing dagger tightly as he stared at him. Huang Da laughed upon hearing this and advised, "Stop struggling. Do you really think this throwing dagger can deal with me? Don't dream." As soon as the words fell, strange surges of power erupted from Jiang Kai's hand. A card slowly appeared, Devour Wei Ying materialize. Huang Da was shocked, muttering in surprise, "What?" Jia Tao was also startled, widening his eyes and wondering, "Wait, what was that just now?" Lan Lan's mouth hung open, dazed and confused. What is going on? How did Jiang Kai's death recall transform into a card? Luo Jun also couldn't believe it, stammering to himself, "Such strong killing intent, is that a weapon with its own aura?" Over here, Jiang Kai still smiled calmly, secretly affirming, "Of course this is not the death recall, but the unique weapon of the gambler, the divine card." He slowly recalled the time he faced iBrain, when she softly introduced. Normally, equipment on the Ghost Star is ranked from F to S. A-Brain brought out various items like the card in Jiang Kai's hand, then slowly explained, but in reality, above S rank, there are higher ranks SS and SS, and the Divine card is precisely a weapon of SSS rank quality. Jiang Kai asked with interest, what? An SSS rank weapon? A-Brain nodded slightly, speaking in a flat tone. Besides, the Divine card also has a unique deck effect. He frowned and repeated, deck effect. Without hesitation, she raised her clear voice to explain, the special effect of the Divine card, each Divine card you hold increases. Then all Divine cards you possess will have their basic attributes increased by 10% and weapon armor penetration increased by 50%. Pausing for a moment, A-Brain lowered her voice and emphasized seriously, the special effect of the Divine deck too. The materialized Devar can absorb other thrown weapons, inheriting all their attributes without affecting the original attributes of Divine card. Returning to reality, Jiang Kai chuckled gleefully and squinted as he explained. Before the match, the Death card had been devoured and transformed by the effect. Nguyen Trang became a life seeker, and since it had no strong magnet, it was not affected by the Super Death Crystal. Saying this, he glanced lightly at the card, his voice deep and cold. Huang Da, next you must kneel and beg, lest you lose your life. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes, his voice as gloomy as a demon. Your plea is not for mercy, but to beg me to kill you. Huang Da, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and wondered to himself, what does this brat want to do? As soon as the words finished, Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes and roared, Wrath of the Gods. He quickly fired a terrifying surge of power that shot straight into Huang Da's shield. That man struggled to resist, shocked, thinking my Titan is a downgraded weapon of a superhuman. This just a card, how can it pierce through? The thought barely ended, Jiang Kai's power swiftly drilled through the solid shield. With a bang, the shield shattered into many pieces. It blasted Huang Da away, causing him to spit blood. He was sent flying far, crashing into the blue barrier, groaning in pain. He slumped down limply, the Super Death Crystal losing control and falling to the ground with a thud. As soon as the crystal fell, the sword and compass also dropped. Yuanzhu gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the sword, startled by the noise. Hu Yan shouted a reminder, the crystal's control is over, seize this moment. As soon as the words finished, Yuanzhu swung his sword to block the attacks of the three assassins. Xiang Hai couldn't believe it, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, what? On the other side, the gang leader continued to attack Ruan Yu frantically. He resolutely used his shield to defend. A second later, Ruan Yu cheerfully softened his voice and scolded, wife, why are you ambushing your own people? How mischievous. As soon as the words finished, the gang leader's face froze as if he saw something horrifying. In the observation room, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Confused, a thin card pierced through a solid shield. How is Jiang Kai's power so terrifying? Outside, Huang Da was flattened on the ground, gritting his teeth in unwillingness. How could I lose to a useless person? Damn it, I can't get up. Yuan Shen panicked and called out, boss. Wen Wu frowned, this is bad, quickly provide support. Before the two could step forward, Yuanzhu and Ruan Yu had already flown over to block the path. Yuanzhu's eyes lit up with interest. Your opponent is me. Ruan Yu grinned and raised his thumb. Where are you running? The more you run, the more interested I get. On the other side, Huang Da fearfully watched Jiang Kai slowly approach. He reached out his hand, and the card from the broken shield quickly flew back. Jiang Kai gripped the card, his gaze sharp and cold. Huang Da, the fun has just begun, there is plenty of time. Huang Da heard the dark voice, his eyes gradually widening as if he saw something terrible. Jiang Kai slashed a sharp strike at him, blood spurting with a miserable scream. Lan steadied herself with hands on her hips, shocked. Too fast, the naked eye could not keep up. Jiang Kai madly unleashed slashes. Huang Da howled in pain. Stop, you bastard, I will kill you. His eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. He whispered, you are beyond redemption. But if you think it ends here, you are wrong. I-Brain rang out. Special effect 1 of the death card. One time used, the card attacks the target up to 50 times automatically. The target takes 50% additional damage and cannot die. As the words fell, the wounds on Huang Da tore open, gushing blood violently. Continuous slashes carved into his body, causing him to throw his head back and howl in agony. The mad screams echoed, spreading out of the barrier to the watchers. The crowd outside heard the cries and were all horrified and anguished. Jiang Kai lowered his head gloomily and whispered, Huang Da, you kill people like it is nothing. If you do not care for the lives of others, I will give you the fear of death. Huang Da was terrified, his pupils contracted as he stammered, no, please do not. The plea went unanswered. Special effect 3 of the undead exoskeleton. Death agony attacks the enemy spirit once after suffering severe injury, lasting until the caster exhausts their mental power. Jiang Kai's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He growled deeply. Death agony. Huang Da's pupils contracted violently. His eyes bulged and trembled as he blurted out. Jiang Kai still coldly lowered his voice and stressed, torment. As the words fell, his eyes were completely icy, staring at Huang Da. Then, a sharp slash pierced through Huang Da's belly. His face stiffened in pain. It hurt so much, who is slashing me? Huang Da tilted his face back in agony, his eyes bulging wide. My stomach feels like it is being hollowed out. What is eating my insides? Blood gushed from his body, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Save me, my body is being ground into mincemeat. It hurts so much. His body felt like it was pierced by countless swords. He lowered his head and screamed in pain. Huang Da's eyes were bloodshot. He asked in suffering, "Why am I still not dead?" Finally, he could not bear the thousands of slashes, trembling as he begged, "I cannot take it anymore." Jiang Kai's face was cold. He sneered, "You cannot even bear this. This pain is not even a fraction of the pain suffered by the innocents you killed." Huang Da went mad, holding his head, and screamed, "Kill me." Jiang Kai chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the timing of the death card not yet due combined with death agony. He let his eyes watch him endure the pain, casually analyzing. The combination of physical pain and mental devastation, a perfect effect. Huang Da still screamed wildly, "Save me, kill me." And Lan asked in confusion, "Why is Huang Da not dead yet? This level of damage would have been fatal long ago." Luo Jun shook his head gravely. "I do not know, but I am afraid he is about to be completely broken." Propped his chin, eyes bright and thoughtful. "What is Jiang Kai's secret weapon? Even I cannot see through it." Huang Da abandoned Lai and grabbed Jiang Kai's leg, tremblingly begging, "I swear I will not touch your family again. I was wrong, I beg you." His body drenched in blood, he begged him in pain to end his life. Jiang Kai coldly glanced at Huang Da, smirking inwardly. With such a good opportunity, how could he kill him so easily? He snorted coldly, turned to look at Wei Ying, wondering that the man was probably about to lose control. Jiang Kai slowly looked up high where Huang Tong was watching. He clenched his teeth in fury, deducing. Even with such thorough preparation, he still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. He didn't kill Xiao Da to force his hand. Thinking that, Huang Tong stood up and stepped forward, loudly calling down to the arena, "Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai got his wish, looked up with a cold smile. "So it's President Huang." He glared and said bluntly, "Jiang Kai, kill Huang Da, and I promise he won't touch your family from now on." He casually folded his arms and asked back, "Why should I trust you? And what if someone else does it?" Huang Tong angrily scolded him for pushing his luck. Jiang Kai shrugged and replied lightly, "Then it's up to you." Behind him, Huang Da still cried out in pain, begging to die. Huang Tong gritted his teeth and thought, no, Huang Yu is still healing. If this continues, Xiao Da will be crippled. Finally, he took a deep breath and declared, "Before everyone, I pledge with the honor of the profound martial society to guarantee your family's safety, and I will finalize an agreement with the military side after the match." Jiang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "Fine." He raised 2 fingers, channeling his force, and threatened in a steady voice, "You said it yourself. From now on, if anyone touches my family again, be it the royal family or the profound martial society." Having said that, Jiang Kai clenched his hand and growled, "I will uproot all of you." As soon as the words fell, Huang Da's head was severed and blood sprayed. Jiang Kai retrieved Wei Ying's talisman, glanced at Huang Da's corpse, and loudly asked Huang Tong, "Understand?" He gritted his teeth, swallowed his anger, and could do nothing. The soldier behind him called out in fear, "President." Huang Tong turned and snapped, "You idiot, what are you standing there for? Go invite the best psychologist to examine Huang Da immediately." The soldier hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly turned and left. Huang Tong gloomily stared at Jiang Kai, muttering to himself, "Just you wait, Jiang Kai." Below, he still stood casually with folded arms, a defiant expression on his face. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's body throbbed with pain, his face turned pale as he trembled. He bent over, propping himself on his knees, and sighed in relief. "That was too close. I almost couldn't stand. Using too much Devarin transformation too soon. My mental power is nearly depleted." Jiang Kai's eyes flashed sharply, and he thought to himself, Huang Da is dead, but the enemy still has 4 level 40 fighters. I can't fall. He flared up his aura, calculating, as long as I'm here they'll be cautious. When fighting Yuanzhu, Yi Sheng will be distracted. On the other side, Yuanzhu, empowered and excited, charged forward with his sword. "You cowards, do you dare fight me?" Without hesitation, Yuanzhu fiercely slashed at Shanghai. He gritted his teeth and raised his shield to defend. Yuanzhu charged aggressively, his eyes shining brightly, and struck down with all his might. Shanghai couldn't withstand it, was knocked far back and groaned in pain. He panted heavily, glaring and muttering. How did his power increase several-fold? Hu Yan and Nuan cheered excitedly. Yuanzhu's talent is all-round warrior, converting all attributes into strength. When Wu and Yuanshen rushed forward, everyone warned anxiously, "Yuanzhu, be careful on both sides." Both swung their swords, but Yuanzhu dodged by twisting his body. Were shocked, eyes wide open. Yuanshen exclaimed in disbelief, "That was too fast." Yuanzhu swung his sword and charged forward, sneering contemptuously. "I told you, you're all just trash." Lai Biao stood up in astonishment. "Is this still Yuanzhu?" Sister Hua praised, "So strong and also very agile." Liang Wen nodded, "Truly a gatekeeper, no one can break through." In another corner, Ruan Yu coquettishly chased after the head poker. "Honey, come closer to me." Liang Wen shook his head with a smile. Seeing a car-chasing stalker chase a level 40 fighter, it's an eye-opener. The head poker turned and threw a knife, cursing, "Pervert, damn it, get lost." He was annoyed in his mind. His shield has high defense, hard to deal damage. The head poker glanced at Jiang Kai Kai standing far away and clicked his tongue. If he attacks someone else, I could focus on fighting the enemy, but he never makes a move. Thinking that, he stopped, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait, he never makes a move? Yuanju attacked Xianghai while cursing, you useless bunch, only have a little skill, bringing shame to fighters. Wenwu and Yuanshen sensed something wrong. Wenwu speculated Jiang Kai has the ability to kill us, so why is he stalling? Yuanshen suddenly understood, his eyes widening as he analyzed. We overlooked one issue. His level isn't high, and he's used many powerful skills. Could it be? Both smiled sinisterly. Yuanshen growled, he's exhausted his strength. In the observation room, the person monitoring Yuanju's data praised, the numbers soared. Yuanju is truly formidable. Lan Lan asked in astonishment, what magic does the fire god team have? Jiang Kai, level 20 crushed Huangda, level 40, and the cowardly Yuanju is now outstanding. She breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, as long as the fire god team wins and Nuan is safe, I'm at ease. As soon as she finished, Luojun retorted, not necessarily. He rested his chin and analyzed. Huangda is dead. Although the 4 from the Blitz team's fighting spirit has dropped, it's still a life and death fight. They are mostly wary of Jiang Kai. Nuan looked at Jiang Kai worriedly. Luojun stated the truth. Since he killed Huangda, he's just been standing there. Lan Lan's expression turned serious. Nuan filled with worry. Luojun stated bluntly, the possibility that he's exhausted his strength is very high. His eyes flashed sharply. The worst part is, the 4 from the Blitz team seem to have noticed and are starting to attack. Yuanshen rushed to attack Yuanju. If Jiang Kai just stands by while his teammate fights alone, it's as we guessed. Wenwu tightened his sword. Rather than being helpless, we'll take a gamble. The head poker threw a knife to attack Ruan Yu, laughing loudly. Fine, let's play around. 2 minutes later, the sword slammed forcefully into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Yuanju's entire body trembled, his eyes blazing as he roared in fury. Despicable. On the other side, Xianghai spoke coldly. Did you see that surname Yuan guy's strength fluctuating? Wenwu looked serious. Not only that, every time he delivers a powerful sword strike, his speed slows down. Jiang Ad raised his sword, his eyes resolute. I understand now. He has a shifting talent. It looks strong, but the opening is his fatal weakness. Yuanshen was ready, sneering with contempt. Just seize the right moment, prevent him from shifting, and he's dead for sure. As for Jiang Kai, he hasn't made a move yet. His spirit energy must be drained. 2 men excitedly charged forward, Wenwu and Xianghai shouting, what are you waiting for? Come on! Yuanju angrily pointed his weapon behind him and yelled, you defeated scum speak arrogantly. Prepare to die. Yuanshen rushed forward, his voice provocative. Good. After a deal with you, Jiang Kai is next. Outside the arena, Li Biu and Sister Hua stood anxiously. Not good. They've adjusted their strategy. Yuanju is about to lose. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. That's quite a big mouth. Jiang Kai flew over swiftly, tossing down a barrage of sharp weapons. Do you think a few words can beat the Fire God squad? The enemy exclaimed in shock. The arrows that just landed created an explosion, sweeping away the enemies. Smoke gradually cleared as Jiang Kai sprinted forward at a formidable speed. Xianghai lay flat on the ground, his voice full of disbelief. Jiang Kai. Wenwu was also astonished. How could you? Jiang Kai sneered contemptuously at them. Curious? The night before the competition, Jiang Kai stood by the fountain when Nuan came to ask. You seemed sad during dinner. What are you thinking about? Jiang Kai looked into the distance. The competition is tomorrow. Huangda hates me. He knows I rely on pursuit of death, so he will target my weapon. Nuan panicked. So do you have a plan? He looked at her, his voice firm. Thanks to the mysterious card from Duan Lu Shiwang's treasury, I have over a 90% certainty of dealing with Huangda. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, but we still face many others. Using that card has side effects. The team's winning rate is less than 60%. Nuan opened her bag. The immortal bird's tears are gone. I tried to find a substitute, but it hasn't worked. She took out a pill. This is a demonic god capsule. Taking it will restore 50% of your best state in 1 minute. She continued, but during digestion you will be paralyzed for 1 minute. Not only that, this pill also requires the user to completely exhaust their spirit energy beforehand for it to take effect. Jiang Kai was stunned. Nuan shook her head. A minute of paralysis is already dangerous. Actively exhausting your spirit energy is like self-destruction. We should think of another way. Jiang Kai grabbed her, overjoyed. Nuan, you're amazing. She was surprised. What? He suppressed his excitement. This time, I am 100% certain I can wipe out the entire instant kill squad. Just wait and see. 1 minute ago, Xianghai roared. Number 1 war god under heaven. Prepare to die. Ruan Yu hugged a pillar, chasing after Tu Zhuan. Wife, give me a kiss. Tu Zhuan fearfully waved her hand. Get lost. Jiang Kai stood watching, his hands clenched tightly, his face full of determination. Seeing the time was almost up, he put the pill in his mouth. Good. After dealing with Huangda, my spirit energy will be drained. Now then, He swallowed the pill without hesitation. Jiang Kai's face bulged with veins, his eyes shining brightly. The state restoration countdown began, exactly 1 minute. Sharp, small weapons appeared in his hands, surrounded by a crimson killing intent. Too bad you'll never get the chance to know now. Ruan Yu was still chasing Tu Juan. Wife, are you playing hide and seek with me? Terrified, Tu Juan flung a weapon at him. He regained his composure and pointed at Ruan Yu. It's over. Hand gone. Tu Juan sensed a massive surge of killing intent. Yuan Zhu was right behind him, ready to strike. In an instant, a sword slash swept across Tu Juan's waist. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face turning purple. How could this? Tu Juan collapsed. Yuan Zhu rested his sword on the back of his own neck. Remember, dying under the sword of the number one god, under heaven is your honor. Ruan Yu wailed miserably, embracing Tu Juan's corpse. He was both sad and angry. Why did you kill my precious? Yuan Zhu laughed arrogantly. Why? Ridiculous. I am the number one war god under heaven. Ruan Yu switched his demeanor instantly and ran towards Yuan Zhu. My precious is gone. You replace him. Accept my kiss. Thick green smoke surrounded Ruan Yu, making Yuan Zhu freeze. His mind reeled. Damn, this scent again. Jiang Kai looked at the spray bottle in his hand, relieved. Good thing Nuan prepared this anti-pervert spray. Seems like drunk Ruan Yu is even more terrifying than before. He stood up and looked at the two girls running over. Houyan, Nuan, how are you two? Houyan said happily, don't worry, Captain. We're fine. The corpses of the others gradually faded away. Wu Wei held the microphone. I hereby declare this match. Suddenly Yuan Zhu walked over, brimming with killing intent. Who is that? Have you come to fight me? Wu Wei was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. All three of them panicked. We're doomed? Jiang Kai and Hu Yan ran over to stop him. Yuan Zhu, calm down. You are already the number one war god under heaven. Hu Yan added, that's right, you can't hit this person. Wu Wei stammered, the match, Team Fire God wins. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., please participate in the second round on time. Yuan Zhu, his face full of arrogance, shouted into Jiang Kai's ear. Jiang Kai, remember this. From now on, I will protect you. Jiang Kai turned pale. Got it. Behind him, a terrified Wu Wei quickly retreated. Jiang Kai quickly called out, Nuan, Hu Yan, let's go. These two guys are too embarrassing. Even as Ruan Yu was being carried away, he kept calling out, wife. Hu Yan forced a reply, coming right now. Nuan beside her could only give a strained smile. Jiang Kai strained to pull Yuan Zhu as he ran, shouting incessantly, this war god takes the field. Who dares to cause trouble? The three people in the stands were astonished, shouting, wait. The commentator blurted out in surprise. The fire god team had won. A little-known team had actually eliminated the famed instant kill team. Yuan Zhu was too strong, but that useless imagination addict, how could he be hunting a level 40 fighter? Jiang Kai was even stranger. What heaven-defying weapon was his black card? The audience erupted in cheers for the victory. In the audience, Hong Shuang folded her arms and smiled, chatting with the man beside her. Now I understand why you specifically brought us to watch this match. Lan was astonished. Jiang Kai really won. Lu Jin looked at Wei Ying, sighing in admiration as expected of Jiang Kai. Every move is beyond prediction. I think Wei Ying is looking forward to this a lot. An announcement made them turn around. The rank assessment results were out. In the room, Professor Li began his analysis. Images of Yuan Zhu and Nuan appeared along with their ranks. Yuan Zhu achieved SS rank, while Nuan remained at C rank. Lan was astonished, SS rank. It had been a long time since Saint Brilliance had an SS rank below level 40. Lu Jin could not hide his surprise. If he has achieved SS rank, once he reaches level 60, he will go straight into the reserve team of the Saint Brilliance War God Temple. He continued, to deal with the beast gods, the nations had established national and local war god temples, setting up reserve teams to select talents. Lu Jin analyzed two paths. First, rely on outstanding practical combat ability in local assessments. This is the most common path. He introduced the second path, being selected by the military after meeting the standards. Those who take this path are extremely rare. Lan was surprised, going straight into the reserve team of the Saint Brilliance War God Temple. Not even one person manages that in a whole year. I never thought Yuan Zhu had that potential. Lu Jin turned to Professor Li and asked, so what about Jiang Kai's rank? Professor Li frowned, his voice serious. It could not be assessed. Lu Jin and Lan both exclaimed in agitation. What? Professor Li explained, because Jiang Kai's data showed contradictions that were too severe. Jiang Kai's stats at level 20 were very exaggerated, but since his class is unclear, we will not pursue it for now. His stats are higher than top experts at level 40, but his attacks displayed an unbelievable destructive power. A simulated body image appeared. Professor Li said, in one test, his attack coefficient reached 24,000, which is hard to believe. As for the card weapon, we found no data in the database, and it even caused errors in the calculations. The only thing that can be certain is that, in this match, Jiang Kai won unexpectedly, but burned through his state much too early. He let his teammates have too much free rein. Professor Li rubbed his chin, thinking if I must assign a rank to Jiang Kai. His decision surprised the two. For now, just leave it at D rank. They asked back, D rank? A few seconds later, Lu Jin replied, yes. I will report the final results to Commander Wei Ying. Thank you for your hard work. After leaving the room, Lan Lan chased after Lu Jin. Indignant, Jiang Kai's assessment cannot be just D rank. He sat down on a chair and calmly replied, of course he cannot possibly be D rank. Lan Lan was furious, so why did you not object back then? Lu Jin looked at her and explained, Professor Li's assessment is not the problem. The problem lies with the template. This system is built from big data. But Lan Lan, have you ever thought? He thought of Jiang Kai. If someone walks a path no one has walked before, then this system's measurement will have issues. Lu Jin's expression became serious. Jiang Kai is like Commander Wei Ying. I am very much looking forward to his next performance. The next day, Jiang Kai and his group passed by a pharmacy. Hu Yan suggested, this place has a pharmacy. We might as well restock the herbs to make bone repair medicine. The group agreed and walked in together. The person at the counter immediately smiled and welcome, honored guests. What herbs do you need? Hu Yan quickly asked, boss, do you have glass lily, illusion mushroom, and black sar fruit? The blonde clerk Yunfei replied, we have them all, please follow me. Jiang Kai looked around and did not see Nuan, so he was startled in panic. Quickly searched and soon saw her standing in front of a medicine shelf, observing intently. Jiang Kai slowly walked closer, peeked in, and said, so this place even sells recipes like these. He frowned as he looked at 3 old scrolls in a corner. Their titles were Eternal Winter Cold Poison, Blood Pool Atrophy, and Green Water Ghost. Nuan took one down, her eyes wide. This is a poison refining formula. A bit strange, I have never seen Green Water Ghost at the trading office before. The boss walked over, folded his arms, and explained, this Green Water Ghost is very rare. It is a treasure from a mutated War General rank Water Ghost in the Water Ghost Lake of Taiping Mountain Path. Jiang Kai heard this and frowned. Water Ghost Lake. Who would dare to go to a place like that? The boss chuckled, of course there are, for example, ascetic cultivators, mysterious professions who always like secluded places. That time he was lucky enough to stumble upon a dying prey, barely clinging to life. He shook his head and offered advice. But little girl, the toxicity of Green Water Ghost is very strong, and the conditions for using it are extremely strict. Brewing it is easy to get poisoned, and using it is also inconvenient. Rare as it is, I suggest you choose something else. Nuan's eyes widened as she continued to ask, boss, can you tell me what kind of poison Green Water Ghost is? The boss did not hide it. Green Water Ghost is a deadly lethal poison. After sprinkling it on an enemy, it penetrates armor and clings to the body. But it only takes effect if the enemy is submerged in water at that time. Both Jiang Kai and Nuan's eyes lit up simultaneously. The two asked in unison, water. The boss nodded, correct. You have to risk brewing it, successfully sprinkle it on the enemy, but that is still not enough. You also have to push them into the water, not to mention whether competition venue even has ponds or lakes. Just as he said this, before his words were finished, Jiang Kai and Nuan exchanged a glance, quickly reaching a consensus. Without waiting for Boss Liu to finish speaking, the two of them enthusiastically shouted, great, we will take it. Boss Liu was stunned, his face turning blank as he stared at them. Moment later, strange and shocking noises erupted from within the medicine shop. Not long after, in Jiang City Central, the Xuanwu Private Hospital. It was late into the night, the moonlight gradually reaching its peak, casting down upon the towering hospital building. Inside the dim hospital room, a figure sat motionless and slumped over a chair. Huang Tong pursed his lips tightly, holding his breath as he observed through the crack in the door, staring intently at every movement inside the room. He slowly recalled the scene of his assistant holding a stack of papers, respectfully reporting about Huang Da. The eldest young master is worse than the second young master. His spirit suffered a devastating blow, showing early symptoms of a breakdown, and needs early treatment. The meeting suggested the eldest young master temporarily not go to the Ghost Star, and he would undergo psychological counseling for at least 3 months. Now, after the duel with Jiang Kai, Huang Da seemed like a man without a soul. His eyes were vacant as he sat motionless, unable to stop the drool from flowing. Thinking about that appearance of his, Huang Tong could not help but rage, punching the wall hard. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred. Huang Yu has not recovered, and now Xiao Da has ended up like this. That child was the most outstanding junior of the Huang family, and it is all because of Jiang Kai. Huang Tong remembered the moment Huang Da was beheaded by Jiang Kai, his anger flaring up as he swore, Jiang Kai, I promise not to touch your family, but do not forget the Guild Challenge tournament is not over yet. At that moment, a tall figure, silhouetted against the light, walked up to him and greeted, Guild Leader, I heard you were looking for me. The newcomer was Fei Xiang, who narrowed his eyes with interest and loudly asked if it was about the Guild Challenge tournament. In the following days, the Guild Challenge tournament continued. The massive stands were packed with people, all intently watching each match. Some teams, after witnessing Jiang Kai defeat Huang Da, decided to quit. Some other teams, after a few fierce battles, ultimately lost to the Huashan squad. In the end, Jiang Kai led the Huashan squad smoothly into the top 16. On the screen, only Jiang Kai's face was not crossed out. The sky gradually turned to night. The moon slowly rose to its peak, shining over the warm house. Yan announced excitedly, "Captain, we have news about tomorrow's match." The whole group crowded over to look at the blue screen, seeing the line, "Huashan Squad, congratulations on advancing the top 16. Your next opponent is Xuanwu Guild's Leading 4th Squad, led by Captain Su Feixiang. Be at the arena in the West City Shengyao District on time at 8 tomorrow morning." After Yuanzhu read it, his eyes widened in surprise. "Xuanwu Guild again, Su Feixiang, I feel like I have heard that name somewhere before." Ruan Yu beside him squinted and nodded, "I think the same." Jiang Kai quickly remembered, gritting his teeth as he explained, "Su Feixiang, Lying 4th Squad. That is the squad we encountered on the way to find the Duanluo Corpse King." So the Huang family still could not restrain themselves. After Yuanzhu heard this, he bulged his eyes and yelled, "I remember, it was those bastards." Hu Yan frowned seriously. Liang 4th Squad is the elite squad in Xuanwu. Shield kill is also strong, but when it comes to actual combat ability, they are no match for them. Nuan sighed softly and explained in more detail, "Hu Yan is right. Most people in shield kill are children of high-ranking managers. They have abundant resources and superior equipment." She frowned slightly and continued her introduction. "As for Chu Feixiang's team, they are experts who have been through many real battles, with extremely strong combat and adaptability." Saying this, Nuan could not help but worry, glancing at Jiang Kai as she warned, "Especially Su Feixiang, he is extremely fast. You need to be careful." His expression also turned serious, and he nodded slightly, replying with a quiet sound. The next day, the new match began. The audience in the stands watched excitedly as the fight unfolded between Xuanwu's Lying team and Jushin's Huashan team. Down on the field, Fei Xiang and Jiang Kai quickly faced off. In the stands, people murmured, "The grudge between Jiang Kai and Xuanwu will surely make this match very intense." I also heard that Su Feixiang made challenging remarks, calling himself Jiang Kai's nemesis. Fei Xiang, seeing Jiang Kai on the field, was excited and raised his thumb to reiterate his oath. "Jiang Kai, finally we meet again. Remember what I said. I will personally break your arm." Jiang Kai looked down without speaking, only raising his hand to stop Yuanzhu, who was boiling with rage and cursing. "That guy Xu, do not speak too soon. Just look at that Huang Da from before. The grass on his grave is a few meters tall now." After Yuanzhu finished speaking, Jiang Kai slowly looked at Fei Xiang and smiled casually. "Su Feixiang, enough talk. Let strength do the talking." At that moment, Wu Wei raised the mixer high, her face bright as she announced, "Attention contestants, the 36th Guild Battle Royale, the round of 16 to determine the top 8, is now entering the countdown." She quickly began the count, 10-9. The crowd in the stands looked at the screen and excitedly called out to each other, "Look quickly, the match is about to start." Over here, Wu Wei continued the slow count, 8. In the room, Lan worriedly called out to her younger sister Nuan. Luo Jun beside her was also full of anticipation. Jiang Kai facing the Lying team, can he create a miracle? Sister Hua, sitting in the stands, excitedly raised a hand to cover her mouth and cheered, "Go Yuanzhu, we are cheering for you." Lei Biao, sitting beside her, stared intently down at the field, Wu Wei's final count ringing in his ears, 3-2. Finally, she mustered her strength and waved her hand to declare, "1, begin." As soon as the words fell, Fei Xiang's entire team immediately charged forward. With fierce speed and earth-shaking roars, they rushed toward them. Jiang Kai's team on the opposite side quickly assumed their positions, and he loudly gave orders. "Everyone be careful," the whole group replied in unison, "Roger." The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Kai stomped for momentum and launched shurikens, flying straight towards Xiang's group. Hu Yan, seeing this from behind, clenched his hands excitedly in victory. With so many of those life-seekers, just wait and see how Jiang Kai surprises you all. On this side, Fei Xiang shot forward like an arrow, directly confronting Jiang Kai's shurikens. An instant later, he let out a sinister smile and muttered in a low voice, "Got it." Fei Xiang immediately came to a stop, and his entire team quickly surged forward. Mo Chen raised a card and said, "Leave it to us." As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his power, and the card in his hand flared brightly. Fei Xiang, seeing this, sneered with satisfaction, his gaze malicious as he muttered to himself, "Jiang Kai, let me show you what team combat really is." The people around Mo Chen manifested a sturdy shield. It powerfully blocked every storm-like attack from Jiang Kai. The group of Jiang Kai was all alarmed at the sight. They all widened their eyes and blurted out, "What?" Sister Hua on the spectator stand was also stunned, her mouth hanging open in admiration. His reaction speed is truly fast. Liang Wen, sitting nearby, also chimed in dazedly, "That is right." When the entire squad put all their strength into their attack, they still quickly formed a defensive line and blocked Jiang Kai's 6 throwing knives. Jiang Kai's throwing knives embedded deep into the shield, nearly sparking, but still could not penetrate it. Liang Wen observed Mo Chen's calm expression while blocking the attack and remarked in astonishment. Moreover, even though the critical strike was triggered, he did not panic but calmly retreated following the impact force. After blocking the fierce assault, Huo Lian immediately rushed forward and announced, "Let me try him." Mo Chen nodded in agreement, "Okay." Liang Wen on the stand widened his eyes again. Lian, his mouth agape in disbelief as he remarked. Not only that, when the teammate in front was pushed back, the one behind quickly provided support. Down on the field, Hua Lian, as soon as she charged forward, swung her whip to attack, shouting challengingly, "Fire God Squad, taste the power of my burn whip." This made Liang Wen realize in shock they had just defended and were already able to switch to offense. Hua Lian powerfully struck a shocking blow at Jiang Kai's position. He hastily dodged and reminded his teammates, "Fall back." Lan Lan in the viewing room could not help but clench her hands in worry and whisper, "I have only heard of the Ying Eagle 4 before, but this is my first time watching them fight up close. No wonder they are a team renowned for group combat." Luo Jun's expression was serious, his eyes fixed on the screen as he nodded in agreement. That is correct. Although the individual skill level of each member in the Ying Eagle 4 is not too outstanding in Xuanwu, in a talent-rich guild like this, they are exceptionally good. Outside, Jiang Kai stamped his foot and leaped forward. With a stern gaze, he reached out his hand, gathering power to recall the Wei Ying throwing knife, silently assessing the flying squad inside. Indeed, this level of coordination could only be formed through countless life and death battles. Jiang Kai's eyes focused intently on each member of the opposing team, his heart trembling slightly as he admitted one thing. Just one blow showed they are much more formidable than Shield Slayer. But Flying Squad was not willing to let go easily. That man took out a flash of purple light, a super violet crystal, and chuckled as he asked, "Want to retrieve your weapon?" On the spectator stand, a man with blonde hair covering his face raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Quickly look, it is a super violet crystal. This time the weapons of the Fire God Squad will be controlled." The person beside him also yelled out, "This match has begun and Jiang Kai already has to use a divine card." Everyone was astounded. Then suddenly someone spoke up hurriedly, "Wait, everyone look. Jiang Kai's team is full of monsters with weapons that are undeniably powerful." A sharp-eyed spectator cried out, "The super violet crystal has been neutralized. What is going on?" A boy with purple hair asked mockingly, "Have you all also modified your weapons?" Jiang Kai answered with a sharp gaze, surprised. "Having been at a disadvantage in a fight before, did you think we would not prepare in advance?" Before the match, someone said softly, "Team leader Jiang Kai, luckily you saved those minerals from the mermaid maze back then." That person continued to boast, "I discovered that the strong iron stone there produces a repulsive force against super violet crystals, so I modified the weapons." All kinds of weapons were already laid out on the table, so even if we encounter super violet crystals, there is nothing to fear. Jiang Kai patted Ruan Yu's shoulder and praised her, "Well done." Hearing that, she beamed brightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Jiang Kai leaped high into the air, speaking with certainty, "Flying Squad, now let me tell you, in the face of ultimate speed, even perfect coordination will have flaws." He sank into the game space, surrounded by large dice, and from his direction, objects wrapped in fire shot down. Those sparks cracked the wine bottles, causing shards to scatter. A mocking voice rang out, "Truly some small fry dare to act cocky." At that moment, someone leaped up, moving so fast it was unclear who it was. It was Yuan Zhu, surrounded by crackling red lightning. He held his weapon backwards behind him and said, "Then taste the power of the world's top war god." Someone on the ground shouted loudly, "Earthshock trample." Looking up from below, Yuan Zhu was preparing to descend, surrounded by an expanse of powerful golden lightning. The people below frantically warned each other, "Retreat." Jiang Kai's attack shook the heavens and earth, but the enemies had already scattered in time. Yuan Zhu landed, looking around dazedly, wondering where did everyone go. Before he could understand what was happening, an enemy attack suddenly ambushed him. Jiang Kai saw the danger and shouted a warning, "Yuan Zhu, danger," while simultaneously launching his weapon towards that spot. The knife he threw knocked away Hua Lian's whip. She flinched in annoyance, while Yuan Zhu had yet to recover his wits. Flying Squad charged forward wielding his weapon, laughing crazily, "Jiang Kai, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. I told you if I meet you again, I will kill you." Jiang Kai was momentarily startled. Over by Yuan Zhu, he regained his momentum, charged towards Hua Lian and roared, "Daring to challenge the world's top war god, you have some nerve." Yuan Zhu's attack was suddenly blocked by the shield of Zimo. Hua Lian behind him delegated the responsibility, "Leave this place to you." Zimo narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Yuan Zhu, secretly admiring, "This madman's reaction is really good, I underestimated him." Yuan Zhu looked at him with interest and said, "Fine, since you are so eager, I will take the fight." He leaped into the air again, his voice resounding, "Earthshock trample." In another development, Mo Chen roared an order, "Kill them all." Hua Lian and Mu Ling immediately flew rapidly towards Jiang Kai's three. A green water bottle was left uncapped, the liquid inside spilling out. Ruan Yu firmly declared, "I, Ruan Yu, am in this life no weaker than anyone else." Mo Chen charged forward to attack. He quickly raised his shield to block and even called out, "Beauty, I am coming for you." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen angrily bellowed, "I think you are tired of living." Luo Lian pulled Ling Miu and ran elsewhere, laughing and saying, "Leave this pervert to me." Ling Miu happily agreed, "That is right, leave those two useless girls to us." Nuan over there spoke up to remind Hu, "Be careful." Hu Yan was not afraid. She raised both hands into the air, white rays of light gathering around her. "Watch me." Invincible hailstone technique enhanced version. Seeing this, Nuan also lent a hand. She created a ball of golden lightning and said excitedly, "Okay, then I will assist too." Flying Squad rushed quickly towards Jiang Kai. He raised his dark sword high, ready to strike. But he had already turned in time and launched the Wei Ying throwing knife towards that spot. Fi Tuong retreated when he saw the dart flying towards him. He grinned sinisterly, taunting, "Catch me, you like using darts, huh? Let me tell you, when it comes to speed, I have never lost to anyone." With that, he shot forward like an arrow, cleanly slashing away all the darts Jiang Kai had thrown. Fi Tuong's eyes widened as he sneered, "Too slow." Jiang Kai's eyes bulged in surprise. "What? This guy is really troublesome." The cameraman exclaimed, "Almost no one has dodged Jiang Kai's darts at close range. But he is Fi Tuong, known for his agility. Even when I watched it back in slow motion, I couldn't see how he dodged them." As soon as he finished speaking, Fi Tuong lightly evaded every incoming attack. Lan shouted in astonishment, "Fi Tuong is spinning to dodge the darts, and is also closing the distance on Jiang Kai." Luo Jun quickly provided the information. "I looked up the stats for Wei Ying Fi Tuong. His base agility is over 300, and with his equipment, it reaches at least 350. He speculated silently. Jiang Kai's advantage is his speed, but Fi Tuong's agility is over 100 points higher than his. In terms of attributes, he is Jiang Kai's natural counter." Fi Tuong raised his hand high and replied, "Jiang Kai, fighting me will be the most regrettable decision of your life." Jiang Kai looked at his attack, his eyes wide with shock, his entire body frozen stiff. Fi Tuong lowered his sword, unleashing a slash filled with inner force, the full wind slash. Seeing the fierce power closing in, Jiang Kai thought, "Wait a moment." He stared at Fi Tuong, activating the ghost eye focus. Although Fi Tuong only made one sword strike, his other hand was gathering power. It seemed the full wind slash was not just a simple single hit. Jiang Kai moved Wei Ying back, worried. "At this speed I can dodge one hit, but I can't avoid two consecutive attacks." Thinking this, he launched an attack towards Fi Tuong. Suddenly he curled his lips in satisfaction. "Got you." Fi Tuong raised both swords, releasing their power simultaneously. After that, he easily subdued Jiang Kai's technique. Jiang Kai shouted in shock, "What?" The two crossed swords radiated immense power. Life Chaser is being controlled. "Jiang Kai, did you think only you knew how to modify weapons?" Fi Tuong boasted. "My twin silver swords have been modified. Although it can't control weapons from a distance, like supermagnetic stone, it's more than enough to deal with your Life Chaser in close combat." Jiang Kai clenched his fists, looking up. "You prepared for this early on. That's why you lured me into using so many Life Chasers." Fi Tuong smugly retorted, "So what if I did? I'm starting to look down on you now. At a time like this, you're still asking pointless questions." His eyes widened excitedly as he looked at Jiang Kai. "Let's see what I've found. This is really interesting." Fi Tuong looked at his hand, taunting. "Let me guess. Is this your last dart, or a disguised trump card?" He nodded slightly confident. "Exactly as I thought." Jiang Kai asked warily, "What do you mean?" Fi Tuong glared, his expression full of anger. "The Eagle Hunt fourth team stands at the top because of our perfect coordination, and because we never underestimate our enemies. Before the match, I watched the video of your fight against the Shield Kill team over and over again. When one member of that team raised his hand, it was exactly that thing." Fi Tuong calmly guessed. "You defeated Huang Da using a trump card disguised as a dart. Afterwards, you didn't go to support your teammates. You just stood still. Could it be because you trusted your 4 team members that much?" Fi Tuong propped his chin and commanded, "Recall, rewind, replay." He observed Jiang Kai's expression but found it wasn't that. Fi Tuong curled his lips in speculation. "I have a bold guess. Your trump card kills in one hit, but it consumes a lot of stamina afterwards, preventing you from using it a second time for about a minute." As soon as he heard that number, Jiang Kai flinched. Fi Tuong nodded and continued his analysis. "If you used your trump card on me, I would die like Huang Da. But in the following minute, my team would take out the remaining members of the Fire God Squad." At that moment, Nuan and Hu Yan were locked in a fierce battle. Nuan stood behind her elder sister. "Okay, I will amplify the healing for you." He lowered his voice, his expression sharp. "Then we will join forces and kill you." At Yuanju's spot, he exploded, eyes flashing, swinging his sword and roaring, "The world's #1 war god is here. Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy?" Yuanju powerfully swung extremely sharp slash. Mak quickly leaped to dodge it. Yuanju's eyes flared with rage as he growled, running away. Mak, having dodged the strike, immediately thrust his sword forward. Qin Tung said, "You are the world's #1 war god. Useless trash. Zai." Yuanju gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength to block the sword tip. The two swords clashed, sending out sparks. Yuanju forced to Mak back with a grating slash, yelling in fury, "How dare you doubt the power of the #1 war god? Taste my sword." In the stands, Treho, Li Biao, and Liang Wen were stunned. They realized the members of Eagle Hunt had broken away from direct confrontation, retreating when the enemy advanced and advancing when the enemy retreated, as if toying with Yuanju. Li Biao frowned, analyzing in a low voice. He knows Yuanju has the talent to shift attributes. A direct clash isn't a sure win, so he keeps probing, exhausting her stamina. Jehua beside him cursed angrily. The Eagle Hunt 4th team is so strong yet uses such tactics. It's ruining their reputation. Li Biao shook his head, his expression serious as he explained, "This is strategy. The members of Eagle Hunt aren't kids of high-ranking officials chasing fame in a deathmatch. Using every means to win is the most important thing." He stared intently at Yuanju's fighting figure, telling himself, "Yuanju, you must hold on." In another corner, Ruan Yu's face was red as he pouted and coquettishly said, "Hey beauty, look at this waist, this chest, these long legs. You really like them, don't you?" Mo Zhen opposite him was fuming, his eyes sharp as he cursed. A glutton and a drunkard will forever be the most useless profession. He quickly charged past Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu spun around, watching his back. The next second, Mo Zhen powerfully stabbed through Ruan Yu's abdomen, his voice icy cold. "You and your profession will forever be useless and good for nothing." With a thud, he withdrew his weapon. Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground, his body soaked in thick, coppery blood. All 4 members of Yuanju were present. Nuan, Hu Yan, and Jian Kai were all astonished, worriedly calling out to him, "Ruan Yu." Nuan quickly ran to Ruan Yu, her voice urgent as she said, "Hu Yan, hold on, I will go find a way to heal your husband." But Hua Lian was not about to let her leave, swiftly rushing forward to block her, wanting to save the person in front of me, dream on. Hu Yan stood firm against her, shouting angrily, Nuan, I support you, go." At that moment, another long, gloved hand rose, gathering a strange surge of power. Mulin shot forward like lightning, launching an attack straight at Hu Yan. "Then let me see if you have the skill for this." Hu Yan could not dodge, her face paling as she took the fierce blow. Seeing this, Nuan froze, her face darkening with worry as she cried out, "Hu Yan." Huolian swung her whip again, her voice raised in contempt. "A liar and a weak doctor. 2 useless people like you think you are worthy of fighting us, the hunting eagles." Mulin maintained her offensive stance, smiling as she reminded, "Do not fantasize that the captain can save you. Right now he can barely protect himself." As soon as the words were spoken, Yuanju suddenly charged forward to block in front of them. "Bold one, a war god is here. Who dares to be insolent?" Nuan caught Hu Yan looking at him standing in front of her, calling out, "Yuanju." At this moment, Zemo also charged to Yuanju, glaring angrily as he reminded, "You kid, run fast, do not forget that your opponent is me." Yuanju angrily swung his sword to slash, but he dodged it, causing him to curse in frustration, "You sly bastard, do you dare face me head-on?" Zemo bared his teeth in a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with sharpness, charging forward as he replied, "Foolish one, you have the talent for attribute transfer. Why would I pit my weakness against your strength? On the battlefield, the victor lives, the loser dies." In his heart he laughed to himself, "So you have lost your patience already, have you?" On the opposite side, Yuanju stared wide-eyed, power erupting from his body, gripping his sword tightly as he declared, "Prepare to die." He quickly charged forward and swung his sword to attack Zemo, but he nimbly evaded it. Then, a second later, Zemo opened his eyes wide, his sharp eyes muttering to himself, "Good opportunity." With a swish, he ruthlessly swung a slash as fast as lightning. Yuanju could not dodge, his face pale from pain as he cried out. In the stand, Sister Hua, Li Biao, and Liang Wen saw this scene and were all shocked, their eyes wide as they cried out in worry, "Yuanju." On the arena floor, Zemo leisurely held the blood-stained sword of Yuanju, speaking softly, so what, unable to transfer attributes this time. Yuanju could not respond, his whole body powerless as he fell to his knees, bowing his head motionless. Zemo's face was filled with excitement, a gleam of contempt in his eyes, as he called out lazily, "The #1 useless person under heaven." In another corner, Fei Yangfang faced Jiang Kai, casually shrugging. "Jiang Kai, oh Jiang Kai, your teammates are all sprawled on the ground. Victory and defeat are clear, and the first unlucky one has also appeared. If you cannot bear to watch them die before your eyes, there is still one option." Jiang Kai squinted at him, and he still smiled sinisterly as he finished, "and that is to use your ace card to save one person." Fei Xiang then looked at the slumped figure of Ruan Yu, continuing, "But you only have one ace card." He then glanced at Hu Yan and Nuan, his voice harsh as he asked, "In the end, who do you want to save?" Fei Xiang looked at Zemo, who was raising his sword high, ready to strike Yuanzhu at any moment. A sharp light gleamed in his eyes, pleased to the point of madness. He lowered his voice to remind, no matter who you use it for, the defeat of your fire god squad is already sealed. Jiang Kai stood silent and motionless, his face dark as he listened to his gleeful laughter. At this moment, the gray sky suddenly began to rain, droplets pattering down onto the arena floor. Jiang Kai calmly faced Fei Xiang, after a moment slowly asking back, "Is that so?" But his demon eye focused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He said with a nearly sinister smile, "I do not think so." Huo Lian snorted, raising her hand in a defensive stance, saying contemptuously, "A trash rain calling skill. You take that out to be a joke." Mu Lin also spread her fan, laughing loudly as she declared, "Now I will send you all to hell." As soon as the words were spoken, Nuan quickly threw 2 bottles of green liquid, shouting back, "Who said rainwater cannot take your lives?" The 2 glass bottles shattered, the strange liquid splashing out onto Huolian and Mulin. Mulin frowned, her eyes full of disgust as she asked, "Damn it, what is this?" Huolian also raised her hand to look, grunting to remind, "Never mind what it is, kill these 2 first." Having said that, the 2 immediately launched a direct attack on Nuan and Huyan, prepare to die. In the stands, a black-haired person watching was confused. "Rain, what is that fortune teller doing?" The long-haired blonde next to him added, "Did that healing master just throw some kind of D-grade toy hidden weapon? These 2 are like lambs waiting for slaughter before a gladiator." In the observation room, Lan anxiously covered her mouth, her heart pounding as she cried out, Nuan. A moment later, nearby Lu Jun widened his eyes and shouted loudly, Lan, look quickly." Outside on the field, a sword fell powerlessly from someone's hand to the ground. Yulin looked in confusion at her arm stained with the strange green hue, crying out, "What is this stuff?" Nearby, Huolian was also screaming in pain, looking down at her body covered in poison. Her eyes bloodshot, wide with terrifying streaks, she shouted in accusation, "A poison user." Nuan and Hu Yen merely glanced at them coldly, silently affirming it. Huolian went insane, her eyes blazing with fury as she charged forward screaming, "I will kill you." But Hu Yen did not stand idly by, quickly extending her hand to channel power in response, "Wanting to kill us, dream on, hailstorm." As soon as the words were spoken, a hailstorm fell, piercing straight through Huolian and Mulin. Both of them took the hits powerlessly, their faces pale, their eyes bulging. Finally, they collapsed limply to the ground, beneath the still persistently falling rain. In the room, Lan could not believe it, her voice full of doubt. What kind of poison was that? How could it make gladiators lose their combat ability? Lu Jun had already realized, his eyes amused as he explained, "A rare green water ghost poison. It requires the target to be completely wet as a condition, so no one has used it before. Never thought it would be combined with a rain spell." Outside on the field, Fei Xiang saw his 2 teammates defeated. Stunned, he blurted out, "How can this be?" Jiang Kai calmly showed his teeth in a smile, his voice even as he explained, "A useless profession, a skill with no effect, a harmless poison. Just need the right combination to achieve astonishing results." His eyes full of pride as he looked at Fei Xiang, he shrugged arrogantly and replied, "But if you think the Fire God squad is only this much, you are sorely mistaken." In the stands, the crowd exclaimed in shock. Everyone looked quickly, that Manga is standing up again. On the field, a figure slowly stood up, the force of his feet kicking up dust. That person was Ruan Yu. He held his abdominal wound, trembling as he propped himself up with his hands. Mao Chen, standing opposite him, saw this and only sneered disdainfully, asking if he still wanted to die, thinking a drunkard could beat a gladiator. Finally, he coldly declared he would annihilate the entire Fire God squad and use the man as the first strike. Ruan Yu gritted his teeth and declared that never in his life had he differed from an ordinary person. No matter who he was not afraid. Mo Chen saw the change in him and became alert. This guy's eyes suddenly turned strange, completely different from the expression he had when calling out pretty girls. Could he be plotting something? Ruan Yu suddenly shouted in anger. Today he was making it clear here. He had to obey him, there was no other choice. Seeing him talking nonsense, he angrily charged forward. Damn it, how dare he go against his old man. Several spectators gasped in shock, thinking the pervert had some terrifying trick. Who knew he would still be disgusting? But looking closely, his current state was very strange. They watched Ruan Yu's expression, full of chaos and hesitation, as if he were drunk. Facing Mo Chen's spear strike, he easily dodged, catching him off guard. Fei Xiang, watching from outside, also had his eyes wide with surprise. That instantaneous speed was too fast. How could the pervert, after being injured, be twice as fast as before? Jiang Kai heard this and curled his lips to say to him, "Do you know the difference between instinct and human reaction?" Fei Xiang gritted his teeth and glared at him. "What the hell nonsense are you spouting now?" Jiang Kai continued explaining. "When fighting, humans rely on experience and emotion to react." Meanwhile, Mo Chen, enraged, leaped forward, thrusting his spear straight at Ruan Yu. Watching Ruan Yu dodge in a daze, he continued. "Instinct is the most primitive ability." He dodged while taunting Mo Chen. "Oh, Nai and Ren, Your speed is not fast enough yet. Mo Chen's eyes blazed as he roared. Shut up, die. Jiang Kai analyzed that no matter how solid one's experience or mentality, he watched Ruan Yu prepare to counterattack. Before the most primitive instinct, that is the reaction of a human. Facing the sharp spear tip, he leaned to the side, appearing behind Mo Chen in the blink of an eye, slower by one beat. He swung Wei Ying backward, gritting his teeth in exhaustion. Damn it, this guy was clearly injured. Why did he dodge every attack so accurately, even more agile than at the start? He could not predict his moves. Hu Yan suddenly understood. She shouted loudly, I get it. This is Ruan Yu's new talent, drunken elation releasing the primitive instinct from the body. Hu Yan remembered he had once scratched his head awkwardly, saying the state of drunken elation stimulated the subconscious, taking him from fully drunk to a state between drunk and sober. He felt quite uninhibited. Hu Yan knelt down to pick up the sword from the ground. Might as well give it a try. She threw the Wei Ying hard toward Ruan Yu and shouted, Ruan Yu, catch it. He caught the sword, his lips slightly curling as he murmured, Nian Ren, are you tired? I am still waiting for your hot lips to kiss me until I am drunk and unconscious. Mo Chen charged forward, shouting angrily, seeking death. Today he must chop him into 8 pieces to be satisfied. His speed grasped her, encircling Ruan Yu. Several men on the spectator stands had their mouths agape. Quick look. Even though the pervert staggered with every step, he dodged each attack. Mo Chen, sweating, looked at him thinking it impossible. A spare was the lowest of the low. How could he lose to a spare? He charged forward fiercely, using all his strength to shout, die. A single sweet slash cut down, silencing everyone as they watched. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Mo Chen stood before Ruan Yu, trembling. He gritted his teeth, looking at the sword blade at his chest, sweating as he looked up. Ruan Yu, excited with a flushed face, smiled brightly and said, take off your clothes yourself. Mo Chen, humiliated, trembled in anger and dissatisfaction. Yu was so furious he nearly spat blood, his eyes rolled back with indignation. On the spectator stand, chaos was unprecedented. Heavens, a spare considered trash had actually defeated a gladiator by leapfrogging. Team Falcon 4 had lost 3 members. Could the Fire God Squad be turning the tide? Fei Xiang ran over, veins bulging with anger. You bunch of trash. Jiang Kai saw this and immediately blocked in front of him, not letting Fei Xiang advance further. He pulled out the card he had hidden throughout the match. What is it? Already can't handle it, Fei Xiang. Weren't you here to deal with me? Fei Xiang gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. Jiang Kai, indeed in your hand is that mysterious trump card. Suddenly curled his lips, sneering contemptuously at Jiang Kai. Fei Xiang rushed off laughing as he spoke to him. But do not be smug too soon. Do not forget, my people have not completely lost yet. A slashing strike grazed past, shattering the poison bottle. Nuan, panicked, looked at the broken poison bottle and frowned, shouting loudly, not good. Fei Xiang pointed his sword at Nuan. You blind doctor dare to use a poison scheme on me. Fine. If you want to die, I will kill you first, then kill that cowardly gladiator. Her eyes widened at the sword swinging toward her, sweating. Fei Xiang charged like lightning, his astonishing speed leaving Nuan standing frozen. But she felt no pain, so she opened her eyes. A figure rushed in to block the blow for Nuan, startling her. Yuanju suddenly charged in to block the stab in Nuan's place, causing Mo Chen's eyes to bulge in disbelief as he watched the sword pierce through him. At that moment, Yuanju reached out and tightly grabbed Mo Chen's sword-wielding wrist. He tightened his grip on Mo Chen's hand, power flaring around his body, causing Mo Chen to stammer in confusion. Sharp glint flashed in Yuanju's eyes. He raised his sword and spoke sternly, but Yuanju used his body as bait to transfer the attribute into physique. Next, Mo Chen's eyes reddened, bulging in disbelief, because Yuanju had mercilessly driven the sword through his throat, blood gushing violently. Fei Xiang witnessed this, his face turning pale. He blurted out in shock, how is this possible? Jiang Kai, as if anticipating his reaction, curled his lips in a sneer and repeated, what did I say? You falcons want to kill my teammate? It is not that simple. Flying Eagle gritted his teeth in hatred, still unable to understand in his heart. Damn it, how could those useless fire god guys suddenly become so strong? According to previous analysis, they clearly had no chance of winning. Before he could react, Jiang Kai quickly drew a card. Then now it is a battle between us. Fei Xiang, I will make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Fei Xiang was provoked to the point of madness, grinding his teeth so hard they seemed about to explode. With bloodshot eyes, that man straightened up and roared, Jiang Kai, do not be too smug. Although my men could not deal with the trash beside you, I will definitely take your head. Jiang Kai did not reply, silently clenching his teeth in calculation. In combat, the fastest way to secure victory was to launch a full-force attack from the start. On the opposite side, Fei Xiang charged forward with a sword in hand, his eyes blazing with fire as he roared, die! Double slash charge. Jiang Kai stood motionless, his eyes flashing with a strange blue light, thinking, a noble person specializes in dwelling, his explosive power is too strong. Just before the sword tip struck, he immediately leaned aside to dodge, quickly calculating. A full force strike from Fei Xiang was very dangerous, but it also meant he would be exhausted immediately after. Jiang Kai slightly moved his lips, whispering in a hoarse voice, quickly launching the second move. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body leaped into the air, causing Fei Xiang's sword to stab straight into the ground. He widened his eyes after the missed slash, exclaiming in shock, "What?" Jiang Kai flew to the other corner, his expression dark as he declared, "Fei Xiang, you have lost." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to activate the death card, power surging forth in waves. Like lightning, Jiang Kai used force to fling the card straight towards Fei Xiang. He was already mad, his body bursting with power, raising his sword high as he roared. "Who says I lost? Jiang Kai, you dare toy with me? I will kill you!" Jiang Kai still calmly squinted at his eyes at Fei Xiang's frantic demeanor, silently evaluating. The more one is controlled by emotion, the easier it is to lose oneself. He stood calmly watching the card he had thrown pierce straight into Fei Xiang's chest, calmly remarking, "Heart-clearing life-chasing has been controlled. It cannot produce a critical hit. The death card just happens to inherit a 90% critical hit rate." Fei Xiang stared wide-eyed at the card piercing through his chest. On the other side, Jiang Kai was still lost in thought, adding the attribute enhancement of the death body. Death card. Penetration increased by 50 points, critical hit rate increased by 15%, and critical hit damage increased by 150%. Fei Xiang's face was covered in bulging veins, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Jiang Kai sneered inwardly. "Fei Xiang, he is surely dead." A loud explosion rang out, and a violent slide detonation engulfed Fei Xiang's body, accompanied by a painful scream. The sky darkened and raindrops began to fall heavily. On the ground, a blood-soaked hand hung limply, unmoving. Amidst the drizzle, Jiang Kai calmly reached out and collected the soul force. He glanced at the man lying on the ground. "I told you, you lost." Witnessing that scene, the Xiaoxing crowd were astonished, their mouths agape, their pupils constricting. Heavens! The entire audience stood up simultaneously, cheering loudly. "Oh my god, the Fire God squad has won again." They had defeated the elite squad of Xuanwu twice in a row, truly creating a miracle. Jiang Kai smiled contentedly. Yan and the others raised their hands in celebration, overjoyed. The Zaiheng group let out a sigh of relief. Lan Lan jumped up from her seat, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Is it over?" Luo Jun put his hands in his pockets and strolled over leisurely. "It is over. A spectacular match." Jiang Kai's performance was still outstanding, and Yuanju lived up to expectations. Additionally, Nuan's performance was also very eye-catching. He smiled as he recalled, poison-using healers have never been highly regarded in combat. But that girl was able to set up the complex six-water demon and apply it in actual combat. Her poison skill is truly very high. Lan Lan closed her eyes and nodded. Understood. Professor Li's committee has completed the evaluation. Otherwise, Nuan's score might have reached a grade. From the rows, he sat slumped on the ground, hugging his face and sobbing, "My beautiful lady, my darling, why?" Very next second, the kid was sprayed straight in the face with a stream of potion. He slowly turned limp and collapsed to the ground. Yan shook the potion bottle in his hand, looking smug. "In critical moments, you still have to rely on me." Waving panicked at that action, "Step back him a few feet. What are you planning to do again?" Yuanju angrily raised his sword, ready to charge forward, but was stopped by his teammates. "You dare challenge this war god again? Prepare to suffer a miserable defeat." Jiang Kai and the others immediately held him tightly. "Yuanju, calm down." He helplessly raised a hand to his forehead. This team was truly getting harder and harder to lead. At that moment, Wu Wei raised her hand to interrupt. "I now announce." She spoke with a bright smile, and the screen behind her immediately displayed the results. "In this battle, the Fire God squad is victorious." The audience chanted, "Fire God! Fire God!" Jiang Kai puffed out his chest proudly, thinking with arrogance, "This feeling is not bad." Amidst the cheers, Jiang Kai and his teammates entered the backstage area. "Long live the Fire God! Long live the Fire God!" From a distant seat in the stands, a man let out a soft laugh. He nodded approvingly, the corner of his mouth curving into a line. "Fire God squad, huh? Interesting." Time passed, and a few days later, at the main God Guild, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. "Captain Jiang Kai! Captain Jiang Kai!" Jiang Kai and the others stopped, turning around in surprise. "What is it? What has you so excited?" Hu Yan ran over, panting heavily, his voice high-pitched. "Earlier, Ruan Yu and I went outside and overheard that the materials Deep Worm and Windwater Gentleman have not only increased in price, but have all sold out." The kid tried to catch his breath before adding, "Ever since Wineworm and Windwater Gentleman were abandoned by the military, these materials have been sitting unsold for a long time." Her eyes sparkled, her expression expectant. "That is right. Everyone, see, does this not prove that our professions are not useless?" Jiang Kai crossed his arms and nodded in praise. That must be the case. The two of you performed excellently in the match against Falcon, especially Ruan Yu when she killed that knight. The entire audience was astonished. But I think, even within the same profession, everyone's talent and opportunities are different. The success you two achieved is hard to replicate. Zai-Heng and Hu Yan, upon being praised, had faces blooming like flowers. Yuan Zhu patted his shoulder, then pointed at himself and replied with a laugh. Of course, our Fire God squad is not an ordinary bunch. An alert sounded, and Hu Yan opened the news panel, frowning as he said, "Latest news. The Leopard squad engaged in battle with the Crouching Dragon squad, and were all killed except for one person. But in the last moment, the Crouching Dragon captain counter-killed, wiping out the entire Leopard squad." Everyone was shocked, turning to exclaim in unison. What? Jiang Kai pursed his lips in deep thought. I remember the Leopard squad belongs to the Xuanwu Guild, quite formidable. The Crouching Dragon captain managed to wipe them all out alone. Just what kind of ferocious person is that? Jiang Kai's expression turned extremely serious as he carefully instructed Nguyen Nguyen not to underestimate Captain Wu Long and to investigate a bit, so that they would be prepared if they encountered him. She immediately nodded in agreement. He then looked at his four teammates, his tone light but stern as he announced, by the way, I have news to declare. The current battle situation is getting fiercer, and all teams have suffered casualties. Our next opponent, due to a lack of members and no chance of winning, has voluntarily withdrawn. So Jiang Kai dragged out his words, his eyes shining brightly, and loudly finished the good news. We have advanced directly to the finals. Upon hearing this, Huyan jumped up excitedly to celebrate. So we're entering the finals with a full roster. Yuan Zhu also raised his fist in joy and cheered. We are the only team with no casualties. Nguyen Nguyen also laughed, looking at Jiang Kai and saying, it's all thanks to your excellent leadership. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Thank goodness for Captain Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai shook his head slightly, a modest smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied, this competition still relied on everyone's smooth coordination, allowing me to advance without worry about the rear. Otherwise, no matter how skilled I am, I couldn't turn the situation around. This is everyone's glory. He then laughed happily out loud, his tone relaxed and generous as he declared, all right, everyone has worked hard during this period. There's still some time before the finals, so rest for a day to relax and adjust your condition. The whole group excitedly cheered in celebration upon hearing this. Jiang Kai also began making plans for himself, silently deciding, I should take advantage of this time to go back and visit home. No sooner said than done. Not long after, he returned to his Kangtrang villa in the city center. At home, Zai worriedly supported the eldest brother's arm, caring for him. Big brother, let me help you inside. You just got out of the hospital, don't tire yourself out. He helplessly shook his head with a smile and explained, Z, I'm not that weak. I still want to exercise more to get the drainage tube removed sooner. But shortly after, the eldest brother was panting tiredly, which made Z tremble and hastily ask, Big brother, are you alright? That moment, a mysterious large hand gently landed on his shoulder. It turned out the owner of that hand was Jiang Kai, who laughed in a low voice, teasing the eldest brother, if you catch a cold, how can you help me? Z saw Jiang Kai and was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, brother, why are you back? The joy of reunion hadn't lasted long before Jiang Kai was left speechless, wondering, wait a minute, this? He looked at the round table covered with all sorts of delicacies, inwardly and helplessly suspecting, this is really lavish. Z slowly brought out the food, and seeing that Jiang Kai and the eldest brother hadn't touched their chopsticks, she asked loudly, brother, why aren't you two eating? She thought to herself and drew her own conclusions, then enthusiastically turned to go into the kitchen. Not to your taste, then I'll go cook something else. Jiang Kai's face paled as he quickly stopped Z, that's enough, we're not pigs. The eldest brother sitting nearby chuckled and explained, Jiang Kai, Z saw that you've gotten too skinny lately and feels bad for you. Z also turned around and sat down on a chair, coquettishly asking Jiang Kai, brother, this time you're back, can you stay for a while longer? The eldest brother thoughtfully picked up food for him and nodded, urging him, that's right Jiang Kai, you've sacrificed too much for this family. My health is better now, so you don't need to risk your life on Ghost Star like before. Jiang Kai held the full bowl of rice in his hand, his voice gentle as he replied to comfort them, Big brother Z, I still have some things to do and can't stay long. You two don't worry, I'm doing very well. I came back this time to see how you are. Saying this, he remembered something and asked sternly, by the way, have the people from the royal family come to bother you two anymore? Z was startled, then quickly laughed loudly and replied, no, the security in the villa area is very good. Brother Liu also frequently sends people to take care of us. Moreover, that feeling of being watched and monitored like before is gone. Saying this, she couldn't help but shudder, remembering the past of being watched by countless eyes. Hearing this, Jiang Kai nodded in satisfaction, silently thinking to himself, brother Liu Jun really keeps his word. I must find time to thank him. The eldest brother sitting nearby also nodded, looking at Zai with concern as he asked, That's right, now Z can experience peaceful days at school. You must have made quite a few friends, right? She immediately nodded affirmatively, of course. He saw this and laughed happily, his eyes affectionate as he praised, after all, our Z is smart and kind, everyone who meets her likes her. Jiang Kai also smiled softly and sighed, that's really good. Z didn't say anything more, only silently picked up food and brought it to her mouth, a flicker of deception passing through her eyes. Just a second later, she happily closed her eyes, enjoying the fragrant food in her mouth. Yet Jiang Kai remained still, worriedly wondering to himself, did I see wrong just now? It seems Z has something on her mind. The next day, Jiang Kai hurriedly returned to Ghost Star, to the Fire God sacrificial team, preparing quickly for the finals. A few days later, in a vast forest, a ferocious wild boar was running wildly, accompanied by an announcement. Elite Fang Boar level 23. With a swoosh, a sharp sword flash streaked through the air. Yuanju solemnly struck a slash, cleanly finishing off that wild boar. He proudly shouldered his sword and laughed with self-satisfaction. Dealing with an elite monster like a Fang Boar is a small matter for this war god. Hu Yan, sitting nearby, pouted and reminded him, Yuanju, you're not the only one who's improved. Ruan Yu also nodded, puffing out his chest and reiterating, that's right, I've killed at least 3 of them too. Jiang Kai silently watched everyone, his expression lively as he inwardly commented, the team coordination has gotten even higher. It seems concentrated training before the match was a good idea. At that moment, the devices on everyone's wrists slid and lit up. Nguyen happily exclaimed, information about the finals is here. A mechanical blue screen appeared, showing a notification from the Fire God Guild Master. Congratulations on making it to the finals. Your next opponent is the Wulong Squad from the King Long Guild. Report to the St. Melody West City Arena at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Yuanju focused on reading that notification, unable to forget it, and said with emotion, the Wulong Squad, I can't believe their captain fought alone and advanced straight to the finals. Hu Yan also cautiously rubbed his chin and muttered, that guy is really scary. Nguyen then reported seriously to Jiang Kai, last time you asked me to investigate the captain of the Wulong Squad. I have news now. She pursed her lips and introduced in a slow, even tone, the captain of the Wulong Squad is named Di Zeng. He is a warrior class, level 40, and his weapon is a silver longsword. He is a newcomer who joined the King Long Guild this year. Upon joining, Di Zeng immediately established the Wulong Squad. Under his leadership, this squad developed rapidly, becoming a formidable opponent in less than half a year. Yang Nguyen's fingers lightly swiped across the screen, her eyes serious to the point of being frightening as she continued. Because Di Zeng is a newcomer and the Wulong Squad isn't as arrogant as the Lai Ying Squad, there isn't much information about him. But luckily, I found some videos of his previous battles. She paused briefly, recalling Di Zeng's attack style, then stated her opinion. I discovered that his move Ghost Shadow Vanishing Slash has an extremely fast speed, almost capable of taking an opponent's life in a single strike. Hearing this, Hu Yan rubbed his chin and replied with an evaluation, Ghost Shadow Vanishing Slash. Sounds similar to that name from the past, Fei Xiang, someone who relied on agility. Jiang Kai silently nodded in agreement, his expression heavy as he analyzed. Hu Yan is right. For someone to stand out in a large guild in just half a year, and simultaneously fight alone to advance straight to the finals, his strength is definitely far beyond Fei Xiang. At this moment, a strange sound came from the bushes behind him, and a mysterious wind suddenly blew. A sharp leaf was suddenly thrown, spinning straight towards Jiang Kai's back to attack him. He quickly leaned aside to dodge, and at the same time forcefully grabbed the person behind him, who was Di Kang. A man with his face covered slowly assessed him. Your reaction speed is faster than I expected. Jiang Kai silently looked at him, not saying a word, only observing quietly. Suddenly, he leaped out of his hiding spot and dashed close to him. That person sheathed his sword and remarked, worthy of being the one who led a team straight to the finals, the captain of the Fire God, Jiang Kai. In contrast to that silence was the image of Yuanju, Ruan Yu, and Hu Yan shouting loudly, where did this masked coward come from? That's right, if you've got guts, let's fight fair and square. Nguyen seemed to realize something. Wait, this height, and this build, seeing Jiang Kai standing in front of him to stop him. Yuanju said indignantly, Jiang Kai, why are you stopping me? This guy just tried to kill you. Jiang Kai laughed, calmly explaining, no, he was just probing me just now, not intending to kill me. Moreover, the penalty for killing an opponent before the finals is not light. Then he continued, right, Mr. Di Zeng? Hearing his name, Di Zeng took off his face covering and said with a smile, so I've been found out. Yuanju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so it really is this guy. Dick Tang approached Jiang Kai's location. Yuanju pressed his dagger against Dick Tang's neck, raising his voice. Captain of the Crouching Dragon team, don't think I'm afraid of you just because we made the finals. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing the danger, Dick Tang quickly waved his hands in explanation. Don't misunderstand, I came to negotiate with Jiang Kai. Hearing the word negotiate, Jiang Kai asked back with suspicion. Dick Tang looked at the entire team and shared. I watched all your matches. I was very impressed, especially by you, Jiang Kai. Your trump card makes me admire it. He was still smiling, speaking bluntly. Actually, in a match against your team, I am certain of victory. Jiang Kai disliked beating around the bush, so he asked directly, what is it that you want exactly? Dick Tang's smile grew clearer. I want a solo duel with you, with the outcome deciding the final result of the competition, and you cannot use your trump card. He furrowed his brows, remaining silent and on guard. Dick Tang smiled maliciously. In exchange, I will not use weapons that counter your throwing knives, including the talismans and shields that counter Wei Ying. Yuanju's face flushed with anger. He stepped in front of Jiang Kai and said, are you crazy for winning? What kind of absurd conditions are those? We aren't stupid enough to agree. He pulled Jiang Kai away. Let's go, ignore him. Jiang Kai also replied curtly, sorry, I'm not interested. Dick Tang smiled, not letting go Jiang Kai. With your ability but not having change classes, I guess you don't know what your class change materials are. He continued, my guild can provide you with a secret realm's coordinates. This statement made Jiang Kai stop in his tracks, hitting exactly what he needed. Jiang Kai turned his head and asked, secret realm? Dick Tang replied, that's right. Seeing his interest, he delved deeper into the introduction, explaining it simply. Secret realms are mysterious, unverified areas with resources for adventurers to level up, all managed by the military. From a blue gate called the Secret Realm, some people would step out, Dick Tang continued. Some quotas for small-scale secret realms are entrusted by the military to large guilds. Within the secret realm, there are often guardians who set up trials. Overcoming them rewards rare resources or answers to adventurers' questions. Dick Tang pulled out a card and introduced it. This is the coordinate of a secret realm discovered by my guild. Yuanju asked in shock, is that for real? The other members remained silent, waiting for the answer. Nuan spoke up, it's probably real. I heard my older sister mention the case of the Azure Dragon Guild discovering a secret realm in the National Exploration Zone. Dick Tang put the card away and shifted the topic. I heard the royal test is causing trouble. You probably want to change classes and become stronger. He declared outright, if you win, the secret realm information will be yours. Jiang Kai pondered for a long time. Dick Tang slightly curled his lips and asked, Jiang Kai, so what? This deal sounds pretty good for you, right? Hearing this, he immediately refused flatly. Your conditions are tempting, but I cannot agree. He hadn't expected that. He was extremely surprised, stunned. Huanju asked in shock, why not agree? Don't you want to change class? Huyan also nodded. Right, if you finish class changing, you can level up smoothly. At this moment, Dick Tang stepped closer and asked, Jiang Kai, are you sure? He did not answer immediately but recounted. They've worked so hard for so long to make it to the finals. I am the captain. If, for personal desires, I abandon the glory of the God of Fire team, then what kind of captain am I? What kind of friend am I? Hearing this, they immediately smiled brightly, deeply moved. Only Yuanju still bowed his head. After speaking, Jiang Kai turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. We have to continue training. As he finished, Yuanju suddenly rushed over and punched him straight in the face. Jiang Kai held his bright red cheek and yelled, Yuanju, what are you doing? He darkened his face, his voice serious. Jiang Kai, saying that means you don't believe in yourself or you don't believe in us? Yuanju glared and shouted, you wouldn't abandon the team's glory for personal desires. So do you think we would just watch you sacrifice your own desires? Hearing this, Jiang Kai faltered slightly. Yan said enthusiastically, to be honest, I can't wait to see Captain Jiang Kai give that bastard a beating. Ruan Yu happily persuaded him. That's right, Captain Jiang Kai. I'm waiting for you to finish your class change and lead everyone to level up. Nuan stepped closer. Jiang Kai, don't hesitate anymore. Just like you always trust everyone, the whole team wants to trust you unconditionally too. She smiled brightly. That's what being a team means, isn't it? Looking at his team members, he could not help but be surprised. Jiang Kai lowered his head, the corner of his mouth lifting in a helpless manner. You guys are really something. He smiled gently and said to them, don't blame me if I lose. Hearing this, the four of them cheered and smiled brightly. He turned and said to Dick Tang, I agree, but you will regret betting against me, because, he confidently declared, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Hearing this, he laughed with amusement, his eyes eagerly waiting. At the arena, thousands of spectators had gathered to watch the match. Wu Wei held the microphone and announced, the exciting moment has arrived. Today's level 2040 finals officially begin. The two players have agreed to change from a team match to a solo match. The screen showed Jiang Kai of the God of Fire team versus Dick Tang of the Crouching Dragon team. Two spectators in the stands were stunned. A solo match. The entire God of Fire team has leveled up, and they're giving up that advantage to fight solo? Are they crazy? The one next to him widened his eyes. That just makes it more worth watching. Captain Dick Tang's abilities aren't ordinary. In a fight with Jiang Kai, who will win? Yuanju sat in his seat fidgeting. What is this? This is more nerve-wracking than when I was competing. This guy looks sinister. Will Jiang Kai be at a disadvantage? Ruan Yu clenched his hands tightly. Captain Jiang Kai will definitely make it. Right, if it's him, there's no problem. But just sitting and watching feels a bit strange. Wu Wei raised her hand excitedly. Right now, please welcome the players to the arena. The four of them looked down tensely, saying in unison, "Here they come." Down in the arena, Jiang Kai and Dick Tang stood facing each other. Tense atmosphere enveloped the entire area. He looked straight at him, flashing a confident smile. Under that gaze, Jiang Kai showed neither arrogance nor disdain, a multitude of thoughts rising within him. Wu Wei then reiterated the rules for both of them. I must state this clearly once more. The sole criterion of this match is which side's player kills the opponent will be declared the winner. She asked again, have both team leaders understood? Jiang Kai and his opponent answered in unison, understood. Wu Wei enthusiastically declared, all right, I now announce the match officially begins. Hearing the command, the opponent immediately charged forward. He said, whether your throwing daggers are more formidable or my sword is stronger, a single match will make it clear. Jiang Kai prepared the throwing daggers in his hand, quietly calculating. This guy's speed is very fast, but my agility is no less. Added with the agile attributes of Life Pursuer, I will not lose. He lifted his eyes, using ghost eye fixation. As long as I seize the right moment, defeating him will not be an issue. Watching the opponent charging towards him, Jiang Kai counted down 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. He came close enough. He held his stance good. Now's the time. The opponent, sword in hand, tore through the wind as he charged, unleashing the technique Ghost Shadow Unruly Slash. The two clashed, causing the arena floor to crack and smoke and dust to billow everywhere. Jiang Kai leaped out of that area completely unharmed. Yuanju broke out in a cold sweat and shouted. It's a good thing Jiang Kai reacted fast enough. That guy not only dodged quickly at close range when I used Life Pursuer, but his explosive power also surged. Nuan also analyzed in panic. Exactly, because Ghost Shadow Unruly Slash combines both defense and attack in an instant. That is why the opponent considers it his proudest ultimate move. While the opponent was still standing within the layer of smoke and dust, Jiang Kai had already run behind him. He seized the opportunity and immediately launched Life Pursuer towards his opponent's vital point for a surprise attack. The opponent, as if anticipating it, instantly turned his vital point to the back, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He swept past Jiang Kai, unleashing a sharp sword strike. Jiang Kai was taken aback by his speed, only able to watch the incoming sword strike. The tip of the sword was now right in front of his face. Exclaimed in shock, too fast, even faster than before. The opponent sneered and said to Jiang Kai, it seems the outcome between us is already clear. Jiang Kai did not respond, using all his strength to shout, etherealize. Then, he seemed to vanish before his opponent's eyes, causing his teammates to shout captain. Jiang Kai had somehow moved behind the opponent, leaving him dazed and looking around. He curled his lips slightly and thought to himself, during this time, I have watched the opponent's match videos. Compared to the terrifying speed he showed just now, it is clear that in previous matches, he intentionally held back his strength. The opponent's face darkened as he slowly shifted his gaze back and said, is it Phantom Step? So you managed to dodge again. From my perspective, I really want to win, but meeting an interesting opponent like you. The opponent laughed heartily, a hint of excitement in his eyes. I am truly thrilled. Nuan looked down in panic. The opponent is truly terrifying. In just a few minutes, he nearly finished off Jiang Kai. Right now, Jiang Kai must be under immense pressure. Yuanju was also sweating with worry. This guy is really annoying, but there is no denying he has skill. He is just too detestable. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu on the side could only cheer for their captain. On the arena floor, Jiang Kai and his opponent stood face to face, both waiting for the other to make a move. He did not attack immediately, but replied to the opponent's words, I have to return this to you. You have also awakened my desire to compete. He curled his lips smugly in response. It might have to be that way, kid. I feel a bit sorry for having to make a move against you. How about this? Even if you lose, I guarantee you a spot in the Azure Dragon Guild. What do you say? Jiang Kai did not bother to answer, directly pushing off the ground and leaping high into the air. He charged straight towards the opponent, shouting, stop talking nonsense. The match is not over yet. He also raised his sword, replying with amusement, the answer I expected. But in the end, are you underestimating me or have you grown foolish? To kill me you would need to throw at least a few more daggers. Having said that, the opponent rushed off at a dizzying speed, his smirk never fading. At this moment, Jiang Kai was both throwing daggers and using the technique Time Distortion. At the same time, the opponent swung his sword and executed Ghost Shadow Unruly Slash. He said, want to kill me at close range? You are too naive. At that moment, the opponent's eyes suddenly lit up. He slashed down fiercely at the spot where Jiang Kai was standing, causing him to be sent flying. Successive blades of wind slashed into Jiang Kai's body, leaving him unable to defend and pushing him backward. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and endured the pain from the recent blow, unable to fight back. Ruan Yu Yuanju along with Hu Yan and Nuan Nuan watched from the sidelines, unable to hide their shock. In distress, they called out loudly, "Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai." The onlookers could not help but marvel in admiration. No wonder it is the opponent's ultimate finishing move. Just the residual effect of the attack caused such severe injury. A direct hit would likely be fatal. Back in the match, Jiang Kai had gradually steadied himself. He wondered, why is this happening? Jiang Kai recalled when the opponent's sword tip was pointed at his head. The first time he used Ghost Shadow Unruly Slash, I intentionally held back my strength and still managed to dodge. But with that last attack, I clearly used all my power to evade yet still suffered from its residual effect. Was the distance too close for me to react, or has his Ghost Shadow Unruly Slash become faster than before? Jiang Kai looked up at the arrogant man. The opponent stood before him wearing a proud smile and a challenging tone. Already getting up, are you? But you look quite timid. He paid no attention to his tone, continuing his train of thought. However, I still feel I have overlooked something very important. The opponent's entire body was covered in a thin layer of blue flames. He spoke. I remember Zi Fei Xiang once said that when it comes to the speed of his Wei Ying, he has never lost. Gradually, he curled his lips into a challenging smile. So let me tell you this, no matter how fast an opponent is, when facing me, they are destined to lose. Because when I meet a strong opponent, I become even stronger. While the opponent was still rambling, Jiang Kai had already steadied himself on the arena floor. Jiang Kai stood silently in one spot, unmoving. His entire body was enveloped in an aura of obscure, sinister energy. His hand firmly gripped sharp hidden weapons as he spoke in a deep, raspy voice, who said, "I have never lost." Having said that, he flicked his wrist and launched the projectiles swiftly towards the target. Seeing his stubbornness, the opponent praised with amusement, "Good for a tenacious brat, I like it. But that does not mean I will go easy on you." He immediately carved a diagonal cut across Jiang Kai's shoulder with his sword. He said, "Is this all the new ideas you have, boring?" Then followed another sharp cut across his body. "With your current speed, you cannot even touch the hem of my garment." He sneered and warned like a superior giving orders, "Just admit defeat. The next move will not give you a chance to rest." As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy waved his hand, flashed a brutal smile, then launched a relentless attack. Jiang Kai could not dodge, so he had to struggle to block every blow. His body could not take it, and he caught up blood. Outside the arena, Hu Yan and his teammates watched, filled with worry. Nuan Nuan covered her mouth, her voice filled with pity, tears already welling up. Jiang Kai's situation was really bad. The audience also held their breath and shook their heads. The scene was painful to watch, completely one-sided. Back on the arena, Jiang Kai was slowly regaining his balance. In the stands, the audience was still murmuring Jiang Kai was really at a disadvantage, quitting the group match to take a solo fight. What did he want in the end? Beside him, two people sat with unpleasant expressions and said, what other purpose besides showing off? He only got lucky to enter the finals. Jiang Kai deserves to die. Yuan Zhu heard this and gritted his teeth in anger. Without a word, he grabbed the collars of the two people and questioned them, even though they had not understood anything yet. Yuan Zhu growled, daring to say that again. Nuan Nuan and everyone quickly persuaded him not to bother with trash that only knows how to bark blindly. Faced with that attitude, one of the two did not back down, even turning retreat into advance. He shouted loudly to draw the attention of the whole arena. "I said Jiang Kai deserves to die. And here we have a dog protecting its master." Yuan Zhu's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging. He gritted his teeth and cursed. At this moment a shout rang out, "What is all this noise?" Lan Lan stood on the stands looking down, with two soldiers behind her. Her gaze was sharp. She ordered the troublemakers to be thrown out. The soldier replied, "Understood." Nuan Nuan looked at the person in front of her in surprise, calling out, "Big sister." So Lan Lan stepped closer, saying that this time Jiang Kai fought solo. She was worried about her sister, so she came to watch. The two troublemakers had been handcuffed and dragged away by the soldiers. Lan Lan continued, "Those two people were probably from Xuanwu, intentionally picking a fight to vent their anger, because the Huoshen team was too outstanding." Yuan Zhu was still angry, spitting a bunch of opportunistic flies. Nuan Nuan looked worriedly toward the arena. On the arena, Jiang Kai was at a disadvantage, down on one knee, hands supporting him on the ground. On the opposite side, the enemy stood leisurely, sword in hand, full of the demeanor of a master. Jiang Kai took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and power quickly converged into his palm. The enemy sneered, saying Jiang Kai should not waste his effort. If he joined King Glong, he would still have a chance to enter the secret realm. Jiang Kai replied, blood still at the corner of his mouth. Pausing for a moment, he looked straight ahead. "I have not lost yet." The enemy looked at his determined gaze. He was confused. The kid was cornered, but his eyes showed no fear, only calmness and determination. He tightened his grip on his weapon. "Fine, then do not blame me." The enemy suddenly rushed to attack, shouting loudly, "Then let me crush your confidence." A sharp sword aura shot toward Jiang Kai, phantom shadow without a trace. Outside, Jiang Kai's teammates were astonished. Why did the captain not dodge? Nuan was terrified, both hands tightly covering her eyes, her voice trembling. On the field, Jiang Kai remained still, the sword aura getting closer, tearing through the air. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He quickly leaped up, swung both hands, and launched an attack. Decaying fire strike state, the enemy felt numb as if electrocuted. His eyes gradually blurred, unable to see his opponent's movements clearly. Jiang Kai's 4 streams of energy struck the enemy's sword, sending it flying. He was shocked, not good. Jiang Kai shouted, "Right now." Unleashed a similar move, 4 energy beams hitting the enemy's body. The energy pierced through, the enemy was in pain, revealing sharp hidden weapons. A powerful electric current discharged, lightning flashing continuously. The enemy's body was full of holes with burnt wounds and bleeding. Jiang Kai was astonished. Although severely injured, the enemy still stood straight. He stepped forward, raised his sword and pointed it at him. "You lose." Stands were stunned into silence, everyone's mouths agape in disbelief. Nai Heng was amazed. Am I seeing things? Jiang Kai made a counterkill from a dead end? He was full of doubt. What exactly happened? Truly unbelievable. Nuan's eyes shone brightly. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu also clenched their fists in joy. Yuan Zhu's eyes were teary. I knew it. Jiang Kai is not that easy to defeat. The enemy looked at the hidden weapon in front of him and asked, "When did you find my weakness?" Jiang Kai coldly replied, "Your words reminded me." The enemy's eyes widened, asking what he meant. The scene rewound to 10 minutes earlier. Jiang Kai was focusing his thoughts, sensing he had missed something very important. Dezeng looked down from above and asked him if he remembered Tu Fei once said in a match that his speed had never lost to anyone. He said he would let him know that no matter how fast the opponent was, they would lose to him. At this moment, he suddenly understood, meeting strength with strength, seizing the moment without error. That was it. His face gradually grew more confident, and he continued thinking. It seemed he had understood a little from the pre-match transmission images of the Divine Guild's leader. Jiang Kai stood at a distance watching Dezeng finish off his opponent, saying he had watched his matches before. He always used the Phantom Shadow to kill his opponents at the critical moment. Saying this, he stroked his chin in thought, wondering just how fast his speed could actually be. He further explained that back then he only paid attention to the highest attack speed, not the variations. But he recalled when Dezeng was recruiting him, if he said the guild could provide the secret realm coordinates, would he still? He concluded that the man intentionally used the information about the Wei Ying secret realm to negotiate terms for victory. Pausing for a moment, recalling Dezeng's face filled with a thirst for victory, he continued, regarding winning, once he decided to do it, he would. He recalled the scene of him quickly defeating his opponent in the previous match, saying that was a person who desperately wanted to win. If the first strike didn't use full force, it might be for probing, but seeing a chance to win, he would definitely use his fastest speed to eliminate the obstacle. Saying this, he looked at Dezeng in shock and explained, but he did not do that. Dezeng appeared like a villain manipulating his opponent. He continued, like in the previous match, facing agile opponents. His speed was enough to finish them off immediately. But he was like a predator. After catching his prey, he leisurely played hide and seek, which was clearly unreasonable. During the fight, he noticed another key point. His sword tip was like a shadow. He even had the feeling that he had predicted his own movement direction. Was it an illusion? He had doubted it before, but thinking back now, it might not have been an illusion. The image of him standing up and attacking Dezeng even after being injured appeared. He said, "Who said that? I haven't given up yet." He recalled and thought to himself, rather than waiting for death, it was better to seize the initiative and verify it himself. Jiang Kai explained, to verify his conjecture, he used the combat distance and the speed of his strikes to alter his energy, testing while fighting. He risked himself by using his own body as bait to confirm if his thoughts were correct. As expected, he said, the result was the same every time. His phantom shadow couldn't hit me, but I couldn't avoid being injured by the after effects. He recalled a flash of blue-white light charging towards him at that moment, piercing through his chest. Jiang Kai said, since he wanted to win so badly, he wouldn't play hide and seek with me, so I guessed. Pausing for a moment, he said again that he had a sacred spiritual skill that could predict the direction of an attack. That was his real specialty. At this moment, Dezeng's eyes turned red as he looked at Jiang Kai, who was analyzing. He continued, I guess this mental power skill can work through the normal body. Quickly catch the muscle twitch or Kai flow on the opponent's body surface. From that, he could predict the attack trajectory in advance and immediately launch a counter-attack. During this, Dezeng recalled, during the fight with Jiang Kai, his eyes suddenly widened wide and he experienced an illusion. Jiang Kai's voice echoed in his ear after seeing through the secret. He just needed to numb his thinking and disrupt his judgment. Even for a moment, it was enough to create a weakness. Dezeng asked, trembling with anger. Is that so? But was it still just your guess back then? Weren't you afraid you guessed wrong, or even if right, you still couldn't beat me? He paused and asked, aren't you too confident? Jiang Kai replied, sharp lie. The one who is too confident is you. Dezeng was startled. He explained, you used the name Phantom Shadow to hide the nature of your spiritual skill, but your intention to confuse your opponent was revealed. Staring at Dezeng, he exposed, to increase the kill rate for Wei Ying, you allocated most of your attribute points to something other than spirit, making your mental power low. giving me a chance to break the deadlock. Di Zeng said in shock, you were gambling. Jiang Kai honestly replied, that's right, but the facts prove I won. You lost with your proudest technique. To be more precise, he paused and said, you lost because of your arrogance of winning every match. Hearing this, Di Zeng felt awkward all over, his eyes wide and vacant, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak. After a long while, his hoarse voice sounded, so that's how it is. At this moment on the arena, Jiang Kai coldly looked at Di Zeng, who had already lost the match and was lying collapsed on the ground. Jiang Kai's face was calm despite his injuries, saying, it's over. Yu Wei's voice rang out, oh my god, did you see that? In an unfavorable situation, Jiang Kai found the flaw and delivered a fatal blow, a truly classic counter kill. The 3D screen above the stage displayed the image of the quiet and handsome Jiang Kai. The audience roared, Jiang Kai forever the best, this match was so cool. No one argues with me, Jiang Kai is my only god. The group of friends quickly ran over. Yuanju said, top-notch, Jiang Kai, you are so cool, I'm stunned. Nuan followed up, right, I was so nervous I couldn't breathe. Jiang Kai turned around smiling as he replied, you must have been worried. Ruan Yu and Huyan looked at him as if seeing their idol, their eyes sparkling as they praised, Captain Jiang Kai, today you are the brightest star in the venue. Don't forget I'm your #1 fan. Ruan Yu hurriedly added, me too, Captain Jiang Kai, you're amazing. Yuanju raised his fist and shouted loudly, alright, I've decided no cart, no Wei Ying tonight. Wait for Nuan to heal Jiang Kai, then we go celebrate. Jiang Kai quickly said, wait, isn't there something to do? Before he could finish, a hand was placed on his shoulder, pulling him away. Yuanju happily replied, let's go, I said let's go, my treat. Hu Yan shouted, today we must go all out and have a blast. Ruan Yu followed, well said. Yu Wei shouted helplessly, hey, I haven't announced the match results yet. Hey, don't leave. Then Yu Wei quickly announced, now I solemnly declare the champion of the competition is Jiang Kai from the Flare God squad. The audience was now in a frenzy, shouting Jiang Kai. Down below, Jiang Kai's group paid no attention, happily leaving together. Su Lan looked at their backs and quietly said, I didn't expect Jiang Kai to create a miracle, or perhaps he himself is the miracle. An image of a large castle appeared. The next day at the Divine Guild, a voice rang out, everyone come quickly, the military just sent someone to deliver the rewards. In Yuanju's hand was a bronze-colored box, its material unknown from the outside. The whole group craned their necks to look. Ruan Yu asked unhappily, what can this small box hold? The military office said to pass it on. Yuanju reached out to open the box lid and said, open it and we'll know. As soon as the lid was opened, 4 beams of blue light, like rectangular card forms, appeared and quickly shot out. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he watched one of them unexpectedly rush straight towards him. Over here, one flew towards the head of the Wei Ying team, which was Ruan Yu. The remaining card appeared before Hu Yan's chest, and she said, so the reward is issued in the form of card fragments. On Jiang Kai's side, he looked at the object in front of him, startled and amazed. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and grabbed it. The moment he touched it, a huge burst of light erupted from the card. It didn't stop there, the light grew brighter and brighter. Jiang Kai didn't mind, clenching the card tightly in his hand. A notification panel appeared, congratulating him on receiving the upgraded version of Life-Seeking Cataclysm, S rank. Immediately after, his weapon appeared with its info panel, Life-Seeking Cataclysm S1 rank. Increased 14 strength, 17 penetration, 21 agility. Special effect 1. Each time a life-seeking bar is used, critical rate and critical damage increase by 15%, max increase 135%. After triggering a critical, all buff effects of life-seeking are reset. Effect 2. Each life-seeking bar deals small area damage over a short time. Continuous attacks can maintain enemy armor reduction. He shouted in surprise, this is the upgraded life-seeking. Jiang Kai thought to himself he heard that rare S-rank weapons also have different upgrade forms, for example the SY type. He didn't expect life-seeking to also have a second-tier form. It was truly surprising. Moreover, the 15% critical increase meant 1 out of 7 life-seeking bars would definitely crit, far more overwhelming than before, coupled with the sustained armor reduction effect. When facing high defense monsters, the chance of victory would be much higher. At this moment, another card flew over, and he asked in surprise, what is this now? Ruan Yu quickly replied, Captain Jiang Kai, I know this one. This is a good item called Mother-Child Stone, formed by combining a child stone and a mother stone. An absolute attraction is generated between them. Thinking of a funny scene, Ruan Yu continued, if you consecutively attach them to your gloves in life-seeking, then you'll easily catch your target. Over on this side, Hu Yan exclaimed, she said, this is great. Her card was a woman wearing a mask, holding 2 purple orbs with dashed symbols behind her. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled as she said, I didn't expect my profession at level 41 and 60, the job change material for a spirit summoner. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu had a dazed, happy expression, looking at the gourd card with a mischievous smile. He spoke up. This is the drunken immortal gourd used for holding wine. It can increase the effect of various wines by 30% and reduce drunkenness time by 50%. Wei Ying and Jiang Kai holding 2 cards in his hand, he said, "These rewards seem tailor-made for us." Suddenly he remembered and quickly asked, "Wait, Yuanju, Nuan, where are your rewards?" Yuanju explained Jiang Kai, "Don't worry, Nuan and I are still military personnel. Our rewards were sent to Captain Li Biao in advance." After speaking, Yuanju came over and put his arm around his shoulder, whispering, "You guessed right earlier. These rewards were given based on each person's fighting style and needs. They really are generous." Nuan added, "That's right. Actually, the person who delivered the rewards is one of Brother Liu Jun's people. He also asked to pass along that these gifts were personally requested by Commander Wei Ying." Jiang Kai was surprised and asked again, "Commander Wei Ying personally requested them?" Hu Yan heard this, her eyes shining as she looked at her idol and said, "It must be because of Captain Jiang Kai. Your reputation is so great." Ruan Yu also agreed, "That's right, who is our captain? Commander Wei Ying really has sharp eyes." Jiang Kai smiled gently, thinking to himself, "Commander Wei Ying and Brother Liu Jun have helped me a lot. I must thank them directly next time I see them." At this moment, Nuan asked, "By the way, Jiang Kai, you won the finals, so the Azure Dragon Guild will hand over the Secret Realm info card according to the bet, right?" Jiang Kai replied, "Don't worry, they'll send someone to deliver it in 3 days." He pinched Nuan's cheek and said, "Hey Nuan, Captain Jiang Kai worked so hard to win. Don't be worrying about trivial things all day." Nuan denied it, "Not at all." Looking at the peaceful and harmonious scene before him, Jiang Kai was silent, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. In Jiang Kai City, a vast area surrounded by tall buildings, the center was a spacious but sparsely populated campus. A pair of feet quietly walked, strolling along the main road. Jiang Kai, with attentive eyes and hands in his pockets, gazed into the distance towards Wei Ying, as if recalling something. He unconsciously stopped, thinking. Remembering the worried expression on his brother's face, he still felt uneasy, as if he had something on his mind. Remembering the image of the cute girl with blue eyes, he decided to surprise his brother today by picking up little Wei Ying at home and conveniently asking how things were. 2 students on the field were talking, "Hey, where should we go to hang out after school today?" "Still playing? Didn't you hear that the terrifying teacher Tai Bao has a test tomorrow? You're way too laid back." The 2 students chatted happily as they walked, and such scenes were not uncommon around them. In the hallway, the room number on a classroom door appeared. The classroom door opened and Jiang Kai walked in, asking, "Excuse me, is Jiang Kai-an here?" "Jiang Kai-an is not here," a young girl replied. She came closer and asked, "He was called away by someone. I think I've seen you before, you're his older brother, right?" Jiang Kai nodded, replying, "That's right. But what do you mean, called away? Was my brother called to the teacher's office?" Shi-Ki looked worried, resting her chin on her hand. She said, "No, actually a group of upperclassmen have been targeting Jiang Kai-an recently." Jiang Kai was worried, grabbing Shi-Ki's shoulders tightly. He quickly asked, "Being targeted by people, what does that mean?" The girl recalled a group of people in her memory, explaining that the leader of this group was named Zhao Lei. He was a delinquent who had just transferred to the school. Heard his father works under the Huang Wei family. Relying on having backing, he runs rampant in the school, recruiting many lackeys. Even the teachers can't control him. Jiang Kai-an was called away by 2 girls who often hang out with Zhao Lei. At that moment, a boy rushed past the 2 of them panting, Hurry, we're gonna be late." Ahead, the boy Ziheng unexpectedly met someone. That man kicked out and Ziheng, unprepared, cried out in pain, sliding backward. Ahead were Zhao Lei and his 2 lackeys, sneering at the boy, saying, "You've got some nerve, telling you to come see me within 3 minutes after the bell rings, and you dare treat my words like wind in your ears?" Jiang Kai and Shi-Ki heard the commotion and came out to look. The girl recognized him at a glance, saying in surprise, "It's Zhao Lei." Ziheng was grabbed by the collar by Zhao Lei and explained fearfully, "No, brother Zhao, please let me explain." Zhao Lei's 2 lackeys said nothing, but everyone knew that as long as Zhao Lei gave the order, they were ready to give the boy a good beating. Zhao Lei swung his fist, shouting, "I think you're just asking for a beating." But at that moment, Zhao Lei's expression froze, startled, his attack motion also stopped, his face full of shock. 2 lackeys behind him were also panicked, startled as they looked at the person who had just moved to stop Zhao Lei. Jiang Kai calmly asked, "You are Zhao Lei? Do you know Huang Wei?" Zhao Lei was furious, releasing Ziheng, glaring at Jiang Kai. He spat out a curse. "What blind fool is this? You know it's me and still dare be so arrogant? Tired of living, huh?" Jiang Kai's voice rang out, "I am Jiang Kai-an's brother, Jiang Kai." He stared at Zhao Lei, his sharp eyes turning stern as he asked, "Where's my brother now?" Zhao Lei spoke in a provoking tone, "So you're that Jiang Kai who doesn't know his place, who offended the Huang family. What makes you think I have to answer your question?" His face twisted in a challenge as he continued, "Of course, If you kneel down and bark like a dog begging for mercy, I might consider taking pity on you and telling you." Jiang Kai looked at him as if he were already dead, replying, "I'm just afraid you can't handle it." Zhao Lei saw Jiang Kai's infuriating gaze and calm tone and clenched his teeth in anger. He clenched his fist, rushing to attack, still acting tough, "Huh? Today I'll show you what regret means." One of the two lackeys then spoke up, "Brother Zhao, let us handle him for you." By now, students had gathered around, murmuring among themselves, "Look, there's a fight over there." Which unlucky guy pissed off Zhao Lei, that second-generation tyrant? Jiang Kai at this moment was like a statue, not looking at Zhao Lei and his lackeys who were about to attack. He just stood still, his face low, his gaze deep. Jiang Kai sensed it, thinking, too slow. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai sidestepped, evading all the attacks, leaving behind an afterimage that was hard for the naked eye to track. The two lackeys were panicked, saying in disbelief, "What?" Jiang Kai swept his leg to trip Wei Ying, planted his standing foot firmly, and struck quickly at the two lackeys behind him. His steps were nimble, his movements lightning fast, and his fierce punches landed squarely on their faces as one by one they collapsed. The two lackeys clutched their faces in agony, writhing on the ground, unable to bear the pain. Seeing this, Zhao Lei cursed and said, "Damn it, if you two don't know your place, I'll show you who makes the rules in this kind of environment." The scene shifted to an outdoor area, a desolate place surrounded by chain-link fences that looked like a basketball court. Sounds of slaps and beatings continued without pause. A small girl endured the pain and agony, her body covered in scratches. Yai Jing held a baseball bat, her white thighs exposed, as she said, "Hey, little sis, I only told you to pick up the ball. Why did you use your face to catch it?" Ruo Lan chimed in, "Right, you're way too careless. You make people think we're bullying you, and that's a real hassle." Jia Xiao looked at the two vicious girls, then at Ying Zi, who was trembling in pain and slumped on the ground. Ying Zi struggled to stay calm, clutching her aching head with one hand while the other braced against the ground, murmuring weakly, "I'm sorry." One of the two girls said, "It's good that you know you're wrong." With that, she snatched the girl's bag and dumped its contents out upside down. "Look at this, such a filthy backpack. The books are probably all rotten by now, right?" Suddenly, a photo of three people fell out. Yi Jing picked it up and asked, "What's this?" Ying Zi was startled, shot to her feet, and lunged forward to snatch it back. "Give it back to me." A memory surfaced in her mind. It was a birthday commemorative photo from last year, the first time her sisters had made a cake for her. Yai Jing held the photo and said with amusement, "Why are you shouting like that? You're so fierce. Look at how tense you are. Seems like I found something interesting." Ying Zi was held tight by Ruo Lan, struggling as she yelled, "Give it back to me." Holding the photo, Yai Jing laughed slyly. "If you keep jumping around, I can't guarantee my hand won't shake and tear this to shreds." Just then, the phone in Yi Jing's pocket rang loudly. Yai Jing answered the call. "Hello, I'm busy." "What's up?" The person on the other end said something, and she exclaimed in shock. "Huh?" Someone named Jiang Kai came to the classroom looking for Jiang Kaiyan, ran into Zhao Lei, and they started fighting. Is there really some idiot out there who doesn't know his own limits? Ying Zi heard the conversation, stunned and unable to believe it, thinking to herself, "It's him." Thinking this, Ying Zi opened her mouth and bit down hard on the arm holding her. Ruo Lan behind her was caught off guard by the bite and screamed in pain. Shocked, she then cursed, "Hey, you rotten little brat, you dare bite me? Have you lost your mind?" Ying Zi had already broken free. Her face was filled with worry, and she used all her strength to run as fast as she could. Her weak legs seemed to be infused with newfound strength, and without any hesitation, she dashed straight toward the classroom. She was frantic, ignoring the wounds on her face, thinking anxiously, "Hurry, I have to hurry. That group has too many people. He'll be at a disadvantage." Ying Zi shouted out loud, full of fear, worried that Jiang Kai would be abused by those cruel people. "Brother." At this moment in the hallway, behind Jiang Kai lay Zhao Lei's two lackeys sprawled on the ground, and in front of him was Zhao Lei. Ying Zi had just arrived, and before she could even feel anxious, she was stunned by the scene before her eyes. Hearing her call, Jiang Kai turned around happily. Ying Zi. Looking back, he saw Ying Zi's frantic appearance, panting heavily, her body covered in scratches, looking at him with deep concern. She asked, "Brother, are you okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened in terror as she stared at something behind Jiang Kai. Seeing the torment on Ying Zi's face, Jiang Kai went berserk. His hands clenched tightly, his veins bulged, and he trembled. He could only force out two words, "Ying Zi." Behind him, Zhao Lei said, "It's too late to kneel and beg now." He lunged forward cowardly, intending to ambush Jiang Kai. He still stood still like a statue. Ying Zi was terrified and screamed out a warning. "Brother, watch out." Time seemed to freeze. The images of Zhao Lei and Jiang Kai played out in slow motion before her eyes like a movie reel. Jiang Kai suddenly spun around, unleashing a kick that flew like an arrow, striking Zhao Lei directly in the face. Before he could react, a dark shadow with terrifying speed slammed straight into his face. Zhao Lei took the full force of the kick, collapsed, his eyes wide open as blood flowed nonstop from his mouth. A group of students were carrying moving desks and chairs, complaining as they walked. This is the third trip. The teachers sit in the air-conditioned office and make us do the heavy lifting. It's probably not even a fight, and these desks are already broken. Don't dream on. Just be glad we can finish moving and go home early. The screams of the two vicious girls rang out. Yejing and Ruolan ran over and yelled, "Get out of the way!" Ruolan was full of hatred, her eyes murderous. "Where are your teeth, you little wretch? You dare bite me and draw blood? Let's see if I don't pull out all your dog teeth later." Suddenly, a blinding light appeared at the end of the hallway. Yejing was startled. "Wait, what is that?" Zhao Lai flew backward like a rocket after taking Jiang Kai's kick, slamming hard into Ruolan. The lackey's worried voices called out, "Brother Zhao, big sister." The students moving the desks saw Zhao Lai crash and break things, and were dumbfounded. "It's real. It's really happening. So we don't need to move them anymore. Should I go buy a lottery ticket?" At this moment Ying Zai looked up at Jiang Kai's back. She was still not over her shock. He stood in front of her with a strong, steady back, his hands still clenched tight, his posture valiant as he protected his little sister. Looking at her brother, Ying Zi stammered, "Brother." Zhao Lai forced himself in pain, thinking to himself, "Damn it, it hurts so much. I trained on the Ghost Star, my body's been upgraded. How can I not even take one blow from that kid? He's nothing like the weakling young Master Huang said he was." An image of a leg standing in front of Zhao Lai, who was kneeling on the ground, appeared. It was Jiang Kai, who had somehow come close again. Looking down from above, his gaze was like he was staring at a dead man walking. Waves of killing intent surged, his eyes like a demon's. He spoke slowly, each word ringing out. "You people shouldn't have bullied her." Zhao Lai looked at the person before him, his face pale, drenched in sweat, thinking, this guy's aura is too strong, too terrifying. A female student exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Kaiyan has such an awesome older brother. Look at the state Zhao Lai is in." A male student asked, "Why does he look so familiar to me?" The student next to him replied, "I remember now. He's the Ghost Star explorer Jiang Kai. He's been blowing up lately. He's my idol." Jiang Kai squeezed Zhao Lai's face and asked with full killing intent, "Did you just say you're the rule of this school?" He was too scared, stammering, "Well, what do you want to do?" Jiang Kai punched him in the face and continued, "If you guys like treating tyranny and violence as the rules." Zhao Lai questioned his own existence. "Who am I?" Jiang Kai's voice echoed faintly in his ears. "Then today, I'll make sure your body remembers this lesson well." Another punch landed on his right cheek. He said, "Only the person still standing has the right to talk about rules." Zhao Lai's eyes rolled back, asking himself, "Where am I?" Following that was an uppercut from below the chin. He prayed in agony, "God, please save me." Another punch was about to land. Jiang Kai said, "You dare bully one of Jiang Kai's people." Suddenly a hand grabbed his wrist. Ying Zi's voice rang out, "Brother, stop hitting him." The small girl, her cheeks covered in scratches, held his arm tightly with worried eyes. Jiang Kai instinctively stopped. Ying Zi continued, "Don't fight anymore, okay, brother?" Jiang Kai was silent. He let go and stopped hitting Zhao Lai. He turned his back to Ying Zi without saying a word. Turned around, his green eyes looking toward Ying Zi. His expression had softened a lot, no longer as dangerous as before. He answered gently, "Okay." At this time, Zhao Lai sat on the ground with a bruised face, and behind him Ruolan was not much better, staggering as she sat on the ground. Leaving them behind, Jiang Kai and Tu happily left. He looked at Wei Ying beside his younger sister with loving eyes. Jiang Kai said, "And Tu, go wait for me at the staircase, I will come over in a bit." And Tu obediently replied, "Okay." Without turning his head, he spoke you two. Hearing this, Ruolan and Yijing trembled in fear. In a sharp voice, he continued, "Come here, I have something I want to tell the two of you." Ruolan and Yanjing broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied, "Brother Jiang Kai, no, Brother Jiang Kai, please speak slowly." The sky was dark, the full moon brightly illuminated the sky. A flash of light flickered from a room in the school. Inside was Jiang Kai. He was carefully disinfecting the wound on An Tu's leg. The little girl sat obediently still. He applied medicine to the small scratches on her soft legs. The little girl whimpered in pain each time he wiped the wound. He stopped his hand and asked worriedly, "Antu, did I hurt you?" Antu stubbornly denied it. "No way, I am not hurting at all." "Really? Oh right, aren't you busy in Ghost Star? Why did you come to school to pick me up?" Jiang Kai replied, "If I had not come today, when were you planning to tell me about being bullied?" He paused, looked at his sister with love, and said, "Ever since you were little, you have been like our eldest brother, keeping everything to yourself and not saying anything." Antu turned away in embarrassment and said, "Well, what about you? You are in such a dangerous place in Ghost Star. Did you ever tell us?" Jiang Kai stammered, "That is because..." Antu interrupted, "Brother, even though you come home every time with a bright smiling face, Commander Wei Ying confronting the royal family is not something done recklessly either. The money you send back, I am afraid you had to take risks on Ghost Star to get it, right?" She said painfully, "I just hate that I have no ability. I cannot help you with anything. The only thing I can do is try my best not to make both of you worry." Jiang Kai listened quietly as she continued. "Besides, at first they were not too extreme, just spreading rumors. It has only recently gotten gotten audacious. Moreover, I knew you were busy with an important competition, so I could not let you get distracted. Suddenly noticing Jiang Kai's silence, she quickly asked, "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry?" "I am sorry." He did not answer, reached out and put a bandage on her, then praised, "This little one, you have grown up without me noticing." Standing up, he continued, "And two, you do not need to apologize. The ones at fault are the people who bullied you, not you." He patted her head to comfort her. "Those bastards on Ghost Star cannot kill me. From now on, I will call video every day to report I am safe, so you won't worry. Is that okay? But if you dare endure being bullied again, and our eldest brother will level this school." His face beamed as he said, "Anyway, it is only natural for big brothers to protect their little sister." Antu's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at her brother, deeply moved. Jiang Kai returned the family photo of the three of them to her and said, "Put this away." In the photo, Antu happily held a birthday cake, with Jiang Kai and their eldest brother beside her, looking at her affectionately. Antu happily held the photo, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, "Yes, I understand, thank you, brother." Jiang Kai said, "Alright, let's go home. Our eldest brother will surely be very happy to see us coming home together." Antu happily replied, "Okay." A few days later, on Ghost Star, the scene of a wooden house appeared, surrounded by large trees, with gentle sunlight shining down. Ruan Yu's voice rang out, "Captain Jiang Kai, is this really the secret realm? Or were we set up by the Azure Dragon Guild? It is just an ordinary wooden house." Hu Yan said, "That is right, no traps." Jiang Kai looked around and concluded, "It does not seem fake." He analyzed, "Everyone look, although the outside of the house is old, the inside is tidy and clean. It has clearly been thoroughly searched. The ground in the yard is uneven and bumpy, as if it was dug up and then refilled, probably traces left from their search for the entrance to the secret realm." He recalled Ditang's demeanor and explained, "An arrogant person like him would not stoop to playing dirty tricks even if he lost." Hu Yan replied, "Well, if the Azure Dragon Guild tore this place apart and still could not find anything, how are the three of us supposed to find it?" Ruan Yu agreed, "That is right." Ruan Yu scratched his head, "Wish Nuan were here. Her information gathering ability is very strong. She could definitely find a clue." Hu Yan recalled the moment Yuanju and Nuan waved goodbye. Ji Nao Shan replied, "What can you do? They were called back to their team by the military, right?" Jiang Kai said, "Anyway, we only borrowed them for the competition before. Once the competition ended, it was time for them to return to training." Dusk fell, he said, "Tonight we will rest here, then observe some more." The gentle sunlight shone into the house, making the scene picturesque. Night fell, the moon replaced the sun, everything sank into a hazy, mysterious mist. Ruan Yu had a bubble coming out of his nose, sleeping and dreaming while tightly hugging a rock, a smile on the corner of his mouth. He muttered in his sleep, "You've gotten thinner lately, not as soft to hold, but you are still the wife I love the most." At this moment on the hilltop, Jiang Kai stood quietly looking towards the house, observing the surroundings. He was silently thinking, having watched until now and seen nothing unusual. Could I be wrong? Behind him, a long-haired figure had appeared at some unknown time, standing silently. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Jiang Kai said nonchalantly, "Hu Yan, I am not tired yet, no need to change the shift, you go ahead and sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, the leaves suddenly began to blow away. A strange feeling washed over him. Jiang Kai quickly realized something is wrong. He turned around, the surroundings were only grass, trees, and the rustling of leaves, not a single person. Jiang Kai went back and saw Hu Yan lying next to Ruan Yu. This guy was still sleeping and talking nonsense. "Jiang Kai, Captain, let me hit him, fiend, taste the power of the fox heroine." A black shadow suddenly appeared above his head. Jiang Kai was startled, his pupils constricted. Looking up, he saw a creature with glowing red eyes, a pale face, and disheveled long hair staring at him. A name flashed through Jiang Kai's mind, Spirit Female Fiend. Thinking this, he shot back like a rocket, keeping his distance from her. Without saying much, Jiang Kai decisively unleashed his move, Life Chaser. Life Chaser charged to attack, but it seemed ineffective, passing through the female fiend's body without leaving a wound. Jiang Kai was horrified, unable to believe it. What? Life Chaser cannot hit her. On the other side, the female fiend had already flown away at high speed, her face ferocious, her hair flying wildly. From the air, the female fiend traced a whistling path across the sky, quickly flying towards another direction. Seeing this, Jiang Kai thought, such fast speed. Moreover, that is the direction of the wooden house. Thinking this, he burst with power and chased after the female fiend. He was determined, must catch up. Ghost Eye Surging Cast. Jiang Kai shot forward like a rocket. The wooden house was already right before his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged in, kicking the door in front of him, pieces flying everywhere. The sound of heavy footsteps struck the wooden floor of the house. Jiang Kai abruptly stopped, staring in shock at Wei Ying ahead. Before him was a vanity table, and across from it was a female demon looking into the mirror while stroking her long hair. Jiang Kai was now frozen in place. He watched the female demon's back without a word. In the mirror, the female demon's face appeared as a dry skull with blood-red eyes, holding a comb to her hair. Jiang Kai wasted no more time. He made a swift decision, leaping to attack the female demon Wei Ying. On the other side, the female demon innocently paid him no attention, calmly continuing with her own business. Mid-air, Jiang Kai unleashed a technique called Rotfire. The weapon in his hand shot out, forming 3 beams of light that streaked rapidly toward the female demon. The attack approached, and then passed through her body like an illusion, causing no injury. Jiang Kai grew furious, channeling all his Rotfire and launching the weapon to attack the female demon. She neither dodged nor evaded. As expected, the strike still failed to harm her. Jiang Kai thought in panic, even aiming at her vital points, yet none could inflict damage. Through the shattered window frame, the sunlight gradually emerged behind the hill. In Jiang Kai's hand appeared a card emitting blue-black smoke. He pondered and decided to try again. Without a word, Jiang Kai attacked the female demon once more, the card like an arrow streaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, the card appeared right at her head, but the female demon sat quietly with her back turned, not avoiding it. By the window, the morning sunlight had already appeared, seeping into the room through the shattered frame. The air in the room froze, leaving only the image of the card slowly drifting toward the female demon, as if in slow motion. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes flew wide open. He stared ahead with a look of astonishment. Before him, the female demon had vanished without a trace, leaving only one thought in his mind: she was gone. By now, dawn had broken. Hu Yan's voice rang out from the wooden cabin, full of surprise. "Captain, what did you say?" A figure appeared and passed through this cabin? Ruan Yu beside him asked again, breaking into a cold sweat. A witch. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Kai replied that it happened too fast. He did not have time to wake her up. Hu Yan stroked her chin and thought, asking whether it was related to the Kabi secret. Jiang Kai recalled, saying he thought the same, chased it to the cabin. No matter how he attacked, he could not kill it. At dawn it vanished on its own. That image came back to him. She sat silently before the dressing table, and then disappeared without a trace. Hu Yan was puzzled, when suddenly a laugh echoed inside the wooden cabin. The three fell silent, startled, turning around to where the laughter came from. It was the voice of the stranger from the morning. He said he did not expect him to discover it so quickly. Jiang Kai stared intently at the newcomer, asking in a clear voice, "Who are you?" The voice of one of the 4 strangers rang out. "I am OU, captain of the Azure Dragon Society, the pioneer explorer of this world." OU himself. He stood with a composed and confident demeanor, looking towards Jiang Kai, the captain of the Azure Dragon team. OU. Yan spoke up. "So it is the Azure Dragon Society. You knew about the Wei Ying demon but did not tell us. Do you have ill intentions?" All 3 looked at the group before them with suspicion. Junmo heard this and became angry, stepping forward to say, "Hey, what is that supposed to mean?" OU waved his hand to stop him. "It is fine, she is right, we have motives, but we only wanted to see your strength firsthand. We have no ill intent." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Jiang Kai, you are one of the few people I acknowledge we can cooperate." Jiang Kai did not hesitate, refusing flatly, "Thank you for the high regard, but there is no need for cooperation. I never work with someone I cannot trust." Having said that, Jiang Kai immediately turned around, telling Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, "Let us go." Ting Hao twitched his eye, saying, "What kind of attitude is that brat? Does he think he is that great?" Jun Mo chimed in, "That is right, we spent 2 months without uncovering the secret. Does he think he is so smart?" Jun Yu also felt indignant. Those two are always sleeping soundly, unaware that someone came. Yu curled his lips into a smile then, saying, "I truly admire Jiang Kai's recklessness. Let us see how he performs." Night fell. The hazy crescent moon cast faint rays of light upon the scene. A hoarse voice rang out. "It has appeared." The image of a white-clad figure floating, abruptly appearing behind the wooden cabin. The 3 of Jiang Kai quickly gave chase. He said, "Follow the plan." On the hilltop, the 4 figures of OU's group were silently watching below. Junmo spoke up to ask, "Captain, are we not going to take a look?" OU replied calmly, "Do not rush. If Jiang Kai wants to fight, let him have the chance. It has been so long since I last held it." Ruan Yu held the weapon in his hand, his face full of nostalgia. "I really missed it." He charged toward the cabin like a rocket, smashing through the wall right where the female demon was sitting. Hu Yan sighed in exasperation, quickly asking, "Is that a..." Female demon was combing her hair at that moment. She turned her head to glance over, the corner of her mouth slightly curving into a smile. Jiang Kai spoke up, "Even Ruan Yu's attack was useless. As I said, all attacks are ineffective against this demon." Hu Yan angrily grabbed the leg of the fat man Ruan Yu, who was now lying unconscious on the ground. Jiang Kai was deep in thought, not yet finding a countermeasure. He mused to himself, what is the core issue here? Jiang Kai looked very closely at the female demon's form reflected in the mirror. It seemed she was also looking back at him. Her enchanting red eyes flickered over something, but he did not manage to see clearly. Jiang Kai was startled. Something had flashed by. Hu Yan's voice rang out from behind, urging Run Yu to drink the antidote quickly. Yan looked up at Jiang Kai, asking in confusion, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Ruan Yu on this side had gradually woken up and sat up. Jiang Kai's eyes were filled with strange texts. He said, "There is something wrong with the demon's eyes in the mirror. Did you see it?" Hu Yan looked again, saw nothing unusual, and replied, "No, I see nothing." She turned to ask Ruan Yu. He also answered, "Me neither." Hu Yan questioned further in confusion, "Are your eyes playing tricks on you, Captain?" Jiang Kai did not answer. He told himself, "No, my demon eyes are very focused. They cannot be wrong." Her eyes stared intently, deeply into the eyes reflected in the mirror. He concluded, "It is afraid." Jiang Kai thought to himself, "This matter is not over yet." The female demon's face in the mirror now darkened. Whether from the light or the mirror was unclear. All that could be seen in her eyes were the characters appearing one by one. Horror, nest lair. Hu Yan looked at Jiang Kai, asking worriedly, "What are you muttering about?" Jiang Kai spoke doubtfully, "Horror nest lair?" The moment he finished speaking, the female demon's head rotated 360 degrees, her bloodshot red eyes opening wide to glare at him. She slightly parted her lips, revealing her white teeth, and said slowly, "You," her voice cold and heavy, "you are qualified to step into the horror nest lair of terror." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He felt something was about to happen to him. Boom! Jiang Kai suddenly vanished before the horrified eyes of Hu Yan and Ruan Yu. The two shouted in panic, "Captain!" Hu Yan angrily roared at the female demon, "You bastard, give our captain Jiang Kai back this instant." Having said that, she lunged forward to attack the female demon. She still sat calmly before the mirror, combing her hair as if nothing had happened. The female demon drifted like an illusion. Evading the attack, Hu Yan lost her momentum and crashed straight into the table. The noise from the cabin made Ao Yu realize something was wrong. He said, "It seems something has happened." Ao Yu's group entered the wooden house, and Jun Mo loudly asked them what they were doing. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were waving their arms and legs, striking the air, and talking about the hex mirror that had led Captain Jiang Kai away somewhere. Seeing this, Ao Yu ordered them to be stopped. Ding Hao quickly responded. Ding Hao and Jun Yu stepped forward to firmly grab the arms of the two, not allowing them to continue their crazy actions. Hu Yan struggled and cried out. Ding Hao shouted loudly, telling her not to cause a commotion, because this mirror might be an important clue to solving the secret realm. Ao Yu stepped closer and spoke up to ask about the things that had just happened. He asked where the two people's captain was, but in his heart he wondered how that witch had disappeared. Hu Yan pointed worriedly at the mirror, saying that Captain Jiang Kai had been sucked into it. Ao Yu was startled, thinking to himself, sucked into the mirror. The whole group quickly turned around to look at the mirror behind them. Each person showed extreme terror. Green characters slid by blurry and distorted, with no one able to read the content. Strange streams of dark blue light flared up, and the characters gradually became clear. The personal terror star's secret realm had been activated, and it would disappear forever afterward. Ao Yu exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Another blue panel appeared, announcing the combat progress of the explorer within the terror star. Below was a quest bar, the progress reaching 0 out of 1 million, and the completion time was owned to seconds. Jiang Kai's eyes appeared on it, and he glanced through each line of announcement. He looked around, wondering what was happening as he was sucked into the mirror. The announcement panel refreshed, congratulating him on entering the personal terror star secret realm. Difficulty level 3, time limit 30 minutes. The quest was to kill all living creatures. Every 10 minutes, a chance to ask a question was lost. Completing it would grant an S-rank weapon, or higher. Jiang Kai was startled reading the announcement. The last line was just a wish for a happy challenge. He pondered this challenge in confusion, about the Jiang Kai household mirror, and the terrifying creatures he had not seen. Feeling something below his feet, he thought the challenge had begun. Without hesitation, a weapon appeared in his hand, and he immediately unleashed an infernal flame attack. Jiang Kai warily observed the sky and surroundings, wondering why it was still a pitch-black region. Another announcement appeared, stating that the effect of the flame weapon remained, but the light-emitting ability was stripped away. He read the announcement and realized that this time he had to complete the quest in darkness, unable to see the monsters. In the dark sky, countless pairs of glowing red eyes appeared, staring intently at him. Jiang Kai was startled, stunned as he looked at the scene before him. His eyes widened, reflecting the image of things rushing toward him. Countless disgusting spiders, with backs covered in bloody lumps and sharp fangs, charged straight at him. He thought to himself, they are coming. Without hesitation, he charged into the attack, killing first and figuring things out later. Jiang Kai swung his arm and sharp weapons flew out, leaving bright fiery trails in the darkness. Announcements appeared one after another. Each monster killed rewarded 1 experience point. Jiang Kai paid no attention. He was fully focused on dealing with the swarm of monsters in front of him. Each attack pierced through the disgusting spiders like golden lightning bolts, and they died before they could even get close. The announcements still did not stop Jiang Kai's experience points gradually increasing. Jiang Kai stopped, dust swirling thickly beneath his feet. Looking ahead, the spider swarm had disappeared. He thought to himself whether the challenge was already completed. A few dozen monsters were not that difficult. The moment that thought ended, countless red eyes appeared again in even greater numbers than before. Jiang Kai's mouth dropped open in shock, thinking to himself that this was not good. Ahead was a sea of eyes staring intently, like a giant face laughing maliciously. Jiang Kai stood still looking up at the sky, his hands clenched tightly, preparing for the next battle. Holding a weapon in one hand, he faced thousands of monsters wanting to tear him apart. Jiang Kai quickly stepped back, increasing the distance from the swarm to buy some time. Then he unleashed an infernal flame attack, throwing his weapon forcefully forward. 3 sharp weapons shot forward, leaving long streaks of light. Fire exploded and shockwaves spread out. Countless monsters were blown to pieces. When the explosion dissipated, the monster swarm appeared again, surging toward him as if nothing had happened. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth tightly, sweat pouring out. He panicked, thinking how many there were in total and that he had to be faster. On the mirror at this moment, characters appeared. 77 out of 1 million, time 44 seconds. Oh, you saw this. Thinking the number showed that Jiang Kai had killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds. Junmo commented that the monster's strength probably was not weak. Ding Hao wondered whether the number behind meant there were up to 1 million monsters. Jun Yu broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming that the Terror Star was indeed no place for humans. Hu Yan's face turned pale, her mouth hanging open as she thought about 1 million monsters. She remembered the battle on Yongdong Island with the Merman Lord, where there were a few 100,000 players together at that time. But now Captain Jiang Kai was alone. How could he possibly kill all those monsters? Thinking that, she struggled, wanting to break free from Jun Mo's grasp to go save Jiang Kai, shouting, "Let me go." Ao Yu's voice rang out, telling her she could not enter. She did not understand, asking back about the meaning of those words. Ao Yu explained that this was a personal secret realm, allowing only one person to enter. The rewards were rich, but the challenges were far harsher. He closed his eyes regretfully, adding that although he was very sorry, Jiang Kai probably could not hold on much longer. Hu Yan was startled, his eyes already glistening with tears as he looked at Ao Yu, as if one more word would make him break down. At that moment, within his personal secret realm, Jiang Kai was still facing the terrifying swarm of monsters. He leaped high to avoid the encirclement, but it was only a temporary solution. The monsters had surrounded him, sealing off his escape. Jiang Kai had no room to dodge, and they lunged in to tear him apart. Spiders clung to his body, covering it completely. Exhausted, Jiang Kai desperately wondered if he truly couldn't win this time. He clenched his fists, thinking he couldn't allow himself to be defeated by these lowest-level creatures. He gritted his teeth, blood welling from the corner of his mouth, dripping down his chin in drops. At this moment, he bitterly said he was unwilling. At the critical moment, a notification appeared stating that the explorer was on the verge of death. A dark blue card suddenly materialized, floating in the air right before his eyes. Around the card emanated blue arcane patterns, with a depiction of a scythe-wielding reaper smiling at its center. The card's information appeared: the gambler's personal weapon, the death card, hidden effect of the Wheel of Fortune activated. A question suddenly arose in Jiang Kai's mind. What was that sound just now? His consciousness felt lost in a place enveloped by light, his body gradually dissolving into blue smoke. Looking at the hazy card before him, Wei Ying silently asked, "Light?" His eyes now displayed strange patterns, the demon eye of focus. His thoughts seemed to freeze. In his eyes reflected the silhouette of a girl with flowing white hair, a card floating in her hand. A notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have activated the hidden effect of the Wheel of Fortune from the death card. While in near-death state, the Wheel of Fortune begins to spin. The wheel will select a random outcome for you." Looking at the card in Eyebrain's hand, he thought to himself, the Wheel of Fortune, the death card has a hidden effect. At this moment, she raised both hands high. The mechanical notification continued. Each outcome has 2 sides, reward and punishment. Once the user spins the Wheel of Fortune, it signifies accepting both effects. This effect is multiplied by the gambler's talent, is usable once per month, and refusal also counts as usage. Jiang Kai stared intently at the card, thinking 2-sided and multiplied effects, a chance to survive or eternal damnation. As he pondered, a question suddenly appeared: "Do you wish to spin the Wheel of Fortune now?" Blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth, he curled his lips into a smile and said, "What's there to think about, of course," then paused briefly before shouting loudly, "Spin for me." The card suddenly emitted waves of blue energy, forming strange, glowing runic patterns around it. At this moment, everything became unusual, inexplicable. Jiang Kai's body turned white, leaving only his characteristic green eyes unchanged. Waves of surging power radiated from his body. Jiang Kai felt the pain in his body suddenly vanish. Looking closely at his body, he wondered if this was his own space of consciousness. A dazzling golden light appeared. He raised an eyebrow and looked back, silently saying, "That is." The image of a massive clock emerged, surrounded by golden energy bands forming fantastical spinning runes. Gazing at the object before him, Jiang Kai concluded it was the Wheel of Fortune. The clock's hand then moved from the center position past 12 to the 1 o'clock side. Seeing this, Jiang Kai seemed to understand something, thinking to himself, "It has begun." No sooner had the thought ended than the hand did not stop, rapidly spinning round after round. Jiang Kai stood still, only able to watch the scene unfolding before him. The constantly spinning clock hand suddenly froze, stopping at a different position. The notification content appeared: "The Wheel of Fortune has completed its spin." Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he watched the notification continue to appear. The notification read, Beneficial State Rapid Recovery. Combat consumption will be recovered quickly, lasting 60 minutes. Multiplying talent activated. Rapid recovery upgraded to extreme recovery. All consumption fully restored. Body at its peak. Next, negative state weakness exposed. Weaknesses from injuries easily lethal, lasting 60 minutes. Multiplying activated. Weakness. At this point, streams of golden light began to envelop Jiang Kai's entire body. Energy streams started to move faster and stronger, his whole body glowing brilliantly. Jiang Kai felt as if his body was being surrounded by surging warm water. He mused it was like his entire body was soaking in a hot spring. The energy seemed to explode within him, his whole body ignited as if by flames, radiating outward. At this moment in reality, after receiving this immense power, Jiang Kai looked at the swarm of monsters no differently than a god looking at mortals. The hideous spiders still lunged forward, wanting to tear Jiang Kai apart, blissfully unaware of what was about to happen. With just a single twist of his body, Jiang Kai flung them flying outwards. He shouted loudly, "Death!" The card appeared at terrifying speed, piercing through the bodies of each spider in its path. Jiang Kai controlled from afar. One by one, they were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Wherever the card flew, not a single one was left alive. He gently raised his hand, and the card, as if receiving a summons, swiftly flew back into his grasp. Jiang Kai turned his back, the death card floating lightly in his hand. He stated bluntly, "If the pieces are set, then next." His eyes sparkled, a faint smile curling on his lips. It is a life or death gamble. A brilliant golden flare shot from the card across the air. One spider after another was pierced, their blood splattering and scattering across the ground. The area around Jiang Kai was now swarming with spiders. Although he had killed many, it seemed like a drop in the ocean. Assessing the situation, Jiang Kai quickly analyzed. The extreme strike time only lasts 10 seconds, then falls into a prolonged recovery state, unable to handle a drawn-out battle. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, just now after the death card upgraded its tracking capability, the attack efficiency was much higher. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful blow, the immense energy sending the surrounding monsters flying. A card appeared in Jiang Kai's left hand, the same one from before, waves of energy scattering around it. Without hesitation, he threw the card with great force and said, "Go." The powerful impact force made the card fly at a terrifying speed, dragging waves of flame rolling along its flight path. He counted down the seconds. With each tick, the card swept through a large swath of the spider swarm, burning them to ashes. 3, 2, 1. As the final number fell, a series of explosions resounded around him, the shockwaves spreading everywhere. The earth and rocks beneath his feet were also blasted away by the destructive force of the attack. Jiang Kai calmly turned his back to Wei Ying, leaving behind the monsters that had been burned to ashes. With a satisfied, confident face, he thought to himself, "Just let the death card carry the flame to burn across a wide area," gently smiling, determined to eliminate more monsters through a chain reaction. At this moment, the continuous explosions had not yet ceased, the giant spiders unable to withstand such a terrifying kill frequency. Standing at a distance, Jiang Kai controlled the card to annihilate the monster horde, thinking the death card was controlled by thought, so its range far exceeded a tracking card. The image of the death card at this moment seemed to be opening its mouth in a hearty laugh, delighted to be fighting. Firelight still blazed ceaselessly, the giant spider swarm rapidly decreasing in number, but time was still needed to wipe them out. After a while, the smoke and flames gradually dissipated, leaving behind charred spider corpses piled in heaps on the ground. Jiang Kai said in surprise, "What is going on? Are these guys moving too slow? After all, they are Mystic Realm monsters, don't be so weak, alright? Fine, I will just find you all." Outside, the mirror displayed Jiang Kai's monster kill progress. 416 out of 1 million. Time elapsed, 209 seconds. Hu Yan worriedly asked Ruan Yu, "Is the mirror broken? Why did the kill count suddenly stop?" Hao Yu, hearing this, said it's only paused for a few dozen seconds. But in a mystic realm with 1,000,000 beasts besieging one person, a few seconds decides life and death. Junmo also added, "That is right, with the mystic realm difficulty this high, it's normal for Jiang Kai to encounter trouble. Instead of worrying, wait for him to come out and arrange psychological counseling." Hu Yan tearfully retorted stubbornly, "It is you who needs mental help. You're jumping to conclusions without knowing the result. I believe in the team leader." Junmo said displeased, "Isn't this situation enough? We worked hard for several months, and thanks to Jiang Kai accidentally entering the mystic realm, he can make it through, and I won't say a word. But looking at the current situation, the opportunity has been wasted. 1,000,000 wild beasts, I bet Jiang Kai will definitely die." A voice rang out. "Die from what?" It was Ruan Yu, his chubby face staring intently at Junmo, his hands clenched in fists. Junmo fell silent, not saying a word. Ruan Yu's attitude made him dare not speak nonsense anymore. Ruan Yu asked again, "I am asking you, die from what?" Junmo lost patience and angrily said, "Are you people unwilling to accept the truth? If Jiang Kai comes out alive, I will kneel and call him grandma." After saying that, he stepped in front of Ruan Yu and made a demand. "If not, you must kneel and call me grandma." He gritted his teeth and asked, "You dare?" Ruan Yu calmly replied, "Bet accepted." Suddenly, Hu Yan's urgent voice rang out, "Oh my god, what is happening?" While they were locked in a heated stare-down, Junmo and Ruan Yu startledly turned back to look at the mirror. The monster kill progress notification had changed, 6 and 20 out of 1 million. Inside the mystic realm, another massive explosion appeared, the firelight illuminating the entire area, the surrounding earth and rocks shattering. Another swarm of spiders emerged, raising their fangs and claws towards Jiang Kai. He descended from the sky, muttering to himself, "So you were all here, huh? Hey, you guys are Mystic Realm monsters for goodness sake," he said while launching an attack. Each strike was like a bomb blast. Seeing them trying to retreat, he spoke up, "Runware, keep fighting, do not stop, no matter what." At this moment, the entire monster horde had fallen into a pit of fire, countless numbers blasted apart, the earth and rocks shattered, smoke and dust dense and thick. Flame waves enveloped the entire region. Those not caught in the blast were sliced in half by the cards. During that entire period, one massive explosion after another followed without pause. After a while, he stopped attacking, the flame waves slowly dying out, leaving behind towering columns of black smoke and drifting ashes everywhere. The power of the death card in his hand gradually receded, the flames on his fingertips also fading. A notification appeared. All Mystic Realm creatures eliminated. Time used 1447 seconds. Jiang Kai, with an arrogant expression, faintly smiled, the card in his hand synchronizing with him, creating an unsettlingly charming air. He wondered to himself, is it over already? Still had over 30 minutes of super fast recovery state left. What a waste. As his words ended, a brilliant circle of light appeared behind him, emitting a dazzling golden radiance. He was slightly startled and turned back to look. At that moment, a resplendent golden mirror appeared accompanied by a voice. "Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the trial of the Lair of Horror." It was the voice of a girl, the guardian of the Mystic Realm. She continued, "Now I will tally your rewards." Jiang Kai was amazed. Was this the Mystic Realm guardian that the enemy player had mentioned? Her voice continued, "Now you may ask the mirror for 5 hint questions, not exceeding the scope of authority." Jiang Kai was delighted, stroking his chin and thought, it would be such a waste to use such a good opportunity just to ask for the gambler class change formula. Knowing a bit of the truth about the Ghost Star would also make it easier to handle the dangers ahead. He was thinking. The mirror displayed a countdown timer, 4 minutes 32 seconds remaining. Claire reminded him, "Please ask your questions quickly, the power of the hint mirror will be exhausted after 5 minutes. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he thought, there is a time limit too? Without hesitation, he quickly asked, "What is the relationship between the Ghost Star, Star Beast and Blue Star?" At this moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the image of the two facing each other. Jiang Kai thought no response. Could it be that the difficulty of the question exceeded the scope of authority? Claire said, "Your first question exceeds authority. You now have 4 remaining opportunities to ask." Jiang Kai thought to himself, as expected. He changed the question, so in the gambler class change materials, the spontaneous flame, the altered metal, the floating mud, and the gentle breeze, what they respectively refer to. The surface of the mirror suddenly rippled, streaks of golden light gently curling, as if something was about to appear. Seeing this, he was secretly overjoyed. Here it comes. Opposite him, Claire, at once like an angel and like a demon, gently raised both hands, the mirror surface behind her surging with light. Jiang Kai's eyes widened, staring intently. He said, "Wait, this is..." In the mirror appeared the image of a withered tree, on whose branches flames were burning. He was stunned, exclaiming, "The Heaven Fire Tree." Jiang Kai stood frozen, looking at the image of the Heaven Fire Tree radiating a brilliant, blazing light, dazzling before his eyes. The image of a fireball appeared, radiating scorching sparks. He remembered Nuan's words. Those 20-year-old celestial fire trees, those over 30 years old could become spirits, and after killing monsters, they would drop fire tree hearts to enhance fire effects. Jiang Kai exclaimed happily, that was right, fire could be produced without directly burning matter. He told himself, the heart of the celestial fire tree relied on natural combustion. He should have thought of it the first time in the Liao Yan mountain range. The mirror disappeared, returning to its original image. Jiang Kai stared intently and continued asking. Silver white iron was a mineral of the ghost crystal, liquid at room temperature. Unexpectedly, it changed unpredictably. A flash of light appeared at the back of his neck, as if he saw something. The scene in the mirror changed, revealing a barren rocky land, without a single blade of grass or tree. He thought it was a desert, but his eyes suddenly widened as he shook his head in denial. In the mirror was an orange-red scene, with no one in sight, and on the ceiling appeared floating white light particles. After a moment of thought, he concluded they were specks of dust. He analyzed. When dust fell to the ground, it became soil. When it floated up, didn't it become dust in the air? As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror changed the scene, revealing a clear blue sky with clouds drifting lazily. Jiang Kai stroked his chin and wondered. This time it was the sky, but it seemed there was nothing. What did it have to do with the still wind? Looking closely at the scene before him, he suddenly felt like he grasped something. He exclaimed, wait, it was not nothing, but there was also air. A notification appeared. The 5 questions of your mirror hint had been answered. Standing before the mirror, Jiang Kai propped his chin in thought. Celestial fire tree heart, silver white iron, worldly dust, air, the 4 materials for a level 20 bet were all very common. The important thing was to break out of old thinking patterns, to see what others did not see. So couldn't it be that the river water at the source was 8 parts? Thinking of this, he said aloud, in nature's endless cycle, the most common thing was rainwater. He rejoiced inwardly. The answer was clear. What surprises would this new gambler profession bring after the class change? Lost in thought, he heard Claire say, "Now I will give you the second reward." Jiang Kai's gaze froze, his whole body slowing down as he stared intently at the Wei Ying before him. An object appeared before him, seemingly made of glass, with 8 perfectly square sides and a round hole in the center. Attached information: "Congratulations, you have received the SS rank weapon Holy Radiance Crystal." He murmured the name of the item, then reached out his hand to grasp the floating object. Information appeared. The Holy Radiance Crystal was an SS rank weapon. When activated, it would create a light ring half a meter in radius around the target, triggering a soul cleansing effect, purifying abnormal mental states and granting immunity to a random type of mental attack. Jiang Kai exclaimed in astonishment, a light ring around the target. That meant this Holy Radiance Crystal could not only be used by him, but also for others, as convenient to use as a death card manipulated by will. Holding the crystal in his hand, he continued, most importantly was the purification effect. Recalling the female demon, he thought humans have never been strong against mental attacks. The elite female demon with her piercing sonic laughter had stopped many explorers in their tracks. His face confident, he said, now, along with the previous undead gauntlet outer armor, I have 2 pieces of equipment immune to mental attacks. Another notification appeared. The light ring in combat could bind the target, restricting their movement. Consuming no energy, killing a target would replenish energy for the Holy Radiance Crystal. The purification state lasted 10 minutes. The binding lasted from 3 seconds to 180 seconds depending on distance and the opponent's strength. Reading the information on the panel, he asked in surprise, there is also a skill to restrict movement? Although the Holy Radiance Crystal was surprising, it only had purification and combat support functions. He wondered, why was its SS rank so high? The notification panel updated. The Holy Radiance Crystal was the only Ghost Crystal rank weapon. Through a secret realm, others obtained divine orders that could upgrade it, unlocking a 2-time activation state. Mused, the only Ghost Crystal rank weapon. Looking at the crystal, Jiang Kai analyzed. The death card was a weapon exclusive to the Wei Ying Gambler, while the Holy Radiance Crystal had no class restrictions, but there was only one in the entire Ghost Crystal rank. He thought to himself, at a critical moment it could become my trump card. At this moment, on the mirror, the information changed. Progress 1 million out of 10 million. Time used 1,755 seconds. He unhappily asked Ruan Yu to help check how many zeros were ahead. Ruan Yu shouted, that was right, 1 million. Jiang Kai team challenged successfully. You found it hard to believe. What 1 million monsters in the secret realm were eliminated by Jiang Kai? Junmo said, damned, I think the mirror must be broken. The surface of the mirror before him suddenly lit up, a dazzling glow spreading throughout the wooden cabin, startling everyone. Ao Yu, covering his eyes with his hand, still tried to look towards the mirror to see what was happening. Hu Yan's face was filled with astonishment and joy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the Wei Ying before the mirror. Jiang Kai stood quietly, having appeared before everyone unexpectedly. Jiang Kai appeared like a miracle, his expression calm, a slight smile on his lips. Cheers of joy rang out. Outside the wooden cabin, a series of light circles appeared like floating pixels. The scenery of the hill and everything around became clearly visible. Ruan Yu excitedly asked, Jiang Kai team, did the cavern's secret realm really have 1 million monsters? How did you kill them? Hu Yan also with questions. Were there other trap mechanisms? Did the secret realm warden give you a hard time? Jiang Kai smiled gently. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, both of you at once. I cannot answer everything. Oh, you spoke up, Jiang Kai. To be honest, I do not know how you did it, and I am a bit unwilling, but congratulations on passing the personal secret realm. He paused, extended his hand and continued. I also apologize for my previous arrogance. Apologize for hiding the matter of the female demon to test you, and even more for looking down on you. You are the most outstanding young explorer I have ever met. Jiang Kai smiled faintly. What kind of person I am does not need anyone to define. Ao Yu was stunned as he watched Jiang Kai extend his hand towards him. Jiang Kai looked at him, continued. But thank you for the sincere praise, I accept your apology. Also, actually you are not bad either. Ao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Her 2 hands clasped firmly, expressing close friendship. Oak. Outside, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu smiled happily watching them. Jun Mo and his teammates also wore stunned expressions as they looked at their captain. Hu Yan crossed her arms and said, why do I remember someone bet that if Jiang Kai team survived and returned, they would have to do something. The entire group instinctively turned their heads, Jun Mo's face turning ashen, cold sweat pouring out. Jiang Kai, not understanding, immediately asked Hu Yan what kind of extreme fish she was talking about. Before Hu Yan could answer, Jun Mo knelt down, his face flushed red with embarrassment, letting out a ghostly cry. A few days later, the sky was clear, revealing the image of a tall white building. Inside the house, Hu Yan anxiously said why Captain Jiang Kai took so long to change class. Ruan Yu comforted her, saying a new profession needed some time. At this moment, Jiang Kai was floating in midair, surrounded by blazing rays of light. Beneath his feet appeared a strange circular blue pattern, gently rotating. The energy source exploded violently, blowing back his hair, streams of light wrapping around his body. Jiang Kai snapped his eyes open, thinking to himself, finally successful. Just then, a notification appeared, congratulating him on completing the level 20 class change. His new profession was Trickster Master, showing an image of a person wearing a wide-brimmed hat, sporting a ponytail, holding a Rubik's Cube, surrounded by falling playing cards. Seeing this, Jiang Kai muttered, Trickster Master sounds more specialized in gambling. The notification board refreshed again, reminding that he had become a Trickster Master after the class change. After the class change, the double talent increased basic attributes by 100% and upgraded all current talents. The super double talent reached 100%, unable to increase further, but the super critical rate went from 1% to 3%, and the super critical hit from 0.1% to 0.2%. After reading, Jiang Kai was overjoyed, thinking both rates had increased, even if just a little. It was a glimmer of hope to turn the tables. Jiang Kai looked up at iBrain, asking if the Trickster Master came with a new talent. iBrain replied that he would receive the talent, Cross the Sea Deceitfully. Cross the Sea Deceitfully carried a powerful deceptive ability, making him better at using language to bewilder opponents. Fooling the opponent's judgment, Jiang Kai thought this was an upgraded version of the trickery state. If used well, it would bring surprises. The text continued, thanks to the double talent, he received a second random talent, Agility Enhancement. Agility Enhancement permanently increased his agility stat by 40%. Jiang Kai was astonished. This 40% was even higher than the bonuses from running the wall and earth horror. He said slowly with full confidence, Trickster Master, just you wait and see. In the research room, an image of Jiang Kai appeared on the large screen filled with streams of data. A man's voice sounded. Clearly a past test had shown only D rank. Didn't expect him to become the guild competition champion. Lan entered, saying initially when she saw him refuse conscription and claim he would defeat the royal family, she laughed at him for not knowing his place. But through the matches, she realized she was the frog at the bottom of a well. She looked up at the image of the person appearing. He had succeeded. The royal family no longer dared to pressure the military. Professor Lee agreed. Perhaps the evaluation system should be improved. Lan handed over a tablet, saying this was the latest data on the Nirvana Temple teleportation, asking him to study it for any common patterns. He adjusted his glasses, asking how many countries had made discoveries, up to 55, and nothing had been gained for so long. Time was running out. Lan replied, but she had a feeling they would find it soon. The sun set, the moon hung low, casting gentle beams over the forest. The three of them, Jiang Kai, were strolling leisurely. Hu Yan leaned against a tree trunk, sighing, so tired, wandering around, and still no sign of a moonwolf fiend. Ruan Yu asked if someone might have come to level up earlier and killed all the wolves there. Jiang Kai described the wolf's appearance, saying impossible, because a moon wolf fiend was different. It could stand upright, fight flexibly, and was very strong. He looked at Ruan Yu and continued, small guilds wouldn't dare touch it, and if a big guild came, there would have been rumors. Suddenly, a voice full of doubt rang out, Blood Moon. Hu Yan held a bagua compass, cold sweat streaming, saying it couldn't be that unlucky. Jiang Kai saw she was acting strange and quickly asked. Hu Yan replied she cast a divination in her free time and discovered tonight was a blood moon. A blood moon could activate the ancient bloodline of the wolves, causing them to take human form, their strategy and intelligence both skyrocketing. Ruan Yu fearfully said she heard when a blood moon approached, wolf fiends would hide and wait. No wonder none were seen today. Jiang Kai said the moon wolf fiend tribe numbered no less than 100. After taking human form, their strength was comparable to an armored stegosaurus. This place had at least 100 monsters as strong as a general rank armored stegosaurus. Ruan Yu was drenched in sweat, trembling as she asked if they should retreat. Jiang Kai's eyes were unwavering. He said coldly, it's too late now. The three of them all looked up at the dark red moon in the sky. Jiang Kai continued, the blood moon night has arrived. High above, the moon had turned an eerie blood red, its crimson light engulfing everything, making the scene sinister. On the ground, only the rustling of leaves could be heard, grass and trees blown by the wind. Hu Yan raised a hand to shield her eyes, the wind causing her compass to fall. The compass rolled away. She hurriedly chased after it, panickedly crying out, my compass. From behind the trees, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, staring intently at the group in the forest. Hu Yan was still frantically searching for her item, completely unaware of the danger right before her eyes. A dark figure with blazing red eyes suddenly shot out like an arrow towards Hu Yan. She was startled, unable to react, standing frozen as she saw the creature charge closer. The dark figure was like a ghost, speeding through the air, closing in extremely fast. Jiang Kai urgently shouted, Hu Yan, get out of the way. At this moment, Hu Yan involuntarily raised both hands, her face full of shock as she looked at what she had just caught. Her purple eyes shimmered with fear. Lifting the small cat, she cried out in panic, "Oh no, the compass." Jiang Kai was about to come to the rescue, but seeing Hu Yan holding the cat, he was speechless. "What is this?" In her hands was an adorable little fox, its soft pink fur wriggling and acting spoiled. Hu Yan's face was full of question marks. Her brain seemed overloaded as she looked at the creature in her hands. She said softly, "Can we negotiate? Can you spit out everything in your mouth and give it back to me?" The little fox seemed to choke, its whole body trembling violently, about to vomit something up. Its uncomfortable expression vanished, and it broke into a cheerful smile directed at Hu Yan. Her face stiffened. Hu Yan was speechless. That smile was even uglier than crying. She cried out in anger, shouting, "You idiot, give it back to me." Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu quickly stopped her, saying, "Hu Yan, calm down." In the gloomy forest under the blood moon, Jiang Kai's group was still having their fun. Turning his head unconsciously, he felt something was off and said, "Wait, what is this feeling?" Behind him, countless pairs of eyes had appeared, staring intently. At the center was a large figure with blood-red eyes. In the darkness, monsters stepped out one by one. They were wolf-like in shape but walked on two legs, with thick fur and sharp fangs. A notification appeared. The enemies were Moon Orchid rank mutated Wolf Yao. Jiang Kai shouted, "They are mutated Wolf Yao. We are surrounded. Prepare for battle." Ruan Yu warned Wei Ying and Hu Yan. Ruan Yu smashed the wine bottle in his hand. Charging into the horde with his shield, Ruan Yu said, "So many sworn brothers. I am the Wolf King. Line up, and I will love each and every one of you." Jiang Kai was startled and shouted, "Not good." Ruan Yu charged in without entering his state of finding joy in hardship. A frost shield alone cannot withstand a whole pack of mutated wolves. He hurriedly chased after him, saying, "Hu Yan, we are following Ruan Yu." She immediately replied, "Okay." On one side, 5 mutated wolves had already charged forward, while Ruan Yu was still engrossed in his speech. Jiang Kai attacked from behind, flames surging forth. He thought to himself, "Remember that these creatures have strong attacks but weak defenses. I must keep my distance and use long-range attacks." A powerful attack shot forward. Before they could react, their bodies were pierced. Then, a colossal surge of energy within their bodies erupted and exploded. Notification appeared, killing 5 level 45 Moonwolf Yao mutants. Ruan Yu now seemed to go crazy, crying and screaming, "My sworn brothers! How frustrating! Someone ruined this king's business again." Jiang Kai stood behind him with a serious, contemplative expression. Strange, why didn't the huge pack of Wolf Yao all attack at once? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, are they testing our strength? At this moment, seeing their comrades dead, the monster horde advanced again. Jiang Kai's thought became clear. Indeed, standing opposite the horde, he had confirmed his speculation was correct. Without hesitation, he swung his hand. Flames rose up one after another. Weapons shot forward quickly, aiming at the monster horde. A huge burst of energy exploded. A wave of fire spread outward from the explosion's center. The monsters were being burned. The explosion faded, leaving behind thick black smoke rising high into the air. Behind, the ferocious, unafraid pack of mutated wolves was still advancing to challenge them. Hu Yan screamed in panic, "Captain Jiang Kai, this time the special order has triggered a critical hit 4 times. 17 Wolf Yao, but we only killed 4. Jiang Kai fell silent. "I need to find a strategy quickly." He thought, "These guys are clever. They are spreading out, preventing me from creating area of effect damage." Hu Yan felt as if she had been shocked. She panicked and turned to look behind her. She shouted loudly, "Watch out behind you." A mutated wolf had circled around to Jiang Kai's back at some point. From above, it raised its claws and pounced down. Time seemed to slow down. He stood with his back to the monster, expressionless, motionless. Sharp claws descended rapidly. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes as he glanced back. The huge claw swiped through an afterimage. Jiang Kai vanished from his original spot like a phantom, heaven concealing sea crossing. His figure appeared high in the sky. He said, "What you see is only what I allow. Now enjoy the pain of death." He spun around and shouted, "Special order, go." The weapon shot forward, piercing straight into the monster's body. A brilliant light energy exploded. A painful roar rang out. A notification appeared, killing 1 level 55 Moonwolf Yao mutant. On this side, Ruan Yu charged his shield towards 3 monsters, saying, "My sworn brothers, Big Brother Wolf King is here." His face was full of perversion. He still hadn't noticed the streaks of fire that had just flashed past him. The 3 mutated wolves were hit by the attack and were quickly eliminated. Another notification appeared, killing 3 level 55 Moonwolf Yao mutants. Seeing this, Ruan Yu collapsed to his knees and lay on the ground, wailing loudly. Hu Yan said that was too dangerous. If the captain had acted in time, Ruan Yu would have nearly died. She picked up the cat and pinched its cheek, saying, "Don't think I won't do anything just because you're cute. Spit out the compass now or I'll throw you to the wolves to be eaten." Jiang Kai was startled and looked back. In the distance, another group of monsters was rushing over. He spoke up, "Hu Yan, direction 4 o'clock." Hu Yan turned around in panic, startled by the scene before her. A mutated wolf charged close. Its claws were about to reach her. Huyan trembled, thinking it's too late. The claws descended from above. A spurt of blood flew out. The wolf had slashed Huyan. 3 deep claw marks on her arm bled profusely, each crimson drop falling to the ground. Huyan fell, his hand aching but still clutching Hulin tightly in his arms. Suddenly the wolf demons opened their mouths in fear, looking at Wei Ying as if seeing something terrifying. Jiang Kai realized the wolf demons were afraid, as if they sensed an extremely frightening aura. He looked back in panic. Wait, the direction they were looking was strange. A loud shout rang out calling Huyan's name. Hu Lin had changed state, becoming dangerous, standing protectively in front of Huyan. Jiang Kai didn't have time to think and launched an attack, his weapon flying straight toward Wei Ying, aiming at Hu Lin. But halfway through its flight, his weapon was blocked mid-air by an invisible force. Huyan was enveloped by a surge of power, lifted into the air. Jiang Kai exclaimed in shock. Hu Lin's immense power exploded. She slowly rose, dragging Huyan along. Jiang Kai shouted Huyan's name in fear. A dazzling red light radiated from Hu Lin's body. Jiang Kai raised a hand to shield his eyes, trying to look toward Wei Ying. The dust cleared, the dark red sky gradually revealing itself. Jiang Kai was astonished to see a blazing pink sphere of light, emitting a mystical energy around it. Huyan lay motionless inside the sphere, slowly regaining consciousness, groaning in pain. Her purple eyes opened, and Huyan asked who she was. Hu Lin appeared in human form, with pink hair and ears, staring intently at Huyan. She reached out to stroke Huyan's cheek, saying she held out longer than expected. Hu Lin smiled, looking at Huyan, saying she was clearly as weak as a rabbit, but very stubborn. Hu Lin's hand touched the wound caused by the wolf demon. Huyan winced in pain, black smoke rising. Hu Lin glanced over, opened her mouth and said how troublesome. With that, Hu Lin waved her hand, power enveloped the wound, the black smoke dissolving along her fingers. She parted her lips, revealing 2 small fangs, her pink tongue slowly extending out. Hu Lin lowered her head, her small tongue touching the wound, causing Huyan to let out a soft cry. Huyan's face flushed red. Hu Lin licked the wound while telling her to bear with it, little rabbit. Suddenly, a ripple appeared, Hu Lin's barrier being struck from outside. She glanced up, let out a surprised sound, thinking how interesting that someone was still conscious under her suppression. Outside, Jiang Kai was desperately punching Hu Lin's barrier. Hu Lin stood up, a smile at the corner of her mouth looking at Jiang Kai, her seductive voice ringing out, "If that's the case, I'll play with you." From within the barrier, a sudden pink beam shot straight toward Jiang Kai's forehead. He stood still, his thoughts in chaos, wondering why this suddenly happened. He spoke in a low voice, staring straight ahead, sweat streaming down his face. Jiang Kai felt like he was electrocuted, a strange sensation lingering in his heart. Turning his head to look back, he thought to himself what was going on. His eyes widened, he said in disbelief, "Wait, this place is." A desolate scene like the apocalypse appeared. He questioned himself doubtfully. The flow of thoughts unceasing, he remembered how he ended up here. He was just in the forest of goblins, Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, the wolf demons. Where was the fox? He called out loudly. A cry for help rang out, the ground suddenly shook. He placed his hand on the ground, sensing the tremor, analyzing it as a giant creature weighing over 50 tons. Cry for help rang out again, a panicked boy fleeing and calling for help to someone. Behind him, a massive three-headed monster with red eyes charged forward, creating a scene of chaos. It roared with ferocity and destruction. Jiang Kai recognized the creature, thinking it was a beast god. Huge, three-headed monster, despite its size, charged toward the group with terrifying speed. Jiang Kai was stunned, not knowing how he was here or where the beast god came from. He clenched his fists, thinking in confusion, damn it. Seeing the group about to be attacked, Jiang Kai shouted loudly, but had no skills. He speculated that the system malfunctioned and sent him back to Blue Star. He rejected that thought, quickly realizing this place was an illusion created by the fox's strange ability. Looking at the roaring monster, he analyzed that the chance of an ordinary person encountering a real beast god was very low. He ran while thinking, so far he still hadn't seen any superhumans appear. With his strong physique, he quickly distanced himself from the ordinary people. A terrified scream came from behind, begging everyone to save my child. It was the voice of a woman carrying a child while fleeing. She had been bitten firmly by the monster. The baby in her arms flew off. The child's piercing cry echoed, but no one cared. Everyone only wanted to escape. Jiang Kai told himself to stay calm. This was not the time to play hero. Even if it was an illusion, the consequences of dying were unclear. Time seemed to slow down. The baby's crept echoing in his mind. The image of a hand holding the injured child surfaced in his mind like an old film reel. His footsteps halted, dust flew up, white streaks of force shot out. He stopped running. The thoughts in his head formed 2 words, damn it. Even though it wasn't real, seeing the baby about to face death, Jiang Kai could not lie to his heart. He could not turn a blind eye. With a determined face, at his fastest speed, he rushed to snatch the baby from the monster's jaws. Losing its prey, the monster roared furiously, charging forward to chase Jiang Kai. At this moment he said nothing, only hugged the child tightly, using all his strength to flee from the monster. His clothes were soaked in blood, torn into large shreds when he saved the child. He gasped for breath, thinking to himself that he was about to be exhausted. Although he had undergone much training in the demon realm and become stronger, once he could not use skills, he was just an ordinary person. Not giving him time to rest, the monster attacked again, a shockwave from behind shooting towards him. The ground shattered, his foot got stuck in a puddle on the ground. He was startled, realizing something was wrong. Sharp spikes began to thrust up from the ground. Before falling, he hurriedly tossed the child up high to avoid the spikes. But the place where the child fell now was another sharp spike waiting. Time seemed to stop. The child fell only a very small distance from the spike. In the final moment, Jiang Kai used all his strength to reach out and hold the child tightly, a bright smile appearing on his tired face. The child's hand was still trembling. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He caught it. The joy did not last long. The saliva-covered tongue and sharp teeth of the giant monster had opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. Jiang Kai's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, his face covered in wounds, helplessly watching what was about to happen. In a slimy place, surrounded by liquid, he and the child were slowly sinking. With the last bit of consciousness left, Jiang Kai thought about his end. He was probably about to rot away. Strange, was this pain from being digested just an illusion? A voice suddenly rang out, like someone else's, but perhaps from deep within his heart. He told himself, look, that is the price for trying to play the hero. Who did he think he was? Kill a few useless creatures by luck and thought he was an invincible savior. The image of the child, covered in blood and crying, appeared, but he could do nothing else. He was completely powerless, watching himself and the child slowly fall into the darkness. The words still echoed in his ears. He could do nothing, just a pitiful worm who could not protect anyone. On his wounded face, tears rolled down. He spoke in despair, I cannot protect everyone. The voice seemed to mock. That is right, admit it, you cannot even take care of yourself. How can you care for others? In his tired eyes, he saw a familiar figure approaching. It was his own silhouette. The voice from the inner reflection spoke again, asking, humans are inherently selfish, are they not? How pitiful. Actually, you have already done enough. Another Jiang Kai slowly reached out to caress his wounded face, then held him in his arms. The voice still echoed, so do not try anymore, just rest. At this moment, he felt like he was sinking deep in the ocean, bubbles flowing past, the faint sunlight almost within reach. The scene shifted. A woman's voice called, little Jiang Kai, what are you daydreaming about? Sit down, eat while it is hot. Beside her was a man reading a newspaper. This boy is too tired. He has been pushing himself too hard lately. A warm scene emerged, a happy family of 3 with simple meals. Jiang Kai was startled. He was still in his battle-damaged clothes, standing in the middle of the house. The woman chuckled. What else on normal days when he falls? It hurts so much his eyes water, but he insists on gritting his teeth and saying it does not hurt. The man also nodded. That is right. Our little Jiang Kai has always been a man, but no matter how strong he is still a child. He seemed frozen, his face shifting from surprise to disbelief, finally filled with doubt as he looked at the figures before him. His lips trembled, he bit his teeth tightly, and called out, choked with emotion, Dad, Mom. His father's voice was warm, little Jiang Kai, if you are tired, then come home. The tender call seemed to hold 1,000 words. He felt like he had returned to childhood. Before him was a chicken leg and a full bowl of rice. Reaching out with a tender, clumsy hand, wanting to touch their figures, he whispered, come home. Little boy Jiang Kai, with a trembling hand, held out the rice bowl. His voice stammered, Dad, Mom, I am sorry, but... Sitting opposite him, his parents listened in silence. Suddenly, the small hand in an instant transformed into a powerful armored arm that slammed down on the table. This is... my choice, the grown Jiang Kai affirmed. Hearing this, his parents suddenly burst into laughter. A wisp of white smoke mixed with a slight blue emanated from the 2 of them, their voice full of joy. What to do? We have to give in to this boy. That is right, he has grown up. He has his own opinion now. Before completely disappearing, they left words of encouragement. Then do not forget your original wish. Continue to bravely move forward. Son, we will always be proud of you. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, choked up and answered, yes. Watching the smoke about to fade completely, he gave a bright smile, I understand. Peaceful moment only lasted a few minutes before a terrible calamity struck. Jiang Kai was suddenly sucked into an empty space devoid of light. That place also had broken pieces of glass, and before his eyes were the newborn silhouettes of himself. Behind that glass, on the verge of shattering, other hungry monsters were waiting. The strange things did not stop. A duplicate of Jiang Kai suddenly appeared in this place. He saw him and widened his eyes in shock. What? As for him at this moment, he could not help but be furious, glaring at him. Everything here is indeed your trick. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai immediately summoned the divine weapon, an aura bursting around him. His duplicate sneered mockingly. What a surprise. You were not captivated by the illusion. Was it not beautiful enough? Jiang Kai's face darkened, his sharp eyes staring at the opponent. No matter how beautifully it is painted, I know it is just an illusory bubble. Rather than cowering here, I would rather shatter it with my own hands. He chuckled sullenly. The bubbles in that beautiful illusion burst. Is it like this? He spoke as he raised the hazy pink bubble high, filling the space. He continued to sneer. That's a pretty good way to put it. I like it. So now, why don't you guess? Within the falsehood you speak of, oh, can it kill you? His teacher shot towards him. Jiang Kai immediately twisted his body to dodge. You're not afraid to face that monstrous original. Then I bet, with such trivial tricks, you won't last a single blow. Jiang Kai's pupils lit up with a golden light. He stabilized the holy radiance, activating the special effect to purify the soul. Two identical forms, two opposing souls within the fantastical space. The previously still night outside was disturbed by a passing breeze. Jiang Kai had returned to reality in a way that left him unwilling. I'm back. Just as he steadied himself, he saw a familiar, slightly plump figure lying on the ground before him, yawning. This was bad. Could Huyan have been taken away? As soon as he asked, Huyan was released and fell back, landing right into his arms. He looked at her. Her wounds were completely healed. Did that fox demon heal Huyan? Huyan was dreaming of something, her cheeks flushed, whining, so annoying. Jiang Kai pouted. But what was she dreaming about to make her face so red? A voice echoed directly from nowhere. Adventurer from the Holy Radiance Kingdom? More interesting than I thought, Jiang Kai mused. This voice is... Looked around but saw no one. Setting Huyan against a tree, Jiang Kai glared and threatened. Who are you trying to help? If you're any good, stop hiding! The fox spirit's voice replied with full mockery. Humans are always so easily agitated. That means the current you doesn't even have the right to know my name. Agitated like this, Jiang Kai couldn't help but say, Hey you! The other party still spoke leisurely, without any courtesy. As a favor for you being cute, I'll give you a little gift. Remember this well, I'm only telling you this once. You are forced to accept it. What? Gift given was a gigantic map shimmering with golden light. Jiang Kai was stunned. Wait, what is this? After handing the item over, the fox spirit gleefully dropped a line. Looks like the boring days are finally over. Wonder what unexpected thing will happen next. It really makes me excited. Jiang Kai rushed towards where the voice came from, but that only stimulated the fox spirit's joy further. Interesting human, you must let me have even more fun next time. Jiang Kai shouted resentfully, Hey miss, wait. The only response was the silence of the night and the moon hanging in the sky. Jiang Kai stopped and muttered angrily, Gone. Early the next morning, a loud yell shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Captain Jiang Kai, you said... Huyan was anxiously asking in a hurried voice, I almost died yesterday. And that fox demon saved me? Carefully asked Huyan, why did that fox demon save you? Did she say anything strange? Do you still remember? Huyan blinked blankly, huh? She can talk. You must have hit your head. It seems I fell asleep, I don't remember anything. But then a blush crept onto her fair face. Huyan thought to herself, except for that dream. In the dream, the fox spirit had gracefully floated over to her. She also heard very clearly the fox spirit's gentle voice echoing by her ear. This is a gift of thanks, much sweeter than blood. So then, cute little bunny, don't recklessly get hurt next time, okay? Thinking back, she still felt dazed. What a strange dream. Jiang Kai cleared his throat to call her back. Huyan, what's wrong with you? Huyan shyly avoided his gaze. Nothing. The thought still lingered in her mind. That dream is so embarrassingly vivid. The two of them stood in a corner talking for a while. Ruan Yu had to stir. Captain Jiang Kai, Huyan, come over here quickly or the meat will burn. Jiang Kai patted Huyan's shoulder, laughing easily. Eat first, I have something to tell you two later. She obediently complied. She zipped over and hugged Ruan Yu tightly, eyes sparkling. Delicious meat. I'm coming. He startled and yelled, Huyan, are you trying to eat me? Jiang Kai stood watching the two of them and smiled happily. As soon as there's food, all worries are forgotten. You two are really funny. The next day, the three of them appeared before a narrow canyon. Jiang Kai announced, We're here. According to that fox demon's map, the coordinates are in this canyon. Huyan also decided to ask, Captain Jiang Kai, you're not planning to take us in with you? Ruan Yu agreed, showing strong opposition. Right, you said that fox demon is very cunning. What if it's a trap? How about we go find Brother Liu Jun and ask? Jiang Kai smiled and explained, Brother Liu Jun has a ton of military matters. We can't keep bothering him. Huyan, you just recovered from your injury and need more rest. Ruan Yu, after you get drunk, you like to throw punches everywhere, and inside there are dense, dangerous blind spots. You two stay outside and wait for me to return. Huyan was worried, her voice anxious. But Jiang Kai then walked straight ahead without looking back, only raising his hand in a wave. Don't worry, I'm just going in for a look. If I find anything unusual, I'll come right out. As he entered, Jiang Kai thought about the fox spirit. Her power was probably far beyond any monster they had encountered. High chance she was a map-level boss. If she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't need to beat around the bush. Moreover, compared to her eerie power, it was actually that unpredictable feeling that bothered him more. What exactly did she want to do? The important thing was, he didn't know why he always had this strange premonition. 20 minutes later, Jiang Kai arrived at the end of the canyon. He suddenly straightened his back, his eyes flashing. Before him was a clear blue lake surrounded by dry rocky land, a fox lake. Jiang Kai stood on a rocky outcropping looking down. It seemed there was nothing special. Suddenly, a stone, as if by design, fell right at the tip of Jiang Kai's foot. He accidentally placed his foot into the once still lake surface. Immediately, the calm water began to ripple, growing more violent with each passing moment. Jiang Kai dismissed his initial speculation, his nerves tense, realizing this lake truly had a problem. His eyes widened, staring intently at a deep point beneath the water. What exactly was that thing? A horrifying wave of malice emanated from the bottom of the lake, making one tremble. This eerie thing was many times more terrifying than that fox spirit. As the waves began to rise higher and higher, he was certain it was about to emerge. Jiang Kai was startled, glancing around for an escape. Damn it! Had they fallen into a trap? He turned his head to Wei Ying, immediately moved, and began to run as fast as he could. Right now, he had to flee immediately. Jiang Kai ran a short distance before he was forced to stop, his body sounding an alarm. He felt frustrated. It was strange. Why was he so afraid? Fear was overwhelming, as if it was the only emotion left. Even before, when he first set foot on the demon planet, facing monsters, experiencing the breath of despair and imminent death for the first time, he had felt fear, anger, and unwillingness. But he had never been as terrified as he was at this moment. It was as if something was deliberately amplifying the fear in his heart. If this thing was so powerful and dreadful, why was it hiding beneath the lake like a timid rat? If it was deliberately luring him closer, then why had it not made a move yet? Sweat began to beat on Jiang Kai's frowning face. His feet slid across the ground for a distance before abruptly stopping. There was only one explanation. It was all to avoid being discovered by others, deliberately creating an air of mystery. Casting aside his fear, Jiang Kai no longer cared, quickly unleashing his divine aura. He turned around, facing the surging wave, to see exactly who was playing tricks. Once again, astonishment took over his eyes. Wait, that was... The wave from earlier had transformed into a strange whirlpool, glowing brilliantly. Below it was a system message. Congratulations on discovering the ruined teleportation formation. Escaping the virtual space, returning to reality with breaking news in the top 10 nations of the world's leading demon planet excavation. The Holy Radiance Nation will be the only nation without a chance to compete in the global championship. Wasn't Holy Radiance bragging about how formidable they were? If they were willing to kneel down and lick my shoes clean, I might agree to give them a few clues. That is right, kneel down, and we will consider finding the teleportation formation for you. Hearing those provocations, a hand placed on the chair silently clenched. Wei Ying frowned angrily. Could it be that they truly had no hope left? Just then, someone rushed into the room frantically, calling out loudly for Commander Wei Ying. He asked in surprise, "Little Liu Jun, why are you in such a hurry today?" The other hit the table excitedly. "Commander Wei Ying, we... It turned out to be Liu Jun," he shouted joyfully, "found the teleportation formation." Wei Ying stood up with a start, not forgetting to confirm. "What did you say?" Ahead of the ravine, the supposed location of the teleportation formation, guards had been arranged by Wei Ying. They continuously reminded everyone to step back behind the warning tape. This was not a tourist spot. Ruan Yu was among the crowd, commenting haughtily, "So many people, all a bunch of busybodies. Anyone who didn't know would think a king-level boss had appeared." Hu Yan observed, saying, "What can you do?" Finding the connection point to the teleportation formation was a major issue for Holy Radiance. The army flooded in. It was hard to avoid attention. She whispered, "Captain Jiang Kai, you have made a great contribution this time. I heard that discovering the teleportation formation not only earns 2,000 guild contribution points, but even our city commander gets to share the glory." Jiang Kai stammered. The three were whispering when a hearty laugh rang out from behind. All three curiously turned their heads. Wei Ying slowly walked over, his expression delighted. "It really is the teleportation formation." Jiang Kai, "Well done. You keep surprising me." Seeing him, the crowd began to buzz. "Look, Commander Wei Ying's group is here." Jiang Kai naturally stepped forward to greet him. "Commander Wei Ying." Hu Yan could not contain her joy, forgetting formalities and yelling out, "This is Wei Ying, Commander Wei Ying, the guardian deity of GNK's central city." A police officer scolded her, "Impudent! How dare you call the commander by his given name?" Wei Ying was in high spirits and did not mind, waving his hand dismissively. "This is not a formal occasion, it is fine. Besides, anyone who is a friend of Jiang Kai is a friend of mine." Accompanying him was a refined young man named Tian Shen, the chief instructor of the reserve team from the War God Hall of the Holy Radiance Nation. He narrowed his eyes mysteriously. "I often hear Commander Wei Ying mention Jiang Kai. Finally getting to meet you today." Jiang Kai was slightly puzzled. "And this is..." Tian Shen shook hands while introducing himself. "It was rushed earlier. Let me formally introduce myself. Hello, I am the chief instructor of the War God Hall reserve team, Tian Shen. I have heard much about you." Jiang Kai responded, "Hello, Instructor Hua." Yan and Ruan Yu eagerly squeezed in from behind. "The chief instructor of the Ward Hall reserve team knows Captain Jiang Kai. Captain Jiang Kai is famous." Wei Ying spoke up from the side. "Tian Shen is also the chief commander in charge of this national championship. Hearing you found the teleportation formation, he eagerly followed me here." Tian Shen stood beside him and praised, as expected of someone valued by Wei Ying. "You have done a great service." He offered to reward him. "That is right, Jiang Kai. You have resolved our urgent crisis." Besides the glory you rightfully deserve, I have decided to give you my reward. Hearing this, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's eyes lit with joy. That was an immense bounty. Jiang Kai, however, refused. I do not wish to receive any more rewards. Everyone who heard was shocked. My God, Captain Jiang Kai, what are you saying? He explained, Commander Wei Ying, I am an ordinary man with no family background or power. Ever since entering the demon planet, the royal family has oppressed me. The major guilds have boycotted me. Only you and guild leader Liu Jun withstood the pressure to protect me. You have done everything to protect me and my family. That regard and kindness, I will forever engrave in my heart. Wei Ying heard these words and was left speechless. He still tried to persuade Jiang Kai, do not act on impulse. I know your family's situation. You are still young. Relying on yourself to risk your life, what will you do when the money runs out? Jiang Kai remained steadfast. It was not an impulse. Jiang Kai reminded Wei Ying, do you remember the words you once said when you led me to the ruins in the safety zone, standing close to watch the battle between the superhuman and the divine beast? He remembered his own words, the rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. In this world, after all, someone must stand up and fight those monsters. He reminded Wei Ying of his own battles, like during the fight on Yongdong Island, when he was still ignorant. Every word was firm. Now, having journeyed alongside everyone for this stretch, he seemed to understand a little more. Ruan Yu, hearing Jiang Kai speak, was moved and called out to the captain. Jiang Kai once again refused the reward, weighing the commander. Without you, I would not be standing here. The reward should belong to you. The sunlight was dazzling compared to a powerful superhuman. He was still weak and his enlightenment shallow. He smiled confidently, always using his own way to fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Wei Ying's expression grew darker by the minute. Tian Shen was displeased. The commander personally gifted the kid a title. So many people wanted it but couldn't get it, yet he refused it in front of everyone. He angrily clenched his fist and charged forward, quite bold of him. Ruan Yu shouted, calling out to Captain Jiang Kai. Wei Ying's fist stopped right in front of Jiang Kai. His hand halted. Since you are determined, even 10 oxen couldn't pull you back. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan were so anxious they were sweating. Jiang Kai stared intently at Wei Ying. He had to concede, but it was precisely because of your courage and stubbornness that fears neither heaven nor earth. Wei Ying patted his shoulder, a new partner worthy of my regard. Jiang Kai was very surprised by this action. Everyone behind couldn't believe it. This was the first time hearing Commander Wei Ying praise someone else. That fist earlier was terrifying. If it were me, I would have peed my pants, yet that kid didn't even blink. Tian Shen nodded. Looks like he underestimated this Jiang Kai fellow. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled as she asked if Commander Wei Ying wasn't angry, and Jiang Kai also hesitated as he called out. Wei Ying answered magnanimously, no need to say more. This isn't the first time you refused me. I respect your choice. The rewards you all deserve will be distributed by the military according to procedure. All three of them beamed. He also quickly agreed. He called him aside. All right, come with me for a bit. Two arrived at the ravine. Henzi couldn't be found, even though they had passed this countless times. Who would have thought the teleportation array was hidden at the bottom of the lake? Wei Ying raised his hand. A technique appeared before their eyes that shattered the rock wall. Profound pressure was tangible. Slice. Jiang Kai was astonished. The mountain body was shattered. The mountain crumbled. Wei Ying turned and said, this is primordial force surge. Only sacred radiance martial artists have the talent and foundational skills to master this power. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself that primordial force was the primal energy that erupted when Blue Star was first formed. In Jiang Kai's mind, he analyzed. Yuan Zhu's talent was martial heart. His sword key slice used primordial force. But this was the first time seeing it with his own eyes. Truly powerful. He glanced at Jiang Kai. On the international stage, martial arts has dropped to 6th place. But I don't believe in rankings. Sacred Radiance's millennia of martial arts cannot be measured. With primordial force appearing, the top 5 professions must stay 3 feet away. Wei Ying placed his trust in him. Not to mention you also have a new profession with limitless potential. I believe the day will come when no one dares look down on Sacred Radiance. Jiang Kai answered firmly, I believe so too. 7 days later, at the Military Council Hall, news came in continuously. Globally, 65 countries had discovered teleportation arrays at the ruins, with 15 more slots remaining. Country X was the 66th. Country E and Country F were suspected of border conflict due to disputes over the ruins. Tian Shen stood on the podium in the main hall. Began, based on intelligence and experiments, we have summarized the following important information regarding the Wei Ying ruin zone. Tian Shen laid out the regulations one by one. First, explorers entering the ruin zone must not exceed level 60. Anyone violating this, the system will warn. Second, each person can only enter once through the teleportation array. Once dead or having left, they cannot re-enter. He continued, third, the teleportation array uses party mode. Maximum 5 people per entry, 3 groups per day, with at least a 3-minute interval between each. Fourth, inside the ruins there are only 4 login points. No matter which teleportation array you go through, you can only log in through these 4 points. Reaching point 5, Tianxian's eyes were frightening. 5th is the most troublesome point. The strong nations are cooperating to blockade the ruins' login points. The people below were shocked. What? Continued speaking, the rule only allows 80 nations in a global struggle for dominance, but it's not mandatory for all 80 to participate. Losing one opponent means more opportunities. They are using their numerical advantage to station troops and blockade, preventing other nations from entering. Tianxian recounted. But more troublesome is that all 21 Sacred Radiance teams have been wiped out and have withdrawn. Half a month later on Kuistar, Jiang Kai's system continuously announced the emanation of moon orchid monsters of various levels. Congratulations, your level has increased to 21. He stood upright amidst the battlefield, finally leveling up to level 21. AI Brain appeared, level increased to 21, new skill activated, Decoy Flare Strike. The notification introduced, level 1 Decoy Flare Strike creates a maximum of 3 decoys. Upon activation, the original body automatically becomes invisible. His eyes sparkled, so it's a decoy skill. The system announced, the decoys perfectly simulate actions, status equipment, and skills, but attacks only carry visual effects, with no real damage. Jiang Kai was dissatisfied. No real damage means if I get attacked, I can't counterattack. AI announced, when a decoy takes damage, it absorbs the opponent's expended stamina and spirit power. It does not disappear on its own. When summoned back, it returns all absorbed energy to the original body. He grinned slyly, so that's it. It's not a punching bag skill but an energy converter. On the surface you get beaten, but you are silently draining the opponent's energy. The skill guide appeared. The decoy lasts a maximum of 10 minutes, cannot be more than 30 meters away from the original body. The absorbed energy cannot exceed the original body's attribute limits. The 3 decoys can be used simultaneously or one at a time. Each recovery costs 500 points of spirit power to restore 1 decoy. It can be upgraded at level 30. Jiang Kai calculated 500 points of spirit power is quite a drain, but with his current ability, it would take about 3 to 4 days to recover. His eyes grew even more intimidating. I wonder what skill I will receive under the gambler's double talent. She explained, the double talent has been activated. You will receive an additional random class skill. The system displayed the skill list, which included the random skill fishing in muddy waters level 1. When attacking, if the target loses 1% stamina, he gains 19 base stats and 1% critical rate and multiplier. Jiang Kai asked cautiously, so the more the opponent expends, the harder I hit. He thought to himself. He heard some classes grow stronger when severely injured. He wondered if they faced his fishing in muddy waters skill, who would come out on top. The device in Jiang Kai's and suddenly vibrated. It was Yuanzhu calling. The other end asked Jiang Kai, what are you doing? He answered slowly, leveling up. Yuanzhu, isn't your training team busy? How do you have time to find me? The voice on the other end hesitated. Jiang Kai asked back sensitively, is something the matter? Yuanzhu gave a forced laugh. Nothing, just missed you. I really wanted to hear your voice today. Jiang Kai was slightly worried. This guy, why is he being so strange all of a sudden? He laughed it off with an excuse. Strange? Maybe a bit. I'm probably tired from training. When I'm free, I just overthink things. A gut feeling told Jiang Kai that his friend was having trouble. Hey Yuanzhu, what's wrong with you today? Is there something you want to say? Yuanzhu still insisted, no really. Alright, big shot, you continue killing monsters. This little one is off. Being hung up on made Jiang Kai even more anxious. The group continued moving. After hanging up, Yuanzhu finally dared to show his worried expression. Nuan noticed his strange state and softly called Yuanzhu. You said you missed Jiang Kai. Why didn't you talk a bit longer? Yuanzhu answered honestly, Jiang Kai knows me too well. If I said more, he would definitely figure it out. He sincerely admitted, I don't want to worry him. Nuan found it hard to understand and was about to question him, but Yuanzhu deliberately interrupted. Nuan, what do you think those people who were killed and then went offline feel? That strange statement only made Nuan more suspicious. What do you mean? Yuanzhu didn't explain, only hiding it with a forced smile. Maybe they wouldn't know anything and wouldn't have any worries. Thinking that, I feel less afraid. Nuan pursed her lips, realizing that because of this mission, Yuanzhu was trying his best to endure. The memories in her mind rewound 3 days earlier. In the vast control room, 3 squads, Menghu, Tianhang, and Ritsu, gathered. The 3 squad leaders spoke in clear voices to greet the commander. Tianxian stated bluntly, time is short, let us be brief. 7 shadows have been deployed to confront the high-level opponents. That man sneered with a mocking tone, relying on a bunch of trash like you to compete. Listen up, either rely on your skills to take us down, or else. This burly man was the explorer Clementine Huo Jiang Kai man, class barbarian, level 50. Hawkman, relying on his strength, shouted loudly, crawl between my legs. Few watching the screen commented gleefully, crawl. Laugh once to let those fools see clearly. In the confrontation with Hawkman, several veterans had already died. Yang Guang couldn't help but grit his teeth and yell, "I will kill them." Tian Shen announced that a tech company had developed equipment to transmit images from the Elysian grounds. Even with a delay, the scenes were extremely brutal. In half a month, over 50 teams had been sent into the Elysian halls. More than 200 elite soldiers were all slaughtered and went offline like this. That shocking news stunned everyone, leaving them staring with mouths agape. Tian Shen continued, "Their sacrifice was not in vain, it provided valuable information. This is a map of the Elysian halls drawn based on intelligence. Those present here have probably already guessed what I am about to say. After 27 rounds of selection, we have chosen 3 elite squads. I want the teams to take on this heavy task. In 3 days, we will break through the encirclement again." All squad leaders yelled on behalf of their members. Understood. Tian Shen distributed the mission contentedly. The Elysian grounds has 4 login points, A, B, C, and D. Teams teleported through the same formation will appear at the same point. Remember the coordinates, fight while retreating, advance to this direction, and plant the Holy Radiance flag there. When their momentum collapsed, Li Biao suggested, "Commander, is it just to break through many layers of barriers, just to reach the coordinates and plant the flag? I'm sure they will pursue endlessly." Tian Shen replied calmly, "Our goal is to break the encirclement, not to fight to the death. This is a secret plan the High Command is calculating." Everyone exclaimed in shock, "A secret plan?" He confirmed, "That is correct. To date, 73 countries have discovered the teleportation array, of which 42 countries have blocked the login points. In this situation, for any country wanting to use 3 squads to break the blockade, it is as difficult as reaching heaven. However, this also means 31 countries are being ostracized like us. Therefore, we have contacted a few nations. At 6 in the morning 3 days later, each nation will dispatch their 3 strongest teams to form an alliance. The codename for this mission is Dawn." Everyone listened silently. "The breakthrough team will plant the flag as a decoy signal. When successful, the remaining teams will launch a total attack at the 4 login points. If the enemy elites are all lured to the flag's location, the defenses at the 4 gates will be sparse. That is the optimal opportunity. But this also means the Holy Radiance team will bear the most intense attacks from the enemy forces. Currently, pioneering nations are all at a dead end. The Elysian grounds is the best chance to break this deadlock. Therefore, this operation carries the fate of the nation and its people. I repeat, even if only one person remains, you must fight to the end." Responding to the trust, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Fight to the end, die fighting." This mission forced them to cross a narrow path between cliffs. The end of the path led to a churning whirlpool zone. Everyone was shaken by that loud noise. Wei Ying's pink glove slowly extended. Nuan gave Yuanju a reassuring look. "Yuanju, I believe we will definitely succeed." He regained his confidence, smiled, and nodded. Suddenly, the watch on each person's hand rang an alarm bell in unison. Everyone stared in shock at the violent vortex gate. The first team of Tianhang and Rixu had successfully broken through the encirclement. Li Biao did not hesitate, shouting loudly, "All troops hear my command. This battle, no retreat, no surrender, no regrets. Even if we are ground to bones and flesh, we must complete the mission. Now follow me and charge." 2 days later, at the Lord God Guild, Jiang Kai recalled Yuanju's call. He said he only remembered you. Today he really wanted to hear your voice, just a little tired from training. His face turned grim. Was Yuanju really just tired? Not being able to contact him and Nuan for 2 days made his heart uneasy for no reason. Maybe he should go find them. He had just placed his hand on the fingerprint device when 2 people ran over. "Captain Jiang Kai, something happened." He looked at the 2 with a puzzled expression. "Huyan, Ruan Yu, what's the rush?" Huyan, face pale, said hurriedly, "I just scrolled past a hot video on the forum. Yuanju's and Nuan's guild ran into trouble." Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. "What?" She tapped her watch to activate the virtual screen. The video, after trending, had been forcibly deleted by the Holy Radiance government, but I managed to save it. Sharp teeth were revealed in the frame. A taunting voice rang out, "Hey, Holy Radiance must have quite a few viewers, huh? If you've got the guts, come here and save them." That man panned the camera down to the entire team lying prostrate. Then he showed Nuan tied up and roaring. "You people understand reason. If you send a commanding officer here to beg for mercy, perhaps they'll be released." An image of Yuan Zhu gasping for breath appeared along with his voice. "Of course, if you all admit you're a bunch of useless weaklings." Then he ordered an insult. "Men, hang these 2 up." That criminal pressed his face close to the camera, grinning with his teeth bared. "Just wait and watch their blood drip until it runs dry." His jade-green eyes stared fixedly at that man. What exactly was going on here? The 2 friends before him also had dark, grim expressions. Yang Kai's face was pitch black, his hands clenched so tightly they made a sound. This matter must be traced back to 2 days ago, at the Flame Liberation Hall. Li Biao led the team through the gate. "You have entered the Flame Liberation Hall. We will provide simultaneous translation into Holy Radiance. However, before them lay a patch of coagulated blood. Was this place completely unguarded? Dunmo assessed solemnly. The two teams, Tianheng and Ri Xiu, were originally brave and skilled in battle. Perhaps they coordinated and all the troops here left earlier. A team member spoke up to ask Li Biao, "Captain, the spawn point is point A. Should we depart to the southeast immediately?" Just then another call came in from a person named Commander Hua. The information that followed stunned everyone. "All teams beware, the operation has been exposed." The two teams, Tianheng and Rizhu, were ambushed as soon as they reached the spawn point. Countless dark figures lurking behind the mist gradually emerged. The ambush group stepped out leisurely, completely surrounding the five of them. The leader sneered as he stepped out, receiving a nod from his subordinates. "You fools, as expected, you came to die the moment you received the signal." He bared his teeth in a terrifying grin, trailing a line of blood next. "Let Clem prepare a morning feast for Hawkman as I begin a great slaughter." Hawkman stepped forward to warn, "Soon your fate will be just like that of your comrades." Yuling lunged forward in anger, striking back, "Damn this bastard." Li Biao quickly intervened, "Yuling, don't be impulsive, come back here now." But he had already rushed to Hawkman and launched a series of attacks. The sword in Yuling's hand could not penetrate his armor. He exclaimed in shock, "How can it not strike through?" Hawkman taunted at this moment, "Are you scratching an itch for me?" He laughed with great delight. "I forgot to tell you, unless you kill me in one blow, any wound will only make me stronger." His hand shot out so fast it left Yuling stunned. "What?" Hawkman said with amusement. "Now it's your head's turn to bloom." The immense power caused his eyes to burn red. In the end, Yuling fell under Hawkman's hands. The group couldn't believe it and shouted in unison, "Yuling!" Yuanzhu and Nuan's eyes widened in shock. "Brother Tren." At that moment, another figure appeared behind Hawkman. "Hawkman, you're always so crude." He toyed with his sword and reminded, "What if you scare my cute prey to death? I'd be heartbroken." This man is the Explorer Whitehold, a swordsman class, level 50. A green-haired girl also appeared. "You two are so boring, stop the nonsense, fight fast and win fast." Christina, witch class, level 50. Hawkman teased, "Hey Whitehold, why are you two out here? Didn't I say these prey belong to me, Wei Ying?" He refused. "That won't do, Hawkman, you're too greedy." Yuanzhu assessed the situation. "These three are too terrifying, now I must hold the line." Li Biao stood in front and ordered, "Yuanzhu, break through with me. Tunyan, Tek Nuan, Ga." And they began a fierce battle. Yuanzhu charged forward first, the Saint Radiance fighter, "Yuan here, the greatest warrior under heaven. You trash, come at me all at once." He leaped high into the air with a series of flashes of lightning. Then he struck straight down at the enemies, making them howl in pain. Whitehold joyfully engaged, "The greatest warrior under heaven. Then let me spar with you." Hawkman refused to yield. "Don't snatch him from me, this guy's style and skills are very interesting. I want to crush his head with my own hands." Li Biao had already rushed forward first. "Your opponent is me." On this side, Whitehold confidently declared that he himself would use the Baiming sword to slash the opponent to death. Yuanzhu gathered his strength, angrily saying, "What a joke, I am the #1 war god under heaven. How dare you be so arrogant?" The two swords clashed, and Whitehold was inwardly amazed by the immense strength of his opponent. Nevertheless, he gave a sinister smile and executed the illusory phantom afterimage technique. In an instant, he vanished before Yuanzhu's eyes. Whitehold appeared behind him, then shouted, "You fool, I'm over here." Swiftly unleashed a sharp sword strike. Fortunately, Yuanzhu reacted in time and leaped high into the air to dodge. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, "So strong my eyes can't keep up with his moves." Whitehold continuously flickered in and out of sight before Yuanzhu, taunting that no matter what armor he wore, he was still trash. "Now die." Yuanzhu's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had realized something. Whitehold struck from behind, light ray slash. Immediately after, a streak of fresh blood splattered, reddening the space. He was slightly surprised and let out a soft cry. Li Biao had blocked that sword strike. Holding on with great effort, he said coldly, wanting to kill him, "Did you ask me first?" Yuanzhu couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Captain." Li Biao shouted an order. "Yuanzhu, snap out of it. Take Nuan and run now, I'll hold him off, hurry." But at that moment, Hawkman suddenly launched an attack straight at his head. He spoke, "My opponent is you, why did you run over here?" The very next instant, Li Biao fell before Yuanzhu's eye. His eyes were filled with agitation. Those two were still toying around. Hawkman sneered, "You're that useless, letting that old man bother me. It was just a momentary lapse." Yuanzhu recalled Li Biao's words, that he always admired Jiang Kai, because only he could ignite the potential of his teammates. But he also had one thing he was not inferior in. He confidently asserted that he would definitely protect the members of Wei Ying's team until the very last second. At this moment, Yuanzhu stood before the corpse of Li Biao. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to suppress his agitation. On another side, Christina had used magic to defeat Sister Hua, that one who didn't know her limits. Behind Nuan, one man tried to charge forward shouting loudly, "Go die." She paid him no heed, only worrying as she called out, "Sister Hua." Hawkman and Whitehold continued to taunt, claiming that the first-rate warriors really were all just trash. They said to each other, "Come on, let's see who kills this prey first between us. I am absolutely not backing down." Yuanzhu roared in fury, "All of you!" He unleashed a burst of violent power, shouting, "You bastards!" This action left Whitehold and Hawkman extremely stunned. They cried out, "What?" Nuan knelt beside Sister Hua's corpse, calling out in pain, "Sister Hua." Yuanzhu pulled her to her feet. He reminded her, "She is gone. We must leave this place now." At this moment, a glowing card appeared in Yuanzhu's hand. Whitehold recognized it and charged forward, so it is Primal Force, the thing you martial artists are so proud of. Finally someone can use it. Hawkman exuded killing intent, threatening, "You all must leave your lives here today. No one will escape." Nuan warned fearfully, "Yuanzhu, be careful." Yuanzhu pushed her behind him and charged into battle. Whitehold and Yuanzhu engaged in a sword fight. He mocked that his primal force was too weak, that his earlier strike was just luck. "Now, taste the power of this soul-devouring blade." Yuanzhu gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the attack. In an instant, the sword in his hand was snapped in two. Hawkman ambushed from behind, striking straight at Yuanzhu, shouting, "Go die, you fool!" Yuanzhu was sent flying backward by the momentum. Nuan was also captured. She screamed in despair, "No!" Christina, hovering high above, urged them, "Enough. You are still not finished fighting." He used spirit force to bind Yuanzhu tightly. He struggled, shouting, "Let me go." Christina taunted, still not giving up. To be honest, being able to hold out this long under the siege of so many experts, you are very strong. She said arrogantly, "The plan has been exposed. We were prepared to counter it. Even if you try to resist, it is useless." Yuanzhu's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at them. Christina reminded him, "Do not look at me like that. Forming alliances between many nations to break the siege can increase your chances of victory, but the risk of information leakage is also greater, right?" A sinister smile gradually spread on her lips. "For example, a certain country used your plan as a condition in exchange for a spot to participate." Yuanzhu seemed to understand his expression, immediately turning pale. At this moment, Hawkman stomped hard on Yuanzhu, asking Christina, "What are you whispering with this guy?" He teased, "Could it be that you have fallen for him? What are Jiang Kai and I inferior to this useless trash?" Whitehold added fuel to the fire, saying such jokes to a lady is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Christina paid no mind, ordering them to give those two a quick death. She held them in high regard, saying they were opponents worthy of respect. Hawkman stopped him, telling him not to rush, to keep that doctor alive to treat our wounds. And as for that stubborn bastard, he wore a fierce expression like a demon, saying to save him for Saint Radiance to toy with. In another area of the forest, there were many people guarding it very strictly. A figure silently appeared behind a guard. A single strike hit the weak point at the back of his neck. That guard foamed at the mouth and fainted instantly. "That is Jiang Kai," he thought to himself. "Yuanzhu, Nuan, I will definitely bring you all back safely." Going back to an earlier time at the location where the gate appeared, Lan recalled the rumors. Everyone asked each other if they had seen the video. The military had no new breakthrough team yet. They needed time. At this moment, it was no different from throwing away their lives. Saint Wine being humiliated like this, now the whole world sees us as a joke. She clenched her fists in fury. Could no one take care of those beasts? She wished she could rush in and die together with them. Imagining the scene of Nuan being beaten, she blamed herself. Nuan, I am sorry. I was powerless to protect you." Professor Lee reminded after turning Wei Ying back, "Quickly compile the data." She replied yes. Lan quickly asked, "Professor Lee, is the sampling work for today done?" He nodded. "It is done." The ghost spirit was always a great mystery. The teleportation array to the land of bliss further confirmed that. He suddenly remembered, "Oh right, Lan, are you okay? About your sister, the higher-ups have." Lan tried to appear strong. "I understand, Professor. The military has considered it. Being allowed in here is enough." Professor Lee comforted her. Nuan is young but very brave. She deserves praise. As a soldier, you must understand the bigger picture. Lan stepped forward to invite Professor. "Let us go serve the meal." Suddenly, she recognized one of the soldiers. It was him. It was Jiang Kai. He had indeed disguised himself to sneak in here. Someone discovered him, shouted to stop them. "Turn your face this way." Jiang Kai's eyes flickered, quickly dashed off to everyone's astonishment. Someone asked, "Instructor, so please capture him." Jiang Kai ran past Lan. His gaze glanced at her. Then he dropped a bomb. Smoke filled the entire room. The soldiers became restless. "It is a smoke bomb. What is going on?" Jiang Kai looked puzzled. Lan stood there, reacting slower. It turned out the person who dropped the smoke bomb was her. Lan moved her lips. Nuan, it is all up to you." Jiang Kai quickly stepped through the gate. Inside, she silently prayed, "You must bring Nuan back safely." The scene shifted to the land of bliss. Many people were at the entrance. They saw a stranger charging in and sneered, "Another one here to die." Jiang Kai slowly walked out. He stood proudly before them. They mocked him, just Saint Radiance alone. They laughed loudly, thought it was some bold one. Turns out it is a homeless dog from Saint Radiance. They taunted him, sending only a soft, useless piece of trash to negotiate. Or did you get scared and piss your pants? Jiang Kai gathered power in his hand and replied, I think you misunderstand. I did not come to negotiate. One of them still recklessly mocked, if not to negotiate, then why are you here? Jiang Kai's gaze was cold. I came to kill. Immediately after, he executed a technique. There was no time left. The speed was too fast for them to react. Jiang Kai took down all the guards at the entrance in an instant. The scene shifted to the military meeting room. Everyone was meeting and discussing. Tian Shen asked seriously, has the traitor nation been identified yet? Wei Ying crossed his arms and replied, it has been identified. It is Nation Hat. They sabotaged the plan. 3 of their squads have already entered the land of bliss. Tian Shen slammed the table in anger. The traitors occupy positions in the competition, and our people are trapped, their fate unknown. He worried, could we really just sit and wait for death? Suddenly a soldier hurriedly reported, Commander, someone has charged into the land of Bliss Palace alone. Tian Shen found it hard to believe and asked urgently, what? Report the details immediately. The soldier opened the system panel and reported that 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai of the Fire God team disguised himself as a patrol soldier and infiltrated the rift. Tian Shen shouted, Lan Qian, it really is Lan Qian. Where did this reckless Jiang Kai come from? Trying to be a hero alone. He is clearly just throwing his life away. But the following news left him speechless. Jiang Kai entered about 15 minutes ago. All 15 guards on duty at point A were taken down cleanly. Tian Shen and Wei Ying could not believe it and yelled, what? Tian Shen quickly commanded, notify the leaders, the gate has been breached, activate Plan B in half an hour. Jade River hesitated, Commander, Plan B is important, should we screen more carefully to avoid a second nation hat? Wei Ying shook his head, there was no time left. 74 countries had detected the teleportation array of Yilak Tri-Earth. Jiang Kai created the opportunity, we must seize it. Tian Shen also nodded in agreement, saying yes, activate Plan B, deploy the army and prepare to attack Yilak Tri-Earth. The scene shifted to the psychological treatment center in Jiang Kai City. Everyone buzzed with discussion, who was this person? He did not seem to be one of our soldiers. Li Biao was surprised. Jiang Kai. Someone asked curiously who Jiang Kai was. Beside Antu's Class 25A, the boys were noisy. The shocking news broke out. Who was that? So cool, attacking Yalak Tri-Palace alone. She leaned down to see who it was. Seeing Jiang Kai on the screen, Antu called out in surprise, brother. At the same time, the news flashed on the large building screen. The unknown Saint Radiance explorer alone stormed into Yilak Tri-Palace. The scene returned to where Yuanju, Nuan, and the people from the Hat Nation were. Nuan called out worriedly repeatedly, Yuanju, are you asleep? He replied weakly, Nuan, it hurts so much. We are gonna die, are we? I am so scared. Hearing that, Nuan shed tears and encouraged him. Yuanju, cheer up. You are the greatest war god under heaven. She reminded, many people are watching us. We cannot disgrace the Saint Radiant soldiers. Yuanju was full of self-reproach, but I saw Sister Hua being brutally killed by them. I saw the team leader and brother Chen have their heads crushed. They, especially that huge guy, are unbeatable monsters. His gaze was sorrowful. Nuan, I am so scared. I can barely take it anymore. She stood to encourage him. Yuanju. Just then, one man stepped forward and splashed water on his face. Do not sleep, stay awake, dying is no fun. Another man taunted, hey you Saint Radiant scum, your cowardly comrades still have not come to save you? Mocked the Saint Radiant's army for being cowardly, tied up for 2 days but still not daring to fight. Bei Rao excitedly rushed forward, his voice effeminate, hurry up and wake up to cry so everyone can see how tough the backbone of Saint Radiance is. Nuan called out worriedly, Yuan. Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared from nowhere. It struck Bei Rao directly, leaving him stunned. Nuan stared closely at the source. Yuanju also opened his eyes to see who the newcomer was. Bei Rao was sent flying far away. Jiang Kai had arrived. The backbone of Saint Radiance is at least tougher than your bones, Jiang Kai. He apologized. Yuanju, Nuan, I am late. He shouted, report to the Hawkman Assembly that someone has come to rescue the hostages. Kill him. Jiang Kai clenched his fist. Sorry, Nuan. I might have to let you two hang on for a while longer. Then he erupted with power to fight. Fire Rain eagerly used hypnosis magic. Jiang Kai immediately activated the mental purification skill. His entire body was surrounded by a source of light. Fire Rain was shocked to see Jiang Kai still resisting. What, the hypnosis did not work. That power slowly began to burn her body. But Fire Rain was still unharmed, taunting, not very strong. Can't even break through the armor barrier. Suddenly her gaze turned panicked. Christina exploded in midair. Hao Ran lunged forward, determined to strike, using the quadruple phantom kill. On the other side, Yi Shen also leaped up, shouting for that soldier of Saint Radiance to taste this fisher slash. He cast the withering soul sealing art. His soul would be sealed in the lowest layer of hell. Jiang Kai stood alone against these 3. The blade whizzed past them, leaving a trail of burning fire. All 3 vanished instantly. This guy moved too nimbly. His feints were countless. Why were my real attacks ineffective against him? Ignoring their disintegrated bodies, Jiang Kai continued dealing with the remaining ones. In the bushes, a man was watching intently. He sneered, "My poison arrow, you are dead for sure." Fortunately, Nuan noticed and warned him. "Jiang Kai, watch your back." He quickly turned around as she said. Jiang Kai retreated backward, narrowly avoiding the poison arrow. The arrow grazed past his leg. Jiang Kai fell from the momentum but still managed to throw a dart in return, telling him to find his own death. That man immediately leaped far away. Nuan was terrified, telling him to run quickly because the enemies were too many. Yuanzhu also muttered his name in despair. At this moment, Jiang Kai was lying on the ground, one leg trembling violently. Seeing this, the remaining group charged forward. "He is poisoned, charge forward but do not kill. Let him slowly savor the fear of death. Keep jumping, keep charging, waiting to be chopped into minced meat. That is the end for those who dare to come to the rescue." After that, a series of consecutive slashes rained down on his body. Witnessing this, Nuan grew even more terrified. Even Yuanzhu could not hold back his tears. On the other side, the phone slipped from the elder sister's hand. She fainted to the ground. Her classmates, panicking, quickly called out and pressed the Filtramaca point for Jiang Kai. The people at the hospital also found it hard to believe, cursing that these madmen truly deserved to die. At the headquarters, Wei Ying slammed his hand down on the table, cracking it. His face showed clear anger. Tian Shen, though bitter, still had to command, "Plan B. How many minutes are left?" The other person turned his head to report, 10 minutes and 23 seconds. Tian Shen shouted in frustration, "This time Plan B must succeed. I want them to pay the price." Yuanzhu was still shocked and disoriented, muttering, "No, it cannot be." He yelled insults, challenging them to a one-on-one fight, swearing he would chop them into pieces. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's voice rang out from somewhere. "Yuanzhu, I never thought that when you are not drinking you also have this side. I am a bit moved." Yuanzhu and Nuan were both surprised and overjoyed. Jiang Kai was now sitting on a tree. "Alright, stop shouting, my fate is very stubborn." Nuan joyfully exclaimed, "Jiang Kai, you are not dead." Yuanzhu was so happy he could not help crying, asking if he was seeing a ghost. The rope on the ground had been cut. Beside it were several empty bottles. Jiang Kai looked at them awkwardly, saying if they kept staring, his face would be stared through. Yuanzhu and Nuan leaned in close, carefully observing him. Nuan broke the atmosphere, urgently asking what was going on. She clearly saw him hit by the poison arrow, so how could there be two of him? Jiang Kai raised his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting as he explained that the arrow only hit his pant leg. The one attacked was only a clone summoned from a new class skill. Yuanzhu joyfully asked if he had already changed to a new class. Nuan was still worried, asking again if that was a clone just now. Jiang Kai confirmed that was right, and half a minute ago he had used the clone as a decoy. The group of pursuers, thinking he was injured, triumphantly rushed forward, shouting they wanted to give him a painful and humiliating death. It was at that moment Jiang Kai had taken the chance to escape. He showed the puppet to introduce it, saying it was one of the clone items used as bait for him to escape into the bushes. Yuanzhu and Nuan were astonished, finding this truly miraculous and extraordinary. Yuanzhu suggested they run quickly before those three perverts discovered them. Nuan agreed, saying he had expended too much energy and could not fight a crowd. On the other side, the group of pursuers was still madly stabbing and slashing the puppet, laughing smugly, mocking its cowardice and silence. They gleefully asked why it was now lying around like a dead dog, losing all its previous arrogance. Suddenly, Junlang stopped his hand, turned his head to look in a different direction, feeling something strange. He looked at a bare tree trunk, startled to realize something was wrong. Junlang hurriedly looked around to search. Indeed, he quickly spotted the figures of Jiang Kai and the other two hiding behind a bush. Junlang angrily called for his comrades to stop, saying they were tricked, the person was over there. Jiang Kai quickly grabbed the shoulders of both of them, urging that there was no more time, telling Yuanzhu to take Nuan and run. He would handle the rear. Yuanzhu asked in horror if he really meant to face them alone. Jiang Kai did not answer, pushing the two behind him, himself blocking the front to confirm. He shouted loudly, "Run, rest assured. I will catch up with everyone." Jiang Kai yelled urgently, "Clone decoy, withdraw." The lifelike puppet on the ground also disappeared along with it. The group of Junlang roared loudly, blocking him, not letting a single one escape. Nuan called out worriedly as she ran, "Jiang Kai." Yuanzhu tightly shut her eyes, held her hand and ran, instructing, "You idiot, you have to make it back alive to Wei Ying, you hear me?" He observed the people of Junlang's group charging in. Jiang Kai had his ability ready and replied, "Just trust me, these rabble won't be able to kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out countless throwing knives. A powerful ghost force caused those people to groan in pain. The ground and rocks around shattered, dust and smoke obscured the view. Just then, an angry voice rang out. "A bunch of trash, you let a weak little chicken cause this much damage?" Hawkman kicked straight and hard toward Jiang Kai. Fortunately, he was already prepared. However, his strength still sent him flying far, crashing hard into the rock behind. Seeing Jiang Kai still standing firm after the attack, Hawkman grew interested. "What? Still alive? Why aren't you scurrying off to catch the people?" The rest of the group hurriedly rushed forward and replied, "Understood." Whitehole spoke mockingly, 2 adorable little kittens, running fast while I was training, how mischievous. Hawkman gritted his teeth and warned, should have listened to me earlier, crippling their legs would have been better. These guys are nothing but trouble. Christina immediately taunted back, your way of handling things, besides dirtying my paper, what use is it? The 3 began arguing, but the scene was still quite harmonious. Christina snapped, besides, Whitehole, I'm warning you for the last time, stop talking in that disgusting tone. Suddenly Jiang Kai smiled lightly and whispered, what a shame, so close. Summon. A knife instantly pierced through Hawkman's hand, his eyes widened, bloodshot veins clearly visible in the whites. Hawkman had yet to react to the pain, muttering in a daze, what? Both Whitehole and Christina were startled. He recalled with reddened eyes, damn it, could have been just now. The image of when Hawkman charged in to kick at Jiang Kai and cursed flashed back in his mind. He used a defensive stance to block the blow, but his hand was still emitting light, channeling his ability. While Hawkman was still feeling exhilarated, Jiang Kai had already embedded a long knife into his hand. Back to the present, he said with a tone of regret, almost managed to blow it to pieces. It seemed Hawkman was provoked into laughing. Healing his hand, he cursed, you little brat still on milk, you think you're so brilliant. Hawkman excitedly raised his fist and charged forward, attacking and taunting. Let me crush your head and see what's inside. Whitehole also drew his sword and rushed in. You're too wild, losing your composure. Let me teach him to feel the sound of breaking bones. Hawkman punched hard toward Jiang Kai's position, but he managed to step back, widening the distance. Punch slammed into the ground, cracking it. Jiang Kai slid far away, trying to maintain a safe distance. Before he could react, he had to brace himself for the next attack. Whitehole thrust his sword forward. He immediately twisted his body aside to dodge it. Jiang Kai even took the opportunity to attack him with throwing knives. Whitehole elegantly dodged them all, sneering, not bad speed. He attacked again excitedly. It's fun to watch prey struggle until death, but dying obediently is even more amusing. Whitehole used his technique, Void Pierce. Hawkman also charged in, raising his fist high and shouting, you little brat, I'm gonna smash you into a pancake. Christina used her dark magic ability to disrupt while scolding, what are you 2 idiots still playing hunter games for? Hurry up and finish this. The 3 attacks came in succession, starting with Hawkman's mighty blow. Next came Whitehole's shard strike. Finally Christina's thorny vines. Jiang Kai dodged them all. The tip of his foot stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. Immediately after, Jiang Kai shot like lightning between Whitehole and Hawkman before they could react. Both were shocked with astonishment. Wei Ying's face still looked dazed. Jiang Kai continued using his superhuman speed to dodge all the vines, then closed in on Christina. A vine suddenly coiled tightly around his calf. Christina said smugly, you think my dark magic is inferior to those 2 guys? That's underestimating me too much. Jiang Kai didn't say much, directly shooting out countless throwing knives. Christina taunted arrogantly, don't think blowing up the vines will let you escape. How naive. However, Jiang Kai's knives embedded themselves into the ground. At this moment, Christina also realized, wait, his target is... On the ground, she looked on in shock at the knives stabbing into the root of the vine. Immediately after, flames burst forth, burning all those vines away. Christina screamed in terror, how can this be possible? The entire battle was replayed on the large screen in the meeting room. Tian Shen was surprised to see Jiang Kai choose a direct confrontation to break the curse. He did not avoid the vines but activated the entire spider web to force Christina into isolation. Tian Shen nodded in comment, feigning retreat but actually attacking. That brat also knew how to deceive others. Wei Ying proudly boasted that this was his fort. When everyone thought he was crazy, that was when they fell into the trap. To him, that was just the beginning of a turnaround. Jiang Kai was unaware of that conversation. At this moment, he was still throwing shurikens towards Wei Ying of Whitehole and Hawkman. The 2 quickly leaped up to dodge that attack. Jiang Kai turned his head and stared straight at Christina, holding several knives in his hand. Christina, you are the only one who respects the Radiant Warriors, so I will grant you a quick death. She was furious, summoned her weapon, and deemed that ridiculous. Christina held her staff, arrogantly replying that who would die was still unknown, so do not be complacent. She disdainfully thought that his flames were unworthy of comparison. Christina unleashed a fireball curse to show him the power of nature. Jiang Kai confidently launched a rocket, challenging to see who was stronger. Her flame surged forward powerfully, destroying everything around it. Jiang Kai's knife was small but resolute, charging straight into the fireball. Surprisingly, it pierced through that force and flew towards Wei Ying first. Christina cried out in horror, unable to believe that his attack was that strong. Seeing the knife hurtling straight towards her, Christina hastily raised her staff and chanted a spell, in the name of shadow form, creating a wall of dark magic. A protective cage instantly appeared, blocking the incoming knife. However, the knife's power was too great, causing her protective barrier to crack. The attack pierced through the barrier, stabbing straight into Christina. She looked at the knife embedded deep in her chest, unwillingly crying out that he had broken her dark magic. A massive explosion erupted from the knife. Christina screamed in vain. Smoke and dust cleared, leaving Christina's mutilated body lying amidst the rubble. Jiang Kai stood at the edge of the crater, his gaze cold. She was not a bad opponent, it was just a pity she was on the wrong side. Having said that, he calmly turned and walked away. Suddenly, Christina's body began to glow. Jiang Kai was startled, quickly turning his head to check. He only saw a beam of purple light flying straight towards him. A system notification appeared. You have received the Revenge Curse status. When a sorcerer dies, the curse affects the killer. If the killer uses a similar method to kill, they will suffer similar damage. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in horror. What? He recalled what he knew. The Sorcerer King was a foreign class that appeared 3 months ago. They were both mysterious and eccentric, with few records. He did not expect them to have a death revenge skill like the Murloc boss. Holding the knife in his hand, Jiang Kai was puzzled about the method the curse mentioned. Earlier, I killed Christina with Fatal Advance. If I had used Fatal Strike before, would the curse have been triggered? Hawkman taunted triumphantly, asking if he had received Christina's gift. He also asked if he regretted killing her. Whitehold, holding his sword beside him, chimed in. He added that the goddess of fate was truly stingy today. A beast that loses its sharp claws will not be able to hold out long in the hunter's hunting ground. Suddenly, he turned and proposed a trade to Hawkman. Let me handle this guy. Leave the one who comes later for you. Hawkman laughed excitedly in agreement. Fine, but you have to keep his head. I want to blow it up into fireworks myself. Whitehold excitedly drew his sword in agreement, then charged straight towards him. He said when the sword leaves its sheath, it must taste blood. His skill was Phantasmal Shadow Clone. Jiang Kai's eyes widened and he quickly used Voidification. Just as Whitehold's slash descended, Jiang Kai's figure vanished without a trace. He frowned in confusion, vanished. At that moment, Jiang Kai appeared behind Whitehold, one hand gripping his shoulder, the other holding a weapon. Whitehold sneered, "You think this can subdue me?" He used his illusion ability to escape. Whitehold's body teleported behind Jiang Kai, causing him to lose his balance and almost fall. Whitehold looked at Jiang Kai mockingly. Your lethal shuriken skill is useless now. Your escape skill cannot be used twice in a row either. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, praising that forcing him to use the soul-devouring blade against a level 60 expert took some skill. Then, he turned his head and taunted, "But sorry, now you can go die." Whitehold shouted loudly and unleashed a piercing slash. The Wei Ying soul-devouring blade piercing slash was instantly released, the sword tip pointed straight at Jiang Kai. The sword tip shot straight towards Jiang Kai, who was on the defensive. He did not dodge, letting the sword's path cut across his body. Jiang Kai said through gritted teeth, "The one about to die is you." With that, he charged forward and hurled a card straight at Whitehold. He gritted his teeth, quickly tilting his hack to dodge. Seeing his handsome face slashed with a long gash, Whitehold gritted his teeth and realized it was a shuriken. Not only that, Jiang Kai continued to control the card to spin back. Whitehold now understood the mechanism, arrogantly raising his sword. "In the face of my Wei Ying soul-devouring blade, your weapon is nothing." He slashed down fiercely at the card. "Let me cut off your last hope." But things did not go as planned. The card was so sturdy that it cracked Whitehold's sword. He was horrified, his eyes wide. What? However, Whitehold had no time to resist. The card had already pierced through his chest, blood spurting out like a fountain. Whitehold's toes could no longer stand steady. Jiang Kai stood behind him, taking back the card and said softly, "I heard your soul-devouring blade is a unique grade weapon." He smirked in mockery, but Senza was no better either. Whitehold used his last bit of strength to ask, "What kind of weapon is this after all?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Jiang Kai had already hurled the card straight through his head. Whitehold was eliminated, his body falling heavily. Jiang Kai coldly retrieved the card, his tone calm. "You only need to know it is stronger than your soul-devouring blade." Hawkman witnessed the entire battle and stood by, applauding in praise. He slowly walked over, his voice tinged with excitement. "Very interesting. Disposing of 2 strong enemies in an instant. The championship competition saved a lot of trouble." Jiang Kai replied faintly, "Actually, there could be even less trouble, for example, you not having the chance to join the competition." Hawkman exposed him excitedly. "I saw through your trick clearly. That clone skill can restore your state." He listed bluntly, "Besides, what you are best at is using hidden weapons to attack from a distance." Hawkman crossed his arms, sneering as he looked at Whitehold's corpse. "Come to think of it, even in death he did not understand. Christina died from your shuriken, yet you killed him unharmed." He remembered you asked in a provocative tone. That shuriken earlier was disguised as another weapon, right? Jiang Kai's face darkened, deciding to remain silent. Hawkman was not angry, speaking calmly. "You don't have to admit it. I bet your attack was entirely a gamble on a critical hit." He analyzed. "One of your talents has a critical hit multiplier, providing a stable rate for the shurikens, but in truth, you are not skilled in combat, especially close combat." Jiang Kai was startled, not expecting him to have figured everything out. Hawkman pointed again at Whitehold's wounds. "You are already injured. Your stamina is decreasing." He asserted arrogantly, "Now that I have seen through your tricks, you no longer have a chance to attack me with those black shurikens." Hawkman took out a power card, proudly boasting, "I will be the ultimate nemesis of a schemer like you." Gem appeared, continuously absorbing the dark red mist. Jiang Kai was startled, recognizing that item. The scene of Hawkman holding up the gem was also broadcast on the screen. Everyone in the meeting room stood up abruptly. They exclaimed in shock, "The blood of the ancient warrior." Hawkman's body seemed to be injected with blood. The ancient warrior's blood put him into a mutual injury state, immediately tripling his combat power. After hearing this, the entire meeting room gasped, "What?" Tian Shen muttered anxiously, "Jiang Kai, can he hold on until Plan B succeeds?" Wei Ying was anxious. "Kid." Hawkman flaunted his strength, proudly boasting, "Do you know what this is? The blood of an ancient warrior is far stronger than the soul-devouring blade." He frantically threatened, "Now I will crush your bones piece by piece to show the whole world that the people of Saint Radiance are also trash." With that, Hawkman lunged forward, his triumphant voice echoing, "In front of me, you are still just trash." Even though Hawkman had closed in, Jiang Kai did not dodge and remained standing still. He grabbed Jiang Kai's shoulder and laughed loudly, "No, you can't escape, so you're accepting death?" Hawkman's other hand clenched into a fist and threw a punch, his arrogant voice ringing out, "Enjoy this." The punch landed on Jiang Kai's right cheek. Next came an uppercut from below, then a punch to the left cheek for Simmer. Hawkman grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up. A mocking expression was clear on his face. "The final blow, I'll smash your skull." Suddenly, Jiang Kai burst out laughing. Hawkman immediately sensed something was wrong, thinking, "Wait, could it be?" Behind him, another Jiang Kai was sprinting away in escape. In the hospital room, everyone watched the battle. Hao Ming excitedly shouted, "I get it now. The one caught is Jiang Kai's substitute." Yang Guang agreed, "That's right. If the real body was caught, he'd be dead for sure. It must be a substitute, so he's so calm." Li Biao commented thoughtfully, "Indeed, Jiang Kai's experience is a bit shallow, easy for an old hand to see through, but he still managed to avoid restraint." Looking at the fleeing figure, he assessed, "Next time I meet him, I should advise him that a substitute needs to look panicked to be convincing." Hawkman finally regained his senses. He was furious, trying to run. He tossed the substitute aside and charged after him aggressively. "You haven't had your fun with me yet." Jiang Kai continued to use his deceptive state. Hawkman was startled, stopped, and turned his head to look at him. His body froze, his eyes wide open as he stared at Jiang Kai. Hawkman tried to move, but it was useless, angrily cursing internally, "Damn it, my perception is paralyzed." Jiang Kai's figure in his eyes became blurry, making it impossible to see his movements clearly. At the same time, he tossed a recovery potion bottle aside, his voice calm, a savage like, "You can't be beaten to death, right?" Jiang Kai pushed off with the toes of his feet and leaped. He raised the twin short swords and charged straight ahead. Let me see how long he could last. Jiang Kai used the Gambler's Time ability, slashing Hawkman's body twice. The system displayed that Gambler's Time doubled his attack speed. Jiang Kai thought confidently, the barbarian only focused on tempering the body. His spirit was weak. Under the bluff state, continuous dual blade attacks could break the armor. He recalled the scene of corpses littering the entrance of spawn point A. As Jiang Kai gripped the sword hilt in his hand, the system immediately reported, attack speed increased by 20%, crit strike damage increased by 15%. The combo effect enabled a grade break when striking consecutively. Back to the present, he used that same sword to attack Hawkman relentlessly. Seeing him still smiling, Jiang Kai frowned, wondering why the crit hadn't activated yet. Hawkman saw through his intention and said smugly, "Just twin swords want to break my armor, dream on." Jiang Kai curled his lip, "Is that so, but taking off your turtle shell?" "It's more than enough," he said, and then slashed down heavily with his sword. Jiang Kai yelled, falling star-crushing rock. The system displayed, this attack consumes 1% of the target's stamina, increases basic attributes by 1% each time, crit damage by 1%, and the number of crits also increases accordingly. A fierce slash aimed to split Hawkman in two. He was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Hawkman managed to tense his enhanced body to take the blow. Jiang Kai mocked, "So the blood of the ancient warrior is only this much." He kept slashing at Hawkman, taunting incessantly, calling him a barbarian. "Just a mad beast, daring to look down on the sacred Radiance people, harming my friend, and calling yourself the nemesis." The final slash decisively shattered his defense. Hawkman roared in pain. Hawkman was sent flying, his body tumbling backward, skidding across the ground. His large frame slammed heavily onto the rough ground, lying motionless. To be sure, Jiang Kai showed no mercy, mustering his strength for another thrust. "Today I will kill a nemesis like you." The sword strike was so powerful it cracked the ground. The sword tip sank deep into Hawkman's sturdy body. Jiang Kai was triumphant, "The armor is broken." In the midst of life and death, Hawkman suddenly gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to sit up abruptly, straining himself. "No, I cannot lose. I want you dead." The sword tip piercing through caused fresh blood to flow down the blade. Hawkman's eyes bulged, full of unwillingness. He trembled as he looked at the two swords embedded straight into his body. How could this be? Tian Shen shouted in shock. Hawkman's defense was monstrous. He had the warrior's blood, yet Jiang Kai broke his armor at a weak point. He analyzed high-quality warrior blades enhance attack and speed, but they don't directly increase crit or crit count. He speculated, could his greatest strength be close combat? But this level of power was from a class over level 20. Only Wei Ying understood his power, silently refuting no, Jiang Kai's specialty is ranged attack. Thinking about the battle, he hesitated, but when he uses melee weapons, his crit eruption becomes even more terrifying. Jiang Kai's confident, smug expression was clear. Wei Ying was more certain. He fights fiercer the longer it goes. Jiang Kai glanced at Hawkman's battered body and taunted, you big guy. Didn't you like crushing people's head? He drew a card, sneering, I also have a hobby I want to share with you. Hawkman was terrified, struggling to lift his head. He coldly swung his sword, warning, remember, don't touch the people of Sacred Radiance. The death card appeared. A somber voice echoed, the time is not yet. Hawkman felt his body being torn apart. He screamed in agony, damn it, what is this? Unable to bear the torture, he begged in pain, kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Jiang Kai smiled brightly but with pure malice, like devil whispering softly, what's the hurry, the time hasn't come yet, you have to enjoy it a bit more. At the headquarters of Country Y, in a meeting room with a round table, many people were discussing. Christina ran over, stopped by soldiers but still shouted, Commander Mark, please send men into the Mirage Lotus Temple. Going back 15 minutes earlier, she had seen Hawkman screaming and begging to die. Christina was horrified. That sacred prophecy brat tortured a monster like Hawkman until begging for death was a luxury. She recalled that Jiang Kai had said then, Christina, you are the only one who respected the Sacred Radiance warriors. I will grant you a quick death. She covered her mouth in fear, thinking he was pretending to be good. Now she realized that giving her a quick death was already showing too much mercy. Seeing Hawkman being tortured, she worried about her own fate. That kid was truly terrifying. Mark scolded coldly, Christina, I told you to reflect on yourself. Who let you in here daring to disrupt my meeting with the commanders, so rude? Christina hurriedly reported in fear. The brat entering the Mirage Wisdom grounds wasn't simple. What if Sacred Radiance joins hands with an ally? Mark's veins bulged. He shouted angrily, shut up, are you teaching me my job? At Christina's dazed expression, he continued scolding, you all are my most trusted subordinates. Yet everyone was killed offline by a Sacred Radiance brat with an unknown background. The more he talked, the angrier he got. His voice was sharp. Do you think the other spawn points are useless? Dealing with someone like that doesn't need a commotion. Garrison troops 3, 4, and 5 have already departed. He raised both hands, not hiding his ambition. In 10 minutes we will crush him. Mark ordered Christina. Now get lost. She could only lower her head and obey. At the same time, Hawkman was still screaming miserably. The stabs not only tortured his body, but also tormented his spirit. Hawkman was now utterly desperate, constantly begging, let me die, I will not dare again. I will never touch the people of Sacred Radiance again. Hawkman's eyes brimmed with tears, gradually losing focus, becoming lifeless. His mouth kept repeating the plea for a quick death. Jiang Kai coldly manipulated his ability, saying with contempt, I thought you had some backbone, but you are just a bully who fears the strong. You laugh at others for being trash, but you yourself are not even equal to trash. He firmly warned, next time you meet someone from Sacred Radiance, remember to kneel and take a detour. Finally, Jiang Kai delivered the finishing blow, sending Hawkman on his way. His body instantly dissipated on the ground. Jiang Kai lightly brushed off his hand. He collected the death card into his hand. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes widened. The wounds on his body suddenly worsened, and he coughed up blood. Jiang Kai's body trembled incessantly. He thought to himself, now that this guy is dead, the effect of the falling stone into the well is gone, and the pain has become more severe. Just then, a loud shout startled him. It was him who killed Hawkman. Jiang Kai quickly raised his head to observe his surroundings. From the forest, a troop armed with armor and weapons burst out, heading straight for him. Jiang Kai quickly recognized them as the defense force dispatched from another login point. They looked like warriors with considerable strength. He silently observed them, especially the leader. The leader stepped forward and taunted, Kid, you think you can defeat the elites of many nations alone? Since you are here, do not expect to return. Jiang Kai sneered with mockery, is that so? He said to himself, he absolutely could not show any weakness now. Jiang Kai straightened up, summoned the flying goo, and confidently retorted, you came just in time. Today, I, Jiang Kai, will fight to the end. The leader curled his lip in disdain. Death is at your door, and you still dare to boast. He loudly commanded, kill him. The troop behind immediately responded, shouting in unison, kill. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, preparing to use the flame technique. Suddenly, a familiar voice made him stop. Captain Jiang Kai, going to battle without bringing us along makes no sense. The sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning struck continuously. Jiang Kai looked up in astonishment. That voice is. Small raindrops began to fall. Hu Yan descended from the sky like a fairy, confidently shouting, the ultimate universe invincible super rain technique. The enemy soldiers hurriedly shielded themselves from the rain. The mages casting spells were also interrupted, and they shouted in panic, what? The entire battle formation became chaotic, with attacks hitting their own people. They cursed, "Damn it, the chains are out of control." Jiang Kai called out in surprise Hu Yan. "Wait, since when did your rain technique become so powerful?" She winked and replied with a smile, "Captain Jiang Kai, I am not the only one with a new talent." Just then Yuanzhu charged up from behind, shouting, "The #1 war god under heaven Yuanzhu is here. You worthless soldiers, prepare to die." The single strike he sent countless enemies flying. Jiang Kai was stunned to realize it was Yuanzhu. Yuanyu also came flying in with his sword, his perverted expression unchanged. "Oh beauties, this king is here. Surrender your weapons and your maidenly souls." Jiang Kai had barely recovered from the surprise when he turned his head. Yuanyu and also saw behind him a vast army, many times larger than the enemy force, had appeared surrounding them. Lu Daewon, the captain of Plan B in the Dawn operation, rode a tiger and commanded, "Protect Jiang Kai, seize the base camp." Everyone shouted in unison, "Protect the hero of Sacred Radiance, kill." Jiang Kai thought to himself in astonishment, there really are a lot of people. At this moment, Nuan was also present and asked, "Jiang Kai, we are not too late, are we?" He quickly asked Nuan, "What is this all about? How did everyone come here and bring so many reinforcements?" She recounted, "After you pushed both of us away, Yuanzhu and I did not want to abandon you. We planned to retreat and hide, wait to recover our combat strength, and then come back to save you." Yuanzhu ran while comforting, "Hold on a little longer, we are almost there." Nuan continued, "But before we could hide, we were chased, so we had to keep running." Suddenly she stopped in great surprise. Recalling the scene of Lu Daewon leading the troops, she said, "Just as the enemies were about to catch up, Brother Lu led a troop and appeared. Both of them were quickly taken for treatment. Everyone comforted them, 'Leave it to us, your wounds are quite serious and need cell congealing technique." She continued, "They also brought Hu Yan and Ruan Yu." Hu Yan asked Nuan Yuanzhu, "Are you alright?" Ruan Yu panted heavily before speaking, We came to save you." Nuan also recounted the scene of them surrounding the enemy. Not only them, but the countries that had previously allied with Sacred Radiance and were repelled also set out to attack together. Jiang Kai looked around happily. Being able to gather the countries to launch an attack so quickly is definitely not a temporary plan. So the army had a backup plan prepared beforehand. Nuan cast a healing spell as she spoke. "Thanks to you holding back the army at point A, everyone had a chance to break out. Do not say any more, let me heal you first." Jiang Kai worried, "This place has many experts, especially that not guy, I worry." Before he could finish, Nuan grabbed his hand, "Do not worry." At the same time, Lu Daewon was leading the charge, slaughtering the enemy. She looked at that valiant figure, and then assured him Brother Lu is the core of Plan B, dealing with that not guy is no problem. Moreover, look at everyone. At one corner of the battle, Hu Yan was continuously striking, her voice echoing. "The ultimate invincible large silver ice is about to take down everything." The ice stones targeted the enemy troops, causing them to riot in pain. Ruan Yu meanwhile charged in close combat, striking decisively, but still not forgetting to tease, "Sweetie, do not dodge. The more you struggle, the more excited I get." Yuanzhu said nothing, directly drove the force of his attack. The world's best war god here, who dared to be arrogant, stepping on the trap arrows. Enemy soldiers fell in waves, cries of pain echoing everywhere. Witnessing the entire battle scene, he gritted his teeth in anger. Immediately gave the order, turned Wei Ying's garrison, and retreated. Just then, someone from Jiang Kai's side shouted loudly, "Points B and C have successfully broken through the encirclement and are heading to support Wei Ying." Jiang Kai and Nuan were delighted. Dong King said, "We succeeded." On the contrary, Qi and the army behind him were shocked upon hearing this. "What?" A Yuan sitting on the back raised his sword high. "All troops hear the order today. Let these lowly soldiers know what true holy brilliance is." He led the charge to the front of the battle, shouting slogans loudly, "Kill, fight for the holy brilliance." Thus the enemy fell into a passive position, being pursued and annihilated by Da Yuan's army, the chaotic scene losing its initial formation. Nuan couldn't help but share with brother Jiang Kai, "It's so good, we won, holy brilliance won." Jiang Kai smiled brightly and said, "That's right, good." Suddenly his eyes darkened, losing their focus. Jiang Kai muttered, "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, his body collapsed. Nuan was startled, quickly caught him and called out loudly, "Jiang Kai." After confirming he had only fainted from exhaustion, she breathed a sigh of relief. Nuan smiled gently, "You've worked hard, rest well and sleep." News reports rushed to broadcast the latest. A breaking news. Today, the multi-nation allied forces launched a second raid, breaking through 4 major garrisons in the Lost Ground. After the garrison forces were defeated, they counterattacked multiple times, but were all crushed by the battlements erected by the allied forces. Anchor continuously warned, "The latest war intelligence shows the garrison forces suffered heavy losses. The casualty ratio reached 3-1. There was also a report detailing the battle. At 6 a.m. Central Time, the 2nd Reinforcement Unit of the Spirit Army arrived at the Lost Ground as planned. The Spirit Army's comprehensive strategy increased by 40. They continuously broadcast each news update. According to the latest news, the 3rd main group of the Allied forces has successfully logged in. A military spokesperson said this operation marks the Allied forces successfully occupying the Lost Ground Palace. At Mark's headquarters after hearing all that news, a dispute broke out. Your people are too useless, you couldn't even stop 2 kid teams of allies. The deserter still has the face to speak. If it weren't for you running away in battle, our counterattack wouldn't have failed. Now you're so eager to shift the blame. Who was it earlier that pounded their chest guaranteeing the defense line had no flaws? After arguing for a while with no result, they placed the blame on Mark. In the end, Italy should be blamed, should have sent more people from the start. They all agreed, placing all the blame on him. That's right. Everything has turned out like this because of you. Your Italy should bear the greatest fault. Mark glared angrily, unable to speak. Cut it out, you. At the same time, an announcement sounded on the battlefield. The multi-nation allied forces led by Holy Brilliance declared that from today, access rights to the lost ground are opened. This action is more tolerant than the previous Baidpald policy of the garrison forces, receiving widespread international support. The camp positions were carefully arranged, guards patrolled standing before each tent. Suddenly, not far away, a figure appeared out of thin air. The guards quickly recognized the opponent. They hurriedly reported to the teams, "Be alert, intruder detected. I repeat, intruder detected." De Yuan stepped out of the tent upon hearing this. Observing the opponent's solitary figure, he wondered, is he charging into the lost ground alone? Thinking of the possibility, De Yuan panicked. It couldn't be another person like little brother Jiang Kai coming here, could it? He turned to look at the tent next door and thought worriedly, now little brother Jiang Kai hasn't woken up yet. If that's the case, we're in big trouble. Suddenly the other person raised both hands and shouted loudly, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." He stammered an introduction. My name is Harith. I represent the country of Ep to negotiate." The UN and his group were dumbfounded. Suddenly, another person appeared beside Harith. That person asked, "May I ask who is the leader on your side?" "I am Kimtae Jiang Kai from the country of Hat. I represent the country of Hat, hoping for peaceful negotiations with your side." A soldier cried out, "I remember that guy named White Hole is a swordsman from the country of Ep. That man killed many of our people." The teammate of that guy immediately cursed, "Country of Hat, isn't the country of Hat that traitor? And they still have the nerve to come here." Harith took the opportunity to propose, I came here in good faith. Our country of Epi is willing to use raw materials to buy a slot to participate in the competition." Kimtae Jiang Kai, seeing himself about to be scooped, hurriedly explained, "Big brother, we were also forced by the situation. We admit our mistake. The country of Hat is willing to pay double the price to buy a slot to participate in the competition." Harith shouted angrily, "Your other country is so rich, huh? Just bought a slot once, now buying another one." Kimtae Jiang Kai was no pushover either, immediately retorted, "What right does your country of Ep have to talk about us? The so-called strongest swordsman, wasn't he still killed instantly by the great god of holy brilliance? If it weren't for you being too useless, you wouldn't have lost the battle." Harith and Kim Jiang Kai stood right there arguing with each other. "What did you say?" "I said your country of Hat is useless." "Say that again." No one noticed De Yuan shaking with anger. He angrily shouted, "Damn it, shut up, all of you." Harith and Tijang, who were about to start fighting, were scared out of their wits upon hearing that. Yuan waved his hand signaling the guards, sneered and said, "Peace negotiations? Sorry, we haven't received any notification. Capture them first." The soldiers quickly rushed forward to restrain both, shouting "Wind." Meanwhile, in the tent next door, Jiang Kai also groggily opened his eyes. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, watching over him, were delighted and pressed their faces close. "Captain Jiang Kai, you're finally awake." Jiang Kai was startled, hurriedly backed away and shouted loudly, "Damn, what are you two doing? Don't tell me you've been here staring at me the whole time I was sleeping." Hu Yan explained, "It's because we were worried about you. When we just successfully broke through Point A's defense, you were so tired you collapsed asleep." Ruan Yu agreed and continued, "Moreover, you slept for 3 straight days." Suddenly he clapped his hands as if remembering something to report. "That's right, 2 days ago Yuan Ju said, your younger brother Captain Jiang Kai saw the video of you charging into the Lost Ground Palace alone and fainted at school." Jiang Kai worriedly jumped up and asked, "What?" "My brother fainted." Hu Yan helplessly reminded Ruan Yu, "Can you not speak haltingly?" Ruan Yu knew he had said something wrong, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "Don't rush, don't rush." Nuan said he woke up. "Not only did he know you were safe, but he also knew you had the greatest credit in this victory of holy brilliance. He feels very proud of his older brother." Jiang Kai sighed in relief and sat down on the chair. "Is that so?" Hu Yan looked for another topic to continue the conversation. She happily boasted, "To celebrate our great victory, I'll tell you two a secret. Want to hear it?" The other two asked curiously, "What is it?" Hu Yan excitedly said, "That day, Captain Jiang Kai, didn't you ask why my rain summoning technique suddenly became stronger? Do you remember?" Jiang Kai nodded and said, "That's right." Hu Yan, "Back then you said it was a new talent. Could it be that you leveled up?" Ruan Yu yelled curiously, telling Hu Yan to stop being mysterious. He seriously recounted to the two of them that, after leaving the forest of the Moon Orchid Abyss, her entire body felt unusually agile, which was extremely strange. By last night, the system notified that all her basic attributes had been fully upgraded. A purple light enveloped Hu. The purple light appeared a notice that she had received a new talent called Control Power. A few fresh green leaves floated in the palm of Hu Yan's hand. Then, dazzling purple lightning bolts shot out from her fingertips, and she gleefully showed off that this talent could control natural elements. To prove it, Hu Yan proceeded to create a sphere of water. The two huddled around her, marveling that Hu Yan could now truly control the direction of water flow. The moment she finished speaking, Hu Yan accidentally launched a column of water straight into Ruan Yu's face. She awkwardly apologized, explaining that her current level of control was still basic, and she needed the compass to use that storm attack earlier. Ruan Yu was not angry, calmly wiped his face, and honestly said it was amazing. Hu Yan regained her confidence, laughing loudly as she said she hadn't expected it either, wondering if the system had malfunctioned to let her benefit. Only Jiang Kai understood the reason, thinking to himself that it certainly wasn't an unexpected windfall. His intuition told him that this matter was related to that fox spirit who was very special to Hu Yan. Right at that moment, Jiang Kai's stomach growled. He coughed a few times to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Hu Yan suddenly remembered that Captain Jiang Kai hadn't eaten in 3 days and was unbearably hungry. She quickly ran out of the tent, saying she would find some food right away, and Ruan Yu chimed in, saying he knew what the captain liked best. Seeing that he was being cared for, Jiang Kai's heart felt warm, and his expression involuntarily softened. Suddenly, Daxuan entered to visit, calling him Brother Jiang Kai. He cheerfully replied, and Daxuan warmly confided that because of defensive organization, they hadn't had a chance to get properly acquainted. Jiang Kai shook the elder's hand, sincerely thanking him for rescuing Yuanju, Nuan, and himself in time. Daxuan laughed, saying that without him, Operation Dawn would have been difficult to accomplish, and that he was the #1 hero. Then he continued, saying, besides that, Brother Jiang Kai, there are 2 matters I want to discuss. Daxuan listed them. First, the routed armies are suing for peace, wanting to buy entry slots. The High Command is inclined to refuse, but the resources they offer are too great. Jiang Kai wondered, isn't this decision for the military to make? Is his opinion that important? Daxuan laughed and patted his shoulder, saying that without him, Operation Dawn would have failed, and forcing negotiations would betray the heroes. Jiang Kai calmly deferred the decision to them, trusting that the military would balance the pros and cons well. Daxuan cheerfully agreed. Jiang Kai asked about the second matter, and Daxuan said it was the idea of Commander Wei Ying. He relayed the message, hoping that he would lead Yuanju, Nuan, and the Fire God Squad as a team to represent Saint Glory in the competition. Daxuan excitedly confirmed, yes, Yuanju and Nuan had performed bravely, and he was the most deserving leader. Then he seriously added that Commander Hua also had this idea, promising that the reward would be split 4 for the military and 6 for them. Jiang Kai pondered thoughtfully, not immediately agreeing. Daxuan advised that although it might seem small, only the military was eligible to participate in a competition of this scale. He asked Brother Jiang Kai, don't you agree? Jiang Kai did not refuse, saying that representing Saint Glory was a great challenge, but since it was a life or death matter, he needed to ask his teammates' opinions. Daxuan nodded, acknowledging his reasoning, as the 2 teammates were not in the military and had no obligation. Jiang Kai took the opportunity to ask if the team decided to participate. Could he ask Brother Lu for a favor? Daxuan was slightly surprised and asked curiously what it was. 15 minutes later, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu brought food into the tent and saw that Wei Ying had already left. The 2 plates of food were quickly cleaned out. Taking this chance, Jiang Kai recounted the entire conversation and then asked for their opinions. He hoped they would think carefully before deciding to join such a dangerous competition. An excited yell immediately rang out from the tent. Hu Yan enthusiastically agreed on the spot, insisting on participating in the global competition. Ruan Yu also responded passionately, saying that with Captain Jiang Kai leading them, there was nothing to fear. Jiang Kai, though he had anticipated it, was still helpless against their fearless attitude. 1 month later, at the ghost star of Z Water, a figure slowly emerged from the water's surface. The man panted heavily, staring intently at what lay before him. Suddenly his eyes widened, filled with terror. A door appeared, accompanied by a system notification panel. Congratulations, you have discovered the ancient ruin, Mirage Pool Palace. At the same time, on a rooftop, a person preparing to steal also received the notification. Another person currently exploring also took notice. A soldier sitting on a horse was astonished upon receiving the news. The system announced that the conditions for launching the global competition had been met and would begin in 12 hours. The global network lit up simultaneously, a dense web of connection lines. At Mirage Pool Location A, the guards also received this news. The system announced that this competition would be broadcast live in HD, with a maximum of 3 teams per country and 5 members per team. If the number exceeded the regulation, that country's members would die an untimely death. Jiang Kai's team carefully read the rules. Nuan said she had found the final teleportation array. The global conquest competition was about to begin. Yuanju asked worriedly that the rules were too vague, only saying that too many people would die, but not mentioning how to fight or how to win. Ruan Yu wondered if it could really be that simple. Hu Yan snorted coldly, saying they must be waiting until the start to reveal which direction Wei Ying's gun was pointing. Jiang Kai agreed with Hu Yan, but said it was good too. At least this time those who liked to play clever tricks could not pull any stunts beforehand. He smiled lightly and then ordered everyone to rest and conserve their strength, ready to fight in 12 hours. Nuan and the others enthusiastically shouted in acknowledgement. The night gradually faded behind the undulating mountain range. Sunlight appeared, dispelling the gloomy darkness. The system announced that the first phase of the global conquest competition was about to begin. The system explained the rules of the game. After the start, everyone would be randomly teleported to the Lost Hall of Lightning, with 3 minutes of damage immunity preparation time. A countdown timer appeared. The system gave an example. After the preparation time, each squad would have one member randomly imprisoned. The imprisoned person could not act on their own, but could be moved, rescued, or killed. It explained that every 2 hours, a new prisoner would be added. If an imprisoned person was killed, another member would be randomly imprisoned until the entire team was eliminated. The system offered a benefit. Killing an opponent would earn a rescue card. 5 cards could remove the imprisonment status of one team member. After the competition started, a series of monster of commander level and above appeared at the edge of the Lost Land, ready to hunt. Their activity area would gradually shrink from the outside and over time. 3 badges appeared. The system announced that the competition would end when only 3 teams remained. Rankings were calculated based on the number of free members and rescue cards remaining in hand. The competition location had been set. The system announced the countdown time. Finally, when the time reached 3, 2, 1, the final shout echoed. The figures of the players landed one by one in their corresponding positions. As soon as Jiang Kai stabilized his position, the notification sounded that the competition had begun. Nearby, countless white shadows quickly appeared, signaling that players were about to emerge. Looking at the people not on his team, Jai murmured to himself that it was as he expected. He confirmed that Yuan Zhu's group was not here. The whole group simultaneously dashed off in 4 directions without prior agreement. He thought, scattered individually and randomly imprisoned on top of that. Jiang Kai analyzed as he ran. If the imprisoned person happened to be the enemy, then it would truly be a near-death situation. This rule seemed like a test of individual strength. He affirmed, actually it was a test of overall strength and the team's unity. Jiang Kai's speed increased. He thought if any member was left behind as a target for others to tear apart, it would be extremely fatal. The system announced the preparation time remaining as 30. Jiang Kai calculated as he ran, 30 seconds left. Unsure if the imprisoned person would be him. Seizing the invincible time, find a deserted place to hide, then figure out a way to gather. He seriously determined his current goal. Must seize the time and quickly resolve the squad's imprisonment crisis. At the same time, in the city of Jiangkaijiang, the military meeting room, the screen displayed the entire scene of the competition. Tianxian asked in astonishment why they suddenly all hid. Were they playing hide and seek? Tianxian explained that their action must be related to the rules. Only the participants knew the specifics. He then asked what Commander Wei Ying thought. Wei Ying frowned and speculated. It looked like a signal before the start of a hunting mode. He confidently said that the 3 teams sent by Saint Radiance were all elite soldiers experienced in war. The Red Squad had strong and valiant members. The Shanhe Squad had very confident members. Wei Ying affirmed that no matter what, the only thing we could do was trust the soldiers 100%. Finally, there was Jiang Kai's Fire God Squad, which already had a high reputation beforehand. Scene shifted to Wei Ying at the Lost Hall of Lightning. Hu Yan and Nuan were walking together. Both of them cautiously observed their surroundings. A sudden attack came down from above. They hurriedly jumped away to dodge. Hu Yan angrily cursed, asking where the bastard came from to dare ambush this female hero. Yuan Zhu fell from the sky, happily calling out to Nuan and Hu Yan, saying he had finally waited for them. 2 girls exclaimed in surprise, calling Yuan Zhu's name. Yuan Zhu laughed awkwardly and scratched his head, asking if he had scared them. Hu Yan asked when Yuan Zhu had arrived. Yuan Zhu said blankly, "Me? I have been here all along." He cheerfully recounted, "I was very lucky. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found the teleportation point was in the forest near the camp." Yuan Zhu used his watch to try to contact and gather, but found the competition had started and communication was cut off. He stood in a corner to observe, guessing everyone would head to the camp, so he hid in a tree and waited. Sure enough, he waited for the 2 girls. He then asked why they were together. Nuan said, "Hu Yan and I met on the way, and we also guessed everyone would return to the camp, so we came together." Hu Yan agreed. If we thought of this, then Captain Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu would think of it too. They would definitely come here as soon as they were free to act. Nuan said worriedly. She wondered who the next person would be. A minute later, a sound came from the bushes. Yuan Zhu quickly detected it and reported that someone was coming. A pair of familiar feet stepped out from the bushes. They all stared in surprise as Ruan Yu, panting, said, "Hu Yan, you are all here just as I thought." At that moment, the system's countdown also stopped. The preparation time officially ended. The group was shocked to realize that the imprisoned person was none other than Yuan Zhu exclaimed Jiang Kai's name in panic. At that same instant, Jiang Kai, who was on the tree, suddenly froze. He was startled to realize he could not move at all. Could it be he had encountered such bad luck? Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and thought to himself the situation was dangerous. Why did this place feel so strange? There was still another person. Following his line of sight, someone was hiding at the base of the opposite tree. Jiang Kai saw that man holding a weapon, worriedly realizing that he was staring right at him. He had closed in at some point without making a sound. A terrifying speculation flashed in his mind. Perhaps he had been lying in ambush all along and had witnessed him jump onto the tree. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. This was truly bad luck. However, after waiting for a long time, that man still did not move. Only then did Jiang Kai suddenly understand. Don't tell me he was also imprisoned. After observing for a while, that man still did not budge. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then noticed his surroundings, suddenly wondering if this place still had. Soon after, he discovered another man lying sprawled in the grass. Jiang Kai despairingly realized that this small area had 3 men hiding, and all 3 were unluckily in prison. He worriedly calculated. This also meant that if teammates from either side came, they could easily finish off the other 2 to get the relief cards. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, trying to find a way out. He desperately asked himself, Yuan Zhu, where are you guys at this moment? On the other side, Yuan Zhu urgently shook Hu Yan, urging her. Hu Yan, can you divine where Jiang Kai is? Yuan said worriedly, he cannot move, he could be in danger at any moment. Ruan Yu also agreed, urging Hu Yan to try divination. Hu Yan took out her tools, hesitantly replied, alright, even though I don't know if it will be accurate, I will try. Before she could use her ability, a group of people appeared, truly enemies on a narrow path. It was Team Y Nation, the Sijia Guild, the Holy Knight Squad. The man named Jack led the taunt. Jiang Kai is your team leader, right? It seems the one imprisoned this time is him. Yuan was immediately protected by her teammates, then asked back, you are people from Y Nation. Rak lightly clashed his sword, mocking, pretty good eyesight, that brat Jiang Kai has been left behind. You guys run into me today, the goddess of luck is not on your side. Yuan Zhu was not to be outdone, retorted immediately, so it's the fellow countryman of Christina. Haven't you been beaten badly enough last time? Do you want to come and throw your lives away this time? Boris snorted coldly. If it weren't for Jiang Kai's many schemes, I Nation's defense line would not have collapsed, and because of him, Slot had to compensate until he was short of resources. Jessica disdainfully said, today we take you as a start, then we will find Jiang Kai to settle the score with interest. Lobo advised Tom, who was lying on the ground, don't be impatient. Killing these 4 people will get 5 rescue cards. Soon the imprisonment will be lifted for you. Manju's group immediately fell into a state of tension. Jack laughed complacently, without Jiang Kai. You are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He shouted loudly and then charged forward with his teammates. Today I will show you what the power of despair is. Rak ordered to deal with the healer first. Nuan panicked, realizing she was the first target. Yuan Zhu launched an attack first. He leapt high, preparing to unleash a move, shouting loudly, ground-shaking arrow step, a strike that forced all 4 enemies back. Jack sneered mockingly, quite a powerful force. He ordered Boris and Lobo to deal with the other 2, while he and Jessica would surround and kill the tank and the healer. The remaining 3 people enthusiastically answered in unison, understood. Looking at Ruan Yu and Hu Yin protecting Nuan, they disdained, a fat guy, a fortune teller. It will be done in less than 3 seconds. Ruan Yu held his large shield firmly, retreating behind to protect his teammates. Leave this place to me. Hu Yan exclaimed worriedly, not good, Ruan Yu hasn't had time to drink his alcohol yet. Boris charged in with his sword, his voice full of mockery, the fat pig wants to play hero. His sword then clashed heavily with Ruan Yu's shield. Because he had not been buffed, he was at a much greater disadvantage and had to use all his strength to block the blow. Hu Yan raised both hands, a swirling water sphere appeared, super invincible rainmaking spell. Harsh metallic sound rang out. Lobo threw a hooked sickle to latch onto Ruan Yu's monster trap. He yanked the chain, and the monster trap was flung backwards. Lobo yelled, rain spell, you might as well pray for a pleasant death. On the other side, Yuan Zhu ran over to block in front of Nuan and swung his sword. Jessica was immediately knocked far back. Jack took the opportunity to rush in, swinging his sword in a sneak attack at Yuan Zhu's side. Nuan screamed in horror to warn Yuan Zhu, be careful. Yuan Zhu heard the scream and panickedly turned his head back. He held his sword horizontally, using all his strength to block Jiak's attack. But Jiak's force was too strong, continuously pushing forward, forcing Yuan Zhu to step back. Jack looked at Yuan Zhu through their crossed swords, laughing arrogantly, see, the fear shining in your eyes. A person like this wants to protect his teammates. Jack gathered all his strength, pressing down on the sword while laughing loudly, cry, you weak women. Yuan Zhu was overwhelmed by the opponent's terrifying strength. He was about to fall. At this moment, Nuan pointed her fingers at Jiak, casting shadowy needle. A barrage of sharp needles pierced the flesh of Jiak's arm. He was extremely shocked. What is this? In another scene, Jiang Kai was still hiding on a tree branch. Half an hour had passed. He did not know the situation of Yuan Zhu and the others. Suddenly, he felt a movement. Turning his head in surprise, there was someone. A burly thug with a vicious face swung his blade, slashing through the bushes, revealing Harris, who had been hiding beneath them. He squinted and laughed loudly, finally about to claim a life. Harris was terrified to the extreme, unable to react in time. Instantly, the burly thug delivered a powerful slash, blood splattered, and Harris couldn't even scream. He was hit in the stomach and sent flying, landing right where Bald Head was hiding. Seeing Bald Head, the burly thug smirked, hefting his blade as he approached. One more left. Bald Head was pinned by the tree, lying motionless on the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth, tense but unable to move. The burly thug suddenly stopped walking, looking up. He stared directly at where Jiang Kai was standing, then lowered his blade. Jiang Kai was also tense. He had been discovered. The burly thug laughed excitedly. "Excellent, I've hit a big jackpot this time, spotting 3 of you at once." He swung his blade at Bald Head's arm, and he fell on the spot. The man licked the blood from his blade, grinning eerily. "Thanks, but I have no intention of letting you go." Bald Head had already vanished by then, leaving behind a gold card. The burly thug dragged his blade along the ground, humming as he walked. Holding 2 cards, he dragged the blade tip closer to the tree where Jiang Kai was standing. "Next one, your turn." Jiang Kai frowned. "Damn it, am I really gonna die this time? I can't move at all right now unless Yuanju gets here in time." Then he suddenly realized, repeating his own words, "Can't move." Jiang Kai chuckled, having just stumbled upon a crucial thought. The burly thug shot up the tree, raising his blade with both hands and yelling, "Die." Jiang Kai remained completely still, not budging. He smirked, his expression full of confidence in his decision. The voice in his mind was firm. What can't move is the body, not the death card. Instantly, the card behind him shot up. The burly thug couldn't react. As he tried to swing his blade, the card slashed across his body, making him cough up blood. The card circled back, this time piercing straight through him. Finishing the burly thug, Jiang Kai controlled the 3 cards, making them fly up into the air. Commanded with his will, death cards go. A gust of wind enveloped the 3 gold cards, emitting a blinding flash of light. The death card returned to Jiang Kai's body. He calculated he now had 3, but needed 5 to save himself. He was still too short. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he remembered something. Got it. 5 minutes later, Jiang Kai's 3 rescue cards moved downward, his body floating in the middle of the open space. A man passing by cheered joyfully. "Damn, this luck is insane. 3 rescue cards just picked up like that?" But his footsteps suddenly halted, his wariness rising. Wait, why would there be 3 rescue cards just lying around? He scanned the surroundings. Clearly this place had just been a battlefield, the bloodstains not even dry yet. Could it be that both sides were injured and ran off? The immense value of the rescue cards made him reluctant to leave. Or maybe a survivor heard my footsteps and cowardly ran away, leaving the cards behind? Clutching a sliver of hope, he continued observing, but the more he looked, the more something felt off. He crept forward on tiptoe, his unease growing, feeling that something was wrong. Just then, Jiang Kai's death card appeared behind the man. The card slammed heavily into his body. The man's eyes bulged, filled with regret. It's a trap. With a single move, he was eliminated from the game, leaving behind 1 rescue card. Jiang Kai was satisfied. Now I have 4 cards, just 1 more and I'm free. He was a little worried about how Yuanju's group was doing. On the other side, Yuanju was overwhelmingly attacking the man named Jack. He was terrified, retreating far back to maintain distance. Jack's comrades rushed over to reinforce their leader. Nuan frantically warned, "Yuanju, watch out behind you." Yuanju gritted his teeth and quickly changed direction. However, he still couldn't dodge the enemy's surprise attack in time. Nursing a wound, Yuanju leaped to the side, cursing. "Damn, 4 against 1, have you no shame?" Just then, Ruanyu hurled something forcefully over. "Yuanju, try my new toy." Yuanju caught Ruanyu's full glass of wine. The enemy sneered contemptuously, trying to numb yourself with alcohol to dull the pain. "Drinking will only make you more reckless." Jack chuckled menacingly. "That's your last drink before the execution. Daring to plot against me, you must have a death wish." Lobo held his chain, unaware of the danger, excitedly charging forward. Suddenly, the immense power of Yuanju and Ruanyu exploded forth. Yuanju, as if infused with new strength, arrogantly declared, "I, Yuan, am the #1 war god under heaven. Slay gods who stand in my way, kill demons who block my path." Ruanyu also entered a state of frenzy. "Not a single man in my life has ever bested Ruanyu. Where is my righteous brother?" Jack's team saw that power and were horrified. What the hell? Yuanju shot forward like lightning. With a single sword stroke, he sent the entire group flying. Jack gritted his teeth, his eyes clearly showing unwillingness. Yuanju, not letting him recover, leaped up to deliver the finishing blow. "The #1 war god is here, all of you." He raised his sword high and slashed down, shouting loudly, "Lie down and die." His opponent stared in shock, his hand holding the sword trembling, frozen for a moment before stammering. "This is..." Yuanju did not hesitate, swinging his sword down hard. The opponent's sword was cut in half, and that man was also severely wounded. Yuanju's slashing force was so terrifying that man was sent flying far away, and the surrounding trees were also broken and toppled. Boris was terrified by the scene, his voice trembling. "I have met many swordsmen, but how can the swordsmanship of a death knight like you be more bizarre and exquisite than a swordsman?" In front of that man, Ruanyu was slowly advancing towards Wei Ying. He pointed his sword tip at Boris, his face flushed red. "Stop talking nonsense. Take off your clothes." Boris broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with confusion. Why did it come to this? That man watched Ruan Yu charging forward with a sword and shield in hand. This guy, after drinking alcohol, seemed to turn into a different person. Boris stood rooted to the spot, watching Ruan Yu approach, his sword technique sometimes fast, sometimes slow but continuous, like flowing clouds in water, leaving no trace. Ruan Yu was already in front of Boris, his sharp eyes blazing red, swinging his sword and laughing loudly. A few days earlier, in the team's temporary tent, team leader Jiang Kai spoke up. Jiang Kai produced a thick book, saying to Ruan Yu, "Although you are not a swordsman, your talent under the influence of alcohol suits this skill. For the upcoming tournament, this is a skill book I requested from Brother Lu for you." Then he turned to look at Deshuan. Deshuan has a lot of military constitution. I ask you to help Ruan Yu find swordsman skill books to improve his strength. Deshuan was full of confidence. What is there to it? For the glory of the country, tell me to risk my life and I will. Ruan Yu held the book. This was the skill book every swordsman explorer dreamed of. He wondered, is this unconscious perception? The system displayed information. Unconscious perception is when explorer enters a state of focus. The moves are not constrained. The sword blade is like an extension of the body. Moves flow naturally. Back to the present, Ruan Yu had torn Boris's clothes. Is your fur that thick? I like it. Boris's face flushed red, covering his chest. What do you want to do? This is the global championship tournament. How dare you? Ruan Yu did not care, charging forward while laughing. Are you missing a layer inside? I understand you did it on purpose, right, little treasure? Boris heard this and shouted loudly, missing a layer. I am wearing all the outer armor, inner armor, and lining. Where am I missing? His face was as red as if it were about to explode. Ruan Yu continuously slashed at Boris. This time the upper body of that man had no cloth left. He laughed, still not enough. He showed a sinister grin, continuing to laugh. Boris hugged himself, tears and snot flowing messily. He let out a short-lived scream. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the sky in an instant became covered in dark clouds. Lobo ran swiftly, holding a meteor hammer. Assassins are best at fighting in any environment. Do you think this little trick can stop us? In front was Jessica. Kill them, quick battle, quick victory. Nuan also did not yield. She called out loudly while throwing an orb. Hu Yan held the 8 trigram diagram, spinning water to wrap around his hands. No matter what kind of assassin you are in the rain, I am the god. Nuan's orbs flew straight towards Lobo and Jessica, startling them. The orbs fell and a pink liquid sprayed out. The liquid splattered onto the two of them. What is this spicy stuff? My face. Taking advantage of the two being unable to move, Hu Yan raised his hand to the sky. Take this invincible super strong cosmic hailstorm. Immediately after, a hailstorm rained down, piercing through Lobo and Jessica, and the ground also cracked. 10 minutes later, in the forest where they had fought, Yuanju and Ruan Yu were resting leaning against a tree trunk. They had woken up. Nuan squatted in front of them, calling softly, Yuanju, brother Ruan, are you two awake? Beside her were 2 bottles of hangover cure medicine. Yuanju suddenly came to, asking loudly, where is that ferocious team from before? Who won? Where are the salvation cards? Did we get them? Ruan Yu was also confused. That is right. Nuan presented 5 shining cards, smiling brightly. Rest assured, not a single one of the 5 salvation cards is missing. Hu Yan went to calculate Jiang Kai's position. Once there is a result, we can go rescue him. At that moment, Hu Yan also walked in cheerfully. I know where team leader Jiang Kai is. The 3 others immediately became energized again, all wanting to meet Jiang Kai soon. On Jiang Kai's side, he was sitting on a tree, staring intently at 4 cards on the ground. Jiang Kai frowned in thought. Half an hour had passed. No new explorers had arrived. Yuanju and the others still had not found me. A loud noise rang out and the ground shook violently. Jiang Kai held tightly to the tree trunk, his face uneasy, not good. This commotion means the area is starting to shrink. The rumbling sound grew louder. It was the sound of stone footsteps. The giant army, the stone giants carrying tree trunks, their eyes fierce, had arrived. Below, a procession of giant monsters walked in groups, each carrying a huge tree trunk on its shoulder. The system introduced the monsters Crystal Stone Giant Commander level 65, especially the leading one, Crystal Stone Giant King level 88. Jiang Kai was trapped. He could only draw a cold breath and observe from the tree. Even with the death card, facing 4 commander-level monsters, one would have to fight tooth and nail. Now there was also a king-level one. This time it was dangerous. A group of stone giants swung their tree trunks, destroying everything around them. At this moment, Jiang Kai had a conjecture. Wait, he observed carefully. These guys were made of stone and vines, their eyes red like rubies, seemingly without mouths, ears, or noses. Jiang Kai thought to himself, this type of earthwood monster likely has no sense of smell or hearing. As long as I hide well, they might not find me. Just as it reached the foot of the tree where Jiang Kai was hiding, the stone giant stopped. It turned around and grabbed the tree trunk tightly. Jiang Kai was worried. Could his guess be wrong? The stone giant's fingers pierced through the rough bark. It forcefully lifted the tree trunk, causing the roots to pull out of the ground. The giant tree trunk was lightly hoisted and weighed by the stone giant. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, trying to hold onto the tree branch. The giant crystal stone creature did not notice him, but calmly carried the tree trunk on its shoulder. After that, it and its pack left. Jiang Kai was secretly astonished. It turned out he was considered a new weapon. That man really had no sense of smell. He calculated silently. He had almost been forced to use the Wheel of Fate to take a gamble just now. Suddenly, the whole group of giant crystal stone creatures rushed quickly towards Wei Ying. Leader was the king-rank giant crystal stone creature leading the pack to a cliff. Below was an open space where the two factions were fighting a decisive battle. They did not know that the giant crystal stone creatures were watching, still pouring all their strength into the fight. Jiang Kai was worried when he saw the two teams locked in a chaotic battle. Looking at the pack of giant crystal stone creatures charging down, he wondered, with this mountain blocking them, if they could not hear or smell, how did they know people were there? Very quickly, the two battle teams discovered the giant crystal stone creatures approaching and immediately sought a way to escape. But the pack of giant crystal stone creatures was prepared, energy condensed in their hands. It kept punching the ground hard, splitting the earth into two sections. Large boulders slid down, blocking all escape routes for the two teams. It had calculated the boulders fell exactly in place, trapping them all from leaving. At the same time, the other giant crystal stone creatures swung the tree trunks down. One by one, they charged over, lowering the tree trunks in their hands. A single swing sent nearby players flying, causing them to scream in pain. Jiang Kai suddenly understood. This attack method proved they used ground vibrations to track their prey. So the reason he was not discovered while hiding in the tree was clear, thanks to the canopy cover, and because he was not touching the ground. Jiang Kai thought to himself, he absolutely could not let the giant crystal stone creature throw this tree away. If it touched the ground, it would immediately detect him. Those people warily watched the gigantic monsters before them. The leader, Oliver, finally decided to take a risk and ordered a charge, to escape as many as possible, trying to leave the ground and jump up to attack. The giant crystal stone creature lifted the tree trunk high on its shoulder. Oliver jumped up, roaring loudly, "I'll go all out against you." Jiang Kai observed closely. Fighting at level 60, it was hard to deal damage to a king-rank boss in a short time. Oliver poured all his power into swinging his two swords down. It was only then that Jiang Kai was sure his real target was to shatter the tree trunk to seize a chance to escape. He laughed excitedly to himself. This was indeed a good opportunity. Jiang Kai concealed himself beneath the tree trunk, waiting to see if Oliver could escape, waiting for the right moment to strike. By the time Oliver discovered him, it was too late. What? There's someone there. Jiang Kai controlled the death card and launched it. The card shot out swiftly, piercing straight into Oliver. He coughed up blood, trying to warn his teammates, but failing to form the words. Someone is using the boss to take us down. Oliver lost consciousness. He fell at the feet of the giant crystal stone creature. Monster stomped on him and his body vanished. The self-saving card also flew back towards Jiang Kai. Joyfully looked at the 5 cards before him. The system then displayed a notification. Having collected 5 cards, he could end the imprisonment state. Choose whether to end it or not. Jiang Kai chose yes. After a moment of hesitation, a flash of white light radiated from his body. The system confirmed the rescue card had been used successfully. The imprisonment state was lifted. Jiang Kai moved slowly, then exclaimed excitedly, "I can really move now." Suddenly his body lost its balance. The king-rank giant crystal stone creature was raising the tree trunk high, preparing to attack an enemy. Jiang Kai clung tightly to the tree trunk, thinking to himself, "It is focused on fighting. This is a good chance to escape." Suddenly he felt a sense of unease. This feeling, a golden vortex appeared in the sky. The system continuously announced. The first phase of the global domination competition was over. The second round began. The rescue ground opened. Cards could be exchanged for items. It repeated, each team would gain 1 additional imprisoned member. That person could not act on their own but could be moved by others. They could be rescued by others or killed. At the same time, the tree trunk was thrown down, but Jiang Kai still stood firmly on the branch, not moving. The scene shifted to a nearby forest. Yuan Zhu's group was running at full speed towards Wei Ying, urging each other to regroup with team leader Jiang Kai. Just then, the system announced the second random imprisonment round was about to begin. Yuan Zhu gritted his teeth. "There's no time, we have to find a place to hide." Nuan immediately spotted a tree hollow nearby. Yuan Zhu quickly told everyone to get inside. The system displayed a countdown timer. The number 2 sounded. All 4 of them were already lying inside the tree hollow. Finally, the system shouted number 1, and the group tightly closed their eyes, bracing for impact. Some time passed, nothing happened, and a silent stillness enveloped them. Then they cheered excitedly, but I did not. Ruan Yu suddenly realized, so the imprisoned one this time was. Turning back to Jiang Kai, he thought helplessly, I knew it. Above his head was a notification. You have been selected as the imprisoned one for round 2. Jiang Kai thought unwillingly, my luck is truly terrible. It seemed the giant stone crystal had completely wiped out the players below, shadows disappearing one after another. Jiang Kai still cautiously observed from the tree. Truly a lord and king-level monster, it killed the entire elite squad in less than a minute. He recalled the earlier notification. The sanctuary zone had been opened, allowing him to use rescue cards to exchange for functional items. Jiang Kai thought to himself. The rules mentioned functional items. They sounded like special props. Though their effects were unclear, they were definitely important. He seriously decided whether it was breaking the imprisonment or obtaining items. He had to collect rescue cards quickly. Watching the giant stone crystals carrying tree trunks and moving, he thought, time to set out. Same old method. Let them kill the competition. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from the tree. Jiang Kai was startled. Could this sound be? Looking down, cracks had appeared on the branch. He thought worriedly, trouble, it is about to break. Jiang Kai recalled climbing the tree. Could it have been from then? Two giant stone crystals encountered each other. He did not know what would happen. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. If he fell now, it would be like walking right into a trap, all his efforts wasted. He silently prayed, hang in there, do not fall now. Giant stone crystal continued walking steadily, unaware of the matter in the tree. The branch was already more than half broken, a dilemma with no easy way out. Giant stone crystal's heavy footsteps stomped down. The branch could not bear the pressure and snapped. Jiang Kai felt as if he had stopped breathing, preparing for the final outcome. At this moment, Yuan Zhu's group was wondering. The imprisoned one this time was Jiang Kai, but he had not been locked up before. Hu Yan proposed a theory. Perhaps Captain Jiang Kai was rescued by the other two teams and was now acting, which was why my divination could not find him. Yuan Zhu felt more at ease hearing this. The strength of the Anlu Association was very strong. It could only be that. Only Ruan Yu sighed. Captain Jiang Kai's luck was truly strange, just escaping imprisonment only be trapped again. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them fell silent. Nuan tried to salvage the mood. Everyone snap out of it. Although it is a bit unlucky, it proves Jiang Kai is still safe. The main thing is to regroup. Hu Yan agreed. Nuan is right. The first phase is over, and we do not even know which country was eliminated, and now there are new functional items. Suddenly, Nuan noticed something. She quickly pointed towards the faint, purple smoke. Look, what is that? Yuan Zhu was shocked. That fog was not there before. Ruan Yu worried. Do not tell me it is released by monsters. Nuan immediately denied it. It does not look like it. If it were a monster, the surroundings would be noisy. I have a feeling that place will have an important discovery. Hu Yan said. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go take a look. The group then went deeper into the purple smoke. Upon arriving, the scene before them left them astonished. This was a stone platform with a statue on top constantly emitting radiant light. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations on discovering the sanctuary zone. Touch the stone tablet to exchange for functional items. Yuan Zhu's group was excited. Never expected us to discover the sanctuary zone. Hu Yan pulled Nuan to the front of a stone tablet. Quickly see what we can exchange. The tablet displayed a line of text. Location map card. Can view the positions of teammates, monsters, and sanctuary zones. Both were overjoyed. Hu Yan exclaimed, great. With this we can avoid monsters to find Captain Jiang Kai, efficient and safe. Nuan also nodded in agreement. The stone tablet then displayed another line. The exchange price is 8 rescue cards. Hu Yan looked dejected. 8 cards, that is daylight robbery, forget it. Let us look at something else. Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu were also standing in front of 2 different tablets. Hu Yan and Nuan held hands and went to find another tablet. They looked through them one by one. The single teleport card allowed 1 precise teleportation, price 7 cards. The other was the target lock card, searches the entire map, displays the target's location within a 10-meter radius. Last 2 hours, price 9 cards. Another tablet read the abnormal status removal card, can be used up to 4 times, price 6 cards. After a while of searching, the 4 of them stood together in front of the last tablet. Yuan Zhu spoke seriously. Only this one is left. This tablet was the global information card. Receives information about teams and monsters once every 20 minutes. Can specify 3 teams or 3 monsters. Price 5 cards. Ruan Yu scratched his head hesitantly. 5 cards is the cheapest, but exchanging it would wipe us out. Hu Yan said gently, it is already lucky to have encountered this zone. It would be a shame to miss it. Nuan also shared the same view. Rather than blindly searching for Jiang Kai, it is better to grasp key information, because in life and death information is the key to victory. Yuan Zhu, what do you think? Yuan Zhu became serious. I agree. Moreover, we can specify Anlu and trans teams. We can meet Jiang Kai and regroup quickly. Nuan stepped forward as the other 3 surrounded Wei Ying. She said, Nuan, begin. Nuan raised 5 yellow cards and whispered, all right, let's give it a try. She reached out and lightly touched the stone tablet, directing the cards toward Wei Ying. The 5 cards immediately flew over, as if drawn into the stone tablet. Nuan clasped her hands together, maintaining her power, and the stone tablet instantly glowed with a blue light. A system message appeared. Exchange successful. Global information card. Rescue cards remaining. None. Nuan was overjoyed. It worked. Before the 4 of them, the electric sphere grew larger and larger as they all stood watching and waiting. Tanny's dungeon announcement board displayed. Survivors 9 or 6. Teams 200. Monster intrusion progress reached 327 commander class creatures and 43 king class creatures. Activity range 17 kilometers from the edge of the competition area. Yuan Zhu's brows shot up in panic. Nearly 300 people have been eliminated already. Hu Yan was equally tense. serious. The early phase was just a skirmish, but the real fight was only beginning. Yuan Yu stood nearby and said worriedly, "Team leader Jiang Kai is so famous. His enemies aren't just those from the Y Nation, and now a target keycard has appeared. I dare not imagine how much danger he will face. Luckily, he is not alone now." Nuan silently looked at the information displayed. "Do you confirm adding the Mountain River team and the Red team to the target list of the global information card?" Yes, no. She did not hesitate and moved toward Wei Ying. "I wonder how much longer Brother Lu and Brother Chen can hold out. Let's check the situation first." The globe appeared along with statistics. Mountain River team, survivors 3. Red team, survivors 2. Yuan Zhu and Hu Yan shouted in unison. "What?" Yuan Yu's voice trembled. "Team leader Jiang Kai." Nuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiang Kai is not with Brother Lu and the others." Elsewhere, Tian Shen stood observing everyone through the monitor. He said, "Excellent. The Fire God team seems to have discovered an important item. Currently, both the Mountain River team and the Red team have found their teammates, but the casualties are not looking good." Tian Shen raised his head to look at the screen. "I just saw where Jiang Kai is hiding after all. He hasn't been caught by Old Man Jing even once so far." Wei Ying commented thoughtfully, "Judging by the status of others, Jiang Kai must have been imprisoned twice. This proves he freed himself the first time since we saw no one help him." Tian Shen just sneered. "That's right. I still don't understand how this kid does it, but he always brings surprises." Suddenly, Wei Ying noticed something on the screen. "Wait, what is that?" He turned to the technician and said, "Row A, column 3, pull it out separately, and zoom in on the screen." "Yes, sir." The screen was immediately enlarged, revealing the image of a group of people. They were 5 members of a kill squad. The leader, wearing a hat, was level 60, while those following were all level 50. Tian Shen raised an eyebrow and ordered an investigation into the kill squad's data and all their collected achievements since the start of the competition. The technician typed on the keyboard as he read, "Currently, all national teams have suffered casualties, but the kill squad from the EP Nation is very special." He spoke, implying the man in the hat leading them. "They have maintained a no casualty record so far. Team leader Visas is one of the top swordsmen from the EP Nation." The technician's voice was steady, but indicated Visas' importance. According to intelligence, after breaking through to level 61, Visas actively lowered his level to 40, then trained back up to level 60. From this, we speculate his talent might be... He swallowed his saliva, then said in a low voice, "Rebirth." At the same time, outside the competition, Tian Shen exclaimed in shock, "Rebirth." Tian Shen said in panic, "Is there such a talent? Isn't that cheating?" In other words, this guy appears to be level 60, but his true strength far exceeds level 60. Wei Ying seriously confirmed, "Not only that, I have heard a bit about the rebirth talent as well." Recounted what he knew. "What is terrifying is that after each rebirth, attributes like strength, physique, agility, and spirit increase dramatically. The more rebirths, the more horrifying the attribute growth." The scene shifted to the Mountain River squad. Little Jiang Kai carried someone on her shoulder and called out worriedly, "Boss, your wound is bleeding again." She snorted coldly and cursed. "Those from the Ka Nation and the Jia Nation are truly shameless, conspiring to ambush us. If not for them, Fang Wei would not have been imprisoned, and Big Brother Ying would not have been injured." Little Jiang Kai gritted her teeth and recalled sadly, "And Zhao Ming and Chen Jian died in vain." Dadui interrupted, "Now is not the time for grief. We have already wasted a lot of time escaping. Hurry up and speed up. If we run into those monsters, the situation will be even worse." Little Jiang Kai immediately shouted, "Understood." Suddenly, countless arrows shot toward them from the front. Chuan's eyes widened in shock. He chopped away all the arrows. "Who is that?" "The EP Nation. The kill squad from the Sun-Eating Guild." The leader stepped forward and taunted, "I never thought that on my way to kill Jiang Kai, I could conveniently butcher a few from the Holy Radiance Nation." That man was the Adventurer Visas, a swordsman class at level 60. He sneered and introduced himself, "My name is Visas. Remember this name well, because it will become the nightmare of your entire lives." De Chuan thought warily, "This guy is an immense pressure." The imprisoned Fang Wei was set aside. Little Jiang Kai rushed forward quickly, wanting to stop them. "Boss, let me hold them off." De Chuan called out in panic. "Little Jiang Kai, danger." Visas sneered mockingly, trying to run. "Once I have set my sights on prey, they absolutely cannot escape." He seemed to teleport, appearing right next to little Jiang Kai, taunting, "Let me come and play around with all of you myself." She hurriedly swung her sword to attack, but he dodged it. Suddenly, Visas shifted direction and charged behind her. Fang Wei's eyes widened as he watched the man charging toward him. Visas grabbed his head with lightning speed and slammed it into a boulder. Little Jiang Kai cried out in horror, "Fang Wei." She rushed up furiously. "You madman, I'll fight you to the death." Visas coldly swung his sword, using the blazing snow slash technique. Countless sword strikes shot out in rotation, stunning little Jiang Kai. De Chuan quickly grabbed her shoulder. "Be careful." He pulled little Jiang Kai back, helping him escape a calamity. she exclaimed in panic. Captain. Daishuan jumped up, pouring all his strength into the final blow. Which three kings? Visas did not dodge, the blade struck his shoulder directly. Daishuan rejoiced inwardly. Hit. His eyes widened, his hand movements suddenly froze. The spot where Visas had just stood was now only a rock. Daishuan panicked. No good, it was a decoy. In the midst of Daishuan's confusion, Visas had already teleported above his head. His eyes flashed strangely, he muttered, shadowless invincible slash. Yuan and little Jiang Kai were terrified, unable to react. Countless sword strikes rained down, both of them screamed in pain. After subduing them, Visas landed lightly on the ground. He looked at Daishuan, who was still trembling. It turned out he endured the pain, struggling to stand up. Visas sneered. I told you my prey cannot escape. Do you or Jiang Kai have anything to say? Daishuan chuckled coldly. Jiang Kai will surely win the competition, because of the holy light. Visas threw his sword, mocking. Your dying wish will probably shatter. Blade turned red, he had used blood essence. Sword embedded deep into Daishuan's chest. Blood spurted out. His eyes rolled back, losing focus, his body slowly fell. Finally, Daishuan was eliminated. The rescue token appeared. Visas picked up the token with satisfaction. His teammate taunted. This bunch of washouts is not worthy of the boss's effort. Adding these three makes 7 rescue tokens. Visas ordered the use of the zone token, thinking to himself, Jiang Kai, I am eager to meet you. In the meeting room, the 3 Tianshan members stared at the screen in shock. They knew Lu Daishuan was very strong, rated S rank, but he was killed easily. Does Jiang Kai still have a chance? Wei Ying was deep in thought, no one knew what he was thinking. The scene shifted to Jiang Kai's location, where tree trunks were piled up. He still clung to a tree branch, his posture unchanged. 20 minutes ago, the branch under his feet nearly broke. Jiang Kai thought he was about to die, but the scene before him shocked him. Crystal Giant carried a tree trunk and walked forward. Its face was cold, its steps firm. Suddenly, the Crystal Giant's entire body shattered. Tree trunk containing Jiang Kai also fell to the ground. The system announced that the Crystal Giant had entered hibernation. With 19 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, Jiang Kai calculated 15 minutes had passed, only 5 minutes left until the monsters awakened. Suddenly from the forest ahead, many groups of people arrived. He was startled, people were coming. Members of the Water Song Nation, the Condor Squad, someone said. I don't understand how the Hawkman Guild lost. So many of them, but they couldn't kill Jiang Kai. Another followed. If not for the Holy Light attacking in the second round, he would be dead. Thinking about it is really dissatisfying. He concluded, deal with the Holy Light person to vent their anger, then rely on strength to compete for the top 3. Someone said Jiang Kai was nearby. Their squad was always using zone tokens. This time he won't escape. Zhen Lieheng called out loudly, everyone look over there. Visas's team also arrived. His teammates were surprised that the target was around here. Everyone discussed, that was the Iron Hunt squad that refused to ally, wanting to take down Jiang Kai alone. Now, the squads of various nations had many losses, only they remained unscathed. Tang Wu angrily kicked a rock. Just lucky today, I will definitely claim Jiang Kai's head. They split up to search. Have they found Jiang Kai? Searched all around here, nothing. The zone token points only to this place. Tang Wu angrily kicked a tree trunk, cursing, damn it, did that brat run away? Suddenly he stopped, seeing Jiang Kai's figure. Tang Wu was stunned. There was someone inside the tree. After a moment of observation, his eyes widened. Tang Wu shouted in shock, Jiang Kai was not afraid, calmly thinking to himself, what a pity, the prey you desperately chased is actually the hunter. The crowd surrounded the fallen tree, shouting, where is Jiang Kai? Where is Jiang Kai? Someone spotted Jiang Kai. The sentence attracted Visas's attention. Tang Wu pointed at the tree, shouting, look, Jiang Kai is hiding there. Everyone looked up, seeing Jiang Kai motionless. Why isn't he moving? Could he be restrained? A person stepped beside Visas. Restrained? No, his position was always moving before. Tang Wu said loudly, as if for Jiang Kai to hear, last time you used a decoy, this time you fake being restrained. Apart from these petty tricks, what skills do you have? The lock token indicates this person is free. Stop pretending. The crowd began to jeer, claiming that he had previously used a substitute to kill Jiang Kai man. They pointed at his expression, certain something was wrong. Jiang Kai looked down, his face showing clear tension. There were 60 or 70 people below. The situation was unfavorable. He absolutely could not reveal any weakness. He had to hold them off first. He swept his gaze around, his eyes suddenly stopping on one person. It was Visas. He was smiling, and the area around him was filled with hidden weapons. Jiang Kai thought to himself, his killing intent was so strong. Visas walked closer to the tree where Jiang Kai was standing, holding his sword. He said coldly, there was a man named Lu Dechuan who was one of your Holy Radiance members, right? His entire team has already been wiped out by me. His voice was full of contempt, the tip of his sword scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. He said that group were trash without the ability to fight back. He had only used one slash to behead one, while the other two were killed by random strikes. Visas looked up at Jiang Kai and smirked slightly. He asked, "My name is Visas, Jiang Kai. Don't you want to avenge your comrades?" Jiang Kai was startled, a jolt of electricity running down his spine. This bastard had killed their brother Lu. Visas did not hesitate. He raised his sword and shouted, "Make your move." In an instant, he leaped with great force and charged towards Jiang Kai. Visas flew like the wind, swinging his sword and yelling loudly, "Let me see if your little trick can kill me." Jiang Kai clenched his teeth in tension. Now was the time. Visas kept charging rapidly towards him, but Jiang Kai stood completely still. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The crowd below shouted in panic, "What is this?" A series of rocks fell from the sky, aimed at Visas. The clock began countdown. Just as the system displayed the text, "Time remaining 0 minutes, the hibernation state ends." Jiang Kai smirked. The timing was perfect. Visas was startled by the sudden falling rocks. He landed on the ground, staggering. Giants began to appear, throwing large rocks down towards the crowd. They screamed in panic, "Look, the rocks!" Then more giants rushed over, running and roaring with terrifying cries. Seeing this, the crowd immediately fled for their lives. They shouted, "No good, it's the Crystal Giant Legion." "Damn it, no wonder the global information card earlier showed monsters nearby, but we didn't see any. Run, if we don't run, we'll all die here." Jiang Kai stood on the tree, his voice cold. "Want to run? A hunter like me hasn't agreed yet." "Death card, go!" The card immediately shot forward. Wherever the card flew, rocks would fall there, one after another dropping onto the heads of the fleeing crowd. The card flew towards the giants holding large clubs, ready to attack. The giant smashed its club, bones cracked. The first enemy was flung into the air before being pierced through the body by the card. Another enemy was caught by a giant, crushed to death in its palm. Those who couldn't run were immediately trampled flat by the giants. The giants kept throwing huge rocks, knocking away those on the ground. Cries echoed everywhere. Visas, who had been arrogant moments before, was now in utter panic. He exclaimed, "Jiang Kai is with these monsters. Damn it, how the hell did he tame them?" As he retreated, a massive rock fell right in front of him, making him stop short. A giant charged over, swinging its club straight into Visas, sending him flying. But at the same time, Visas managed to shout, "Missed wood substitute," suddenly vanished in midair, replaced by a log that was broken in two. Dozens of cards gathered together, flying back towards Jiang Kai along a current of power. The giants continued their relentless attack, shooting rocks and smashing the ground. The ground cracked open, forming deep, bottomless chasms, causing the crowd to fall in before they could react. They screamed in despair, sinking into the deep abyss. Jiang Kai still stood motionless on the tree, his body shimmering with a brilliant golden light. At the same time, the system announced, "Salvation card used successfully. You have removed the imprisoned state." Immediately, Jiang Kai joyfully leaped into the air. The branch beneath his feet snapped in two. Jiang Kai looked down at the ground, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Success! He landed on another large branch in the air. The scene before him was a chaotic mess caused by the King Rank boss monsters. He thought to himself, indeed, using the King Rank boss to harvest kills, dealing with this group was faster than expected. Jiang Kai remembered Visa's sinister face and his heart sank. It was infuriating. He couldn't avenge Brother Liu's guild yet, letting that bastard get away. He excitedly looked at the golden cards floating in the sky, his eyes shining brightly. He muttered to himself, suddenly getting this many rescue cards, this is getting a bit big. On the other side, a military meeting building appeared. Commander stood before many surveillance screens, ordering a rewind, reduce speed to 10%, enhance analysis of the afterimage at the 92nd second. Ngok Sam received the order, stepped forward and replied, "Yes, sir." The image of Jiang Kai appeared clearly on the large screen. Tian Shen was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He exclaimed, "It's that kid Jiang Kai. He was hiding in that tree. No wonder we couldn't find him." While Tian Shen was still puzzled, Wei Ying understood. He said, "So that's it. Was this your plan, Jiang Kai?" "Commander Wei Ying, what exactly is going on?" He calmly explained each doubt. That type of monster is called a crystal giant. Although their strength is very great, they have a weakness. They have no sense of smell or hearing, and only rely on ground vibrations to track their prey. Wei Ying added, as long as he didn't touch the ground before they cordoned off the area, they wouldn't detect him. He thought back to how Jiang Kai had cleverly hidden himself in front of the boss from the very beginning. When he was imprisoned, he must have taken cover in the tree, which is why the crystal giant didn't find him. Afterwards, that tree became a weapon for the King Rank giant, so he had to follow its rhythm of action. Tian Shen thoroughly acknowledged that cleverness. He said, "That's right. Although he couldn't act during the imprisoned state, everyone saw that he had a secret weapon. I'm guessing it can be controlled by thought." He continued, making Tian Shen sincerely convinced, relying on the ferocious crystal giants, using the secret weapon to kill players and collect rescue cards, saving himself twice. To survive in such a situation, I truly have nothing but respect. Wei Ying quietly added, removing the imprisonment is just the beginning. The real battle, what he and the god he are about to face, is the true test. Jiang Kai continued to move. Half an hour later, he stopped, looking around as if he realized something. That familiar feeling was about to come again. In the sky, a void appeared, emitting a large beam of light that shot down to the ground. Phase 2 of the global competition ended, initiating Phase 3. The system rang out a warning. Monsters were flooding the map more heavily. The invasion speed doubled. The speed increased by 200%. It further explained the Wei Ying rules. Each team would have an additional person imprisoned. That person could not act on their own, but could be moved, rescued, or eliminated. Illustration: a body exploded after 30 minutes. Exactly 30 minutes. All imprisoned people not freed within 30 minutes would self-detonate and die. The system panel introduced Wei Ying, a type of item. Rescue grounds would have an additional functional item type appear. Jiang Kai was tense at the severe change. The competition became more brutal. If he did not escape in time, he would have exploded into pieces after 30 minutes. The screen displayed. He quickly found a hiding spot. Round 3, the random imprisonment was about to begin. Was it still him this time? Just press the button first, the countdown timer. Time passed, each second filled with tension. 2, 1. Who was it this time? What luck! Jiang Kai was spared. He exclaimed joyfully. It was not him. Distant stream of purple light caught his attention. It simply dissipated into the air. Jiang Kai had found the source of the purple smoke stream. The object emitting it was surrounded by large stone slabs. Congratulations, you have discovered the rescue grounds after touching the stone tablet. Using a rescue card can exchange for the corresponding functional item on the tablet. He was delighted to discover this was the rescue grounds. Jiang Kai stepped in, approaching the stone slabs. Map marker card, single teleport card, target area card. The number of cards here was quite plentiful. Abnormal status removal card, global information card. Their effects seemed decent. Standing before one card, this engraved on the stone tablet's surface was text that made him hesitate. Arena card, select one enemy target and one ally, including the user to enter a duel. It would only end when one side was defeated. Price 30 rescue cards, over half his cards. Not cheap at all. A stream of thought still surrounded him, but this price proved the system valued its strategic worth far above the other cards. A golden light appeared in Jiang Kai's palm. Forcibly designate a target into the arena. It seemed this was the only card with offensive capabilities. The golden cards floated. He liked to seize the initiative. Then, with a determined desire, he exchanged all of them. Gamble on it. Time passed. 3 minutes later, the system panel appeared after the transaction, with rescue cards remaining. Arena card ×1, map marker card ×1, single teleport card ×1. Exchanged for 2 more cards. The problems were almost resolved. Dealt with the risk of imprisonment, exchanged for 3 more item cards. The important task now was to regroup with the Yuanzhu team. Even so, Jiang Kai was still uneasy. He looked at the distant Wei Ying, unsure who in the team was imprisoned this time. This was a different sky. Ruan Yu's legs were stiff, unable to move. Everyone around him was worried for him. Ruan Yu. Sweat fell along with his helplessness. Yuanzhu realized the problem, spoke up, and anxiously sought a solution with Hu Yan. It seemed Brother Ruan was the one imprisoned. Phase 3 started too quickly. They had just broken an ambush, gathered 4 cards, but it was not enough to save Ruan Yu. Nuan recounted her team's difficult circumstances. Continuous fierce fighting, everyone was exhausted. Trying to find Jiang Kai while also looking for rescue cards was too hard. The system bulletin board appeared again, sending the latest global news. The competition situation was presented. 305 people alive, 75 teams remaining. Monster invasion 542 commander level, 61 king level. Active range 38 kilometers from the edge of the zone. Faced with this major information, Hu Yan exclaimed in shock. Phase 2 had eliminated over 600 people. Now the monsters were speeding up. Perhaps the decisive battle was not far off. The rustling sound from the bushes drew the group's vigilance. Someone, 2 cunning men, Cheng Yu and Bo Yuan, stepped out one after the other. Had been observing them for a long time. A 4-man squad, all wounded, 1 imprisoned. 1 was a medic, leaving only 2 injured combatants. 4 rescue cards delivered right to their doorstep. Such a good opportunity, they would not miss it. The 3 immediately entered a defensive posture. You want to kill the fire god? Come and try if you have the guts. Responding to the provocation from Nuan, Hu Yan, and Yuanzhu, they bullied the weak and charged straight in. Unable to even hold a sword properly, trying to scare someone? Billy quickly slashed them to death and snatched the rescue card. Okay, I want to behead them to vent my frustration. Suddenly, 2 blazing red throwing knives flew in from somewhere. Those 2 evil men immediately burned them to ashes. Seeing the throwing knives, Nuan exclaimed joyfully, "These familiar throwing knives." Hu Yan also immediately recognized the familiar ambush technique. Even Yuanzhu excitedly recognized this familiar style of attack. As the 3 expected, the figure of Jiang Kai truly appeared. "Sorry, I was dealing with 3 ambush teams along the way, so I'm late." The atmosphere was excited. Wei Ying went to Jiang Kai's team. With him here, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yuanzhu was a bit suspicious, pinching his cheek hard. Wait, it hurts, this isn't a dream. But Jiang Kai, weren't you imprisoned? Hu Yan agreed, asking, that's right, we haven't found you yet, how did you find us? He calmly replied, it's a long story. In stage 3, the beast summoning speed increases by 200%, time is tight. Let's save Ruan Yu first, I'll explain my situation later. Yuanzhu looked at Jiang Kai apologetically, saying, you see, we still need one more rescue card. Before the shocked gazes of his friends, Jiang Kai acted to rescue Ruan Yu. The card touched his body. Instantly, Ruan Yu returned to normal, gratefully exclaiming, I'm free again. Rescue card used successfully, imprisonment status has been lifted. The whole team looked at him, surprised yet excited, cans rolling on the ground. What? You mean you've always been acting alongside the stone giant? Listening to Jiang Kai's account, everyone admired his boldness. Only team leader Jiang Kai would have the guts to use a king rank boss. That king rank boss didn't even care who he was. That's truly arrogant. Jesus again made him regret deeply. It's a pity I'm still not skilled enough to avenge their big brother. Sharing Jiang Kai's difficulty, they all unanimously wanted to help. Qiao Yu, avenging the big brother isn't just your responsibility, it's ours too. Nuan handed 4 cards to Jiang Kai. That's right, Qiao Yu. These are 4 reward cards we just received. Okay, plus 5 special cards the system just issued, so the total is 23 cards. He looked at Nuan and added, we just don't know the rewards of those 4 special cards yet, so I'll keep them for now just in case. So what do we do next? Jiang Kai laid out the plan for the team, find the remaining members of the Red Squad, and then formulate a new battle plan. Trails of red blood were scattered along the road. Brother Chen and Brother Xia supported each other, dragging themselves along. The Red Squad. The sound of footsteps suddenly scraping against the ground made them both jolt and look in that direction. It was Jiang Kai's team. They were overjoyed to see the 2 brothers, Brother Chen, Brother Xia. The 2 were inevitably surprised. Brother Chen exclaimed in shock, little Jiang Kai, how did you kids know our location? Wait, did you manage to exchange for an information card? Jiang Kai cheerfully admitted, that's right. Brother Xia looked at the young ones, clicking his tongue incessantly. When we passed through the rescue area earlier, we wanted to exchange too, but it's a pity we used all our rescue cards to lift imprisonment. You young sprouts really are the new shoots replacing the old. Brother Chen realized something and asked, that's right, the Shan Squad? To be honest, Jiang Kai answered with regret, lowering his head. The Eagle Feather Society was completely wiped out. Like a huge shock, it choked the 2 of them, unable to speak. With deep determination, Jiang Kai observed the 2, and then seriously stated the plan. Brother Chen, Brother Xia, I have a plan to rush straight to the finals, but it's a bit risky. Consider whether you want to come with us. Brother Chen and Brother Xia turned to look at each other at the same time, assessing. Powerful sword tip planted firmly into the ground. What else is there to consider? The fierce battle has taken 3 of our brothers. Every breath now is hard-earned effort. Boldness and determination return to these 2 men. For the holy radiance, for their fallen brothers. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, I'll charge through. Faced with that steadfast determination, Jiang Kai's group was also inspired. Suddenly, a wave of pain struck Brother Chen, causing him to cough up blood in agony and collapse. This led to panicked worry from everyone. They ran over to him. Brother Chen, we've embarrassed ourselves. His body trembled numbly. He gritted his teeth and forced out the words. This broken body of mine is afraid it will only slow you kids down. Fortunately, Nuan was there. She acted in time to heal him. Nuan, Brother Chen, Brother Xia, don't worry, leave your injuries to me. A cool breeze blew past, soothing the surroundings. Half an hour later, the current team of Jiang Kai had recovered, full of vitality, standing under a large tree. Looking up at the tree, Brother Chen and Brother Xia both had questions. Little Jiang Kai, is there something special about this tree? That's right, after our injuries healed, you brought us here but haven't said what the plan is. Jiang Kai recounted the plan while imagining the king rank boss. Earlier I encountered a monster squad moving ahead. It was the group of stone giants. There was a king rank 1 among them, and I used the target area card. I confirmed it's leading the squad here. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. We just need to follow them all the way. We can avoid fighting and reach the end. Brother Chen couldn't believe his ears, flustered and anxious. What? Follow a king rank monster? Are you sure you want to follow it and not just throw your life away for nothing? His man was tense with anxiety. Then immediately, he regained his initial excitable mood, as if seeing a way out. However, in our current state, for all of us to make it to the end, it seems only a risky strategy will do. That's right, since things have come to this, we have to gamble. Little Jiang Kai, we trust you. Yuanzhu had successfully created a sense of safety with his persuasive words. 2 big brothers, rest assured, following someone else might get you killed, but following our Jiang Kai is definitely no problem. Giant feet stomped the ground, creating a loud noise. Jiang Kai shouted a signal they're here. Everyone observed with full concentration. The monsters moved violently, destroying everything around them. Jiang Kai signaled to everyone, jump, hug the tree trunk tightly. As long as we don't touch the ground, they won't detect us. Receiving the order, everyone acted in unison, dodging the monsters' attacks. Wind. Over here, the figure of a man covered in wounds appeared. Avisa sat slumped by the river, dazed. Thinking back to Jiang Kai's attack, she was still both furious and terrified. Why could that kid control a king-ranked crystal giant? Faint sound made him highly alert. He quickly assumed a combat stance and barked, "Get out here!" His move, swung with full authority, shattered the huge rock. The sound of soft footsteps approached. That person possessed two god-tier talents. Willis, along with his followers, the fishing squad, gradually revealed themselves before him. In the Yi Nation, Visas, your strength has always been underestimated. Visas stared at them. He thought the information about Wei Ying's reincarnation had been leaked, but he had only used the Blood Phantom Mirage 3 times. He looked at the blonde-haired man who was laughing arrogantly. How did this guy know? Thinking that, Visas asked directly, "Who exactly are you?" The blonde introduced himself as Willis, speaking while reaching back to receive a syringe from the brown-haired man. Willis gripped the syringe tightly. Grade 3 Super Recovery Potion. Can replace all blood in 3 minutes. Facing the wary Visas, Willis sneered, "Scared I'll harm you." How heartbreaking. Visas gripped his sword tightly, remembering to stay vigilant with the man before him. Willis stepped closer, blinking, "Relax, I wouldn't bother attacking a wounded man." Mentioning Jiang Kai, Willis said, "He's not even level 40, and he turned the tables. Too bad I wasn't there." He extended his hand. "An interesting guy. I think you're interested in him too, right?" Visas gritted his teeth. "So what?" Willis looked at Visas's wound. "Looks like a king-ranked monster scratch. This poison will reach your heart in 3 minutes." Continued, "If another team ambushed you, you'd die for sure. Do you really want to accept that?" Willis moved closer. "In this competition, I only see you and Jiang Kai as rivals." He stood before Visas, smiling provocatively. "Only the strong are worthy of being my opponent." Willis flashed past him at an unbelievable speed. Willis handed the syringe to the brown-haired man named Grimm, saying, "A smart guy like Visas won't disappoint us." Visas hesitated slightly, then slowly reached out and took the syringe. He leaned against a tree trunk, using his left hand to inject it into his right bicep. Grimm monitored his every move, asking uneasily, "Is it okay to give supplies to an opponent? What about our ranking?" Willis stretched leisurely. "Ranking? What's so interesting about that? I came here for interesting opponents." He looked at Visas with a sly grin. "It's been a while since I met a decent opponent in the Yi Nation. I only promised to be in the top 3. Grimm was stunned by those words, saying nothing more. He looked at Willis's back as he walked away with his coat over his shoulder, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. Willis glanced back, smirking, "You can't beat me. If you dare doubt the captain's decision again, I'll let the others eliminate you." Grimm stood still watching Willis walk away, thinking to himself, "Arrogant madman." Back at Jiang Kai's location, the giants were still stomping along carrying trees, the entire forest shaking. Other Xia stood on a tree, marveling, "This is incredible. The path ahead is almost clear." Hu Yang clung to a tree, his eyes proud. "The captain's parasitic beast tactic is amazing. The expression on those Sun Squad guys when they died was hilarious." Ruan Yu chimed in, I saw it." Yuanju added, "They tried to ambush us, but ended up getting their whole nest wiped out. So satisfying." Other Chen looked thoughtful, regretful. "If only we'd thought of this from the start. The red team wouldn't have had any casualties." Suddenly the giants' movement slowed down, their steps becoming lighter. Nuan was surprised. "Their speed is slowing down. Are they tired?" Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, activating his demon eye, his gaze glowing. "The rules say monsters will shrink their activity range over time." He sensed a powerful energy fluctuation ahead, and strange streams of energy appeared in the sky. Jiang Kai mused, "So that's how it controls the rhythm of monster attacks." Suddenly the entire forest shook even more violently than when the giants were moving. Ruan Yu yelled, "Earthquake!" Jiang Kai immediately became alert, abruptly turning his head to look around. He felt something charging toward them and shouted, "Warning! Other monsters are chasing us." Several menacing poison crows were charging frantically. Jiang Kai realized the stone men couldn't see them, but these creatures could. The giants moved ever more sluggishly as they stepped into the strange energy streams. Jiang Kai quickly ran along the tree trunks, then leaped powerfully into the sky. "Let's go now." His body easily passed through the transparent barrier wall. The others followed suit, running after Jiang Kai. Ruan Yu landed, watching the monsters blocked, exclaimed, "So they really can't get in." Jiang Kai turned back to remind them, "When the barrier disappears, the monsters will charge in immediately." He took the lead and commanded, "Take this chance, quickly move forward, keep your distance from them, go." 10 minutes later they still hadn't left the forest. From several high branches, a group of strangers stood watching Jiang Kai run. They lurked behind large tree trunks, waiting for their chance. Jiang Kai quickly discovered that he was being followed. Everyone also looked up high in unison, almost by reflex. Jiang Kai reacted the fastest. He immediately created several plants wrapped in flames. Jiang Kai flicked his hand, the knives flew straight toward Wei Ying. He shouted, "Hu Yan!" She raised both hands, using water and ice to form a bagua compass, and cried out, "Come forth, supreme ice silver art, tremble, you fools!" Two sharp blades sliced through the branches, causing that group of people to tumble to the ground as the large club slammed down heavily. The people from Country D, consisting of the Tribe Squad and the Leopard Squad, were the owners of the club. Henry joked, "Gone scouting, have you?" On the other side, the people from Country M, including the Noble Season Squad and the Spirit Squad, also is their praise. "Those guys from St. Radiance have pretty good vigilance," they said. Alice looked at Jiang Kai, admiringly praising, quick reactions and quite handsome too. His gaze sharpened, and he chuckled. "You people think we came in here without any preparation?" Jiang Kai recalled 3 minutes ago when Nuan was running while opening the system panel, on which a notification appeared. Global notification. Currently 25 survivors remain, 11 teams, 1,400 invading monsters, including Commander Tier and King Tier. Activity range of 298 turret. Yuan Zhu exclaimed, "That quickly and only 11 teams left?" Nuan calmly replied. "Under the pressure of the monsters, all teams are moving closer to the center, encountering each other more often. The hegemony competition will probably end soon." Jiang Kai said seriously. "Besides the 2 St. Radiance teams, the other 9 teams all have killing intent like ours. They come from the same country, are familiar with each other's skills, and can engage directly." Everyone listened to him in silence, not ruling out the possibility that the remaining teams had formed an alliance to ambush St. Radiance. Jiang Kai turned to look at the dense forest ahead. This forest is an ideal hiding spot. There is a high chance the enemy is lurking. Everyone be alert. Engage in battle at the first sign of movement. Returning to the present, the people from Country N, including the Flying Bird Squad, the Envoy, and the Holy Knight came to taunt. "Hey Alice, now is not the time to be boy crazy. Settle St. Radiance first. The 3 of our countries need to decide who's superior." Brother Chen and Brother Xia were wary. Brother Xia said, "Indeed, they've allied," just as little Jiang Kai said. Jiang Kai asked sternly, "Are all of you here?" But he was confused inwardly, clearly having sensed a familiar aura earlier. Henry ran over, brandishing his weapon, and sneered, "Little brat, I alone am enough to mince you into meat paste." A series of ice spikes shot toward him as William shouted, "Jiang Kai is my prey." That thing struck Henry's arm before he could react. The underlings rushing over saw Henry's arm severed. They called out loudly, "Boss!" not noticing William behind them. He swung his sword, cleaving straight through all 3 underlings. Watching them fall, William said cheerfully, "Lucky me, that's another group of opponents out of the way." Another voice suddenly rang out, "Jiang Kai didn't expect this, did you?" Visa stepped forward, sneering, "In the end, you're still like the trash squad of St. Radiance, unable to escape my grasp." The entire group of Jiang Kai all turned their eyes toward Visa's. Only he spoke up, "So you really aren't dead yet." Jiang Kai glanced at Willis, who was suppressing a laugh behind Visa's. He was puzzled. These 2 didn't seem like people from his country, especially the blonde man who attracted unusual attention. Yen assumed a combat stance, gritting his teeth. "Was it you who killed Brother Liu? Today I will avenge Brother Liu." Ruan Yu and Yuan Zhu shouted in unison. Visas lunged forward, thrusting ahead and mocked, "Too bad, you don't even have the right to kneel before me and beg for mercy." Jiang Kai leaped up, throwing 3 knives, and barked, "Don't be arrogant, I will take your life in Brother Liu's stead." William immediately slashed deeply into the ground, ordering, "St. Radiance has the most people. Take the chance to eliminate them first." Alice was no slouch either, using the Repentance Scripture spell to create a dazzling magical dwarf, then snorted coldly. Alice replied, "Do I even need you to tell me that?" Jiang Kai's group was simultaneously stunned by the pale purple bone mist spreading around them. Yuan Zhu, Nuan, Huyan, Brother Xia, Brother Chen suddenly stopped, none of them moving. Jiang Kai was startled and turned to look at the sphere that was trapping them. William took the chance to charge forward with his companions and ordered, "Destroy them." Jiang Kai gritted his teeth in fury. This was bad. Yuan Zhu's group was under mental control witchcraft. At this rate, they were dead for sure. He quickly turned and ran toward them, telling himself, "Save everyone first." But Visas did not let Jiang Kai go. He leaped into the air, laughing loudly. "Little brat, I told you once that you were my prey, didn't I?" Visas swung his sword, using Shadow Flash Supreme Slash. Jiang Kai suddenly shouted very loudly, "Voidification!" A faint stream of magic shot toward Visas, catching him off guard. On the other side of the screen, Tian Shen and Wei Ying were intently watching the battle. Tian Shen exclaimed, "That was too close, Jiang Kai almost got slashed." Watching the members of Jiang Kai's group tremble from Alice's spell, Wei Ying explained, "The Repentance Scripture is a witchcraft that plunges people into endless guilt. The more they resist, the heavier it becomes." Tian Shen angrily slammed the table and cursed, "Jiang Kai can't even take care of himself. Damn it, is St. Radiance going to be completely wiped out?" Ruan Yu suddenly smashed a wine bottle, shouting, "Repent your mother, I have done nothing wrong." All 3 people on the screen were startled by Ruan Yu's action. He grinned widely, holding his shield as he ran, calling out, "Sister Nine Ren, your persistent man is here." Ruan Yu ran right up to Alice, raising his sword, making her jump and cry out, "What the?" Alice hastily grabbed her club to block the slash. Her voice panicked as she chased him away. Fatty, get lost. The spell binding everyone's legs had dissipated. Brother Xia turned to Brother Chen in confusion and asked, "It seemed like we got hit just now. Why is this happening?" Hu Yan quickly explained that Ruan Yu becomes resistant to mental attacks when drinking, just like when he faced the Nether Maiden before. Another bottle of wine was thrown and shattered. Yuan Zhu leaped high, his body erupting with immortal flames, and said firmly, "The #1 war god of the land. Even demon gods will be slashed, killing all 10,000 enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Zhu slashed straight down to the ground, creating a huge explosion that sent the enemies flying. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he confidently taunted, "If you want to touch someone, you have to ask this sword first." William shouted in panic that it was elemental power. Yuan and Hu Yan praised in unison, "Ruan Yu, Yuan Zhu, well done." Brother Chen watched dumbfounded. "Does drinking turn you into a different person?" Willis observed Visas and Jiang Kai confronting each other, then asked Grim who he thought was stronger. He replied calmly, "I don't know, both of them seem like they haven't gone all out." Willis spun a coin with one finger and said cheerfully, "Bingo, you noticed that too?" Then clenched the coin in his hand. Willis radiated a dense killing intent, lowering his voice. "It's time to remind these two lazy cats." A ray of light tore through the forest and shot into the sky, creating a massive shockwave. The system screen appeared. The fourth stage of the competition for supremacy has begun, removing the monster wall. The wall barrier was immediately destroyed. Willis smirked slightly and said jokingly, "Senza doesn't need me to take action personally." The enraged roars of the monsters echoed from afar. Jiang Kai glanced worriedly. "Trouble, those monsters are too many and too strong, hard to resist." He leaped high, tossed a card and shouted, "Death card, go." He thought to himself that he must quickly kill the opponent and end the competition. The death card struck a piece of wood. Jiang Kai immediately realized something was wrong. It was a substitute. Real Visas had closed in behind Yan, asking Jiang Kai if he knew how to make a blade sharper. He quickly yelled, "Hu Yan, careful!" But just as he finished speaking, Visas stabbed through Hu Yan's abdomen. He said mockingly, "When it thirsts for the blood of its prey." Jiang Kai started running, calling out Hu Yan's name loudly. The ground suddenly heaved upward and cracked open. A pack of monarch-ranked venom fang centipedes, level 70, burst out from the fissure. Jiang Kai looked back and clicked his tongue. The beasts are already attacking. Visas suddenly widened his eyes. Despite being stabbed, Hu Yan turned around to face him. She grabbed his hand tightly and growled, trying to run. Hu Yan froze his hand, then said shakily, "It's time to switch roles." Visas paled and muttered, "I never expected this woman to..." Without hesitation, Hu Yan braced herself and shouted, Nuan, make your move." She obeyed the order and charged forward, throwing Wei Ying poison at Visas, saying she had waited too long. He used Shadow Mirage to create red wings on his back, sneering in contempt, "You girls are too weak." The glass vials of poison shattered upon hitting the ground. Visas easily broke the ice Hu Yan had created, catching her off guard. Pulling his sword out forcefully, Hu Yan screamed in pain. Visas said, "You just got lucky. If I weren't in a hurry, I wouldn't have let you die easily." Seeing her fall, Nuan rushed over and called out to Hu Yan. Visas appeared behind Nuan and taunted her to worry about herself first. The sharp blade was already close to Nuan's head. Jiang Kai shouted from afar, "Arena card." He then threw the golden card, which pierced through the swarm of monsters. Visas gritted his teeth as he watched it fly straight toward him. A huge explosion erupted, releasing heat and smoke into a sphere. The system displayed, "Detected forced target into arena. Confirm yes or no." Jiang Kai confirmed resolutely, "This guy is too dangerous. I have to finish him myself." Visas looked vicious as his body suddenly became unable to move. The space around Jiang Kai also froze. Nuan was busy healing Hu Yan, tearfully telling her not to move. Hu Yan's face was pale from blood loss, and she said shakily, Nuan, conserve your strength. Your healing skill might be our last trump card." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she immediately refused. "No." Hu Yan tremblingly reached out to wipe away her tears and persuaded, "Think of it as forcing him to use a life-saving skill, right?" Hu Yan's body gradually dissipated, but she still gently told Nuan to remember to help team leader Jiang Kai win. She hugged Hu Yan, sobbing and calling her name. The enemy took the opportunity to rush forward after the order. The weakest healer among them kill her. Yuanzhu leaped high, flames emanating from his entire body. He said firmly, "A friend of the battle gods. You are not worthy to touch." With that said, Yuanzhu slashed a path to the ground, creating an explosion that blasted the crowd away. William ran over from behind holding his sword, cursing, "You bastard. Turning your back was a foolish decision." Poison shadow stab. Yuanzhu turned his body lightly to dodge the blow, because the system had just notified him of increased agility. The scene shifted to Jiang Kai and Visas. The two were now facing each other. With a magical barrier surrounding them, Yuya let out a roar, baring its sharp fangs, but it was blocked outside the barrier. where Visas and Jiang Kai were confronting each other. Jiang Kai assessed seriously. His movement technique was eerie. He couldn't give him an opening. Seeing Jiang Kai's gaze, Visas curled his lips into a provocative smile. He got into a stance, used the skill Gambler's Time ghost hand flick card, telling himself to attack first. Visas did not hesitate to charge forward, using bloodthirsty explosive Snow Slash. He slashed a path, deflecting all the cards Jiang Kai had thrown. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Once Death Chaser critical strike activated, the power was multiplied 100-fold, but he was countered. Visas slashed a few more times, each hit landing. He then mocked, "Too slow." Visas laughed loudly in provocation. "Jiang Kai, your speed is too slow." Jiang Kai did not give up and continued to shoot cards at Visas even though he blocked them all. Meanwhile, Willis and Grimm were leisurely lying on the carpet. The flying carpet, they watched the battle below. Willis rested his chin on his hand in amusement. One is cunning, the other is fast as lightning. Truly interesting. Dia discovered them and roared, spitting poisonous mucus towards the two. The carpet quickly flew higher to dodge the poison. Grimm stood blocking in front of Willis, his body emanating a purple magical aura from the skill Shadow Envelopment. Two suddenly disappeared, startling Duya. Turned around looking for them. Seeing the monster leave because it couldn't find them, he excitedly praised the convenient aura concealment skill. Down below, Jiang Kai widened his eyes using Focus Ghost Eye. He jumped high to dodge a few of Visas's slashes while simultaneously shooting more cards. Seeing his smug expression, Jiang Kai suddenly realized it wasn't that he countered critical strikes. In the moment of drawing the blade, he aimed at the side of Death Chaser, using a small amount of force to change the direction of the blow. Finally, he used the sturdy shield of the arena floor to neutralize the critical strike power of Death Chaser. Seeing Visas charge forward, Jiang Kai rushed up, threw a card and shouted, "Go." Visas quickly used Bloodthirsty Ghost Mirage, creating a thick smoke explosion. The card pierced through the smoke, but Visas had vanished. He frowned in anger and thought, letting him escape again, just how many tricks did he have? Jiang Kai summoned the Sacred Radiance Ring card, muttering to himself to use it to restrain him, but before he could do anything, his eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricted. Visas appeared behind him, his expression maniacal as the blade stabbed into him. Visas exclaimed in delight, a true swordsman, like a ghost. A series of sharp spikes grew from his blade as he uttered the words, "Take blood." He forcefully stabbed deeper, causing Jiang Kai to scream in pain. But he suddenly grabbed Visas's wrist tightly. Jiang Kai turned and stepped back, a bright radiant energy flowing around his hand. Visas still had a sly face and sneered, "Resistance is just the death throes of the weak, not worth mentioning." Visas braced himself, thick black energy surging from his biceps. Jiang Kai furrowed his brows, muttering in shock, "What?" Visas smiled sinisterly. "You thought the effect of this blade was just to draw blood." He lunged forward, using blood sacrifice to stab a blow straight through Jiang Kai's body. Jiang Kai couldn't dodge in time, was hit and screamed in agony. Seeing that, Yuan Zhu shouted out in worry, "Jiang Kai." Ruan Yu beside him was also anxious. Brother Xia saw he was injured, his pupils contracted in panic. Nuan, from a distance, saw Jiang Kai entangled by countless red tentacles and screamed frantically. Hearing the scream pinpointed her location, the giant monster suddenly lunged to attack her. Seeing the monster about to attack Nuan, Brother Chen and Brother Xia quickly rushed forward to support each other in dealing with the monster. "Be careful!" Yuan Zhu, enraged and out of control, charged forward to retaliate. "That damned bastard, unforgivable." William and his companions saw Yuan Zhu's opening and charged into attack, a perfect opportunity. Ruan Yu saw the chaotic situation and wanted to rush into support but failed. Before he could even make a move, his sword was kicked away by the opponent. "A coward like you actually dares to try and save someone." Alice and her group quickly joined in. Her face was full of smugness, smiling so wide her mouth almost split. "Not knowing your limits will get you killed." Over here he was no better off either. He was lifted high by Visas's blood ritual and then slammed heavily to the ground. That one move nearly took half of Jiang Kai's life. He sheathed his sword, a victorious smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Dust settled, revealing Jiang Kai lying motionless on the ground, his entire body drenched in blood. Nuan outside was extremely anxious. She panicked and tried to rush inside the barrier. "Hey!" He still lay there without moving, his vision blurring, his thoughts becoming chaotic. Nuan's heart ached at the sight. Jiang Kai was too gravely wounded. She didn't even know if he was still alive. Nuan flustered to the point of tears. She immediately used her healing ability to save him. "Calm down, healing right now." Just as Nuan was trying to break through the barrier, a notification panel suddenly appeared. "Your healing target is currently in an unintervenable state." She stared blankly at the notification. "What?" Grimm and Willis, who had been watching from above all along, finally spoke. That light barrier seemed to completely isolate him from the outside world. Willis beside him squinted in assessment, agreeing. "Dying but untreatable, it seems Visas is still stronger." Willis recalled his last encounter with Jiang Kai, remembering his arrogant expression. "Next time you meet someone from Holy Oath, remember to kneel and step aside." Willis stared intently, letting out an admiration. "This guy is is interesting. His mood was unstable, deflating quickly. But hey Grim, for some reason I'm a bit disappointed. In the military classroom, Tian Shen and 2 others were monitoring the battle. Wei Ying was the first to speak. After all, Jiang Kai hasn't reached level 30, fighting beyond his level against a top expert whose strength isn't limited to level 60. He really did give it his all. Tian Shen slightly nodded in agreement. Indeed. Tian Shen frowned, his eyes cautious. He warned everyone. Also, all of you remember the name Visas. In the future, he will surely become the greatest threat to Holy Radiance. Seeing that he had lost his combat ability, Visas swung a few more sword strokes. Jiang Kai, already severely injured, could not withstand them. He stopped observing. He found it strange had Jiang Kai truly lost all ability to resist. This guy isn't moving at all. Has he accepted his fate? He trembled, gritting his teeth, softly muttering. Like this should be enough, right? Jiang Kai smiled, a glowing golden card appearing in his hand. Jiang Kai firmly gripped the golden card in his hand. In his eyes shone a look of anticipation. Finally, the golden card opened a golden space. Amidst a giant golden clock, Jiang Kai's body was being reconstructed. A translucent electronic panel showed the text. You are in a dying state. Hidden effect of the Wheel of Fortune godly card. Activated. The Wheel of Fortune is turning. May I ask, do you wish to spin? In a cloud-like white form, Jiang Kai answered resolutely. Spin for me. The clock hand slowly began to move. Gradually, it moved faster and faster. Both the minute hand and the second hand spun wildly like a whirlwind. The clock stopped. Both hands pointed exactly at no hours, 0 minutes. The Wheel of Fate had completed its turn. The interface flashed continuously. Received the talent Attack Mana, duration 60 seconds. Activated the talent Double, mana power doubled, duration 60 seconds. Penalty, choose 1 talent to be nullified for 10 minutes. Activated the talent Double, chose 2 talents also nullified for 10 minutes. Another interface appeared, Super Multiplier, Super Critical Agility Enhancement. 10 talent choices nullified. Jiang Kai did not hesitate, making his choice quickly. The talent Super Multiplier and the talent Agility Enhancement. Jiang Kai had analyzed thoroughly. Super Multiplier did not have too great an effect in actual combat, and Agility Enhancement could not make him faster than this man. Better to focus on critical strike power. Looking for an opening. Blue light surrounded him. The interface announced again. Talents Super Multiplier and Agility Enhancement have lost effect. Congratulations, you have received the talent Attack Mana, which can be used to protect yourself or add mana damage when attacking. Jiang Kai's entire body was white, emitting a blinding light, almost as if he was about to disappear. His body kept flickering. His consciousness was being pulled back to reality. Damn it, his life force was still fading. Even though the Wheel of Fate granted a new talent, it could not save this dying body. In the moment of despair, Jiang Kai's body suddenly seemed to be healed. Little green plus signs appeared, restoring him. His pupils dilated, shining with a red light like flames. This was... Outside, Visas was still intently watching Jiang Kai. After a long while, he was somewhat surprised. The corpse did not disappear. Could it be that this guy was not completely dead yet? Visas gave a smug, scornful smile. He flourished his sword in a few moves, using the move Flash Step Invincible. This strike will make you die completely. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes snapped open. The red light in his eyes had not disappeared. On the contrary, it was even stronger than before. Jiang Kai seemed to be filled with renewed strength. He sat up with a jolt, grinding his teeth. His gaze was as if he wanted to tear his opponent apart. Jiang Kai reacted with lightning speed, spinning around to deliver a blow. Life Seeker. Visas thought he was dead and was completely off guard. He was unexpectedly hit hard. He was stunned beyond belief. What? Both of them landed at the same time, facing each other. Jiang Kai stared at his opponent, coldly shouting, I told you already. When you meet a holy oracle, remember to kneel and take the long way around. Tian Shen, observing from afar, saw the scene and was wide-eyed with shock. It could not be that my eyes are playing tricks on me, right? Tian Shen could also feel his strong fighting power. Not only that, I could also see the fighting spirit surging throughout his body. What on earth is going on here? Wei Ying, standing beside him, was stunned, speechless, and could only continue watching. Grim was at a loss for words, dumbfounded. How could this be? Willis was amused, watching intently. Things had suddenly become more interesting. Hands wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do you possess a self-healing talent? Jiang Kai was in no hurry to answer. He stood still, holding his ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Going back in time about an hour earlier, the group was staring at each other, tensely puzzled. Jiang Kai, this is... A glowing gold card floated in Jiang Kai's hand. This was a dual card exchange for 30 rescue cards, capable of imprisoning 1 enemy and 1 ally in an independent space, immune to external damage for a deathmatch. Hu Yan heard this and asked worriedly, would an independent space immune to external damage accept supplies? If severely injured, would one be left to fate? Ruan Yu also nodded in confirmation. Nuan suddenly remembered something. She spoke up. Perhaps we could try this. Professor Lee's new experimental product, the symbiotic human. Nuan extended her hand. 2 crystal flowers, blue and pink, emitted a strange light. Human symbiotic with blue and red petals created a connection within 3 meters, bypassing space barriers and transmitting energy with a 10% loss. Amid everyone's astonishment, Nuan handed him the pink crystal flower, because it could penetrate space barriers. Yang Kai looked at Nuan firmly and instructed, "A 10% energy loss is not low. Conserve your strength unless absolutely necessary. Protect yourself and Wei Ying." Nuan smiled and agreed without hesitation, yes. Turning to the real Wei Ying, he looked away then nodded at Nuan. Outside the light barrier, Nuan had already collapsed weakly at some point, her whole body trembling violently. Nuan struggled to lift her head and looked at Jiang Kai to encourage him good luck. After saying that, she slumped down and then disappeared. The pink lights were fading, and so was my power. Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was determined. Nuan used the symbiotic human to transfer all her energy to me. Visas laughed madly in provocation. "Jiang Kai, you went through the trouble of trapping me in this barrier. Are you waiting for me to slaughter you? You can't stop me. After I kill you, I will hunt down all of King Yao." Hearing those arrogant words, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth in anger. Shifting to a combat stance, he unleashed his move. Countless blue lights flickered in and out of existence, forming the death card. Jiang Kai's stream of blue power shot straight into Visas' stream of red power. 2 streams of power clashed fiercely. He observed carefully, seizing the moment. This is the time. Book shot out along that stream of power. Tianchen was astonished. Could it be a resource attack? He wasn't a martial artist. How could he? Visas immediately raised his leg and charged forward. He declared, "An old thief must have an old thief's way of dying. This time I will chop your bones piece by piece and throw them into hell." The distance between Visas and Jiang Kai quickly closed. He swung his blade and unleashed the blood windstorm slash. Jiang Kai coldly looked at his opponent. "Your blade speed is too slow." Ground beneath Visas' feet suddenly split open and sank. His heart panicked. "No, this cannot be. Is this a joke?" Jiang Kai let out a sinister laugh and asked, "Do you know who the real trouble is?" Treasure from his waist appeared with firepower like a blazing inferno. Visas groaned in pain. He could not accept the truth, his eyes bloodshot. So I have lost. Facing such a powerful opponent as Jiang Kai, Visas had to accept his fate of being torn apart by each slash. His body fell to the ground with a thud, fresh blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, the white leaves outside began to show cracks. Visas' figure gradually disappeared. He quietly watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. Jiang Kai felt a great relief. Finally, it was over. The monsters here stood motionless in a corner. Beside them lay Visas' corpse and the others scattered on the ground. The soldiers were trying to stab their swords into Brother Tran's chest. He screamed in pain, "How dare you destroy my sanctuary!" Power erupted from Tran Bao Fat. Sending the soldiers flying back, he shouted, "If you want to pass, you have to step over my dead body first." He stabbed his sword down at his opponent with determination. "Even if we both die, I am invincible." At that moment, Brother Tran's figure gradually disappeared. On Yuanju's side, he was gripping a sword that reflected the firelight, charging forward. 2 left a message. Then they stabbed their swords into their opponent's shoulders, pinning them to a tree. He spoke, "Look clearly, this is the result of angering the world's #1 war god." The opponent was in such pain they gritted their teeth, unable to do anything. William thrust his hand into Yuanju's stomach. He intended to go down fighting. "Damn it, you won't get out of this alive either." On Alice's side, the situation was not good as the ferocious monster charged forward, cracking the ground. After a period of destruction, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Alice's body was covered in wounds, large and small, densely packed. Ruanyu watched her stand steady after that recent shock. His eyes lit up when he saw Alice's bruised, but still fierce appearance. "This girl is really tough, truly exciting, I like it." Just then, the horde of ferocious beasts charged forward with a hungry look. Ah screamed in fear, "Damn it, they are man-eating beasts." Willis sat on a carpet looking down and taunted. "It seems the cute little things are hungry." Jiang Kai still lay motionless on the ground, not moving. Yuanju was locked in a decisive battle with William. He stabbed his sword into him, and William thrust his hand into the wound on Yuanju's stomach. Yuanju gritted his teeth, his body shaking in waves, unable to suppress a groan from his mouth. Alice had to use all her strength to brace her staff against the ground to keep her balance. Willis sneered mockingly. It seemed before this battle could truly determine the victor. Those adorable brats had already been slaughtered first, then retreated to let the ferocious monster army charge in. William saw that the situation was bad, and the hand thrust into Yuanju's belly suddenly began to glow. He shouted in terror, "This is..." William became frenzied. He roared, "The beast tide has come. Let's go to hell together, you bastard." At that moment, a flaming dart flew through the air. It embedded itself straight into William. It saved Yuanju from a life-and-death crisis. A pained scream rang out. Jiang Kai was panting, his hand that had just thrown the knife not yet lowered. It was over. At the same time, the horde of monsters from afar ferociously. Seeing this, the other monsters also turned their heads to look. Not understanding what was happening, all the giant monsters retreated. Everyone thought to themselves, the beast tide, it retreated. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, accompanied by a system announcement about the top 3 teams in the global championship competition. All survivors will have their stamina fully restored, then the results will be tallied. When the mechanical voice stopped, Jiang Kai's body was quickly healed. Yuanzhu coughed lightly, feeling his wounds slowly mend. Ruanyu was blissfully hugging the monster, laughing foolishly. This texture, this elasticity, oh my beauty. Although healed, Alice was startled in fear. Jiang Kai looked at the flying knives in his hands, overjoyed. The power, it had all returned. At this moment, Ruanyu snapped back to reality, his eyes meeting the monster's composite eyes. Ruanyu shouted in terror, monster. Seeing him run over to hug him, Jiang Kai asked curiously, Ruanyu, are you alright? The system appeared, announcing the tally of surviving members and rescue cards, while also ranking the squads. First, Alice received a golden key. The Noble Water Squad with 1 remaining member had 38 cards, ranked 3rd, receiving 1 relic key. Next, Willis received the reward. The Fishing Squad of Sector G with 2 remaining members had 98 cards, ranked 2nd, receiving 2 relic keys. Willis showed a regretful expression, only getting 2nd place. He held up the key and spoke to the person behind him in a pained voice, grim. I tried so hard and still lost, so heartbreaking. But he received no words of comfort. Finally, Jiang Kai's team received 3 keys. The Holy Flame Fire God Squad had 3 members remaining. They had 108 rescue cards, receiving 3 relic keys. Yuanzhu was still dazed. This is. Jiang Kai accepted the keys, laughing happily as he teased, what are you still spacing out for? He smiled and affirmed, we won. Yuanzhu and Ruanyu snapped back to reality at that moment. The 2 happily rushed to hug Jiang Kai, cheering, we won, I knew it. That joyful scene was captured moment by moment on the screens in the meeting room. Tian Shen was still in shock, stammering, am I not dreaming? It's our Holy Flame won 1st place globally. Everyone in the hall couldn't contain their joy, jumping up and down. Wei Ying directed his gaze at the screen. He was full of praise, fire god, well done. Tian Shen solemnly turned around. He wanted to announce something. Everyone, listen to me. Tian Shen clenched his fist and placed it over his heart, emotionally declaring that today's victory of Holy Flame belongs to every hero who fought. That is the spirit of the Holy Flame army. Tian Shen placed his right hand over his heart, speaking with a more dignified and proud tone. From today, the reputation of Holy Flame will resound across the globe. General Wei Ying and Commander Tian Shen, along with the others, shared the sentiment. They proudly placed their hands over their hearts and spoke in unison. The system announced that the reward for this mission was very generous. Giant treasure chests appeared one by one. The competition zone will close in 10 minutes. The winning team should bring their keys back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 15th. Explore the lost ruins, unlock the mysterious treasures. The blue barrier was slowly disappearing. The system would reclaim all rescue cards and function cards. The blue vortex appeared, a spatial gate opened. Quickly leave the competition zone through the teleportation array. Alice hesitated as she stepped into the spatial gate, complaining as she walked. Finally, I can go home and take a bath. My whole body is sticky, so disgusting. Seeing everyone dispersing, Yuanzhu put his arm around Ruanyu's shoulder excitedly. Let's go, Jiang Kai, let's hurry and tell the Nuan Society the good news. Ruanyu smiled and agreed, yeah. Jiang Kai's gaze became more resolute. Everyone's sacrifice was finally rewarded. He suddenly became alert, his sharp eyes glancing to the other side. Jiang Kai noticed 2 people, Grim and Willis, talking behind him. Those 2 made him pay attention. He observed and silently assessed them, seeing that things were not simple. Obtaining 98 cards showed their strength was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, being able to form an alliance and travel with an arrogant and self-centered person like Willis. Jiang Kai recalled the details of the match. They had used a stealth skill to avoid aggro, not being attacked by the monster horde. He focused on deducing the opponent's purpose. I have a feeling that guy definitely has something going on. Jiang Kai looked at Willis's somewhat inept appearance, but wasn't fooled. He calmly concluded that man was far more dangerous than he looked. Suddenly, Willis looked over at Jiang Kai, startling him. He couldn't help but be surprised that man was also looking at him. Willis slowly took steps towards Jiang Kai, his purpose unclear. Willis stopped, gave a smile, and extended his hand in greeting. Hello, Jiang Kai, I'm Willis, I've heard so much about you. Jiang Kai kept his wary expression. He knew this man recognized him. Willis smiled warmly to ease the atmosphere. Do not be tense, your potential far exceeds imagination. Your performance today was spectacular. I am very curious about your Wei Ying profession. Jiang Kai coldly turned his back. You and Visas are in the same group, we are not friends. Yuanzhu, Ruanyu, let us go. The 2 immediately followed him, agreeing to keep away from the dangerous man. Willis did not give up, using super speed to launch onto the road. Yuanzhu got angry and charged forward. Hey, you formation man, you are really thick-skinned, do you want to fight? Willis stood there, his face pale, his hand condensing a small blue sphere. Jiang Kai reacted swiftly, stopping his friend then launching forward. Yuanzhu, do not get close. Jiang Kai launched 3 blades, but the small sphere sensed them from a distance, evading each one and charging straight ahead. Jiang Kai's 3 blades missed their target and embedded into the ground. The blue sphere was close to touching his face. Jiang Kai was startled, and before he could react, he was frozen in place. Ruanyu and Yuanju worriedly turned back, shouting in panic, "Dodge quickly." Captain Jiang Kai was stunned by the sphere's speed. It was too fast. Just as the sphere was about to touch him, it suddenly shot up into the air and then exploded softly. The fragments linked together to form a shape, which turned out to be a letter with a skull seal. The letter fell down, landing in Jiang Kai's hand. The letter emitted the characteristic blue light of a Wei Ying owner. He stared at it intently. A letter. Finished with the matter, Willis and Grimm entered a spatial gate and left. Before leaving, Willis politely said goodbye. "Very pleased to meet you, Jiang Kai." Three still did not understand what happened, standing and looking at each other. Willis lingered with interest, looking forward to our reunion. Jiang Kai stood at a distance, looking on with worry, staring intently. Grimm followed Willis into the teleportation gate. He hesitated, asking what the thing he had just given Jiang Kai was, in case the military asked. Before he finished speaking, 3 arrows simultaneously shot forward, nearly hitting Grimm. He fearfully looked at the few strands of hair that had been cut off. Under Willis's angry gaze, he darkened his face and gritted out, "Meddle less in my affairs. I hate repeating myself." Having said that, Willis stretched and yawned, as if nothing had happened. "Seems a bit hungry. What delicious food should Wei Ying reward me with?" Grimm broke out in a cold sweat, blurting out so close. On the main deity guild side, Jiang Kai, Ruanyu, and Yuanju gathered together. Yuanju looked at the letter in Jiang Kai's hand and asked, "Are you still thinking about that Wei Ying and this letter?" As soon as Jiang Kai touched the letter, a magic circle appeared, emitting a cold aura that froze his fingers. Jiang Kai was startled and checked his status. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, curious. "I wonder what is inside this. I have not been able to open it since I received it." Ruanyu spoke up, "Captain, I recall there is an alchemist profession. They refine tools with magical power. This letter might be sealed." Jiang Kai imagined and repeated, "An alchemist and a seal, huh?" Yuanju growled, "That guy Willis does not look like a good person. Who knows what trick he is playing? Should we find the military to examine it?" Jiang Kai mused, "No, he is unfathomable. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done so long ago. His strength far surpasses us. Why did he give up first place in the competition?" He looked at the envelope, puzzled. What is he plotting exactly? I will definitely ask him clearly in half a month. Suddenly Liu Jun's voice rang out, "I guessed you all would be here." He walked over with 2 Wei Ying soldiers. Jiang Kai was confused. "Brother Liu Jun, why are you here?" Liu Jun said happily, "Why am I here? Do you know how many people are waiting for you heroes at the canyon entrance? You guys are something, sneaking back secretly." Jiang Kai quickly explained, "You know I do not like crowds." Liu Jun winked, "It is fine if you do not see others, but would you also not see the Wei Ying commander?" Jiang Kai was flustered. "The Wei Ying commander is also here?" Liu Jun replied, "Not only the commander, but also senior management, and even General Tian Shen. They all specially came to the canyon entrance." Jiang Kai was dumbfounded. That many people. Ruanyu and Yuanju were delighted. "This time we will be famous. We have never seen such an imposing atmosphere before." Liu Jun nodded. "All right, I know you are modest. When I saw you all earlier, I already told everyone to disperse." Hearing this, Jai breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly remembered, "Right, Brother Liu Jun, how are Hu Yan, Nuan, and Brother Lu's group?" Ruan Yu continued, "Can we go visit them?" Yuanju agreed, "Yes, is everyone alright?" Liu Jun replied, "Visiting is not very convenient, but rest assured. As soon as everyone went offline, they received high-level psychological treatment. They should recover within 7 days at most." Jiang Kai, Ruan Yu, and Yuanju all felt at ease. Liu Jun continued, "Additionally, the Fire God Squad has made great contributions. The commander has requested a special policy, granting you the authority to use the green path like the military." Jiang Kai could not help asking, "The green path?" Liu Jun explained, "Yes, to ensure mission completion, the military is exempt from queuing again after going offline. It provides a quick priority login to the Ghost Crystal, exempting you from waiting in line." He said seriously, "If the application is approved, for 1 year, the Fire God will have 100 uses of the Green Path Authority. That means even if you are killed offline, you will have priority to return to the Wei Ying Ghost Crystal." All 3 excitedly shouted in unison, 100 uses. Ruan Yu cheered, "Then Hu Yan and Nuan can return immediately." Yuanju put his arm around Kai's shoulder. "Soon the Fire God Squad will reunite." Liu Jun spoke up again, "Right, Jiang Kai, there is one more thing he thought he should tell him in advance." Liu Jun looked at Jiang Kai with a determined gaze when mentioning matters related to the Xuanwu Guild. His expression immediately tensed, and he hastily asked what it was. Whether those royal bastards were harassing his elder brother and Brother Z again. Liu Jun quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. Ever since he brought down the royal member in the challenge match, they have been much quieter." He recalled the sight of Huang Wei squatting in a corner mumbling, "Kill them all then talk." Heard that ever since he was killed by him, That man had been going crazy. Liu Jun also mentioned Huang Da, who hit his feet and screamed, "No, do not come here. I do not want to go online." Still traumatized by the abuse, collapsing at the mere mention of his name. Then Liu Jun brought up Huang Tong, who had just heard today that he won the championship. He immediately got so angry he vomited blood on the spot and fainted. Tan Ning saw this and frantically yelled Guildmaster. Liu Jun continued, to avoid affecting the guild. Zhuanwu had appointed new personnel. Huang Tong's guildmaster position had been taken over. He introduced each person. Her name is Shi. She is a formidable woman, young but known for her decisive actions, strong methods, and she has 4 capable generals behind her, all top-tier experts. She is known as the 4 Noble Flowers. Ordinary people dare not mess with her. Saying this, Liu Jun earnestly advised he must be careful with this Shi. Hearing this, Jiang Kai was bewildered. Inside was brother Liu Jun warning him. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Even though Shi is a distant relative of the royal family and might hold a grudge against him, it is just his own cautious thinking. Yuan Zhu smiled brightly and said confidently, regardless of whether her surname is Huang or He, if she wants to bully Jiang Kai, she must first get past this Yuan Zhu. Ruan Yu also added, "Count me in too." Jiang Kai turned around and looked at the two of them firmly, saying, "I am the God of Fire team leader anyway. The ones who should have nightmares are those troublemakers." Scene shifts to 7 days after the meeting with Liu Jun. Jiang Kai's group was forced to fight against a swarm of monsters. Elite-grade blood-sucking leeches level 45, then commandant-grade blood-sucking leeches level 65. A horde of ferocious leeches surged up from the ground. Ruan Yu charged towards them with his shield, speaking in a raspy voice, "Oh babies, your skin is so soft, let's have a bath together." This Ruan Yu the bravest. A flash of lightning flickered, swiftly cutting through the bodies of the giant leeches. The one who created that flash of lightning was none other than Jiang Kai, who was radiating sparks. As soon as the leeches fell, the system screen appeared. You have successfully defeated 20 elite-grade blood-sucking leeches, but there were still a few other monsters unaffected, still charging towards him. The largest one wore a terrifying expression with sharp fangs. As it ran, the others roared and followed suit. Jiang Kai smiled faintly and said, "The fun part is over." He gathered momentum and leaped strongly off the ground. Jiang Kai spun in the air and threw a card, shouting, "Death card, DK fire." The card pierced through the bellies of each leech, and the system screen announced consecutively, "You have successfully defeated 3 commandant-grade blood-sucking leeches. You have successfully defeated 35 elite-grade blood-sucking leeches." As Jiang Kai landed, another notification appeared stating he had successfully defeated 40-grade blood-sucking leeches. "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 31. He looked at his hand in astonishment. Less than 7 days, and he had reached level 31. But it did not feel particularly special. Jiang Kai raised his head and gasped, "This is..." The AI brain appeared before him. The screen notified that he had leveled up to 31, activating the super stat multiplier, displaying current basic attributes. The screen flashed continuously: Strength 280, Physique 284, Agility 552, Spirit 442. Activating the Agility Enhancement talent, Agility increased by 40%. Jiang Kai's gaze stopped at the stats: Strength 280, Physique 284, Agility 772, Spirit 442. He thought excitingly, finally activated the superstat multiplier. Looking at the description of fragile physique causing severe consequences and double pain taken, he told himself that last time the critical hit rate increased by 3%. From once every 100 hits to once every 33 hits, this rate was already quite high. Looking at strength 280, Jiang Kai thought silently, even the weakest stat was nearly 300 points, much higher than level 40 fighters. Then he glanced and saw agility was 772. His heart grew more excited. Over 700 agility points, while it was rare for an excellent level 40 profession with equipment to reach 450. Jiang Kai moved his hand lightly and sighed to himself. Just this one stat equaled the total of 4 stats of people at the same level. He thought of Willis's crafty expression with the magic sphere in his hand. Jiang Kai clenched his fist firmly. If he met that guy again, with this speed he definitely would not lose. 10 minutes later, potion bottles of Ruan Yu's elixirs were scattered on the ground. He looked at the display screen. Adventurer Ruan Yu, Profession Champion, level 34. He cheered, "Captain Jiang Kai, I have reached level 34, 6 more levels, and I am ready for the next class change." Jiang Kai came over to pat Ruan Yu's shoulder and praised, "Well done, these past days have been hard, but you have made rapid progress." He rubbed his head and chuckled, "It is just a pity Yuan Zhu is with the military. If not for being led by the captain, he would definitely have progressed faster than me." Jiang Kai cheerfully said, "After all, Yuan Zhu is a military man, they have their own arrangements for him." He looked towards the forest and changed the subject, guessing the time Hu Yan should have returned. "Let us head back to the guild." The two of them had only walked a short distance when they encountered a group of people. Ruan Yu asked curiously, where were so many troops heading? Jiang Kai followed her gaze and replied, "That direction seemed to be the quarantine zone, where the military guarded against monster raids." Before he could be startled, a female voice called out from behind Jiang Kai. It was Lan Lan. She walked over and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Jiang Kai quickly explained, "I finished training with Ruan Yu and was heading back to meet Wei Ying, just passing by." He looked at the armed group and asked if the military was deploying so many people to the quarantine zone for something important. Lan Lan said without hesitation, "In 2 months the military will coordinate with the major guilds to sweep the map on the monster route." Both Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu exclaimed in unison, "Sweeping the map." Lan Lan said seriously, "A map boss is not just simply about killing a king-tier boss. The most terrifying thing is that each time they attack, it triggers a beast tide, attracting countless monsters to swarm the quarantine zone." Jiang Kai hesitated as he repeated, "Countless monsters." He recalled worriedly the merman boss on Yongdong Island that almost buried the 20,000-strong army. Lan Lan looked down at her watch as she spoke. "That is right, the stronger the boss, the larger the beast tide." According to government statistics, the scale of the recent beast tide reached millions. Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu exclaimed again, "Isn't that very dangerous?" Su Lan Lan's expression turned serious. "To open new territories and seize resources, the quarantine zone cannot fall. They plan to deploy at least 5 million troops. Even if it is dangerous, they must fight." Jiang Kai heard her words and could only remain silent. The scene shifted to the psychological treatment center. Hu Yan saw the two of them and cried out, "Finally you two are back to Wei Ying." She quickly ran over and hugged them tightly, still saying, "I missed you two so much." Jiang Kai held Hu Yan's shoulders and asked if it was suffocating at the treatment center. She immediately began to complain, "Actually, Nuan, and I have been fine for a while, but were ordered to stay for further observation." Hu Yan suddenly turned serious, mentioning that matter. "How boss handled that Visas was so cool. It definitely avenged me." Jiang Kai replied modestly, "Beating Visas was thanks to your and Nuan's efforts. I am glad you two are safe." Suddenly, Jiang Kai's mailbox showed 36 unread messages. He opened it to check, then explained, they were emails applying to join the guild. Ruan Yu exclaimed in delight, "I did not expect so many people want to join our guild." Jiang Kai frowned while reading the letters, replying that ever since winning the competition, people have been continuously applying. Most are not suitable. His gaze suddenly stopped. He said hesitantly, "This person." Looking at the information displayed before his eyes, Explorer Shen Yai, class ascetic, level 32. Jiang Kai recounted slowly, "An ascetic. I remember the owner of the potion shop once said the person who discovered the green water ghost was an ascetic." Ruan Yu admired, "Ascetics have to go deep into the desolate wilderness to practice asceticism. They have the highest chance of triggering quests." Hu Yan speculated, "Maybe this person can provide us with more intel on the instance. Do you want to keep him?" Jiang Kai grinned, "We will deal with that later." Scene shifted to the next day, at Crimson Moon Forest. Shen Yi was sitting under a waterfall, letting the water pound directly against his body. He was startled by a voice calling out Shen Yi. Before him were Jiang Kai, Hu Yan, and Ruan Yu waving their hands. The sound of the waterfall roared incessantly. Shen Yi stepped onto the shore and spoke, "Guild leader Jiang Kai, you all arrived quickly." Jiang Kai did not beat around the bush, saying directly that to join the Fire God Guild, they must prove their sincerity and value. For example, by providing intel on a certain instance. Shen Yi listened silently. Finally he agreed, but made a request, "Help me reach level 40 first." Hu Yan frowned, "I have never seen anyone applying to the guild with conditions attached." Shen Yi said bluntly, "The choice is mutual. I want to join, but I also have the right to choose you all. If you think it is difficult, then forget it." Jiang Kai interrupted, "Just level 40. Shen Yi sneered, "Quite the boast. Reaching level 40 usually takes a whole year." The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled up. He said lightly, "A year or maybe 5 days, or even less than 5 days. 3 days later, still at Crimson Moon Forest. The deep stab pierced the water fiend. It roared in pain and fell. A notification appeared right before Shen Yi's eyes. "Congratulations, you've leveled up to 40. He could not hide his excitement. "Level 40. I have reached level 40. Jiang Kai, standing beside him, praised, "Congratulations. Once you find the materials, you can change class." Shen Yi replied excitedly, "Unbelievable. Just 3 days to gain 8 levels." Hu Yan ran over and pretended to scold. Ruan Yu also smiled and said the team leader was amazing. Shen Yi stood facing Jiang Kai and said seriously, "I am completely convinced. I agree to hand over the intel to the guild." Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow, letting out an "oh." Shen Yi spoke slowly, "Behind the waterfall where you found me, there is a cave. Every 6 days a mysterious light orb appears." Jiang Kai exclaimed in shock, "A mysterious light orb?" Hu Yan and Ruan Yu also gaped in astonishment. Shen Yi continued, "The light orb is extremely fast, appearing for only seconds before disappearing. Before this, I tried to grab it but was thrown back." Jiang Kai asked curiously, "When was the last time the light orb appeared?" Shen Yi rubbed his chin in calculation, 5 days ago, deducing it would appear again tomorrow. Hu Yan turned to say to Jiang Kai, "Captain, that doesn't seem to be something we know." He crossed his arms over his chest, pondered, then replied, "I have a feeling this is a clue to a fortunate encounter. In the end, Jiang Kai decided to order, since we've encountered it, we'll go see it ourselves. The other three all happily agreed. They walked to the side of the waterfall, which was still rushing fiercely. The four entered the cave. Shen Yi then explained, I used to live here. The belongings haven't been touched. No one seems to have found them yet. Huyin looked up at the cave, praised, this cave is bigger than I imagined. But how did you discover it initially? Shen Yi rubbed his head, shyly recounted, I came up here to see if it was suitable for training. As a result, I encountered that light orb. A rockfall nearly knocked me out. When I woke up, I began to train and heal my injuries in the waterfall. After that, I didn't dare touch the light orb anymore. Luckily, it didn't pay me any attention, so I considered myself safe. While speaking, Jiang Kai walked over to the stone wall beside them. He reached out to touch the crack, silently calculating, this rock face is extremely hard, but was smashed this by that light orb enough to see its level of danger. Jiang Kai suddenly shifted his gaze to the side. Seeing the bright light orb appear near the cave entrance, he immediately shouted, it's here. Jiang Kai quickly threw 3 flame-wrapped knives, loudly commanding, catch it. The light orb flew chaotically around the cave with no set pattern. Jiang Kai looked at it and exclaimed, too fast, even Lifeseeker can't touch it. The light orb rushed towards Hu Yan. He saw this and yelled, watch out. She raised the monster-catching compass and commanded, invincible silver ice art. However, the light orb shot past Hu Yan, causing her to startle and shout, what? That light orb slammed straight into the cave wall, sending rocks and dirt flying down. Jiang Kai threw a knife and loudly reminded, Hu Yan, crouch down. She immediately obeyed. The knife stabbed into a large rock, shattering it. Jiang Kai ran chasing the light orb and ordered, block its path. Shen Yi and Ruan Yu had already blocked the other end, replying concisely, got it. However, that glowing orb shot straight out the back before the two could realize it. Quickly rebounded, slamming into Ruan Yu's back, causing him to lose his balance. Shen Yi quickly braked, saying tensely, its initial destructive power wasn't this strong. It seems it knows there are many people here, so it's attacking several times harder. Jiang Kai activated his ghost eye intensely, firmly said, threw 3 knives after saying time is short. One of the 3 knives stabbed straight into the center of the light orb. Everyone cheered, we hit it. The knife sank deeper and deeper inside that orb. Jiang Kai shouted, my life seeker is being eaten by it. The light orb changed direction, shooting straight up to the cave ceiling. Rocks and dirt fell everywhere. A large rock fell straight towards Jiang Kai's face, causing him to be flustered. Fortunately, Ruan Yu used a shield, shattering the rock. Shen Yi also used his spear to break apart the large rocks. Hu Yan created ice to pierce and shatter the surrounding rocks. All 3 stood blocking in front of Jiang Kai, saying in unison, we'll block for you. The light orb once again zoomed towards them. Jiang Kai threw out a card, sternly chanting, death card, time has not yet come. He muttered to himself, let's see if you can swallow this too. The card actually compressed against the light orb. However, it was also sucked inside. Jiang Kai lost patience and cried out, what? Could it even devour the death card? Seeing it fly towards the cave exit, he yelled, not good, it wants to escape. Jiang Kai ran desperately after the light orb and shouted, death card, return to me. The 3 running behind worriedly called out, Captain Jiang Kai, guild leader. He gritted his teeth, cursed inwardly, damn it, what kind of monster is this thing anyway? The light orb abruptly stopped and emitted a surge of green energy. Watching the orb expand ever larger, Jiang Kai told himself, I can use my will to sense the existence of the death card. He vaguely saw a corner of the card and recognized it's still here. Seizing this moment, Jiang Kai lunged forward, reaching out his hand to grab the card. Just as his fingers were about to touch the light orb, the light from it radiated in all directions with extreme intensity. A system notification appeared. Body realm accidentally interrupted, downgraded to hidden secret realm level. Hidden secret realm detected as blocked by Trickster Master. Special exclusive class Divine Artifact set to Gambler exclusive class Divine Artifact. And so Jiang Kai fell into a place called the Divine Domain of Light. His eyes slightly opened after waking up. Looking at the hazy scenery around him, Jiang Kai asked in confusion, where is this? What is a body realm? The hidden secret realm the voice just mentioned seems completely different from any secret realm I've encountered. He suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. Wait a moment. Looking at the card on the ground, Jiang Kai immediately recognized it as the death card. And also, from afar, Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, and Shen Yi were running over, everyone is here. The system interface appeared again then. Congratulations on entering the hidden secret realm, Divine Domain of Light. In 3 minutes, the demon army will launch an attack on the Divine Domain of Light. After completing the mission, you and your teammates must protect the Holy Light Command for 300 seconds. And the squad will receive a secret realm treasure and weapon reward based on contribution, but you cannot use S-rank items that exceed your class. Jiang Kai turned around in shock, a bit dazed. Ruan Yu and the group slowly approached. Remarked that this light sphere was a secret realm. Jiang Kai tried to recall the card but could not. Indeed, he could not use a divine weapon. Suddenly, Hu Yan looked up and hesitantly asked what that thing was. A shining angelic command card appeared before them, and Jiang Kai recognized it as the Holy Light Command in confusion. He carefully observed the card, pondered for a long time, and recalled that the gambler's exclusive weapon was mentioned earlier, so this must be it. The second god card, the Holy Light Command, a pleased smile involuntarily curled at the corner of Jiang Kai's mouth. Suddenly, Hu Yan shouted in panic, "Squad leader Jiang Kai, the ground is starting to shake." Jiang Kai said nothing and immediately activated his eye technique, the gaze of concentrated focus. His eyes scanned like a radar, searching for abnormalities. Jiang Kai detected a demon army and immediately warned everyone that it was the main demon force. Shen Yi tensed up upon hearing this and hurriedly asked the squad leader if they should intercept them. He immediately objected, "No, if they reach the foot of the mountain, the defensive line will be stretched, and we cannot hold it." Jiang Kai turned back and ordered firmly for them to stay here and block the entrance until the mission ended. Everyone acknowledged the order. The system panel displayed a notification of a demon attack, with a 10-second countdown. 10. A jar fell and shattered, signaling the brutal battle ahead. 8. Jiang Kai's team had already formed their formation ready to face the enemy. 7. 6. An expression of barely concealed tension flickered across his face. 5. 4. 3. Shen Yi and Hu Yan focused their energy into the magic tools in their hands. 2. 1. The mirror of the mind before them suddenly shattered, opening a rift. No. Countdown ended, and the main demon army charged forward madly. Jiang Kai gathered momentum and leaped high into the air. He shouted an order, "Everyone pay attention. Begin the battle." His hands formed a seal, withering fire. A volley of flames shot toward the three-headed wolf, as if aiming to burn it alive. Jiang Kai smirked slightly, a flash of confidence appearing, critical hit. But the three-headed wolf only became more ferocious. It roared in fury and he realized it was completely unharmed. Jiang Kai immediately switched to physical attacks. "Damn it, these bastards are immune to fire. Use tracking strike directly." The dagger struck the three heads of the wolf. The massive beast lost its strength and fell before him. It plummeted into the main demon army, causing a backlash and dealing them considerable damage. Nevertheless, the army's numbers were still overwhelming. They launched relentless waves of attacks. Jiang Kai struggled to fend them off alone when, unexpectedly, one creature took the chance to charge at him. Ruan Yu quickly jumped out to block in front of him, and said excitedly, "Darling, I am here." Ruan Yu swung his shield to block a wolf, then slashed with his blade, making it cry out in pain. At the mountain peak, lightning serpents were gathering in one spot. Hu Yan raised her unique command magic tool high. She cast a supremely powerful universal rain summoning spell. Immediately, thunder roared violently, crashing down upon the main demon army. Ruan Yu saw the area ahead explode and shouted, "Beauty, do not run away." Jiang Kai saw the situation was bad and loudly reminded to hold him back. Shen Yi received the order and rushed over, grabbing his wrist. He reminded brother Ruan, "Calm down." Ruan Yu's face turned red, stubbornly insisting on charging forward. "Damn it, let go of me, do not stop me from having fun with the beauties." There was heavy bombardment happening in that area, and something strange with glowing red eyes flew out. Hu Yan opened her mouth in fear and asked, "Squad leader Jiang Kai, what is that? It seems unblockable." Surprise flickered in his eyes. "What?" A large number of monsters appeared, and Jiang Kai recognized them immediately as mud monsters. Their bodies were slowly merging together. The flesh of two mud monsters had already fused into one mass. They combined into a giant boss. The enormous boss monster emerged from the swamp. Before it, there were also smaller escort monsters clearing the way. There were 180 seconds left to break their formation. Someone reported, "No good, the reinforcement speed is too fast, there is no time." Jiang Kai urgently activated the false fire avatar, entering a stealth state. He ordered Shen Yi to release Ruan Yu, who obeyed, and then Jiang Kai ran forward. He ran straight past the monsters like that, and Ruan Yu began to sing, "Oh my beloved lady." He sang passionately but still remembered the mission. "Let this king give you a hot kiss." The group of monsters in front of Ruan Yu still had no idea what was happening. The swamp monster turned back, its eyes bloodshot. Sensing danger, its expression bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Kai, who was invisible, slashed out with his sword. The sharp blade flew toward Wei Ying, the monster's entire body absorbing that power. He shouted, "Hu Yan, take this chance and charge and to break the opening." She chanted to gather lightning, the unstoppable super-powerful Cosmos Ball technique. "Tremble, you worthless scum." A blinding bolt of lightning shot straight toward the group of monsters. They panicked and scattered in chaos. But when they were about to reach Hu Yan within inches, streams of power had already pierced through their bodies. Jiang Kai coldly declared, "This strike will send you all to hell." They were now surrounded by monsters and the current in the middle. Their numbers completely overwhelmed their side. 2 minutes later, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Jiang Kai struggled to endure the feeling of overexertion, his stamina nearly drained. With 33 seconds left, Ruan Yu on the other side was still full of energy, humming a tune, "A bunch of hot little beauties this king likes." Right behind him, a monster was charging forward. Suddenly, a holy radiance halo blazed like a sphere enveloping that giant monster. Its entire body was blasted backward, undergoing tempering. It was Jiang Kai who had unleashed that strike. The monster exploded within that blazing power, A notification displayed countdown 10 seconds 10. He waited for every second and minute to pass. The 9th second 9. The 8th second continuing the countdown. Ruan Yu collapsed unconscious. By the 7th second, Hu Yan had not let down her guard. By the 6th second, a horde of monsters was swarming forward. In that location, the three of them were present. The countdown reached the 5th second. Jiang Kai was so tense he almost cursed. Damn it, just a little more was missing. Suddenly, a change in events stunned him in surprise. Jiang Kai channeled enough power into his sword, indestructible Vajra. The friction of magical tools shot out sparks. Earth and rocks flew in all directions amid the spreading shockwave. Shen Yi's technique descended, cracking the ground into sections. The demon army pushed back by the pressure from the center of the formation. Jiang Kai understood his intent. He called out worriedly, Shen Yi. Hu Yan panicked. She quickly summarized the information about the skill. It is the indestructible Vajra innate of the ascetic. When activated, it can strengthen the body for defense, granting immunity to all physical and mental damage, but the user cannot move during this time. The effect only lasts 3 seconds. This is bad. Shen Yi can no longer hold on. He was struggling to withstand the backlash from the skill. Jiang Kai understood at this very moment. He decisively unleashed the finishing blow, life-chasing. Kill them now. A beam of light tore through the demon army's formation, sending the entire swarm flying in a violent flash of light. At that moment, the countdown board turned red and reached 0. A token gradually materialized in midair, radiating a brilliance so intense it seemed to engulf the entire space. Jiang Kai's eyes immediately lit up, a clear look of joy appearing on his face. This is divine edict of light. Its light reached the mountain peak, unleashing a portion of its radiance spreading throughout the space. The demon monsters dissipated with the holy light. Hu Yan shouted joyfully, Captain Jiang Kai, look, the demon army has vanished. Healing effect spread through Jiang Kai's body. He was thrilled. Could it be the healing effect of the divine edict of light? So everyone is. Hu Yan looked at her body brimming with energy and could not help but exclaim, this is so powerful. The wounds healed so fast. I feel like my whole body is full of strength. As for Ruan Yu, she was still bewildered. The young woman did not understand what was happening. Shen Yi looked at the wounds on his body slowly recovering. He breathed a sigh of relief. I am not dead. The quest panel displayed a notification congratulating the challengers for completing the trial based on the total damage dealt to the demons, and distributing rewards as follows. As if seeing a savior, the entire team looked up expectantly. Items gradually took shape. The system slowly introduced them. Challenger Shen Yi receives the Ascetic's A-rank weapon, Asura Mirror. The higher the difficulty of the cultivation zone, the greater the benefits for the Ascetic. The Asura Mirror raises the difficulty by 1 tier, while also enhancing the encounter state to a certain degree, greatly increasing cultivation efficiency. Shen Yi happily accepted his reward. Excellent. Next was Ruan Yu. The system answered his wish. Challenger Ruan Yu receives the Death Ghost S-rank weapon. Though it is the Godly Guide Orb, it can increase the Death Ghost Explorer's death mass by 50% and increase the chance of entering the advanced building state by 30%. Ruan Yu looked at the item with excitement. This is pretty good. Previous equipment at most increased death mass by 20 to 30%. This thing jumps to 50% plus 30% chance for the advanced building state. Awesome. Ian came over and patted his shoulder to encourage him. Well done, Ruan Yu. With the Godly Guide Orb, your chance of entering the state of ecstasy and death will be even higher. It was the system's turn to call out Hu Yan's name. Challenger Hu Yan receives the Fortune Teller's unique rank weapon, Wind Thunder Staff. He stood frozen for a few seconds, eyes wide open, full of shock. What? The system began to introduce the new weapon. Wind Thunder Staff. Mental power increased by 72, strength increased by 44, agility increased by 11. Effect 1. Increases mental power recovery by 50%. Effect 2 leads to first level lightning tribulation, summons a heavenly lightning bolt dealing 10,000th part damage to the target, can hold up to 9 charges. Effect 3 first level wind calamity curse, controls the wind, sustained mental power consumption. Upgrade material is lightning hammer M. Hu Yan looked at the staff in her hand, her heart floating on air. The Wind Thunder Staff. Hu Yan here finally has a unique rank weapon too. Ruan Yu could not help but exclaim, a unique rank weapon that can be upgraded. Hu Yan, now you can develop rapidly. Shen Yi also praised, over 70 points increase in mental power, so strong the effects are also very powerful. No wonder it is a unique rank weapon. Jiang Kai gently glanced at each person, the corner of his mouth slightly curving into a warm smile. Everyone's gains seemed to be very good. So the gambler's exclusive weapon was the Divine Light Command. He looked at the glowing badge. Suddenly a blinding flash of light erupted, sweeping across the entire space. Finally, the system announced the challenger's name, Jiang Kai. Ruan Yu, Shen Yi, and Hu Yan were also very excited upon hearing this. Jiang Kai merely curled his lips, a faint smile as if he had predicted it. It was indeed so. The badge shot forward, drawing a line of light in the air. It flew straight towards Jiang Kai as if it had found its true master. Jiang Kai looked at the card in his hand and carefully read its function. It could increase the 4 basic attributes by 20%, penetration by 50 points, and permanent permanently increase critical hit rate by 15% and critical damage by 150%. Even after obtaining the treasure, he remained contemplative as these stats rivaled the death card, but its weakness was its massive consumption, and he wondered what the special effect of the Divine Light command would be. The system, as if reading his thoughts, displayed Effect 1. Bullet Shot. When encountering an enemy that cannot be defeated, the badge automatically fires a barrier, inheriting the user's attack damage without costing extra stamina or mental energy. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's face relaxed with excitement. The system continued. Each counterattack carries full damage, equivalent to a powerful attack, completely without extra consumption. System meticulously explained, like using one attack to gain several damage opportunities, as long as one controls it well along with the assistance of critical hits to deal high damage. Jiang Kai exclaimed happily, very good. The system then introduced Effect 2, Divine Descent, consuming one's own power to create an area attack aura around oneself, inheriting all damage. When the number of defeated enemies reaches 100, it will refresh the state for the user and 4 teammates with lower total attributes. The cooldown time for this skill is 30 days. The final effect was Divine Weapon Recognition. The Divine Light command is indestructible, can be summoned, compressed, and retrieved at will. After hearing the 3 effects, Jiang Kai immediately thought of the ability to restore the state for all 5 people. Although the activation condition and refresh time were very harsh, he understood he had just gained another extremely powerful trump card. Thinking of this, Jiang Kai gave a faint smile. Suddenly, Hu Yan called out to the team, everyone, look at this quickly. Sparkling treasure chest unexpectedly appeared before their eyes. He stepped forward as the team leader. Hu Yan urged with anticipation. Team leader Jiang Kai, take a look quickly. Shen Yi also chimed in. Jiang Kai slowly opened the chest, a dazzling light spilling out along with it. Inside were countless rare items, a special reward for the entire group. Seeing the pile of items, he froze for a moment. Shen Yi quickly picked up a piece of iron and exclaimed, Framti ore can greatly increase the hardness of defensive weapons. It is a material that master smiths always dream of. He happily picked up each item to examine. The feather of a king-rank dream bird. This type of halberd is suitable as a weapon, and also the nightmare watch of the hypnotist. Shen Yi grew more and more excited without stopping. The Phantom Slim Gel is the main material for crafting high-grade disguise masks. He also introduced an extremely rare alchemy solvent, capable of perfectly dissolving and recombining any material, worth enough to buy the busiest commercial street in the city of Holy Radiance. He said that the harvest from the secret realm this time was so great he dared not even imagine it before, wondering if he was dreaming. Seeing Shen Yi captivated, Ruan Yu grabbed his arm and happily confirmed it was real. Yu Yan thoughtfully reminded, although they were all rare materials, it seemed none could be used immediately. It would be good if there was something to enhance her wind lightning staff. Jiang Kai spoke up and gave his opinion. Their 4 current pieces of equipment were already quite good, so they should trade the materials to exchange for everyone's class change materials to save effort. Ruan Yu completely agreed and said excitedly, these things would fetch a good price if sold. If the Lord God Guild wanted to compete with the Xuanwu Guild, they needed to accumulate more capital. While the team was happy, a system notification sounded, requiring them to leave the Divine Light domain within 1 minute after opening the chest. The spatial gate slowly opened. Jiang Kai spoke, everyone, it's time to move on. All 3 clearly replied, understood, then followed behind him. In another place, a giant monster was wreaking havoc in the city. It let out a fierce roar, the sound echoing as if trying to tear the sky apart. Suddenly a figure rushed in, cutting through that chaotic scene. She jumped, swinging her sword high to confront the monster head-on. She poured all her strength into the sword she was holding. Then she brought the sword down, cleaving the monster in 2 with one stroke before it could even scream. Behind her, its body fell heavily to the ground, while she landed lightly on the ground. Outside the laboratory, a researcher praised, truly impressive, worthy of being the guild leader. The running speed has broken the highest record. The slashing power is equivalent to a head-on collision with a train at 250 kilometers per hour. The sound of high heels approached from afar. A sweet voice spoke, guild leader. She was silent for a moment before slightly turning her head to look. Teacher Chun Shang entered, and Shai immediately asked, how is everything being handled? She replied thoughtfully and with dissatisfaction. According to the plan, in the past few days Jiang Fang might have been transferred down to El City, where the beast gods are active frequently, but our request was rejected. Shai, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow with an unnatural expression and asked, was it Wei Ying? Chun Shang nodded slightly in confirmation, correct. Because Jiang Fang already has a fixed team in the War God Temple in central Jiangkai, and Wei Ying disagreed, so we cannot touch him for now. She curled her lips, crossed her arms with confidence and said, within her expectations, Jiang Fang is a person from the Xuanwu Guild. If he dares to protect Jiang Kai's family, he must have someone backing him. He hesitated and asked hesitantly, guild leader, so do we need to continue? Sheishi's lilac eyes shone with mystery. She replied softly, no rush. There is now a better opportunity to deal with Jiang Kai. 2 days later, Jiang Kai's team returned to the villa after the battle. Hu Yan tiredly stretched and complained, these past few days have been so tiring. I miss my bed so much, while Ruan Yu just missed the food. Now he is so hungry he could eat an elephant. Before letting the two rest, Jiang Kai called them back, announced, I know everyone is tired. In 2 days we will return to the land of relaxation to find treasures. Rest well. Both cheered happily. Long live team leader Jiang Kai. The system interface flickered with a notification. Yan curiously stopped to eavesdrop. Could it be someone wants to join the guild? Team leader Jiang Kai, you are really busy now. Contrary to her guess, it was an urgent notice, an emergency battle notification. The map boss battle is about to begin. The pressure on the southeast front line is increasing rapidly. The Lord God Guild has not met the minimum participation standard. 100 people have been temporarily assigned to Bright Guild for joint defense. Please confirm and accept the detailed orders within an hour. Jiang Kai slowly read the announcement carefully. So we are being placed into Bright Guild to fight? Hu Yan frowned in confusion. Where did the Bright Guild come from? If it were large scale, we should have heard of it by now. Ruan Yu agreed exactly when we participated in the guild challenge competition. Why is there no impression of it at all? Shen Yai explained seriously. When I was looking through the materials about Wei Ying's guilds before, I did notice the Bright Guild. This is a guild newly established half a month ago, with a very strong momentum. The guild leader named Chun Shang is a 2-star war god at the War God Hall belonging to Jiang Kai. Upon hearing this, she couldn't hide her surprise. I heard that the War God Hall's rankings from low to high are 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. I didn't expect the leader of Bright Guild to be a 2-star expert. Ruan Yu also propped his chin and thought, no wonder the appeal is so strong. The number of members has already reached over 100. Jiang Kai continued, besides that, Chun Shang is also the former branch guild leader of Xuanwu Guild. All 3 people were shocked upon hearing this. What? Jiang Kai fell into a state of thought. He said the Bright Guild was established half a month ago. This timing is very interesting. The new guild leader of Xuanwu had just taken office. Then Chun Shang left to establish the Bright Guild. His eyes turned cold, filled with an ambiguous aura. What's more coincidental is that this time he was assigned to command our main god guild. Hu Yan still asked back in confusion, Captain Jiang Kai, what do you mean? Jiang Kai let out a sarcastic laugh to himself. People say the new guilder of Xuanwu, Shishi, is quite cunning. How could she easily let a 2-star war god leave? It seems she really wants to deal with me. The very next second, a group of people aggressively kicked open the gate of the villa compound. Liu Xuan's attitude was arrogant, proudly leading the troops as they charged in. Bright Guild Liu Xuan is here. Are the people of Main God here? He startled and turned around, his voice sharp. Who is it? Hu Yan's eyes itched with irritation and he shouted without restraint. Where did this wild dog come from to bark nonsense? Daring to barge a Main God Guild? Shen Yi followed up. Get out. That man raised an eyebrow arrogantly and let out a contemptuous laugh. Whelps like you also deserve to be called a guild in front of me. How ridiculous. Yang Kai spoke to Liu Xuan with a polite attitude, forcing your way into a private area and being so overbearing. Is this the cooperation rule of Bright Guild? That man replied in a condescending tone, isn't this Jiang Kai who's been so famous lately? Such a big mouth. Listen carefully, I am the team leader of Team 3 in this boss battle. You people have to listen to my arrangements. Just then, the system flashed repeatedly again. It immediately simulated the mission terrain and announced that this is the defensive mission this time. If not completed, the losses will be borne by Main God Guild themselves. The Main God squad must have at least 4 people participating and form a suicide squad. The mission of the suicide squad is to lead the king-level boss away from the defense line range. Yan complained angrily, are you kidding me? Our average level hasn't reached level 40. Which guild would send a team under level 40 to lure a king-level boss? Ruan Yu also couldn't help it. A normal level 40 squad can't even handle a commander level, let alone a king level. Are you crazy? That bastard Liuan stood watching from the side, and then dropped a suggestive remark. A normal team can't do it, but Main God Guild is different. The first place in the world domination competition. That proves you are the strongest level 40 squad. Very good, Jiang Kai. The team leader, Jiang Kai, couldn't hold back anymore, stepping forward to confront that man directly. Liu Xuan's eyes were full of smugness. He taunted, such a strong team naturally has to go deal with a king-level boss. Don't you agree, Jiang Kai? Guild leader, this bastard deliberately said that to make us go die. Liu Xuan laughed again for a while, continuing to provoke. You have to know greater ability comes with greater responsibility. See how Gui of Bright Guild are. Giving you the heavy task is showing you respect. After satisfying his own pettiness, that man finally led his teammates away. Alright, since the message has been delivered, we are off. I look forward to your splendid performance then. Now let's see if they can still be so cocky. That's right, Hu Yan suppressed his anger and cursed, damn it. But Jiang Kai just slightly slightly curled his lips. He said softly, Hu Yan, the weather is quite hot today, don't you think? She immediately understood his intention and cheerfully replied, your command. While the weather was clear, suddenly dark clouds and rolling thunder and lightning gathered above Liu Xuan. The very next second, heavy raindrops poured down violently onto that man's troops. They complained, what kind of crazy weather is this? Rains as soon as it said our clothes are all soaked. Liu Xuan turned back angrily and shouted, cut the chatter, hurry back to the guild, no? Wherever they went, the storm followed, they couldn't escape. Yu Yan proudly watched the retreating figure, taunting, you big shots of bright guild, walk slowly. Watch your step up there. She excitedly boasted to Jiang Kai, Captain, look at how they ran with their tails between their legs. Still trying to act like a big guild, now turned into a bunch of drowned rats. Ruan Yu laughed delightedly. Let's see if they dare to come and pick a fight again. Only Shen Yi was still worried about the mission. He asked him, guild leader, when the boss battle comes, do we really have to go be the bait for the king-level boss? I am worried. Jiang Kai's expression was serious, propping his chin and thought, our mission is only to lure the boss away, not to kill it. There is probably no way to break the situation. After careful consideration, he ordered Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, rest well for the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow morning, follow me to the Maitreya Pool Hall. Shen Yi, while we are not here, the guild is in your hands. He acknowledged clearly, no problem, guild leader. He smiled lightly in satisfaction before leaving, not forgetting to promise the 3 people, there is still some time before the boss battle. After we finish searching for treasures, I will lead everyone to complete the new class advancement cycle. They were full of energy and enthusiastically replied in unison, got it. Next day, at the transmission formation of Maitreya Pool Hall, Jiang Kai was surprised to see the group of people in front of him. Yuanzhu opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked him, Jiang Kai, I just heard from Brother Liu Jun that Main God Guild is also participating in the boss battle and has been assigned to Bright Guild. Is this true? Nuan also followed up curiously, I heard that guild leader Chun Sheng is from Chuanwu. Doesn't that mean you will be in danger? Jiang Kai was slightly frightened for a moment before replying, it is true, but don't worry too much, I have a plan. Liu Jun spoke with a serious expression. For the past few days, Commander Wei Ying has been busy dealing with other matters, and by the time he learned of this news, it was no longer convenient for him to intervene. He replied with a confident smile, I understand, Brother Liu Jun. Some gates must be broken through by oneself. The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled up proudly. Since it can't be avoided, I might as well take this opportunity to learn from the skills of a king-level boss. In his heart, he was thinking, this is just the right time to test the new Bright God command I received. Liu Jun proudly slapped Jiang Kai hard on the shoulder, indeed the Jiang Kai that Brother Wei Ying, and I know is very brave. He said seriously, right, Brother Liu, there is this matter where I may continue to trouble you all. He wasn't surprised by the request at all. You mean about your big brother and little sister, right? You can rest assured about this matter. I have already sent people to protect them. Jiang Kai felt at ease in his heart, his words sincere, thank you Brother Liu Jun. The transmission formation was opened. He said it is no longer early. He led the group into the hall formation. Let's set off. Inside the Maitreya Pool Hall, the central area, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan were the first 2 to step in. He was surprised as he glanced over, seeing that it was Alice's group. On the other side was the 2-man team of Willis and Grimm, who had just appeared in the hall. When you felt extremely puzzled, exploring the Maitreya land requires the whole team to act. So why did only 2 people from the fishing squad arrive? Hu Yan spoke up to explain, when we clashed in the finals, I thought their teammates had died in battle. Now it seems this team originally only had 2 people. Relying on just 2 people to dare to participate in the competition, they are very confident in their own strength. The 2 who were just mentioned were slowly advancing towards Jiang Kai's group. Yuan Zhu reminded him that the other party had arrived. He squinted, sizing up the opponent. Willis spoke first to greet Jiang Kai, we meet again. His voice lowered as he asked what the previous letter had actually written. That man smiled broadly. That letter was not from me. My job is just a courier. He wondered, then who sent it? Willis laughed with sharp eyes. You don't need to know the sender's identity. To be precise, that man might not be human. Congratulations on defeating visas and winning the slot. Jiang Kai had countless questions. How to open the letter? What did it mean that the sender was not human? Willis replied enigmatically that he himself did not know. He only knew that if he couldn't open it, he was not qualified to read the letter. Yuan Zhu angrily shouted, you don't know anything. When asked, stop pretending to be mysterious. I think you're talking nonsense. That man shrugged, you guys can think whatever you like. Jiang Kai fell silent in thought. His intuition told him the man wasn't lying, but he figured further questioning would be futile. The system screen appeared. Welcome to the competition area. There are a total of 500 lost relics. Each key leads to 1. Each relic contains 100 treasure chambers. Each chamber has only 1 item. Ranks range from copper, silver, gold to hidden. There is a low probability of a glowing chamber appearing. There are no wild beasts, but there are deadly traps. A dead member will log off. The relic closes when exploration begins begins. Each team has 1 hour. Time up. Forced teleportation back to Wei Ying. This time there is no livestream, but the reward list for the top 3 teams will be announced. Light began to gather in the air to form a teleportation array. Alice stepped in holding the key, not forgetting to taunt. Everyone only has 1 hour to explore. Even if you come in first, that's all it is. Atta and his teammates disappear behind the array. Let's go! Willis and Grimm also followed. There should be a surprise coming. I'm truly looking forward to it. Good luck, my most lovely friend. Nuan said seriously. Jiang Kai, since we came first, we must maximize our gains. He agreed. That's right. Jiang Kai laid out a plan. The relic has no wild beasts, so it's quite safe. Let's split into 3 teams. Yuanzhu, you and Nuan make 1 team. He then handed over another key. Huyan and Ruan Yu, the 2 of you make 1 team. He cautioned carefully, everyone be careful of traps, even if you get a chamber, don't be careless. She looked at the magic stone. Captain, I did a simple divination. The northeast direction might have an unexpected find. Jiang Kai nodded. Okay, we can't delay, let's start the operation. The whole group received the orders simultaneously. In the lost relic, the Exile Forest, the array materialized beneath an ancient tree. He stepped out, glancing around to observe his surroundings. The system notified him that he had entered the Exile Forest relic, and the countdown had begun. Jiang Kai silently assessed. This forest sounds ominous just by its name, not sure if Hu Yan's divination was accurate. Blue eyes lit up as he noticed something unusual. A single chamber lay isolated beneath the ancient tree, and it was a copper treasure chamber. Jiang Kai was wary, not rushing in just yet. Is it that easy? Could there be a trap? Life pursuit, go! The attack exploded at the copper chamber's location with a very wide range. The explosion ended, and the white smoke slowly dissipated. The copper chamber burst open. The screen displayed information: star crystal ore, highest quality, 15 kg, can be refined into star crystal jade to directly upgrade an A-rank equipment. He was stunned and quickly ran over, not expecting it to be a strengthening material that could upgrade A-rank equipment. Jiang Kai laughed triumphantly as he thought of his armor after it was refined with the star crystal ore. Most high-tier equipment cannot be upgraded because of a lack of strengthening materials. Thus, its rarity surpasses even the equipment itself. Both the chamber and the star crystal ore were stored into the space. Jiang Kai happily looked at his inventory. The lowest copper chamber already had star crystal ore. Let's continue exploring. Suddenly the ground shook violently. She immediately entered a state of alert. This rumbling, are there monsters? But the rules said there are no monsters in the relic. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the ground. Wait, that is... Red-hot magma erupted from beneath the earth, causing the ground to break into pieces and boil violently. He was confused. Could opening the treasure chest cause the entire forest to sink into magma? What does the name Exile Forest escape mean? Jiang Kai ran as fast as his legs would carry him, complaining bitterly in his heart. Hu Yan, you've led me into disaster. Elsewhere in the lost relic, the Wasteland Plain, Hu Yan suddenly sneezed. She looked at the sphere in her bagua, puzzled. Strange, why did I sneeze all of a sudden? Ruan Yu excitedly called out. Hu Yan, look quickly, there's a treasure chamber there, and it's silver! Hu Yan quickly ran over. Thank goodness. This is the 8th silver chamber. Ruan Yu, open it quickly. He nodded. The tip of Ruan Yu's touched the surface of the silver chamber. The chamber opened, and the screen displayed the information. The blazing heart of the Flame Lord contains pure flame crystal, can be used to forge a weapon with permanent fire power. Ruan Yu excitedly held the crystal. This has fire attribute power, it can enchant weapons. Hu Yan was delighted. The silver chamber truly does not disappoint. She looked around again and said sarcastically, thought the wasteland would be terrifying. Turns out it's just some moving sand dunes and old buildings to scare people. Hu Yan's eyes lit up, her mood cheerful. At this rate, we'll finish exploring the surrounding areas in no time. She raised her weapon high and charged forward enthusiastically. Press home the advantage. Explore thoroughly. Ruan Yu also ran after her. Cut to another location, the lost relic, the Maze Flower Garden. Nuan looked at the notification from her device. Found it. The bronze door was opened. The system immediately displayed a notification congratulating him on finding the pre-level 120 class change material formula for martial artists. Yuanzhu shouted excitedly, never expecting that a random fight would yield the level 120 class change formula. What luck. The vines moved silently while the two were still focused on the treasure, waiting for the chance to launch their attack. Sensing the approaching killing intent, he glanced over with a wary look. Yuanzhu swung his hand and cut the vine, shouting loudly that it was asking for death. Another vine had successfully coiled tightly around Yuanzhu's ankle. Ignoring himself, he asked her worriedly, Nuan, are you alright? She stepped back and replied she was fine, thanks to his quick reaction. Yuanzhu frowned at the vine and said that every time a treasure was opened, these creepy things would come rushing out, making it hard to guard against. Though they weren't poisonous, getting caught felt very itchy and numb. Nuan knelt down, stared at the vine, and replied that perhaps they didn't need to burn them to make them disappear. After a moment, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, looked at the water bottle in her hand, and asked what it was. Nuan sprayed the vine while explaining that this was Wei Ying's same-type deodorizing spray. When sprayed on plants, they would think we were rotting same species and wouldn't dare come near. The group of vines shrank back, no longer coiling around Yuanju's leg. Watching the vines retreat, he happily shouted that it was a success. Yuanju's eyes were full of confidence as he looked at Nuan and said that maintaining this pace, exploring the area within the allotted time would be a cinch. She smiled in agreement. 40 minutes later, the super large screen displayed information for the Fire God team. Their status was exploring, with gold treasures. Yuanju and Nuan times 5, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu times 3, total 8. Silver treasures. Yuanju and Nuan times 9, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu times 10, total 19. Bronze treasures. Jiang Kai times 2, Yuanju and Nuan times 18, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu times 20, total 41. Tian Shen was stunned by the stats and said, "What is Jiang Kai doing? 40 minutes and only 2 bronze treasures opened." Li Qi was also astonished, wondering if Jiang Kai's strength was really that weak. Yu Sen typed furiously and nervously reported a discovery. Among the harvest lists of the fishing team and the Gai Jai team, a purple treasure had appeared. Mao Fan exclaimed in surprise at the purple treasure, wondering if it contained the never-before-seen level 120 class change material. Li Qi jolted upright in alarm. A class that reached level 120 was about to appear. Would the Mer and D nations become the focus of the entire blue planet? Tian Shen calmly analyzed the situation. There wasn't much time left. The Mer and D nations had already secured their victory. Jiang Kai's performance had been abnormal. Had he fallen into a trap set by Wei Ying? Wei Ying also agreed. It was very possible. Lost ruins came in many varieties. Some had low danger coefficients, but others were life-threatening. Back on the battlefield 15 minutes later in the Forest of Falling Death, Jiang Kai was desperately fleeing from the erupting earth. Sweat covered his face. He thought to himself, after all the trouble, he had finally found an opportunity to open a silver chest. The rate of this forest's collapse was accelerating. A massive boulder, along with an entire tree, came hurtling towards him. Jiang Kai leaped high into the air to evade the danger zone. He became visibly excited when he saw a light radiating from afar. That brilliant golden light seemed to captivate his gaze. Jiang Kai reached out his hand and lunged toward the glowing chest. It was a gamble, but he was going for it. He flew over and his hand touched the chest. Jiang Kai quickly stored it into his spatial inventory. Molten rock bubbled and erupted violently, causing the ground to start sinking. His expression turned serious. This was bad. The entire area was about to collapse completely. Jiang Kai exploded with speed, moving rapidly through the places that hadn't been swallowed by the eruption yet. He stomped hard on a boulder to slow himself down, causing white smoke to puff up from the impact. Suddenly, a burst of eruptive earth exploded right beneath Jiang Kai's feet. He immediately retracted his foot. Behind him, nearly the entire space had been devoured by lava. Wei Ying was up ahead. Just a little more. Hurry. He had to be faster. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The speed of the collapse was too fast. He couldn't shake it off. This way, he was going to get devoured. The lava had caught up to Jiang Kai's. A multicolored beam of light illuminated the entire space. He stared with wide eyes at that beam of light, filled with suspicion. Could it be? In the midst of the rubble, a legendary glowing chest appeared. The countdown timer for the military academy classroom appeared on the screen. On the screen were images of Nuan and Yuanju. The combat achievements of the Fire God squad were displayed. 1 purple chest. Entire hall exclaimed in surprise. A purple treasure chest. Ngok Sam yelled out happily. Yuanju and Nuan had discovered a purple chest. Tian Shen's eyes lit up. Finally, they had a purple chest. An announcement echoed the actual achievements of each team. Fire God, 1 purple, 14 gold, 33 silver, 67 bronze. Fishing, 2 purple, 16 gold, 30 silver, 60 bronze. Gai Jai, 1 purple, 12 gold, 25 silver, 55 bronze. He slammed the table and stood up in astonishment. What? The fishing squad had purple chests. Li Kai nodded. Purple chests held the highest value. Although Fire God led in total numbers, they fell behind in purple chests. He looked at Jiang Kai with a disappointed gaze. He had thought that this time the squad leader would create a surprise. Who knew his achievements would be the worst? He only had 1 gold chest, 1 silver, and 2 bronze. Wei Ying frowned, her gaze complex as she looked at the screen. What kind of trouble was Jiang Kai actually in? At the same time, at the Swanwu Guild, Shishi sat on a chair, holding a glass of red wine. Behind her stood 4 beautiful girls. Huasiji, Dongshu spoke up. Only 4 chests? Didn't they say Jiang Kai was the strongest under level 60 in the world? His results were even worse than his teammates. Xia Hua continued the conversation with a laugh. The military's eyes were getting more and more interesting. This kind of trash wasn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Yulan grew more and more angry as she thought about it. She remembered the time the Huangda society had lost to this useless piece of trash. He was truly the biggest stain on Zhuanwu. If she met him on the arena stage, she would definitely beat him until he couldn't stand up. Chun Sheng remained silent, only nodding slightly in agreement with Q Lan. Shi sneered contemptuously at Jiang Kai's achievements. Being ranked first in the global competition was just the past. Now his exploration yielded 1 gold chest, 1 silver chest and 2 bronze chests. Look at him now. He failed even at exploration. How shameful. Ahib was full of disdain. Jiang Kai, your worth is only this much after all. Gong Shu spoke impatiently. How boring. The guild even assigned Guangming to deal with him. I didn't expect him to be that weak. Shehua put her hands on her hips. Wasn't that a good thing? Did she want to dirty her hands for him? Chun Sheng looked at her phone screen with a serious expression. Her eyes widened in shock, and she blurted out, what? That immediately drew the attention of the other 4. Shi asked, what's wrong? This time, all of them had to stare in amazement at what had just happened. Shi cried out in surprise. How could this be? On the screen was displayed the information for the exploration duration. Glowing treasure chests. 1. Rewinding time, half a minute earlier in the Forest of Falling Death. Jiang Kai was extremely puzzled. A legendary level glowing chest had appeared on the mountain. A searing stream of eruptive earth shot straight up from the ground just behind him. Jiang Kai's strides grew longer as there was no way back. He jumped high into the air and landed right next to the chest. He had to bet everything. Jiang Kai dashed at high speed, closing in on the massive circle of light. He reached out his hand, determined to take that glowing chest. Jiang Kai felt filled with hope. Good. He would seize this chance. He hugged the chest tightly to his chest, cheering joyfully. He got it. Jiang Kai opened the chest's lid. A blinding light radiated out. He was stunned as he looked at what was inside. The ground shattered. Jiang Kai, along with the glowing chest, fell freely into the seething stream of eruptive earth. He struggled to step onto the rock face to stay alive. Below him, the lava stream kept erupting upward without pause. Jiang Kai helplessly clutched the glowing sun fragment as he fell, having reached his limit. He curled his lips and thought to himself, Huyan, you really picked a great spot. When he was just a few meters away from the lava, his body gradually vanished. The system announced that the exploration time had ended. Jiang Kai narrowly escaped the battlefield before the lava could devour him. The lava erupted once more, leaving no ground to stand on. Tian Shen slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. He shouted excitedly, Jiang Kai, that kid is truly something. He never acts unless he's going to make everyone's jaws drop. Xing Qi stared at the screen in awe, managing to open a glowing sun treasure in the final seconds. Mao Fan stood up abruptly and asked, how did Jiang Kai do that? Yu Sen confirmed it was a top-tier material. Wei Ying breathed a sigh of relief, nearly fooled by Jiang Kai. His harvest would change Saint Radiance's standing. Elsewhere, something crashed heavily to the ground with a loud noise. Jiang Kai winced in pain. He opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky, wondering if he was still alive. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu ran over. Nuan and Yuan Zhu also arrived, asking how his exit was so cool. He asked in surprise, is everyone here? Jiang Kai realized the lava had disappeared, and this place was the Yilu Palace. He recalled the system notification, stood up, the exploration time had ended. She asked softly, what's wrong with Captain Jiang Kai? He looks so scared. He stroked her chin thoughtfully. Maybe the haul from the ruins wasn't good and he got triggered. Yuan Zhu saw Jiang Kai's dazed face, waved his hand and told him not to scare everyone. Jiang Kai raised his glowing hand and flashed a confident smile. Glowing sun fragment appeared brilliantly. Hu Yan was stunned and stammered, is this the legendary item? Jiang Kai proudly declared, we obtained the glowing sun treasure. The other 4 all gaped at the shining object in his hand. She joyfully rushed over, saying Jiang Kai wasn't just exploring, he was making a miracle. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu also rushed over to hug him. Nuan praised him as incredibly cool. A familiar voice rang out from behind, is it really the glowing sun treasure? Alice and her teammate Zeta Tattered walked out, asking how they could open the glowing sun treasure. Yuan Zhu stepped forward to block them and retorted sharply, don't forget you guys lost to us on the arena. Hu Yan winked playfully and said, now you know the difference between first place and third place. Alice gritted her teeth in fury. Ata's teammate shouted angrily, what did you say? Alice frowned and yelled, haven't you lost enough face, get back here? They muttered as they retreated. Alice ordered them to leave. Yuan Zhu laughed loudly, praising how satisfying their furious expressions were. Jiang Kai curled his lips, strength is the way to silence doubts. Nuan nodded in agreement. The 5 of them walked into the forest together. 2 people standing behind a tree observed. Grim asked, aren't you going to greet your old friend? Willis squinted and smiled cryptically, no need, I think we'll meet again soon. Watching him laugh and joke with his teammates, that man thought, Jiang Kai, I am Qin Yu, in charge of the military commission. 3 minutes later, his group walked out from the teleportation formation. Qin Yu congratulated the Fire God Squad on their exploration achievements this time. He looked at the man suspiciously and asked, who are you? Qin Yu politely extended his hand and introduced himself. Jiang Kai, greetings. I am Qin Yu, in charge of the military commission. I intended to meet you last time but couldn't make it. Jiang Kai responded politely. Hu Yan quietly asked Nuan, what is the commission? Do they manage affairs? Nuan explained, it's the organization that oversees the national military, even Wei Ying has to follow. Jiang Kai seriously asked Commander Qin if he came for the spoils distribution, as he already had an agreement with Wei Ying and Liu Jun. He shrugged calmly. No rush. We can discuss the details at the military base tomorrow. Nuan stroked her chin in disbelief. Commander Qin is too friendly. Jiang Kai agreed. All right. Yu hurried over to call him. Commander Qin. Qin Yu asked what's wrong. She whispered into his ear about the matter of transferring Jiang Fang to L City. Jiang Kai overheard and exclaimed in shock. He thought he was being transferred to L City. The other four were stunned by the news. Yuan Zhu broke out in a cold sweat. Could City L be a region where beast gods run rampant everywhere? Tan Yu nodded to confirm that was right. What was it? Did you all know Jiang Feng? His face was very serious as he answered, Brother Jiang is a friend of mine, Commander Tan. What is the meaning of this deployment? He did not hide it and explained in detail to Jiang Kai. Jiang Feng was under the management of the Xuanwu Guild, but recently Xuanwu suddenly wanted to transfer him away. However, he was also a person of the War God Hall, and Chief Jiang Kai was common to both sides. Commander Wei Ying refused to let him go. The matter remained tense. Hu Yan sneered in anger. It was that bunch of bastards from Xuanwu again. It was obvious they saw Brother Jiang had once helped team leader Jiang Kai Ning and deliberately made things difficult. Yuan Zhu also agreed. That was right. This was clearly using public affairs for personal revenge. Ruan Yu was also extremely angry. It was really too much. Nuan called to him Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai was silent and said nothing, but his hand was already clenched so tightly it trembled. The scene shifted to the dead of night. The full moon hung round in the pitch-black sky. He leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, quietly gazing at the sky. Sound of footsteps approached, along with Yuan Shu's voice. Out here pretending to be deep in thought in the middle of the night. Jiang Kai looked at him in surprise, holding 2 bottles of beer. Yuan Zhu. He asked in a tone that brooked no refusal. Have a drink with me. Jiang Kai readily took the beer. Are you sure, Yuan Zhu? Don't start dancing later and calling yourself the #1 war god. That would be embarrassing. Yuan Zhu smiled and glanced at his teammate. Some people say that from afar a stone looks like the moon. I guessed it was you. Thinking about Brother Jiang and the matter of dividing the spoils. He gripped the beer bottle tightly and slowly nodded. He spoke directly to Jiang Kai. I cannot help with Brother Jiang's matter, but everyone agreed to let you handle the distribution of spoils on the way back from Wei Ying. Tomorrow, just negotiate with the military however you see fit. We have no objections. Hearing this, he felt extremely apologetic. This was a reward everyone had risked their lives for. It concerned everyone's future. Yuan Zhu impatiently slapped Jiang Kai hard on the shoulder, cutting him off. You fool, in my opinion, Jiang Kai. You are good in every way except you overthink too much, trapping yourself in a vicious cycle. We are brothers, a team. Did everyone follow you and risk their lives just to covet these materials? He still felt something in his heart and retorted, but Yuan Zhu did not let him continue, looking sincerely into Jiang Kai's eyes. Are good items more important than the bonds between teammates and the future of the guild? The Fire God squad went from being a worthless team to winning the national championship by risking everything. Did they rely on a bunch of materials? He recalled the memories of fighting together. We relied on trust, the willingness to have each other's backs. Even with only one breath left, we had to try to carve a path of survival from despair. That was the belief that even if our bones were crushed and flesh scattered, we had to hold the final fortress for our brothers. Yuan Zhu pointed at Jiang Kai's chest. These things are more precious than any material. Do not confuse the cause and effect. He seemed to realize something, light beginning to appear in Jiang Kai's eyes. Yuan Zhu reassured him. Do not let useless worries become a burden. You are our team leader, the pivot of the Fire God squad. Whatever decisions you make, we will support unconditionally. Jiang Kai was extremely moved by his words, and he let out a relieved smile. Yuan Zhu, you. His hand gently patted the back of Yuan Zhu's hand. Jiang Kai returned to his usual confident demeanor. I was wrong with you all here. I will definitely rest assured and forge ahead boldly. The scene shifted to the next day. The guard on duty saw Jiang Kai's group and spoke, please come in. He led the team into the room. The group from the military committee was already seated on one side waiting for the 5 of them. Jiang Kai said politely, sorry to have kept you waiting. Han Yu stood up and pointed to the chairs opposite. We also just arrived, please take a seat. Before sitting down, he called softly Nuan. She nodded in response. A spark of light leaped from Nuan's palm. The cards of the light vaults that Jiang Kai's group had collected were all laid out before her. Han Yu excitedly looked at those items. Is this all the harvest from the ruins? Brother Jiang Kai, what is inside the purple light vault and the radiant light vault? Have you all finished negotiating the distribution? He replied, inside the purple light vault are key job change materials for level 120 swordsman, 10 pieces in total. Jiang Kai pointed at the radiant light vault card. As for the radiant light vault, his eyes turned cold as he looked at the military personnel. We are only keeping this one card, the rest belong to you. Han Yu was shocked, his eyes staring in disbelief at the person before him. He asked, you are keeping the reward from the radiant light vault? Jiang Kai Kai replied, that is correct. Previously, I and Brother Lu agreed to split the spoils with our group taking 60% and the military taking 40%. But these items are hard to value in money, and even harder to divide perfectly evenly. Tan Yu agreed. You are right, to be honest, you are taking a bit too little. He paused, then continued, but you know, the Radiant Light Vault is what the military values most. It can change many things. At this moment, Yuanju sitting opposite heard this and turned around. One hand draped over the back of his chair looking at Tan Yu. The other hand rested on the table as he calmly said, Commander Tan, you can be confident and take out the word maybe. Tan Yu did not understand and asked again, what do you mean? Jiang Kai let out a slight smile, holding the card shaped like a light vault. Rainbow lights shimmered around the card. His voice was full of confidence, because inside it contained 3 complete sets of level 140 martial cultivator job change materials. Tan Yu seemed unable to believe his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape as he stared at Jiang Kai. Lu Yu slammed his hand on the table, shocked. 3 sets. There are actually 3 complete sets of level 140 martial cultivator materials. This meant that Holy Radiance not only had hope of producing level 140 martial cultivators, but 3 at once. Now, whether it is pioneering ghost crystals or facing beast gods, we will be more confident. Tan Yu thought it over. After the kid proposed the division plan, he did not rush to leave. It seemed he was waiting for a chance to negotiate. On this side, Jiang Kai acted as if nothing was wrong, reaching for a cup of water and closing his eyes to savor it. Tan Yu raised his head to look at him and said frankly, Brother Jiang Kai, speak frankly, if the military wants this card, what needs to be given in return? White teeth slightly showed, he replied. Fine, Commander Tan is forthright for conditions. Placing the cup of water on the table, he stated the conditions. First, I want 1 complete set each of job change materials for level 40 martial cultivator, doctor, feng shui master, necromancer, ascetic, and 2 sets for the heavens ordained. Tan Yu asked again, heavens ordained? You mean the incomplete materials? Jiang Kai nodded slightly in confirmation. Xin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fulfilling these requests was not difficult for Haofeng, and he would soon send someone to the warehouse to get them. So, what was the remaining condition? Jiang Kai crossed his arms and bowed his head. Second, I know Jiang Feng has wanted to leave Zuanwu for a long time, but was held back by the training fees. Saying this, his gentle demeanor vanished, and his gaze turned sharp. I want the military to pay off his debt and take him in. Xin Yu said calmly, you two are indeed close, willing to use a trump card to ensure his safety. I agree. Seeing Xin Yu nod, Jiang Kai presented the third condition. Do not transfer Commander Wei Ying out of the city for 5 years. Xin Yu asked in surprise, Brother Jiang Kai, where does this request come from? Nuan thought to herself that Jiang Kai was worried Zuanu would retaliate against Wei Ying, because Wei Ying had always protected Liu Jun, but had no backing. For someone who silently protected others, Jiang Kai was repaying the favor in his own way. Jiang Kai was cold and offered no explanation. Commander Sin, the reasons are complicated. You just need to consider whether you can meet this condition. Sin Yu pondered, even though I don't fully understand, I agree. What is the last condition? The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled up as he slowly said, I want. He paused, his face full of seriousness, enunciating each word. The Swanwu Guild, to be disbanded starting from now. Xin Yu's eyes widened in shock. What? A shaven-headed man stood up. Jiang Kai, are you joking? Shuamu is one of the top 10 guilds of Shenyu, a frontline reclamation force. Yu explained, behind Xuanwu is the military industry vital to Shenyu's power. The request for disbandment might be over the line. Jiang Kai stood up, not wanting to argue, then consider I never said anything. I take my leave. Another person spoke up, Jiang Kai, what do you need level 140 martial artist materials for? You are not a martial artist. You can only sell them. Name your price. Jiang Kai turned around and glanced, an item that can change a nation's standing. How much money do you think can buy it? Unfortunately, I am not selling. Xin Yu stared intently. It seems this kid has set his mind on dealing with Xuanwu. He rested his chin and thought, even if Xuanwu is important, disbanding it would mean its members and resources would be absorbed by other guilds. The overall strategy wouldn't be harmed. Jiang Kai led the group, let us go. Ruan Yu softly hummed in acknowledgement and followed. Xin Yu stood up and shouted, wait, you all. Brother Jiang Kai, please stop. Jiang Kai's footsteps slowed, but he did not turn around. Xin Yu approached. To be honest, I do not know the conflict between you and Xuanwu, but disbanding Xuanwu is truly very difficult. However, I have a revised proposal you might consider. The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth seemed to curl slightly. His eyes showed he had achieved his goal as he slightly turned his head. Please, Commander Sin, speak. Xin Yu continued, we can try to disband one major branch of Xuanwu. That is the biggest concession we can make. In a hall, Shi held her phone horrified. What? Disband the Xuanwu branch in City S? How dare Jiang Kai make such a request? Hearing this, Chunsheng and Xiahua were startled. Disband the branch? On the other end of the line, Yu said, Guildmaster He, the committee is in session. Issuing the document is only a matter of time. She worried. Could it be that Xuanwu's value is less than some class change materials? After all our contributions, we are treated like this. Yu explained Jiang Kai possesses the level 140 martial artist class change materials, enough to change Shengyu's international ranking. Shi was unwilling. We have already sent people to explore new maps. Maybe we will gather enough. The voice on the line replied. That is a maybe. Yu continued. You know the pressure from the beast gods. We do not have time to wait. Your side only loses one branch. Shi wanted to speak, but her voice was cut off. There is no buts about it, Guildmaster He. Do not provoke Jiang Kai. Her eyes were wide, as if she had received a strong shock. The phone slipped from her hand, crashing heavily onto the table. Shi could not stand steadily, her body trembling, her breathing heavy. Chun Sheng said, the reason Xuanwu is in the top 5 of the top 10 guilds is because of the City S branch. Jiahua replied, at least half of the main force members were recruited from there. Disbanding it will cripple our strategic power by at least 40%. Shi's expression twisted. After all that preparation, right when everything was set, he overturns it. If he had not gotten that glowing treasure chest, he would have died and would not dare to ride roughshod over me. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone screen lit up. A voice rang out, the resolution has been made. Guildmaster He, disband the City S branch by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, she stood frozen, her thoughts in chaos, unable to say a word. Her face expressionless, she swung her hand and sent the phone flying. Chun Sheng and Xiahua were worried. Guildmaster Shi was enraged, trembling as she thought, Jiang Kai, I will definitely kill you. The next day, the Xuanwu branch in City S appeared like a modern military base. A notice on the gate declared it a restricted military zone. Voices of discussion buzzed. What is going on? Why disband? Is this a mistake? Xuanwu is a top 10 guild. We deserve an explanation. A person stepped forward. Everyone calm down. This is the headquarters decision. Crowd surged forward. Where is Shi? On what grounds does she get promoted only to disband us? That is right. Tell her to come explain herself. Outside, Jiang Kai's group watched the chaos on the screen intently. Hu Yan praised smugly. The military's efficiency is truly impeccable. Handled in just one day, so satisfying. Yuan Zhu laughed loudly. Just thinking about Shi's furious face makes me crack up. Jiang Kai walked over from the gate and spoke. Is everyone here? Ruan Yu smiled. Captain Jiang Kai has arrived. Yuan Zhu slung an arm over his shoulder. Jiang Kai, why are you only back now? Hurry up and watch the show. You will regret missing it. Hu Yan also said, that is right, the Xuanwu branch is in complete chaos. Jiang Kai said softly, Brother Liu just told me that the Xuanwu branch in City S must complete its dissolution by 3 o'clock this afternoon. He looked at everyone and continued, this matter has also caused quite a stir within Xuanwu. In this map boss battle, Xuanwu will withdraw, and the Chama Guild will take over to maintain the firepower. Hu Yan heard this and asked, what about our Guaming Guild? Jiang Kai explained, although the Guaming Guild is supported by Xuanwu, it is independent. Not only will it not be affected, but it can also recruit former talents to increase its strength. After hearing this, Hu Yan bit her lip, crossed her arms and said, so we still have to take orders from that hateful Liu Zuan. In everyone's mind, the image of a conceited man with a despicable face appeared again. Jiang Kai calmly replied, just as well, I also want to see what tricks they can play. Elsewhere, the image of a towering, massive building appeared. A face appeared, that of the white-haired man gasping for breath with his mouth open. In the distance, Anzi held a stopwatch in her hand and said happily, that's great, 3 minutes and 20 seconds, 5 seconds faster than last time. At this moment, the big brother was out of breath, his hands tiredly propped on his knees, not answering the little girl. Anzi approached and said with concern, Big brother, quickly wipe your sweat or the draft will make you catch a cold. The big brother took the towel and wiped himself, replying, I'm not as weak as before now. While wiping his sweat, he said, at this rate, I think I will recover soon and be able to go to Beijing to help Jiang Kai. Hearing this, Anzi pouted and said angrily, you still need to be careful. Don't learn from second brother, always acting tough. As they were talking happily, a singing voice suddenly drifted out. It was Jiang Kai. He carried 2 bags and said happily, so you've been singing a lot lately because someone is bad-mouthing you behind your back. Big brother and Anzi saw him. Seeing his sudden appearance, the two called out at the same time, second brother. Inside the room, the big brother placed a plate of fruit on the table and said, Jiang Kai, I saw your performance in the tournament. I didn't expect you to be this strong now. Anzi, sitting beside him, chimed in, that's right, second brother, you're so cool. She complained, but second brother, you were really strange, not informing us about such an important matter. I was scared to death back then. Luckily, the military brought news that you were safe. Jiang Kai patted her head to comfort her. The situation was too urgent then, so I had to do that. I'm sorry, Ansi, for making you all worry. She finally calmed down a bit and huffed, you'd better know that. Don't scare me and big brother like this again. He took out 2 test tubes filled with liquid and said, Big brother, Ansi, forget about my matters for now. I came today not only to report my safety, but also to give you these class change documents. Both of them gaped in astonishment at the objects. Yang Kai solemnly introduced, these are 2 destiny documents. My extreme hand class was derived from this. I analyzed that this type of document can change one's class to a profession suited to the user's characteristics. Bayanzi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, that's truly miraculous. He handed one bottle to her and instructed Ansi, you are still young. I want you to finish your studies before you choose your own path. I'll keep your share safe for you. Jiang Kai handed the other bottle to the big brother, you can go to Guijing anytime. But that path is tougher than you imagine. You must think it over carefully. He accepted his younger brother's offering and said, I've already thought it through. The big brother still felt guilty when I was lying on that hospital bed. All I could hate was that I couldn't get better faster and go to Guijing for a real fight. It's a pity my body just wouldn't cooperate. He heard this and worried, big brother, I understand. Big brother exhausted himself to support us, and now he blames himself. He continued, but I heard exploring the Demon Star requires long training. You have no experience and poor stamina. I'm afraid you can't even pass the newbie trial, but I will definitely train desperately. Jiang Kai patted his shoulder to comfort him. Big brother, don't stress about the newbie trial, I have a way. As for the path ahead, I believe you can walk it. He revealed a secret. When you reach the transcendent level, you can draw out current attributes. At that time on Blue Star, you will be like Hao Chen and brother Jiang, able to fight beast gods and avenge your loved ones. He put on the apron and reported, these past few days you have been cooking. Big brother, I feel too idle. Today big brother can stay and talk with second brother. I will call you when the food is ready. Big brother happily agreed, alright. He returned to the main topic with him. Big brother said thoughtfully, your guild in the map boss battle will be responsible for luring the king level boss. Because he was afraid I would worry, he hasn't told me yet. Jiang Kai, tell me the truth, are you sure you can retreat safely? Jiang Kai guaranteed, rest assured big brother, I will be careful and stay safe. He was still uneasy, that is a king level boss. Jiang Kai, I am very worried. He analyzed the situation, big brother, the map boss battle is not only related to expanding the Sacred Glory map on the Demon Star, but it is also a confrontation between Blue Star humanity and the beast gods. This is a situation created by several generations of people risking their lives. This matter is extremely significant for us. Jiang Kai's voice became resolute. The Great War is coming, no matter how dangerous it is to lure a king-level boss. Someone must step forward. I cannot retreat. Seeing his face darken, he asked cautiously, big brother, are you angry? Big brother shared sincerely, you fool, big brother is happy. Seeing you now grown into a man who can hold up the sky, I am too delighted to hold you back. He didn't forget to instruct, but one thing, take good care of yourself, rest when tired, and remember, big brother and I will always be behind you, unconditionally supporting you. Having that support, Jiang Kai felt at ease, yes, big brother. A few days later, in the instance, Hu Yan happily announced, Necromancer. Captain Jiang Kai, I am a necromancer now. For information displayed, Explorer Hu Yan, profession necromancer, level 41. Ruan Yu jumped for joy. I also changed class to Berserker. Explorer Ruan Yu, profession Berserker, level 41. Jiang Kai asked with concern, what are your talents? Hu Yan reported back, my talent is ghostly cry howl. Not only can I communicate with spirits through the spirit world, but I can also command them to attack targets. He was quite surprised. Oh, so are the attacking power of the spirit strong? She smiled sheepishly. Currently not very high, mainly for disruption and applying defense break effects. Jiang Kai understood after hearing, it's fine that the damage is insufficient for now. Your control is already very strong. Wind and Thunder Long Spear plus the ghostly cry howl talent. 2 major controls, others will find it hard to kill you. Praised, she blushed shyly and replied, I think so too. Ruan Yu excitedly reported, Captain Jiang Kai. As a berserker, my new talent is Reckless Song of Indulgence. Jiang Kai compared, Reckless Song of Indulgence sounds stronger than your previous talent of Death in the Middle brings loss. Huyen urged Ruan Yu, quickly tell us what this Reckless Song of Indulgence is like. He revealed, this talent can stimulate my nature and physical instincts, and it has a chance to activate the true self state. This made both of them extremely shocked. Touching the true self? Ruan Yu said while dancing with his sword, that is right, although I am not very clear about it either, but this talent is very special. Depending on the situation and emotions, different true self states will produce unique effects. Hu Yin nodded, praising it as formidable but never heard of it. Jiang Kai stroked his chin and thought, saying that the class change to Death Zealot from the dead was extremely rare. Adding personal talent to that, it is normal to have never heard of the Thousand Forms skill. I believe the rarer it is, the more limitless the potential. Ruan Yu's face flushed red and she happily hummed confirmed in acknowledgement. At this moment, the watch on Jiang Kai's hand vibrated, as if there was a new notification. A three-dimensional screen appeared, and Jiang Kai happily announced that Yuan Zhu and Nuan had successfully changed classes. Huyan happily replied, "Excellent. Our combined combat strength will be much stronger." Jiang Kai continued, "Shen Yaye changed class 2 days ago. Now everyone has a new profession and a 100% stat increase. I have also reached level 40, only lacking materials for the next class change." Hu Yan immediately asked, "Captain, are we going to hunt monsters to level up again today?" Jiang Kai's gaze turned stern, looking out into the distance. Standing at the door, he calmly replied, "The day after tomorrow is the map boss battle. Call Shen Yi. We will depart for the quarantine zone immediately." Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were full of determination, answering in unison, "Understood." The next day, at the Luklin axis, a majestic scene appeared with mountain ranges like giant horns piercing the sky. Below was a military area with tanks, tents, and observation platforms. Faintly visible nearby were many figures moving back and forth, as if standing guard and investigating. A man pointed at Wei Ying and asked Jiang Kai's group, "Have you four clearly understood?" He pointed towards the forest on the other side. "Your mission is to lure the king-level boss in that direction. Do not mistake it." Jiang Kai confidently replied, "Rest assured, we will not get it wrong." That man stroked his chin, curled his lips slightly. "Remember that. Do a good job. Do not let yourselves be killed by the boss." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving Jiang Kai's group behind. Huan Yu rolled her eyes in anger. "Look at that guy's face, clearly wanting us to walk to our deaths." Huyan also angrily agreed, "That is right." Jiang Kai's expression was calm as he instructed, "Listen to my commands at that time. Have you got it?" Whole group, along with Shen Yi, discussed in the forest for a long time to prepare for the battle. Elsewhere, the guild master of the Guanming Guild, Chun Sheng, said to the person in front of him, "You must ensure Jiang Kai's group passes through that place. Have the ambushers been chosen? Do not use our own guild members. The military forbids internal conflict during the monster tide." Liu Xuan gave a fake smile. "Guild master, rest assured, I have spent a large sum to hire secret experts. The mission is sure to succeed. Nothing will be leaked." He continued with a sinister expression, "I will personally lie in ambush around there, ensuring no mistakes." Chen Shang thought maliciously, "Jiang Kai, that Zhuanwu from back then was so glorious, yet failed time and again at your hands. This time, I will make sure you die without a burial place." At this moment, the sun had already set, replaced by thousands of stars and planets, creating a mystical scene. Below, it was quiet, as if everyone had fallen asleep. Light gradually appeared behind the mountain, unclear whether it was the sun or something else. The ground suddenly shook violently, with earth and rocks shattering and bursting into the air. Hundreds and thousands of monsters of various shapes charged forward, with thick smoke and dust behind them. Above, a man with horns on his head and bulging veins on his face waved his hand, pointing towards Wei Ying. The army received orders, and the soldiers took their positions to begin attacking the monsters. Hundreds of rounds of artillery and gunfire fired continuously, aiming directly at the beast horde. Amidst the waves of fire, frenzied shouts rang out, "Kill! Squad 7, left flank, link up now!" In front, the ground suddenly exploded, earth and rocks shattered, and hundreds of fragments shot high into the air. Three monsters leaped up from below, their bodies like crocodiles but with backs covered in sharp spines, launching an attack. A soldier shouted loudly, "Squad 3, surround the golden-horned alligator dragon. Do not let it break the defensive line. Squad 4, firepower attack, hurry up!" The firepower hitting the monster's head was no different from a tickle, leaving no wounds. It charged like a bullet into the crowd, and cries of pain rang out everywhere. Jiang Kai sat slumped on the ground, his body covered in wounds, shouting loudly for help. "These alligator dragons are stronger than us. We cannot fight them." As soon as he finished speaking, an alligator dragon appeared behind him, opening its mouth full of fangs, preparing to crush his head. The desperate scream faded away, and blood spattered from the monster's mouth. On this side, Jiang Kai saw the explosion causing the ground to fracture, rapidly spreading towards them. Sweat dripped down Huyan's face. She said in panic, "Damn it, is the armor of these beasts made of diamond?" Jiang Kai said nothing, his sharp eyes staring fixedly towards Wei Ying. Shen Yi clenched his teeth, his face serious. The commander-level golden-horned alligator dragon was already difficult. I dare not imagine how terrifying the king-level would be. Ruan Yu just silently nodded, not knowing what to do. Jiang Kai spoke up, "This is not the time to panic. No matter what, we must be ready to fight." Monsters of various shapes and sizes continuously appeared, all ferocious and bloodthirsty. The crowd saw the scene, their eyes wide open in terror. "Not good, it is a king-level monster has arrived." Suddenly, the level 20 king-level sharp-toothed sword tiger swung its claws and leaped. It launched a powerful attack, sending the guild members flying. No, one of them was pinned to the ground by the sword tiger using its claws. He was exhausted, only able to cry out for help helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword tiger bared its blood-red eyes, swinging its sharp claws to tear him apart. That scene crashed into the eyes of Jiang Kai's group of 4, causing their eyes to widen involuntarily. Suddenly, Chang An from another direction frowned and shouted, "Listen up, people of the Lord God. 3 minutes, lure that sharp-toothed sword tiger boss to the back of the forest. Stall for 3 minutes waiting for reinforcements." His eyes shone brightly, his voice deep and gloomy like hell. "If you do not complete the mission, just wait to be disbanded and die." Hearing this, Ruan Yu was extremely dissatisfied. "Stall for 3 minutes. Are you kidding? No one mentioned a time limit before." Hu Yan quickly chimed in, "That's right, who does he think he is to just order a disbandment?" Manga maintained his cold attitude, clicking his tongue in sophistry, saying what time was it now? Dusk was approaching. Did they understand the bigger picture? If that beast tore through the defense line, could they bear the responsibility? He left the group led by Jiang Kai behind. He left impatiently, saying if they had time to argue, they should think of a way to deal with it. Seeing this, Hu Yan shouted after him in great anger, "Hey!" Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu asked each other in confusion, "What now, guild leader? Do we really have to do as he says? Clearly we are all a team. Captain Jiang Kai will follow your lead." Scene change. The sword tiger bared its sharp fangs and charged into battle with the guild members. One person lay on the ground clutching their bleeding arm and groaning. 2 others saw this, turned around and fled, unable to take it anymore. Time to retreat. Jiang Kai's expression darkened, filled with contemplation. Unexpectedly, he leaped high into the air, nimble as a monkey. Jiang Kai spread his arms, commanded sternly, "Fire God Squad, begin the tactic." Instantly, countless fireballs slammed straight into the sword tiger's body. At the same time, it let out a roar of intense pain. Enraged, the sword tiger attacked even more wildly. Jiang Kai immediately urged everyone to run for their lives. Behind them, the sword tiger kept accelerating, chasing closely. After a moment, it had nearly caught up to Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai glanced quickly at Wei Ying, gritted his teeth. This isn't good. Ruan Yu did not hesitate to launch a few more fireballs at the sword tiger. One of them struck the beast in an eye. This attack drove the sword tiger into a frenzy, lunging forward and snarling. Jiang Kai managed to rush over to assist Ruan Yu, grabbing him by the neck and pulling him away, dodge out. The decisive action made the sword tiger lose its prey within a hair's breadth. Jiang Kai looked at Wei Ying, praised admiringly, "That was fast." Suddenly, Hu Yan charged forward powerfully with a fine spear, shouting, "Lady Hu, the heroine is here. Witness the invincible defense charm ultimate move." She seemed to be deliberately opening an escape route for the other 2. Finally, they were a considerable distance away from the sword tiger, safe enough. A moment later, Jiang Kai, running in front, urged them on again, "Keep running, run towards the forest." Suddenly, the system screen displayed a notification. Boss activated, the skill Death Blow burst. A violent gale swept the 4 members of Jiang Kai's group into the air. Shen Yi worriedly warned everyone to be careful. Hu Yan asked in surprise, "The wind is too strong. Damn it, is this its skill?" Jiang Kai quickly gritted his teeth, full of anger. He glanced at the sword tiger's form behind him with a hateful look. Trying to create distance, he shouted loudly, "Substitute fire strike." The tiger roared, its spiritual power bursting violently. Its sharp fangs opened wide, nearly swallowing Jiang Kai whole. Even though he had leaped backward, he still suffered a painful bite from the tiger. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's figure transformed into a blinding flash of blue light. He teleported to escape the sharp fangs, running shouting, "Substitute fire strike return." Hu Yan warned, "Ahead is the forest." At this moment, the tiger cast a sharp glare towards the forest. Then it let out a roar that echoed throughout the forest. Wherever the tiger passed, trees were snapped in two. It stood in the middle of the forest, looking up at the sky and roaring violently. Jiang Kai observed its every move from above. He focused on watching until the tiger had completely left. Gathering together, Jiang Kai instructed, "A great battle is coming. This time's opponent is a king-rank monster. I emphasize, try to avoid direct confrontation." Jiang Kai looked at Ruan Yu, remembering the scene of him being drunk, saying alcohol boosts combat power but easily causes loss of control. Meeting a strong opponent is no different from suicide. He instructed Ruan Yu not to drink a single drop of alcohol tomorrow. Ruan Yu replied, "Understood." Afterwards, he assigned a task to Yan, praising that her talent and skills were very suitable for dealing with a king-rank monster. "But you will be the most flexible support. If anyone catches the monster's attention, you step in to cover them." Jiang Kai looked at Shen Yi, said, "Your wind defense is a reliable fortress. When needed, you and I coordinate to hold the formation." Hu Yan confidently replied, "Just leave the small matters to Lady Hu the heroine." Shen Yi also followed up, "Understood, guild leader." Jiang Kai planned, "The ideal situation is to avoid direct combat. Even if it enters the forest, we can conveniently complete the dangerous mission. But I cannot rule out the worst-case scenario." His eyes sharpened, he lowered his voice and said, "If we can't avoid it, we must risk a fight with that beast. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Shen Yi spoke up, "If it weren't for joining the Fire God squad after the battle in the Radiant's Divine Realm, perhaps I would still be a lone wolf who only knows how to risk his life." Jiang Kai recalled the feeling of fighting alongside comrades, the perfect coordination and excitement of entrusting his back to others. Hearts aligning and fighting shoulder to shoulder was something he had never experienced before. Shen Yi said with determination, "To swiftly fight a strong enemy alongside the guild leader is a wish of mine." Ruan Yu and Hu Yan also responded enthusiastically, "Us too." He extended his hand, shouted out, "Good." Afterward, he shouted in victory, and all three pledged in unison to fight together with one heart and united strength. Shortly after, Jiang Kai stood on a tree branch to observe, hoping this forest would buy more time for the group. Suddenly, he was startled by something and silently cried out in danger. Tiger was still prowling, its body exuding extremely powerful spiritual energy. It suddenly looked toward Wei Ying, its eyes gleaming as it let out a ferocious roar. The system sounded an alarm. A king-ranked monster had locked onto a target with the bloodthirsty tracking skill. Jiang Kai panicked, thinking that he had been discovered. The tiger opened its mouth wide, gathering spiritual energy into a sphere. It shot the sphere directly toward Jiang Kai's Wei Ying. This caught him completely off guard. Seeing this, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu shouted for the team leader. Silent Art also cried out in fear for the guild leader. Jiang Kai immediately used the death card skill, unleashing a clean slash. A surge of spiritual energy struck the tiger's Wei Ying, leaving it no time to block. A large wound then appeared on its hide. Jiang Kai's entire team landed on the ground in unison. Hu Yan clenched her fists and cheered, asking if the armor had been broken. Jiang Kai ran and shouted loudly, telling his teammates to hurry and run. Ruan Yu thought the ambush reinforcements must be almost there. Suddenly, Jiang Kai turned his head to look behind him. He saw the tiger healing its wound and was inwardly amazed at the speed. After recovering, the tiger roared even more fiercely, spiritual energy gathering in its mouth again. The pull was so strong that Jiang Kai had to brace his feet to keep his balance. Hu Yan and her teammates were swept away, leaving only him standing his ground. She screamed that the suction force was too strong, and her body was uncontrollable. Ruan Yu shut his eyes tight and yelled that he was about to be sucked in. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, feeling the opponent's power was too great and 3 minutes was far too long. Shen Ye let out a loud cry of indestructible diamond shield. At the same time, the tiger roared and released a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Jiang Kai and his teammates cried out in terror, calling her name. He strained his body and thrust his weapon straight into the tiger's mouth. Jiang Kai watched the scene, his eyes wide with shock. Shen Ye was holding out until exhaustion, her face covered in sweat. The ferocious tiger fired spiritual energy toward Jiang Kai's Wei Ying. He shouted for Shen Yi to hold on while also calling out a death pursuit command. All the attacks hit only the tiger's protective barrier. Jiang Kai exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. Seeing Shen Yi seemingly scorched by the spiritual energy, he worried everyone would run out of strength. He gritted his teeth tightly, his body trembling from the effort. Shen Yi turned her head to give orders, entrusting the mission to everyone. Jiang Kai and his teammates were panicked, concerned about her intentions. He was inside the tiger's jaws, regretting that he could not fight alongside everyone. Jiang Kai shouted her name in anguish. As soon as he spoke, he saw Shen Yi being crushed by the tiger's bite. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu fell, leaving only Jiang Kai standing firm. His face darkened in the dust and smoke. Jiang Kai let out a roar, a death oath. The card he threw carried a surging source of power. It struck the tiger's chest, causing it to howl in pain. Hu Yan grabbed his arm, saying not to let Shen Yi's sacrifice be in vain. The tiger charged ferociously toward him. Ruan Yu summoned a shield to protect everyone, shouting to watch out. The tiger struck a direct blow, pushing the entire group backward. Its body seemed to grow larger, its mouth emitting a suffocating dark aura. Jiang Kai's face was bruised, and he gritted his teeth in helplessness. Suddenly, a force struck the tiger, catching it off guard. Tiger immediately retreated backward. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. A figure rushed over and said, "Chen-sun, I can't believe you guys dared to come and chase domain-level boss. Reinforcements have arrived. Sorry we're late due to a location error. You all find a safe place, leave the rest to us." Right after that, the tiger was assaulted relentlessly by the reinforcement army, leaving it with no room to fight back. Seeing this, Hu Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing that it was a support force, a team of superhumans. Ruan Yu suddenly pointed towards the battlefield, shouting loudly, "Captain Jiang Kai, Hu Yan, you two look over there." Following the direction he pointed, the chaotic battlefield began to show a series of armies surrounding the monster that was thrashing wildly. Jiang Kai immediately observed, analyzing in a deep voice. It is probably the elite squad of the 10 great guilds cooperating with a large number of first-rate superhumans. Even if this monster grew wings today, it would be hard to escape. Afterwards, he turned and embraced the injured bodies of Ruan Yu and Hu Yan, giving a low order. "Mission accomplished. Quickly find a place to tend to your wounds." The two quickly nodded in reply, "Okay." The scene shifted, and the three of them had moved to a quiet area deep within the dense forest. In the silent space, Ruan Yu spoke up, disgruntled. "Good thing Nuan was thoughtful enough to prepare the special medicine. The wounds heal really fast. It is a pity about Shen Yi. Hu Yin gave a cold snort, his expression turning ugly. In the end, it is still the Radiant Dawn Guild that is too disgusting, telling us at the last minute to hold off a king-ranked monster for 3 minutes. Ruan Yu's eyes flashed with confusion and unwillingness. I wonder why the military agreed to this plan. Jiang Kai, having heard this, slowly explained with a slightly darkening expression, I am afraid these 3 minutes were not for the mission. The military side might not even know about it. Upon hearing this, the two jumped up, cold sweat trickling down. Hu Yan steadied himself, furrowing his brows, and asked, Captain Jiang Kai, what do you mean? Jiang Kai took a deep breath, calmly explaining, this is a deadly trap prepared for us by the Radiant Dawn Guild. He picked up a dry branch from the side, sat down, and diligently drew on the ground. A battlefield formation appeared before the eyes of the two, accompanied by his words, in the classic tactic of luring the enemy in. To avoid any mistakes, you must arrange the ambush troops tightly. But what about this time? The dry branch moved to a strange mark, Jiang Kai's voice dropping completely. Knowing full well the target is a king-ranked monster, yet they asked us to hold it off for an extra 3 minutes. His gaze was deep. He looked up and asked decisively, these 3 minutes, were they for the ambush troops, who were already in position, to hurriedly rush over from the battlefield? Hearing this, the two froze, their serious expressions making the atmosphere extremely tense. Seeing that the two were still confused, Jiang Kai continued speaking slowly, each word sharp and incisive. The military had been planning for months, with abundant supplies and troops. The reinforcements at that time all appeared from deep in the forest, proving they had been lying in ambush there all along. Hu Yan stepped forward excitedly, eyes wide with shock. Then why? Jiang Kai took over, standing up straight with the calm demeanor of a leader. This is the final point I wanted to make. Do you two still remember the explanation from the superhumans when they appeared? They immediately recalled the first word spoken. Sorry we are late. There was an error in the predicted ambush location. You guys quickly find a safe place to hide. Hu Yan quickly shouted. I remember now. They said there was an error in the predicted ambush location. Jiang Kai was pleased with the answer, lowering his head to analyze. Could a location prediction error happen in a boss battle, when the military has a strong force on guard, determined to win big, and yet have such a fatal mistake? His eyes drooped slightly, carrying a great doubt, unless this was all planned beforehand. The following words unveiled a grand conspiracy. I am afraid a few rats in the dark falsely reported the military situation, deliberately delaying the dispatch of reinforcements. Ruan Yu and Yan were startled, their mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just heard. Hu Yan shouted in dissatisfaction, damn it. Everyone is helping Sacred Radiance expand its territory, and yet they are scheming behind our backs. Shen Yai cannot die in vain. I am definitely going to the Radiant Dawn Guild to demand an explanation. He quickly nodded. That is right. As soon as he finished speaking, the footsteps of a group of troops sounded. The leader was Liu Xuan. He chuckled. So you were hiding here. Want an explanation? Fine. Their appearance shocked Jiang Kai's group in surprise. Liu Xuan said triumphantly, gritting his teeth, that is, if you can get out of here alive today. Jiang Kai could not believe that man was here, calling out with a mix of belief and doubt, Liu Xuan? Hearing this, that man contentedly took off his mask, cheerfully saying, Kid, you have sharp eyes. I originally did not want to show myself personally. Liu Yuan stomped his foot hard on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. But on second thought, once you guys are dead, I will just retrieve the watches, alter the records, then write a perfect report. That man flashed a terrifying smile. After the job is done, even if you want to frame me, the military will just see it as a dog barking falsely. Jiang Kai stared intently at Liu Xuan, assessing, your despicableness surpassed my expectations. That man was unyielding, frowning. Jiang Kai, to be honest, I have had my eye on you for a long time. Ruan Yu, enraged, clenched his fists and roared, You, Liu, are very bold. In a boss battle, the entire army is giving their all, yet you dare to defy military orders and stir up internal conflict. Liu Xuan shook his head in denial. Internal conflict. What are you talking about? Do not spout nonsense. It is obvious that you four were unfortunately critically injured by a king-ranked boss. His face twisted in a despicable manner as he laughed, death due to incurable wounds. Hu Yan lost patience, gripping his weapon ready to attack, shouting loudly, enough of your nonsense. Today, the female knight who will enforce justice on behalf of heaven, and take your dog life. Liu Xuan laughed contemptuously, waving his hand to order his subordinates to charge. Shameless talk. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Strike fast and win fast. They answered in unison, understood. Jiang Kai spun around, unleashing his power, sneering disdainfully. Just relying on you guys? A series of Liu Xuan's subordinates were hit, with a few barely holding on with their solid shields. After the wave of attacks passed, they seemed to go mad, charging forward with roars full of irritation and anger. Famous waste like you does have some skill, but crossing paths with us means only death. Erosion brew, projection sword repel, bone crunch garlic stone. Ruan Yu quickly took up his weapon along with a giant shield, laughing confidently. In my whole life I, Ruan Yu, have never been inferior to anyone. Good liquor, finally a battle to enjoy to the fullest. Following the direction he charged, those subordinates were knocked far away in pain, unable to react in time. Yang Kai, fighting on the other side, could not help but praise, shouting loudly, Ruan Yu, well fought. Receiving praise, he fought even more fiercely, eliminating a series of stubborn troops, causing them to be engulfed by a powerful light and die on the spot. Seeing the situation was not good, Liu Xuan ordered, pointing forward, shield guards, forward, block that brat's throwing knives. On another side, Hu Yan raised his holy staff high, calling out the skill name, Ghostly Whale Dire Howl. Instantly, a purple light enveloped her entire body under the astonished gazes of everyone. A few bewildered ones asked, eyes wide, what the hell is that? Beneath the ground, the purple light merged with the soil, forming a large, bottomlessly dark magic circle. As the stream of power just struck towards the comrades, a subordinate rushed over with a giant shield to block, shouting loudly, fall back. He held the shield tightly, trying to withstand it, but the source of power passed through the protection, sneaking right into the body of Liu Xuan's subordinate. Inside the stream of light that was slowly entering the chest, a hazy figure followed in with a terrified appearance. The weapon in that subordinate's hand fell, ringing with a harsh sound along with the helplessness of his body. His whole body trembled, cold sweat trickled from the corners of his eyes, and the subordinate gritted his teeth in disbelief, muttering, what? Amid the desperate screams, the monsters charged forward, their sharp claws tearing the subordinate's body into pieces. No. A claw swept past, his head detached from his body, and bright red liquid gushed from the remains of the corpse. Immediately after, the subordinate's entire body was torn apart by the monsters, losing all its original shape. In the real world, he was completely unharmed, only helplessly clutching his head and shouting like a madman, get out. Seeing this, Liu Xuan immediately realized with horror, shouting a warning to his teammates about the terrifying attack. Stay away from those shadows. But the warning came too late. The shadows pierced through each person's body, plunging them into horrifying illusions. Yang Kai swiftly took advantage of the opportunity, leaping up to slash Liu Xuan with a sword, saying smugly, illusions will be your burial ground. As soon as they escaped that area, the ground erupted in a fierce, dazzling blaze of fire. Ruan Yu, dazed, slowly picked up his weapon and approached the enemy, muttering, did a celestial maiden descend today? Come here, darlings, let's have some fun. The two subordinates, hearing this, grew furious, swung their swords at Ruan Yu and shouted, kill this filthy fat man. A strange mist suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his face blushed with shyness. Ruan Yu raised his hand, and the two subordinates were sent flying by a surge of power. A heavenly beauty, a seductive figure. From Ruan Yu's body, powerful sword auras suddenly erupted and shot out. As they charged at the two unconscious men, they jolted violently before blacking out, dying in agony. Ruan Yu happily swung his sword and yelled, next, who else wants to play with this lord? Jiang Kai smiled, thinking about the sword light coming from him. Sword Kai, just as Ruan Yu said, after entering the true self state, everyone gains different abilities. On another side, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, frightening everyone. What now? From within the lightning, Hu Yan swiftly swung her sword, unleashing a powerful technique at Liu Xuan's subordinates. Roaring iron thunder summoned the tribulation lightning. Seeing this, their eyes widened as they shouted, can she actually summon heavenly thunder? Could she be a hidden transcendent being? On the other side, Liu Xuan's face turned pale as he roared, impossible. Contrary to the panic, she was delighted by the surrounding lightning and roared, can't beat a king-rank monster, but handling these small fry is easy. Surrender your lives. Liu Xuan tightened his grip on his weapon and roared a bounty to his subordinates. Kill them, capture them. I will increase your reward by 50%. On the other side, chaos ensued as everyone only dodged Hu Yan's lightning, shouting in fear, run. This woman is not normal. She has both iron thunder and ghostly souls. One is a domain controller, one is a heavy attacker, and there is a perverted addict guy. Whoever wants to fight can fight. This lord is out. Maniacs, this fire god squad is full of maniacs. Seeing his subordinates flee, Liu Xuan's face turned pale, and he shouted himself hoarse, trying to stop them. Damn it, get back here. Just then, one of them suddenly bumped into him, causing Liu Xuan to stagger backward. His eyes keenly sensed a powerful killing intent, and he thought, danger. Just as he sensed, Hu Yan's lightning struck fiercely at Liu Xuan. He had no time to react, even though he had sensed it from the start. After the lightning struck, Liu Xuan slowly opened his eyes in the thick dust. His entire body was covered in dust and residual lightning, but he only glanced at himself lightly and assessed. Clothes are a bit singed, feeling a little numb. Realizing something, Liu Xuan looked around and was shocked to find he was the only one left to take the hit. Hu Yan saw the psychological effect and laughed smugly, saying contemptuously, "Your courage is so small. The tribulation lightning of this warrior lady is just a small trick, and it scares you." Liu Xuan heard this and angrily roared, "How dare you toy with me?" He quickly swung his hand, and his sword shot straight at her with a massive surge of spiritual energy. "I will chop you to death." Jiang Kai appeared out of nowhere, blocking right in front of the sword, causing Hu Yan to shout excitedly, "Captain Jiang." His hands continuously fired powerful streams of spiritual energy, and he said confidently, "You are my prey." Liu Xuan sneered, swiftly dodging all the attacks and gritted his teeth contemptuously, "Relying on you. Today, none of you three will escape." Corner of Jiang Kai's eye twitched as he saw his next move. Liu Xuan tightened his weapon, leaped into the air, and gathered all his strength, preparing to strike down heavily on Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai reacted quickly, leaping high into the air, causing his strike to hit only air and the ground in humiliation. Outside the battle, Hu Yan watched Liu Xuan's relentless offensive seriously, and couldn't help but feel amazed and impressed. This Liu guy is truly fierce, sticking to him like glue, not giving Captain Jiang Kai a chance to breathe. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Exactly. On the other side, Jiang Kai calmly dodged the attacks while analyzing the situation. Ghost Eye, profession advantage below level 60, agility hard to 1000. This guy just passed level 60, agility might be stable over 1000. A sense of awe filled his heart, along with an admiring thought. So this is the suppression of a job advancement rank. Understanding Jiang Kai's probing gaze, he suddenly roared proudly, "No one below level 60 has ever survived my spear. Die." Meteor thrust. Liu Xuan's battered body still bravely thrust his weapon straight at him with the cover the sky and cross the sea strike. But Jiang Kai thought contemptuously, "Still too slow." His eyes suddenly flew open in shock as he roared, "What?" Taking advantage of his distraction, Jiang Kai quickly charged forward, thinking confidently, "Strike fast to win fast." Hu Yan, watching from the side, shouted excitedly, "Look, Captain Jiang Kai is about to use his ultimate skill." But Liu Xuan was no pushover, immediately using his weapon to suppress Jiang Kai's attack. He grinned triumphantly along with his powerful strike, saying, "This is to open your eyes to the true weapon king. Orders like a mountain." Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly widened in terror as if he had just seen something horrifying. He reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around his body just before the pressure from the charging enemy sent him stumbling backward. He hurriedly calmed himself, not noticing the sword pressing down powerfully above his head. This oppressive feeling, "I cannot be distracted from activating the divine artifact card." Flicker passed through Jiang Kai's eyes, as if he was calculating something in this life or death situation. Guan Yu and Hu Yan shouted worried warnings from the outside. Jiang Kai said firmly and loudly, "Don't come over here. Fall back." His attitude stunned the two of them, leaving them completely confused. Liu Xuan laughed loudly, full of arrogance. "Jiang Kai, you are clever, but under the military order like a mountain, your body and mind are suppressed. Your two useless teammates want to attack. Forget saving you. It is even hard for them to protect themselves." The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Only your luck ends here." Liu Xuan tightened his weapon, quickly charged forward with a fierce roar, "Die for me." Cold sweat broke out on the faces of Ruan Yu and Hu Yan. Both panicked and shouted in unison, "Captain Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai forcefully blocked Liu Xuan's strong blow, his whole body shaking violently, then immediately counterattacked with Holy Radiance Ring. Suddenly caught off guard by the reversed situation, he stared in horror at his hand entangled in the powerful chain of light. That chain quickly pulled Liu Xuan's weapon-holding hand in extreme panic. Liu Xuan's face twisted, he screamed ferociously, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" The battle situation reversed when Liu Xuan's weapon-holding hand suddenly went stiff in mid-air, unable to move. Hu Yan noticed and shouted loudly, "It seems his hand can't move." Ruan Yu added, "That is Captain Jiang Kai's Holy Radiance Ring." But Liu Xuan was not scared at all. He raised his hand to create a powerful purple light. "Jiang Kai, don't think only you have a divine artifact." Even with one side of his body stiff, he used his other hand to raise it and shouted loudly, "Divine Might Gem, body protection." Immediately, Liu Xuan's stiff hand began to move again. Seeing this, Hu Yan panicked and realized this is bad. The Holy Radiance Ring has not been tempered. Its rank is not enough to resist that power. Ruan Yu also worriedly called out, "Captain Jiang Kai." Zi Xuan continued to wave his hand, trying to make the spiritual power in his hand surge even stronger. He laughed loudly with pride. "See, this is the absolute power of a level 60 soldier king. You will definitely die by my hand." Finally, Jiang Kai was struck by Liu Xuan's weapon. Dark red liquid splattered everywhere. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan could not stand still. They quickly rushed over, reaching out their hands to call out. Suddenly, her footsteps slowly stopped, her eyes wide open. Wait, that is... Jiang Kai's injured body suddenly healed and then vanished. Everyone realized it was a substitution decoy. Suddenly, he ambushed behind Liu Xuan with contempt. "This is the power of a level 60 soldier king. nothing. Is that all? Jiang Kai continuously unleashed powerful attacks towards him. Death card, Wrath of the God of Punishment. Powerful stream of spiritual power pierced through Liu Xuan's chest, startling him, unable to resist. The spiritual power pierced deeper. The clothes on Liu Xuan's body disintegrated, but were shielded by a guardian armor that rushed over. That sight made Jiang Kai's eyes widen, stunned into shock. He just rushed forward, throwing cards at the guardian armors while horrifiedly realizing this armor set automatically protects its master. Seeing the guardian armor behind him dissipate, Liu Xuan angrily roared with regret, "Damn it, my top-grade guardian armor." But he quickly calmed down, appraising with interest. "I remember this card. You used it to kill that fool Visas in the preliminaries, didn't you?" Jiang Kai remained silent from beginning to end, neither confirming nor denying the answer. Receiving no answer, he rejoiced as if mad. "Indeed it is. Your last trump card is locked. Jiang Kai, you are cornered. Kneel down and await death." Jiang Kai irritably launched a counterattack, "Relying on you alone. Are you worthy of deciding my life and death?" Two opposing streams of spiritual power created an extremely intense stalemate. Divine Might Gem, Body Protection. Seeing the balance, Jiang Kai unleashed his ultimate move, shaking the ground. Military order like a mountain. But Liu Xuan was completely unaffected, piercing through each wave of power with blazing red eyes. "A few throwing knives and you want to turn the tide. This move will make you die without a burial place." Ruan Yu and Hu Yan hurriedly rushed over. "Captain Jiang Kai, be careful." But he calmly opened his eyes wide, waiting for the opportunity right at this moment. From the air, a bright golden light suddenly appeared, shot out, then suddenly turned and headed straight for him as Liu Xuan was being arrogant, completely unaware of the danger. The wave of power struck his body, causing red liquid to splash everywhere. The card in Jiang Kai's hand was now revealed, showing the image of a beautiful goddess. Liu Xuan's face was smeared, but he still forced out a loud, unwilling roar. "Impossible. How can you hide a second god summon card?" Jiang Kai paid no attention to his horror, only happily announced, "The game ends here." Liu Xuan's scream echoed as the wave of power tore through his body. "No." The watch fell in the air right after the battle ended. Liu Xuan dissipated. Jiang Kai's hand swiftly snatched it and then clenched tightly. Seeing everything was done, Ruan Yu and Hu Yan hurriedly ran up and called out, "Captain Jiang Kai." Scene change 1 hour after the battle ended. Just as he opened his eyes, Ruan Yu happily greeted him. "Great, Captain Jiang Kai is awake." Hearing the sound, Hu Yan turned to look at him, holding a bandage in her hand, and reported, "This time it was too dangerous. It almost pierced the heart. Luckily, Nuan gave the healing medicine. I have already dealt with it urgently." He struggled to sit up, his whole body full of bandages, and said softly, "Thank you." Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Kai's face turned pale and he shouted in shock, "Wait, did you two see that thing just now?" Understanding his meaning, she took out the watch and handed it to him, gently, "Looking for this, right?" "Relax, Ruan Yu, and I knew it was important so we kept it for you." He suddenly asked urgently, "Have you checked what's inside?" Ruan Yu seriously reported, "Inside there are several records of Liu Xuan and Chun Sheng hiring assassins, making 3 plans to ambush us. The mission being ambushed was one of them." Upon hearing this, his face full of doubt, he asked further, "What are the other 2 plans?" Hu Yan irritably gritted her teeth, mentioning this makes me angry. Her voice was impatient as she recounted, "If we didn't complete the mission, they would create a false phenomenon causing casualties and frame us. If we completed it but the captain died, they would pressure the military, no longer protecting you." Hearing this, he lowered his head and sighed, angrily lamenting, "It seems they won't stop until they kill me. However, the evidence is in my hand. Let's see who can smile until the end." Ruan Yu clenched her fist, confidently smiled, "As long as it is handed over to the military, it will definitely uproot the Radiant Guild." Hu Yan nodded in agreement. Jiang Kai slowly stopped them. "Not so fast." Both of them looked at him blankly, full of doubt. He lightly waved his hand to command without further explanation, telling them to go to Wei Ying's encampment to check on the battle situation. Though confused, the 2 dutifully replied, "Understood." Cut to a scene where the ground suddenly erupted with a terrifying force, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. A group of people panicked. The leader helplessly shouted into the radio, "Fourth squad, new casualties arriving, rush to reinforce, repeat, rush to reinforce." A soldier fell screaming in pain, "My leg." The person beside him gently treated him while constantly encouraging, "Hang in there." Yu Yan looked toward the battle lines, resting his chin on his hand in thought, then reported to Jiang Kai, "This time against the beast tide, the army added more defensive personnel, but the casualties are still heavy." Ruan Yu added, "People say Jiang Kai is having a harder time. Now I truly feel it." He nodded slightly and stepped forward ahead of Wei Ying, ignoring the puzzled looks of the other 2. "That is right." Jiang Kai closed his eyes and recounted thoughtfully, "Over the past few decades, We have developed 98,000 square kilometers of land, every inch soaked with the blood of our predecessors. His voice carried a hint of complex contemplation. The extraction of ghost crystals is tied to the survival of Blue Star. Now extraction is encountering difficulties. The beast gods are threatening ever greater. We do not have much time left. Jiang Kai's face was lowered, his brows tightly furrowed, his lips pressed together as if immersed in grand thoughts. Cut to a simple house, no longer the noisy sounds of the battlefield. The next day, Jiang Kai sat silently on a small stool, changing his bandages alone in the quiet space. Suddenly the door was pushed hard, flapping in the wind along with Hu Yan's excited voice and Ruin Yu's hurried footsteps. We won! King Yao has won! Wei Ying, the army, and the 10 major guilds joined forces to kill the map boss. Hearing this, his body immediately filled with vitality. Great! And what about Nuan and Yuan Ju? She winked mischievously at Jiang Kai, slowly raised 3 fingers and then said quickly, Knew you would ask. I already inquired. Their teams are all safe, and due to outstanding performance, they are about to be commended by the army. Team leader Jiang Kai, should we prepare a celebration party? He happily ignored the celebration question, praising, well done. As for Shen Yi, there is still a clear path ahead. I think he will soon return to Wei Ying's team. Suddenly reached up and scratched his head, bringing news that dampened the mood. However, because the death toll is so high, to prevent monster attacks, the quarantine area is still sealed off. Jiang Kai quickly stood up, putting his armor back on, preparing to leave the bed. That is right, we cannot return to the God Lord Guild just yet. I understand, the army is doing this for everyone's safety. Yu Yan suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, oh right, team leader, the boss battle is over. When will we hand over Liu Xuan's watch? Or do you have another plan? Just then, an angry roar came from outside, cutting through the conversation. Jiang Kai, come out here. Ruan Yu was curious, slowly lifted the edge of the tent flap, and glanced outside toward where the voice came from. He suddenly backed away excitedly, reporting, it is Chun Sheng, and he brought quite a few people. Hearing this, Hu Yan also lost his composure, clenched his fists and shouted, Chun Sheng, he has the nerve to show up here. Let me settle the score with him. But Jiang Kai calmly spoke to calm everyone, do not get agitated. The corner of his mouth lifted into an amused, curious smile. He muttered, just as well, I want to meet him in person. After that, Jiang Kai went outside, meeting Chun Sheng in a small corner. He was the first to speak, questioning the silent man, guild leader of the Chen family army. Here in such force, is this about something important? Chun Sheng was annoyed, his face dark as he gritted his teeth. Less nonsense, hand over the item. Jiang Kai crossed his arms over his chest, amused as he asked back, what item? He immediately roared in frustration, losing patience. Stop playing dumb with me. Liu Xuan's watch. Hearing this, his eyes sharpened, making an argument Chun Sheng could not refute. Regiment Commander Liu's watch. You did not go to him but are asking me? It seems Guild Leader Chen already knew they set up an ambush in the forest. He darkened his face, eyes bloodshot. Jiang Kai, cut the tricks. Arriving at the encampment without handing over the watch. Is that not just waiting to set conditions? But I am not one to be easily threatened. Chun Sheng slowly stepped forward, pointing a finger directly at his chest to warn him. I advise you to be wise and hand over the watch. You have backing behind you, but what about the people under your command? Is their backing as solid as yours? Jiang Kai's face turned serious, his eyes cold as he stared straight at him in challenge. Try touching my people. Chun Sheng was not afraid, stubbornly threatening. So what if I do? Hand over the watch, and I can pretend nothing happened. Jiang Kai suddenly let a faint smile appear at the corner of his mouth. He heard the laughter, turned around in annoyance to question, Jiang Kai, what are you laughing at? Jiang Kai darkened his face, each sharp word striking directly at the false demeanor of those people. You people ambushed me while I was fighting the beast tide, and now you act like you are doing me a favor? Chun Sheng, I have met many shameless people, but I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. He raised his head high, his momentum heroic as he continued, threaten me? Wait until I hand the watch over to the army, then see if you can keep your title of war god. Hearing those arrogant words, a hint of bloodshot rage rose in Chun Sheng's eyes. He was stunned for a moment, muttering in disbelief, damn it, this brat Jiang Kai is tougher than I thought. At this rate, both sides will suffer losses. On the other side, his spirit was relaxed as he observed Chun Sheng's awkwardness, muttering to himself, good thing I did my research. That Chun Sheng has a deep heart and cruel methods, but has a fatal weakness. Losing the glory of the war god is more unbearable than death. Having just been struck, Chun Sheng indeed spoke more obediently. You want me to help deal with the Xuan Wu Guild? Seeing this, he praised satisfiedly, Guild Leader Chen is indeed a smart man. Jiang Kai frowned, analyzing inwardly. The one who wants to deal with me is Xuan Wu. The Guangming Guild is just following orders. Even if I hand over the watch to convict them, without solid evidence, I still cannot touch Shi Shai and Xuan Wu. Continue with a sarcastic tone, making Chen Sheng clench his fists in trembling anger. However, I wonder if the conditions guild leader Chen offers are worth the value of the war god position. After a moment of silence, he compromised, lowering his head to agree. Fine, I will resign as guild leader, take all my subordinates away, and hand over the Guangming guild to someone unrelated to Xuan Wu. Also, I will give you another opportunity to deal with Xuan Wu. Jiang Kai heard this and immediately asked curiously, "Oh, what opportunity is that?" Noticing the look of doubt, Chen Sheng immediately explained in detail. Xuanwu had their branch in a city wiped out by you, lost reputation, and their strength weakened. Many people are leaving now, no longer trusting them. To stabilize morale and prove their governing ability, he raised his head high, providing crucial information. Xuanwu's top management has ordered that they must win the championship in the 10 major guilds bet match. He heard this, immediately stunned as he repeated, "The 10 major guilds bet match?" Chen Sheng slowly nodded and continued, "That is right. This is a wager on guild accumulation points held between the 10 major guilds and other guilds." He did not hide anything, explaining the full operational method of the program. Guilds within the 10 major guilds will dispatch 100 top experts to battle. The initial accumulation points are 100 points. In the wager phase, if the challenger is not knocked off the arena within the specified time, they will obtain the accumulation points. Chen Sheng paused in thought for a moment, then added, "As for the side from the 10 major guilds that fights, they need to take a corresponding number of points from their own guild to cover the wager." He nodded and quickly concluded, "In short, the accumulation points from this round will belong to the fighting side of the 10 major guilds." Then he continued, "After the competition ends, it will be ranked based on the remaining points minus the points wagered. Next, the guild ranked last will have 10,000 accumulation points deducted." Jiang Kai, after hearing everything, lightly summarized sharply. Simply put, the 10 major guilds act as the house, accepting challenges from other parties, and then competing for ranking. Chen Sheng nodded. "That is one way to understand it." He suddenly showed interest and asked further, "As long as you are not knocked off within the specified time, you earn points. So, what if I defeat a member of the 10 major guilds?" He heard this and sneered with contempt. "Defeat them? Just you. Those people are at minimum level 70 experts or higher. Confidence is good, but if you can do it, you will earn triple the accumulation points." Jiang Kai ignored the warning, sinking into his own calculations. Defeat Xuan Wu and earn accumulation points quickly at the same time. This is an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. After pondering, he asked further, "This competition probably has restrictions on eligibility, right? How do I participate?" Chen Sheng heard this and proudly took out a participation invitation card. "Of course. This is the invitation card. With it, your Godlord Guild can send people to participate." Jiang Kai was about to reach out to take it when he quickly pulled it back. "Jiang Kai, where is the watch? Do not try any tricks with me." He smiled confidently again and said, "Do not rush. I promise not to hand the watch over to the military, but to get it back, you must agree to one of my conditions." Chen Sheng warily asked slowly, "What condition?" He then made the request, "I want to know more intelligence about Wei Ying Xuan Wu." That man heard this, his face immediately stunned as he questioned, "What? You want me to be a spy for you?" Jiang Kai calmly negotiated with Chen Sheng. "Why put it so harshly? We are cooperative partners." That man clutched the card in his hand, full of suspicion. "Why should I trust you?" His words were sharp as a command, "Because you have no other choice." Chen Sheng panicked upon hearing this and gritted his teeth. That man's hand trembled as he cautiously handed the participation invitation card to Jiang Kai. He quickly reached out to take the card. Chen Sheng still held it tightly and warned, "You had better keep your word." He held the card in his hand with a confident gesture and said, "Happy cooperation." After the negotiation, Jiang Kai happily walked to the tent to call Hu Yan and Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu saw him and happily called out, "Captain, you finally came." Hu Yan quickly added, "If you hadn't come back, Ruan Yu and I were about to go find Brother Liu to call for reinforcements." Jiang Kai quickly calmed them down, then took out the invitation card he had just obtained. "Rest assured, I am fine. Everyone look at what this is." She stared at it full of curiosity. "This is..." He put the invitation card in front of them and slowly explained, "This is the invitation for the guild competition between the 10 major guilds. It is an event based on guild points, hosted by the 10 major guilds, accepting experts from other guilds to come and challenge." Jiang Kai's face suddenly turned serious. He continued, "To salvage the guild's reputation and regain the lost elites, the leadership of Xuan Wu is determined to win the championship of this competition." Hu Yan heard this and asked in surprise, "Captain, you want to participate?" He did not hide anything, quickly nodded to her and slowly explained, "That is right. Thinking back these past few days, whether it was nearly dying in the mouth of a regional boss or almost falling for Liu Xuan's scheme, we have been too passive." Jiang Kai's eyes grew increasingly increasingly sharp with an overbearing aura. If Chuanwu still will not let me go, then on the battlefield we will settle the score straightforwardly with strength. Hu Yan heard this and was extremely excited, exclaiming, "Great, I have been waiting for this. It is time for Shishe to broaden his horizons and see just how formidable our Captain Jiang Kai is." Ruan Yu was also overjoyed, asking with anticipation, "Captain Jiang Kai, when does this competition start?" He glanced at the invitation card and quickly said, "About 1 month from now." Scene transition, night fell, Jiang Kai was leaning against a large tree, deep in thought. Within 1 month, to win the safest way is to quickly complete the job change, but due to the special class, he must first find the fate material for the level 40 job change. Suddenly, violent screams echoed in the forest, "Help, is anyone there? Someone save me." The words Ruan Yu said earlier came to his mind, but because the casualties were too heavy this time to prevent monster attacks, the quarantine perimeter was still sealed. Then Jiang Kai quickly returned to the present, thinking to himself that it was definitely a cry for help. He quickly dashed to where the voice came from, thinking incessantly, could it be that a monster used the night to sneak in and attack? Jiang Kai ran deeper and deeper into the dark, dense forest. Suddenly his steps halted, his eyes widening as if he discovered something. Right before Jiang Kai's eyes, a powerful aura suddenly struck. Then the light went out and an apple fell from above, but it was already half eaten. He muttered in shock, "What is that?" From within the forest, Dong Li's voice slowly approached him with a sweet, coquettish tone. "I just wanted to give an old friend I haven't seen in a while a greeting gift, but you put up such a big show. Isn't that a bit excessive?" But Jiang Kai only said coldly, "I do not recall us being friends." The moment he saw her full figure, he immediately recognized Dong Li's identity as the fox spirit from the Red Moon Forest. Jiang Kai thought in confusion, when did this person arrive, and how could he silently break through the military's defenses in the surrounding area? She suddenly spoke up with interest again, saying, "That means you still can't bear to forget me, right?" He remained silent, vigilantly watching her every move. Dong Li suddenly looked somewhere deep in the forest and sighed. "Those brats were completely wiped out by you guys, truly useless." Her eyes flashed. A huge amount of spiritual power was generated, but her voice was extremely gentle. "What do you think? If I come out to play with you a little, wouldn't tonight be more interesting?" Jiang Kai was extremely alert and quickly asked, "What do you want to do?" But Dong Li did not answer his question. She simply struck straight ahead, truly making one anticipate. He panicked and quickly took out 2 cards to find a way to escape, with frantic thoughts. The divine card plus the light divine command. Can it block her? Damn it, I'll risk it. Then a powerful beam of light shot through the air. That source of blue light suddenly transformed into a protective cage, covering all the spiritual power she had just struck. Looking at that protective cage, Jiang Kai muttered in a daze, "What is that?" White streams of light began to fly towards a point at the top of the cage, converging. The light swirled with an incredibly wondrous image. Suddenly, the cage transformed into a map, along with Dong Li's amused words, "The last match. I thought it was just a boring win or loss. But I didn't expect you to be somewhat worth watching. Consider this a reward for sparking my greater curiosity. Take what you need. It is inside there. Do not waste my expectations." The card gradually lost its image, floating slowly towards Jiang Kai with a gentle whisper, "Remember my name, Dong Li." Her figure gradually faded, leaving only her final words before leaving. "Well, see you next time." Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up with confusion. He muttered under his breath, "This person." There was an unusual noise outside the tent. Hu Yan was still sleeping soundly. Suddenly, something brushed past her. Hu Yan immediately sat up and yelled, "How dare you!" But just a second later, Dong Li was surprised by her move. Hu Yan unexpectedly fell back asleep. "Messing with this heroine means you have met your match. Scared now?" Seeing this, Dong Li felt annoyed and disappointed. Suddenly, she jumped onto Hu Yan's lap. Dong Ling used the magic in her eyes, staring intently at the girl. At this moment, Hu Yan was in a deep sleep, so was completely unaware. In Dong Li's mind, she appeared in human form, truly unable to rest even in sleep. Hu Yan frowned, tossing and turning uncomfortably in his sleep. Dong Li saw this and smirked maliciously, "A nightmare, huh? Poor little bunny, you look really troubled." She mocked herself, how ridiculous the fragile human body, unable to withstand a single blow. "Yet I am so curious. This restless dream is the weakness you hide so well. Fine, I will make an exception tonight." Saying this, Dong Li sent a strand of magical power forward. Her fingers gently touched the image of Hu Yan appearing before her. A gentle thread of magic quickly enveloped the surrounding space. Then she leaned close and whispered, "Good night, little bunny." 3 days later at Black Ape Mountain, Ruan Yu asked in confusion, "Captain Jiang Kai, can we really find the class change materials in this mountain? But this place looks so ordinary." Jiang Kai thought to himself, from leading the way to the teleportation formation to letting the monster slip away that night, Dong Li, though she likes to play games, has never shown true malice. His eyes were full of determination. "What I want," what she said were the destined class change materials. "Perhaps it is worth the risk." Jiang Kai said seriously, "This place is a hidden map, not an ordinary secret realm. Entering an ordinary secret realm, one would feel the disturbance, but a hidden map is different." He emphasized, "A hidden map is like a stable space that has overlapped, looking very ordinary. Only when special activation conditions are met will the entrance appear. Hu Yan questioned Captain Jiang Kai, so what do we do now? Looking at the card in his hand, he exclaimed, the Ken has been activated. It is indeed the key. The next second, Jiang Kai decisively threw the Wei Ying card forward. A path of light instantly appeared, astonishing Hu Yan and Ruan Yu. The hidden map was opened, the entrance hidden deep within the mountain. Jiang Kai quickly ordered, this path has a limited duration, hurry up. Both of them replied in unison. The three of them stuck close together, moving at maximum speed, the path of light gradually fading. It dissipated very quickly, chasing right at their heels. Jiang Kai shouted sharply, right now, jump! All three jumped together, a barrier appeared right before their eyes. Without any hesitation, they all charged inside together. On the other side of the barrier, the scene appeared, and all three of them fell. The landing created a considerable shock. Ruan Yu clutched his head in panic, his voice trembling. Captain Jiang Kai, are we still alive? As he looked around, Hu Yan blurted out, this scene, could this place be? Jiang Kai smiled confidently, found it, the hidden map. Before them were giant woody trees. The system announced, congratulations on discovering the hidden map, Sage Valley. Ruan Yu looked around blankly. What kind of monsters could be hidden in this dense forest? Suddenly Hu Yan exclaimed, look, something over there is moving. Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu immediately became highly alert. A giant black panther burst out from the bushes, charging straight at them. Ruan Yu shouted in panic. Jiang Kai had already focused on the battle, life-chasing, withering flame. That technique immediately repelled the black pair. However, right after, the attack disappeared against a layer of shield. Jiang Kai was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were also extremely shocked. Impossible, did it just use primal power? That is truly heaven-defying. He stared at it, wondering just what rank of monster this was that could awaken primal power. The question kept repeating in Jiang Kai's mind. The Black Panther frantically rushed towards the three of them. Jiang Kai decisively leaped up at extreme speed. Go. He attacked while moving, but it still used primal power to break everything. The furious Black Panther tried to grab Jiang Kai, but he easily dodged. He landed safely, his eyes still fixed on the Black Panther. It furiously charged again to attack. Jiang Kai continued unleashing attacks while shouting loudly, Hu Yan. She immediately provided support. Come here, watch this. Ghostly howling wolf howl. The swarm of ghosts that Hu Yan summoned appeared before their eyes. They combined together to form a giant illusion, distracting the Black Panther. Hu Yan exclaimed excitedly, Captain Jiang Kai, these Black Panthers can't withstand spiritual attacks. We've won. Jiang Kai seized the opportunity to charge forward. Good. This one has a primal power shield protecting its body. Life chasing can't penetrate it. But if it scatters, life chasing can't break the defense. He activated the Ghost Eye origin spell, then focus on one point, full force attack. A powerful attack was unleashed, life-chasing break. The Black Panther was hit because it couldn't react in time. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan cried out simultaneously, armor is broken. Jiang Kai pulled out 3 tracking darts, determined to land the final blow to finish off the enemy. Immediately after, the system panel appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the level 65 Shadow Black Panther. Loot was transferred, receiving a common Shadow Black Panther body part and a Panther Spirit essence. Basic warning, experience points are full, cannot accept more. Please quickly proceed to advance to a new class. A moment later, Jiang Kai obtained a gem from the monster's corpse. Hu Yan's eyes widened in surprise. She had seen many corpse cards before. Ruan Yu exclaimed in admiration. This rare gem was even glowing. Jiang Kai smiled in satisfaction. The level 65 Shadow Black Panther from the hidden map was truly bizarre. It could even drop an essence. He turned to ask Hu Yan if she had an appraisal card. She slowly took out the appraisal card and touched it to the gem. A notification panel appeared, leaving all 3 of them stunned. The information displayed, Basic Panther Spirit Essence, contains the energy of a Shadow Black Panther. Using it directly grants 5,000 experience points. Combining 2 will create a higher purity essence. Basic essences cannot last long or be fused into the body. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were astonished. Not only did the Panther Spirit Essence grant experience points, but it could also be combined to upgrade. Ruan Yu said this was the first time she had heard of such a miraculous thing. Hu Yan questioned why the basic essence couldn't be fused with the body, whether the higher grade could, and what the purpose of fusing was. Ruan Yu scratched his head in confusion, not knowing anything more. Jiang Kai thought to himself, even though there was no clue about Wei Ying changing to the Heavenly Fate class, the Panther Spirit Essence could bring unexpected gains. He suddenly tossed the gem to Hu Yan, telling her to eat it immediately because there was a time limit. As for her questions, experiencing it herself would make it clear. After that, he quickly ran into the forest, calling for the 2 to find a small leopard pack to increase hunting efficiency. In the forest, there was a whole pack of Black Panthers, growling and looking around cautiously. Jiang Kai silently hid behind a bush to observe them. Ruan Yu whispered a count. There were 5 Shadow Black Panthers here. Jiang Kai seriously instructed. Their defense relied on primal force support. Their rank wasn't strong, but they needed focused attacks on one point to break their armor. He clearly assigned tasks. Hu Yan would use Ghost Wailing Wolf Howl to control the monsters, creating an opportunity to break their armor. Ruan Yu would stay flexible, waiting for orders to protect Hu Yan. The two answered in unison. Understood. Jiang Kai's fighting spirit grew stronger. He loudly declared the start of the battle. Hu Yan waved her hand to summon. The female ghost appeared alongside the Ghost Wailing Wolf Howl skill. Ghosts easily controlled the Black Panthers before them. She excitedly exclaimed they were controlled. However, just a few seconds later, all the leopards broke free from the illusion simultaneously. Hu Yan panicked. The fear effect is failing. At that moment, Jiang Kai's attack came in. The Black Panther pack quickly dodged all of them. Jiang Kai hurriedly reminded Hu Yan to focus her spirit and told Ruan Yu to protect her. His continuous attacks were all neutralized by them. Ruan Yu charged out with a thick shield. He started singing about a wild beauty to draw attention. One Black Panther lunged to bite but was blocked by the shield. Hu Yan swung her summoning staff, ending the appetizer. She shouted Ghost Wailing Wolf Howl again. The female ghost appeared, controlling the leopard pack in an instant. Jiang Kai quickly activated Ghost Eye Concentration, his voice full of determination. He said to start the hunt, then launched 3 Gambler of Time strikes. The destructive power of this strike was incredibly terrifying. The system continuously announced, "Congratulations on successfully defeating 5 Shadow Black Panthers, levels 65 to 75. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan Rover immediately after. Jiang Kai looked at the 5 gems in his hand. The appraisal information indicated they could be combined to upgrade, but there was no suitable equipment. Suddenly Ruan Yu spoke up. He said they could try using this. He produced a large bottle, saying he conveniently bought a fusion device when purchasing brewing tools, and suggested trying to combine 2 first. Jiang Kai hesitated for a moment. The equipment and energy sources were the same, and the system didn't limit the quantity. Then he chuckled softly, deciding to go big and fuse them all. Having said that, Jiang Kai placed all 5 gems into the mouth of the bottle. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them began to converge. The 5 gems fusing simultaneously released a terrifying power. The light that appeared before their eyes was the finished gem. All 3 excitedly exclaimed it was a success. Jiang Kai slowly reached out to take it. He was surprised when he read the information about the gem. High-grade Panther Spirit Essence of the Shadow Black Panther. Using it directly grants 240,000 experience points. Fusing with the body increases 10 points of flame intensity, damage, and piercing ability. Hu Yan shouted joyfully because the experience points had multiplied several times. Ruan Yu continued, not only that, but the fusion also adds 10 points of flame intensity to attacks. She curiously asked Captain Jiang Kai about his Firebringer gloves, whether they dealt flame damage. Jiang Kai explained that his Firebringer gloves had low flame damage, relying mainly on increased critical hits to take down opponents. Jiang Kai stared intently at the gem, muttering about the 10 points of flame intensity. He said it was worth a try, then decisively put the gem into his mouth. The dizzying transformation made Jiang Kai widen his eyes in shock. His body felt charged with energy, his heart beating wildly. A warm current surged, overflowing throughout his body as if about to burst. Jiang Kai had never felt such abundant power. This truly was the feeling. Just as the energy seed within him, he drew a life-chasing dart. Jiang Kai leaped and hurled the dart, which blazed with a power that seemed to incinerate everything. The dart embedded itself deep into a tree trunk, its surging strength swirling violently. In an instant, the massive tree exploded fiercely. Yan and Ruan Yu both stood frozen in shock at the terrifying destructive force. The flames spread quickly, and Hu Yan praised in admiration, noting that the power and temperature this time were completely different from before. Jiang Kai smiled in satisfaction at the excellent effect. Hu Yan added excitedly that the new captain had only used 1 spirit leopard essence and was already this strong, and finding more would surely reach new heights. He thought to himself, she was right, the power of the essence was truly extraordinary, a rare opportunity from the hidden map. Feeling his mental energy increase, Jiang Kai spoke, "Good, continue moving forward, the hunt has only just begun." Before long, the group had walked for another 30 minutes. The silence was so profound that every footstep could be heard clearly. Jiang Kai looked around warily. The excessive stillness was chilling, as if something was lurking. Hu Yan warned sternly, "Ruan Yu, stay close. If you get lost here, we won't be able to look for you." He hurriedly ran back, calling out, "Wait for me." Suddenly, Chen Ruan Yu bumped into a dry skull. A hard impact sent the skull flying far, the other 2 watching in confusion. The skull landed in a corner, creating a loud noise. Instantly, countless glowing red eyes in the darkness snapped open, brimming with murderous intent. All 3 were startled and exclaimed in panic, "What the hell is that?" The pride of lions burst out, their number unclear at a glance. Jiang Kai immediately assumed a combat stance, launched a powerful attack, and shouted loudly, "Watch out for the lions." They roared in unison, forming a large barrier. However, his attack still incinerated everything in front of him. System congratulated him on defeating 4 level 70 Golden Lion Masters. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu cheered excitedly. The life-chasing dart after enhancement had broken the Lion Beast's defense. The captain is amazing. Jiang Kai smiled confidently at the situation. Good, maintain the attack. He continuously hurled life-chasing darts toward the Lion Pride, but this time they were neutralized. Jiang Kai frowned in confusion. Why was this attack ineffective? Hu Yan stepped forward and swung her staff. "Let me help, Captain. Watch this ghostly wail of ho-ho." The ghostly horde immediately charged to attack the Lion Pride. Unexpectedly, the lead lion opened its mouth and released a wave of power, instantly killing one of the ghosts. Hu Yan was utterly shocked. What? The souls are being corroded. Jiang Kai became even more alert. The blood aura from the lion beasts not only boosted their defense but also had corrosive properties. Since their appearance, the Lion Pride had maintained a formation with one leading. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared closely, feeling he had missed something. Immediately after, he activated his ghost snare eyes. Trying to look more carefully, Jiang Kai quickly discovered, wait, it was that one playing tricks. It stood behind, continuously emitting surging blood aura. The system displayed the information, Lion Beast War General. Suddenly, it leaped high, aiming for Hu Yan. The War General swung its sharp claws, but she managed to dodge luckily. Jiang Kai hurriedly threw a life-chasing dart to rescue her. Hu Yan. The attack was not weak, but easily dodged it. Ruan Yu said nothing and resolutely charged forward. He tackled the lion, gritting his teeth in fear but still taunting, "Oh beauty, your fur is so thick. I love it." The barrier of blood mist vanished instantly, and the entire Lion Pride roared fiercely. Jiang Kai continued attacking but was filled with worry. Damn it, there are too many. He was terrified if they kept dragging on like this. Once his stamina was exhausted, everyone would surely die. Jiang Kai decided to give an order. Hu Yan, can you hold on? I will restrain the one in the back. You immediately boost your attack support. Though wounded all over, she still replied, understood. Hearing that, Jiang Kai immediately leaped high into the air. With determination, he activated the skill Time Gambler. Alright, to catch the bandits, first catch the king. Saying that, he launched a fierce attack, and Death Chase now carried overwhelming power. Seeing this good sign, Jiang Kai exclaimed it was working. Quickly gave the order, Hu Yan. She struggled up and poured power into her staff, turned to dust, rolling heavenly thunder, demon howls, and wolf cries. The demons appeared alongside lightning and thunder, wildly controlling the pride of lions. They were in pain and fear, roaring ceaselessly. Jiang Kai gasped for breath, thinking the fear effect had worked. But the enemy's strength was great while the control was weak. Wanting to take them down in one blow was too inefficient. The next second, he braced himself and executed the divine command of light, retire fire. Jiang Kai gathered his power in an instant, then resolutely launched the card with terrifying might. The entire pride of lions, not one spared, all took the brunt of Jiang Kai's attack. Hu Yan excitedly exclaimed, so strong. The lion monsters are being hit by consecutive crits. The monster commander roared in agony, its screams echoing everywhere. The system screen continuously displayed notifications. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 11 level 72 golden main lion monsters. Hu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Success. The divine command of light from retire fire broke the lion's energy barrier. Suddenly her eyes widened. Captain Jiang Kai, run, danger. The lion commander war monster suddenly rushed out from the flames. Jiang Kai was startled and thought to himself, did it want to perish together with him? It crazily stomped its feet trying to pounce on Jiang Kai. He had to use his void walk skill to escape. Ruan Yu spoke cheerfully, oh my, that is something. He charged forward with his shield and raised his sword high. Full of vigor, this king likes it. Ruan Yu bravely swung a powerful slash that made the shield tremble. Spiritual energy from the sword quickly radiated out. She quickly shouted, a good opportunity. The sword energy supporting the flames is wearing down the barrier. Jiang Kai was surprised. This is. Without hesitation, he immediately approached the lion commander war monster. Jiang Kai reached out to retrieve the card, his voice mocking, foolish, your time to perform is over. Holy light divine command, second attack, his voice echoed along with a terrifying source of power. The attack struck in an instant, causing it to immediately fall. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 85 lion commander war monster. As the bodies of the lion pride dissipated, the system displayed. Received 14 lion commander corpse cards, 14 lion spirit essences. Hu Yan was stunned, unable to blink, an instant kill. Drunken Ruan Yu kept wailing, no my beauty. About 30 minutes later, he started vomiting violently. Hu Yan teased, who told you to be so deep in love, and Ruan Yu sobered up remembering he had passionately kissed a lion. A moment later, the two turned their gazes towards Wei Ying. After another earth-shattering fusion process, Jiang Kai exhaled, it is forged. He looked at the crystal in his hand. This was the fusion of the lion spirit essence from the commander monster and the elite monster, wondering what its power was like. The two approached Captain Jiang Kai. Everyone has recovered. Just in time, Hu Yan. Help me check the completed essence card. Hu Yan eagerly replied, no problem. The system displayed, Lion Spirit Essence. Fine grade, contains the energy of a golden mane lion monster. Using directly grants 135,000 experience. She was surprised, huh? Martial artist Primal Force. Ruan Yu explained Primal Force is the heavenly dance-making name of the martial artist profession. Thanks to it, martial artist is in the global top 10 professions. He sighed, a pity Yuanju is not here. This fine-grade essence suits him best. Hu Yan followed up. I wonder how long the essence lasts. Captain Jiang Kai, you eat it. Your profession is unconventional. Maybe it will bring a surprise. Jiang Kai pondered. The Primal Force eruption earlier was controlled by the Wheel of Fate, but with his current skills, he could not unleash a Primal Force attack. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as if he had just discovered something. Yu Yan worried, why are you not eating it? This is a fine grade. It would be a waste. Ruan Yu was also confused. Yes, what is wrong with you? Jiang Kai calmly explained, this essence cannot be wasted, but the one to fuse it is not me. She asked curiously, if not you, then who? Jiang Kai hesitated, then replied, it is Ruan Yu, he exclaimed in shock. Me? He analyzed in detail the sword energy Ruan Yu released, besides supporting the Holy Light Divine Command Fire, also produced a slight energy resonance with the Lion Monster's barrier. Sword energy continuously strengthens like Primal Force, but only the same source and power can create resonance. The two listened attentively. Jiang Kai stated firmly, so I guess sword energy can also be a type of Primal Force. After hearing this, both were astonished and speechless. Hu Yan became excited. If what the captain says is true, the power of your sword energy will have a qualitative change, a chance for a breakthrough. Hearing this, he was delighted and grinned. Really? Jiang Kai placed the crystal into Ruan Yu's hand. Try it, we will know right away. Looking at the precious item before him, he could not help but feel joyful. Suddenly, Hu Yan pointed towards Wei Ying. Captain Jiang Kai, there is a light over there. He immediately gave the order. Go check it out. It was a tightly sealed treasure chest. All three of them recognized at a glance that it was the treasure chest of the Wei Ying Guardian Lion Pack. When the chest was opened, a horrifying burst of light radiated out. The item revealed was the indomitable Saint Halo. Tier 1 energy defense, highly effective against physical attacks, immunity to critical hits and piercing damage. The defense has durability, and it disappears once exhausted. Durability increases with rank. Jiang Kai smiled contentedly. My innate skill leans towards agility and spirit, but this indomitable Saint Halo supplements my physique and strength. Ruan Yu exclaimed, that's great. The next second, both of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward Hu Yan. What kind of situation was this? The system displayed the information. Unknown Scroll 1. Gathering all 19 incomplete scrolls can combine into a complete skill. She sighed, so it was a skill that required combination before it could be used. Ruan Yu judged that this seemed to be a type of skill setting they had never seen before. We only found the first scroll. To combine the complete skill, it seems we need to find the remaining 8. Jiang Kai reached out and grabbed that scroll. His gaze turned more serious. The monsters in Immortal Peak Valley all have origin force barriers, and such a domineering skill requires 9 incomplete scrolls to combine. The next second, he suddenly smiled cryptically. Its power must be extraordinary. Jiang Kai said calmly, the monsters here are basically an elite treasury for us. If we don't take them away, then before we leave, we'll scoop them all up in one go. Ruan Yu laughed heartily. Deal. The sky was still clear and quite tranquil. After just a short while, the Manticore pack charged out wildly. All three of them were brimming with fighting spirit. Ruan Yu shouted loudly, Captain Jiang Kai, leaving it to you. The indomitable Saint Halo on his shoulder began to take effect. The Manticore pack, unaware of anything, charged forward naively. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Kai finished them off in an instant. After dealing with them, he smirked calmly. Too weak. The system displayed, congratulations, you have successfully killed 3 level 80 Manticore lords. Farewell. Before long, night had enveloped the entire space. Another pack of monsters suddenly appeared. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu always fought side by side, supporting each other. The ghosts summoned by Hu Yan continuously pressured the monsters. They controlled them in the blink of an eye. She said in a triumphant tone, territory control complete. Release Ruan Yu. He flashed a very happy smile. The next second, he immediately charged forward with overwhelming power. Ruan Yu shouted heartily, what a beautiful white lady. Sorry, but tonight, you're all mine. His power after consuming the spirit crystal became incredibly fierce. Ruan Yu executed a few basic moves, and all the monsters were taken down. Hu Yan exclaimed in surprise and admiration. It seems the potential of this drunkard profession is about to be fully unleashed by Ruan Yu. At the critical moment, Jiang Kai immediately unleashed Death Pursuit. Time for gambling, harvest, vitality. The offensive power of this move completely incinerated everything. For the next half-month, the Fire God team, consisting of a gambler, a drunkard, and a fortune teller, set off into Immortal Peak Valley to clear it out. Terrifying vengeful spirits summoned by Hu Yan. Wild sword aura from Ruan Yu swept everything clean, and the red fire replaced the old food chain of big fish eating small fish for Jiang Kai. The elite monsters in Immortal Peak Valley, the War General tier monsters, experienced it for the first time. The three of them coordinated seamlessly together, and that was the true despair. The Fire God team almost became the new law of this land. Wherever they went, the monsters were terrified. Before long, another half-month passed. They had just finished killing monsters again and obtained spirit crystals. The system displayed Tiger Soul Essence. Premium grade, sealed energy of the Liching White Tiger, artificial fusion. Using it can level up 200,000 experience, can be fused, adds 15 wind strength intensity. Hu Yan spoke up, it's the Tiger Soul Essence, it can level up wind strength intensity. Jiang Kai handed it to her. Hu Yan, this belongs to you? Hu Yan was visibly delighted. Great. This time it's finally my turn to level up. He calculated quietly. The types of wild beasts here are different, so the experience value and soul attribute drops are also different. Now his fire damage intensity had been upgraded to 40 points. Yuan Yu's sword or intensity increased to 30 points, and Hu Yan's wind strength intensity had also risen to 30 points. The 8 volumes of the unknown incomplete scroll had all been collected. After finding the 9th volume, they could smoothly combine the mysterious skill. Additionally, our experience values were all maxed out, just waiting to gather enough promotion materials to advance to the next class again. Suddenly, Jiang Kai stopped his train of thought and cast a glance behind him. His demeanor immediately shifted with that look. A figure was faintly visible in the shadows. He began to be on guard. But in the blink of an eye, that figure completely vanished. Jiang Kai wondered in confusion, was it an illusion? A few days later, it was now night time. Jiang Kai sat quietly, observing his surroundings. The other two were already fast asleep, when suddenly Hu Yan sat up groggily. Captain Jiang Kai, she said, still a bit dazed, asking if he had slept too much. He quickly told her to rest, he would keep watch in the middle of the night. Jiang Kai smiled. It was fine, she should go back to sleep. He was not sleepy yet, and when he could not hold on anymore, he would wake her up. Hu Yan yawned, then insisted he must wake her up. He looked at her gently and nodded in agreement. Suddenly that black shadow appeared again, right next to Hu Yan. Jiang Kai was startled and jumped to his feet. It was that thing again. He quickly ran over and called out, Hu Yan, wake up. The black shadow is here again. Quickly wake Ruan Yu up. She was still drowsy. What black shadow? A second later, she scrambled up in panic. It was the black shadow under the moonlight that Captain Jiang Kai had mentioned. Jiang Kai immediately ran off. He would go check it out. The two of them should stay alert. She anxiously instructed Captain Jiang Kai, be careful. He moved like a flash of lightning. An ordinary person would not be able to see him. Jiang Kai shouted, stop. In his heart, he told himself, this time he would not let it escape. 15 minutes later, Jiang Kai stopped on the mountaintop. He activated the demon eye on his talisman and spoke. He wanted to see just what kind of thing was playing tricks here. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Jiang Kai was bewildered. It was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, had it gotten away again? He suddenly halted when he saw something ahead. Wait, that was... Jiang Kai slowly approached it, a sword stuck in the ground. He wondered, how had a weapon like this suddenly appeared in the Immortal Seeker Valley? Jiang Kai forcefully pulled it up. Come out for me. He easily pulled it out of the ground. Looking at the sword, now only half a blade remaining, Jiang Kai could not help but be surprised. It was broken. He waited for information from the system. Just what was the origin of this sword? The system displayed, divine weapon, unique grade, heavily damaged. Most attributes and special effects have lost effect. Only one who achieves the strength of its previous owner can claim it. Retained special effect, retains a portion of past life memories. When encountering a king tier boss, it will automatically activate memories and attack, power dependent on the owner. This made Jiang Kai astonished. A unique grade divine weapon that could automatically initiate an attack. Moreover, the minimum trigger condition was a king tier boss. He stared intently at the sword, levels even higher than a king tier boss, as if it were only for map bosses and guardians. Jiang Kai felt curious just what level of strength did its previous owner have. Suddenly, the sword shook violently, surprising him. Was it trying to? The next second, it broke free from Jiang Kai's hand and flew straight in one direction. It unexpectedly inserted itself back into its original position on its own. A faint hazy mist suddenly appeared. Black shadow from the past few days materialized clearly. Jiang Kai quickly realized, so this divine weapon was the true form of the black shadow. That black shadow even pointed the sword in its hand toward the broken sword. Jiang Kai wondered, what did this mean? In his heart, he told himself to stay alert and not act rashly. Broken sword at that moment emitted a faint glow. The black shadow slowly nodded, and at the same time extended its hand. He halted and asked, do you wish to spar with me? He immediately responded with a nod. Jiang Kai assumed a combat stance. This guy had lured him here just to spar. Sparring was not difficult, but the opponent's strength was unknown. If he lost, it would activate a death penalty. The consequences were unpredictable. The black shadow did not hesitate. He decisively swung his sword. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he observed, not good, it was about to make a move. He quickly leaped up. If he was not fast enough, he would not get it. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai was high in the air. He told himself he must seize the opportunity first and go all out. He activated the demon eye for focusing, and then decisively struck from the trump card, the holy light command, go for me. The black shadow actively moved to receive Jiang Kai's attack. When that attack came down, he vanished in an instant. Unexpectedly, the black shadow appeared right in front of Jiang Kai. He exclaimed in surprise, oh no. Black Shadow swung his sword, and Jiang Kai quickly used Void Transformation to move. He retreated backwards, seeing the man opposite him at a great distance. Jiang Kai reached out and pulled out a life-seeking dart. However, his eyes bulged. What? In a flash, the black shadow was right in front of him, pointing a sharp sword at him. Jiang Kai was utterly shocked. He had lost. So fast, he had not even had time to react. The black shadow looked at Jiang Kai and calmly nodded once. He stepped back and then vanished, leaving Jiang Kai quite stunned. Jiang Kai tried to look around to find him. Was he gone? A piece of paper appeared in the waiting space. Wait, what was this? The system displayed an unknown remnant scroll. Congratulations, you have gathered 1/9 of a remnant scroll. Can combine into a complete skill. Jiang Kai was visibly excited. It was that unknown remnant scroll. Could that guy just now have only come to test his strength? He looked at the broken sword beside Wei Ying, not expecting the final fragment of the incomplete scroll to come from a holy talent imposter. Perhaps the final combined skill was related to this sword. He immediately activated the 9 incomplete scroll fragments, thinking he would just give it a try. Come on, show me your complete inheritance. They flew into the space and began to link together. When they converged, they formed a terrifying beam of light. Jiang Kai marveled. This power was truly immense. Completed item appeared. The skill Moonlit Sword Shadow. Total level required primary sword skill over 1500. Activation in 3 seconds. Ignores elemental defense. Speed and critical rate increased by 100%. Lasts 3 seconds. Effect on monsters increased by 10%. Cooldown 10 hours. Jiang Kai was stunned. Both speed and critical rate increased by 100%. If this thing faced a martial artist, even if it did not take them down immediately, it would be enough to turn the tide of battle. Wei Ying combined with the additional damage would create opportunities for subsequent combo moves. The skill effect only lasted 3 seconds, but on the battlefield of life and death, every second was precious. Even a deviation of 0.1 seconds could decide life or death. He pondered carefully. If it came to sword techniques, Ruan Yu was the most suitable person in the team, but he needed at least 1500 agility points, and was also restricted by the 3-second preparation time. That was too difficult for him. Jiang Kai thought of Ruan Yu. Right after that, his expression was full of energy. Alright, if that was the case, then this lethal sword technique. Jiang Kai once again drew his sword up. With his other hand, he tossed the card he had just received high into the air. Jiang Kai decisively pierced the sword through the card. He smiled confidently. Let me use you. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have learned the skill Moonlit Sword Shadow. Soon the sky grew light. The space was quite peaceful. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu watched the figure of him just returning. It was Captain Jiang Kai. The two quickly asked, Captain, you are finally back. Nothing happened, right? Why were you gone so long? That is right. We were planning to follow your direction to look for you. Jiang Kai only gave the order slowly. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, pack up a bit, prepare to depart. She exclaimed in surprise. Did you discover a new elite monster or the acupoint of a war general monster? Jiang Kai's voice turned serious. This time we are going to hunt a king level. Ruan Yu was stunned to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. What? The place they had just arrived at had a large lake, with dried bones floating all over the water surface. Those were the bones of common or elite level monsters. The three people stopped, hesitantly observing their surroundings. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu were bewildered. So many monster bones like this. What kind of giant creature could eat them like that? Jiang Kai suddenly sensed some. He pushed the other two people behind him, moving back. The lake water, for some unknown reason, suddenly began to churn violently. A pair of ferocious eyes beneath the water suddenly flashed. King-level monster surged up, letting out a resounding roar. Hu Yan stepped back in shock, her face full of fear as she stammered, this guy. She instinctively looked up, meeting the cold pupils of the giant python. Her whole body went stiff. That terrifying eye was disgusting. Hu Yan moved her gaze down to its body with shiny, sharp scales, murmuring, the scales on its body are like an impenetrable suit of armor. She stood under the giant shadow cast by the giant python, looking up at its massive body, unable to help but exclaim, so big, even just standing in its shadow. Hu Yan darkened her face, lightly stepping back. I feel like I cannot breathe properly. Ruan Yu beside her with a terrified face, covered in cold sweat, stammered to ask, Captain, do we really have to deal with this guy? Giant python suddenly went berserk, charging straight at the three people with its mouth wide open, sharp fangs full of jagged teeth. Jiang Kai reacted immediately, shouting loudly to him, Ruan Yu, protect Hu Yan. After that, he immediately turned and ran through the giant python's massive body, dashing off to prepare a powerful attack, voidification. On the other side, Ruan Yu and Hu Yan were having a very hard dodging the attack that shattered the ground, screaming in panic. Jiang Kai heard the screams and stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on the unpleasant reaction on the faces of the two. He thought to himself, just now I was also stunned. This oppressive feeling is correct. It is indeed a king level. I cannot let it completely control the rhythm. I need to take the initiative to attack, find the weakness in its defense. He immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to shout loudly to the two people who were tiredly crouching on the ground. You two fall back and keep watch. Stay where you are to stay alive. Just leave it to me. Jiang Kai's hand began to emit strange lights, spreading everywhere in the air like giant lightning bolts. Then, from the air, a sharp weapon carrying immense power appeared in his hand, and he launched it toward the giant python with a delighted smile. A greeting for this this guy? Hu Yan on the other side saw that scene and muttered in panic, "What?" Ruan Yu also quickly followed up with an incredulous voice, "Captain." He actually charged forward on his own. In the midst of the battle, the giant python's mouth suddenly gathered a massive amount of spiritual power into a sphere of energy, preparing to strike at Jiang Kai. As expected, after a moment of gathering power, the sphere was blasted straight toward the spot where he stood. Jiang Kai quickly dodged that attack, but was momentarily shocked when he glanced back at the place he had just fled from, where the stream of energy had just struck. Could not believe it, thinking to himself as he saw the giant ice blocks suddenly appearing densely crisscrossing the ground. This freezing ice is an area attack. It is not just a simple attack, but also wants to turn the battlefield into an ice field. That tactic completely seals off my movement space. Good move, no wonder it is a king-level monster. The giant python took advantage of Jiang Kai's distraction, once again opening its huge mouth full of sharp fangs, charging toward him. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu stood outside the battle, terrified with faces full of cold sweat, screaming a warning, "Captain, danger!" Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of something extremely frightening. She turned pale and screamed, "What?" In the direction Hu Yan was looking in a hair-raising situation, Jiang Kai had nimbly leaped into the air, causing the giant python to crash into empty air and then slam down onto the hard ground. Hu Yan could not believe it, turning pale with tightly knitted brows, exclaiming, "So fast, am I hallucinating?" The captain's speed has increased. It seems like double compared to the last battle. On the other side, he still gripped his weapon tightly, thinking to himself as he analyzed the situation, "Can I perform an attack that ignores elemental defense on the target here?" Immediately, the sword in Jiang Kai's hand was propelled away with immense momentum, and he activated the skill Moonlit Sword Shadow. "Go for me." The giant python did not take the hit lying down, quickly roaring and activating an invisible net to protect itself from the sword. In that instant, the two forces clashed, creating a stalemate with incredible destructive power. On the other side, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, even though outside the battle, were heavily affected, their feet having to grip the ground to stand firm. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Such great power!" The stalemate finally had a result. Jiang Kai's thunderous sword shattered the giant python's protective membrane, tearing a large hole in it before it shattered into pieces. The sword flew like an arrow, piercing straight into its eye, causing blood to splash everywhere. Jiang Kai outside saw the scene, satisfied he praised a hit. He immediately reached out his hand, without hesitation, waiting for the sword to return to its owner. The sword embedded deep in the giant python's eye instantly pulled itself out and flew back towards Jiang Kai. He was extremely satisfied as he gripped the returned sword tightly, looking at it with a provocative gaze. Hu Yan looked at the blade stained with the giant python's fresh blood, admiringly praised, "Beautiful." She could not contain her admiration, quickly asking, was the captain's new weapon this broken sword? Ruan Yu suddenly realized, so the captain dared to bring the team here, because he had a divine artifact in hand. The giant python was injured in one eye, but its fury surged even more violently. It quickly released a series of dazzling power rays, shimmering with light. The rays of light shot straight towards where Jiang Kai stood still, causing the other two to yell in worry. Jiang Kai's eyes turned sharp, calmly searching for a weak point when he spotted an opening at the 3 o'clock position. Just as the stream of power was about to hit him, he timely raised his sword to block it with extreme precision. Then Jiang Kai leaped up, using an ice block he had just knocked to the ground. He continuously jumped between platforms, dodging all the power streams perfectly. Ruan Yu witnessed the unbelievable scene, excitedly exclaimed, "The captain is so fast. Is that even human reaction speed?" Hu Yan's pupils suddenly widened, murmuring in confusion, "What just happened? That gap impossible to get through." Back to the battle, Jiang Kai had landed perfectly unscathed. The giant python was still furious, opening its mouth and charging forward to swallow him. Jiang Kai leaped straight up, dodging that extremely powerful physical attack. He twisted his body, gripping his sword, and launched a continuous assault with immense power aimed at one point. Giant python immediately took a painful hit, its body trembling from the intense pain. The spot on its armored scales that was struck instantly turned black and smoked profusely. Ruan Yu broke into a sweat, frowning in doubt. 3 consecutive moves triggered and only broke one scale. Hu Yan began to panic, her hands clenched tightly, holding her breath as she called out to the captain. Contrary to his teammates' anxiety, Jiang Kai remained calm as he ran on the monster's back, silently thinking. He suddenly remembered the special hate effect notification, triggering the memory of facing a king-tier boss in the previous life. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up, carrying a sense of eager anticipation. He could activate an automatic attack. His running steps grew faster and faster on the giant python's scales, drawn by the pain. Jiang Kai struck the burnt scale, exposing the monster's flesh, staring intently at the 7 o'clock direction. Seizing the opportunity, he tightened his grip on the sword, ready to slash straight into the exposed flesh. Now was the time. The sword pierced the flesh precisely, each deep thrust causing blood to gush like a spring. The giant python screamed in agony, its cry echoing through the quiet space. The sword was embedded almost to the hilt, but Jiang Kai did not stop. Not enough, still not enough. He used the hard scales to push the sword even deeper into the monster's body. Unfortunately, the giant python discovered him, quickly shifting, causing him to fall backward. His body slammed onto the rocky ground, trembling from the uncontrollable, sharp pain. Ruan Yu and Hu Yan's hearts felt like they would jump out, anxiously shouting for the captain. The giant python did not let go, using its massive body to constrict him tightly, as if to crush every bone. Hu Yan could not stand still, gripping her weapon. She charged forward fiercely, yelling to let the captain go. Ruan Yu also bravely charged in, shouting, "The Grandmaster Ruan is here, who dares to be so rude." They both rushed forward with determined eyes and an overwhelming, terrifying aura. As soon as they touched the giant python's protective ice scales, they braced themselves, ready to strike down. The weapons of the two touched the protective layer, creating a terrifying pressure that enveloped the space. But the ice was as solid as a mountain, knocking both of them backward in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously warning them not to come over. This thing was not something they could handle. Even though she was knocked back, covered in dust, Hu Yan still fearfully called out to the captain. His body on the other side was tightly constricted by the surging aura, to the point he could not breathe, gritting his teeth to endure. The monster's head slowly turned towards him, its tongue flickering threateningly as if to flaunt its power. Ignoring the warning, Hu Yan charged forward again, shouting a threat, "I'll risk it all with you." On the other side, his head hung down as if dead, but in reality he was executing a new plan. The sword Jiang Kai left inside the giant python's body began to tremble, enveloped by a black mist. From within the sword, a series of black lights flew around, surrounding it. Jiang Kai felt the vibration and satisfied he softly called out, "There is a reaction, awaken." His face was suddenly covered by a thin layer of ice, his eyes blazing red as he roared. The sword immediately pulled itself out, then thrust in powerfully again, splattering black blood. The giant python screamed in agony, unconsciously loosening its grip on Jiang Kai. He immediately seized the opportunity, jumping straight to the ground and fleeing. Just as he landed, Jiang Kai painfully spat out a mouthful of thick blood, coughing hoarsely. Seeing this, Hu Yan ran to his trembling body, anxiously asking if he was okay. Jiang Kai did not answer, suddenly turning his eyes towards somewhere before saying, "Look." Following his gaze, Hu Yan suddenly exclaimed, "This is..." She was shocked to see the giant python writhing helplessly, because the sword of Jiang Kai was attacking on its own. The sword, once drawn, immediately flew away, darted to another spot on the python's body, causing it pain and helplessness. Hu Yan, both terrified as she watched the invisible battle and supporting Jiang Kai, thought to herself that it was toying with the monster. Was this a weapon or an ancient demon hiding within the sword? Exhausted, Jiang Kai forced a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, "That's right." He watched the sword's effect while evaluating. It sensed the aura of a king-rank monster. The hatred effect was erupting fiercely. The battle made him suddenly think, earlier it wasn't just a fake holy talent fighting. This was what the predecessor used to exorcise demons and seal monsters. When it encountered a king-rank monster again, its hatred surged. Hu Yan didn't know his thoughts. She just exclaimed in shock, "It's like death by 1,000 cuts. The hatred is so intense." Jiang Kai mused, if the lingering will is this powerful, what kind of existence was that predecessor? On the other side, the sword was diving down with immense power. Seeing that, he murmured, "Finally it's over." The giant python tried to resist, but couldn't dodge the sword's speed in time. As the sword passed through, a part of its body was instantly severed. It hadn't realized it had been eliminated, still screaming and wailing. The sword plunged deep into its body again. The giant python's body immediately collapsed, being eliminated right before Jiang Kai's eyes. A series of notifications appeared. The player had defeated a king-rank monster, the bone-devouring giant python. Experience points were being tallied. Hu Yan excitedly raised her hand and exclaimed, "We succeeded, Captain. You actually killed a king-rank monster." Jiang Kai nodded and smiled. "Yes, very good, not wasted effort." The notifications kept showing rewards were being tallied. He looked at Wei Ying, thinking gratefully, "Thank you." Suddenly, Jiang Kai felt intense pain and collapsed. Hu Yan saw him lose strength and fall, worriedly cried out, "Captain." After a while, Jiang Kai opened his eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. Ruan Yu happily called out, "He's awake." Hu Yan asked with concern, "Captain, how do you feel?" Jiang Kai struggled to sit up and asked, "Did I pass out?" His eyes panicked as he asked, "Wait, where is my sword?" He immediately shot up and asked the two, "Did you see it?" The pain made him fall. Ruan Yu worriedly caught him and said, "Your wounds haven't healed. Don't rush." Hu Yan quickly took Jiang Kai's sword and handed it to him. "I already picked up Wei Ying." Seeing the sword, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fake holy talent, what a relief. She asked excitedly, "It's truly a divine artifact, Captain. When did you get it?" A king-rank monster was taken down in an instant. Jiang Kai cautiously said, "I found it last night while chasing a shadow. It is indeed a divine artifact." Hu Yan helplessly scratched her face. "Picked up a divine artifact on the mountain. The captain's luck is incredible." He slowly stood up and looked at the sword, "But it only temporarily chose me. Its true power requires mutual acknowledgement." Ruan Yu exclaimed in shock, "What? It hasn't acknowledged its master." She assessed, "It was this ferocious without a master. If bound, our team could roam freely on the demon star." Jiang Kai looked at his reflection through the sword, thinking silently, "Predecessor, even though we are strangers, A firm thought arose, I want to witness the scenery you once gazed upon. He smiled slightly, carrying high determination. Eventually I will catch up to your footsteps and become the master of the true judge. Afterwards a treasure chest was opened, treasures glittering under the sunlight. Ruan Yu grimaced, too bright. Huyen picked up a stone and commented, this light, is this ore? Extremely high purity, could it be a resource usable directly? Jiang Kai's eyes widened, thinking go over there. He slowly walked towards the chest. Jiang Kai picked up a vial of liquid, ordering Huyan appraisal card. He analyzed silently, a magic potion containing powerful energy. After appraisal, the vial was evaluated as tears of the divine. 20 pills, enhances growth weapons. Jiang Kai thought excitedly, this can level up the holy radiance aura. Originally planned to find a secret realm, didn't expect such luck in the immortal Trace Valley. Yuan Yu was surprised. What? Tears of the Divine. Searched the entire Demon Star and couldn't find it. Hu Yan's jaw dropped. Mother, a king rank boss drops 20 drops. Is this wholesale? She immediately used an appraisal card on another item. Talent Crystal. Increases 400 stamina. Supplements combat power. He excitedly joined in with the White Tiger Soul Hide, a legendary top-tier item. Hu Yan noticed something else. A hunter skill upgrade shards. This time we hit the jackpot. Ruan Yu picked up the largest stone. Greed in her eyes. Sulfur core. Material to increase shield defense. Am I dreaming? Pinch me. She immediately pinched his cheek. Are you dreaming? Ruan Yu laughed happily. It hurts, so I'm awake. 10 minutes later, several vials of liquid appeared in the chest. Everyone was delighted. The job change materials have arrived. Jiang Kai stared at the chest, his expression serious. Nearly a month in the Immortal Sect Valley. The final goal is the promotion material for the Keeper. Ruan Yu used an appraisal card to touch the liquid vial. Death Spectre. Level 60 job change material complete. He exclaimed in shock. This is the complete version of the level 60 job change material from the Spectre. Hu Yan glanced over curiously. This thing has never appeared in Holy Radiance. Ruan Yu is about to make history. Jiang Kai smiled happily, congratulating Ruan Yu. He thought to himself this trip would be worth it just to get the materials for her. He happily exclaimed, our team is always lucky. Who knows, there might be materials for the captain and Hu Yan too. She nodded excitedly. A series of notifications rang out. Doctor job change level 80. Soldier level 80. Beggar level 60. Trader level 60. Ruan Yu stammered. All of them are high rank. Jiang Kai reached out to pick up the last vial, full of anticipation, thinking, this is the final piece. His eyes sank deep into thought, carrying many unspeakable feelings. In Jiang Kai's mind, old notifications suddenly surfaced. The gambler obsessed with betting, the dexterous hands that practiced, and finally the unlocking of the card Demon Hand State. Congratulations, you have discovered a special class change method. This method helps you complete the level 20 class change because your behavior closely resembles that of a gambler. Congratulations, you have activated a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to receive a hidden class. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted firmly, flip the cards, a gambler must bear all consequences. Right after, the appraisal card displayed a complete list of materials for the level 40 heaven-defying class change. Ruan Yu saw this and happily cheered with Jiang Kai about the team leader's advancement materials. He satisfiedly tightened his grip on the solution tube, thinking to himself that the time had finally come. A long time passed as Jiang Kai found his own solution tube. 2 hours later, Ruan Yu stepped out of the deep forest, refreshed in spirit, and said with a laugh, I successfully changed class. The new class is Unsheathed Sword Hero. Notification appeared beside him. Explorer Ruan Yu, class Unsheathed Sword Hero, level 60. Huyan walked over curiously to observe, saying excitedly, the Unsheathed Sword Hero after evolution has potential equal to a combat class. Ruan Yu happily boasted that his talent was also very special. Ruan Yu proudly explained, my skills are raised by 1 tier. When entering the Unsheathed Sword Hero state, evasion increases greatly. The sword, even if deformed, still retains its power and can activate special effects. After hearing him speak, Hu Yan exclaimed admiringly, deforming the sword to activate effects. This talent is truly peak. Ruan Yu nodded repeatedly, adding, not only that, now I am immune to most high-level mental control skills. Hu Yan looked at him with interest, acknowledging, ordinary mental attacks are already useless. Now your mental defense is almost invincible. Hu Yan suddenly looked worriedly deep into the forest, whispering, I wonder how the team leader is doing. Ruan Yu reassured him, the special class takes a long time to change, we just need to wait patiently. Another long period of time passed, then suddenly a violent flash of light erupted deep in the forest. Hu Yan saw this and hopefully exclaimed success. The two quickly ran into the forest. Hu Yan happily spoke first. Team leader, congratulations on your 6 full class change. Jiang Kai suddenly looked coldly at the two without a smile. Ruan Yu asked worriedly, team leader, this attitude, could there be a problem with the class change? He shook his head slightly, looking at the notification panel with confusion. The class change went quite smoothly. It's just that going from gambler to master cheater is understandable, but this new class, no matter how I look at it, on the notification panel in front of Jiang Kai appeared Explorer Jiang Kai, class Life Scorner, the Mocker of Fate, level 40. He doubtfully repeated that name, Life Scorner. Ruan Yu also repeated it in suspicion. Hu Yan's eyes lit up with curiosity. What kind of class sounds so mysterious? Team leader, what is your talent? Before Jiang Kai could answer, iBrain happily announced, congratulations on reaching level 40, activating double talent, talent 1 scorning all life. She continued to explain the details of the newly acquired power. Scorning all life allows the life scorner to control and observe life. When suffering a fatal wound, it can activate a feigned death once, the body dissolving like magic. iBrain suddenly created an image with extremely powerful energy. She added physical strength 1%, agility and strength increase 100%. After hearing this, Ruan Yu paled and repeated it. Hu Yan asked bewilderedly, so doesn't that make you a piece of tofu? Touched and you die? Jiang Kai nodded, calmly explaining, the revenge state only lasts a maximum of 10 seconds. When the time is up, the effects are lost, physical strength remains at 1%. Furthermore, this talent can only be used once every 10 days. Hu Yan agitatedly stepped directly towards the notification, glared and shouted, then it's a scam. Does that damn system give the team leader a talent for a 1-1 duel? He didn't say another word, just lowered his head and silently fell into thought. iBrain took advantage of the silence, continuing to announce, Talent 2 Random Enhancement, Permanent Strength Increase 40%. Jiang Kai was somewhat relieved, thinking to himself at least there was this random talent. Afterwards, he stared intently at the stat panel before him. Strength 2452, Physique 2020, Agility 4160, Mental Power 2924. Jiang Kai silently analyzed, class change gives a 200% increase to basic stats. 2 main god cards give a 60% increase, plus talents and equipment. The corner of his mouth finally curled into a satisfied smile. With these stats, I can now face even top-tier combat classes head-on. Another period of time passed. A few days later, Ruan Yu walked out with a sword in his hand, shouting excitedly, so awesome, I leveled up again. The notification below confirmed he had leveled up. Explorer Ruan Yu, class Unsheathed Sword Hero, level 64. Jiang Kai also had an achievement, Explorer Jiang Kai, class Life Scorner, level 46. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself that since reaching 41, he unlocked 2 new skills, and now jumped straight to 46. Jiang Kai's skills were enhanced. Long-range attack skill increased attack range by 300%. In the grudge state, critical hit rate increased by 15%. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Attacks from extreme range combined with critical hits in the grudge state can turn the tide at key moments. The next notification appeared, second skill Life Breath nullifies clone substitute and stealth skills. He lowered his head to analyze, sensing life helps deal with concealment tricks. Jiang Kai looked towards the far horizon, his eyes full of anticipation, silently deciding, now that everything is done, it is time to return. Hu Yan was tired, her face pale, leaning on a staff as she walked, complaining gloomily, you two have it good, my experience is full, but I still lack class change materials, stuck and unable to advance, it's maddening. Heard this and turned to look at her, gently reassuring, Hu Yan, don't be discouraged, you and Ruan Yu stay in Immortal Trace Valley to both farm materials and level up. This place has abundant resources, a high leveling rate, it wasn't easy to come here. Hu Yan was shocked, team leader, do you mean you want to leave? Ruan Yu suddenly remembered the invitation Chun Sheng gave Jiang Kai, and asked, it's for the extreme gambling tournament, isn't it? Jiang Kai didn't hide it, stating the reason directly correct, I've prepared for a long time, it is time to meet them. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. This time I will make Xuanwu shed another layer. Scene change. 2 days later, Jiang Kai had arrived at the gambling tournament. Down below, the audience chattered excitedly. First time watching the tournament, so a bit excited. Besides the veteran soldiers, all the level 60 experts in the country are present. Each major guild sent their strongest members to participate. Jiang Kai calmly tucked himself into a corner, slowly observing his surroundings, not communicating with anyone. Suddenly, a curious voice looked at the badge on him and commented, I've never seen this badge before. Yang Yi laughed heartily, your guild's badge design is interesting. I am Yang Yi from the Boundless Guild. Jiang Kai did not answer. Yang Yi continued enthusiastically, kid, who do you think among the 10 major guilds will take first place? Out of politeness, Jiang Kai had to answer in a serious and firm tone. I do not know who is undefeated, but Xuanwu is definitely at the bottom. Hearing his answer, that man froze for a moment. Yang Yi unexpectedly laughed even more happily, saying with interest, this kid is interesting, I like him. He amiably offered the wine bottle to Jiang Kai and said sincerely, I am Yang Yi, I only like wine. My wine is strong and fragrant, do you dare to take a sip and become friends? He then casually snatched the bottle, sneering contemptuously, what is there to fear? Jiang Kai took a hearty sip, and he looked at him curiously and asked, I still have not asked your name, what is your name again? He wiped the trail of wine from his mouth with his hand and quickly introduced himself, Jiang Kai. Yang Yi froze upon hearing the name, then scratched his chin and exclaimed, Jiang Kai. This name sounds familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere recently. At the front of the arena, the beautiful host began to speak. The thrilling moment has finally arrived. Dear audience, the long-awaited Extreme Tournament officially begins. The top 10 guilds will defend the stage in the order of drawing lots. She suddenly pointed to a guild and said excitedly, "The first match is a defense match. The defending side is the King Long Guild. Give them a warm round of applause to welcome their contestants onto the stage." All eyes immediately turned to where the host was pointing. Countless figures walked out amidst the cheers from the stands. King Long Guild. King Long Guild. She continued to announce the rules with a hint of humor. The matches are one-on-one, with a time limit of 10 minutes. The top 10 guilds are the defending teams, with an initial defense score of 100 points. The bet increases by 10% for each match, with a maximum defense score of 1,000 points. The host waved her hand powerfully and slowly added, "The challengers use points to bid. The highest bidder will step onto the arena to challenge, with no upper limit on the price. Within the specified time, whoever holds the arena until the end wins and receives 3 times the points from the defending team. Being defeated or falling off the stage results in failure and a deduction of points." Then, her eyes swept mysteriously across the stands. She said, "Once a defender is defeated, they cannot continue to defend the arena. If the defending guild lacks points, they must take from the guild treasury to supplement." According to the host, a list of 10 empty slots appeared before everyone. Finally, based on the remaining points of the 10 major guilds after supplementation, the rankings will be determined. The last ranked guild will be deducted an additional 10,000 points. Immediately after, she tightened the steel wire in her palm, struck a pose with a charming demeanor, and announced, "The King Long Guild begins defending with 100 points. The countdown to bidding starts. 3, 1, begin." The stands then erupted with noisy and lively bidding sounds. Price was pushed higher and higher, 50, 70. Suddenly Chang Sheng's voice overpowered everyone. He shouted loudly, "Chang Sheng, head of the B-rank Beijing Guild, District 12, places a bid of 100 points." Immediately after, a masked man named Zhao King stepped forward and said confidently, "I am from the King Long Guild, District 7. Young friend, it is unfortunate for you to meet me. I will take these 100 points now." He heard this and angrily replied with contempt, "You may be an expert in your district, but to me you are not worth a glance." Time passed as the dark red liquid soaked the ground crimson. 3 minutes later, the tip of the sword in Zhao King's hand slowly approached Chang Sheng's face, frightening him into clenching his teeth. As his hand tightened around the sword hilt, he said through gritted teeth, "You lose." Below the stands, someone already recognized Zhao King. "That guy is Zhao King. Those moves just now were done by him." Those who heard were stunned. What? The King Long Guild sent Zhao King for the first match? Yang Yi remained calm, speaking softly to Jiang Kai. Zhao King's original profession was a warrior. Heard his talent is extremely monstrous. He could initiate elemental force attacks before reaching the transcendent level. He nodded slightly and continued to analyze. But Zhao King is not among the 100 most formidable people of King Long. In short, the drama will only get bigger later on. King Long will definitely send their strongest members to guard the final stages. He heard this and glanced at him asking, "So where do you see the weakest point?" After observing for a moment, Jiang Kai immediately replied, "In the middle." Jiang Kai used sharp logic to analyze carefully. Among the 100 strongest of the 10 major guilds, there are also levels of strength and weakness. Even though Zhao King is not the strongest, he is not weak either. It can be confirmed that King Long's defense strategy is to use their 2 strongest to attack the flanks, while the middle is only meant to exhaust the opponent. Yang Yi leaned back lazily, but his eyes showed recognition as he looked at him. Not wrong. Every major guild has hidden talents, coupled with rules that favor the challenger. Even if the 10 major guilds are strong, they cannot win them all. Winning 6 out of 10 is already considered very good. He looked again at the ongoing stalemate fight below, continuing to add, "I have observed 6 guild betting tournaments. The strategies of the top 10 guilds are ever changing, but one constant is that the strongest guild will definitely stay until the last 10 rounds. Jiang Kai heard this, his eyes widening in surprise as he repeated, "The final 10 rounds?" The scene shifted as the morning sun gave way to the descent of night. Yang Yi tiredly raised his hand for a long yawn, saying drowsily, "Finally fought to the 9th guild. So sleepy, little brother. When it is the Tianjian guild's turn later, wake me up." Jiang Kai obediently nodded and then asked curiously, "Okay, brother Yang Yi, are you planning to challenge the Tianjian guild?" He lightly propped his chin with his hand, nodded and replied, "Just a minor grudge, but they are currently ranked 3rd. At this rate, it probably will not be our turn until noon tomorrow." "Brother Jiang Kai, I see you are not that old. Did you come to watch the battle with a guild? Does anyone from your guild plan to challenge?" Quickly replied with a face full of unwavering determination, "Me." Right at that moment, the noise of the stands suddenly quieted as a group of people slowly entered. "Look, the people from the Eshuanwu Guild have arrived. Segai Huosuanwu Bajai, the 7 Mare brothers, and the 20 elite ace hunters." Yang Yi's eyes finally showed a bit of interest as he glanced at them, while the sounds of admiration continued unabated. "All the high-level experts here have arrived." Jiang Kai's face suddenly tensed up, his brows tightly furrowed as he sank into deep thought. The entire venue became more lively thanks to the appearance of the Xuanwu Guild. No wonder Xuanwu dared to declare they would take first place this time before the match. Looking at their lineup, they truly have confidence. Who can deny it? Sounds of admiration for the guild leader Shishi rang out continuously. I have long heard that the new Xuanwu Guild leader, Shishi, is as beautiful as a movie star. The women under her management at Saigi Hoa are all extremely beautiful. Now seeing it in person, it is really true. Strong strength, heaven-defying beauty. I truly want to have a romantic encounter with them. Others were extremely disdainful, not even glancing, and saying with contempt, dream on. With your level, I think you need to be beaten to your knees to understand. Yang Yi, however, was extremely excited, quickly becoming fully alert. They just arrived now. The people of the Xuanwu Guild are indeed something. But there is a saying, the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is. Do you not think so, little brother Jiang Kai? Jiang Kai did not listen to those words at all. Sinking into his own thoughts, Shishi, we finally meet. The scene shifted to the next morning as the sun began to rise. Yang Yi had already fallen asleep from exhaustion at some point, when suddenly Jiang Kai kept touching his arm and called out, Brother Yang Yi. He put more force into his arm to wake Yang Yi. Brother Yang Yi, wake up quickly. He immediately jolted awake, asking drowsily, has the boss arrived? Seeing that Yang Yi was awake, Jiang Kai put on a serious face and reported the situation. Brother Yang Yi, it is your turn to go on stage. The Tianjian Guild has entered the last 30 matches of the tournament. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately widened his eyes in shock. What did you say? On the arena stage, the crowd was buzzing with bids, 150 points, 200, 300. Amidst the noise, Yang Yi quickly stood up and shouted powerfully, Yang Yi, Wuya Guild, A-Rank Guild, bid 400 points. The stands fell silent immediately, causing the host to begin speaking 400 points once, 400 points twice, 400 points 3 times. As the command ended, she quickly gestured for him to come up. Please take the stage, Mr. Yang Yi. Hearing this, the stands immediately erupted in discussion. Look, Yang Yi is about to make his move. Yang Yi, that silver-haired uncle, is actually Yang Yi, known as the strongest heavenly punishment hand. The crowd's discussion left Jiang Kai confused as he repeated, heavenly punishment hand? He suddenly remembered the information about that term, muttering to himself, heavenly punishment hand, the evolved profession of the butcher in combat, specializes in using psychological tactics, subtle eye movements, and expressions to break the opponent's rhythm. On the battlefield, Yang Yi's opponent did not hesitate, quickly lunging straight forward. He was not to be outdone, tightening his grip on his weapon and charging forward. In an instant, the two clashed head-on in extremely intense standoff. On the spectator stand, Jiang Kai focused intently on the match, thinking that this was the moment when the opponent would show the most openings. The two in the match pressed their weapons together, then brushed past each other and stopped. Suddenly, Yang Yi revealed a strange smile and stood up straight. Sure enough, right after passing by, the opponent's sharp sword tip stabbed straight into his chest, and dark red liquid splattered everywhere. Jiang Kai was stunned, thinking about the precision and effectiveness of the attack. Brother Yang Yi looked relaxed, but on the battlefield he struck a fatal weak point without showing any signs. His eyes showed a glint of eager anticipation, thinking that with this level of strength and mentality, inviting him to join the God Lord Guild later would add a key card. After the match, Yang Yi casually walked back to his seat. 5 days later, Yang Yi lay around bored, sighing, and asked Jiang Kai how far the competition had progressed. Jiang Kai quickly replied, Xuanwu Guild, Arena 99. Yang Yi was astonished. Already 99 matches, and Xuanwu still has someone holding the arena. There's at least a 75% chance of winning. He fell silent when he heard 2 spectators behind him gossiping that Xuanwu had hired top experts with money because they lost a branch and wanted to save face. Overhearing, Yang Yi laughed with interest and said, I've heard about Xuanwu losing a branch too. I heard it was brought down by a brat. I'm very curious to know who that godly figure is. But when he looked over, his figure had already vanished. In the preparation area of Xuanwu's branch, Shishi sat nervously, thinking that this extreme combat tournament was crucial for restoring their reputation. She looked up at the report board with satisfaction. A 75% win rate is very good. We have this in the bag. Outside, the host announced that Xuanwu's arena defense points had been raised to 1,000 points, and the countdown had begun. Countless players quickly raised their points to 100, 1,500. Dongsu whispered to Xiahua, will that Jiang Kai show up? The latter sneered, relying on him. His broke guild can't even get through the arena gates. Q Lan clenched her fists. If he dares to come, I will personally beat him to a pulp. But Jiang Kai's jump and powerful bid startled them. His footsteps landed slowly on the ground. The 4 girls panicked, their mouths hanging open as they watched. He stood upright and confidently challenged. C-Rank Guild, God Lord Guild, Jiang Kai, setting a bet of 5,000 points. As soon as Shishi saw his face, she screamed in panic. Jiang Kai. Yang Yi below was stunned, a look of surprise on his face. When did brother Jiang Kai climb up? 5,000 points is equivalent to the total assets of a B-rank guild. Q Lan lost her composure, stepping forward in frustration. Jiang Kai, you've got some nerve. This time, both your points and your life are mine. The hand suddenly stopped her. Wenji forcefully stepped forward towards Jiang Kai. Sister Q-Lan, let me handle this trash. Chen Sheng seriously warned. Jiang Kai led the holy temple to first place. He's not someone with foolhardy courage. She analyzed in a low voice. He dares to come challenge alone. We should send someone to probe him first. The host excitedly shouted, oh my god, 5,000 points to challenge Xuanwu. Anyone higher? She quickly chanted, 5,000 going once. The crowd buzzed, 5,000 going twice. People turned pale, 5,000 going 3 times. No one spoke up. After the bet was settled, Wen Jai stepped onto the stage, a sharp weapon in hand. I have roamed the demon world for 7 years, with an undefeated winning streak. Today, I will cut off your head and wash away Xuanwu's shame. Jiang Kai showed no fear, raised his weapon, and sneered. I don't care who you are. If you want to kill me, you might not have the skill. Seeing the match was compelling, the host signaled. I declare, the match begins. Wen Jai charged forward with flying courage, his technique named Battle Will of Fury. Yang Yi on the stand broke out in a cold sweat. Sword key release? That's Wen Ji, one of Xuanwu's 3 top performers. The other swordsman also recognized Wen Jai, terrified. He is in the top 50 of the War God Hall training camp. Extremely fast, his sword energy is incredibly terrifying. Opposite the panic, Jiang Kai was calm and confident, sky covering and sea crossing. Wen Ji unleashed his first move, but thanks to his nimble movements, he managed to dodge it. The stand immediately became a buzz. What? He dodged it. Power of the technique sent dust flying everywhere, and Wen Ji looked around in a daze. Where did he go? Just as Wen Ji showed an opening, Jiang Kai quickly sprang up and unleashed his technique. Gambler of Time, Decaying Fire. Incredible force surged forward, but Wen Ji managed to activate a protective barrier. Yang Ye's jaw dropped. That's Wen Ji's S-rank light shield, an automatic danger-sensing defensive weapon. Frustrated by the attack, Wen Jai tore off his mask, revealing a vicious face. He tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward swiftly. Jiang Kai, kneel down and apologize to Xuanwu. Rapid assassination. Yang Yi shouted in worry. Brother Jiang Kai, be careful. Jiang Kai showed no panic and revealed a confident smile. Right now, Life Chaser. From above his head, a dazzling streak of light appeared, carrying tremendous power. The light transformed into the face of a ferocious beast, charging rapidly towards Wen Ji with sharp teeth. Rage Flare Assault. Wen Ji stared at the stream of light, terrified. What kind of attack is this? The ferocious beast slammed straight into the body, and Wen Jai screamed in despair. No! After the powerful strike, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing a deep trench in the ground. Wen Jai was now disheveled, his body in pain, his mouth agape and eyes wide. Shi watched the scene, panic tightening her brows. Chen Sheng and Q-Lan were stunned. What? Dongsu and Xiahua remained silent in shock. In the silent atmosphere, Jiang Kai's hand tightly gripped the flagpole. He held high the fluttering flag and reminded the host, "What are you standing there like a statue for? Announce the results." After a moment of shock, she shouted, "Oh my god! I declare Jiang Kai of the God Lord Guild wins, claiming 8,000 points from Xuanwu." Dongsu heard the result and was full of dissatisfaction. Guild points were exchanged for rare resources. In just 30 seconds they earned the points that Xuanwu had to spend several years to get. It was too outrageous. Chen Sheng lowered his head again, muttering carefully, what strange skill was that death reporting flame from earlier? The audience was buzzing with gasps of astonishment. Heavens, did that guy take down Wen Jai? No one watches international news. Jiang Kai is the hero who led the Shangyao team to the World Championship. Yang Yi's face suddenly darkened. He realized, wait, the World Championship tournament, the main god of the guild, Jiang Kai, it turned out to be him. He casually ruffled his hair, silently marveling. No wonder the name Jiang Kai sounded so familiar earlier. He really drank himself into a stupor. In the waiting room, the two big shots suddenly rushed over to where Shi was sitting in a daze, exhausted. Ping Se angrily asked loudly, I just received an urgent notification from the system. Our guild's protection points were deducted by 150,000 points in an instant. What on earth is going on? He was the second elder of Xuanwu Guild. Shi lowered her head, bloodshot veins appearing on her beautiful face. Her choked voice replied, it was Jiang Kai. Ping Sai was stunned and asked with disbelief, is that the brat who's been a headache for the guild? It is him, but I've watched his matches. No matter how powerful he is, he shouldn't be able to make Wen Jai unable to last a few seconds. On the arena stage, Jiang Kai stood towering with an imposing aura. She gritted her teeth and confirmed firmly, I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. In Shi's heart was full of doubt. What on earth happened? In just a few short months, Jiang Kai's strength increased so horrifically. It was absolutely not normal. She suddenly woke up, her eyes wide open in speculation. Wait, I remember he had a teammate who was a military doctor. Could it be that they gave him some kind of drug to activate great power in the arena? On the arena stage, Jiang Kai continued to challenge next match. Bet 15,000 points, you who's coming? The plan in his head was quickly seen through by Chun Sheng, betting all 15,000 points. If he loses this round, Chuan Wu loses 45,000 points. Is this your plan, Jiang Kai? Contrary to the worry of those from Xuanwu, the audience was eagerly discussing. What? Another 15,000 points. Triple that is 45,000 points. Good heavens, even the top 10 guilds can only use tens of thousands of points. Such a huge bet. Losing a few times will bankrupt the entire guild. Xuanwu might not lose, but Jiang Kai like this is slapping them in the face. The image of Jiang Kai's powerful fighting suddenly flashed through Xi's mind. She angrily thought, Jiang Kai. She clenched her hands tightly, stubbornly pondering. At this moment they absolutely could not accept defeat, otherwise their previous efforts would become useless. King Sai suddenly lowered his head and spoke carefully in a low voice. Shi Jiang Kai is probably using the tournament rules to drain our guild's points. He came prepared, I think we should. Her eyes flashed with determination as she replied, Third Elder, do not worry, in the next match, Jiang Kai will definitely die. Shi suddenly stood up and called out loudly, Q Lan. Receiving the order, Q Lan quickly ran onto the arena stage full of confidence. Jiang Kai, for these 15,000 points, I will make you pay with your life. Chun Sheng saw her step out and muttered in surprise, Q Lan. The host excitedly announced, so thrilling. So for this match, the defending side, Xuanwu Guild, bets 15,000 points begin. Jiang Kai leaped, once again unleashing his old move, life-chasing Fire Leopard Burst. The tense match made the expectant audience chatter. Q Lan of the Four Seasons Flowers facing Jiang Kai. This match is worth watching. As expected of Q Lan, as soon as she entered the fight she forced Jiang Kai to use the killing move that took down Wen Jai. So intense. Yang Yi watched the match calmly, silently pondering. Strange, Wen Jai was taken down probably because he couldn't predict that Jiang Kai's discarded throwing knives were so powerful. He carefully assessed Q Lan's strength, but she is much stronger than Wen Ji. Yang Yi frowned in confusion and whispered to himself, but she clearly knows the guild just took a huge loss. Why is she still using such an aggressive fighting style? It's really abnormal. Q Lan was confronting the power that took down Wenji earlier, in extremely cautious posture. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curled into a smile as if she was sure of victory. Q Lan raised her hand high, creating a powerful purple flame, transcendent leading force, devour heaven, swallow lightning. In the stands, Yang Ye's eyes widened in shock. Wait, that is... A large black hole suddenly appeared beside the battle, sucking in all the magic Jiang Kai unleashed, nullifying his power. That scene left Jiang Kai stunned, completely unexpected. The audience gasped in shock, unable to sit still as they cried out, is Q Lan using a transcendent treasure? Transcendent weapons cannot be used across tiers. Before becoming a transcendent, no matter how strong your strength, you cannot control it. Could Q Lan already be a transcendent? Yang Yi in the corner of the room calmly analyzed and concluded, no, the officials not intervening proves that Xuan Wu is not breaking the rules by allowing a transcendent to participate. The host was captivated by this scene, laughing joyfully. On the Xuanwu Guild side, Ping Sai was also very surprised and muttered, Q Lan, since when? Ji Shi, however, thought smugly, Jiang Kai, didn't expect this, did you? I didn't want Q Lan to use the divine weapon so soon, but killing you in front of everyone to wash away the humiliation is worth it. Q Lan leaped high, putting all her force into a direct strike at Jiang Kai's life gate, along with confident words, Jiang Kai, I said I would kill you, now hand over your life. Just as her sword descended, he quickly chanted a divine spell, Void Transformation. Jiang Kai timely dodged Q Lan's deadly attack. Suddenly his face darkened, cold sweat covering his body from the sharp pain spreading throughout him. Jiang Kai quickly looked towards the black hole devouring his power, and realized in horror, this vortex not only devours weapons, but also affects both body and spirit. Feeling the pain spread through his body, he gritted his teeth in agony. Damn it, the headache is starting now. Q Lan did not let up. She charged again with confident and arrogant words. Let's see how many times these moves can save you. Before reaching Transcendent, you cannot resist this move. Jiang Kai, spit out all the points for me. Jiang Kai's pupils rapidly contracted, his whole body stiff as if he was calculating something. She tightened her grip on her weapon, pouring all her strength into her charge, overwhelming the sea. At that moment, his eyes suddenly turned a special blue color, and an intense aura burst forth. She seized the opportunity to rush behind Jiang Kai, swinging her weapon, die, backstab, assassination. Jiang Kai saw the critical situation, quickly spun around by a hair's breadth. He narrowly avoided Q Lan's sharp blade. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth in anger and muttered, what, he can dodge that. However, Jiang Kai's body was taken advantage of by his own spin, getting sucked into the air. Yang Yi saw this and became worried. Damn it, brother, Jiang Kai got sucked in. Jiang Kai tried to dig his feet into the ground to increase resistance, but the magical circle's gravitational pull was too strong. It began to make his body float. Jiang Kai began to calmly analyze, no, this woman is clearly not a transcendent. How is she using a transcendent tier weapon? Even if she uses it across tiers, there must be certain limitations. Q Lan Lan's eyes suddenly turned red. She laughed loudly with pride. What use is it if you dodge my attack with gravity? You can't even stand steady now. What do you have left to fight me, you fool? Ignoring all the taunts, Jiang Kai quickly used the ghost eye focus gaze. He thought in shock, she's not only using it freely, she also doesn't seem to be affected by any side effects. Unless, Jiang Kai's gaze suddenly focused on the vortex, realizing the weakness lay in the energy disturbance inside, not the energy barrier. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, and as if having made a decision, he whispered to himself that he would take a gamble and see what happened. The audience turned their eyes to the arena, all uttering disappointed comments. A transcendent weapon was truly too strong. They thought Jiang Kai had another trick, but it turned out Xuan Wu was indeed worthy of its reputation. Zigihua was in the top 20 of the War God Temple camp, a genius among geniuses. Shi leisurely took a sip of tea and sneered, "Go ahead and struggle. This time I will personally watch you turn to ashes." Yang Yi grew restless, hurriedly shouting to Jiang Kai, "Brother, don't let that scoundrel Xuan Wu be smug. Defeat him, create a miracle." Continued to unleash power even as he was constantly being pulled in, chasing while shouting, "Kill." The black hole began to drastically increase its pulling force. As expected, the surge of power he released was completely sucked into the black hole, not a single bit left. Seeing this, he clenched his hands nervously and muttered in confusion, could it be Jiang Kai doesn't know the flying dagger will be sucked in, and he's so anxious he's lost his target? Lan rushed forward and issued a warning, "Jiang Kai, remember this, Xuan Wu is not easy to mess with." She swung her weapon with the confidence of victory. "Soul-piercing thorn, rest in peace." At that moment, Jiang Kai suddenly shouted the name of his skill, Fire Leopard Strike. The surging power was sucked into the vortex. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred, causing Lan to cry out in shock. "What? How is this possible? Stop!" At the center of the black hole, a blinding light suddenly blazed intensely. Immediately after, the core of the black hole exploded before everyone's stunned eyes. The three girls were extremely worried and immediately called out her name, "Lan!" She completely disbelieved it and roared. The energy exploded. That brat's flying dagger could blow up the vortex of a transcendent weapon. Impossible! Those who had been disappointed were now shocked, asking themselves, God, what happened? That black vortex exploded. Yang Yi also muttered in doubt, "What is going on?" He stared intently at the battlefield shrouded in thick smoke and shouted after him, "Wait, Jiang Kai, brother." The audience suddenly buzzed with noise, pointing at one side. Wei Yang, look. A faint figure within the smoke made them murmur in shock. Someone is walking out of the flames. Everyone present was stunned. Their mouths hung open as they stared fixedly at that figure in tension. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the blurry shape revealed itself to be Jiang Kai, his body completely unharmed, not a single scratch. He stomped his foot firmly on the ground and declared decisively, "The match is over." Jiang Kai did not rest and continued issuing a new challenge. Next match, 60,000 points. Xuan Wu, come again. The audience instantly erupted at Jiang Kai's appearance. God, it's Jiang Kai. He's not even level 50 and survived a transcendent weapons attack. A miracle, truly a miracle. Dongxu shouted in worry. What about Lan? Is Lan dead? What did he do? How did he suddenly counterattack? Xiahua frowned deeply and asserted, "This is impossible." Chunsheng was the calmest, lowering his head in thought. He wants to challenge again, 60,000 points. I'm afraid Xuan Wu can't hold on anymore. Ping Se was stunned, a confused look on his face as he murmured, even a transcendent weapon couldn't kill him. What kind of monster is Jiang Kai? Shixi's hand was now clenched so tightly that blood vessels were visible. She quickly saw through Jiang Kai's plan. He pretended to ambush Lan, creating the illusion of an unstable target. This made Lan lower her guard. Then he used the vortex's pull to accumulate the flying daggers. When enough energy was gathered, it broke that transcendent vortex. But since when did Jiang Kai discover this weakness? Finally, Shishi angrily acknowledged his strength. Moreover, after 2 battles, he has no side effects. It's all real power. Jiang Kai hasn't been in Ghost Star for even a year. How did he develop so fast? Her face turned ugly, and she gritted her teeth unwillingly. Damn it, am I going to lose to him again? She suddenly shouted out in dissatisfaction, as if making a declaration. No, I don't want to lose. Seeing her panic, he called out worriedly, Shishai. At that moment, Leping walked over to their side and sincerely advised, "I suggest you admit defeat." He slowly analyzed, "You can only use a transcendent weapon 1 level above you, and just now, Jiang Kai proved he can counterattack. Leping is a 3-star war god of the War God Temple." Shi stubbornly insisted that it was just Lan's carelessness. Leping ignored her and added, "From what I know, Jiang Kai still has 2 trump cards and an extremely sophisticated substitution skill he hasn't used." He sighed and added, "Jiang Kai's level is not high, but his agility has already surpassed 4,000 points. Ping side-checked the information panel and exclaimed in horror, "It's true. Jiang's agility is 4,160 points. That's a transcendent halves number. Strength 2,452, physique 2,020, agility 4,160, mental strength 2,924. She asked back in annoyance, "What?" Le Ping nodded and advised again, "President He Jiangkai is betting 60,000 accumulated points. The points you won earlier are all gone. If Xuanwu loses again, you'll have to pay out 180,000 guild points." He paused, staring intently at Shi, and reasoned sharply. "This seems to be all the assets Xuanwu can freely use, am I right?" She bit her lip hard and sank into deep thought to make a decision. Seeing Shi's expression waver, Le Ping continued, "If you lose this time, all your cultivation resources and access to the secret realm will vanish into thin air." Every word he spoke pointed to a bleak future. Xuanwu's status will decline, and the entire internal structure will become fragmented. Le Ping's final question made Shi's face darken. "Can you endure it?" Yang Kai, outside, had lost patience and urged, "Hey, if no one comes up, how am I supposed to fight?" The host explained awkwardly, "I've never encountered this situation before." Jiang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked towards the Xuanwu Guild members. He lowered his head slightly, then raised his voice. Jiang Kai slowly walked closer to their side, trying to persuade them. "You can use weapons one level above yours. Just keep coming. Use water. Use ice to suppress my fire. Dodge the flying dagger, and my combat strength will be halved." Seeing no one dared to step up, Jiang Kai took the initiative to approach and patiently persuaded, "I have 2 trump cards. They're a bit troublesome to deal with. But Wei Ying, theoretically, if your equipment has a high-level protection mode, maybe it can withstand one blow." He helplessly continued with anticipation, even though they were already breaking out in cold sweat from fear. "Right, there's close combat too. Of course, when you get close you have to be careful. However, someone before used a pretty powerful elemental attack on me. Maybe you could kill me." Yang Yi on the audience chuckled softly and muttered, "I thought you were already domineering enough, but I didn't expect you, Brother Jiang Kai, to be even more ruthless than I thought. You're forcing Xuanwu into a corner." Jiang Kai continued to throw temptations towards the Xuanwu Guild. "Whoever kills me will be a great hero. Take a gamble. Who knows, it might change your life." Clearly, the group was starting to waver, but they were still intimidated by his strength. Xiahua finally lost his composure, stepped closer to their side and shouted, "Damn it, are we just going to let this Jiang Kai humiliate Xuanwu?" Chun Sheng quickly stopped him. "Calm down. Wait for the guild leader's orders." Jiang Kai suddenly crossed his arms and made a suggestion, saying that since that was the case, he would not use any hidden cards or fight in close combat. He would just stand there, and they could choose whoever they wanted to try. But all the members of the Xuanwu Guild stood still, not moving an inch. Seeing this, he asked in annoyance, "Hey, are you coming or not?" Right then, Luo Ping stepped forward and spoke to dissuade Jiang Kai, saying that he was Luo Ping from the War God Hall, and asked if he could give face to Commander Wei and spare Xuanwu. He glanced at him and coldly replied, "I only came to earn points, not to give face to anyone besides." Jiang Kai stared intently at Shi, but his words were sarcastic. Someone's debt cannot be avoided just by relying on someone else's reputation. King Sai immediately reminded her, Shi, don't get agitated. At the same time, Jiang Kai said, "You are a war god, I respect you, but this is a personal grudge between me and Xuanwu. Please do not interfere." Upon hearing this, Luo Ping's expression began to change. The onlookers around were afraid God Luo was angry. He discussed animatedly. A few days ago, God Luo defeated 3 mutated divine beasts, and now he is stepping forward to defend Xuanwu. This kid is truly too arrogant. As soon as his voice fell, the smile on his face showed a clear hint of cruelty. In an instant, Luo Ping burst out laughing, saying that old Wei Ying was right. This young man, once serious, is as stubborn as an arrow, but he lowered his voice. That unyielding nature is exactly like him. Jiang Kai wondered, "Do you really know Commander Wei?" Luo Ping explained, "He once saved my life on the Divine Beast battlefield. I also saved his. We share a deep bond." He said, "Jiang Kai, old Wei Ying once told me about your matter with Xuanwu. Actually, this time I stepped in not just to protect Xuanwu, but to protect Shenyu." A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Luo Ping immediately provided evidence, saying that divine beasts were currently rampant, and the red zones were areas they had already occupied. He said, "Do you see those red dots? That is the number of newly appeared mutated divine beasts." Jiang Kai looked at the scene and asked in confusion, "So many?" Luo Ping said seriously, "This is just an estimated number. In reality, the mutation rate of divine beasts has exceeded the database's predictions." He recounted, 2 weeks ago, we encountered 3 mutated divine beasts in City Z, but they were beyond any calculations. In that battle, I lost my most capable assistant." Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow. "What?" Luo Ping clenched his fists and continued, "Warriors of the War God Hall are bleeding, yet some nations still eye the resources of Shenyu with greedy gazes." He looked up at him. "Jiang Kai, you have participated in international tournaments. You must understand that the rule of the strong eating the weak has never changed." Luo Ping added, "Xuanwu is a powerful guild, playing a key role in resource extraction and supporting the military in battle. He became serious. Jiang Kai, I admire you greatly, but Shen Yu needs everyone united, not divided by internal conflicts. Luo Ping lowered his voice, so now I am not using my status as war god to pressure you, but rather, he expressed his sincerity. On behalf of those who have lost too many relatives, comrades, and compatriots with nowhere to turn, I beg you. Jiang Kai's face at this moment could not hide his astonishment. His hand slowly clenched into a fist. Jiang Kai regained his composure and replied, God Luo, I understand. I agree to spare Xuanwu this time. Hearing this, Luo Ping was overjoyed. Good, you truly did not disappoint me. Xixi, standing to the side, doubted, did he really agree? He suddenly turned around, his voice rang out. But I have 3 conditions. I wonder if guild leader, he can agree to them? Pingxi turned to look worriedly. Xixi immediately looked up and asked, what conditions? Just say them. Jiang Kai began. First, the imperial family has been deceiving the world for years, framing countless people. I want Xuanwu to investigate the imperial family, no covering up. Once the truth is revealed, the imperial family must be expelled to restore justice for the victims. Xixi gritted her teeth, fine, but thought to herself, clearly he was the one who attacked and started the trouble, and now he bites back in front of everyone. He really knows how to choose his moment to put on an act extremely fake. He lowered his voice. Second, as compensation for the participants in the extreme duel who withdrew being me, give me 100,000 guild contribution points. Jiang Kai slightly curled his lips, then added, and this card belongs to me. A immediately became agitated, a superpowered vortex conduit card. Not only did you wipe out Qlan, but you also took the chance to steal her card. Jiang Kai sneered, steal? She lost the match and dropped it herself. Guild leader, do you accept my request? Xixi analyzed. Qlan losing to Jiang Kai is true. Now he uses the new extreme duel to threaten me. 100,000 points and a superpowered weapon are acceptable. The most important thing is to protect Xuanwu. And she agreed immediately. No problem. The card is yours. Later I will invite God Luo to witness and personally transfer 100,000 points to you. So, what is the last condition? Hearing this, the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Good question. The third condition is Jiang Kai's gaze swept over everyone one by one. His voice echoed, I want you, and you too, guild leader. Jiang Kai made his request. All of you report to my Lord God Guild tomorrow and be responsible for production for 1 year. Everyone heard and stared wide-eyed. What? Not long after, at the Lord God Guild, Jiang Kai said in a gentle tone, today's task is very simple, mainly taking care of the flower garden. He smiled. Actually, it is nothing much. The flower garden must have no fallen leaves or petals. The railings must not have dust. And when stepping on the ground, it is best not to let me feel any gravel underfoot. Xu said discontentedly, it's been 3 days, is it over yet? Jiang Kai showed a satisfied smile. In short, the front and back doors must be spotless, polish them until they shine. After all, I have a cleanliness obsession. Xixi's heart surged with anger. She held back for the sake of the Xuanwu Guild. A moment later, sunflower seed shells slowly fell onto the floor. Right then, the sound of cracking knuckles rang out. Seemed unable to hold back any longer, lunging forward. Cleanliness obsession, my ass? Jiang Kai, I think you want to die. Immediately after, the sound of a sword violently clashing with a chair rang out. Xixi shouted loudly, you think you can play this trick on me? Began moving faster than ever before. Xixi arrived and collapsed on the spot. Jiang Kai realized his opponent could predict his position. He moved faster to test his judgment. Her reflexes were instinctive. No wonder she was the guild leader of Xuanwu at such a young age. Gritted his teeth, though under extreme pressure, his aura was not chaotic. Xixi's feet were firmly planted on the ground, but her emotions were too intense, causing her mind to be in turmoil. Just then, he suddenly summoned a magic circle. Saw this and charged forward without any hesitation. A wave of pressure quickly enveloped Xixi. This energy was truly too strong. Was thrown far away by Jiang Kai's power. Chunsheng and Dongsu reflexively caught Xixi. Hastily stood up, unwillingly roaring again. Jiang Kai laughed. What's the point of being angry? Guild leader Xuanwu is being too narrow-minded. He added, Guild leader, mind your attitude. If you get eliminated during the covenant period, then your Xuanwu will have broken your promise. Xixi clenched her fist. Do you dare to hold us accountable? Xiahua said indignantly, Jiang Kai, you are shameless. We upheld the agreement. Resisting us further is bullying. He frowned. Since you're here, don't you know how I'll treat you? If you can't take it, go back to Wei Ying, tell Qlan not to bother coming here anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy space enveloped the area. Xixi did not say a word, turned around and left. He saw Alien like that and frowned. I'm not doing it anymore. Xixi's eyes darkened. I'll go get the broom. Dongshu frowned upon hearing this. Guild leader. Jiang Kai's laughter rang out for a moment. Turned away and said, if you don't even have this much mental fortitude, you're no genius. Get to work. This place has been dirty for a long time. Xiahua said she had never seen the guild leader so bullied. Jiang Kai went too far, even acting righteous about investigating the royal family. He deserves to be killed. Chun Sheng looked at the distant retreating figure. In the gambling tournament, Xuanwu had almost no chance to fight back. Clearly he helped us. Why did he deliberately offend us? She thought to herself, this guy is really strange. At this moment, Jiang Kai had already walked a long distance. His body began to ache. This woman, she was ruthless. Suddenly, footsteps approached accompanied by a voice, guild leader. Shen Yi saw through the intention. You deliberately provoked Shi into attacking just now, right? Jiang Kai looked up. You figured out? He said, Shi and the Four Seasons flower have a notorious reputation for cruelty. You've angered them for days. Going too far will just bring trouble. Shen Yi recounted. Shi's group heard the rumors and believed the royal family, so they acted many times, causing no small amount of trouble. He said, I also thought if we can't touch Xuanwu, we should give them a heavy blow so they won't have a chance to wait for me. He frowned upon hearing this, guild leader. Jiang Kai added, although they resist, they don't use underhanded tactics against my family like the royal family does. That earns my respect. He recalled the tone of the He sisters, then said, in the gambling tournament, an arrogant person like Shi voluntarily conceded defeat in public. That is more painful than being killed. Jiang Kai lowered his voice, but for Xuanwu she still did it. I respect that sense of responsibility. He added, after a few days of contact, I think they're just arrogant, not bad by nature. Shen Yi realized, so the guild leader wanted to temper their character. Jiang Kai replied, correct. If I don't curb their aggressiveness, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it alone when I leave the Pantheon Guild. He heard this in disbelief. The guild leader is leaving? He did not answer, only stared thoughtfully at the distant Wei Ying. 3 days ago, after the arena, Jiang Kai asked, explore the new map? Me? Bing explained precisely, I want you to take care of yourself first. Attack the new map if you can, if not, retreat, safety first. If there are valuable resources, prioritize the military at a fair price. He became serious. I remember the new map is controlled by the military and led by superhumans. Ordinary people have no chance to participate because of the danger and national resource implications. Can I enter? He looked deep into Jiang Kai's eyes. Have you ever heard of the false Julie? He frowned. Julia. Bing smiled faintly. You're not the only one who likes to hide trump cards. Our King Yao also has one, Julissa. He stated, many think the training camp's top experts are just behind the war gods, but that's not true. A series of those images flashed through Bing's mind again. He continued, some people above level 60 operate independently or within special military units. Bing said, due to the nature of their work, they often face the line between life and death, which pushes their talent to the limit. He added, they are like ghosts alone entering lands few can reach, bringing back resources for the nation. We call them Julia. Jiang Kai was excited, a lone ranger in dangerous places bearing national responsibility, truly formidable. Bing replied, I've revealed a secret. Participants of the training run must undergo a 1-year trial before becoming a war god and joining the divine beast battlefield. He understood the difference between a reserve war god and a real one is a 1-year trial as a Zuliza. Placed a hand on his shoulder. Jiang Kai, your level isn't high, but your strength far exceeds what I thought. In the gambling tournament, you spared Xuanwu. You are someone who considers the bigger picture. Bin added, I know your profession is quite special. You can look up the class transfer guide materials on the new map. Jiang Kai suddenly realized, Shen was right. The level 40 class transfer materials are located in Immortal Valley, a mysterious area on the new map. Just as he thought of this, he spoke up. He suddenly interrupted. Julia pretended to fight for the country. The military would have a more legitimate reason to protect her. He did not need to worry. Hearing this, Jiang Kai was momentarily silent. Bing placed all his trust in him, saying that when Julia was mentioned, his eyes shone with faith. He continued, I know you love this land but hate being tied down. Now you can fulfill your ideals while being free, isn't that good? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai stared intently at Bin. He extended his hand. Jiang Kai, on behalf of the military, I invite you to accept the commission to become a wanderer. Do you dare to accept? Jiang Kai silently looked at the opponent's hand before him. Then a smile spread across his face. Jiang Kai quickly reached out to shake his hand. All right, I accept this commission. Returning to reality, he had arrived at the place he was here. Jiang Kai looked up at the pitch-black sky. It seemed this place was... He simply advanced deeper inside. Area 328 that Shen had mentioned. Jiang Kai quietly observed the surrounding space as he walked. He sighed, so quiet, not even the sound of insects. Just then, Jiang Kai accidentally moved his foot. He suddenly discovered something hidden beneath the ground. No sooner had the thought passed than the ground cracked open, forming a deep pit. He instinctively tried to resist the earthquake. Just then, Jiang Kai heard the roar of a thorn gold. It was an insect monster. Its attack speed was very fast. It quickly sprayed a large amount of venom towards him. Seeing this, Jiang Kai swiftly dodged. He shouted loudly, Death Chase Fireburst Charge. The power of the two sides collided, creating a deafening sound. Jiang Kai chuckled softly and muttered, hit it. After a short while, the thick smoke slowly dissipated around them. The thorn gold seemed unharmed, turning its head towards him. Jiang Kai was stunned. The petrification defense was too strong. Relying solely on chasing life was not enough to deal damage. Before he could recover from his surprise, the ground suddenly shook violently. A swarm of metal spitters emerged from the ground, more and more of them. Jiang Kai immediately dodged away from the danger zone. Damn it, he had stirred up the nest. While he was not paying attention, someone high above was silently watching his every move. Xiao quietly looked down, yet another rookie going to his death. She murmured softly, last time I had to use a life-saving skill to escape death. Xiao slowly stood up. This guy knew nothing, daring to invade an undeveloped area and disturb an insect nest. Down below, Jiang Kai was still trying to escape the pursuit of the metal spitters. He thought to himself, Earth-type monsters have high defense. He needed a combo to break the armor to deal lethal damage. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's gaze froze. He analyzed even combining chasing life with the time gambler would be difficult to kill from this long distance. Thinking of this, Jiang Kai suddenly had an idea. Wait a moment. He took a step forward and shouted at the same time, Scam doppelganger. It was still relentlessly pursuing Jiang Kai at this moment. Xiao muttered, thinking of using two doppelgangers to confuse the metal spitters. How naive. She slightly curled her lip. Dying once is fine. It's tuition for recklessness. A new map is not for rookies. Right after that, Xiao's gaze darkened. Her pupils constricted. Wait, he's about to. The metal spitters seemed to have fallen for Jiang Kai's trick. They tangled together, buying him time to maintain the distance. Jiang Kai continued to use the unawakened clone. The roars of the metal spitters echoed all around. He saw the opportunity, ready to act. This was the moment. Jiang Kai barely summoned his power, the time gambler, the flame burst assault. In an instant, an entire area of space was engulfed by flames. Scene change, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on defeating the petrified elite metal spitter, receiving 740 experience points and 11 stomach pouches. Jiang Kai was surprised. Stomach pouches, he did not expect it to leave this behind. Looking at the slimy loot pile, he grimaced in disgust. How gross. He covered his nose, crouched down, lightly touched it, then frowned. Sticky and slippery, smelling like a can of rotten fish fermented for 10 years. Even though it was disgusting, he had to grit his teeth and endure to check inside the loot, feeling something hard and angular. He tried his best to be patient, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Jiang Kai dug his hand deep inside, rummaged around, and pulled out a ring. Seeing the ring, he frowned in confusion. He immediately focused to check the stats. Tyrant's Mark, level 60 accessory weapon. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in surprise before he shouted in excitement, because it was a ring that increased critical hit rate. In his head, he quickly analyzed the value. In Guising, there were 5 ways to increase critical hit rate: talent, skills, weapons, rings, and necklaces. He continued, talents and skills were very rare, weapons increased it by a maximum of 15%, rings by 6%, and necklaces by 5%. Jiang Kai laughed excitedly, because this Tyrant's Mark had a 5% rate, almost reaching the maximum. It truly was a treasure. But when the excitement wore off, he grimaced, held the stinky ring away, and sighed that it was too smelly. Jiang Kai quickly took out a grade C atom sealing bag tool to store it. He carefully put the ring inside, looked at the remaining piles of stomach bags, and calculated that he would wait to find a clean river before opening them. This mystery box was a bit expensive. Meanwhile, from a high branch in the distance, Xiao was silently observing his battle and marveling at his method of using a clone to lure the metal devourer bugs, then capturing them all. She assessed his ability with a probing gaze. Although he was just over level 40, he was quite clever. This time he was lucky. Xiao disdainfully shook her head at the rookie's carelessness, thinking to herself that a gamer was still a gamer, daring to stay the night in this place. Seeing the sky darken, she showed a wary expression. It was too dark. That thing was about to appear. Xiao pulled herself together and prepared to leave, telling herself she still had a mission. Being followed would be troublesome. She should find a tree hollow to spend the night. Suddenly she slipped, causing a very faint noise. The moment she moved, Jiang Kai was startled, sensing a faint murderous intent, and silently asked what that was. Suddenly, dozens of attacks flew towards Xiao. She panicked and dodged continuously. She jumped down and shouted, "Troublesome brat, how can you be so sharp?" Seeing Jiang Kai looking around alertly, Xiao decided to retreat to avoid trouble. The forest was very dangerous at night. She would settle the score later. But the moment her foot stepped on the wind to fly, Jiang Kai noticed a blurry shadow. He immediately charged forward to chase and yelled for her to stop. When the distance closed, he tilted his head slightly and realized it was a young girl. He activated his eye technique to scan the opponent, wondering suspiciously, focused demon eye. Was she another traveler? Why was she secretly watching him? The opponent's movement speed terrified him. He thought, damn, she is too fast. Her level is not inferior to that Hichia group. Ahead, Xiao turned her face and saw him sticking close. She grew annoyed, thinking to herself, can this noob keep up with me? He is like sticky gum, so troublesome. Light cast down brought with it a gloomy atmosphere in the forest. Just as the stalemate reached its peak, a terrifying wave of pressure erupted from the ground, causing her face to change in panic. She thought, this is bad, it is too dark, there is no time. A roar accompanied by a flash of bright red appeared. Xiao froze as she witnessed the terrifying anomalous scene before her, stunned and wondering what this was. From a distance, the silhouette of an entity appeared. Its expression looked extremely terrifying. Now Sayao stood on a tall tree looking down. Below was a monster with a horrifying appearance. This moment, a grotesque entity full of deathly aura appeared along with an information panel. Night Patrol Ghost, Elite Strength Unknown, Physique Unknown, Danger Warning. Yao's eyes widened in terror. Dumbfounded, she wondered why was a night patrol ghost, the most troublesome type of ghost soul. She used her eye technique to deeply analyze the opponent's stats and broke into a sweat seeing its spirit power was a full 8,500 points. Its strength was probably greater than the commander-grade zombie monster from a few days ago. Before she could think further, the ghost let out a piercing screech and charged toward her. Not daring to hesitate, Jiang Kai swung his hand, activated a skill, and shouted loudly, "Pursuing life, go." It was about to climb the tree trunk when a source of energy flew toward it. Seeing the beam of light fly toward the monster, Yao quickly seized the opportunity, lightly crouched to calculate, and then vanished. However, when Jiang Kai's attack hit the ghost's ethereal body, it completely passed through as if it were air. It was not afraid, but let out sounds toward him. That scene made him shout in terror, "What?" Seeing Jiang Kai still standing there dumbfounded and full of confusion, Yao could not help but mock sarcastically, "Hey rookie, this is a night patrol ghost. That toy is useless against it. If you do not want to die, then scram." Realizing the dire situation, Yao gritted her teeth, a look of desperation clear in her eyes, thinking to herself, if she could not escape, she would fight to the death. The ghost heard the noise and turned to look at her. She readied her stance, prepared to fight to the death. The next second, Yao was stunned, realizing it did not bother with her at all. The Nether Patrol completely ignored her, turned around, and charged straight at Jiang Kai. The scene shocked her. She thought it was targeting that chicken again. The Nether Patrol did not easily change targets unless the previous attack had angered it. The monster opened its mouth and emitted an invisible sound wave that shot straight toward Wei Ying in front. Yao saw this from afar. Her expression changed, and she thought in panic, "This is trouble. This is a fear-inducing attack." The sound wave almost hit its target. She worriedly wondered if he got hit. Thinking of its power, Yao grew anxious. The spirit power of the Nether Patrol was extremely high. Even a supernatural could not withstand it, let alone this guy. Instinct urged her to flee. She turned her back, telling herself to forget about him. It served him right for causing trouble and agitating the monster. She still had a mission, no time to get entangled. On the other side, Jiang Kai, having just been hit, felt a strange energy invade his brain. He held his head, wincing in pain, thinking, here it is. The Spectre Maiden's fear has a process, but this skill took effect instantly. His nerves taut, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and endured, silently groaning that his head was about to explode. His consciousness was fading, and in this critical moment, he had to make a risky decision. At this moment, Yao was darting away in the distance. Suddenly she halted, thinking to herself, is she really going to abandon that guy? Her heart was torn. A kind thought reminded her, go back, or that chicken will really die. Immediately, a selfish thought retorted, why bother? He chased after that thing and ran into the Nether Patrol. He deserved it. Moreover, do not forget the purpose of this trip. Two conflicting thoughts tormented her. Reason screamed that she could not stand by and watch someone die, but then lamented that there were too many people to save. She should curb her compassion. The conflict drove her mad. Yao held her head and yelled loudly to suppress the thoughts. Enough. Unable to overcome her conscience, she angrily turned around, stomped hard, and dashed back the way she came. Yao cursed angrily. Damn it, what is this? I do not need that chicken's gratitude. Seeing the Nether Patrol raise its claw to finish Jiang Kai, she yelled loudly to draw its attention. You stop right there. A moment later, she returned to the same spot. Yao's expression was shocked as she exclaimed, what? Spectre was now howling incessantly at Jiang Kai's face. He could only helplessly watch it use its claws to pierce through his body. Jiang Kai, his body now pierced, spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Just as Yao rushed over, the dazed Jiang Kai suddenly heard a call, chicken. Jiang Kai weakly opened his eyes, groggily wondering if it was an illusion, seeing that girl again. Just as his consciousness was about to collapse, a cold system warning sounded in his head. Detected the adventurer in critical condition, the hidden effect of the gambler's hand artifact. The Destiny Wheel card has been activated. After the warning sound, he opened his eyes simultaneously. Jiang Kai heard this, sighed in relief, thinking thankfully he still had the Destiny Wheel card. It could deal with this impossible monster. Watching the wheel burst into a mystical light, he nervously anticipated what it would spin this time. The system immediately displayed a line of text. The Destiny Wheel has finished spinning. Detailed rule content. Blessing allows selecting a buff effect and ignoring cooldowns. The blessing effect lasts 72 hours. Doom will receive the current negative status, ignore its effect, and perform a cleanse. The Doom state lasts 72 hours. Current negative status includes fear, disturbing sound waves, demonification. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in surprise, bewilderedly thinking, Demonification. I know fear and disturbing sound waves, but what kind of ghost is demonification? Before he could compose himself, the next notification came. Random result. You have received the demonification state. Jiang Kai was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, why is it? At the same time, a countdown timer urged him to choose a buff state, counting down 3 seconds. The options: Sacred Radiance Ring, Veil of Concealment, Find Sacred Radiance, Time Gambler, Muffled Stand in 3. The clock hand moved swiftly. 2-1. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. He silently made up his mind. Alright, it is you, Sacred Radiance Ring. Instantly a powerful wave of light enveloped his body. Jiang Kai rejoiced. The Sacred Radiance Ring worked. His head no longer hurt. He looked at the Nether Patrol howling in pain, thinking it had been cleansed, and its tail severed. But when he looked down at his arm, the eerie black veins spreading made him panic. Wait, this is... Immediately after, Jiang Kai's hair lengthened and changed color. From above, a source of energy poured straight down into his body. He stared intently at the pattern, worriedly thinking this is demonification. The system interface jumped numbers. Current demonification progress 30%. More progress to go. Jiang Kai uneasily wondered, if it reaches 100%, what will happen? On the opposite side, Sayao witnessed it firsthand, dazedly thought, what is happening? This guy was invaded by the Nether Patrol and did not die. She mustered her courage to peek, thinking warily, is he human or ghost now? His ears were now extraordinarily sharp. A single small sound was enough to draw his attention. The moment Sayao moved slightly, Jiang Kai, in his half-human, half-demon state, whipped his head around, his sharp gaze locking onto her. The movement startled her in panic. Oh no, he had found her. Influenced by the demonic energy, Jiang Kai glared at the opponent and yelled loudly, seeking death. The killing intent locked onto Sayao. She could not escape. She gritted her teeth, ready to fight to the death, telling herself there was no dodging this. Might as well go all out. But before she could launch an attack, a golden flame suddenly burst forth fiercely, shooting toward her. She exclaimed in shock, what? From behind Sayao, the figure of the specter emerged. Sayao widened her eyes, recognizing that sound belonged to that Night Patrol wraith. After the scream, the ghostly monster completely disintegrated into ashes. The system announced congratulations to the user for defeating the 30-year ghostly guardian, the Night Patrol wraith, and receiving 1,280 experience points. Witnessing the monster being destroyed in an instant, Sayao stood dumbfounded, tremblingly exclaiming in shock that this guy had killed the Night Patrol wraith in the blink of an eye, wondering what kind of fire that was. Jiang Kai calmly looked at her as if looking at a fool. Extinguishing the flame, he looked at the girl before him and pressed on, asking what she had come back to find Wei Ying for. Suppressed by his aura, Sayao stammered in reply, Jiang Kai blinked, reason gradually returning, helping him realize the situation. He thought to himself, couldn't all of that just now not have been an illusion? Looking straight into her eyes, his voice carried a hint of surprise mixed with doubt. Could it be that you were the one who came back to save me? Scene change, Sayao turned her face away sharply. She vehemently retorted, but her cheeks involuntarily flushed, saying she just didn't want to be indebted. Jiang Kai looked at her demeanor, his expression completely blank, but deep inside he was laughing inwardly as he looked at Sayao's earlobes. She was being shy. Looking at the flustered expression hidden behind her sharp demeanor, he smiled slightly, thinking that although fierce, she wasn't a bad person. Seeing Jiang Kai keep looking at her with a suppressed smile, Sayao's face turned bright red. She planted her hands on her hips and shouted embarrassedly for him not to laugh. Jiang Kai sighed inwardly, thinking she was indeed too fierce. Suddenly, Sayao stepped straight forward. The distance between their faces close to a hair's breadth, startling Jiang Kai, who thought inwardly, too close. He froze, his mind bewildered, wondering why she had suddenly come so close like that. In his daze, she reached out and pinched his cheek hard. His face turned even redder, like a ripe tomato. Liao pushed hard with force, causing him to be flustered. He asked what she was doing. She breathed a sigh of relief, a heartbeat and body temperature. It seemed this guy was still human. Her eyes were full of suspicion. She questioned loudly what exactly was going on with him, clearly seeing that thing burrow into his body. How did he survive, and what was with his not quite human, not quite ghost appearance? Looking at the eerie black mark still clinging to Jiang Kai's skin, she frowned and demanded to know what was going on. Speak up. Jiang Kai looked at Sayao's anxious demeanor and immediately understood. He thought to himself, so she was suspicious of this. Scratching his head to avoid her gaze, he hesitantly explained that the situation was a bit complicated and couldn't be explained clearly for now. In short, he was neither considered human nor a ghost now. He was extremely vigilant inwardly and reminded himself not to let her know about Mother Wheel. Hearing the vague answer, Sayao crossed her arms over her chest. She muttered displeasedly, if it's neither human nor a ghost, then what is it? Just as the two were tense, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. Jiang Kai's expression immediately changed, before he could even steady himself. She screamed in panic and shock. This commotion is... Instantly, a dazzling system notification panel appeared. Finger warning, monster bearing the giant elite title, the moving fortress giant. A creature as huge as a small hill was charging towards them. Jiang Kai quickly analyzed its attributes, calculating inwardly that the moving fortress seemed to be a flesh shield-type monster. Gripping his weapon tightly, looking at the surrounding terrain, he told himself it was best not to fight head-on against a monster with this kind of absolute power. Jiang Kai turned to Xiao. He loudly proposed that it seemed they would have to cooperate. Xiao heard this and frowned arrogantly. She let out a cold laugh. Cooperate, huh? Before Jiang Kai could react, she had already drawn the long blade at her waist and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. She shouted confidently and proudly, "These stupid bastards are not even enough to warm me up." Watching her figure move unpredictably and with uncanny agility among the horde of monsters, 2 slashes cleaved the body of a monster in half. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. He thought inwardly, so fast, completely unable to see the path of the slash. Carefully observing each sharp blade strike, he couldn't help but admire that every slash hit a weak point. Her blade technique was truly powerful. The more he watched, the more he noticed something unusual about her weapon. Jiang Kai was stunned and thought, no. A powerful wave of spiritual resonance connecting person and weapon shook him. He exclaimed in shock that that blade had harmonized with her soul. Watching the giant monsters fall one after another beneath the feet of the young girl, Jiang Kai was completely convinced. He marveled in awe. Is this what a professional combatant is? Suddenly, after 15 minutes, ferocious growls rang out again. Scene change. Jiang Kai looked at the surging tide of swarming monsters, sweating anxiously because their numbers were still increasing. Xiao frowned in puzzlement. Giants usually live in groups of no more than a few dozen. But why are they being killed endlessly here? Suddenly, a large figure appeared behind her back. Xiao sensed the anomaly and immediately turned her head. The monster gained momentum, leaped high into the air, and swung its weapon towards her. Before it could descend, attacks came flying and struck the monster. In an instant, flames burst forth and engulfed the monster. It still tried to resist, letting out terrifying growls. But right then Xiao, with a ferocious expression, swung her long blade, cleaving the head off a monster and shouted with killing intent, wanting to die. Watching her alone, bravely swinging her blade to sweep through the encirclement of giant monsters, Jiang Kai immediately snapped back to his senses. He broke into a confident smile and stepped forward to ask loudly, "Hey, do I still have the qualifications to cooperate now?" On the other side, she stood there with her sword in hand, the monster lying fallen on the ground seemingly defeated. Xiao turned her face back only to see a horrifying scene. Hundreds of terrifying-looking monsters were advancing towards them. Xiao did not even turn her head, using one hand to block the giant serpent man's attack and the other to swing her sharp blade as she shouted, "What are you standing there like an idiot for? Don't get in my way." Her arrogant aura did not make Jiang Kai back down. Instead, it further stimulated his fighting spirit. He targeted the attacks of the monsters on Wei Ying's side. On the other side, Xiao also fought with her sword. A moment later, she landed safely on the ground. At the same time, he also just touched down. The two of them inadvertently stood back to back, their eyes full of caution. Immediately, Jiang Kai activated his eye technique to scan the entire battlefield and whispered, "Ghost Eye, focus gaze." Parameter panel appeared, continuously scrolling past the vague shadows in the bushes. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes to calculate. There were still at least a dozen more. But at that very moment, Xiao's blade rhythm suddenly became chaotic. Her body swayed slightly, startling Jiang Kai, who silently asked her what was wrong. Xiao bit her lip until it bled, her face pale, clutching her chest in pain as she panicked, thinking, bad why no of all times? A giant serpent man seized the opportunity and charged forward. It swung its massive spiked mace, intending to bring it down on her head. Xiao, exhausted, could not dodge. She cursed helplessly in her heart. Damn it. In that critical moment, a figure shot over like lightning. Xiao cried out in alarm. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Kai frowned at her and said sternly, "You can't fight anymore." Xiao pushed him away, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and answered loudly, "Stop talking nonsense, I'm fine." Jiang Kai's sharp eyes caught sight of her old injury. Xiao was both embarrassed and annoyed, turning her face away as she said, "What's it to you?" Jiang Kai pondered, recalling the habits of the monster group. They are very sensitive to the smell of blood. Be careful not to get hurt. To avoid hurting her pride, he deliberately taunted, "It really has nothing to do with me. I'm just afraid you'll get in my way." Hearing the provocative comment, Xiao angrily roared, "Hey, you!" Before she could finish her curse, Jiang Kai snatched the long saber, cut a line on his own hand, and said, "Borrowing your blade for a bit." Xiao was utterly shocked to see the red blood spray out. Having said that, he calmly walked towards the giant serpent man. Jiang Kai furrowed his brows and shouted loudly, "Hey, you idiots, come over here." The monsters heard the sound and immediately roared wildly as they charged towards him. They hurriedly followed one after another, chasing him deeper inside. Xiao watched from behind in the direction he ran, her heart restless. That guy. She suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, that direction seems to be... Xiao recognized the direction he was running was a cliff. She held her wound and spoke with difficulty. Is he planning to... That madman, he's truly insane, damn it. On the other side, Jiang Kai was still desperately running forward. The physique and strength of these creatures were truly astonishing. Continuing to fight would be an endless battle of attrition, but luckily their IQ seemed low. He glanced at the situation behind him and thought with relief, very good, they caught up. Jiang Kai calculated, then I just need to use the smell of blood to lure them further. He looked ahead to estimate. That should be enough, if I'm not wrong. It's right up ahead. The scene before him now was a deep cliff face. As soon as he saw it, Jiang Kai rejoiced, just as I thought. He secretly felt pleased. Come on, I'm the one trapping you lot, you fools. After Sai Yao realized his intention, she immediately dragged herself forward step by step. She worriedly wondered, does he want to handle them all by himself? Sai Yao quickly advanced towards the group of monsters, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm not losing to you. Yet what happened before her eyes once again left her dumbfounded. Jiang Kai suddenly leaped off the cliff without any hesitation, shaking off the pursuing monsters. He twisted his body in midair, facing the horde. Jiang Kai used his sharp claws, calculating in his mind, now is the time. He swung his hand to execute Scorching Fire Panther Rush, releasing a fire beast and commanding, kill them for me! The fire beast slammed straight into the cliff wall, where the monsters were still standing. Piece by piece, the rock began to crumble under the intense impact. Caught off guard, the monsters fell in droves like rain. On the cliff, only Sai Yao remained, standing in shock and daze. She dropped to one knee and shouted loudly, hey! But no one answered from below, and the space immediately fell silent. Sai Yao clenched her fists, her heart feeling heavy. She trembled and reproached herself. That guy always does things his own way. Now he's made me owe him. Sai Yao's eyes welled up with tears, and she couldn't help but curse, bastard. Right at that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot up from the dark abyss. Jiang Kai asked in a low voice, hey, you are not crying because of me, are you? Sai Yao was stunned. This voice, could it be? The blurry figure of Jiang Kai appeared before her, his face unclear. Sai Yao screamed in fear, a ghost. Jiang Kai quickly returned to normal, awkwardly explaining, it is me, I am not dead. 1 minute ago, the system notified him he had received the ghost transformation status. Current progress 30%. Jiang Kai looked at himself in shock. So this is ghost transformation. What will happen when it reaches 100%? 20 minutes ago, the group of monsters were surrounding them. Jiang Kai saw Sai Yao tense up, thinking she was about to break down. Just then, his body suddenly underwent a strange transformation. Light emitted from under his feet, his body became weightless. The system reported progress at 60%, stunning him. Why the sudden increase? Jiang Kai felt his body become extremely light. He frowned in speculation. Could ghost transformation mean turning into a spirit body? 10 minutes ago, while leading the monsters in a chase, the progress had reached 80%. 5 minutes ago, the monsters fell into the deep abyss one by one. Jiang Kai hung upside down in the air, inwardly sighing in relief for the perfect timing. At that very moment, the ghost transformation progress had reached 100%. Jiang Kai calmly recounted the whole story. In short, for a special reason, he had to maintain this state for 3 days. Seeing her sit still without speaking, he wondered why. Jiang Kai smiled and reminded, the ground is cold, are you not going to stand up? Sai Yao remained silent, her entire body trembling without answering. Jiang Kai recalled her words, startled, thinking, since he did not say it beforehand, she must be angry. He hesitantly stepped forward. Hey, stop crying, I did not mean to. Sai Yao turned her face away and denied, who is crying? My leg is just numb. Let me rest a moment. Jiang Kai quietly looked at her, saying nothing. Suddenly his entire body uncontrollably trembled. A second later, he could not help but turn his head and burst out laughing, causing Sai Yao to get angry. What are you laughing at, you jerk? Next morning, the sun rose, illuminating the forest. Sai Yao looked at Wei Ying ahead, thinking they had wasted too much time. They had to leave immediately. She irritably glanced at Jiang Kai, who was floating in midair. He was like a ghost floating behind her, making her constantly curse under her breath. Jiang Kai, on the other hand, was delighted with his new ability. Now he could pass through any object at will. He grabbed a branch to study. By concentrating, he could condense into a physical form for a brief moment. Jiang Kai quickly understood. Even while ghost transformed, he could still use weapons as usual. Sai Yao suddenly threw a scroll down in front of him. Hey. Jiang Kai approached to inquire, what is this? Sai Yao crossed her arms awkwardly. It dropped from the giant ape earlier. I have not looked yet. Probably a treasure map. Jiang Kai pointed at himself in confusion. You are really giving it to me? Sai Yao turned her head away. Do not talk too much. If I give it, just take it. She coughed a few times, speaking with difficulty anyway, about the giant ape matter. Thank you. Jiang Kai was happy. He did not expect she could say thank you. How strange. He changed the subject. Alright, has your body recovered? Where do you plan to go next? Sai Yao darkened her face. Are we that close? Why must I tell you? Jiang Kai nodded. True enough, I was just asking casually. Sai Yao did not answer, but her heart blossomed. She blushed and stammered, I am. Sai Yao murmured, I am Chang Sai Yao. Seeing him dazed, she bit her lip and worried. Did this guy not hear? Sai Yao angrily walked ahead, not forgetting to yell. If you did not hear, then forget it. Jiang Kai muttered, Chang Sai Yao. Watching her riding Wei Ying into the distance, he remarked, truly a strange woman. He bent down to pick up the scroll she threw, a treasure map. Let us see what it really is. As soon as he opened it, Jiang Kai exclaimed, this is. On the scroll was the location of an insect nest, with a golden armored insect beast war general guarding the level 60 destiny class transfer material. The fifth material, the tree scent pollen, was precisely the clue for Wei Ying's level 60 destiny class transfer. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. This was truly manna from heaven. He was a little flustered for a moment, then decided, but first they still needed to prepare. At the headquarters of the Xuanwu Guild, a man in a black robe reported, "It is all because of the imperial family. They made an enemy of Jiang Kai from the start, now making Xuanwu a laughingstock for holy radiance." The old man said with some apprehension, hoping that after this matter, the grievances between Xuanwu and him could come to an end. Grand Elder Xuanwu smiled coldly, asking if it was over. He affirmed, knowing he was unwilling, but Jiang Kai, though only level 40, already had strength surpassing level 60 experts. Supernatural weapons could not kill him, and if he reached the supernatural rank, he would be even more formidable. He was valued by the military, and he controlled Shi and the Four Seasons flower. "We should." Xuanwu frowned and shouted, "Shut up," he reproached, saying women were useless, and he should never have let Shi be the guild leader. It was shameful. That man hearing this was speechless and trembling. Xuanwu stood up and said Luo Ping had already made Jai a drifter. This was a good opportunity to act. That man stammered, asking for the boss's opinion. He laughed coldly, saying to deal with a mad dog, one must use a mad dog. Secretly dispatch evil fire and tyrant Wei Ying. That man was stunned. This matter. Finally, he turned around and nodded in obedience. Xuanwu smiled twistedly, muttering that he would personally send people to kill Jiang Kai. Towering mountain rose into the misty fog. Underground, Jiang Kai excitedly explored the place on the map. He was thrilled, only 500 meters left to the destination. 1 minute later, Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he shouted that he had arrived. Before him was rugged terrain with large pits arranged in a confusing pattern. He crossed his arms to calculate. There were many paths. Trying them one by one would take too much time. Suddenly, an idea struck him in his mind. Jiang Kai punched the rock wall hard to attract their attention. The massive wall quickly cracked open from his punch. At that moment, in the camp, everyone was busy working. Dixuan entered and asked about the status of the map drawing. The soldier reported that the terrain was drawn. Only the gold insect beast village was causing trouble. The person next to him agreed that this area was unusual. Dixuan nodded, understanding that other monster zones had clear boundaries. He worried the nest of the golden insect beast village was underground, making it very difficult to deal with. She also lowered her voice. If they invaded the nest, the insects would go berserk, and the nest was too deep to dig. The master frowned and instructed, they must pinpoint the insect nest first, otherwise ordinary people would be in danger. Everyone shouted in unison. Just then a violent tremor erupted outside. A panicked soldier ran in to report. A large collapse had occurred 20 kilometers southwest of here. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "What?" Underground, tiny fragments of rock were falling down. Jiang Kai was curious and fascinated. Such a big commotion probably meant there were many of them. Loud noise echoed from behind the rocks. A larva shot up, breaking free from the thick layer of rock. The others emerged one after another, surrounding him from all sides. Jiang Kai smiled smugly. This was the moment. He leaped onto their heads, thinking of the Divine Radiance Ring after it was upgraded by the God's Tier. He quickly activated the item absorption skill, preserving the attributes and effects. After that, he shifted and used the life-seeking flame leg to attack the opponent. He calculated, if the Divine Radiance Ring absorbed life-seeking, he would possess an additional super-powerful self-made throwing blade. He shouted excitedly, "Divine Radiance Golden Wheel, seize this moment and charge in to kill them all." A powerful counterattack surged forward, causing the monsters to shriek miserably. In an instant, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. A series of announcements rang out, congratulating him on a successful elimination. 30 minutes later, the cries of larvae still echoed into the underground. One by one, he easily defeated them, their bodies cleaved in two. Jiang Kai frowned, noticing the numbers were decreasing. The insect swarm was nearly spent. He charged forward and attacked even more fiercely, determined for a quick victory. Just then, a giant larva suddenly lunged at him from behind. Jiang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, unable to defend in time. It slammed its head into the ground, creating a violent earthquake. A few seconds later, it raised its head to observe. Suddenly, within the monster's body, powerful rays of light burst forth. A flame erupted from within, burning the entire body. Jiang Kai landed lightly on the ground along with a system notification sound. "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 48. Jiang Kai sighed in relief, thankful for the ghost transformation state's immunity to the physical damage of the golden insect beast village. Otherwise, he would have died. He looked at the disappearing insect corpses, thinking the ordinary ones had likely all died. He mused, the insects emerged from this path the most, so this was probably the entrance to the main nest. The level 9 commander was likely hiding inside. Jiang Kai was delighted and continued to advance deeper. Good, let's keep going. On the surface, a group of people gathered around a large pit. The master looked at the person who had just gone down to scout and asked about the situation. The two quickly reporting to the brigade commander, there are signs of battle inside the insect nest, with many tunnels destroyed en masse. But strangely, we have advanced dozens of meters without encountering any metal-devouring insect beasts. He was startled. What? Dong Sui asked suspiciously. Could they have all been killed? Someone immediately refuted. Impossible. Metal-devouring insect beasts have extremely strong defensive abilities. Killing them on the surface is already very difficult, let alone inside their own nest. Zhu Yang held his head in fear. That's right, their numbers are terrifying enough to give people goosebumps. The first time we mistakenly intruded into the insect nest, many of our experts were nearly wiped out. Dong Sui asked in confusion. But why can't we see a single one? Could it be that the 10 great war gods of holy radiance have already arrived? Yuan denied gloomily. Impossible, they are not here. He said hesitantly, not knowing exactly which unknown hero had taken action. 10 minutes later down below, Jiang Kai had now arrived at a different place. He saw a strange glowing object and exclaimed joyfully, "Found it." Jiang Kai smiled. On the general level, it was indeed hidden here. The general class suddenly struggled violently. Immediately after, countless eyes grew around its body. It quickly revealed its true form, transforming into a giant bloodthirsty larva. Jiang Kai tried to steady himself, worrying inwardly. "I've been discovered." The monster saw him and let out a threatening roar. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure it emitted. The larva quickly charged forward, intending to devour him. Jiang Kai took the opportunity to use Holy Radiance Star Wheel, burning, and then muttered a curse. "You fool, daring to expose your oral cavity. The weakest defensive point. To me." He gritted his teeth and erupted with power. "Even if you are general class, you must die." The skill quickly infiltrated the giant body of the larva. Jiang Kai was stunned when he saw no effect. What? This guy can actually extend his defense to the inside of his body. He calculated quickly and then decided, "I'll get out first." Jiang Kai used his sharp claws to pierce its body. He was shocked. "What?" The system immediately announced, "Spiritual essence liquid refined from abyssal resentment can erode souls." Jiang Kai looked at his weakening soul, complaining, "Can erode souls? This guy is truly my natural enemy." Jiang Kai looked up and saw slime falling down. "It's bad." He quickly used voidification to disappear before the slime could erode him. Jiang Kai dodged back and forth. "That was close. This thing is constantly secreting fluid. If I just wait to die, sooner or later I'll be completely digested by it." He suddenly stopped. Wait. Before him was a small crack, making him stunned. Holy Radiant Star Wheel doesn't deal direct flame damage, but can it create a certain level of physical damage? Thinking this, Jiang Kai turned around and continued to strike. Holy Radiant Star Wheel, continue attacking. The monster outside quickly screamed in pain. A section inside it began to crack. Jiang Kai saw it and rejoiced. Success! The slime quickly flowed out from the cracks. Each crack narrowed like a self-healing mechanism. Jiang Kai was surprised. Can those fluids automatically heal wounds? At that moment, a type of slime suddenly fell onto his shoulder, causing him pain. Jiang Kai immediately used healing to save himself. He told himself, "Stay calm, there must still be a flaw I haven't discovered. At times like this, I must keep my composure." Jiang Kai continued charging forward, using his skill to attack it. Holy Radiant Star Wheel. Focus the attack. He saw the cracks becoming sparse, relieved. The self-healing process is slowing down. These fluids can't be produced infinitely. He quickly continued moving inside its body. However, the slime continuously dripped down to block his way. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, enduring. "I can't hold on much longer, I must hurry." He pulled himself together, gathering strength, preparing a counterattack. Jiang Kai channeled his power and fired a beam of light. "Get me out of here, time limit attack." The cracks were constantly closing up. Jiang Kai noticed something strange. Indeed, if many places are repaired at the same time, the recovery speed and self-healing ability are both greatly reduced. He secretly gloated. "Good, then let's make sure you have no time to react at all." Jiang Kai quickly concentrated to suppress his power. Then he opened his eyes and smiled provocatively. "Come on, time to go all out." He once again used Holy Radiant Star Wheel, attacking with full force. Immediately after, his skill dispersed, passing through every nook and cranny inside its body. Every place inside was being ravaged without cease. The healing fluid trails were interrupted. From within those cracks, dazzling rays of light radiated, each one infiltrating the inside like an escape route. Jiang Kai was excited. "It's broken, this is the moment." He leaped back up, delivering the final blow onto its body. Tiny fragments of stone splattered around. The larva, tortured by his power in agony, could only open its mouth and let out a miserable scream. Jiang Kai pierced through its body from the inside, radiating an extremely dazzling light. A terrifying explosion erupted, scorching a vast area. System immediately announced, "Congratulations for successfully eliminating the metal-devouring Beast War General." The system quickly delivered the item before him, the level 60 Heavenly Destiny class change material, material number 5, quantity 1. Jiang Kai happily picked it up in his hand, considering it done. After finishing the task, he immediately turned around and ran outside. While walking along the way, he suddenly stopped abruptly. Jiang Kai frowned as he sensed something. The Holy Radiance Hello from before seemed to have been pulled back by something. A beam of light was emitted from inside a black hole. He quickly entered that hole to check it out. The hole was very neat, not dug by those insects. Jiang Kai looked at the light source in surprise. How could there be such light underground? He secretly speculated, were there other squad-level monsters? He smiled excitedly. Alright, his holy talent character was also about to reach its limit. Jiang Kai did not hesitate and charged straight down to take a look. He landed on the ground immediately and began to survey the surroundings. Below was a blurry silhouette of a girl. Jiang Kai was startled. What was this? As the misty haze dissipated, a stone statue of a woman gradually appeared before his eyes. He quickly recognized the similarity. This statue greatly resembled the woman he had seen in the personal dungeon terror branch. He focused on observing every small detail and discovered these things. The mirrors around reflected light onto each other, creating an overlapping interwoven effect. Jiang Kai peeked curiously. A Jiang Kai mirror? Why was this thing here too? The crystal stones suddenly began to shine violently. The system announced congratulations for discovering the mysterious goddess ruins. Jiang Kai stared at the notification panel in shock. The system announced you have activated a territory of 100,000 km2, and within the national borders, the Endless Abyss dungeon will appear. This is a permanent dungeon. Anyone can enter and possess their own challenge space. Rotating the Jiang Kai mirror will create dungeons with different difficulties. The difficulties consist of 6 levels: easy, normal, burden, hell, heaven's chosen, and tribulation transcendence. Jiang Kai was curious. Activate this function. He looked at his body and murmured, currently 4 nations possess territories over 100,000 km2, but no one has activated a permanent dungeon. Why was it him? He clenched his fist in pride. This discovery was a historical milestone for Holy Radiance and the entire Blue Star. He wondered what unexpected gains the Endless Abyss would bring. The system asked him again, did he choose to rotate the Jiang Kai mirror to open the Endless Abyss dungeon? Jiang Kai thought silently. His luck recently had been quite good. The Wheel of Fate had spun into the Northern Ghost transformation state, helping him farm smoothly in the insect nest. Perhaps this time he would also spin a moderate difficulty. He quickly made a decision. Alright, let it be. A dazzling light source emitted from his body. Tiny fragments of stone drifted ethereally through the mirrors. The mirrors surrounded his body. Jiang Kai floated in midair, staring straight at the mirror in front of him. The mirrors continuously reflected his face from every angle. The system announced, congratulations on completing the rotation. A hidden difficulty has been drawn, which is Tribulation Transcendence. Jiang Kai exclaimed in surprise, Tribulation Transcendence? At Holy Radiance at this moment, 2 weighing guards ran frantically. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Was it a divine beast invasion? The leader quickly gave the order, form up, prepare to meet the enemy. At the guild area, a large crack also appeared, fracturing slabs of stone. At the dragon board, it was not much better. The heaven board also did not escape a similar situation. A small space gate appeared. Everyone panicked. Could the divine beasts be invading? Dragon board, heaven board, what was going on? Notifications flashed continuously. Holy Radiance player Jiang Kai has activated the permanent dungeon Endless Abyss for Holy Radiance, and has drawn the hidden difficulty Tribulation Transcendence. All players can challenge it once, every 3 months. The Endless Abyss will record individual data for each person. The dragon board and dungeon open together, displaying the achievements of the top 1,000 in the nation. The heaven board requires at least 2 nations to open it together to be unlocked. Player Jiang Kai has received the National Soul of Holy Radiance status. The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. Who is Jiang Kai? Did he help us open a dungeon? The difficulty Tribulation Transcendence sounded ominous just hearing it, but at least other nations did not have it, and it was a permanent dungeon. The Wei Ying guard immediately arrived to calm everyone. Everyone hold off on entering, wait for us to scout first. Inside the luxurious mansion, Tian Shen laughed and asked, I heard Jiang Kai agreed to become an explorer of new lands. That man really causes trouble wherever he goes. The other person replied, other nations passed the milestone long ago, but no one has activated it. Whether this Tribulation Transcendence difficulty is a blessing or a curse is hard to say. Countless questions appeared. Why did my nation not have a dungeon? Holy Radiance owned 98,000 kilohertz. On what basis did Jiang Kai open it first? That name has been heard too many times. At this moment, nations began mobilizing their experts, discussing how to open the Endless Abyss. No one wanted Holy Radiance to monopolize this dungeon. Jiang Kai only then realized, wait, this system voice, was it sent to all players? Now everyone knew it was him. He was a little worried. It was just his bad luck. He had not intentionally chosen Tribulation Transcendence. And what the hell was the National Soul of Holy Radiance? Just at this moment, another loud roar sounded, capturing his attention. This aura, could there still be a squad level? He cursed inwardly, damn it. As soon as he opened the Calamity level secret realm, it stuffed him with a National Soul state, not knowing if it was a blessing or a curse. And at this very moment, it alerted a king rank creature. The system announced that as the first player globally to discover the hidden goddess relic, he would receive a special reward. He would have one chance to experience the National Soul based on the chosen Calamity difficulty, with all 4 basic attributes increased by 1,000,000 points each, lasting for 3 minutes. Jiang Kai immediately rejoiced, 100,000. Is this the experience of a peak National Soul state? Stream of light continuously radiated, enveloping his body. The system prompted, attribute increase complete, beginning the countdown to enter the experience. His body completely transformed from the inside. The stats were also significantly elevated. Jiang Kai reminded himself that there were only 180 seconds, no time to waste. He quickly leaped forward and used the Golden Devourer Worm King. Jiang Kai shouted excitedly, "Jiang Kai, the little devil is here." He walked while calculating the time in his mind. There were still 2.5 minutes left. After walking for a while, he stopped. "Found you." A giant larva once again appeared before him. Jiang Kai stared at it in astonishment. It actually ate these things like snacks. No wonder it was a dire rank. Its eyes brightened the moment it saw him. The larva growled as it saw him charging forward. Jiang Kai kept maneuvering onto its body, calculating now is the time. The larva quickly opened its mouth and instinctively sucked him inside. Jiang Kai conveniently slipped right into its interior. He quickly stirred up its insides, causing the larva to writhe uncomfortably. Jiang Kai unleashed fire from within, creating an explosion. He immediately escaped and heard the notification. "Congratulations on defeating the King rank Earth Burrow Worm King. Receive 420,000 experience. Received the stomach of the Earth Burrow Worm King." Jiang Kai reached out and withdrew the 2 cards in his palm. He murmured thoughtfully, "Indeed, with an explosive power of 100,000, even a dire rank could not withstand a single blow." There were still 47 seconds left. Jiang Kai pursed his lips. There was still some time left since he was already here. He darted off, deciding, then he would clear it out a bit. At the same time, in another passage, the group scrambled to escape the earthquake. The path ahead had collapsed. "Be careful." A huge explosion erupted in front of them. Zhang Xu was stunned. Heavens, what has that anonymous hero done now? The flames ahead burned increasingly fiercely, covering the entire area. Above in Shanghui, Tian Shen took the lead and said that the progress of the Infinite Abyss was related to Shanghui's overall strength in the international arena, and that they were the first in the entire country, even the entire world, to step into the Infinite Abyss. He shouted that all rewards from completing the challenge belonged to them personally and did not need to be turned in. He hoped everyone would do their best, clear as many floors as possible, gather as much information as possible, and just charge in with all their might. The group immediately acknowledged, understood. Then they entered the spatial gate one by one. The players immediately surveyed their surroundings. These were all experts from the War God Temple training camp, so they were sure to achieve decent results. Fortune changes. Although we were late in finding the teleportation array last time, we have now grasped the upper hand. That is right, this time luckily we have Jiang Kai. At this moment, Yu stood before the huge dragon statue, deep in thought. He frowned and wondered, can we really go smoothly? 30 minutes later, the two began to grow anxious. Why is it taking so long? As long as someone clears even one floor, their name will appear on the dragon tablet. Could it be that among the 10 strong fighters, not a single one could clear a floor? Tian Shen mused that the time was indeed a bit long. Just then, someone ran over to report. He shouted in panic, "The 10 challengers, all of them have died and logged out." The two were stunned upon hearing this. What? 2 days later, the pile of rubble that had been killing began to stink. Jiang Kai clenched the pollen in his hand, finally gathered quite a bit, and he had also recovered to his original state. He looked at the sparkling stones and murmured. Besides the necessary materials for the Heavenly Fate Determination job change obtained this time, he had also unearthed some rare minerals, a huge harvest. He looked at the pile of items in his hand and said the divine tears used to upgrade the Shanghui stones and the unknown pages used to upgrade skills have also been replenished. Jiang Kai curiously explored, and the weapons in this glowing treasure vault all exceeded the appraisal range of his watch, S rank, or even higher. Truly exciting. He looked up with a meaningful expression, and he also discovered some interesting things. Before him were 100 level 100 false judges, job change materials numbers 2, 6, and 7. Level 60 top tier equipment of beauty chefs, actually Tinderflame cloak obtained. Level 60 beauty chefs, complete job change materials. Jiang Kai looked at them thoughtfully. The job change materials for the level 100 false judges and the level 60 beauty chefs were things that had never appeared before. Especially this time, beauty chefs had produced 2 complete sets of materials in succession. Jiang Kai suddenly remembered, high-level beauty chefs can craft dishes with extremely powerful growth effects. After explorers use them, they will receive a large amount of additional stat points. But he heard that beauty chefs have a talent called absorption. After they eat the dishes they crafted themselves, they can unleash even greater potential, including but not limited to stat increases, special effects, and even the recovery effectiveness of potions. He was highly excited. This profession could be said to have enormous potential. Jiang Kai was extremely satisfied with his achievements indeed. Just like the death god and the fortune teller, there is no weak profession above the star ghost rank. He raised his hand high to receive them. Just in time, the job change materials and the corresponding top tier items were all available. After returning, he would also have Yan Yu craft a few more beauty chefs. Saying this, he hesitated, but Jiang Kai felt restless and worried. 2 days ago, he had accidentally activated the calamity difficulty of the Infinite Abyss. He did not know how things were going with Shanghui now. He turned sideways and decided, go back and take a look. And so Jiang Kai began crossing the forest to head toward Holy Radiance. After walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped. The blood-stained wild scene before him stunned him. What on earth had happened? Jiang Kai walked while surveying the area. A battle had taken place here. At one spot, he suddenly opened his wide in shock. Corpses of players lay scattered, their colors gradually fading. Jiang Kai was astonished. Those who entered this area were all false Julies, yet they had died so tragically. Could there be another royal insect or a king-level monster? A dark shadow suddenly rushed him from above. Jiang Kai glanced curiously at Wei Ying after surveying. A woman holding a sword charged toward Wei Ying and him without any hesitation. Jiang Kai reacted quickly, using a holy light wall to defend. The two clashed at incredible speed, creating a violent shockwave. The opponent quickly landed on the ground after that attack. As for Jiang Kai, he was sent flying several meters away. He groaned in complaint the killing intent was too strong. Jiang Kai crouched, ready for battle, challenging his opponent. After saying this, he exclaimed in surprise again. The person before him was none other than Sayao. Seeing each other, both exclaimed in shock, It is you. Jiang Kai hesitated and asked, What is this? Is it you? Sayao whispered weakly, unable to speak clearly. Jiang Kai stood stunned, calling out to her. He quickly moved forward to support her frail body. Sayao's face was flushed red, her breath growing weaker. Jiang Kai wondered, injured this badly, what exactly had happened. He looked up at the gloomy sky, deciding to find shelter as rain was about to fall. The next morning, inside a small cave entrance, Sayao struggled to open her eyes after fainting. She looked around a cave, sitting up to check her body. The wounds had been carefully bandaged. She suddenly paused, thinking of Jiang Kai. Could it be that guy? Just then, a familiar voice sounded, You are awake. Sayao panicked as she saw his calm face. Jiang Kai knelt on one knee and offered water. You have been unconscious all night. Drink some water. Sayao shyly asked if he had saved her, feeling uneasy because she had almost killed him. Jiang Kai smiled faintly and replied, What else could it be? Did a kind wild beast happen to pass by? Sayao stammered out a thank you. Jiang Kai scratched his head in embarrassment. You were also lucky. I just had some leftover special medicine. In a few days you will almost be healed. Suddenly being so polite feels a bit strange. He suddenly remembered to ask, By the way, since you are a Julia, how did you get so badly injured? And those corpses, did you encounter a king-level monster? Sayao nervously recounted, There is something even more terrifying than a king-level monster. Jiang Kai asked anxiously, What do you mean? Sayao spoke, Yesterday, on my way back from completing a mission to Wei Ying, I met two people. She tried to recall the details. One used heretical fire magic, the other held a bloodthirsty longsword. They killed anyone they met, like death reapers from hell searching for someone and slaughtering not a few Julius. At that time she was placed in a dangerous situation and had to risk her life to find a way out. She was afraid they would return, so she hid in the forest the whole time, not daring to come out. Jiang Kai pondered, Death reapers from hell, this guy's strength must be very great. To make her so afraid she had to hide this well. What origins do those two have? He continued asking, Wait, false Julies are transcendents, right? But can transcendents also massacre innocents? Sayao asked back, Who told you they were transcendents? He stammered, They are. Sayao frowned and said aberrants. Upon hearing that name, Jiang Kai's face immediately turned pale. She slowly explained, Actually, aberrants and transcendents are both upgraded from the explorer profession. The difference is that transcendents walk the right path, while aberrants are controlled by the evil thoughts in their hearts, becoming bloodthirsty and insane. Even a true transcendent, when facing those inhuman aberrants, does not have a high chance of victory. Sayao continued silently, After all, aberrants are almost no longer human. Jiang Kai hesitantly commented, What is scarier than monsters is the human heart. Sayao further recounted, I hid there until I heard your commotion, and thought I had been discovered, ready to fight to the death, but it turned out to be you. Jiang Kai realized, No wonder you almost cut me in half back then. He changed the subject, Right, what do you plan to do next? Sayao snorted coldly, I heard some idiot named Jiang Kai discovered a ruin, activated the secret realm, the Endless Abyss, and even chose the tribulation difficulty. Do you know anything about that? Hearing this, Jiang Kai fell into silence. Sayao stood up and recounted the situation at Holy Radiance. No one had passed the first floor of the Endless Abyss, and the army was hoping the drifters would return to break the deadlock. He asked in confusion, Why not let the superhumans try? Yao frowned and replied, He could think of it. The army would have done it already. Superhumans could not enter for no. Regular explorers had to clear the 10th floor for their path to open. Hearing this, Jiang Kai furrowed his brows in deep thought. Yao cursed in annoyance. It was all that troublesome Jiang Kai's fault. Next time she saw him, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Jiang Kai shuddered, telling himself not to let her know he was that person for now. Yao drank some water and asked, Alright, what does he plan to do next? Jiang Kai hesitated. Sayao patted his shoulder. Looks like he was free, but also had some skill. How about coming with her to Wei Ying and helping Holy Radiance challenge the secret realm? He thought it over, having already planned to return to Wei Ying Holy Radiance to check the secret realm he had activated. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. Alright, let us head back to Wei Ying together. Xiao was stunned, agreeing that quickly. She reminded him awkwardly, do not get in her way. The opening was a breaking news report. Country I had discovered the goddess ruins, activating grade vice load level 3 of the Endless Abyss. The two leaders had cleared the first floor. Male host continued. Country G activated Grade Heaven's Chosen level 5. Jonathan Brecht ranked second on the long board with a time of 41 minutes 22 seconds. Another person reported activating Grade Vice load level 3 of the Endless Abyss. Karina Volkov ranked fourth on the pair board with a time of 48 minutes 3 seconds. Country E activated Grade Hell level 4. Victorian cleared the first floor in 39 minutes 42 seconds, topping both boards. Holy Radiance had no one, being the only country yet to clear any floor. The system screen flashed continuously. Country Grade Hell, 39 minutes 42 seconds. Damn it, who was Victorian? Country Y also took the board. Where was Holy Radiance? Still nothing. Jiang Kai, the first discoverer, why was he silent? The scene shifted to the psychological counseling center, with many patients lying on beds inside the room. Seeing a group of people enter, they called out in unison, Commander Hua, Commander Wei Ying. Tian Shen raised his hand to wave, a smile on his lips. Everyone had worked hard. Person stepped forward and said apologetically, Commander Hua, I am sorry. We failed the mission and brought shame to Holy Radiance. Tian Shen patted his shoulder to comfort him. Forget those posts. They were just the opinions of a few. He spread his hands and said, when the country needed them, they responded immediately in the abyss. Not a single soldier among the 50 withdrew midway. They all did very well. Tian Wen hesitated. But Commander, we had no one on the duel rankings. Yu Pei agreed. The abyss involved rewards. If group warfare happened, the team that cleared it would have a huge advantage. He closed his eyes and said calmly, so what about the duel rankings? He affirmed that all countries were still in the exploration phase. Wei Ying spoke with a firm tone. That was right, everyone was in the early stage. Moreover, based on the information they had reported, it could be inferred that their abyss had the highest difficulty. Everyone was shaken by the statement about the highest difficulty. So Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Jiang Kai's luck was truly undeniable. He pondered for a moment before explaining. Regarding Wei Ying Jiang Kai, he hoped everyone would maintain the right stance. The difficulty was randomly drawn, there was no support, and he had helped Holy Radiance open the abyss, which was a great merit. Lan Lan pushed the door and entered. Commander Wei Ying was right. Everyone should pull themselves together. The people of Holy Radiance had never feared difficulties. The greater the difficulty, the stronger their fighting power. Tian Shen laughed excitedly. I am sure that if the Holy Radiance team cannot overcome this difficulty, then no country in the world can. Everyone placed their hands in front of them and answered firmly, understood. He nodded in satisfaction and instructed. In short, stop overthinking and rest well. As for the opinion with Wei Ying Jiang Kai, it is also easy. Tian Shen spread his arms to persuade. Wait for that kid to return to Wei Ying, and I will have him personally experience the difficulty of the tribulation. What does everyone think? Outside, Wei Ying burst into loud laughter. Great, let that kid taste the feeling of losing 10% of his stamina every second, and a 50% reduction in weakness. I am even worse off, speed reduced by 50%, elemental power completely suppressed, the beast power is extremely strong, how can anyone fight? Anyway, Jiang Kai must taste it too. Lan Lan no news yet. She was timid, sweat trickling down her cheek. Not yet, I just asked a few exploration teams, they all reported they have not met him. He raised his hand to rub his chin in wonder. Where did that kid run off to? 7 days later, a group of people moved together on a long road. So Yao looked around in confusion. Why are there so many people here? Mai reminded. Have you seen the midday post? It has been a few days. The Holy Radiance team is still unranked on both leaderboards. On the international forum, the countries that once allied are now all mocking us. Someone reminded. This news is spreading on all media. Who does not know? Ah was startled and asked blankly, what post? He opened the news screen for Xiao to see. Ah was furious, hands clenched. Which bastard is doing this? Yimi replied. The post is anonymous, cannot be traced. Everyone's discussion drove her even more insane. It is all Jiang Kai's fault. Who does he think he is to activate the secret realm on his own? The military says they cannot blame him. But if he is a man, he should try it himself and not hide like a turtle. Ah screamed in anger. Damn it, those international bastards. Once I find out who did this, I will knock their teeth out all over the ground. What do you say? Jiang Kai was beside her, drenched in sweat. Xiao was stunned at that reaction. Looked at him and asked, hey, what is the matter? Why did you put your hat on? Jiang Kai scratched his face awkwardly and coughed lightly. Just got bitten by an insect, my face is swollen. He thought to himself, if I get recognized, there will definitely be an uproar. Xiao stepped closer and touched his shoulder, blushing as she teased. An insect? What insect? Could it be that you have been stung into a pig head? Jiang Kai stopped her. Hey! Sayao blushed and let him go, reminding him, "Alright, cover up well, do not scare others." Scene shifted outside. By now a few people were there. Jiang Kai was wrapped up tightly standing behind Sayao. She looked up and affirmed this was the Dragon Board and the Heaven Board. Fang Xia walked over and said excitedly, "Hey, you two are here to challenge, right?" Sayao stepped forward and replied, "I am a wanderer. I want to enter the endless abyss." She was surprised. How many stars as a wanderer? It is not advisable to try under 3 stars. She raised her eyebrow and emphasized, 3 stars. Fang Xia was startled. 3 stars, finally a 3-star wanderer has returned. Most wanderers are martial artists and soldiers at level 80, meaning those belonging to the national master and soldier king professions. Although those who could become Julia were all recognized by the military for their strength, there were still differences among them. Internally, there existed a separate ranking system that used the achieved exploration distance to evaluate combat ability. Those who crossed the 10-kilometer mark and killed an elite were classified as a 1-star national warrior or war king. Those who passed 20 km were 2-star. This pattern continued, with the highest being those who passed 50 km and had records of killing elites, called 5-star national warriors or war kings. The extremely rare individuals who managed to pass 50 km were collectively called peerless national warriors or peerless war kings. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought, no wonder she was so confident. At such a young age, she had already passed the 30-km mark. Though her current strength wasn't the strongest, her potential was truly immense. In his eyes, Sayao seemed to contain a very mysterious power. Meanwhile, Fang Xia cheerfully raised her wrist and requested, "I need you to provide your personal information. We need to verify your identity." Seeing them like this, he stood frozen on the spot. Wait a minute, there was also a public identity confirmation here? Sayao's complete information quickly appeared on the screen. Fang Xia marveled, 36.7 kx. Alright, I'll report back immediately. Suddenly she raised her hand to stop. Wait, she pointed her palm toward Wei Ying behind her, raising her voice to continue, "And him, he's also here to challenge the endless abyss." Jiang Kai was drenched in cold sweat at that moment, silently cursing, "This is bad." Fang Xia immediately said, "He's her friend, right? Let me scan his identity information first. It'll also be convenient to report it." He nodded and let out a sigh. Since he was already here, there was no escape, so go ahead and scan. Just don't get too excited later. She tilted her head teasingly, "I'm not someone who's inexperienced. Even if you were a peerless rank, I've already seen one before." Fang Xia brought her arm close to Jiang Kai, taunting, "I truly hope you are a peerless level powerhouse. Hurry up and get through the endless abyss. I'm about to be angered to death by those international bastards." Jiang Kai also went along with it, hesitating, "That's not what I meant." Suddenly, her pupils turned a bright red. Fang Xia was startled, staggering back a few steps. "What is this?" Sayao watched with slight confusion. She pointed at Jiang Kai, who was slowly taking off his robe, unable to find the words. "It's you. I never expected it to be you." Fang Xia panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat as she realized. "I never expected you to dare come to Holy Radiance. Do you know how many people outside are looking for you to get revenge?" Sayao was inwardly shocked. Revenge? Even a well-trained officer of Holy Radiance is this astonished. Could he be a fleeing criminal, a ruthless killer? He rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, "I didn't do it on purpose. Who would have known things would turn out like this?" Sayao pondered from the side. No. If he were a criminal, the military would have acted long ago. Besides, this guy, though sometimes annoying, is definitely not evil. Then Fang Xia ran off, not forgetting to turn her face back to instruct, "You two wait here while I go make a report." Scene shift to the main hall of the Xuanwu Guild. Someone rushed in frantically to announce, "Grand Elder, I saw Jiang Kai. He's come to Holy Radiance." Xuanwu turned in surprise and questioned, "Jiang Kai has entered the city? Are you sure you saw correctly?" He affirmed fearfully, "Definitely. I've looked several times, there's no mistake." The old man grinned, stroking his chin with interest. Evil Flame and the Tyrant General just entered the unknown zone. The moment he turned, Wei Ying had already slipped past them. But Jiang Kai coming to Holy Radiance is also a good thing. We don't need to act ourselves. A mouthful of spit from everyone is enough to drown him. After a moment, Xuanwu urged, "Go on, just do as I instructed." A few dozen minutes later, 2 people stood before the teleportation gate. Jiang Kai took a deep breath. He let out a sentence that made Sayao's heart stop. "Hey, how much longer are you going to keep staring at me?" Her face reddened as she turned away to retort, "Who's staring at you?" Nonsense. Within her heart, she worried. He's been caught. Jiang Kai, unembarrassed, cut straight to the chase. "You want to ask who I really am, don't you?" Sayao, though her face was as red as a tomato, still insisted, "I don't care. A fake Julia never meddles in others' private affairs. Besides, we're only temporarily traveling together, not even friends." He hesitated. "Actually, Right at that moment, someone pointed at them and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, guess who that guy is?" Hearing this, he turned his gaze over. That person continued pointing and yelling, "He is Jiang Kai." The whole group was stunned, pushing and shoving as they chattered. "What? You are Jiang Kai?" Wasn't said Jiang Kai was too scared to log anymore. That's right, did Jiang Kai come to our doorstep on his own? Sayao was also panicked at this point as she screamed, "You are Jiang Kai?" Grimaced, pulled his robe down, lowered his head and sighed in his heart, trouble, I've been recognized after all. That man put both hands on his hips and walked over to taunt, hey Jiang Kai, weren't you arrogant before? Why are you now hanging your head, afraid to face others? Show your face, let everyone see clearly if you're the sinner who brought disaster upon all holy radiance. Kang he pressed forward and demanded, the difficulty of the tribulation, what right did you have to make a choice on behalf of the tens of millions of people in holy radiance? Did you ask for our opinion? Who gave you permission to monopolize national soul state of holy radiance? Jiang Kai could only remain silent in the face of these words. He continued to stir the crowd. If it weren't for Jiang Kai, would our holy radiance be mocked by the entire world as incompetent? Would people say we're not even as good as a dog? Jiang Kai, if you have the guts, lift your head. They then immediately raised their hands in unison and shouted loudly, lift your head. He frowned, thinking, looks like there's no avoiding it today. Kang, he couldn't hold back and rushed forward, threatening, refused to admit it even to death. I'll tear off your disguise myself. Right at this moment, Xiao rushed to stand between the two of them. She frowned and stopped him. Hey, you're all too noisy, shut up. Jiang Kai spoke a single word in disbelief, you. Xiao glanced back at Wei Ying and warned Jiang Kai, as for the debt of you hiding this matter from me, this lady will settle it with you slowly later. That group still refused to give in. This woman is Jiang Kai's accomplice, right? Be wise and get out of the way, hand Jiang Kai over. Hand him over. Xiao slowly raised her weapon. She slashed out a line with terrifying purple spirit power, sending that man flying backward. Kang he fell to the ground, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao challenged, let me see who dares. At this moment he knew what fear was, sweat streaming down in rivulets. Jiang Kai sank into thought, realizing that this man was exaggerating and deliberately distorting the truth to incite the crowd. He found it even stranger that every time that man spoke, someone below immediately echoed him. After a moment Jiang Kai's face darkened. He understood clearly that this was a premeditated scheme. Having gone too far to turn back, Kang, he continued pointing directly at Wei Ying and shouted, they are all in the same boat, foreign spies sent here. The whole group immediately rushed forward yelling, if he's not a traitor, why wouldn't Jiang Kai dare to show his face? You guys are truly ungrateful wretches. At that very moment, several soldiers rushed out to block them, shouting loudly, everyone, stand back. Do not cross the warning line. Arrest them all, and see who that man's face is. Xiao was momentarily panicked, only managing to curse, damn it, these foolish people. Holding a sword in each hand, she charged forward, intending to fight them to the death, but suddenly Jiang Kai stopped her. He spoke in a cold voice, you want to see my face? He was startled when Jiang Kai announced, fine, then I'll let you all have a good look. Xiao called out in panic, hey! Then he took off his hood, revealing his true face. Everyone immediately recognized him, Jiang Kai. He really is Jiang Kai. He suddenly stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. Then Jiang Kai shot up into the air, leaving the crowd below stunned, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Xiao glanced to the side, drenched in sweat, and wondered, what is this guy up to? Before her eyes, Jiang Kai's robe fluttered as he threw it open, and then a swift figure plunged straight downward. Seeing this, Xiao, noticing a blinding light emitting from the hole on the other side, called out, hey! Jiang Kai still shot straight into the center of that area. Witnessing the scene, Xiao couldn't help but scold, you idiot, trying to be a hero all alone. I won't allow it. At that moment, one of the two guards stopped her. Without the captain's orders, you are not allowed to enter the secret realm on your own. But Xiao ignored him and dashed past the guards. The other soldier quickly shouted, go report it. Jiang Kai has already entered the secret realm. At the same time, Tian Shen and a few others arrived, shouting loudly, what? Jiang Kai has already entered the secret realm? The two guards by the hole immediately called out, Commander Hua, Commander Wei Ying. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Shen's brows furrowed tightly, and he said through gritted teeth, what is the meaning of this? After a while, the entire matter was finally brought to light. This was how it happened. After hearing it, Fang Xia appeared astonished. Someone incited trouble. But Jiang Kai still shouldn't have acted on his own. He's too impulsive. However, Tian Shen immediately retorted, no. He slowly began to explain, standing with a commanding posture. Although Jiang Kai has always been unpredictable in his actions, I know very well that every decision he makes has its own reasoning and purpose. Tian Shen did not hesitate to recall past memories. Every time he was in a life or death situation, almost everyone thought he would surely die. He then praised the one being discussed, yet that kid absolutely refused to give in. Not only did he survive, but he also brought about surprises beyond imagination. Tian Shen continued in a stern voice, Jiang Kai is indeed a mad gambler, that's not wrong, but right now he is the light in the darkness of Saint Shine. Tian Shen's recollection ended with the image of a massive explosion erupting in blinding brightness. He began to furrow his brows tightly. Perhaps this place needs a young man who burns like fire to break the situation. This statement caused both Tian Shen and Fang Xia to be wide-eyed with shock, utterly terrified. As for Xiao and the man standing beside her, they could only remain silent. Then Tian Shen clenched his fist and looked at her. "You are Jiang Kai's friend. You must have seen his strength. I think the most important thing for us to do now is to trust him." After hearing this, Xiao's face contorted with reluctance. Meanwhile, Tian Shen broke into a joyful smile. "Well said, that kid Jiang Kai is no ordinary person." He looked at the soldiers and announced loudly, "Everyone, hear my command. Squad 1 and Squad 2, go all out to find and arrest the instigators. The rest of you continue guarding the entrance to the secret realm." The crowd immediately responded, "Understood." In another development, a blinding light appeared in the pitch-black night. Jiang Kai's feet slowly touched the ground. He walked forward slowly, looking ahead. This is the tribulation difficulty secret realm, the endless abyss. Before him stood a cold stone house, and at that moment, the main system immediately sent a notification. "You have entered the first floor of the endless abyss secret realm. The current difficulty is tribulation level. Defeating the monsters on this floor will open the path to the next floor. Challengers cannot leave the secret realm midway." A massive steel door loomed before Jiang Kai. Seeing this, he raised his hand to feel it. The rules seem normal at first glance, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. Suddenly, the system warning sounded continuously. "Detected that you are about to receive 2 abnormal statuses. Proceeding to create statuses. Complete. Status 1, blood decay. Status 2, attack weakening." Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed as he observed coldly. When he saw the next piece of information, blood decay, loses 10% stamina per second, does not cause direct death. Effect stops when stamina is below 1%, but the status reactivates when stamina recovers above 10%. Jiang Kai gradually understood. No wonder Saint Shine has so many experts, yet none could get past the first floor. This blood decay alone is enough to make someone collapse. Then another notification came, attack weaken, reduces attack effectiveness by 50%. Jiang Kai quickly grew angry. "Are you kidding me? Directly halving damage? This is too cruel." Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Wait a minute, this is..." Jiang Kai stared at the text on the system panel. "The monsters on this floor will receive 2 supreme enhanced statuses. 1, high-speed recovery, regenerates 5% stamina and spirit per second, wounds close rapidly. 2, defense reinforcement, increases defense by 100 points, increases elemental resistance, and increases special attack defense by 100 points. At this point, he quickly burst into laughter as he understood the problem. No wonder it's tribulation difficulty. The monsters are constantly regenerating health and boosting defense throughout the fight, while I'm constantly losing blood and have my attack halved. After speaking, Jiang Kai immediately clenched his fist. His eyes involuntarily flashed brightly. "Alright, perfect timing. I also want to see who will fall first." Outside the massive steel door, lines of system text appeared. "The challenge will begin in 5 seconds. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Kai did not hesitate for a moment, gritting his teeth. "Come on." Suddenly, the door was blasted open by a powerful surge of aura. A ferocious wolf with bloodshot eyes appeared, its mouth overflowing with bloodthirsty drool. They growled fiercely to intimidate with their own strength. Jiang Kai calculated carefully. This wolf beast was somewhat like the moon wolf fiend, half human, half wolf. Fast speed, strong attack, but low defense was its fatal weakness. After thinking, he immediately pushed off the ground for momentum. Jiang Kai leaped up, catching the wolf beasts off guard. He sharply noticed that both of them had a weakness covered by dense rock layers. Beneath the stone was glowing metal, fused into their bones and claws. Immediately after, Jiang Kai landed safely. Seeing this, the 2 wolf beasts swiftly turned around and roared to the heavens. Jiang Kai tensed up. This was the troublesome metal-strengthened wolf fiend. He taunted loudly, silently telling himself to find the weakness first. Enraged, they charged straight at Jiang Kai. He had to face those sharp claws alone. As the attack was about to land, Jiang Kai timely used the move Sky Covering Sea Crossing. He stepped back, panting, thinking how dangerous it was. The 2 beasts working together made it much tougher. Suddenly, the system panel appeared before him. The blood decline effect activated. Jiang Kai felt helpless. Damn it, it burned through his stamina. His eyes suddenly noticed a danger. The purple wolf beast attacked unexpectedly from above. The other one crazily charged from below. Jiang Kai quickly drew the lethal dart, executing the move Sudden Fire Explosive Rush. He adjusted his power and released the dart, finishing it. The lower wolf beast unexpectedly blocked the attack. The other darts continuously pressured the remaining one's shield. In the end, only one dart hit its mark. The system displayed defense enhancement, increased by 100 points, increased special damage resistance. Jiang Kai was stunned. He looked at it with concern. Out of 5 lethal darts, only one was fatal. But when the wolf beast tensed up, the dart immediately fell. Jiang Kai exclaimed in panic. The dart's flame was extinguished again. The 2 wolf beasts returned to full form, even more ferocious. Jiang Kai reached out out to retrieve the lethal dart. The wound on the wolf beast's forehead healed right before his eyes. He was bewildered the wound had healed. Jiang Kai judged this was enhanced recovery. He had to land a killing blow. His face was full of worry. The dart's damage wasn't enough. His attack power had dropped sharply. The health bars of the two monsters did not decrease. They fixed their fierce gazes on him. The next second, both suddenly charged but did not attack. Jiang Kai was startled. One in front. Were they changing tactics? The pair of them howled madly, their strength seeming to double.